In the cafeteria, Qingmei had already saved a spot for me to eat. After I got my food, she waved at me, signaling me to come over. If it were in the past, I would have unhesitatingly refused and waited to eat with my own white moonlight. But now, I obediently walked over with my plate. Su Qingyue smiled with a beautiful curve to her lips, signaling to me, "There's no one here." Her voice inexplicably carried a hint of expectation. The male classmate beside us instantly widened his eyes and muttered softly, "No way, did we hear that right?" Su Qingyue, the aloof goddess who keeps people at arm's length, like an ice mountain with a world-weary demeanor, is actually smiling so gently at a boy, and her voice even carries expectation. Did the goddess take the wrong medicine today? Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of my classmates, I slowly sat down opposite Su Qingyue. I don't know if it was just my impression, but I felt that Su Qingyue seemed particularly happy. However, I didn't think too much about it and quietly ate my egg rice, trying to ignore the astonished expressions of my classmates. At that moment, Su Qingyue suddenly spoke up, "Why didn't you get double-skim milk?" I looked at the table, and all the other classmates had a serving of double-skim milk. Indeed, everyone had one except for me. I chewed my food and casually said, "It must have been all taken." Just when it was my turn, there was none left. Then I continued to lower my head and eat from my bowl. After all, my luck has never been very good. Suddenly, a delicate hand pushed the double-skim milk in front of me. I was taken aback and looked up. Su Qingyue was staring at me, slowly saying, "Then I'll give you my portion, since I don't want to eat it right now." I gazed at the double-skim milk that was moved over, and an inexplicable wave of emotion surged in my heart as I softly said thank you. In the next moment, my peripheral vision was suddenly invaded by a pair of cold, beautiful legs in black stockings. I sensed something and turned to look, and Yang Yuding was standing not far from me. Her gaze landed precisely on me, her expression as cold as ice, staring at me intently, as if the air around us had dropped to freezing temperatures. Behind her were 3 or 4 girls, and one of them, upon seeing me, disdainfully said, "Why aren't you coming over to eat with our sister Tingting?" The mocking words hit me like a bolt, and my hand tightened suddenly. I recognized this rich second-generation girl, Song Xinyue, a spoiled little princess who got into Beijing University only because her family donated several buildings to the school. In my first year of high school, Song Xinyue had pursued me, but after I politely rejected her, she immediately broke down and frantically spoke ill of me in front of Yang Yuding, saying I was a country bumpkin who didn't even know brand names and that my family background was too poor to match Yang Yuding. Meanwhile, another girl behind Yang Yuding also noticed me and lazily said, "Hurry up and come over. No one is here to help us wash the dishes." Throughout, Yang Yuding never said a word, naturally assuming I would still come over like before, and she never defended me in front of her friends, allowing those around her to belittle me. At this moment, Su Qingyue beside me was tense all over, her beautiful eyes coldly glaring at Yang Yuding. I waved my hand at Su Qingyue, then took a deep breath and looked at Yang Yuding, speaking in a serious and calm tone, "I won't be with you guys anymore." Although my voice wasn't loud, it was enough for all the classmates present to hear clearly. Everyone was filled with astonishment. Almost everyone at Jing University knows that there is a well-known simp named Gu Xingcheng, who has been chasing after Yang Yuding since high school, following her all the way to college, deeply infatuated. How could he suddenly change? At this moment, Song Xinyue's mouth dropped open in disbelief, her voice suddenly sharp. "What did you say?" I looked up and repeated what I had just said, "I won't be with you guys anymore." However, as soon as I finished speaking, a layer of frost instantly covered Yang Yuding's eyes, her face darkened, and her voice was cold and commanding, each word pronounced clearly as she ordered me, "Gu Xingcheng, come here." But I remained seated, not moving an inch, showing no intention of leaving. Yang Yuding's friends were completely stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. No one expected Gu Xingcheng would actually refuse. They were thinking, did he take the wrong medicine today? Or is he starting some kind of cat-and-mouse game again? Yang Yuding's cold gaze was fixed on me, and after a moment, she turned around expressionlessly and left without looking at me again, as if nothing had happened. After they completely left, I finally let out a sigh of relief. But my mood was ruined by Yang Yuding and her friends, making even lunch tasteless. I hung my head, silent, poking at the bowl with my chopsticks, perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was off. The girl sitting next to me took the initiative to break the ice. "Sister Qingyue, how did you meet this handsome guy?" After a quiet smile, Su Qingyue seriously replied, "Let me formally introduce you. This is Gu Xingcheng. He is my..." She deliberately elongated the last syllable. My eyelids twitched, and my heart inexplicably tightened. Everyone present stopped eating, silently perked up their ears, and their eyes revealed a hint of expectation and curiosity. Su Qingyue paused for a moment and continued, "He's just a childhood friend, 2 months older than me, my childhood bamboo horse." The girl showed expressions of envy, feeling almost sour inside, all thinking, How come we don't have such a handsome childhood bamboo horse? Su Qingyue ignored the teasing glances around her and simply curled the corners of her thin lips. Her roommate Qin Shishir spoke up, Gu Xingcheng, you are Sister Qingyue's childhood bamboo horse. So that means you are also our bamboo horse brother. This enthusiastic remark caught me off guard, and my face was full of question marks. Thinking, can it really be rounded like this? The girls began to compete to join the conversation. Gu Xingcheng, who gave you that name? It's really nice. It sounds like the name of a male lead in a novel. Ha ha. After the meal, I couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the atmosphere of dining with Su Qingyue was really good, and her friends were genuinely sincere and warm. Unlike those second-generation kids of Yang Yuding, who, relying on their elders' protection, always pointed fingers at me and nitpicked, while I could only pretend not to understand their veiled remarks. With this comparison, I realized that I had really felt quite foolish back then. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Yuding seemed to be in a terrible mood, and no one dared to speak at the dining table, fearing to provoke her. Song Xinyue said with a harsh tone, that Gu Xingcheng actually dares to be fickle, and now he's getting involved with Su Qingyue. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yuding suddenly stopped, her brows furrowed, and her expression turned extremely ugly. The sky suddenly rumbled, and the next second, lightning split the sky as a torrential rain came unexpectedly. The students hurriedly opened their umbrellas and began to complain about the unpredictable weather. Song Xinyue followed Yang Yuding and opened an umbrella for her, then scoffed, I get it. Gu Xingcheng wants to play hard to get, it's really laughable. Another girl chimed in with a cold snort, can he hold out? I bet within a week, he'll come running back. Song Xinyue shook her head, a week? I think at most 2 days. At this moment, Yang Yuding suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression freezing in an instant. They followed Yang Yuding's gaze and saw a man and a woman sharing a black umbrella in the distance, their shoulders close together, smiling at each other like a couple in the throes of love. The heavy rain added a hazy filter to them, making the scene seem somewhat ambiguous and affectionate. Upon closer inspection, everyone widened their eyes. Wasn't that Gu Xingcheng and Su Qingyue? After a moment, Song Xinyue squinted her eyes and said, alright, really impressive, putting on a full act, quite clever. Sister Ting, you mustn't fall for it. Everyone knows that Gu Xingcheng likes Yang Yuding and has been pursuing her for many years without any results, probably thinking of playing some tricks. They all come from wealthy families and have seen such lowly tactics many times. Yang Yuding stood still, her gaze as cold as ice, her expression darker than the clouds in the sky. After a moment, she turned and left without a word, and Song Xinyue and the others quickly followed her lead. The rain was getting heavier, and Su Qingyue's dormitory was quite far from the cafeteria, not in the same direction as mine. I saw that Su Qingyue didn't have an umbrella, so I just happened to walk her back. Su Qingyue was pressed closely against me, almost sticking to my body. Seeing this, I reached out my arm towards her and said in a low voice, link arms with me. Su Qingyue was taken aback for a moment, slowly looking up, her eyes filled with confusion. What? I looked at her seriously and repeated, link arms with me. It's raining heavily, this way it's easier to walk together. Don't you girls often do this? Su Qingyue lowered her head and didn't respond, but inside she was screaming, whoa whoa, big idiot. He knows it's something girls do. How can male and female classmates link arms? At that moment, I suddenly chuckled, not knowing what I was thinking. When we were kids, you always clung to my arms and neck. No matter how hard I tried to shake you off, you not only said you wanted to strangle me but also said you wanted to peel off a layer of my skin. Have you forgotten all that? Hearing this, Su Qingyue looked up and gave me a wide-eyed glance. That was all in the past. Perhaps really afraid of getting caught in the rain, she let out a soft hum and, almost unconsciously, reached out to link her arm with mine, pressing closely against me. With the distance closer, the scent of the girl enveloped me, wrapping around me in wisps. So close, so very close. I blinked, suddenly realizing that the umbrella handle in front of me was tilted, leaning towards her direction. Su Qingyue suddenly spoke up, your umbrella is tilted, you'll get wet. I came back to my senses and casually replied, as long as you're not wet, it's fine. Then I paused and added nonchalantly, I actually like getting caught in the rain. As soon as I said that, I suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. In the next moment, a sudden pain shot through my head, my mind became extremely chaotic, and a buzzing sound filled my ears. I instantly lost the strength to lean towards Su Qingyue, as if memories from my past life flooded back. On a gloomy night in my past life, just as I was about to end my 23rd birthday, I finally received a birthday wish from Yang Yuding. My heart raced with anticipation as I opened the chat window. In the next instant, I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. He's back, I have to go pick him up. The moment that cold message popped up, every word pierced deeply into my eyes. Xiaozhen's face stiffened, her eyes dulled, the tip of her nose condensed with acidity, and her heart seemed to be clenched hard by a large hand, unable to catch her breath. This she is the eldest lady of the Yu family, a childhood acquaintance of Ji Xian's plum, bright and attractive, and he is the right match. Seeing the news, even though she knew that Ji Xian didn't like this Qing Mei at all, even though she knew that Ji Xian was only trying to cooperate with the Yu family, Xiaojun still had red eyes. Bitterness spreads in the heart and brews a mist in the eyes. It's always her initiative. It's always her who takes the initiative to hold his hand, to message him, to ask him out, to admit her mistakes and bow her head, to follow him around, to confess. Being in love together is no different than it was. Whenever she was disheartened, Ji Xian would give her that little response again, a glimmer of hope. It was as if, for a moment, he liked her, too. But if one genuinely likes someone, one does not let those around them mock and insult them. If one genuinely likes a person, one does not disparage the other person's career or ideals. If you genuinely like someone, you won't treat them with cold violence for long. Xiaojun could hardly breathe. Her gait became heavy and tired, and it took a long time before she moved her stiff fingers and tapped the screen. You missed your appointment again. That again is too many. Too many times. The cell phone buzzed. Ji Xian's message burst into sight. Don't be unreasonable. Unreasonable. Sure enough, that was the reply. Ji Xian seemed like, never cared about her feelings. Never. Over time, disappointment and aggression also accumulated a little bit, as a drop of water, unknowingly, condensed into a river, into a sea. It was Ji Xian's indifference, his mother's disdain, his friend's mockery, and so many cold, bone-chilling nights, douse all her enthusiasm. A myriad of emotions welled up in Xiaojun's heart, rolling over like a shocking wave. She clenched her fingers and revealed a mocking faint smile. Break it up. From anticipation, to disappointment, from burning, to extinguishing, from liking it, to being bored with it. It all builds up slowly. There was a clap of thunder and a sudden downpour from the sky, the raindrops smashing mercilessly against his face, piercing his bones and killing him. The next second, a red sedan with blinding lights flashing accelerated toward her, almost coming up to her face. Xiaojun's body stiffened and her face paled. Her throat was dry and her eyes were a blur, as if she had fallen into an abyss from which it was difficult to break free. In a flash, someone hugged her tightly from behind and jerked forward furiously, almost holding her down in their arms, brushed shoulders with the red sedan. Xiaojun was dizzy and fell into a hot, warm embrace, and when she looked up she saw a familiar face, close at hand. She was stunned, her voice choked. Qin, Ichi. The air froze in that instant, and it seemed as if only the two of them were left in the world. Qin Ichi's face was full of tightness, and he wrapped his arm around her waist, standing in place and taking a deep breath, wanting to say something. There was a long silence before he let go, his voice a little husky. It's been a long time. Xiaojun reddened. It's been a long time. Ever since she had gotten together with Ji Xian, it had been a long, long time since she had contacted Qin Ichi. After graduation, the two hadn't seen each other again. She had only ever swiped the news on her cell phone that Qin Ichi had won the championship on his motorcycle. Qin Ichi picked up the black umbrella on the ground and propped it over her head, his eyes deep and restrained. I stopped by to see your concert. Under the fierce wind and rain, the umbrella handle always tilted in the direction of Xiaojun. Qin Ichi paused, his throat dry and extremely restrained, and dropped a blessing in her ear. In that instant, the tears that Xiaojun had been holding back finally fell uncontrollably. She waited all day with great anticipation, but didn't even wait for Ji Xian's blessing. But she heard with her own ears Qin Ichi, who she hadn't seen in years, say to her, "Happy birthday, Xiaojun." Hiss. It was a clearer, more detailed memory than in the previous dream. Xiaojun's vertigo gradually disappeared, and there was an indescribable feeling inside. The emotions of her past life surged to her heart, and she also unconsciously had a sour nose. Looking up at Qin Ichi, her eyes gradually turned red, and tears fell drop by drop with the pearls that had become strings. Qin Ichi, who is still a freshman today, and Qin Ichi, who grew up to win the Asian championship, magically overlap in this moment. It turns out that the person who tilts the umbrella for himself is always him. Chapter 6. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? When Xiaojun remembered those memories, she became dizzy and black, and with no strength in her body, she unconsciously pounced on Qin Ichi. Pounce. Qin Ichi held the large umbrella with one hand, while the other hand quickly wrapped around her thin waist and pressed her into his arms. The knot in his throat rolled up and down as he looked down slightly. What's wrong? It didn't take long for the little girl in her arms to look up in a daze, her face pale but her eyes frighteningly red, a whimper spilling from her lips. Her eyes are dense with crystal mist, as if trying to hold back, but the teardrops are still popping down, like he's been wronged. Qin Ichi's complexion suddenly changed. His heart briefly stopped, reached out and cupped her small face. What are you crying for? Slightly rough thumbs rubbed over her skin, wiping away her tears bit by bit. Qin Ichi frowned slightly, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead as he stared at her with a grave expression. Who bullied you? Was it Ji Xian and the others? As the words fell, Xiaojun didn't speak, only hung her head and sobbed, and even her shoulders shook gently. She didn't know why, but all those sour emotions from her previous life, all those grievances she suffered in her previous life, all of them surged up to her heart at this moment through time and space, completely drowning her and making it difficult to breathe. She tried to force down the tears, but she simply couldn't control herself and instead cried harder. Woo! It was like turning on a faucet and then not being able to turn it off, as the tears fought to be the first to pour out, rustling and sliding down the snow-white, flawless face. The eyes were red and swollen and pathetic, and well-behaved and cute. Shinichi stood in silence, leaning down slightly, patiently wiping her tears one after another. At night, the warm streetlights slowly light up, lengthening the shadows of pedestrians indefinitely. Thunder rolled, heavy rain such as countless silver needles falling, weaving a hazy rain curtain, crackling mercilessly on the umbrella. The sound of the rain muffled her choking and sobbing. Shinichi dried her tears and couldn't help but pinch her soft cheeks for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. Tell me if you're being bullied. Don't carry it all by yourself. Do you hear me? Xiaojun's eyelashes were thick and curly, still hanging with crystal and teardrops, and her eyes were misty with water. She nodded as if she understood, mostly because she didn't want to worry anyone, and choked back a sob. No bullying. Shinichi's lips opened and closed, paused, and ultimately did not say anything. He lowered his eyelashes, hiding the flash of gloom in the bottom of his eyes. Okay, you're crying so hard, and you're still defending that key guy. That's how much she likes it. Intense emotions rolled and screamed in Shinichi's chest, eventually turning into astringency and burying themselves permanently in the bottom of his heart. Jojin shook her head and sniffled, muttering sadly to herself, I don't like him anymore. The sound was so soft, almost less than the sound of a rainstorm falling, that it could not be heard without careful listening. Shinichu's fingers froze and his footsteps abruptly lurched. What did you say? Xiaojun's eyes were red, her fingertips clenched the corner of her coat, and she said seriously, I don't like Ji Xian anymore. Every word was like rain slamming hard into the ground and into Shinichi's ears. Time seemed to stand still. His heart suddenly pounded, the knot in his throat rolled, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Congratulations. Jojin didn't understand. She tilted her head dutifully, full of drollery, with a thick nasal voice. Under the warm orange street light, Shinichi hooked his lips and smiled gently. The dark pupil bottom rippled a little starlight. Looks incomparably brilliant. Congratulations, Scrubs, and congratulate himself. Finally, wait for this moment. Xiaojun covered her red eyes and returned to the dormitory, rushing into the bathroom to take a shower. When she had gathered her emotions, she flipped through the diary in the drawer. The front page is glued to a Polaroid. On the stage of the school festival, the boy sits and plays the piano, dressed in a black suit, cool and reserved. It's Key Envy. She could never forget the look of the teenager playing the piano under the focus of the bright lights. One look is stunning, one look falls. Since then, Xiaojun has been watching him, paying attention to him, but always cautious and afraid to come forward. Ji Xian is the proud son of heaven, the heir to a powerful family, a star-studded, unattainable existence, and she was just a humble speck of dust, dim and unseen. That is, until a heavy downpour on the way to rehearsal and a limousine suddenly pulls up in front of her, its windows slowly dropping. Ji Xian's eyes were as delicate as glaze, and when he met her, his voice was clear and cold. Get in the car. It is said that no female student has ever gotten into Ji Xian's car. It was said that no girl in the school could add Ji Xian's contact information, but Jojin is the only one. Perhaps this distinctive and unique treatment makes the young girl delude herself and fantasize a beautiful dream. At the end of the school festival, Xiaojun happened to overhear the boys asking Ji Xian what kind of girls he liked. Ji Xian's calm voice came out from the door. Active, enthusiastic, and obedient. So Xiaojun made up her mind, and used all her confidence and courage to go to Ming Love's. Now that I think about it, it is indeed laughable. If Ji Xian didn't like her, he could have simply and decisively rejected her like he rejected other girls, but Ji Xian repeatedly gave her the illusion of being different when she wanted to give up, giving her a glimmer of hope to hang on to. It is because of that glimmer of hope, Xiaojun holding a heart, full of enthusiasm, and finally poured by ice water all over the body, completely disheartened. A cold-blooded man like him can't be muffled. Reality is never a fairy tale. Cinderella was able to marry the prince because Cinderella herself is the daughter of a noble count. The ugly duckling can become a white swan because it itself is a swan. She, on the other hand, was never the heroine, just a humble speck of dust. Xiaojun took the scissors and cut up the diary altogether, face down, and finally threw it into the garbage can. She slid open her cell phone and, without a second thought, deleted and blacked out all of Ji Xian and those friends of his. It's all in the past. Everything is completely turned over. Once she came to her senses, She would never make the same mistake again. Xiaojun lay down on the bed and covered up. For the first time, I felt all relaxed and comfortable. She drifted off to sleep, and in her dreams, intermittent memories of her past life were inserted. A low, compelling voice gently struck the eardrums. The memories were confusing and fuzzy, and Xiaojun could only vaguely distinguish that a familiar man had held her face and said in all seriousness, "You were never humble dust. You are the brightest and most brilliant pearl." Chapter 7, Iceman PK Flameman. The following afternoon, the air smelled fresh from the rain, and the golden sunlight shed dappled light through the layers of green leaves. Zhou Jin and her roommate, Lulu Shang, both signed up to be spectators at the basketball game, adding 2 hours to their volunteer hours. On the court, Shang Lulu was full of surprise, holding her cheeks and questioning softly, "You didn't lie to me. You really don't like Jixian anymore?" Although she had only been roommates for less than a few months, she took Zhoujin's liking to heart. When choosing classes, he would choose the same electives as Jixian. When he saw him, his eyes would light up and smile, and when he spoke to him, he was always careful. Even the spectators of this basketball game had signed up earlier to cheer on Jixian. It was as if her entire being brightened up at the sight of Jixian. "How much is this a favorite?" Zhoujin dug in a spoonful of double cream and nodded dutifully, holding up her little hand in a solemn vow. Really, or I'm a fake." "Humph." Shang Lulu took her arm and raised her chin. "I've long been looking at him unfavorably, but because you like him so much, I didn't say anything bad about him in front of you, and I'm going to say it fiercely in the future. He has a cold, paralyzed face every day, just like a refrigerator, and those few rich second generation in the face of yin and yang when he with a mute like do not speak. Pissed off, I'm pissed off. Gold miners can't even dig up such a godly gold bar." Shang Lulu spoke in a colorful manner, her eyes almost spitting fire. "Look, am I right?" Xiaojun pursed her lips and nodded obediently. "Aha, you're right." As the words fell, the girls around them suddenly raised their necks and wailed madly. Asterisk. Looks too awesome, right? I have no class in the afternoon. Casually grabbed an audience spot. Who knows, Jixian will actually come on. Hey, did he just glance in our direction? That face. Absolutely amazing. Zhoujin kept her head down and silently put on her headphones to listen to the song without glancing at the door. If it weren't for the fact that she would be blacklisted once for being absent for no reason after signing up, and that she would have to sign in and out for additional volunteer hours, she wouldn't have planned to come. Not far away, Jixian faintly retracted his line of sight, his sunken face easing up a lot. The boys beside her also noticed Xiaojun, and a few moments of disdain welled up in their eyes, revealing an expression of "I told you she couldn't fake it for long. Look, she's still coming to cheer us on." Yuan Jian was all smiles. "That's true, that's how it was in high school. When they played a basketball game against another class in the first high school, Xiaojun would sit outside the court and silently cheer them on, and would give each of them a drink of water. She is good-looking and obedient and docile, especially good to make and bully." Almost as soon as Jixian entered, the campus forum thread about the basketball game suddenly exploded with a red-hot tag. "The president really came to play basketball." Laughing, the flower of the High Sierra at Kyoto University is not a myth. Ing. In front of the basketball court, "Who stole my milk tea takeout, bitch or not?" Anger. In the next second, Shang Lulu suddenly gently bumped Xiaojun's shoulder. "Hey, Jinjin, is that your little bamboo horse?" Zhoujin paused the music and looked up. Qin Ichi is wearing a red and black jersey, with a straight and shapely posture, short black hair, hard and clear facial contours, exuding a wild and gangly atmosphere. It is especially prominent in crowds. It inexplicably occurred to Xiaojun that in his memories of his previous life, he had been this spirited on the field as well. The moment he crossed the finish line, all the fans screamed and cheered for him, and all the camera flashes were focused on Qin Ichi, the Asian champion racer. Men are radiant and bright. He rode a red and black motorcycle, his eyes razor-sharp and even wilder and brasher than they were now, his hormones practically capable of shattering the screen. In the post-race interview, the reporter raised the microphone and asked a frantic question. Everyone is now saying, "The line of girls who want to ride on the back of Chikara's motorcycle has reached France. What do you think?" Qin Ichi's eyes were dark, and his earrings were like obsidian, refracting a fine light. His tone was calm and serious. "I'm sorry, I've only had one girl in my back seat, and only she can sit. This basketball game is between the colleges of KYU, Faculty of Economics, PK Faculty of Information Technology. There was Ji Xian, a sophomore finance major, and Qin Ichi, a freshman computer science major. The two great characters of the century in the same frame, instantly attracting a large number of girls' eyes. "Ha! You guys stop fighting. Stop fighting, fight fast, fight. Make it fast. Children only make choices." The forum even directly pooped out the enrollment photos of the two and started analyzing the face value. Cough cough, This building master objective analysis Ji Xian is a cool delicate beauty, correct features, peach blossom eyes, light-colored pupils, temperament similar to the flower of the high ridge, iceberg beauty, and Qin Ichi is flaunting wild beauty, with hard features, a sense of advanced misanthropy, Danfang eyes, a deep tear mole, and a temperament similar to that of a lone wolf prancing under the sun. The vote was almost 50 to 50, with the two neck and neck. I'll vote for the chairman. He's very noble looking. He's a young master of a rich family. He should have a good character. Anyway, I still eat more QYC this type of face. Too wild. Feel the physical strength times great. This is a basketball game, not a beauty contest. Can you people not be so shallow? By the way, I think Qin Ichi is a bit more handsome. Dog head. Summary, Cold Iceman PK Hot Flame Man. So who the hell stole my takeout? Shang Lulu munched on her potato chips while diving through the forums with gusto, spitting out a few words every now and then. Xiaojin, on the contrary, never paid attention to this mess. Her brain emptied, propped up her chin, sat in place and stared. On the field, the matchup is about to begin. Qin Ichi's posture was lazy, and he took off his jacket to reveal a red and black jersey with smooth muscle lines on his arms. His eyes landed on Xiaojin's face, and his form paused slightly. Following her gaze, there was only one person standing there, Ji Xian. She was looking at Ji Xian. She was looking at Ji Xian again. Qin Ichi pursed his lips straight, his limbs stiffened, his chest grew stuffy, and he felt that even the air around him became bitter. And yes, after all these years, it's long overdue to get used to it. His roommate, Niu Yifeng, was doing warm-up activities when he suddenly threw his arms around his neck and grinned widely. What's the matter, Chico? In a bad mood? Collapsing a B-face with the corners of his mouth turned downward. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone owed him like millions. Qin Ichi was silent and didn't say anything. His shoulders slumped down and his throat was dry. Yet the next second, Xiaojin suddenly looked at him with precision, her eyes suddenly bright, seeming to flow with a river of stars, crystalline and radiant. Lines of sight crossed and four eyes met. Qin Ichi suddenly froze in place, only to see the little girl raise her arms toward him, her eyes curved, her lips rippled with two playful little pear swirls, revealing a bright smile, like a budding pear blossom. She mouthed wordlessly to him, "Go for it." Chapter 8, Her Water. A little sweet, boom sound. Qin Ichi's heart exploded in brilliant fireworks. There was a moment of sudden stop, completely frozen in place. It was as if the whole world had frozen. Xiaojin's every move, like to his heart ruthlessly smashed down a huge stone, splashing. A long time cannot be calmed. The heart was pounding so hard it was almost ready to burst out of his chest. The knots in Qin Ichi's throat rolled up and down, and his earlobes gradually climbed up to a red color that burned terribly. He coughed lowly and nodded, reaching up to straighten his crumpled hair again and looking around in a pretense of carelessness. 800 fakes a second to hide the inner soldier. This silent cheering instantly energized Qin Ichi. Beside him, Niu Yifeng looked dumbfounded. What the hell? The person who just now was disinterested, downcast and sad, now actually raises if anything a smile, and his mood seems to be so good that it explodes? Epileptic. Going to college. Everyone is epileptic. As the whistle blew and the game began, the crowd looked up and concentrated. Qin Ichi is amazingly fast like a cheetah, keeping his eye on his prey and quickly grabbing the ball with agility. The young man is tall and handsome. His figure is robust and agile, like an eagle that has been planning and strategizing for a long time, and his every move reveals the wildness of a gangster. The basketball is simply like sticking to his hands, very obedient. In the air drew a beautiful arc, stable into the frame, a three-pointer on the first play. It was as if every inch of the air around us was burning with the flame called youth, instantly driving the warm atmosphere. Xiaojin stared intently at the ball, which ended up being like a leprechaun, passing into the arms of the other boys, flying around, and ultimately returning obediently to Qin Ichi's hands. He threw the ball decisively and sharply as if by precise calculation. Once again, the basketball arced through a meteor-like arc and accurately entered the rim. The scene was incredibly intense, with both sides almost indistinguishable from each other. After the goal, people around were clapping and shouting. Dazzling to see. I do not know who was shouting to cheer. Anyway, no matter who scored a goal to wail 2 times, the main bowl of water end of the level, compared to Qin Ichi's sizzling passion and ambition, Ji Xian was out of place. His expression was calm, with little emotional ups and downs, as if he didn't care about winning or losing, but rather as if he cared more about something else. Ji Xian easily threw in a ball. The movement is standard. The posture is lean and straight, a cold and clear within the eyes. There is a chiaroscuro temperament. Got in. The surrounding students began to cheer, and there were even girls with slightly red cheeks. I've usually seen Ji Xian playing the piano and giving speeches on stage, but I haven't seen him playing basketball. How come he's so cool and reserved when he's playing sports? Ji Xian swept past these palpitating young girls with an expressionless face, his eyes slowly pausing on Xiaojun, young girl in a beige dress, propped up her chin, good and soft and innocent, lips rippled with a smile, looking focused and serious. Her eyes were not on herself. Ji Xian frowned slightly, the bottom of his eyes were gloomy, and a layer of frost slowly condensed on his breezy face. Beside him, Yuan Jian violently let out a roar. Holy, convinced, really convinced. From the opening to now, he has been targeted by Qin Ichi and never touched the ball at all. Yuan Jian's gaze was eerie and horrifying as he passed a glance towards the boys beside him. The opponent's eyes narrowed, immediately playing match with Yuan Jian, secretly poking and prodding around Qin Ichi, intentionally sticking into him, using his arms and legs and shoulders to limit his offense, maliciously blocking, but also grasping the scale, frantically bouncing on the line of violation. It's all the usual scamming tricks a few of them use anyway. Not far away, Niu Yifeng immediately stared with wide eyes. Simply unbelievable. What kind of people are these, poking around in the dark with this kind of stuff? Playing ball and still playing so dirty. These dogs then in the end have no ball. He was so angry that he spat out blood and yelled, watch out. Qin Ichi dribbled the ball on his hips and snorted with eyes full of disdain. Don't worry. He had long since noticed the small movements of the two men beside him and shrugged them right off. Qin Ichi's eyes were slightly narrowed, his profile sharp, dribbling the ball like the wind, and his entire body almost exuded a wild and gangly aura. The afternoon sunlight was golden and draped all over him, glowing so brightly that people couldn't take their eyes off of him. The eyes of the room were focused on that ball, but the ball flew to the basket, playing a little sex, spinning 2 or 3 times around the edge of the frame, just refused to go in. Jojen's heart was inexplicably pounding, and her whole body tensed up as she silently prayed inwardly for a goal. The next second, that ball went firmly into the basket, with the winner and loser already decided. The whole stadium instantly boiled over with cheers. The School of Information won by 2 runs. The boulder in Xiaojun's heart finally fell to the ground, and she let out a long breath, her eyes shining brightly. But I don't know if it's an illusion or not. She always feels that there are 2 gazes focusing on her, the same as X-rays. One side was hot, the other cold. But when she looked up, it was clear that there was nothing and no one was looking at her. Losing the match. Yuan Jian, that pedestrian, hung his head. His face was so ugly that it was about to turn green and smoke. Shang Lulu looked cool. She had long been looking at this group of people, and now her body was free and clear. By the way, Jinjin. Shang Lulu suddenly shoved an unopened bottle of mineral water into Xiaojun's arms. Here you go. Jojen looked up in confusion. Little heads, big questions. Shang Lulu hammed and hawed. You quickly go and bring water to that little bamboo horse of yours, not to that ice cube guy. After saying that, she covered her stomach and hurriedly ran to the toilet. Jen. I'm feeling it. I'm going to have a whole big one this time, so you don't have to wait for me. Aha. Xiaojun's face was full of dorkiness, looking down at the mineral water in her hand, then looking up at the teenager who was shooting the ball not far away, silently making a decision. After winning the game, the boys gathered around, and a few sophomore seniors patted Qin Ichi on the shoulder. Bro, that was awesome. You were born to be in our sports department. Simply chatting a few sentences, Qin Ichi happened to be a bit thirsty, and his eyes always inadvertently landed on a certain little rabbit. The bunny was holding the mineral water and moving towards him little by little. Oddly cute. Qin Ichi's earlobes gradually reddened, the knot in his throat rolled up and down, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Brother Qi, Niu Yifeng, sweaty and exhausted, said with a big grin, I'll go get you a cup of water. I'm so thirsty. Qin Ichie refused flatly. No, I don't drink. The other guy froze and had to scratch his head and leave, muttering, weird. The next few girls saw that Qin Ichi did not have water to drink. They have organized the 8 bangs, walked up to politely hand water, showing a sweet smile. Classmate, look at you playing very well, yeah. Want some water? Can you add a contact? I'm also from the School of Information. Qin Ichi refused without hesitation. Sorry, no. Before he could even get a good look at the girls, he lifted his foot in Jojen's direction, pretending to be careless as he slowly passed her. In the next second, a sweet voice did ring out. Qin Ichi, Jojen called out to him, shoving the agric into his arms like a cute little squirrel offering up a precious pine cone. Here's some water. The young girl's voice was light, like a comfortable and fresh spring breeze, and like a pure white feather tickling her ears. Qin Ichi's heartbeat accelerated wildly, but on the surface he remained calm and collected, his throat dry and his voice low. Thanks. Now he has water from her, too. Unlike before, he could only stand still and watch from afar as Xiaojun ran to bring water to Ji Xian and the others. After saying that, the corner of Qin Ichi's lips lightly hooked, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, tilted his head back and drank. and the knot in his throat continued to rise and fall with it. Mineral water flows through a dry throat, like pouring a glass of water into a dry desert, and a seed gradually germinates and blooms into a small white flower. A moment later, Shinichi's sight slowly lit up with a cluster of bright flames. Her water, it's a little sweet. Chapter 9. Be good, I'll rub you. Finishing off half of the bottle of mineral water in one gulp, Shinichi tightened the cap, and the corners of his lips slowly rose, tinted with a few smiles. When he looked up, he happened to meet Ji-Xian's icy gaze, and the two of them were caught off guard looking at each other across the room. Shinichi's square smile faded in an instant. The air felt like a fierce storm was brewing, emitting a chill that instantly put people on their guard. The two sides were at odds with each other, and an invisible atmosphere of tension and saber-rattling pervaded. After a few moments, the two moved away from each other and regained their composure. Ji-Xian's color was light. Staring at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, the bottom of his eyes were cold, and he quickly averted his eyes and turned away. Shinichi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, the bottom of his pupils dark, revealing a touch of dangerous aura. Being men themselves, both sides certainly knew what the deep glances at each other meant. Disdain, disgusted, and jealousy. After the basketball game was over, it was already dinner time in the evening and everyone was hungry and eager to go to the cafeteria for a dry meal. After Ji-Xian left, the crowd in the basketball gym also almost all left the court, becoming empty for a while. Xiaojun went to the restroom to wash her hands, and when she didn't wait for Shang Lulu, she walked towards the cafeteria alone. Shang Lulu sent a big string of messages, *********. I'm ing scurrying, my stomach hurts, that new fried chicken last night is poisonous. Right, Jen, you go home first, I'm going to fight hard woo-woo. Tears. Xiaojun immediately replied, aha, don't order that one again. Some hot water would be better. Kitten petting face, JPG, she returned the message seriously, and as she descended the steps, there was a dull thud, and her head felt like it had been struck by a hammer, and a strong and tremendous shock came over her. Before Xiaojun could react, almost her entire body flew out. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and her right foot twisted suddenly, landing hard on the steps and crying out, it hurts. Her ears buzzed, the corner of her forehead ached violently, and she subconsciously covered her forehead. Her eyes physiologically red. Jojin struggled to keep her eyes open for the basketball on the floor and the man who came face to face. Yuan Jian, the friend who followed Ji-Xian, and the person who went around spreading rumors after giving her a gift in the first year of high school and being politely refused. He casually picked up the basketball, squinted at her, and raised his eyebrows with a smirk. Yo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Although he apologized, he towered over him, his face not hiding his contempt and mockery. Contemptuous to the extreme. Xiaojun was confused for a moment and froze in place, covering her head, her lips gradually turning white. It was clearly intentional, deliberately hitting her with the ball. These people, they never look her in the eye, they never look high and mighty. Xiaojun's eyes were slightly red, holding back tears, and she was just about to say something when suddenly, a basketball flew past her side and smashed precisely into Yuan Jian's face. With a pop sound, he dropped to the ground and roared with wide eyes, who the hell sneaked up on me? Xiaojun stared in bewilderment at the dramatic scene in front of her. In the next moment, a familiar scent lingered around her, and an additional calm, strong arm around her waist brought her up off the ground with ease. It's like picking up a bunny. Shinichi gently held her hand, slightly tilted his head, and sneered towards Yuan Jian, his tone arrogant to the extreme. Hands slipped. Sorry. Xiaojun looked at him sideways in a daze, her heart suddenly missing a beat. The man stood firmly beside her, facing the sunlight like a hot, dazzling flame, raging with a rolling temperature. His brows were full of ferocity and there was a faint scar on his jaw. He looked fierce and wild, not at all to be messed with, but in Jojin's eyes, it was simply safe. Shinichi, you crazy dog. Yuan Jian clenched his fists and sat on the ground, cursing angrily. A moment later, he snapped out of it, letting out a piercingly sharp scoff, his tone rampant and disdainful. Oh, I get it. You damn well don't like this dead cousin, right? When others don't want broken shoes. Who knows, she privately dash. Boo! Before the words were finished, Shinichi took 2 steps and violently rushed up, swinging his fist up and ruthlessly smashing it on Yuan Jian's face. Yuan Jian's ears buzzed, his entire face was punched askew without mercy, and warm nosebleeds slowly flowed down from his nose. He had just pulled out his pocket knife when he was again picked up by Shinichi's collar and his head hit the ground hard. Shinichi pinched his neck with one hand, veins rippled at the corners of his forehead, and his voice was vicious and frightening. One word at a time. Try saying that again. Each punch was a venting of anger and carried a deadly force. Yuan Jian let out a miserable cry as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He swung his sharp knife carelessly, and the scene was chaotic and empty. with few people even around. Shinichi sneered, grabbed Yuan Jian by the neck and mentioned it to Xiaojun, warning in a deep voice, keep your mouth shut. Ah! Yuan Jian suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to his knees. The back of his head was firmly held down by Shinichi, his head hitting the ground once again, forcing him to kowtow a head towards Xiaojun. Xiaojun took a step back in fear, pursing her lips nervously as a wave of complex emotions welled up inside. It wasn't until Yuan Jian limped away that Xiaojun got over her shock. She rushed up and grabbed Shinichu's arm, her voice trembling softly. Shinichu, are you hurt? Shinichi let her grab his arm, his dark eyes slightly drooping as he stared deeply at her. It's fine. The girls were left with a red mark on their foreheads that stood out against their pale, translucent skin. Her eyes were vaguely red, and in her deer-like eyes, a layer of foggy watery light rose, pathetic and full of concern and worry. Good boy. I wish I could hug her. Shinichi collected his hostility, slightly bent down, reached out and gently touched the smashed place on the corner of her forehead. Does it hurt? The handsome face slowly came over, accompanied by the man's hot breath, and the faint scent of grass on his body if anything. Shinichi was clearly a misanthropic face with a fierce look, sharp and arrogant, tugging and wild, but at that moment, his eyes seemed to be a beam of soft moonlight, gentle and loving. Xiaojun tilted her head to look at him and met his gentle sight, and for a moment she was in a trance, choking back a sob as the tip of her nose turned sour. It doesn't hurt. I don't hurt. Actually, it's killing me at the ankle. But she didn't want to worry Shinichi and subconsciously chose to hide it. Shinichi's line of sight slowly fell, staring at her ankle, silent for a moment. A hand picked her up and walked to the edge of the stairs. Sit. Without asking why, Jojin obediently listened to him and sat down on the third step. Immediately afterward, Shinichi crouched in front of her, against the light, shrouding a shadow over her. Xiaojun's eyes flashed with a few moments of bewilderment. Ha! The man was long and even when he squatted down he was a big one. He hung his head slightly, the bits of inked hair on his forehead blowing up gently, his eyes obscure. Suddenly, Shinichi reached out and held his hand on her slender ankle, sighing softly in helplessness. How can you break it that hard and not hurt? Shinichi raised his eyes, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness. Tell me if it hurts. Don't keep it to yourself. Do you know? He lowered his voice, looking more and more compelling, like the sound of a cello, swinging into his ears little by little with the wind. After Xiaojun was gripped by her ankle, she stared round in surprise, her cheeks vaguely burning, and the tips of her ears instantly swooned pink. You! She subconsciously retracted her right foot, like a frightened rabbit. Shinichi leaned over, his eyes deep and obscure, patiently coaxing. Good girl, stretch over and I'll rub you. Chapter 10, it's going to hurt a little, so bear with it. The sun slowly sinks and the gorgeous afterglow colors the sky red, painting a magnificent picture that is mesmerizing. The golden red light reflected on the side of the man's face, as if a flame was burning, making him more and more handsome, gentle, and heartwarming. Xiaojun sat on the steps, staring blankly at Shinichi's gentle and seductive appearance, which seemed to be a far cry from the flamboyant and reckless hot-blooded teenager on the basketball court. He said, good girl, reach over and I'll rub it for you. He was carrying a slouchy black bag over one shoulder, filled with iodophor and wound ointment, presumably for the basketball game. Jojin hesitated for a moment. In the past, she also often gave Shinichi to deal with wounds. This is very normal. Nothing, coupled with the fact that the surrounding area was quiet and almost empty. Xiaojun did all the mental work and silently stretched out her right leg towards him. Hurry up then. Shinichi squatted in front of her, slightly hanging his head, his broken hair covering the dark and unknown emotions under his eyes, his nasal voice softly A few moments later, probably because his posture was not very comfortable, he moved his body and half kneeled on one knee, inexplicably exuding a very strong sense of oppression. He slowly lifted off Xiaojun's long skirt, revealing a small section of her slender white calf. Fortunately Xiaojun was wearing low-top shoes. Shinichi smeared his hands with ointment and pressed it onto her swollen ankle bone. The man's palms were broad and gentle, and the moment they were pressed against his skin, it was as if they created a trace of electricity that spread to his limbs. The ointment was icy cold, a stark contrast to his burning heat. Jojin couldn't help the chant that spilled from her lips, her fingertips curling. Hearing the young girl's clear and sweet chant, Shinichi's fingers suddenly froze, and a clear heartbeat came from his chest. After a long time, he carefully fainted away the poultice and rubbed it gently, as if he were polishing precious china. Comfortable? Shinichi raised his head to stare at her, his voice a little muffled. Jojin braced her hands on her side, squinted slightly and took a small breath. That feels good. Shinichi began to deepen his force, pressing his thumb fingers on the acupoints, searching for places of pain with an extremely skillful and professional technique. Pressing on a certain acupoint, the taut strings in Xiaojun's mind suddenly snapped and her eyes lost focus. Her eyes instantly misted with water and she whispered softly, "Ooh-hoo, it hurts, go easy," probably pressing on the same point of the sprain. The pain came instantly, making one gasp out involuntarily. Shinichi's hand movement slowed down, becoming more gentle, constantly spinning and rubbing. "It's going to hurt a little, so bear with me, will you?" Xiaojin bit her lip and dutifully nodded her head, saying a sweet, "yes," accompanied by Shinichi's powerful technique. The girl's fair skin was vaguely dyed with charming pink, her eyes were also a little red, her shoulders were gently trembling, and her curly eyelashes were fluttering like cicada wings. Even his breathing became rapid. "Well," she whimpered stoically and brokenly, her eyes rippling with a wet layer of watery mist, seeping out crystalline broken light, like a fragile and pitiful little beast. This look, which attracted people to commit crimes, made them want to bully her even more ruthlessly. Shinichi's eyes moved slightly, slowly retracting his gaze and smearing on another layer of cold ointment. The bony palms pressed up. The young girl's calves were slender and could be held in one hand. The skin was delicate and smooth, without blemish, like a white soft cloud. Couldn't help but want to poke and pinch it, even a nibble. A deepening color rolled over Shinichu's pupils. Just a few hard rubs landed faint pink marks on her. The young girl tilted her head innocently, a few aggravated emotions welling up in her eyes as she weakly called out his name. "Shinichu." The voice was soft, the end of it gently hooked, as if it were a tickle on the tip of the heart with a pure white feather, like a good little bunny. Shinichu looked at her. "Why? Does it still hurt?" He had obviously been very light and gentle. The young girl shook her head and sniffled, her eyes drooping slightly. "It doesn't hurt. I itch. Heavy won't work. She'll be in pain. It won't work if it's light. She'll itch. Difficult to get." Shinichi was dumbfounded, half kneeling on one knee, slowly deepening his force, impartial and just right, and his eyes became more serious. His voice was low and magnetic, his tone slow. "Don't worry, I'll make you comfortable." The sky gradually darkened, and the golden sunset gilded the two, glistening and adding color. Autumn wind gently fluttered, blew the balsam fir leaves rustling, scattered green leaves dancing in the air, floating beside them. The man's meticulous and serious movements were all seen by Xiaojin. Her breathing was disorganized, her calves and ankles lingering with a searing warmth that rolled even to the tips of her ears. In fact, she hadn't rarely treated Shinichu's injuries. It's even lost count of exactly how many times, as many as there are stars in the sky. In the past, when Shinichi's father had not yet died, he drank and gambled all day long and always inexplicably beat his wife and son violently, using bamboo poles, whips, and belts. Shinichi was covered in wounds and blood, as if he was a stray dog being bullied on the side of the road. In a sorry state, the two lived right across the street from each other, and Xiaojin saw it all and was heartbroken, feeding him candy while holding a medical kit to sterilize, tie bandages, and apply ointment. Her small face tightened and she said seriously, "Brother Chi, you must come to me if you get hurt in the future." Back then, it was all still small. Jojin would unashamedly apply ointment to all sorts of places on his back, legs, and even on his buttocks. In the blink of an eye, time had rushed by, and he had grown so tall, his face sharply defined and biting, more untamed and fierce looking than when he was a child. But in his bones, he's obviously so gentle and tender. In the next second, several footsteps suddenly sounded, from far and near, gradually amplifying in the ears. Holy! Nyo Feng stood straight in place, staring daggers at the two men, and roared, "Nyo, what are you screaming blindly for? What's all the fuss about?" Another boy frowned and looked in the direction of Nyo Feng. He stopped where he was, his face changing slightly, stunned for a few seconds, and erupted into an even sharper popping sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5 or 6 little brothers stood next to each other, their pupils quaking, collectively dumbfounded, looking at the scene unbelievably. This is what's going on. Shinichi, actually half kneeling on one knee, rubbing the legs of this pretty Qingmei sister, and so gently pampered. Is this the same fierce goddess who is not close to women and is wild and crazy? Countless shocked gazes burned in focus on her body, and Xiaojin immediately shrunk her neck and reminded in a low voice, "Shinichu, your friends are here." A gradual flush of scarlet stained her earlobes. Jojin ducked her head hard, covering her ears, itching to take her head off. "Help! Help! Help! It's so humiliating and embarrassing. God knows how people will misunderstand them both." QWQ. Jojin closed her eyes in agony, wishing she could just burrow into the ground and live on another planet. Shinichue looked up leisurely and glared at these boys, as if he was disturbed in some good way, and rambled. "What's wrong?" Nyo Feng stammered. "The basketball tournament won the championship, the college gave out bonuses, and we were going to have a buffet for the reunion, but we couldn't find you. He doesn't return messages, and he suddenly disappeared, like he's vaporized." Thinking something was wrong, they ran back to the basketball court and looked around, only to run into people sweetly flirting with each other. Tease, girl, girl. Chapter 11, his collarbone and throat line. Shinichi pulled away from the distance between him and Xiaojin, blocking her with his own body and lazily speaking towards the boys. Oh, you guys go ahead and eat without me. The little brothers hemmed and hawed and flirted in unison. Fine, fine, we get it. A curious line of sight landed on the body, and Xiaojin desperately lowered her head to cover her face. The tips of her ears red to the point of dripping blood. Ooh, she's going to shatter. She now had a strong desire to become a small, unassuming ant, to sneak away and crawl away, shadowy, when no one else was looking. Luckily, these were all Shinichi's good friends. If they were seen and photographed by others, she would probably be hung up on the campus forum all day again. Roughly sensing her discomfort, Shinichi slightly sank his voice and reasoned. No looking. When the words fell, the boys gave an okay sign and quickly covered their eyes and ran away, the corners of their mouths literally harder to press than AK. Okay, that's not even the first word, so we're on it. The 10,000-year-old iron tree, Shinichi, is finally going to blossom. Only after all the people had left did Xiaojin drop the hand covering her face and let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes fell on the collar of Shinichi's coat, which she lowered her eyes and suddenly saw a scratch. Shinichi's collarbone was actually bleeding. It still looks like it was scratched by Yuan Jin's knife. The wound is very shallow, but the beads of blood that percolated out, but it seems to drip down on the tip of Xiaojin's heart, rippling in circles and circles of ripples, and for a long time it could not be calmed. Her breathing stalled, her long eyelashes gently trembled, her face full of concern and self-blame. Shinichi, you were obviously injured. Still hurt for her. It was as if there was some emotion that kept spreading and spreading over every inch of the heart. Shinichi, however, was unconcerned, his tone careless. Just a little injury. It's not in the way. But the less he cared, the more Jojin blamed herself. It's her fault. It's her bad. It's her fault. Xiaojin bit her lip and raised her wet fawn eyes, her tone firm and serious. I'll disinfect you. The young girl picked up the iodine swabs and ointment and stared straight at him, her face full of sincerity and indescribably good and soft. Shinichi's eyes fluctuated with emotions, faintly answered, and in one smooth motion, he scooped her up from the steps and directly to the corner of the wall next to him. At the corner of the wall, the space was narrow, coupled with the fact that Shinichi slightly leaned down, almost encircling and trapping her entire body in his arms and in the corner. The distance was also getting closer, but always just right, without a hint of offense. The light was steeply dimmed, and Xiaojin, her right foot already much better from the massage, barely managed to stand still and lean against the wall. Shinichi tugged at the collar with one hand, revealing a large portion of skin around his collarbone, a little lighter than the skin on his face, and a little more tantalizing. The testosterone gushed out as if it were a silent invitation to her. Shinichi leans lazily against the wall, his eyes hanging down, his voice compelling. Help me. Jojin nodded and took the swab, calmly taking a step forward and carefully wiping him down, more carefully than she had done with the subject. A man's collarbone is wild, beautiful, sexy, with smooth, defined lines. He breathed in and out, his hot breath lingering around him, eroding the skin inch after inch, pervasively, like a giant and beautiful cage from which there is no escape. Xiaojin inexplicably had some difficulty breathing, and her entire body was tense, unconsciously collecting her breath. Her long eyelashes kept trembling gently, and she hung her eyes, not daring to look up. It always felt that Shinichi was staring into her eyes, like a vicious wolf that was going to eat her alive in the next second. Luckily the wound wasn't deep and there was no rust on that knife, or I would have had to get a tetanus shot. If Shinichi goes to the hospital now, the wound will probably heal on the way. Xiaojin carefully sterilized him and tilted her head to ask him carefully, did it hurt? Shinichi muffled a low laugh, his tone disdainful. This degree, scratching like an itch. After disinfecting, Jojin anointed him, squeezing the ointment on her fingertips and gently touching his collarbone. She forced herself to calm down, yet every time she touched the man's skin, it seemed as if flames stretched across her fingers, burning all the way to every nerve. Jojin gasped softly and lowered her eyes slowly falling to the knot of his throat. The knot in a man's throat looks like a towering hill, rolling slowly up and down, emphasizing his firmness and determination, and exuding a unique androgynous charm. An indescribable sense of wild desire came over me. I heard, just from Shang Lulu, that men with big throat knots. Ah! Xiaojin's fingertips trembled lightly, hastily chasing away those wild thoughts, and her breathing gradually became disorganized as she mumbled in her mind. Xiaojin, how did you fall into such a state? Bad. She's so bad. She's just a bad woman with a bad mind. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Shinichi seemed to let out a low gasp. It was accompanied by a wild scent that gently struck Xiaojin's eardrums, constantly vibrating. Like a fuse, it instantly ignited the flames and strung up the memories, spreading inch by inch through her heart. Xiaojun was so dizzy that she could hardly stand on her feet, as if heaven and earth were shaking. Her entire body's legs went weak and she unconsciously flung herself into Shinichi's arms. It's that familiar feeling again. Certain images from my past life came frantically into my mind, like a slow-motion movie, frame by frame, clear as day. Traces of the two of them remain in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, in front of the mirrors, in the car, in the bathroom, on the couch. It's hard to leave them alone. Inside the bedroom, a huge wedding photo hangs on the wall. A wedding dress with a suit, a match made in heaven. Legal couple, legal sport. Shinichi enjoyed the position of facing her, yanking her into the abyss, the knot in his throat rolling as he let out gasp after gasp of wild desire. Jen, do you like me or Ji Xian? No matter how long they've been married, he likes to ask this question, always treating Ji Xian as an imaginary enemy. Xiaojun's eyes were brimming with watery light, her red lips were slightly open, and her inked hair was in disarray. Ouch! Help! It feels like I'm really dying. The man braced himself above, his eyes obscure, strong yet gentle as he bullied her, holding her waist down with one hand and coaxing her gently. Good girl, answer me. Xiaojun was driven to desperation, seeping out crystal and teardrops, breaking down and trembling. Oh, like you, like Shinichi. The corner of Shinichi's lips hooked up, swirling with a smile, still relentlessly pursuing the question. Like me for what? The hot breath almost overwhelmed Xiaojun. Her mind went blank, gradually losing her ability to think, only hugging Shinichi's shoulder tightly, her voice sweet and soft. Love hubby's big. Memories end and return to reality. Like a thunderbolt, it struck Xiaojun's head with a precise boom, splitting her to the core. What? Big what? Sigma, degree. Inside, little Xiaojun snapped out a sharp popping sound. The two people entangled in the picture. Was it really her and Shinichi in her previous life? How? Will. Like this. Xiaojun had a splitting headache and opened her eyes dizzily, waking up from Shinichi's arms in shock and horror, her whole body cracking in half. Her brain went down and she frantically ran outside, trying to escape the planet. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when, suddenly, he was easily grabbed. Shinichi wrapped one hand around her waist and the other around her shoulders, almost holding her down firmly in front of his chest to prevent her from falling. What are you running for? Why are you dizzy again? Chapter 12, her waist is so thin and soft. Xiaojun was held down in hot, warm arms, her mind a mush. Shinichi's low and pleasant voice fell on his ears, carrying a wild and gangly atmosphere, exactly the same as that voice in his memory, the kind that feels like it's going to dry out next. Xiaojun's heart was pounding, and her entire face instantly burst into red, like a boiled shrimp, spreading all the way to the base of her ears. Help! She still couldn't accept the fact that she had been held down in bed by Shinichi in her previous life. Not at all. There was only a small part of her memory, and she didn't know why her former self had agreed to get married in a brain fart. Her legs went limp, and she went limp in Shinichi's arms, stumbling. I'm fine. She's just trying to turn into a little ant and sneak away. What's wrong with her? Nothing? Shinichi lowered his head slightly and stared at her earnestly, his expression carrying a bit of seriousness. Then why is your face so red? Xiaojun bit her lip, practically dying of shame. How can you not blush when you see that kind of inappropriate image? She covered her face, irritated, and pulled up her volume to retort. I didn't. Where was she blushing? It didn't exist. Not that she saw it anyway, that is. Not straight, but strong. Shinichi let out a light laugh, looking at someone's heartfelt expression, and didn't continue to tear her down. The young girl was soft in his arms, her thin waist was full. Clutching his sleeve, her cheeks seemed to be colored with a layer of red. You're blushing like a tomato, and you still haven't? Seemingly thinking of something, Shinichi put away his lazy attitude and spoke in a serious tone. Is it physically uncomfortable? 3 times now. 3 times I fainted in his arms. The first time was when she first entered the school. The second time was during the rainstorm. And the third time was now. And each time Xiaojun suddenly fainted. And then nothing happened a few moments later. Very strange phenomenon. Xiaojun shook her head, blinking. Maybe. Stayed up too late. I'm fine. She absolutely, positively would not tell Shinichi about these memories of her past life. Not to mention whether he believes it or not. The main thing is that the two people were married and united. Again in their previous lives. If Shinichi knew, would he resist? Then it would be too awkward for the two of them to meet in the future. Xiaojun stammers and prevaricates, covering her hot cheeks and running away. Suddenly remembered that there is something else. I'll go back to the dormitory first. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Like a rabbit. He's gone in a flash. Shinichi lazily hooked up his lips, a smile in the bottom of his eyes, fingertips still residual young girl's light jasmine fragrance. Her waist, so fine and soft. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled, not realizing that his own ears were also gradually climbing up a tinge of red. It's like a sunset outside the window, gorgeous and magnificent and constantly burning. It wasn't until the young girl's figure disappeared around the corner that Shinichi withdrew his gaze, his throat dry, and walked down the steps. In a flash, he was acutely aware of something and immediately looked up and back. Ji Xian's figure just disappeared into the hallway. Alone. I wonder how long he stood there and how much he saw. Shinichi converged his smile. His face sunk slightly, slowly suppressing the disgust under his eyes. His side fists gradually clenched. Building Road. The bottom of Ji Xian's eyes were cold and piercing. His face was gloomy to the extreme, and he squeezed a swelling reducing ointment tightly in his hand. He sneered and walked over to the trash can, throwing away the expensive ointment imported from abroad without a care in the world. Like it was some kind of dirty trash. He saw Jojin applying medicine to another boy. Jojin was also seen falling softly into someone else's arms. I saw it all with my own eyes. A group of boys came over and surrounded Ji Xian. Clustering around him, Ji Xian stood in place, his face like frost, and questioned in a cold voice, "Why did you smash her?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Jian wiped the nosebleed off his face with a tissue, his forehead swollen with a large bulge, and immediately became annoyed. "We lost the basketball game. We were already angry enough, but Xiaojin didn't give us water." But she actually went to give water to Shinichi? Who the hell is she with? This one can't get it straight. Ji Xian sank his face and didn't say anything. Yuan Jian continued to add fuel to the fire. Ji Xiao. Xiaojin thought she was something else in the past 2 days, deliberately running off to have dinner with other boys. But if you ask me, it was just an intentional act to try and attract your attention. Several other boys nodded in agreement. In fact, at the very beginning, they were quite polite to Xiaojin, at least for the sake of the milk tea and snacks, and they wouldn't intentionally make things difficult. Add to that the fact that Xiaojin had a good personality, was obedient and quiet, polite and measured, and it didn't matter if she followed them. Later, seeing that Ji Xian didn't care about it, coupled with Yuan Jian's provocations, they gradually became accustomed to this kind of treatment and began to intensify their efforts, deliberately picking holes in each other. Yeah, what right does an ordinary person have to hang out with people of their class? Now it's almost out in the open to be disliked and despised. Ji Xian stared coolly at Yuan Jian, his voice detached and calm. "One word at a time. Did I let you move her?" When the words fell, it was as if even the air around them turned a few degrees cooler. Yuan Jian froze and stammered, "No, no." Noticing Ji Xian's displeased look, he immediately converged his arrogant look, bent down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. "I won't move her next time. Ji Xiao, don't worry." Ji Xian warned him in a cold voice and left without a face. It wasn't until after he left that a few people looked at each other with quite a bit of surprise under their eyes. In the past, no matter how much they belittled and despised Xiaojin, Ji Xian never reacted in any way, and thought that Ji Xian didn't care about her at all. Someone hummed softly at a leisurely pace. Unexpectedly, this woman Xiaojin is quite tactful. Yuan Jian straightened his back. His eyes flashed a touch of shady. 609. Park Garden Women's Dormitory. Xiaojin went all the way back to bed sheepishly, her white cheeks swooning with a layer of pink, as if she had done something wrong. The roommates were all there. Besides Shang Lulu, there was also Chen Meixiang and Yunyu, sophomore dance majors, and the three of them were gravely gathered around as if they were studying some kind of academic issue. As soon as they heard the door open, several people immediately turned their heads and stared at her meaningfully, wanting to speak, their gazes showing complex emotions. "Jojin, what is this? So serious?" In the next second, Chen Meixiang yanked her into her lap, itching to hold and nibble on her, and asked in her ear, "Baby, tell me the truth, you really don't like Ji Xian anymore?" Jojin leaned into her arms and nodded earnestly as if pounding garlic. Aha! The fact that she was chasing Ji Xian before was something everyone knew. It wasn't a secret. The unreserved release of passionate love ends in an icy, tragic end. I wonder how many people are looking at her behind her back and laughing at her insouciance. Yunyu raised her head, picked up a few tarot cards in her hands, and said with a serious face, "Actually, I calculated the outcome of your relationship with Ji Xian with tarot cards and astrolabe a long time ago, but I hid it from you before seeing that you were full of hope chasing after him. Now do you want to know?" Chapter 13, Tarot Cards, The True Fate. Yunyu has always been obsessed with divination and studying metaphysics, and spends all day in her dorm room tinkering with all kinds of tarot cards, astrolabes and charms. Jojin, probably knowing it wouldn't end well, let out a soft hum and nodded meekly. "Go ahead." Yunyu held up the frame and sighed. "The result is that if you guys get together, it won't end well, and will even seriously affect your career." After thinking about it, she added, "But my calculation is not 100% accurate, quite metaphysical, believe it or not." Chen Meixiang hugged Xiaojin and raised her chin. "I think you use calculations are quite accurate. She said last year that my boyfriend and I wouldn't have a good ending. that this relationship was a failure. I didn't believe it at the time, but it turned out that later, my ex-boyfriend really cheated on me. LOL LOL LOL, Chen Meixiang said while rolling her eyes. Xiaojun pursed her lips and said softly, I believe it. No wonder her roommates disapproved of her chasing Ji Xian before and told her to love herself. In her previous life, she did have a terrible career. She was just a lukewarm singer and had a lot of dirty blackmail thrown at her, so she really wasn't very successful. Suddenly, Shang Lulu curiously put her head together and stared at the reversed priestess on the tarot chart, her eyes widening. Sister, also help me to count one. My freshman year cannot get single. When will I meet the man of my life? Yun Yu readily agreed, and after thoroughly shuffling the cards, she divined for her. Shang Lulu's small face was taut as she asked, how about how? Yun Yu looked at the cards, pursed her lips, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sister, you might have to be widowed. The words fell. Shang Lulu sadly covered his heart, and hastily picked up chips to slit his wrists. They say that the first year cannot find an object. The university will be widowed for 4 years. 4 years oh. I'm all maternal solo. Chen Meixiang laughed out loud and hurriedly comforted her. What's so good about men? Widowed, how comfortable. A person cool. Shang Lulu whimpered and binged on a bag of tomato-flavored Ritz chips. People who have never been in a relationship still carry a sense of yearning and longing for their first relationship. Xiaojun was silent for a long time, and gently grabbed Yun Yu's clothes. Her voice clear and sweet. Sister Yu, can you help me count one more person? The young girl's eyes were as bright as stars, and her lips rippled with 2 small pear swirls when she smiled. Yun Yu couldn't stand her. Her heart instantly softened. Of course. Xiaojun reported all the information about Qin birthday and such one by one. Pursed lips tensed and waited. Yun Yu's frown grew deeper and deeper. Wait a moment, this. I will use other divination to calculate again. Turtle shells, bamboo sticks, cards, horoscopes, Oriental and Western divination are all in play. 10 minutes later, her expression grew serious. Xiaojun, the remaining 3 had gone to their little heads and pricked up their ears in curiosity. Yun Yu, you and Qin are fated and made for each other, and it's highly probable that you'll be together in your past lives, this life, and even your next life. Zhou Jane? Yun Yu added in a small voice, that is to say, he's your true destiny. Zhou Zhen? No way. Absolutely no way. Immediately after, she was surrounded by 3 roommates, tortured, such as Qin height and weight, family conditions, personality and performance, dating situation, all ask a clear. The more Xiaojun said, the smaller her voice became, stammered for half a day, and simply laid down on the table. Bunny playing dead. JPG, has been honest and begged to be spared. Then the conversation in the dormitory went from men to money. The cause is Chen Meixiang just received the mother of the Lord called 3,000 yuan monthly living expenses. The beauty of the order cosmetics become the topic of the fuse. Shang Lulu was so jealous that she went crazy. Her eyes erupted with fire. Why do I only have 2,000 every month? Damn it. Yun Yu was silent for a moment. The skin smiled and did not smile. 1,500 per month I would prefer to alabaster. Simply jump from this 6th floor. The main attraction is becoming a bubbly superhero at the end of 1 month. As the words fell, Xiaojun's eyes moved slightly, her eyelashes gently fanning out. Asked by Yun Yu about her monthly living expenses, she paused and said in a warm voice, I don't have any living expenses. That was something Shang Lulu knew. Xiaojun used to do all kinds of part-time jobs, and when she went to college, she started tutoring, teaching middle school students language and English on double holidays or evenings when she didn't have classes, and making money to live on each month. Mom, there will be no alimony for her. Chen Meixiang was heartbroken and reached out to hug her tightly, rubbing lightly on her back. Poor little Zhen. Yun Yu was also not too nice to get up. Just now she was complaining madly, but as a result, she didn't expect that there was actually an even worse one. How can anyone really think of crunchy college kids as super special forces? Xiaojun had long been accustomed to it and had little emotional ups and downs. She calmly finished her laundry and lay down on the bed, cradling the bear doll on her side, her cheek gently rubbing against its head. She's the extra one in the family. When she was 7, her biological father cheated on her, divorced her mom, and didn't want her as his own daughter. Mom also got tired of her and just dropped her off at her grandmother's house in the country. Her grandmother was patriarchal and always bullied her, denying her meat and quilts, making her do all kinds of dirty work, and always scolding her in dialect. Little Zhou Jin was confused and couldn't understand what those dialects meant, but she knew from the look of disgust on her grandmother's face that it certainly wasn't a good one. On the contrary, Grandpa was kind to her and would sneak her meat and chocolate, and would patiently hold her and coax her to stop crying. At that time, Xiaojun's favorite relative was Grandpa, and she clung to him every day for candy. It wasn't until later that she felt something was wrong. Grandpa was always touching her, touching her here and there, pressing the doorknob when she was taking a shower, trying to open the door, or sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. His eyes, like he wanted to eat people. Little Jo Jean was so frightened that she ran out crying and took her grandmother's hand to tell her off. As a result, Grandma cursed her, scolded her for not knowing how to behave, and directly hit her with a broom, full of dialect. Little, all you know how to do is seduce, just as shameless as your mom. She rolled down the stairs, in so much pain that she was unconscious. When he lifted his head, all he saw was blood all over the floor, slowly flowing. Little Jo Jean had a hole in her head and fought back tears to call her mom. She says she's good and obedient. Don't leave her. Don't leave her. After begging and calling repeatedly, her mom finally went soft and brought her back to town. Jojin is filled with joy and excitement until she sees her mom's bulging belly and a strange middle-aged man in the house. Turns out, Mom is getting a new home. Winter turned to spring, and after all these years, she knew how to read people's minds, how to humble herself to please them, and how to please them. During the 4th of July holiday, she came home and saw a picture frame sitting on her mother's bedside table. The background of the photo is a recently opened amusement park with a beautiful fantasy castle. Mom, stepdad, and half-brother, a happy family of 3, happy with scissor hands and bright smiles. Everyone was happy and blessed. Next to it was a thick album thingy with cartoon drawings that looked like it had been bought new at an amusement park to hold old pictures from before. Xiaojin held her breath, pursed her lips, implied a little anticipation and nervousness, and flipped from the beginning to the end, over and over again. No, she didn't find herself. Xiaojin choked and her long eyelashes kept trembling. The sourness was like a shadow that constantly enveloped her, making it difficult to get rid of. She was empty inside. Looking at the cozy and beautiful photos in front of her, Xiaojin felt that she was like a gloomy mouse, peeping around corners at other people's happiness. Amusement park? Ah, she has not been there in 18 years of life. At 11 o'clock, lights out in the dormitory. Xiaojin hunkered down under the covers and put on her headphones to quietly listen to a song. WeChat suddenly popped up. Pats me on the head. A question mark slowly snapped out of Jojin's head. She didn't know what Chinichu was up to in the middle of the night, so she politely tapped back. I tapped Chi on the shoulder and shouted, Ni ini I. Jojin, you better be something. Chapter 14, His milk tea is so sweet. When she thought that Yunyu had figured out that Chinichi was her true destiny, she can't face the truth. Cover your face, trying to turn into little ants and crawl away quietly. In the next second, Chinichi's message crashed into the bottom of his eyes. When are you going to treat me to dinner? That's good. That's very straight ball. Jojin gently squeezed the covers and buried the lower half of her face in them, her eyes a little blank. Silently, he recalled when he had promised to take him to dinner. Oh, come to think of it. It seemed to be the polite words that came out of her subconscious escape after Chinichu rubbed her leg. But that's just politeness. Jojin lowered her eyelashes and rolled over gently. Her cheeks burned once again at the memory of Chinichi half kneeling on one knee and rubbing her leg under the gorgeous golden red evening sun. Chinichu also hurt for her, right there at the collarbone. It's her fault. There was also yesterday's rainstorm, when Chinichi held an umbrella for her, sent her back to her dormitory, and even lowered his head to wipe her tears. He was patient and didn't mind at all, and that if he gets bullied, he'll tell him. The more Xiaojin thought about it, the less she felt, and she sat up in the middle of the night in shock, reaching for her right ankle, her heart pounding. It was as if a flame had spread across his face. Should have thanked him properly indeed. Please. Xiaojin looked at the class schedule. Tomorrow morning there will be traditional Chinese music and form and policy. In the afternoon the whole school will be closed, and in the evening we will continue to practice vocal music. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment, and replied seriously, Is tomorrow lunch okay? And what would you like to eat? After lunch she can still go to study hall and prepare the materials for tutoring students in math and English on the way. Shinichi replied, I'll listen to you. The man isn't really picky. The question was thrown back to Jojin, so she picked the one she wanted the most and tapped the screen to reply. Crab dumplings on the 3rd floor of the new cafeteria. Is that okay? Receiving an okay reply, Jojin took off her headphones and fell asleep in a daze after setting her alarm. After 4 classes the next day, Xiaojin carried her duffel bag and jogged all the way to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria with a box of cookies and snowflakes. She made it herself during the 4th of July. After taking it to school and dividing it among 3 roommates, there was a lot left over, and I was going to enjoy it myself. But thinking about it, Chinichu just loved her Oreo-flavored snowflake pastry from before, so wanting to give it to him should be considered a thank you gift. Entering the cafeteria, with a gasp still on her lips, Jojin raised her head and looked around for an empty seat. How are all the people? Just after classes this time of year the cafeteria will be full of students and there will basically be a line at every restaurant. Jojin, caught off guard, a low magnetic and pleasant voice slowly sounded behind himself. Shinichi was half leaning on the back of the chair, wearing a dark gray baseball jersey jacket. His lines were hard and sharp, but under the warm orange light, the whole person was soft again. The man soared brows and starry eyes. His eyes were deep, revealing a touch of dashing and uninhibited, and he hooked his lips towards her with a smirk. Xiaojun sat over and looked down at the rice table at the Xiaolongbao, her eyelashes slowly fluttering lightly. You bought it already? Shinichi faintly answered. I don't have class in the 3rd or 4th period, he said as he handed over spoons and chopsticks, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging slightly with an indescribably sexy, feral desire. Xiaojun silently took it. Her fingertips inadvertently touched his skin and immediately curled up slightly like a mimosa. So, he is taking a seat and buying lunch in advance so he doesn't have to wait in line. Even he hadn't taken a single bite, waiting specifically for her to come before he started. Xiaojun tilted her head and asked, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. She forgets the price of this restaurant. Delicious it is, but still that little bit expensive. A cage of 8 dunked crab meat xiaolongbao. She ate 1 cage, while Shinichi ordered 2 cages for himself. That is, 16 pieces. Upon hearing this, Shinichi stared at her with a calm expression. I'll treat you. Jojin snapped out the question mark in confusion, her eyes round and flashing blankly underneath. Didn't I invite you? As long as the thought is there. Shinichi chucked up a xiaolongbao, dipped it in vinegar, and let out a light laugh. Obscure emotions brewed in his dark eyes. How could I really let you invite me? As the words fell, a cup of milk tea was pushed in front of Xiaojun. The man's tone was careless. Passed by the milk tea store and brought it for you by the way. Like something trivial and insignificant. Jojin took the cup of milk tea, her fingertips clenching slightly. Fresh taro jasmine creamy green, medium cup, just the flavor she likes best. If I remember correctly, that milk tea store is quite far from the men's dormitory. It's a pretty smooth road. Xiaojun is proper taro head, lowers the head to take a puff. The bottom layer of taro puree is delicate and mellow. The sweet, silky scent spread and warmed, filling her heart directly. Xiaojun's eyes glowed and her body felt comfortable. Yummy. Well met. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Shinichi raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Just like it. Jojin stared up at him and snapped her head down just as the other man was about to realize it. A few subtle moments inexplicably welled up in his heart. When she was in her first year of high school, she liked Ji Xian, and ran to the basketball game to give Ji Xian and the others water to drink. At that time Ji Xian always gave her hope if nothing else. For example, when a group of girls surrounded her and brought her water, Ji Xian didn't take anyone's and only walked up to her with an expressionless face and drank the one she brought him. He said thank you calmly, with a little tenderness and a smile in his light-colored pupils. The hot summer day, the hot sun in the sky. Xiaojun dragged a whole box of water over. The results did not expect. Ji Xian, those rich second-generation friends, a bottle of water did not give her left. Treat her like free labor. Xiaojun walked away silently, exhausted, and ended up sitting paralyzed alone on the edge of the playground with her head hanging down and her whole body sweating. It was as if something was blocking his throat. So thirsty, so hot. In the next second, a familiar, low, hoarse voice rang out from overhead in a flat tone. Just serve them and don't take a sip yourself? Jojin blinked blankly and looked up slowly. Shinichi was standing right in front of her, wearing a white body shirt, just enough to shield her from the hot, harsh sunlight. The teenager lazily crouched down and stared straight at her, the inky color of his eyes rolling over with an indescribable complexity. He laughed softly and pulled out a cup of milk tea from behind him, inserted the straw and shoved it forcefully into Jojin's arms. It was close to feeding her mouth. Xiaojun froze in place, hung her head and hugged the milk tea, whispered thank you. Shinichi stared at her for a long time, then suddenly sighed and reached out to flick her on the head. Jojin, are you stupid? Xiaojun lowered her head in loss, a mist of water brewing under her eyes. She retorted softly, her voice still a bit aggravated. I'm not stupid. She was in a daze, and only remembered that the milk tea was so good that it was like it directly recharged her batteries and instantly restored her energy to full strength. That one, too, was a fresh taro in jasmine milk green. Add pearls, 5 parts sugar, and remove ice. So sweet, so sweet. Chapter 15, Happy Again. Chi, thinking about what? Shinichi's low magnetic voice rang out, slowly pulling her thoughts back. By the time Xiaojun came back to her senses, Shinichi had already finished off an entire cage, taking one bite of xiaolongbao at a rapid pace. It's nothing, Jojin stammered and bowed her head, eating slowly. Cafeteria, this dunking soup xiaolongbao especially delicious, looks very delicate. Bite a small bite to suck the soup juice is the most happy. Thin skin and meat, full of flavor. Xiaojun ate 4 or 5 of them when she sensed that the man across from her had finished them all. She surreptitiously raised her eyes and her gaze quietly fell on Shinichi. The man's posture was lazy and careless, exuding a wanton and uninhibited wildness between his hands and feet, making it impossible to guess his emotions. The pair of phoenix eyes are deep and godly. Looks a bit fierce, not to be messed with, but the tear mole under the right eye flows out a few deep feelings. Looks much softer, very evil looking. This guy, her husband from her previous life, her true love? The man's eyes slowly cast over, and Xiaojun immediately lowered her eyes and blinked, pretending as if nothing had happened. When Shinichi continued to turn his head sideways with nothing to do and his brain empty, Xiaojun quietly looked up to survey him again. He tapped his fingers on the tabletop with a flourish, bony and slender and ascetic, like a hibernating beast, extremely patient, waiting for its prey to take the bait. After a few seconds, the other's lips seemed to curve a little, and he glanced toward her without thinking, inexplicably with a touch of favor. Xiaojun's gaze darted back and she ate her xiaolongbao without blushing, taking a heartfelt sip of her milk tea. A few times down the road, her mood rose and fell like a roller coaster, up and down, swinging around, and she didn't know what she was doing being a thief. Shinichi suddenly smiled, lazily leaned back in his chair, and lightly shouted her name, Xiaojun. Zhoujin's eyelids fluttered and she dutifully responded, ha. A moment later, when she saw the other party smiling without saying anything, she inexplicably had a bad feeling in her heart, and her fingertips holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. What are you laughing at? Shinichi propped his chin on one hand and lowered his voice to stare at her. Do you know that it's obvious when you peek at others, Zhoujin? What? Revealed by the man in question himself. She rounded her eyes in embarrassment, her breathing stalled for 2 or 3 seconds, and the tips of her ears burned involuntarily. Ah, is it that obvious? And she thought she was well disguised. Xiaojun couldn't help but feel deflated, and lowered her head to continue eating the remaining 2 xiaolongbao, not daring to raise her head to peek again. Shinichi's gaze leisurely fell on her, his eyes focusing at that moment. Xiaojun wore a very everyday dress today, light yellow knitwear, with light blue jeans, single twisted braid hanging on the right side. The whole person is pure and gentle, like a tea flower bathed in the spring breeze. She was nice and quiet when she ate, taking small bites and crystallizing her lips. Staring at her lips for a few seconds, Shinichi averted his eyes extremely unnaturally. His throat parched. The cell phone buzzed and several messages popped up on WeChat. Dormitory group. Yo Demon King, Nyo Feng, yo 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 yo, guess who I met at dinner? Photo message. In the picture, the girl is seriously looking down at her meal with a gentle frown, while the boy across from her is looking at her with slightly downcast eyes, propped up chin, and the corners of his mouth slightly quirked up. The photo is a bit mushy, like it's layered with a hazy filter. Squidward, Zhengyu, she is taking the initiative here? Bullwinkle, happy again slash. Shinichi laughed and sent a roll, but his fingertips pressed the screen, silently saving the photo. Meanwhile, the two were secretly photographed in the same frame by someone in the corner. On the dimly lit stairs, a boy suddenly shouted in surprise, I'll go. Ji Xiao, look. Ji Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he stared at him expressionlessly. The boy scratches his head and explains. Zhoujin ran off to eat with another boy again. In the next second, there was a pop sound. Ji Xian's footsteps stopped, and the glass in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, splitting into pieces. What? Obviously in an extremely bad mood. It was chilling. The boy understood and immediately zoomed in on the photo, his phone screen moving to him. My friend took a picture of it, and Xiaojun actually ran off to have dinner with another boy again. Ji Xian stared at Xiaojun's smile on the photo, his eyes as if they were cold and icy, unusually cold and morose, more appalling than a blade. At this time, a boy named Zhou Tiantian pressed in a small voice, she refused us together before, so she shouldn't come back later, right? At those words, Ji Xian's face suddenly sank, his tone cold and certain, word for word, no way. Xiaojun liked him so much and had been chasing him for so many years, how could she just say go? Yuan Jian stood beside him and grunted disdainfully and coldly, it's just a tactic to catch her. Brother, don't take it seriously. Next Monday is Ji Xiao's birthday. When we don't call her then, she'll naturally get anxious. Another boy chimed in. Yeah. I secretly heard earlier that Xiaojun's birthday gift for Ji Xiao this time around seems to be a hand-woven scarf, khaki in color. As the words fell, a snort of laughter instantly erupted from the surroundings. Laughing my ass off. Who knits scarves these days? Someone laughed softly. How poor. However, Ji Xian's brows slowly relaxed and the emotions under his eyes eased a lot. Sure enough, Zhoujin couldn't stay away from him. In the afternoon, the balsam camphor trees along Jingda Road were lush, and the sunlight poured down through the branches, depicting fine and moving spots of light. The cafe has small enclosed rooms. After Xiaojun ordered 2 mousse cupcakes, she added a latte for Shinichi. She trenchantly patted her chest and said, I'm buying. Seeing her non-inviting appearance, Shinichi did not refuse, lazily hooked his lips to respond, smiling dotingly. Okay, Then I'll take a soft bite. Xiaojun took out the tutoring materials for middle school students from her bag, and was responsible for understanding every question thoroughly, or else her conscience would not be satisfied. But as she wrote, she began to get a little sleepy. How come I get sleepy when I study? It sucks. Cafe small room is very quiet, vaguely melodious and pleasant piano sound. The mood is also unconsciously relaxed and happy. Shinichi flipped through the study materials to prepare for the advanced mathematics competition. He didn't move his head down, full of calm as he wrote high math and calculated calculus. But now more than half an hour had passed without him moving a single word on a problem that he usually solved quickly. The eyes always moved involuntarily to the body of the young girl across the room. Her eyes fought and she propped her head up drowsily, but tried to stay awake, vacillating between fainting and wakefulness countless times. It's cute. Shinichi rolled the knot in his throat and withdrew his gaze, finally putting pen to paper, but there was no ink. That's when he came back to his senses. The pen is upside down. After half a day of solving a big problem, Shinichi was distracted and couldn't help but look sideways at Xiaojun. The little girl fell asleep on the table. She was probably really tired, breathing evenly, resting on her side on her arm. Her skin was as white as snow, a small piece of flesh squeezed up on her cheeks. Her eyelashes were thick and slightly curved, and she exuded a quiet and charming aura, pure to the core. It was as if there was a hammer that gently struck Shinichi's heart, beating frantically for a long time, making it difficult to calm down. Jojin had no idea how dazzling and wonderful she really was, but Shinichi knew. The young girl, not knowing what she was dreaming about, frowned gently, as if she had been wronged, and murmured in a daze, "Dollars. It's like a nightmare." Shinichi didn't hear it, and came up slightly, asking, "What?" Chapter 16, Baby, so soft. Xiaojun was still asleep, not sleeping too peacefully, her eyelashes fluttering gently, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss and was deeply afraid of something. You can't help but look at her and want to hug her. She sniffled and murmured softly, "Amusement park." His voice was a little aggravated, as if he was about to cry. "Behave yourself." It immediately poked at the softest part of Shinichi's heart. His eyes became obscure and deep. His heart was burning at the tip, and he quietly stretched out his index finger, moving little by little from the table. It slowly touched the young girl's fingertips, feeling each other's temperature. It's very light, very careful, like a dragonfly. Index finger paste. It was as if there was some kind of electric current, spreading from his fingertips to all his limbs and bones, tingly, with an inexhaustible love and heartfelt feeling. As if sensing something, the sleeping girl frowned slightly and turned her head to sleep in a different direction. Shinichi quickly withdrew his hand, his heart like a beating drum. Xiaojun was working on a problem and had planned to squint for a while, just a while, but she didn't expect to fall asleep. She dreamed that her mom took her as a child with her to an amusement park and gave her a gentle smile as she put on headbands, took pictures, and bought balloons. As far as she could remember, her mom had never been this gentle with her. Little Xiaojun was practically jumping for joy, her lips rippling with pearly swirls, blinking her eyes along the way. As a result, the next second, her mom decisively left, abandoning her once again, leaving her alone inside the amusement park, crying and yelling, "Mommy, where are you? Don't leave me." "Oh, I'm good. Don't you don't want me?" As in the year when she was dumped in the countryside and left to be bullied by her grandpa and grandma, both explicitly and implicitly. She's never been favored. The scene shifted abruptly and she was back in her previous life. On the day of their wedding anniversary, Shinichi took her to the amusement park, bought her a big beautiful balloon, and leaned down to put his arm around her waist. "Wife is beautiful today. Beautiful." Riding the Ferris wheel, Shinichi clasped the back of her head and held her down in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, strong and gentle, gradually deepening the force. "Jen, we're going to be together forever." Hot, deep, ferocious kisses, like it was going to eat her up. Wild and bad. Hubby. Jojin gasped softly as her eyes grew wet and her cheeks grew pink, reaching up to rest against his body. With the hot breath lingering around her, her mind went blank, losing the ability to think and only repeating silently, "Okay, together forever." Help! Practically melting in Shinichu's hot embrace, the man held her in a death grip of square inches, choking her waist and sliding his fingertips restlessly upward. Xiaojun immediately clutched his shirt collar, the bottom of his eyes aggrieved. His voice appeared to be more sweet and delicate. "No, I'm itchy." But Shinichi did not stop moving. His voice was as low as a deep cello, making it hard to resist. He whispered in her ear, "Baby, it's so soft." "Jojin, wake up, you've been asleep for half an hour." Shinichi poked her finger lightly with a pen and lowered his voice to remind her. The tone was a little helpless, and a little spoiled. The reality voices overlapped with the dream voices, and Xiaojun drowsily opened her eyes, her cheeks quickly burning up and reddening to the color of a ripe red tomato. What strange memories had she? Had she dreamed? baby, so soft, soft. The low, hoarse voice lingered in his ears, gently rubbing his eardrums and constantly vibrating. Jojin's sky has collapsed into ruin. Her eyes filled with panic. She quickly lowered her head, packed her book bag, and decisively chose to run. I'll go back to my dorm room and sleep first. Bye. See you again. Damn it, why didn't you dream about the winning lottery numbers? Why? Parochialism. Always remembering the ambiguous moments with Shinichi in his previous life. Oh, she's really going to make a scene. Jojin covered her rolling cheeks and broke down completely, embarrassed to the point of gouging out a castle. The white neck was rippling with pink, spreading unchecked all the way across the skin. She put her bag on her back and treated Shinichi as if he were a flooding beast, fearing that if she ran slowly, she would be caught and eaten in one bite. How did this happen? In the next second, the man's body was in front of her, blocking her path. Shinichi was half leaning on the doorframe, his long and slender legs slightly folded, his entire person permeated with a demonic yet diffuse aura. His dark eyes flashed with gloom and he asked nonchalantly, "What are you nervous about? Can I eat you?" Xiaojin tensed her little face, fought hard, and nodded gravely. Well, this one could really eat her up. She suddenly remembered something and shoved the small bag of the package into Shinichi's arms. Right, this is for you. Snowflake pastry and cookies. After a pause, she added, I made it myself. Should that be considered repayment? Shinichi's footsteps lurched as he picked up the small pink bag. A little puzzled, repay for what? Xiaojin stood still. Honestly, the one where I got hit by a basketball and you helped me out. Before she could finish, Shinichi suddenly interrupted her. His tone calm, there's no need for repayment. Xiaojin froze and looked at him, her eyes blank. Why? Shinichi didn't explain, only lowered his eyes, his long slender lashes casting shadows under his eyes. The half side of his face added a bit of mystery and weakened the sharpness in the dim light. Really, if you want to repay. Shinichi's eyes that hid complex emotions, carefully thinking for a moment, curved his lips and said, then go to the amusement park with me this weekend. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaojin was stunned, and with some bewilderment showing in her eyes, she stretched out her index finger and pointed to her cheek. Ha, me, why do you need her company? He, Shinichi, is not a child, but on the contrary, the other party's serious look made Xiaojin a little shaken. She actually kind of wants to play. Shinichi was in no hurry to ask her to reply, and the two of them just walked along the road, side by side, toward the dormitory. The journey was very quiet, with only the sound of rustling leaves. The trail skirts the lake and is sparsely populated with pleasant scenery and the occasional couple hanging out hand in hand. A gentle wind blew, filling the air with a light, refreshing scent of osmanthus. Xiaojin lowered his head, occasionally stepping over the leaves on the ground, listening to the leaves scream out crunch miserably, especially decompression. As if he had realized something, Shinichi suddenly leaned down towards her and reached out his hand in a gesture to touch her head. As soon as Xiaojin saw him, she remembered those charming and ambiguous images in her dreams, and immediately shrank her neck and inclined her head to avoid them. Shinichi's fingers froze in midair, a flash of gloom flashed under his eyes, and his throat seemed to be clogged with a lump of cotton. He paused, his voice slightly hoarse. There's a bug on your head. Bugs? At those words, Xiaojin stared wide-eyed, as if she had been nailed hard to the spot, not daring to move at all. Shinichi closed the distance and brushed his fingertips on the top of her head, accurately grabbing the bug that had fallen from the tree and quickly throwing it to the side in a sharp and clean movement. He said absently, well, seeing the green-colored worm squirming limply on the ground, Xiaojin sucked in a breath of cold air. She raised her eyes to look at Shinichi, a subtle emotion inexplicably welling up in her heart. It turned out that Shinichi just wanted to help her catch bugs. A gust of wind gently blew her hair. After a long interval, she heard Shinichi open his mouth with a few bitter words. Jojin, don't hide from me. Chapter 17, be good to her for the rest of your life. When Xiaojin returned to the dormitory, a layer of pink crept onto her cheeks, her heart beating like a drum, as if she had done something wrong. She looked like a cream bun with blush, with the word weak etched on her forehead. Chen Meishan was leisurely applying a face mask. When she saw her with a sideways glance, her eyes lit up and she teased with a smile. Little Jinjin, your face is so red. Shang Lulu also immediately poked her head out of the bed and narrowed her eyes. Yo, being a thief? Xiaojin reached up and covered her face to keep them from looking, retorting weakly, I didn't. She slapped her face and went to the bathroom to run some cold water to clear her head for a moment, staring at herself in the mirror. When Shinichi said that sentence, Xiaojin, don't hide from me, she actually tasted a trace of aggression. Illusion, right? Shinichi so dragged so flamboyant a person. How can it be aggrieved? Jojin shook her head seriously. In fact, she didn't mean to avoid it. Just dreaming of that kind of picture. Her whole body was frozen. so shy that she wanted to run headlong to death, and she didn't dare to look at him directly at all. It felt like she was a pure white sheet of paper, only to have those damn memories go crazy and throw yellow paint at her. Thoughts aren't even clean anymore. Later, Shinichi said that he would call on his friends to join him, and not go out with her alone. Before she nodded her head in agreement in a confused manner. At least his friends are there to lighten the mood. Jojin changed into her kitty cat pajamas in the bathroom, ready to lay in bed for a little afternoon rest. Her roommates were envious when they found out she was going to that new playground in Kyoto for the weekend. Shang Lulu was going back to her hometown for a wedding reception this weekend, and Chen Meixiang and Yun Yu were going out of province to participate in the school's dance charity event. Staying for one night, the kind of thing where you take an official leave of absence, plus volunteer hours and general test scores. Yun Yu seriously organized the tarot cards and casually asked, "By the way, who are you going to the amusement park with? Your true love?" In the next second, 3 curious gazes focused in unison. "Jojin, how does this guy guess so well?" Her breath shuddered. She paused, and began to change the subject. "I'm so sleepy, I'm going to bed. You guys be quiet." Oh. The rest of the group had a gotcha look on their faces. Chen Meixian lifted off the mask and spoke in a smug tone. "Worthy of being our 609 bedroom diviner." "Ah, right on the money." Jojin silently crawled into bed, tucked in the covers, patted the bear doll on the head, and prepared for some sleep. "Right." Shang Lulu suddenly remembered something and pulled back the curtain to say hurriedly, "Jinjin, you mentioned to me before that next Monday is Ji Xian's birthday, and you were planning to knit a scarf to give him." As soon as Ji Xian was mentioned, Chen Meixian became angry and her tone was fierce. "Old mother won't allow it. He's a dead ice cube face. How can he be worthy of our Jinjin knitting a scarf for him?" Yun Yu also nodded her head in agreement. "Don't ever turn back. This man affects our career luck. It'll be bad luck." Jojin lay on the bed, excessively quiet, with hardly the slightest fluctuation of emotion. After a moment of silence, her voice was soft but firm. "There will be no turning back." The roommates breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly applauded the young girl's decisive decision. Those who don't deserve it should be turned into leaves outside the window and scattered when the wind blows. Jojin rolled over comfortably and already couldn't help but look forward to her weekend trip to the amusement park with a fine glint in her eye. She hasn't even been there yet. Men's bedroom back is 307. Boys lying in the chair. Collapse roar. This dog hit the field. How to not come to support. I played 4 was killed by the tower, but also play a hammer? On the side, Shinichi quietly unwrapped the bag and opened the box, revealing a delicate snowflake pastry. Strawberry Oreo flavor. Nyoe Feng happened to stretch and turned his head, staring at the snowflake pastry in his box, his eyes lighting up. As soon as he got closer, he was suddenly met with a hand reaching out to rest against his forehead. Shinichi raised his eyes and stared at him like an abyss. "What for?" Nyoe Feng sniffed and came. "Brother, I happen to be hungry." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the other roommates came over and held out their evil hands. Shinichi fiercely shielded the box into his arms, justifiably protecting the food. "No, Nyoe Feng, no." What an iron relationship. Brothers who have known each other since high school. A close relationship where they can eat and sleep together and even wear the same pants. In the past, he was allowed to take whatever snacks he wanted from Chi's desk. "Okay?" The corners of Nyoe Feng's mouth twitched. Aggrieved. "Just one piece. Taste the flavor." As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide. Shinichi casually drew a napkin, crumpled it into a ball, and made a gesture to throw it into his mouth. Nyoe Feng was so frightened that he immediately covered his mouth. The other roommates cried and retreated with regret. It's not just a snowflake pastry, so precious to protect. Do not know that they thought it was a golden pastry. The noise of the game continued. Shinichi, however, looked at the snowflake pastry out of focus, and could not help but ring in his mind the young girl's phrase repayment. He returned to her. There is no need for repayment. Thoughts seemed to drift back to a decade or so ago, when he was always beaten up by that scumbag of a father during his most wretched and ungrateful periods. At that time, his grades were at the bottom of the list, he was covered with scars, withdrawn, plus he looked fierce. No one wanted to play with him, and no one dared to play with him. They all thought that he was a social gangster who loved to fight, and they avoided him like snakes and scorpions. Only Jojin doesn't mind him. Only Jojin will play with him. Only Jojin is willing to take him out into the sunlight. When he was beaten to a bloody pulp and his head was bleeding, little Jojin would redden her eyes and carefully apply ointment to him. "Do you hurt? I'll be gentle if you do." When he was rumored and ostracized at school, little Jojin would bravely stand up for him. "No bullying, he's not bad." When he was starving and losing hope, the little girl would bring him meals, buy him all kinds of snacks, and slip him bear dolls full of pride. "I don't want any of this stuff. It's all yours. Don't give it back." The doll even contained change. $1, $5, $10, big crumpled bills. and I don't know how long she had worked so hard to save them. Jojin is just too good. Like a little angel, all emanating light, smiling sweetly, and small pear edges. Eyes are bright, hiding countless bright diamonds. It must be that God saw that he was too bitter, so he sent the little fairy down to earth to give him a candy to live well. Finally, one time, Shinichi couldn't help but ask her, "Why are you so nice to me?" Little Jojin said with a wink and a straight face, "Because I'm going to marry Brother Chi in the future." Shinichi froze in place, his breathing briefly stopped, and a pinkish-red color silently crept up on his face. Later, he also knew that it was just kids playing around. No one would really take it to heart, much less hold it against them for so many years, but he took it seriously and deep in his heart. That's when he swore, "Be good to Jojin for the rest of your life." Chapter 18 Rua Her Little Pill. On Sundays, the sunlight spills broken shadows through the gaps in the leaves, and the fresh breeze carries the faint scent of osmanthus. Jojin had been in a soothing mood for the past few days in class, finally looking forward to this day. She changed into a creamy blue knit sweater, black and gray jeans, and also put a pill head in the mirror and carried a small bag out the door. Downstairs in the dormitory, the man was dressed in a black punching suit, with angular features, hard brow bones, and deep eyes, showing an unruly atmosphere. Shinichi curved his lips toward her and shook the object in his hand, his voice lazy and low. "This one's for you." Jojin walked down the steps and looked down at them. Shinichi was holding a light blue hairband, interspersed with lace bows, which was dotted with a golden star like the night sky. Xiaojin paused in her footsteps and tilted her head slightly, meeting Shinichi's dark and deep eyes, a trace of bewilderment flashing in the bottom of her eyes. For me, such a beautiful and dreamy hairband, held by Shinichi, was inexplicably a bit out of place. Shinichi walked up to her and lowered his head to meet her eyes, his tone careless. "I got it as a gift with my purchase. It's not like I can use it as a big man. Turn around and I'll put it on you." The low magnetic and pleasant voice rippled into the ears, invading the brain little by little. Xiaojin simply couldn't resist, gently nodding her head and turning her back to him. "Yeah." Shinichi stood behind her, looking down at her, the knot in his throat rolling gently up and down. Xiaojin happened to be wearing a creamy blue knit sweater today, and like a pretty doll, one couldn't help but want to put her, steal it, hide it. She still wears her playful and sweet ball head. Shinichi didn't hold back and reached out to gently rua her pills, as if he was rubbing her head, and pinched it in the process, jerking off like a cat. "Been wanting rua for a long time." Shinichi quickly withdrew his mind and put on her hairband and circled it twice. Xiaojin was practically encircled in Shinichi's arms, her nose lingering on the light scent of grass on the teenager's body, as if a trace of hormones had burrowed into her skin. The tip of the heart itches. When she finally finished putting on her hairband, Jojin actually wanted to see what she looked like with it on, but she couldn't see the back of her head. At that moment, Shinichi, as if he heard her heart, took a picture of her head, raised his cell phone, and placed it in front of her. It worked out pretty well. Jojin nodded dutifully. The original lone black pill was embraced by a group of bright stars, adding a bit more brightness and luster, like the dark night sky, shedding bits of light. The gods whispered to her, "Behold, you are clearly a star in the sky." Meanwhile, the 6th floor balcony. Chen Meixiang and Yin Yu had to wait until noon to go out of the province to prepare for the benefit performance. At this moment, Chen Meixiang held up her cell phone and zoomed in several times, observing the two people underneath and couldn't help but mutter, "This Shinichi, he doesn't look simple." He got on with pinching the pill head in 2 or 3 strokes. "I suspect he's been plotting against little Jinjin for a long time." Yun Yu narrowed her eyes. "Hiss, but this man can enhance Jinjin's career luck." Chen Meixiang's eyes flashed a few moments of doubt, pondered for a long time, and said, "So, shallow high one?" The weather was just right and the fall colors were delightful. The sunlight coated the earth with a layer of golden yellow. Sycamore tree leaves bright green, dancing with the wind. The amusement park is at the moment crowded with a dense crowd of adults and children at the entrance, having to wait in line to get in. Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu, and 7 or 8 others had already stood waiting at the entrance early, and their eyes lit up when they saw Xiaojin. There were 2 or 3 others who had never formally met Xiaojin, and at the moment they were stretching their necks in exclamation. The young girl's palm face is delicate and clean. Her skin is fair, especially the watery fawn eyes, pure and delicate jasmine-like, beautiful and spiritual, like Nuwa's delicate little hand-me-downs. Someone let out a line of emotion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Chia's little green plum? Why haven't I heard of it before? Why don't I have such a beautiful Aomame sister? Damn it, God grant me one. Niu Yifeng smiled broadly. Sister Chiao, come into our group. We'll be a team from now on. Jojin greeted politely, took out her cell phone to add friends, and was pulled into a group of 9. Group name, gathering is a pile of, dispersing is a sky full of dilution. Jojin, nice, personalized group name. Seeing that Xiaojun did not look quite right, Shinichi immediately opened his cell phone, and after seeing the group name, his face darkened. I don't know which cub did this. With a swipe of his fingertips, he changed the name of the group to Study Well, Up Every Day. Upon seeing the name of the group, a few of the boys instantly wilted. Come on, what a fun name for that original group, While waiting in line, one of the boys hesitated for half a day and finally couldn't help but quietly approach Shinichi and said with his hand over his mouth, Brother, can I trouble you for something? Shinichi put away his cell phone, faintly looked askance at him, hooked his lips. You're welcome, they are all brothers, if there is anything, we must help. The boy coughed low and said softly, that is, you this Qingmei's sister, can you introduce? Before he could finish his words, Shinichi suddenly interrupted, the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly disappearing with a few hints of warning. Can't, no thoughts about her. Didn't you say you'd definitely help with anything? We said we are all brothers. The boy's tone was suddenly a bit anxious and full of seriousness. I'm not the playful kind, although I have zero relationship experience. But I don't smoke, don't drink and don't fight. I'm absolutely dedicated to my girlfriend. Loyal and spoiled. I can kiss and hug and lift high. In the next second, Shinichi grabbed a small handful of hair in front of his forehead, with a few moments of teasing under his eyes. Then fight me, win and I'll promise you. At that, the boy's legs softened. Brother, that, or forget it. After Niu Feng overheard the conversation between the two, he hurriedly covered his mouth and almost burst out laughing to death. Want to pry Qin's corner? That's not even a door. Entering the amusement park is like stepping into a colorful fairy tale world with a gothic fantasy castle surrounded by flowers and gems. Xiaojun looked at every sight around her in amazement and sighed every now and then. It was bigger and prettier than she'd imagined, and a very different feeling than watching it on a cell phone video. Shinichi happened to walk beside her, keeping a fist's distance, and asked in a low voice, what kind of program do you want to play? Xiaojun looked around, her eyes shining brightly, her voice sweet and cheerful. I can do it all. Whatever you guys want to play, I'll follow along. Shinichi cocked his head at her. What would you most like to play first? We'll follow you. Jojin froze, torn for a moment, and pointed to the closest place to them. Then play bumper cars? Is that okay? Shinichi nodded. Good. The few remaining boys weren't picky at all, and as long as they got together, they could have a good old time even in the restroom. A group of people finished lining up and were excited to get on the bumper cars in groups of exactly 10 people. Xiaojun was the first to pick out a cream-colored bumper car, and obediently fastened her seatbelt, her heart pounding and her eyes shining with anticipation. The game started with a ding. Gradually the scene began to be chaotic, and a few of the boys were thievingly loud, rather like they were going into battle to kill the enemy. Old bull, I'm going to create you to death. Oh, just you? A pinky could bounce you off. Brother Octopus, let's team up on him. Charge, charge, charge. Asterisk. Aren't we on the same team? Why are you hitting me? Okay. That's the way to play it. A few people on the field to play especially crazy. Colorful cars flying everywhere, so chaotic that you cannot tell friend from foe, bumping into people, and see people bite the same as a mad dog. Xiaojun slowly gripped the steering wheel, still carefully studying the gas pedal and brakes in reverse, driving carefully. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and someone slammed into his back. Well, Xiaojun had no defense, her whole body swayed forward, and a gasp couldn't help but spill from her lips. A little confused, she turned her head to the culprit. Shinichi was right behind her, sitting in the red car, passionately like a flame burning. He reached out in greeting, his dark, crushed hair cold on his forehead, his eyes staring unblinkingly at her, his whole person looking rebellious and wild, oozing with demonic flavor. Jojin took a deep breath and puffed on the gas. This person, who was clearly coming for her, was abominable. Jojin turned the steering wheel hard, defiantly trying to ram it back. Halfway through the turn, there was another bang and she was knocked slightly to the right. Shinichi bumped from her side and flicked the top. It was more like teasing her this time than the previous one that slammed her. Seeing that she didn't react, the other party stepped back a bit and, extremely provocatively and badly, gently bumped forward again. This time, it was more of a sticker than a bump. It's very intimate. Xiaojun's small face tightened as she looked up at him, her sweet, soft voice inexplicably somewhat aggrieved, with a hint of pleading. Shinichi, you don't bump into me. Chapter 19, Jojin, hold me. Of all the people in the room, why did they catch her alone on top? Must just think she's a rookie and a bully, so she's targeting her alone. QWQ. Xiaojun made a silent mental note of this revenge. At the same time, the group of boys were originally on the verge of fighting and were in a mess, but as a result, they didn't know what was going on, and suddenly they were all on the same page, chasing after Shinichi to kill him. A crowd surrounded him, Colorful bumper cars crashing up in a watery mess like they were trying to crush him. Shinichi lightly raised his eyelids, half leaning on the back of the chair, his posture lazy, one-handed maneuvering the steering wheel, swift and agile, instantly escaping from the multiple pincers. The young man's broken hair in front of his forehead fluttered gently, his nose was high and straight, his profile was sharp, half of his face was hidden in the shadows, and the corners of his lips were gently hooked, arrogant and uninhibited. No matter how much anyone else chases him, they can't catch him. The rest of the group of boys collided with each other with a bang, but they could not see Shinichi's shadow, and they shouted in anger. Come on, come on, come on, let's team up and hit Chico. Why are you hitting me? Pissed me off. Crash a hair. He's a professional racer, drives like a loach. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see who can bump into Chico. Shinichi drove the car with ease, as if completely integrated with the car. It was obviously a somewhat childish amusement, but he had a rambunctious plotting, indescribable toughness, wild as hell and cool as hell. There were countless young ladies surrounding the field watching the battle, staring straight at his face and muttering in whispers, that boy with the red bumper cars is so handsome. I'll find a chance to ask him for a WeChat later. At that moment, Shinichi's car happened to be parked horizontally in front of Xiaojun, and he looked as if he didn't even notice the danger. A fire called fighting spirit suddenly flared up in Xiaojun's heart. She pursed her lips, saw her chance, stepped on the gas, and slammed hard into Shinichi's body. Boo! Shinichi's figure shifted, as if he didn't expect to be sneak attacked, and he looked sideways at her, raising an eyebrow, a smile rippling under his eyes. Xiaojun blinked, somewhat less than understanding. This guy got hit and he's still laughing? On the field, suddenly everyone stopped and their eyes focused on the two of them. Sister Joe is awesome. Nioi Feng was even more dumbfounded and let out a popping sound. Holy, Sister Qiao managed to take Brother Qi's first blood. That's a twisted thing to hear, and it's easy to think about. Xiaojun choked, and the ambiguous figure reflected on the floor-to-ceiling windows of his previous life came to mind. At that time, Shinichi stood behind her, lightly wrapped his arms around her waist, lowered his head and kissed her, coaxing and pampering, gentle to the extreme. Jen, I love you so much. Don't. Xiaojun looked out the window at the view, biting her lip, her voice small. You're gentle. Good. The man's mouth gently agreed. But, it's a total fraud. That time, it should have been all about the two of them. First time, right? The tips of Xiaojun's ears burned, and her entire heart couldn't help but beat frantically. The inner villain lets out a groundhog squeal. Ah, goat. You're unclean. Xiaojun, suddenly a little angry, seriously turned the steering wheel, stepped on the bumper car gas pedal, ruthlessly crashed into Shinichi's car, a look that was going to knock him off his feet. Shinichi also does not counterattack, holding the steering wheel does not move, just let her hit. At the sound of a tick, the 15-minute timer expires, all cars stop, and the game is over. Happy times are always so short, and the crowd couldn't get enough. How did it end? Xiaojun didn't have enough fun either, and it always felt like only 2 minutes had just passed. Really? Love it. Shinichi unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand, crossed his long legs, and walked over to Xiaojun with a lazy smile. How was it? Fun? Xiaojun got out of the car slowly, looked him in the eye, and said in a muffled voice, funny, but, why are you staring at me alone and crashing? Mere puzzlement. Shinichi's eyes were dark and deep, his gaze falling on her innocent face. Justified. Because you're the only one who's new and never played bumper cars, so you're easy to bully. I'm sure he's still bullying her. Xiaojun thought seriously, her eyes curved. But I bumped into you too. Shinichi followed her with one hand in his pocket, his voice low. Well, so we're even. As for why just bumped Xiaojun, actually, he doesn't know. After all, at the time, he didn't even notice anyone else in his world. Boys Get Off the Car was completely inspired to play the impulse. Excited. Intending to play the most exciting roller coaster project, Flying Soar. The crowd walks over to the soaring area and lines up. The track stretches almost to the sky, like a giant dragon circling. Xiaojun stood on the ground floor, looking up at this skyrocketing dragon, deeply shocked, her heart pounding, nervous and expectant. A group of people in the car erupted into heartbreaking screams. Not only does the roller coaster hang upside down, it repeatedly goes back and forward, constantly pulling and going extremely fast. At this point, a strong-looking boy came down in a vain attempt to vomit into a bag without stopping straight away. An out-of-body look. Xiaojun sucked in a breath of cold air. A moment later, a familiar voice drifted in his ears, and Shinichi asked, scared? If you're scared, we'll both go play next to this. Xiaojun followed the direction of his finger to look, next to the Winnie the Pooh roller coaster. Our children play. The children sat in one of the yellow honey wagons and laughed and played. The speed of that car was monumentally slow, comparable to an old lady crossing the street with a cane. Xiaojun blinked and clenched her fists in shame and annoyance. I'm not a kid anymore. Shinichi leaned against the wall, legs folded, looking at her seriously, with some hidden worry and concern in his eyes. You're sure you want to take on the challenge of flying and soaring this hard on your first roller coaster? Aha! Jojin actually hesitated for a long time and decided to play this. Having come all this way, she did want to play the thrill ride. It was something she had never touched or tried before, so she wanted to experience it properly, even if it might not end well. Soon it was the turn of the 10 of them. Shinichi sat beside Xiaojun as a matter of course. Niu Feng then sits in the row in front of them. He takes Zhang Yu's hand and clasps his fingers together, his face full of deep emotion. Good brother, hand in hand, for life. Zhang Yu has already gotten used to it and spits out expressionlessly. You're disgusting. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Niu Feng choked. Get lost. Lousy 24K pure straight man, okay? The roller coaster bell rings and the staff double-checks all visitors' seatbelts and shoulder-type safety compression bars to ensure passenger safety. Z-dash. The wheels scrape against the track and the coaster begins to tilt, slowly creeping upward and away from the ground. The boys grew excited, danced around and let out monkey calls. Yo! Jojin couldn't help the small wiggle of her legs as she peered down. The tourists on the ground had turned into tiny black spots, like a swarm of crawling ants. It's really high. Very different feeling. She took a deep breath and looked up nervously, her hormones spiking with excitement and fear. Suddenly, Shinichi gently poked her index finger and absently turned his head. A slow pinkish blush crept to the tips of the man's ears. Jojin, hold me. Chapter 20, Joe Kitten's scratch marks. Holding. Jojin froze and turned her head sideways, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. The gentle sunlight poured down on the man's face, and the golden light outlined his delicate and stern-side face, making him shine more and more, like a god in a painting. His whole body was gilded with a golden color. Xiaojun drifted off for a moment, not thinking much about it, and directly took hold of Shinichi, interlocking her fingers with him. His hands were large, and the warmth of his touch was like an electric current, spreading from his fingertips to every cell in his body. Tingling, feeling safe. The same electric current flowed through Shinichi's limbs and bones, as if connected to his heart, poofing and beating wildly. He held the young girl's soft and delicate little hand as if it were a treasure. Sparks ignite at the moment of contact. Shinichi, breathing disorder, raised his eyes to look at her, the bottom of his eyes obscure, surging with strange feelings. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Xiaojun tentatively imitated Niu Feng's tone and said, "Good brothers, holding hands?" The pink bubbles that had originally surrounded the two were instantly shattered, leaving a mess behind. The corners of Shinichi's mouth twitched. He really wanted to strangle Niu Feng. The roller coaster travels to its highest point and pauses for 3 or 4 seconds high in the air, gripping everyone's heart. Xiaojun held her breath and tightly grasped Shinichi as if she were grasping a life-saving straw. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in my ears. The flying car swooped downward like a waterfall, and then a moment later it was like a rocket into the sky, getting faster and faster. The boys started screaming like crazy. Aha! Xiaojun was so shocked that she forgot to scream, and without saying a word, she clutched Shinichi tightly in death. Really? It's too fast. Going for it. The person is in such extreme shock that it is almost impossible to make a scream. The flying car rolls, spins, backs up, hangs upside down, in a variety of positions, soaring wildly, and a sense of weightlessness sweeps through the body. As if she saw Tainan, Xiaojun closed her eyes peacefully. Every blood cell and nerve seemed to be stimulated, and a sense of relief filled the heart. Help! She always felt like she was going to fly out. I don't know how much time passed. The speeding car slowed down, and Xiaojun's eyes opened a slit, tentatively, and slowly widened as the scenery came into view, and the whole world seemed to turn upside down, until it was over and the safety bar in front of her shoulders had been raised. Jojin remained frozen in place. She was still lost in the speed of what she had just seen, her soul out of her body and slow to return. Jojin, a familiar male voice rang out, gently pulling her thoughts back. Shinichi walked up to her, helped her push down her seatbelt and pulled her out. How's it going? Jojin blinked, took a deep breath, and subconsciously took his hand, following him step by step. Seems kind of fun. Just a little bit of swooning at the end. Well, just a billion ... ow. Following out into the open, Jojin hadn't quite gotten used to the feeling that the world was still spinning. His legs suddenly weakened, and his entire body suddenly lost its balance, falling downward uncontrollably. Well, the expected pain did not come. Shinichi wrapped his arm around her waist and smoothly scooped her into his arms. The arms also circled her plump, thin waist to prevent her from falling. Xiaojun was caught off guard and flung herself in front of his chest, her hot breath lingering all over her body, a hint of it burrowing into her skin. Breaths intertwined and entangled, heat diffused and spread. The air stood still for 2 or 3 seconds. The giddy brain cleared instantly. Xiaojun stared with round eyes and immediately jumped away from Chinichu, retreating 3 meters away. For a moment, there were countless lines of sight focused on the face. The 7 or 8 boys stood around, jaws agape as they watched the two of them, their eyes dropping out of their heads. It seems to be saying silently, "Wow." A thin layer of red surfaced on Xiaojun's cheeks, and she immediately explained in a small voice, "No, I'm just weak in the knees, so don't take it personally." Shinichu followed her gaze and looked toward the group of boys, a warning dark in his eyes. In an instant, all of them immediately made fake gestures, lowered their heads, touched their noses, straightened their hair, and even covered their eyes, and all of them dared not look directly at each other, whistling and saying, "The sky is so green, the moon is so big, yes, yes, and there are 2 ducks flying in the sky." Shinichi's fingertips still retained the temperature and touch from earlier. The knot in his throat rolled, and his eyes looked deep into Xiaojun's, extending his hand towards her. "Look at that, your masterpiece." Jojin stepped forward and peered over suspiciously. On the back of Shinichi's hand is the imprint left by nails ruthlessly, 4 or 5 red crescent marks, extremely obvious. Xiaojun froze in place, somewhat incredulous. "Did I pinch it?" Shinichi laughed back in anger. "What else? A kitten scratch? Or the marks from Joe Kitten's scratching?" Xiaojun instantly surged with a strong sense of weakness. During the roller coaster ride, she did clutch Shinichi's hand tightly, especially in the exciting places, and pinched him hard all the way. "I didn't realize it left such a deep mark." She pursed her lips, full of apologies, and stretched out her glistening white fingers, gently rubbing the back of Shinichi's hand. But the red marks, deep in the flesh, just wouldn't heal in a short period of time. Xiaojun looked around and said, "Let me buy you a cup of milk tea then. What flavor do you want?" Mostly, she kinda wants to drink it now. How could Shinichi not see what she was thinking? The little girl's eyes were dead set on the milk tea in someone else's hand, so close to snatching it and drinking it. His eyes lowered slightly, his gaze moving to her soft little hands, and he smiled lowly. "I'm not picky, just like you." 2 or 3 boys followed suit and bought milk tea, agonizing over whether to add boba and taro balls. Flying Soar roller coaster project is to capture photos to remember, but visitors need to spend 15 yuan to unlock the same group of high-definition pictures, a total of 3 photos. Niu Feng said with a big grin, "No way, no way. These days, there won't really be anyone stupid and rich enough to buy a big grudge, right?" Zhang Yu couldn't help but voice out a reminder. "Stupid cow, shut up." Niu Feng crossed his arms. "What's going on? You're not even allowed to spit?" As the words fell, he looked in the direction Zhang Yu was pointing. "Just paid for the big grudge, Shinichi." Niu Feng shivered at the stare, scratched his head, and stammered, "Ha ha, brother Chi, I take back what I just said. Who would have thought that this cool, big devil, would be interested in capturing photos?" Shinichi didn't bother with him and looked down at the photo. In the photo, the young girl, with snow-white skin, closed her eyes, so nervous that she pursed her lips, and dutifully grabbed his hand. Good and sweet. The whole thing was like a ball of snow meat. "Want to nibble?" Jojin finished buying 2 Four Seasons milkshakes with coconut and boba and went to ice. A tiny glint leapt under her eyes, and she couldn't wait to insert the straw and suck on it, the rich milky flavor spreading in her mouth. Super yummy. Xiaojun's footsteps are much lighter, walked to the side of Shinichi, handed him milk tea. Yuan Chi full of said, "It's Four Seasons cream green, do you like it?" Shinichi lowered his eyes to look at her, unconsciously following suit with a curved lip and light smile. Like, he had no reason not to like it. Shinichi inserted a straw and, without moving, gently touched the cup of milk tea in Xiaojun's hand. A very intimate, milk tea sticker. Chapter 21, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of you. Xiaojun happened to catch a glimpse of the 3 photos in his hand and moved over to take a look. Is this a grab from a roller coaster? Realize that the vast majority of people on roller coasters fail at expression management and have grim and contorted faces that are simply miserable. A smile rippled across Shinichi's lips as he turned sideways to show her the photo. Jojin immediately checked her expression and breathed a slow sigh of relief. Luckily, the eyes were closed, and there was no crash, but there was a feeling of death as a good thing. She shifted her eyes to Shinichi in the picture. Even if it was a death capture, the teenager was still handsome and cool, and he was full of vigor. Facing the sunlight, the sidelines of his face were sharp, like a carefully outlined and carved work of art. The surrounding landscape was instantly eclipsed. Shinichi's gaze in the photo, however, fell on her body with an unspoken emotion. 3 snaps, he's looking at her. Xiaojun looked a little lost in thought, her fingers holding the milk tea tightening little by little. Suddenly, Niu Feng came over, his face full of curiosity. Brother Chi, give me Kong Kong, quickly give me Kong Kong. After giving 1 photo to Xiaojun, Shinichi put away the remaining 2 and refused with an expressionless face. No, Nyoi Feng, QAQ. Jojin pinched the photo and carefully placed it in her white backpack. Shinichi swept a careless glance at her movements and rippled a smile. What do you want to eat for lunch? Xiaojin just wanted to return a whatever, but Shinichi, as if he could read minds, immediately understood her thoughts and said seriously, you can't say whatever. Alright, whatever. Xiaojin's words choked in her throat, half unable to utter a word. She thought for a long time before asking, so, what do you want to eat? Shinichi raised an eyebrow, his tone more serious. I was the one who asked you first. Xiaojin had to turn her pleading eyes to Zhangyu and Nyoifeng. Zhangyu, I eat grass. Nyoifeng, I eat dirt. Zhou Jin. Xiaojin sucked on her milk tea and silently swallowed the unpleasantness, looked up and pointed to a nearby store and said, then I want a steak. Shinichi lowered his eyes, his tone lazy, isn't this a coincidence? I also want to eat. The meal was Shinichi's treat, and it was a great one. Someone paid the bill, and the boys called Shinichi righteous father one by one. Black pepper French spice thick cut steak, cheese sticks, cream of mushroom soup, ice cream butter toast, vegetable and fruit salad, are all Jojin's favorites. She had a very small meal and burped quickly, and was inexplicably happy and cheerful in the noisy atmosphere, and little by little the heart fills up. Meanwhile, inside the VIP box of the top luxury restaurant in the city center, the European crystal chandelier refracts a brilliant light, and even the air is filled with luxury. Ji Xian sat in the main seat, his expression calm and cool and detached, not a trace of emotion could be seen. Beside him, Yu Wenjian said in a loose voice while eating the buffet, by the way, where's Xiaojin? She hasn't come to ask now? Can be really composed. This time last year, Jojin would ask around and follow along for his birthday, sitting in the far corner of the karaoke bar and singing. At the time she sent a beautiful card, not a love letter, but excerpts from many love poems, and just by reading the handwriting you could tell she was serious. Someone else picked up. Last time she couldn't even eat caviar, making a joke of it. Maybe she doesn't think she deserves to be with us, but she's quite self-aware. The other man played with the latest tablet and sneered. The man is probably hiding under the covers right now, secretly crying his eyes out. Ding! Ji Xian immediately glanced down at his cell phone. However, it's just an irrelevant advertisement. Other than that there are no Microsoft messages. In his heart, however, he inexplicably thought of a young girl's tearful appearance, her eyes red, innocent and pitiful. Joaquin should be having a hard time right now. Ji Xian sank down, his face looking like a layer of biting frost. That's what she deserves. It's not like they wouldn't have told her if she would have lowered her voice and pursued it. Amusement park. Jojin wasn't uncomfortable at all. Instead she was bouncy and refreshed. She looked out at the big pretty balloons on the side of the road and smiled brightly, curving her pretty eyes as if they had been dipped in honey and sparkled with bright starlight. After eating, you definitely can't play those exciting and strenuous programs or you'll just vomit all over yourself. The crowd began to discuss the next round of the game. It just so happens that a hot couple walks by and the girl gushes. It's said that when couples ride the Ferris wheel and hold and hug and kiss at the highest point, their love is blessed for eternity. It feels super romantic. The boy wrapped his arms around her waist. Come along then. I'm all ears baby. These words were transmitted word for word into Shinichi's ears, and he raised his head slightly, his eyes deep. This Ferris wheel is huge and each carriage is an ambiguous heart-shaped pink color that is romantic and sophisticated. He turned his head in a leisurely, diffident manner, his long, raven-feathered eyelashes casting a shadow as he looked straight at Xiaojin. Going on a Ferris wheel? As soon as the words were spoken, the boys were all fine with it, raising their hands and feet in favor of the idea of being able to overlook the entire amusement park from a high vantage point. Instead, Jojin's brain went down and her mind buzzed. M.O. Ferris wheel? A certain memory from her past life suddenly began to attack her in a frenzy, like a thunderbolt falling from the air and hitting her with precision. Wife is beautiful today. Very beautiful. Jen, we're going to be together forever. Baby, it's so soft. Inside the Ferris wheel, the man's every sentence, every word, every action, as well as that hot and deep kiss, hot and entangled breath, are deeply imprinted in the mind, lingering. Sigma, degree, and the dream was dainty and shy, sitting on someone's lap, hooked around his neck, kissing him back deeply. No, how is that possible? Xiaojin, you're confused. Her small face exploded red and she immediately took a step back, waving her hand in a hurry. I don't want to play that. After a pause, she felt like she was overreacting and explained in a small, nebulous voice, I just don't really want to play this, so if you guys want to play it, I'll just wait here for you guys. After saying that, she looked at Shinichi somewhat sheepishly, her mind drifting, as if sensing her gaze. Shinichi looked straight toward her, his voice low. Are you afraid of heights? Jojin immediately averted her eyes and dropped her head to look at the tips of her shoes. Her cheeks rolled and she shook her head very softly, saying inwardly in silence, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm scared of you. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. Chapter 22 Haunted House. Held down on the bed. In the end, the crowd decided to change the program and go to the haunted house secret room. Blood doll. Niu Feng excitedly raised his cell phone. The bottom of his eyes burst out with excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The internet says this is still an upgraded version of the haunted house. The kind that thieves realistically. The NPCs will also keep chasing after you and interacting with you. The boys gradually jumped up and down in excitement. Ecstatic, seriously, then I'm going to play this. That's it. Shinichi didn't have much of a reaction, only looking faintly at Xiaojin with a lazy tone. Afraid of ghosts? It seemed like no matter what the project was, he would look at Jojin first and ask once. Xiaojin's eyes were expectant and nervous, and after a moment of serious thought, she shook her head. I'm not afraid if I have you guys together. She'd never been to a haunted house, but she'd seen some clips from scary ghost movies and felt as if they were acceptable. She's a staunch materialist. There are no ghosts in the world. They're all fake. Well, all fake, by the staff. So, she wanted to try something she hadn't played with before, and she shouldn't be scared, right? They arrived at the haunted house entrance and lined up, only to see a wave of people escaping from the exit of the haunted house, collapsing to the ground with pale faces and weak legs, taking deep breaths of fresh air. A strong, muscular, flower-armed slugger darted out, trembling, his voice shaking. Honey, that severed head rag doll. It scared the hell out of me. Boing boing. Beside the muscular man, there stood a Cheongsam beauty. The beauty had a slender figure, and her temperament was elegant and sensible, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was full of calm, her tone disgusted and spoiled. You're wasted to death. The muscle slugger's eyes reddened and he lowered his head and buried it in her arms. Honey, I'm scared. The Cheongsam beauty sighed helplessly, reached out to pat his shoulder and gently hugged him. Alright, good boy. Not afraid. Not afraid. I'll protect you. Xiaojin looked dumbfounded and froze in place with her mouth open for a while. Really? Is it that scary? She didn't think she could, probably, maybe, not be afraid, did she? The moment Xiaojin stepped inside, however, a pang of regret surged through her. The haunted house was pitch black and out of reach. Let me out of here! An eerie laugh rang out from the distance. If anything, it was even creepier. It wasn't just black, but with an eerie light, like falling into an abyss, as if there were countless eyes staring back at you. Xiaojin had never had such an experience before. Her pupils suddenly tightened, the hairs on her body stood up in sweat, and she stood in place in bewilderment. Bad memories came flooding back. When she was 7 years old, she would be put in a small dark room by her grandmother for small things. The dark room reeked with a vague stench, as if bugs were still flying into her face, and the confined environment was suffocating and depressing. Little Xiaojin cried up and down, frantically banging on the door. Oh, let me out. Grandma, I don't want to. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. She couldn't catch her breath and crouched down, covering her ears, always feeling like someone behind her was staring at her, trying to eat her. Every second of it was unbearable. It was as if a merciless hand was covering her mouth and nose in death to keep her from speaking, and she was crying out silently for help. She wasn't let out until she didn't have the strength to cry. Outside the door, Grandma pointed at her nose and scolded. Why are you crying? Why are you looking for your mom? Your mom doesn't want you anymore. There had been several such experiences. The memories that were originally sealed in the depths of the brain, now hooked out, more and more clear and realistic. Xiaojin stood dumbfounded, her entire body unable to move. Obviously the voices of Niu Feng and these boys exchanging words lingered in her ears. Obviously they were all around her, but it always felt as if she was, always, alone, always the one left behind. In the next second, a familiar hot breath came to his face, and his right hand was gently held by someone. Jojin, hold on to me. Shinichi's low voice rubbed his eardrums, loving and seductive, with a gradual attraction, as if there was a cluster of fireworks. Bang! Exploded in the dark and deep night, bursting into colorful sparks, instantly dispersing the haze. Jojin slowed down, let out a soft hum and tightened her grip back on him. Shinichi's hand was really broad and reliable. A group of bold boys went ahead, pumping their fists in the air and roaring their courage. You-hoo! Oh ho, come on! I'm not afraid of you. No, not afraid of you. Uppercut, undershot, left hook, right hook, sweeping kick, whirlwind triple kick, to the side. Zhang Yu couldn't help but voice out, brother, your legs are shaking. The boy crosses his fingers. Boing, don't tear me down. Niu Feng also fell silent in a rare moment, and only after a long time did he say, why are you more disgusting than me? In front of them was a huge mirror, and the crowd concentrated on it, only to see 2 lines of blood left on it. moving forward with eyes closed. Don't look back. Meanwhile, Xiaojun was walking at the end holding Shinichi before she could see the text on the mirror. She pursed her lips slightly and murmured softly, Shinichi, don't poke my back. It's a bit itchy. However, after finishing her sentence, Xiaojun froze in place, thin sweat seeping from her palms. It's not right. I'm clearly holding Shinichi's left hand. And who was poking her right side shoulder? She turned back subconsciously, and was suddenly confronted by a pair of sunken eyes. Giggling, a giant porcelain doll hung upside down behind her, covered in blood and shadowy and twisted, reaching out at her with white bones as if to pluck out her eyes. In front of the great fear, Xiaojun couldn't make any reaction, couldn't make a single sound, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Until those cold white bones caressed Xiaojun's cheeks and the chill penetrated the skin, she completely exploded, her soul flying out and popping out in a panic. Help! Help! Ooh! The 7 or 8 boys turned around and all froze, hugging each other frantically and screaming, Aha, don't you come over here, don't you come over wow! Everyone was running around like headless flies, triggering countless mechanisms and attracting more blood dolls to track them down. Broken bears, string bunnies, stiff-faced mannequins, white-haired maids with missing arms and legs, and green-haired zombies. NPCs were almost in full force, running after them frantically. Jojin runs forward and ends up with a bloody doll in front of her. She immediately turned around and ran backwards, with a mummy behind her, one on the left, one on the right, and even a large spider overhead. What's wrong with you? Fear swept through his body, almost drowning the person completely. Xiaojun's legs were completely weak, her whole body was shaking, goosebumps were erect, and her mind was blank. Oh, she's out. She'll never set foot in a haunted house again. Please let it go. In the next instant, Shinichi sighed helplessly and with a single hand, he circled Xiaojun's slender waist and easily carried her into the room. Xiaojun closed her eyes tightly, dazed, feeling a spinning of the sky. She could only trust Shinichi and subconsciously reached out to hug him, and she only trusts him. However, after the door of the room was closed tightly, Shinichi took her soft and thin waist while gently but forcefully pressing her into the crib. Chapter 23, Princess Hug. The man pressed the young girl into the soft cot, his eyes deep as he covered his body, his hands braced against the bedpan, like a whole foggy black cloud in the sky, slowly pressing down. The space was narrow and the two were close together, but Shinichi controlled a decent distance and never touched her. Well, Xiaojun sank into the soft quilt, her brain instantly going down and her whole body stiffening. Can't breathe, can't think. Time seemed to stand still and freeze, and the whole world went quiet, as if only the two of them were left. Jojin didn't move a muscle, her curled eyelashes fluttering gently like cicada wings. She's being held down on the bed by, is this the legendary bed thump? Xiaojun's breath stuttered, and subconsciously reached out her hands, resting them against the front of his solid chest. The bed was soft, but very narrow, small enough that it happened to fit Jojin alone. Shinichi's breathing was ragged, and his voice was even more compelling due to his stoicism. The first wave of attacks will take 15 minutes. The bed is a safe zone. Stay there. He'd read the clues, and there were charms on the bed, a place in the haunted house where he wouldn't be attacked by the dolls, at least not for 15 minutes. When he finished, he got up and left. In the pitch blackness, Xiaojun suddenly reached out and reflexively clutched Shinichi's clothes, her entire body stiffening into a log. Don't you go. His voice trembled softly out of control, and his tone carried a few pathetic pleas. Shinichi paused and soothed her in a deep voice. Two people can't stay here. I'll come back when I find a clue. But Xiaojun gently shook her head and mumbled, Don't leave me behind. Shinichi, her eyes glittered with terror as she cowered obediently in her cot, even her breath carefully held. In the darkness, Shinichi couldn't see her face, but he could feel her helplessness, gradually losing the battle. He answered yes. His forehead veined and his throat rolled as he braced his hands on either side of her and knelt his knees against the bed. Avoid any physical contact while keeping her firmly protected underneath you. Very restrained. They were just close together. That's all. There was no touching. But in the darkness, the other senses are magnified and amplified infinitely. Xiaojun seemed to be lying under a hot stove. The heat wrapped around her in a pervasive way, making it difficult to break free. Searing temperatures fell head-on. Androgynous hormones branded the skin, a hint of them fermenting uncontrollably and burrowing into the skin. It spreads and spreads throughout the body. Xiaojun clutched Shinichi's sleeve as if she was grasping some kind of life-saving straw. They were just crammed into the safe zone, so it made sense for Shinichi to hold her down here. Well, it makes sense. It had obviously only been a minute or two, but she felt like a long time had passed. Xiaojun's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she said, somewhat unnaturally, when can we get out? Her voice was soft, very soft, and a little shaky. Hush. Shinichi deliberately lowered his volume. his voice becoming more and more compelling, turning into a black feather that rubbed her eardrums one by one. The door to the room was gently pushed open and the sound of hissing flooded into the room, along with the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. Xiaojun's heart completely seized up and her whole body shrank into a ball. Suddenly, there was a boom. There was a loud clap of thunder. The room suddenly lit up with blue flames, and the white doll's shadow hung upside down from the ceiling, its bloody head falling to the floor with a clang. The horrific images deeply stimulated the eyeballs, and Xiaojun's pupils suddenly tightened, so frightened that she lost her voice, and yet for only half a second. Her eyes were then gently covered by Shinichi. The man's slight exhale came from overhead with a hint of unspeakable desire. If anything, don't be afraid. Jojun's heart missed a beat in that instant. The words, like a shot of tranquilizer, lodged in the tip of her heart, spreading to all her limbs and soothing her panicked emotions. Really, there's a weird feeling. I don't know how long it took, but the door finally closed with a bang. The NPC ate the dog food and ran away. Only then did Shinichi remove his hand, and when he got up, his collar was still firmly clutched by Xiaojun, making it difficult for him to get out of the way, and he was even pulled closer than he had been a moment ago. The room lit up with a blue ethereal light, as quiet and beautiful as moonlight. He lowered his eyes to the young girl, the raised knot in his throat sliding up and down as his mouth suddenly went dry. Well, Xiaojun's eyes reddened, her ebony pupils brimming with a layer of watery mist. Wet, her long eyelashes curled up slightly and fluttered gently, like a butterfly's wings, as well as, if anything, a gasp overflowed from the cherry lips, as if it had been dipped in a layer of honey, sweet and soft, nervous and scared, like an innocent, pathetic little bunny, shivering in small increments. So cute. Shinichi held back until he was in pain. The veins between his neck slowly rippled, and the tips of his ears gradually became hot. The nasty thought came swiftly to mind. I wish I could take her, make it hard to cry. Shinichi cursed himself as a beast. Preferably, Xiaojun didn't have the slightest idea how purely lustful and endearing she looked as she lay on the bed. She pursed her lips, her mind confused and dizzy with thoughts. Shinichi's face was close at hand, half hidden in the darkness, the bottom of his eyes obscure and aggressive. I don't know if it was because it was so stuffy and hot in the chamber, but a thin layer of sweat was seeping out of the corners of his forehead, and he was simply wild. It was a long time before Xiaojun asked in a soft whisper, "Why aren't you getting up?" Shinichi was back to being exasperated. How am I supposed to get up when you're holding on to me? Xiaojun pursed her lips and thought seriously for 2 seconds. Oh, hold him. Wait, hold him? Xiaojun raised his eyes, but saw that he had a death grip on his collar, like an octopus, or the kind that could not be shaken off. Gosh, is that really her hand? Xiaojun stared round-eyed, as if she had touched some hot potato, and immediately spread her hands. The whole person quickly turned her back towards Shinichi and shrunk up, her face buried in her hands. Cover your face in shame. JPG. Oh, what's wrong with her? The door to the room was locked by an NPC and could not be opened from the inside, so Shinichi looked for clues in the room and calmly turned out an urn. The lights were dim and it was hard to see the road. Xiaojun was in a trance, following him a little bit out of the secret passage. Suddenly, Shinichi stopped in his tracks, and Xiaojun almost bumped into his back. Xiaojun was full of puzzlement, and was about to open her mouth to inquire. Before the words were spoken, a handful of his wrists were then in his grip. Shinichi's voice was a little dark. Hold on tight, don't get lost. Aha! Jojun obediently gripped him tightly, her fingertips curling up to feel his warmth. I don't know whether it is because the blood doll is too horrible, or the secret room is too eerie and weird. At this moment, Shinichi's voice, there is an indescribable gentleness and favor. At this point, the boys went wild and shouted, Chico, Sister Joe, are you guys still alive? Spotting Shinichi's figure, a boy directly pounced over and hugged his thighs, crying bitterly. Shinichi was full of indifference. What the hell? Get lost. The boy's face was full of panic. Keiko was captured by the dolls. There are 3 paths in front of the secret room. Shinichi strings clues. Head-to-head analysis. Voice steady and powerful, like a team leader. At the end of the crowd out of the command. Behind them, there seem to be ghost dolls floating around. The crowd picks up speed, and after rescuing the captured Johnny, they finally run to the end, where the white light is close at hand. All of them were like lost people out of the desert, running frantically toward the front. Suddenly, the boys in front of them erupted in shrieks, and for a moment the scene was chaotic and rowdy. Niu Yifeng slammed forward and yelled, I fell. Shut the up. In the next second, Xiaojun was suddenly kicked so hard that her foot twisted violently and she suddenly lost her balance. Boom! Her knees hit the ground hard and she fell to the floor, her lips pale and almost on the verge of tears from the pain. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even before she could react, A pair of strong arms pulled her into a fiery embrace. Shinichi almost picked up her entire body with ease. And still, princess hug. Jojin. Chapter 24, buried in his arms. Shinichi did not hesitate to pick her up, his hands gentlemanly and restrained. Once upon a time, Jojin did the same thing, carrying him to the infirmary without a second thought. Full of worry and fear, without Jojin, he wouldn't have lasted through so many cold winters. The walk from here to the exit seemed long enough that he would never want to let go for the rest of his life. It was as if the world had gone quiet. Xiaojin's small face was taut, with a few moments of embarrassment under her eyes, and she obediently buried herself in the left side of Shinichi's chest, feeling the scorching temperature. The whole thing seemed to lie on a warm and comfortable cloud, with the heart hanging high in the air. Flop plop dash. The sound of a steady, powerful heartbeat traveled from the man's chest into her ears, clear and full. Xiaojin held her breath and nestled quietly in his arms, not saying a word. Good and obedient. The faint scent of grassy mint lingered at the tip of her nose, wrapping around her in a haze, and she couldn't help but relax. The light ahead was becoming more and more blinding, and Xiaojin couldn't help but close her eyes. So bad. Brain not responding. Dead again. A group of boys had long ago rolled up to wait outside the haunted house and were probing uneasily. Why aren't Chi and Joe out yet? Niu Feng just fell on his butt and almost fell into a dog. He couldn't help but worry. They both didn't fall too, did they? I always feel like I just kicked someone. Zhang Yu united his hands. I hope the people are okay. Shortly afterward, the exit of the haunted house was vaguely permeated with silhouettes. The crowd was stunned in place, rubbing their eyes incredulously, completely petrified. Asterisk. I'm not blinking. Shinichi, the womanless, wild and arrogant Shinichi, the Shinichi with owes me 5 million and get lost written all over his face, is actually princess hugging Jojin? Still princess hugging. How it's like a secondary character coming out of a romance comic. The atmosphere was becoming more and more subtle, with 7 or 8 gazes focusing on the body, and it was only then that Shinichi carefully put down Xiaojin. Did you knock your knee? Inside the crowd, they don't know if Jojin's knee is bumped, but they are definitely bumped. Xiaojin turned around silently, avoiding the curious gazes, and said in a small, muffled voice, It's okay on the surface, but really, she was dying of pain just now. The staff also rushed to ask everyone if they were injured, and when they saw that it was nothing serious, they breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up the last section of the surveillance. The crowd came over to look. Boy A, at the end, deliberately pretends to be a ghost to scare Boy B. Boy B backs up violently and accidentally knocks down C. C falls to the ground and accidentally trips Niu Feng. Niu Feng accidentally kicks down Xiaojin again. A chain reaction together. Boy A is immediately roughed up by the crowd, and a couple of guys whack each other with a few punches and quickly reconcile. After a few times, the one who was hurt the most, surprisingly, was still Xiaojin. They apologized, their faces full of sincerity. Xiaojin, I'm sorry, next time we'll treat you to milk tea. Definitely. Niu Feng's conscience really couldn't stand it, and he decisively stretched out his foot. Sister Qiao, I'm sorry, why don't you kick it back? Xiaojin calmly waved her hand and said seriously, It's okay, I'm fine. Other people don't do it on purpose. She just had a little bit of bad luck. When Niu Feng saw Xiaojin's bowed head and lost look, he became even more alarmed, as if he was on the verge of an attack. Don't, Sister Qiao, kick me. I'm a dead pig. I'm not afraid of pain. Kick me quickly. Otherwise, he might have woken up in the middle of the night, sat up and deeply repented. No, why did I kick her down then? The words managed to amuse the crowd. Niu Feng wanted to cry. His feet were still hanging in midair. He couldn't wait to be kicked. As a result, in the next instant, Shinichi spaced out the two of them and decisively threw out his leg, interrupting the spell casting. He said in a hushed voice, Step aside. Looks like the kick is very heavy. In fact, Niu Feng did not feel anything. Hey smile, let. The crowd was intent on continuing the fun, pointing to the 360-degree swinging sledgehammer and screaming with excited monkeys. Shinichi, on the other hand, took the sprained Xiaojin to leave first, and walked slowly to sit down. Take a break and wait for me here. Jojin nodded and agreed softly. Good oh. She stayed quiet where she was, reminiscing about all the day's excursions, and couldn't help but raise her lips, her eyes curving. She wants to come back next time. Want to play all the programs. Mommy, not far away. The little girl, wearing a yellow princess dress, with red eyes, dropped tears. I have a tummy ache. Panicked, the woman carried her up, wiped away her tears, and patted her back soothingly. Good girl. Don't cry. Mommy's going to buy you balloons. Okay, what kind do you like? The little girl buried herself in her shoulder, her voice muffled. I want the one that glows. The yellow kitty. The two walked further and further away. Jojin looked down at her shadow, stretched long by the sunlight. The shadow was so alone, keeping her company. The next second, a longer shadow appeared beside her, as if it were snuggling up to her intimately. Jojin immediately turned her head as something was shoved into her hand. Shinichi shoved the balloon of twinkling stars to her. Boing boing balloon. There was also a small rabbit balloon holding a love heart in that round transparent balloon. Cute and dreamy. It's not cheap just looking at it. Xiaojun froze in place. This is, for me? She had been staring at it, consciously or unconsciously, since she entered the park, and it always felt familiar, with an inexplicable attraction. Want to buy. But then again, she's not a kid anymore, and it's not quite worth it to wait in a long line and spend money on a tiny balloon. So she looked at the balloons in other people's hands and simply looked at them, not realizing that she ended up owning them herself. It also happens that it's her favorite one, the love bunny. Shinichi stuck one hand in his pocket and lazily answered, "Well, this is compensation." Jojin, reparations? Shinichi shrugged his shoulders carelessly. His lips hooked up a touch of arc. Come out to play and still let you get hurt. It's time to send some gifts to compensate. After a pause, he asked in a flat tone, "I just picked them at random. Do you like them?" Xiaojun couldn't help but curl her lips and smile from the bottom of her heart, her eyes rippling with a little starlight. "Love it. Really like it." She lifted her eyes and looked at the familiar balloon as the bunny hugged the love and smiled sweetly. In that instant, Xiaojun's fingertips trembled lightly, suddenly remembering. In his previous life, during the honeymoon period after the wedding, when they went to the amusement park, Shinichi also gave her a beautiful balloon. It's exactly the same as this balloon right now. Xiaojun stiffened in place, inexplicably feeling a sense of unreality, and looked straight at Shinichi. The exact same balloon. Exactly the same scene. It's as if, in their past lives, the two Shinichis overlapped at this critical point. Thud. Shinichi reached out and flicked her head. In a good mood, what's the point of walking around a small broken balloon? You're happy like this? Xiaojun hurriedly came back to her senses, her tone muffled. Don't you play me. Seeing her in this state, Shinichi's eyes were obscure and deep. Even if she were to ravage her a little harder, she should just be red-eyed and nice and pathetic and say don't bully her. Shinichi's throat was dry and he couldn't help the reddening of the tips of his ears, wanting to reach out and rub her head, but finally restrained himself, because there is so little good in what people do for her, and now it's just a balloon that keeps her frozen in place. It's just too easy to trick, too easy to abduct. So, have to be nicer to her in the future. Chapter 25, Xiaojun has blackmailed Ji Xian. Inside the most luxurious box of the Imperial KTV, the lights were brilliant and luxurious under the sparkling chandelier. The smell of alcohol mixed in the air, and the sound of music lingered in the ears. Ji Xian sat in the very center, listening to the boys' noisy singing, and couldn't help frowning as annoyance surged through him. All shut up and be noisy. The noisy KTV box was instantly quiet. The warm atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the temperature plummeted as if the next second would be winter. The boys looked at each other in dismay and hastily put away their hangdog energy, not daring to utter a breath. No one could figure out what Ji Xian meant. The protagonist wasn't happy, so they naturally didn't make a hasty noise. Last year's birthday was also like this, hot and lively. Ji young master, although he looked cold, but at that time, he was obviously in a good mood. What's, like, so weird today? Compared to last year, everything is exactly the same. Only, there's someone missing. At that moment, a boy tentatively spoke up, his voice cautious. Why don't we call Jojin too? The crowd didn't move to observe Ji Xian's face. The man leaned on the sofa, a straight ironed English shirt, legs folded haughtily, exuding a cool and unapproachable nobility. Those light-colored pupils were as misty and elusive. At those words, Ji Xian finally reacted and nodded. The boy immediately got the meaning and started editing the message. Yuan Jian wasn't too happy about it and said with a cold grunt, Ji Xiao, Xiaojun must be waiting for us to call her right now. Wouldn't we fall into her trap this way? The bystanders also chimed in. That's right, the more we ignore her, the more anxious she'll become, and she won't dare to play small in the future. Ji Xian was silent for a moment and coldly swept a glance at them. Get her here. The boy then clicked send. In the next second, his eyes snapped wide open, looking incredulously at the cell phone screen, and he stammered, Xiaojun, she actually. Yuan Jian crossed his legs and rambled. What? Did she get back to you in seconds? The boy shook his head, full of surprise and said, No, she blacked me out. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd seemed to think of something possible and took out their cell phones to contact Xiaojun. *******. I was also pulled black. WeChat QQ do not leave me too. How come I'm even being blackballed? I've never spoken a word to her? A total loss. No doubt. That left only Ji Xian who hadn't sent a message yet. The crowd looked at each other. vaguely guessing something and finding it unlikely. Even if Xiaojun intentionally pulled the plug on them, she could never pull the plug on Ji Xian. Ji Xian opened his cell phone and flipped through the chat logs expressionlessly, his eyes narrowing slightly. It's almost always an unsolicited message from Jojun. I've got the finance elective. I made a lot of cookies. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Bunny sleeping. JPG, I'm already at the library. Waiting for you. Happy Penguin. In fact, she doesn't send a lot of messages that are wildly bombastic or about boring trivialities. Each time, she was careful to maintain a polite sense of distance, afraid of interrupting others, afraid that they would think she talked too much. Between the lines, one can glimpse the nervousness, excitement and warmth of the young girl, who seems to be at one with the little creature in the emoji. In contrast, his words are much colder, like a machine without the slightest temperature, usually an O, a period, or even simply do not reply. Returning to his senses, Ji Xian frowned slightly and typed A into the dialog box, and clicked send. No matter what, Jojun shouldn't have pulled the plug on all the boys around him the day before his birthday. It's so unreasonable. The next second, however, a red exclamation red suddenly appeared, extremely harsh. It was like a sharp knife poking straight into the eyeball. Dripping blood. The system's icy alert popped up. The message was sent, but it was rejected by the other party. This is being pulled black. If you just delete a friend, the prompt should be, the other party has turned on friend verification. You are not her friend. Only. Ji Xian stared dead at the chat interface, his face grim, his cold and lonely face suddenly cracking open a slit. The crowd watched his reaction with staccato surprise. It's not, is it? Xiaojun, so ruthless that she blacked out Ji Xian? This kind of risky trolling tactic is really unheard of. Surely you must have asked someone high up to guide you behind the scenes? One word, absolute. Under the dim lights of the KTV, half of Ji Xian's face was hidden in the darkness, obscure and unknown, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip ink. A cold light burst from his eyes. Call her. Call Zhou Jin on an unfamiliar cell phone. Yuan Jian immediately took out his cell phone, paused, and said with a difficult face, none of us seem to have saved her cell phone number. Ji Xian's voice was cold, and he blurted out, 137 6828. It wasn't until Yuan Jian dialed the phone that the crowd gradually reacted. Why is Ji Xian so familiar with Xiaojun's phone number? On the other side, the amusement park. Jojun went to the restroom line and couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. The women's restroom had a long line out the door, literally more people than a roller coaster ride. The men's restroom next door, on the other hand, didn't even have a single person at the door. This, in the end, why is it? Forget it, no gas, no gas, hold it for a while longer. Whoops, Shinichi, on the other hand, was holding Xiaojun's cell phone and small backpack, standing leisurely not far away. At that moment, Xiaojun's cell phone rang suddenly. It's an unfamiliar number. Shinichi lowered his eyes, lightly swept a glance, and did not answer. Engage in fraud, I guess, until the ringtone rang again and again sharply, as if there is something urgent, must be answered. Shinichi this slides the screen to answer. In the next second, Yuan Jian's reproachful voice suddenly rang out in an unkind tone. Xiaojun, you're quite capable. How dare you pull the plug on us? Chapter 26, She'll be sorry. Sensing the other party's disdainful attitude, the smile on Shinichi's lips instantly disappeared. His voice was vicious and gloomy, with a strong sense of warning. Yuan Jian, your skin is itchy? Inside the KTV box, the cell phone turned on the speaker, and Shinichi's voice entered everyone's ears with a strong sense of oppression. The crowd froze in place. Especially Yuan Jian was so scared that his face turned pale, associating the feeling of being held down and beaten furiously on the ground. He stammered and couldn't speak for half a day. How come it's Shinichi? Why did Shinichi answer Xiaojun's call? Ji Xian's face was cold and solemn as he snatched the cell phone, his voice unusually icy. Give Jojun the cell phone. For a brief 2 seconds, smoke filled the air without sound. The atmosphere was tense, as if foreshadowing a new storm about to erupt. The man on the other side of the phone didn't seem to hear and let out a soft laugh. Oh, what did you say? Ji Xian repeated grimly, word for word, give the cell phone to Xiaojun. However, in the next second, Shinichi decisively hung up the phone. Inside the box, everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath, and they kept their heads down. Ji Xian resolutely blackened his face and smashed his cell phone hard onto Yuan Jian, those eyes unusually cold. Jojun pulls the plug on him and turns around and gets this close to another man? Good enough. Yuan Jian hugged his cell phone, his brain running fast, listening to the phone so noisy, it should be outside. Why don't I go and inquire and find out what the two of them are doing? Ji Xian's face was full of hostility as he squeezed out a word through his teeth. Go. 5 minutes later, Yuan Jian was shocked. Holy, I've inquired. They went to that newly built amusement park to play, but they didn't go alone. They also called several people. Noticing that Ji Xian was in a poor mood to the extreme, Yu Wenjian's eyes rolled and he immediately opened his mouth. I think this Xiaojun is doing it on purpose, deliberately acting like I don't care. Besides, tomorrow is your real birthday, so she'll definitely sink her teeth into running to deliver a gift. How can you hide a scarf when you've knitted it? Ji Xian lowered his eyes, his eyelids fluttered, and a wave of panic inexplicably surged through his heart, as if he had invariably lost the most precious thing. No, what's he panicking about? The beloved is emboldened. Did Xiaojun somehow gamble with him and purposely seek out her bamboo horse to play along, trying to test him? Ji Xian regained his composure, his face expressionless, his tone certain. She will regret it. The crowd laughed and drank and continued to sing, chiming in, ha ha, that's for sure. She'll probably have her guts in her mouth by then. Yu Wenjian slipped off to use the restroom midway, sneered, and couldn't help but despise it in his heart. He knew in his heart of hearts that Ji Xian would only push Xiaojun farther and farther away by doing this. Ji Xian, this ice cube person, relying on his powerful family background, who is he pretending to look at with a sullen face all day long? He admitted that Ji Xian was capable in every aspect, smart in every way, but stupid as a dumb pig when it came to relationships. It's as if there's some kind of psychologically twisted disease or emotional disorder that has to be chased, coddled, and cajoled by others. Isn't that a? Yu Wenjian snorted coldly and opened his cell phone, flipping through the photos in the privacy album. There's the look of a young girl sleeping on her side, studying for homework, running drills, drinking water. There's also one of Jojin in her personalized class uniform, a JK pleated skirt. From the senior field day, the angle is tricky, peeking under the skirt of the young girl, although she is wearing white bottoms, but you can still peek at the delicate white skin on the thighs, as if a pinch will be red. Evocative. Yu Wenjian gulped, his gaze carrying a deep fascination. Xiaojun finished going to the restroom and returned to Qin Ichi. Hands were suddenly gently pulled up by him and tied to the thin strings of the pretty balloon, a perfect bow, tenderly tied around a glistening white wrist. Qin Ichi pointed at a few little kids playing with balloons next to him and said half-jokingly, "Look, those kids are playing like this." Xiaojun froze, blinked, and retorted in a small voice, "But I'm not a little kid anymore." Childish, she wiggled her wrist, the balloon rising and falling with her movements, the bright little thing inside reflecting a fine light. Jojin is gradually losing the battle. Okay, indeed, quite fun. Qin Ichi looked at her, his tone careless. By the way, Ji Xian and the others called you just now. Jojin looked up calmly. I don't know what it was that was looking for her, but it was more than likely not good. Besides, she didn't want to root around. Xiaojun silently took the cell phone, and without hesitation, she blacked out the number from earlier and looked up to continue playing with the balloon. There were no emotional ups and downs. Looking at her series of reactions, Qin Ichi couldn't help but hook his lips. Go, let's go back. The sky was darkening as we got out of the car. In the distance the setting sun's afterglow pours down. The clouds look like burning flames, and the autumn colors are infinite. There's still a ways to go before the school. Xiaojun's right foot was sprained, and even though Qin Ichi was holding her, she was still a little tired from walking, and it hurt a little. I just twisted it once not too long ago, and Niu Feng's kick was just too strong. Oh, but she held her tongue, thinking, soon, we'll be at school soon. Xiaojun, a clear magnetic, low-muscled voice slowly sounded from the side of her body. I'll carry you. Qin Ichi looked straight at her, his eyes shining like obsidian. It didn't look like a joke at all. Instead it was full of seriousness. Xiaojun subconsciously shook her head. No, it's only a 10-minute walk away. But Qin Ichi suddenly squatted down in front of her, with a bit of gambling. It's the same as a naughty little kid who lies on the floor and plays with toys if they don't buy them. Xiaojun didn't resist curling her lips, leaning over to poke his forehead with a warm smile. Come on. Qin Ichi squatted in place, looking up at her with a straightforward tone. Then let me carry you on my back. There was inexplicably a bit of arrogance in his tone. Jojin froze. Is it an illusion? Qin Ichi seemed to think of something, his eyebrows gently raised. In the past, you used to ride me every day. Or do you want to try a princess hug? Princess hug? Xiaojun couldn't help but feel her ears heat up and her legs go weak as she recalled the part of the road coming out of the haunted house. Finally, a little self-absorbed, she resigned herself to her fate and said, then it's better to memorize it. Thinking about it, she used to ride him every day, and Qin Ichi was her exclusive mount, so what was there to be embarrassed about? After she figured it out, Xiaojun took a deep breath and lay on his back, reaching up to hook her arms around his neck. Stay close. Qin Ichi's body stiffened and he stood up, weighing it. You're so light. It's too light. I'll have to feed her more goodies in the future. The man's voice was a little low, inexplicably with a loving and seductive meaning. Through the too thin layers of clothing, Xiaojun could even feel the man's searing body heat. which was spreading to every inch of her skin, one by one. It's just too hot, too hot. Jojin's heart burned a little too. It was as if the temperature around them had changed, and the two breaths were just entwined, inseparable, especially with every step. It stuck tighter, as if there were countless feathers, tickling one to the point of being tingly and uptight. Help! Xiaojin pressed herself against his hard, broad back and, in a trance for a while, couldn't help but murmur softly in his ear, "You're so hard." Shinichi violently stopped in his tracks, even suspecting that he had misheard. "What did you say?" Chapter 27, Shinichi, "Your ears are so red." Not realizing that something was wrong, Xiaojin repeated in his ear, her voice sweet, "Your back is so hard." It was very chalky to hold and not comfortable at all. Shinichi walked forward with her back, his tone meaningful and loose with a long drawn-out ending. Oh, obviously nothing was said, but then it seemed like everything was said. Xiaojin's breath stuttered for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing what she had said, and her cheeks immediately tinted with a layer of scarlet, as if they were burning with a reddish haze. Her inner villain struggled frantically. Ooh, this isn't a ride to kindergarten. Put her down. Regarding the memories of her past life, the part where she had communicated with Shinichi in depth after her marriage was the clearest and most profound. Jojin is most familiar with it. Shin Shaoqi. Not cute. Not at all. She lowered her head and silently tightened her arms, her whole body blowing up. Shinichi was strangled in his throat. The knot in his throat rolled and he couldn't help but utter a reminder. "Jojin, are you trying to strangle me?" The young girl behind her then responded, slowly relaxing her force, her voice lukewarm. "Oh, I'm sorry." The soft and cozy scent was attached to Shinichi's back, and the posture was more intimate than ever. Rubbing and squeezing. The young girl's wrist was slender and white, encircling his neck, her breath slowly falling on the base of his ear and the nape of his neck, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The scent was quiet and gentle, not strong and open, but a light, jasmine-like flavor, a hint of which lingered around. One can subconsciously think of the words warm and soft jade, at an angle she couldn't see. Shinichi's dark eyes were colored with a layer of hot lust, and a flame ignited in his abdomen. Shinichi's lips pursed, knowing that such a nasty thought wasn't right, and desperately trying to ignore the touch behind him. But the more one tries to ignore something, the more you can feel something. So soft. Shinichi walked faster and faster, the veins at the corners of his forehead bulging, his mind full of soft clouds. If I had known, I should have let Xiaojin strangle this beast to death just now. The orange-red sunset filled the entire sky, dazzlingly colorful and glittering, gently lengthening the shadows of the two men slowly. Jojin lay on top of him, her gaze unintentionally landing on the tips of the teenager's thin red ears. Ha! As if she had found something rare and strange, her eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but stretch out her index finger and gently touch the root of Shinichi's ear. The moment the fingertips touched the root of the ear, it seemed to provoke a strong electric current, which made Shinichi almost jump up. He resisted the urge to whisper a warning. "What for? No touching." "It's a warning, but it's not really mean at all." Xiaojin nodded obediently and softly, staring at the back of his head, saying softly yet seriously, "Shinichi, your ears are so red, and, ever since the index finger touched it, his ears have been redder to the naked eye. It's the same as the brilliant red sunset in the sky." Shinichi did not react much. His face did not change color. "A serious bull asterisk 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 born." Jojin paused, her tone muffled. "Oh." Shinichi reddened his ears, carrying her on his back as he dashed to the school's entrance and gently lowered himself down to support her. But the balloons tied to Xiaojin's wrists were just too eye-catching and bright, and along the way many of her classmates looked at them sideways, mistaking them for a young couple showing their love. Xiaojin buried her head deeply, silently chanting inside, "Can't see me, can't see me." Finally, when they arrived under the 100-garden dormitory building, the white street lights came on and the sky darkened. Waiting until there was no one around, Xiaojin breathed a sigh of relief, raised her head full of gratitude and waved her small hand. "Bye." Shinichi slowly stretched out his hand towards the top of her head, noticing that the young girl had no intention of avoiding it, before relaxing and rubbing her pilled head, like petting a bunny. His tone was careless. "Go ahead." Xiaojin nodded, holding onto the handrail as she climbed the entire 6th floor before realizing, as an afterthought, that she seemed to have been eaten tofu. No, pills. He's so bad. Returning to the dormitory really tired from a day of play, Xiaojin had just sat down when the phone rang unexpectedly. Strange number. Xiaojin pressed the answer, not realizing that the opposite side was quiet, so she politely inquired, "May I ask if you are?" The voice on the other side was a bit anxious. "Xiaojin, we're in the Imperial Box 1888-. Hearing Yu Wenjian's voice, Xiaojin did not wait for him to finish, and did not hesitate to hang up the phone and pull the black one-stop service. She hung her head, not reacting much, silently placing the balloon, charging her cell phone, and forgetting all her worries to take a shower. She and they no longer have any relationship, and from now on will only be never intersecting parallel lines. On the other end of the phone, there was a cold silence in the top box. Yuan Jian looked at the frosty-faced Ji Xian and eased the atmosphere. Xiaojin not coming is her lack of fortune. Does she think we have to be her? A bystander picked up. That's right. Do you really think you're important? I've heard that there's a new batch of fairies here lately, so have someone bring them in to take a look? It's no fun just drinking. The crowd looked at Ji Xian, who was silent. That's no objection. The boys lazily leaned back on the couch and rang the service bell. Shortly afterward, a row of pretty girls fishtailed into the room, the general manager bending over respectfully. Young Ji, may I ask for anything else? The girls looked up with red faces, and there were hot and beautiful imperial sisters, sweet and cute lolitas, and pure and shy girls. Yuan Jian took a glance at the young girl on the far side, dressed in a light pink JK pleated skirt and with a pill head. The silver nameplate on his chest clearly reads, No. 1. Ching Ching. Ching Ching smiled and there are two small pear eddies, like a budding peach blossom, pure and lovely, much like Jojen, but less interesting. The general manager paid deep attention to Ji Xian's every move, and seeing his gaze resting on the young girl, spoke tentatively. Ching Ching, go and pour a glass of wine for Ji Xiao. Ching Ching was flattered, looking at the most central, reserved and lofty man, her eyes full of joy. She lowered her head and approached with a red face, her heart like a drum. She picked up the bottle, yet the next second, Ji Xian suddenly crushed the glass, his eyes sharp and dangerous, his voice extremely cold and hostile. Get lost, all of you. The glass smashed into the ground with a piercing sound, and the entire box was instantly silent. Ching Ching was so scared that her face turned pale and shivered as she followed the general manager away. The boys were also unsure. Their faces were surprised, and there was some complexity in their eyes. Ji Xian, the proud son of heaven, the existence of the stars, no matter what. He maintained a cool and calm demeanor, maintaining a flawless state that made no emotions visible. It's always been that way. Only today, in public anger, a boy cleared his throat and began to warm up the crowd. Today, Ji Xiao is having an early birthday. Why don't we sing some dash? Before he could finish his words, Ji Xian left with a sullen face, not caring about their feelings at all. Young master, you don't go. The cake has not yet been eaten. Yuan Jian chased after him and bitterly retained. His tone worried, but he rolled his eyes as he retained it. A million straw horses running through his insides. Frozen, who the are you throwing your face at? Nightfall, midnight. Numerous birthday congratulations popped up on Ji Xian's cell phone. He had little patience and flipped through them one by one, but never found Jojen's congratulations. She does have his cell phone number, and even if she pulls the plug on WeChat, it's a spur-of-the-moment thing, so she can text her blessings. If Jojen had been more sensible, she would have admitted her mistake and been a better girl, stayed away from other men and stopped pulling these tricks. It wasn't as if Ji Xian wasn't willing to forgive her, yet it was 5 minutes past 0 and still not a single message from her. Ji Xian didn't move a muscle, his brows furrowed slightly, and his face grew colder and colder. Last year at this time, Jojen pinched the time to send him a blessing, not just a typed one, but a personally written card, photographed for him to see. She specially writes in black-backed card with a gold brush, and her regular script is neat and beautiful. Ji Xian flipped through the chat logs and quickly found the picture, only to just click on it. System alert, this image has expired. He murmured softly as he stared blankly at the reminder text, a strange emotion welling up inside him. Expired. 10 minutes passed slowly. Ji Xian slammed down his cell phone and looked at his slightly out-of-shape self in the mirror, quickly adjusting his emotions and regaining his composure. What does he care? It was clearly Xiaojin who couldn't stay away from him. It was Xiaojin who had to have him. She'll be back. Chapter 28 Nightmare. Late night link with him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the night was as deep and thick as ink, and all was silent. No! Xiaojin let out a gasp of surprise and snapped her eyes open, waking up from her nightmare, her face pale and her heart pounding. She hastily turned on her cell phone flashlight and breathed deeply. In the middle of the nightmare, the doll in the room suddenly awakens, twisting its head and taking a step towards her, and she lay in despair, unable to move. He watched as the dolls cocked their heads, giggled, and bared their fangs. Jen, you're so pretty. It's a shame you don't turn into a doll. The doll's eyes glowed green, sticking out its teeny tiny tongue. Jen, I like you so much. You're going to become one of our kind, okay? The next second, they open their mouths and bite her, draining the blood. Don't! Xiaojin couldn't make a single sound and watched herself turn into a dry corpse. The dream was so realistic, so real that it almost seemed like it was happening in reality. Xiaojin sucked in a breath of cool air, her scalp tingling, and looked around at the entire row of dolls next to the bed, instantly raising the hairs on her body in sweat. There was, if anything, a sense of oppression and suffocation in the air. as if there were pairs of red eyes hidden in the darkness, black shadows moving silently and eerily. Help, woo woo. It must have been the haunted house of the blood dolls during the day that left an indelible shadow in her mind. Xiaojun covered her face, always feeling that a doll suddenly moved as if it would swallow her in one bite the next second. Most of all, she was the only one in the dormitory tonight. Shang Lulu went back to her hometown to drink wedding wine. She didn't have class on Monday morning, so she didn't come back until noon. Shen Meixiang and Yunyu went to a dance charity event outside of the province, took official leave, and stayed at the hotel. Jojen gave herself up to cover her covers and sent a message to the dormitory group. Sure enough, no one replied. The sisters should have been asleep long ago. Also, who's awake after 2 a.m.? When she came back to her senses, her finger had already uncontrollably tapped into the chat interface with Shinichi. Xiaojun's fingertips trembled slightly as she tentatively asked, "Is it in?" After sending the message, he waited for half a minute, but still didn't hear back. Jojen pursed her lips a little lost. Indeed, they were already tired from a day at the amusement park, so I guess these boys fell back to sleep. She felt a point of chagrin for no apparent reason, and planned to listen to a children's song to calm her nerves. Suddenly, there was a ding and a beep. "Chi, why aren't you sleeping?" His avatar was a darkness with a small red flame burning in the center. Xiaojun's heart thumped and she subconsciously clicked on the input box, but she didn't know how to reply half the time, typing and deleting and going back and forth, seeming to hold the other person whole. Scared? Having a nightmare? The text message crashed into her eyes, and Jojen froze, slowly widening her eyes. No, how could this man always guess her mind? This? Jojen, well, a little bit, just a billion dots. Jojen sighed softly, her whole body wilting. Even if you told Shinichi that you were afraid, what use could it be? Could it be that in the middle of the night, you let him come over to sleep with you? Jojen hid under the covers, silently shrinking into a ball, never letting her feet stick out. The sense of security was much improved, but she was still too scared to get out of bed or look the dolls in the eye at all, and it always felt like there was someone under the bed, draped in a sack trying to steal her away. Creamy and sweaty, the streaming cell phone rang again, and Jojen froze slightly, jerking her head to the phone. Voice call? She subconsciously pressed the green connect button, her tone dripping with surprise. How do you play voice? The other party lowered his voice, a little hoarse, appeared more and more low alcohol magnetic, justified said, "Aang, aren't you scared? I'll keep you company." Xiaojun's pupil shook slightly, suspecting something was wrong with her ears and almost biting her tongue. Sleeping with? Shinichi was silent for a moment, his tone sounding somewhat helpless. You put your cell phone on the bed and don't hang up. Yell for me if you're scared, okay? Good-o. Jojen dutifully did as she was told, lying back on the pillows, her whole body wrapped tightly in the quilt, her heart pounding. Through the cell phone, it seemed that the sound of the man's shallow breathing could be heard, amplifying and magnifying in the silence and darkness of the night, lingering in the ears. Xiaojun couldn't help but call him Shinichi. The man's voice is loving and lazy, some provocative for no reason, with an indescribable compulsion, gently rubbing against the eardrums. Jojen silently rolled over in bed, her long eyelashes trembling softly as she whispered, "You're not allowed to hang up in the middle of a call. Aha. If there is danger, you must come to my rescue. Aha. You can't leave me." "Well," he said without the slightest hint of impatience in his tone, softly soothing, "go to sleep." Xiaojun's heartstrings fluctuated slightly, probably because Shinichi did not hesitate to promise her, and he is a man of his word. Said to do. Xiaojun's heart inexplicably solid a few points, as if not so scared before. She slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep, her tense nerves relaxing all at once, softly murmuring, "Good night." After that, a night of peace and quiet. In the boys' dormitory, Shinichi had his Bluetooth headphones plugged in. Each of the roommates had long since fallen into a dead sleep, snoring, and hadn't even heard their conversation. Shinichi's fingertips slid the screen, and the sound of the young girl's well-proportioned breathing gradually came to his ears, bit by bit hitting his eardrums. Occasionally you can still hear her murmuring in her sleep, as if she were sleeping right next to him. Outside the window, the stars are dotted, the moonlight is warm and hazy, and the silvery light quietly climbs the treetops. At 7 a.m., the alarm clock dinged a few times, and shimmering light filled the air through the curtains. Joaquin hates going to early 8s. Her entire body was in a daze, and she reached up to turn off the alarm clock, yawning lazily. After a few minutes, she sat up against her fried hair and struggled to open her eyes, dropping her head to look at her phone. The call was almost 5 hours long. He really didn't hang. Subtle emotions welled up in Xiaojun's heart, and she tentatively shouted softly, "Shinichi?" The next second, the other party's wantonly lazy voice came. I'm in. Chapter 29, blocked by Ji-Xian in a corner. It was Ji-Xian's birthday on Monday. College classes generally do not have a fixed location. but his first 3 securities investment courses need to be seated according to the student number. Has been a number of people on the campus wall to inquire about his specific seat. At this moment, a large pile of love letters and gifts on the table can no longer be placed, and even the ground is piled up with flowers. Extremely exaggerated. The boys in the same class have expressed their envy. Awesome. Young Master G is worthy of being the high-flying flower of Jing University and the clear and cold schoolmaster. However, Ji Xian walked over to the table and unwrapped one of the beautifully wrapped gifts with an expressionless face, frowning softly when he saw the name of the giver. No, none of them. No cards or scarves for her. Ji Xian's face suddenly turned icy cold as he looked at Yuan Jian to the side, his voice sinking slightly. Return all of these. As always, everything is rejected. Yuan Jian very doggedly came forward to pack up and organize things, rummaging through the east and west, and did not see Qiao Zhen's gift. What the hell? Is she that tolerant? While finishing up, Yuan Jian looked up and asked, what about these unsigned gifts? Ji Xian spoke calmly. Throw it away. The boy next to him rounded on him, craning his neck to look at his desk, his tone slightly surprised. Where's Zhou Zhen's scarf? It hasn't been delivered yet? The boy didn't notice anything wrong and continued. Right. I remember Qiao Zhen's birthday gift last year was a watch, right? Laughing to death. A cheap watch of 800 or 900. It's not good enough for her to give it away. In the next second, he felt the temperature all around him drop much lower, instantly becoming cooler. Ji Xian's light-colored pupils were laced with snowfrost, and his face became sunken to the naked eye as he just stared at him. The stare was hair-raising. Boys, what did I say wrong? It lasted until the end of the securities investment class, when the students were organizing their things. There was a pretty girl from the same class who took a deep breath, straightened her 8 bangs, and gathered the courage to walk up and confess with a red face. Ji Xian, I like. But before the words of confession were finished, Ji Xian left with a cold, frosty face, in an extremely bad mood, as if he didn't want to stay a second longer. The young girl's heart broke in an instant. Yuan Jian hurriedly chased after him and followed his pace. Ji Xiao, where are we going? It's not the cafeteria, and by the look on his face, it's like going to ask for a favor. Inside the empty classroom, Xiaozhen sat in her seat to study on her own, preparing for the college English competition. The students of the same major had already left, and she was the only one in the whole classroom. It was very quiet. After brushing up on a set of practice papers, she organized her backpack and slowly made her way downstairs when no one was around. Struggling with what to eat for lunch today, around the corner, a few shadows fell unexpectedly, like dark clouds looming and suddenly approaching. Xiaozhen sensed something was wrong. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she snapped her eyes up. Ji Xian and the 3 or 4 men around him took a step toward her. Xiaozhen froze, subconsciously taking a step back and lowering her head, not wanting them to notice her. On the contrary, it was as if these few people had come specifically for her, almost surrounding her, forming an impenetrable wall. Zhou Zhen backed away frequently, bumping into the cold tiles and being cornered, wary and repulsed. It was this wariness and rejection that deeply irritated Ji Xian's eyes. The boys were tall, gazing at her from above, stepping close to her, creating a strong sense of oppression for no apparent reason. Even the air became a few degrees thinner, making it difficult to breathe. Xiaozhen tried to leave but was firmly blocked. It's jammed to death. There were surveillance cameras all over the school building. They shouldn't dare to really do anything to her. But Xiaozhen still had a few moments of panic. Ji Xian stood in front of her, his skin cold and white, his nose high and straight, his face handsome, exuding an innate coolness and arrogance. He said nothing, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. Bad chills surged through Zhou Zhen's entire body. He always will be, whether in this life or the past life, he will always look like out of the picture and high above, not willing to say anything, to be chased and coaxed by everyone, only to be willing to give a good face. It was clear that she didn't like him anymore, didn't fall in love with him, and yet he appeared in front of her frequently. Xiaozhen slightly tilted her head, calmly confronted him. Her voice did not have the slightest rise or fall, and said without being condescending, "Get out of the way." She would never make the same mistake and follow as humbly as she did in her last life. 7 whole years in a previous life, 2 whole years in this life, just a joke. However, Ji Xian didn't move a muscle, still blocking her, his eyes staring pointedly at her, his handsome face even colder than earlier. The two just stood there, frozen in place, neither one speaking. Yuan Jian, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth, his tone arrogant and disdainful. "Zhou Zhen, why did you pull the plug on us? Ha? Not even answering the phone. What do you mean?" Zhou Zhen leaned back against the cold tiles, dropping her eyes, her tone calm and firm. "I told you, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Not now, and even less so in the future." Yuan Jian just wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by a look from Ji Xian, so he had to hold his breath and silence himself. Ji Xian took a step forward, and the distance plummeted, almost closing in on Xiaojun. He exuded a layer of morose aura all over his body, and his gaze was like a sharp blade glowing with silver light as he questioned word by word. Who do you think it has nothing to do with? Normally, Ji Xian was always able to control any of his emotions perfectly, and on the surface, he was calm and calm, calling people to guess and seek. But right now, it was a really extremely bad mood, so bad that it was obvious. Jojen hadn't seen him like this before and shuddered. She tried to slip through the gap between the other two boys. Without Ji Xian's order, the boys didn't dare to make a move. Xiaojun successfully broke out of the human wall, immediately ran downstairs. In the next second, the wrist was suddenly clutched hard. Ji Xian has a cleanliness fetish and has always loathed physical contact. In his previous life, every time he held hands, it was Xiaojun who took the initiative, and he never took the initiative to touch. Now it even took the initiative to grab her white, slender wrists and pin her firmly in place. Hiss! Xiaojun sucked in a breath of cool air, and the more she struggled, the tighter she was clutched. In the end, the power difference between men and women, Xiaojun felt like her bones were going to be crushed. Her brain went blank, and her whole body surged with deep disgust. Let go! Ji Xian stared at her closely. The young girl's eyes were still beautiful and clean, but they had lost the joy and expectation they once had, and had become like a pool of calm lake water, rippling without any ups and downs. It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be this calm. She shouldn't have the slightest attachment, and she shouldn't become careless. Invisibly, it seemed as if something was losing Ji Xian's grip, and he had not noticed. Ji Xian took a deep breath. His tone sank, his voice cold and piercing, almost squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Jojen, don't be unreasonable. Slap. In the next instant, a figure suddenly rushed over and violently slapped Ji Xian away. Shinichi reached out and pushed Xiaojun into his arms, looking at Ji Xian with vicious and violent anger in his eyes and a gloomy tone. Asterisk 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 off. Don't touch her. Chapter 30, They bullied you. Shinichi's dark eyes were dark, as if he was about to set off a raging storm, and the bottom of his eyes flickered with flames of anger. Jojen fell dizzily into a warm, generous embrace. She pursed her lips and reflexively clutched Shinichi's sleeve. It was as if time stood still in this moment and the entire world began to freeze. A strange emotion surged through his body, spreading and spreading. The buried seeds seemed to start taking root, hitting Jojen's heart one at a time. Shinichi, he's really fierce and mean, and also really, so gentle and tender. Nyoifeng. A few people hurriedly came, while running and growling. What's going on? A group of you boys are surrounding a girl, or not? I ba, 2A. After spitting viciously, the group of people then left. Shinichi carried Xiaojun down the stairs. He looked into Jojen's wet eyes and his heart instantly went soft. The young girl's slender wrist was white and smooth, but there were a few more clear red fingerprints that were very obvious. Apparently it was left behind by Ji Xian's hard grip. They bullied you. Shinichi's veins rippled at the corners of his forehead, and his tone was one of affirmation rather than question. If only he had arrived earlier and earlier. Xiaojun's eyelashes fluttered gently as she wordlessly nodded and shook her head. I'm fine. There's surveillance in the school. They shouldn't really do anything to her. They're just pissed off that she's pulling the plug. By the way, what brings you here? Jojen asked softly. Shinichi's voice was low, and his tone sounded a bit careless. By the way, not far away. When he heard the two words by the way, Zhang Yu almost burst out laughing, and his heart went crazy. Yo. Obviously, a boy from the same class happened to see Ji Xian going to block Xiaojun earlier, and after telling someone about it, someone immediately flew over at the speed of a 50-meter sprint. It's a smooth ride, isn't it? Shinichi was still in his loose appearance, gently lifting Xiaojun's wrist, his rough thumb gently rubbing her skin, as if trying to wipe away the few red marks. Xiaojun was being touched by Shinichi, and the rolling heat on her wrist seemed to penetrate through her skin and into her bloodstream, stimulating every cell. Her cheeks couldn't help but heat up, tinted with a pinkish red. The whole thing was in a trance. Xiaojun hung her head, her voice very soft. Don't do that. Someone is watching. Shinichi calmly turned his head, and sure enough, he saw a row of dumbfounded, gossip-filled little brothers. Shinichi, something wrong? In the next second, all of these people covered their mouths and ran away, revealing meaningful smiles as they did so. And again, and again, and again. When everyone had left, Shinichi smoothly took hold of her wrist and led her by the hand, his throat rolling. Accompany me to dinner. Xiaojun didn't notice that something was wrong and nodded, obediently following him. Okay. Stairs. Ji Xian stood still and silent. From the height he could look at the men and women walking side by side. His eyes instantly chilled like ice. It was even more horrifying and terrifying than just now, and the atmosphere around them instantly froze. Instead of going after him, he stared at Jojen dead in the face. The boys beside him shivered with cold and spoke up. Jojen is gambling. Isn't she trying to irritate us on purpose? Definitely. How can someone who's been chasing after Ji Xiao for so many years just say he's leaving? Hearing their words, Ji Xian gradually regained his calm demeanor. His emotions stabilized, and he walked down the stairs with an expressionless face. Yeah, it's just a deliberate gamble. Xiaojun doesn't like Qin. It's impossible. She had said it herself. She just thought of Qin as a brother she grew up with. She also said that she only liked him, Ji Xian, and would only like him alone in the future. So there's no point in going after them at all. When she calms down and figures it out, she'll definitely come back to him in tears. Inside the top mansion, it is spacious, bright and understatedly luxurious. Ji Xian likes to live alone and doesn't want to stay in accommodation, so he bought a mansion directly next to the school. All day long, his face was full of ice and he told the servants to all get out. The servants had bowed their heads and left, and could clearly feel that the young master's mood was especially bad today. Poor to the extreme. It's so strange. Usually the young master's likes and dislikes never show. Besides, it's obviously his birthday, right? In the room, Ji Xian's fist slowly clenched. Unconsciously in his mind, he remembered the image of Jojen's hand being held by another man. Xiaojun deliberately gambled by having dinner and going to an amusement park with her good bamboo horse Qinichi. Meh, he shouldn't care. Ji Xian's light-colored eyes didn't have the slightest emotion in them as he calmly opened his backpack. In the next second, however, his fingertips froze and his entire body stood straight in place. In the backpack, a light brown scarf was tucked in. It looks hand-knitted and the fabric is soft and comfortable, like a ray of warm spring light, slowly enveloping the glacier. The ice and snow melted. Although there was no signature or greeting card, Ji Xian was all but certain that it was from Xiaojun. When the boys found out, they showed a look of I knew it and laughed softly. I knew she couldn't help it, but she still came here to give us a gift. Is this the legendary fishing system? Ji Xian didn't say anything, his slightly suspended heart finally dropping. It's also true that Xiaojun likes him so much. How could she not give him a birthday present? Chapter 31, No. One racing driver Qinichi, the women's dormitory, 609, was informed of what had just happened, and the roommates were furious. Shang Lulu banged on the table while cursing. What? Ji Xian actually blocked you on the stairs. Isn't this proper harassment? Chen Meixiang pondered for a long time and came to the conclusion. When you were chasing him, he was indifferent, and now that you're not chasing him, he's starting to get anxious? Holy, or not? Jojen wilted down on the table, taking small bites of jelly and looking at her wrist. Couldn't help but remember the touch of Qinichi holding her wrist and gently rubbing it. So hot, but then again, it's comfortable. She buried her head in annoyance and rested it on her arm, her breathing a little disorganized. Yunyu's words slowly drew her back to her thoughts. We women still need to start a business and make a lot of money, and in the future, we'll order 10 male models a night. Talking about the cause, the crowd came together. Yunyu loves to dance and dreams of being a dance teacher in the future, preferably also opening a training class to make a lot of money. Lulu Shang wants to draw for a living and be a game original art designer, dreaming of working with her idol artist. Chen Meixiang likes to study makeup and often posts videos on social media, with 2 of the likes breaking the 10,000 mark, aspiring to be a beauty blogger with 1 million followers. When the trio asked about Jojen, she silently clenched her fists, a hint of determination in her soft voice. Singer. Probably even she didn't think that she would actually be able to stand on stage and shine in her past life. Though it's not hot, there are still many fans who support her and favor her. That's enough. Jojen's eyes twinkled with a little starlight. With the encouragement and support of her roommates, she plucked up the courage to sing stage auditions, which were limited to vegetarians, and enrollment was booming. Chen Meixiang hugged her tightly intimately. Little Jinjin, Gofu Gue do not forget each other. Fire cannot forget us. Shang Lulu nodded her head in approval. Our Jinjin will be the woman to dominate the singing world in the future. At that, Xiaojun had a bit of a heart attack, lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, this aid is not yet a skim. In case I don't even pass the online interview, what to do? And, maybe she'll go into Sao postpartum care later? For a month Xiaojun was busy practicing until 10:30 every night before returning to the dormitory. Even her roommate said she had lost a lot of weight. It wasn't until November 10th, Qinichi's birthday, that Xiaojun took a special leave of absence. It happened to be a Sunday, and the congregation had arranged to reunite at 7 p.m. on their birthday. The moment in the early hours of the morning was unusually hot with a sudden brush and a group of 10 people chatting. Nyo Demon King, Nyo Ifang, happy birthday brother Mia. Love you, kisses. Squidward, Zhangyu, congratulations, happy birthday and happy returns. Keiko, tonight at 7 o'clock. I'll see you at the Xbox. After that it inexplicably turned into a fighting contest, with countless sandy emoticons popping up like crazy. all at once brushing the message to 99 plus. Xiaojun had long since drifted off to sleep, pulling at her eyelids with her hands and bracing herself until now. She poked into the private chat dialog box with Chinichu and sent it at midnight sharp. Happy 19th birthday, happy every day. It also comes with a cute and adorable emoji of an orange kitten holding a cake with a starry face. After sending the message, her eyelids are forced to shut down, and she was about to turn off the light and go to bed, when the next second, her cell phone beeped. Chinichi seconds back, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock empty, you to a place. 6 points? Xiaojun rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly replied, is it with them? I thought we were supposed to meet at 7 p.m. Immediately after that, the cell phone rang twice in a row, and Chinichi's message crashed into the bottom of his eyes. Not, it's just me and you. Xiaojun read the message in a daze, froze, and went back to read it again, her entire being instantly awake. She stared at the words just me and you and her heart felt like a kitten's claw had scratched it. A feeling called anticipation creeps into his heart, especially in the stillness of the night. Xiaojun's fingertips stuttered for 2 or 3 seconds, holding down the screen. Good oh, where to go ah? Chinichi, secret, ha, sells nothing. Xiaojun silently turned off the lights, cell phone off the screen, lying on the cot, his heart constantly guessing what this secret in the end. The more he thought about it, the more energized he became, his eyes glaring like brass bells. 40 minutes later. Can't sleep. Why? Can't sleep at all. Xiaojun's entire body shrinks and twists twice under the covers, sulking silently. In the afternoon, Xiaojun changed into a beige knit shirt with a long skirt and left the house half an hour early. According to the location sent by Chinichi, he came to the base of the racing training ground. Chinichi has been consistently training and usually comes to the base to practice when he doesn't have classes. The engine's hum filled his ears with a low, powerful roar. Standing outside, Xiaojun could be driven by the momentum, inspiring people. Dozens of motorcycles flashed across the closed-loop road course in an instant like lightning silver dragons. Jojin was so dazzled that she had to tilt her head back to look at the screen, and the camera happened to cut to the first rider. The man was dressed in a red and black racing suit with a solid black helmet. He pressed down and drifted, his entire body nearly plastered to the road with a sense of aggression and control. Like a wildfire, it raged across the field, smoke spreading into the air around it. That's driver number 1, Chinichi. The team's name, Infinite Fanaticism, was a perfect fit for someone like Chinichi. Jojin craned her neck and stared unblinkingly at the screen for a moment of trance. Chinichi's time was finally set at 6:28:41, ranking first in the whole group, and even far ahead, leaving the latter a long way behind. He's so fast. The technology is superb. For some reason, Xiaojun's heart inexplicably filled with pride, staring at the first row of grades, eyes full of joy. Last year, Chinichi won the gold medal in the youth division and was called a monster newcomer with a lot of talent. Coupled with his lack of arrogance and hard training, it's no wonder that in his previous life, he qualified to represent his country. 10 minutes later, the teenager changed into a black punching bag, with a hard silhouette and superior sidelines, and stood in front of Xiaojun in a spirited manner. Chinichi didn't expect her to be standing at the door already. His voice low and slightly hoarse. Why did you come so early? He seemed to have gone out of his way to wash his face, and refreshing droplets of water ran down the side of his face, slowly downward, eventually resting on the raised knot of his throat, with a wildness that was hard to ignore. It spread densely in all directions with a strong sense of aggression. At that exact moment, he tilted his head back to drink his mineral water, the knot in his throat rolling up and down his neck in a well-defined, eye-catching manner. Xiaojun looked a little confused, her cheeks swooning a layer of pink. So sexy. Want to bite. Chapter 32, Yo, with your girlfriend? After 2 seconds of disorientation, alarm bells went off in her head and she immediately averted her eyes. How can you think that? She's really changed for the worse. Oh. Xiaojun began to change the subject, standing on her tiptoes and looking east, her eyes blinking lightly. So that place you were talking about, where is it? Chinichi's dark eyes stared deeply at her, meaningfully. There's no rush. You'll know later. Jojin. Oh, don't tell or don't tell. She wasn't curious. Just don't. Xiaojun pursed her lips in loss, reaching out to cover her canvas bag tightly. Then the birthday gift I prepared for you. I won't give it to you for a while. You're not in a hurry anyway. Upon hearing this, Chinichi smiled in a muffled manner, casually answered him, and pulled out a small black velvet gift box from the pocket of his raincoat. A pearl hairpin lay inside, adorned with fine diamonds, delicate and elegant, looking high class. A lazy smile curled up on Chinichi's lips. I'll clip it on for you? Xiaojun looked at the pearl hair card, her watery eyes filled with doubt. Where did you get that? An unbelievable speculation suddenly swept through his mind, and it flickered away before Xiaojun could even catch the remnants. In the next second, Chinichi's careless voice rang out, sounding like he was casually explaining. Sweepstakes in the fleet. A giveaway. Xiaojun was filled with suspicion. Really? Shinichu nodded his head and babbled in a serious manner. Really? Oh. Xiaojun thought to herself that it was also true. Why would Shinichu lie to her for a good reason? There was no need for that. Anyway, this hair card is really floaty brew and cute ovo. Shinichu walked behind her and put on her hairpin. The pupils of his eyes were dark, and the knot in his throat rolled gently as he looked at the young girl with seriousness. Today Xiaojun was wearing a long white skirt and a beige knit shirt. Her hair was untied and hung down on her chest, shiny and soft, a little more gentle and kind than usual, like a quietly blooming jasmine flower, white and serene, especially the snow-white, flawless neck that was leading him to take a nibble every second of the day. A touch of pink slowly welled up at the root of Shinichi's ear, forcing him to avert his eyes and suppress the charming thoughts in his heart. He hooked a small amount of hair from each side of Jojin's left and right sides, twisted it twice toward the center, and finally pinned on a pearl hairpin. The bright pearls fell on her ebony hair, becoming more and more radiant. That's how it's taught online. And girls love such everyday hairstyles that are simple and easy, not too flashy or plain. She should like it too. Shinichi slowly and methodically organized her broken hair. The young girl's hair gently rubbed against her fingertips, carrying a light fragrance that was tingly and numb. Time seemed to slow down and the moment was very long. Xiaojun stood in front of him, her head hanging slightly, her glistening white fingertips silently tugging up, her small face taut. Okay. Shinichi pulled away without haste and led her to the motorcycle, his long legs straddling the vehicle, his movements sharp and capable. Get in the car and take you. Jojin jumped at the chance. She had actually ridden in the backseat of Shinichi before and envied him for being tuggy and pulling his weight. The feeling is really special and exciting, but if you really think about it, the last time I sat on the back of his motorcycle was a long time ago. It seems that from the time she started chasing Ji-Xian, she began, consciously or unconsciously, to distance herself from Shinichi, always staying far away from him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from a short distance away. Asterisk. Jojin looked back and wondered when a line of boys had stood, still wearing racing suits. The boys in that row were filled with shock and dumbfounded, their eyes hovering between Shinichi and Xiaojun. I'll be damned, came an exclamation from the crowd. Gosh, they've never seen any other girls around Shinichi. Previously, there were always beautiful women who wanted to sit in the backseat of Shinichi and add a microblogging with him. But he was full of I'm not interested and I don't like women looks. They seriously suspected that Shinichi was gay, the fierce one kind. And now this guy invites a pretty girl to ride on the back of his motorcycle? And he even puts a pearl hairpin on her with his own hands. Them. All of them. See? A blonde-haired boy whistled and heckled. Yo, Chico, with your girlfriend? Xiaojun was burned by the word girlfriend. Her body suddenly tightened, her heart hanging high. She subconsciously shook her head and responded softly, I'm not. But the next second, Shinichi's wild and lustful voice rang out from behind, his tone casual and lazy. Yeah. The two words were like a boulder, bang into the heart of the lake. Splashing. Xiaojun froze in place, her brain instantly going down, a blush sneaking up her cheeks and smoldering pink. What is it? How come she doesn't know? The brain was a mess, as if it couldn't think at all. Xiaojun's heart was almost about to jump into her throat, and she froze as she turned back to look at Shinichi, asking with a red face, what did you say? She held her breath, not daring to gasp at all, her entire being confused. Shinichi's lips gently hooked up, exuding a wild and gangly atmosphere. Reaching out to pat his motorcycle, jokingly said, this car, my girlfriend. The words just fell, and in that instant, Xiaojun's heart suddenly missed a beat and the corners of her mouth twitched. She looked down at the cool black motorcycle and froze for a long time before silently making a sound. Oh, you too, quite a match. Turns out she was overthinking it. It was so embarrassing. What kind of nonsense was she brainstorming? Complicated emotions welled up in his heart, not knowing if it was loss or what. The crowd was similarly silent in place, their pupils seismic and their expressions almost on the verge of cracking. Motorcycle. Is that his girlfriend? Okay. Plankton's boss in SpongeBob SquarePants can marry a computer, so it doesn't seem strange if Shinichi marries a motorcycle. Let's just say, even if a pig can get up a tree and a dog can play with a cell phone, Chico, a dead straight man, can't ask for a wife and deserves to be single for the rest of his life. The crowd pondered carefully and came to a realization. No wonder Shinichi never let girls sit in his back seat. The original is afraid of his girlfriend motorcycle jealous. The golden-haired boy let out an "oh," took out his cell phone and flipped open the QR code of WeChat, smiled and walked to Xiaojun, asking politely, hello sister, can you add a WeChat? In the future, my brother will take you out for a ride. It's the first time he's ever actively asked someone for a WeChat, for no other reason. Xiaojun looks too pure and desirable. A long white dress, The temperament of a good girl is not compatible with the atmosphere in the training base. The key thing was that she smiled sweetly, sweetly to his heart. No one can say no to a sweet girl. No. However, before Golden Hair could wait for Xiaojun's reply, he was interrupted by Qin Yichei's sudden voice. Can't. The blonde guy's mouth twitched. I didn't ask you either. Qin Yichei faintly lifted his eyelids and swept him a glance. You're 5 seconds slower than me this time. Isn't that a no? No man would tolerate being told that he couldn't. And Goldie's attention was immediately drawn to the fact that he was furious. Okay, Qin Yichei, you ride the fastest, okay? The world's #1 fastest man. The world's fastest man. However, while he was talking, Qin Yichei had already skillfully scooped up Xiaojun into the backseat and left with a whoosh. Motorcycle exhaust fumes hit the air. Golden Hair realized with hindsight that something didn't seem quite right. The locomotive traveled toward the back of the base, slowing down as if it were afraid that Xiaojun would fall off. The surrounding scenery was like a movie, flashing from eye to eye, frame after frame. Xiaojun clutched the punching bag behind him and reached out with her glistening white index finger, poking him in the back and poking her head out to urge him on. Qin Yichei, you're so slow, can you drive faster? She loved the feeling of being free and uninhibited and hurtling along, just like a roller coaster. Qin Yichei's back is as powerful as a strong bamboo, broad shoulders and narrow waist, matched with a black punching jacket, inexplicably has an indescribable charm. Hormone explosion. He seemed to chuckle softly, his voice low, then hold me tight. Without thinking too much, Xiaojun reached out and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, almost her entire body pressed against his back as she dutifully nodded her head and said, well, I've held on tight. The man's body seemed to freeze for a few seconds. In the next instant, there was a boom. The locomotive suddenly accelerated and instantly sped out. The roar and wind filled the ears with a buzzing sound. With a bump, Xiaojun knocked her head on Qin Yichei's back. The strands of her hair were completely disheveled by the wind, and Xiaojun always felt like she was going to be thrown out of the room, her whole heart taking flight with her, and exciting and scary. The locomotive is even still accelerating. Another bump in the road. Xiaojun clung to Qin Yichei for dear life, and after a few seconds of strong support, she finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out. Well, don't. Qin Yichei, slow down. It's too fast. Chapter 33, She's so good and cute. In just 2 minutes, Qin Yichei drove to the top of the hill behind the training base. In fact, the driving speed is not fast. It is just that the road up the mountain is steep and easy to be scared. Besides, the person who drives and the person who rides in the car feel differently. He was just about to step out of the car, but his waist and stomach were still being pulled by the young girl's death grip, and his back was pressed against a warm, soft body. The knot in Qin Yichei's throat rolled, and he couldn't help but pat the back of her hand, uttering a soothing voice, good girl, we're here. Xiaojun was dumbfounded in the back seat, full of dumbfoundedness, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before she reacted and slowly spread her hands. Qin Yichei couldn't help but curl his lips, a low chuckle welling up deep in his chest, helplessly reaching out to hug Xiaojun down, moving gently, also holding down her head in passing, gently rubbing it. He pulled away and faced the sun. Look, Xiaojun looked down her eyes, and suddenly, her eyes slowly widened, sprinkled with a layer of bright stars. Under the sun's favor, the mountains and hills of flowers bloomed uncontrollably, light blue, light pink, golden, various flowers intertwined with a brilliant and colorful oil painting, fragrant and refreshing. A breeze blew slightly, and the sea of flowers rose in waves, romantic and healing, and the butterflies danced with them. Xiaojun's lips couldn't help but ripple with a smile, like a bright spring flower, so beautiful. She really loves flowers and nature. Just standing in place and watching is refreshing and relaxing. Qin Yichei put one hand in his pocket, turned his head diffidently, and asked her in a low voice, does it look good? Aha! Xiaojun curled her lips and nodded, as if she had found some rare treasure, completely unable to take her eyes off it. Qin Yichei stood beside her, his ink pupils flushed with a mesmerizing color, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. When the sun sets later, it will look even better. Xiaojun's eyes were filled with longing, unable to hold back the anticipation. The whole person was like injecting some kind of sweet honey. So, he brought her here because he wanted to watch the sunset with her? Suddenly, Qin Yichei stretched out his hand towards her, his bony fingertips slightly curved and lightly hooked towards her, his tone lazy. Give it to me. Xiaojun looked back steeply, some doubt in her eyes and a question mark over her head, but dutifully placed her hand in his palm. Well, he must have his reasons for saying that. Fingertips touched and suddenly felt his burning heat. Xiaojun was in a subtle mood, her hand shrinking slightly and her eyelashes trembling gently. In the next second, Qin Yichei raised his eyebrows in slight surprise, his complex expression, staring straight at her, seemingly smiling. I mean, gifts for me. As soon as the words fell, Xiaojun stared roundly, as if she had been electrocuted, and immediately drew back her hand. It's a gift for him? Not hands to him? Xiaojun brain a mess of numbness. Ears cannot help but begin to burn, thinking how he misunderstood again. Oh, she wanted to cry and spat softly. I don't know what to give you. Why do you people talk in half? Humph. So angry. Really angry. Oh, but who let him be the birthday boy today? He can only be spoiled. Jojin pulled a brand new wireless headset case out of her canvas bag and gave it to him. Just a few days ago, she asked the other as if nothing had happened to her what she was missing lately, and Shinichi thought for a long time before saying that he had lost one of his headphones. So Jojin picked out a pair of good quality headphones overnight, and although the price was brutal, she put up with the purchase. Shinichi took the headphones and shook them lightly, leaning over slightly, a smirk on his lips. Thanks. I happen to really like this brand. It's just right. Jojin leapt inwardly, and likewise couldn't help the smile that rippled through her. She inexplicably feels happy whenever people like her gifts. Immediately after, Xiaojun pounded half a day, and carried out a dark gray scarf from the bag. The whole person is like a small animal offering its treasure, blinking and blinking, looking forward to other people's favorable comments. She carefully observed Shinichi's reaction. Shinichi froze slightly in place, staring deeply at the scarf, his heartbeat suddenly a little out of control. His ink pupils were covered with starbursts of broken awnings, flashing with a strange luster. For me, Jojin took it for granted. Yeah, you knit it yourself? His chest gradually began to burn. Jojin nodded her head and let out a soft Mostly, she herself loves to knit, craft, bake, and really heals and enjoys it. She didn't feel like it was a waste of time at all. Quite the contrary. It would be comforting and relaxing for her brain, all at ease. Suddenly, those words of envious friends from the previous century drilled into my head like crazy. I don't think he would wear it, would he? Oh, I don't want this cheap stuff for nothing anyway. A sentence that seemed to be a joke, but spat out the truth. Each word a hard stab in the tip of Xiaojun's heart. Once, the heart she gave was trampled on at will. A sourness welled up in Xiaojun's chest, and she couldn't help but hang her head, silently withdrawing her hand and asking in a muffled voice, "Don't you like it?" Shinichi immediately converged his smile, full of seriousness, and responded seriously, "Like, Jojin, I love it." A cool breeze blew by, carrying the scent of earth and grass, and brushing the face in a gentle and loving manner. The leaves of the trees are rustling, the flowers of the mountains are swaying in the wind, and the birdsong is crisp and beautiful. Everything is like a dreamy wonderland. Every word went with the wind, pouring into Xiaojun's ears. Shinichi leaned down slightly, bending over and leveling his eyes with Xiaojun, his pupils rolling with strange feelings. "But I don't know how to wear it." There was also an inexplicable hint of arrogance in his tone, like he was waiting for something. "Jojin, it's just a scarf. Why wouldn't it be? It's just 2 or 3 loops around the neck." "Oh, it's probably because he's looking for perfection, to keep a good image." Xiaojun's mind was in a daze and she blurted out, "So, shall I put it on for you?" Just after saying that, Xiaojun had some regrets. Why does it always feel like I'm falling into a trap? Forget it. Who let Shinichi as the birthday boy today, or have to spoil him? As long as he is happy it's good. You help me wear it. Shinichi nodded, like a big dog with a wagging tail, fierce and tugging at others, but only, very good and innocent to his master. Jojin was startled by the thought she had brainstormed and sucked in a breath of cold air. With her eyes downcast, she carefully folded the scarf in half and reached up to wrap it around Shinichi's neck. The two came so close that the hot breath exhaled slowly filled the air, hovering and tangling between them. Xiaojun's fingers inadvertently touched his burning neck, and suddenly, it was as if there was an electric current spreading throughout his body along his fingertips. The faint scent of the teenager's clean pine and grass still lingered on the tip of his nose. The atmosphere was inexplicably subtle. Xiaojun lowered her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over his delicate, cold white collarbone, as well as the tantalizing knot in his throat, once again sliding slowly up and down as if he were fishing. Really sexy. No wonder he had so many female fans in his previous life. Jojin blinked, snapping awake and arching the immodest thoughts out of her mind. Putting on the scarf, Xiaojun reached out again to give him a careful finishing touch, checking it carefully, her lips pursing up in a satisfied smile. The dark gray color goes particularly well with his temperament. It's a perfect match. Jojin laughed, and in the next instant, was caught off guard by the hot, genuine look in his eyes. Shinichi obsidian-like pupils in the clear and transparent, eyelashes long, rooted and distinct, under the eyes of the tear mole more and more compelling. Tenderness is hidden beneath sharpness. Jojin was even able to see her own crystal-clear reflection through those eyes. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Shinichi was the first to lose the battle, dropping his eyes and averting his gaze. "Wear it." Jojin silently moved her feet and pulled away. She raised her pink and white fingers and made 2 small gestures in the air. "Actually, there's a small gift, but I'll give it to you together when the evening comes." Well, she's learned to sell out too. Shinichu's chest burned. Good. The young girl's skin was white and delicate, and when she looked closer, she could see her thick and curly eyelashes, fluttering gently like butterfly wings. This scarf, it should take her quite a while to knit, right? In fact, it was the best gift in the world for Jojin to come and stay with him, favorably. Xiaojin, always so good, so attentive, so warm to him. Shinichi really wanted to pinch her cheeks and question how she could be so well-behaved and cute. Chapter 34. She hugged Shinichi tightly. Shinichi was wearing a dark gray scarf, feeling the soft and warm fabric. His lips couldn't help but rise, his mood pleasant to the peak. The softest part of the heart is also deeply touched. It was as if he had been stung by something in a small bite that gradually became red and swollen and tickled the tip of his heart. The two men continued a little further up the hill to find the best spot to watch the sunset. Green grass, hundreds of flowers, the air smelled fresh and good. Xiaojin deeply breathed in the fresh air, her whole body and mind relaxed, squatted down, just wanted to sit on the grass. Suddenly, something long and thin came to her feet. Its back is covered in lime green scales and almost blends in with the lawn. What the heck? Xiaojin froze in place and rubbed her eyes before she could carefully distinguish the moving pile on the ground. In the next second, the little green snake snapped its head up and stuck out its tongue towards her. Hiss! Ah! Xiaojin instantly sobered up, her scalp tingling and the hairs on her entire body immediately standing on end. Help! There's a snake! Oh, help! Her face went white, her head buzzed, and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. The shadow of what once was loomed over her head like a huge, impenetrable net to swallow her completely. Xiaojin instinctively stepped back, subconsciously jumping onto Shinichi, her slender legs automatically wrapping around his lean waist, not daring to touch the lawn at all. It was like wrapping himself around a life-saving straw, and he refused to relax his force. The two of them were in a face-to-face position, with Xiaojin lying on Shinichi's front side, wrapping her arms around his neck and almost pressing against him. Tight fit. The young girl's soft and fragrant body was caught off guard and pressed up against her. Shinichi froze, instinctively protecting her, reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, firmly holding her down in his arms. Don't be afraid. The man's body stiffened for a moment, lifting a hand to pat her back, almost to her ear, whispering a soft coax, repeating, "This snake is not poisonous and doesn't bite. Xiaojin, don't be afraid." Xiaojin's face was still frighteningly white, her eyes dropped and she bit her lip stoically, her voice and body trembling uncontrollably as she gently ground against him. People in extreme panic have absolutely no regard for shame or decency. The young girl wrapped her arms tighter around him and murmured softly in his ear, "No, don't you let go of me." Xiaojin's voice was especially sweet, and the end notes were still slightly upturned, sounding just like petting. The light fragrant scent came to the face, lingering around, with magic, drilling into every pore on Shinichi's skin. His face was calm and even, looking proper and serious, but his neck and the tips of his ears had long since been involuntarily smoldering pink. The veins on Shinichu's arms bulged and throbbed with excitement, and he comforted with a muffled voice, "Okay, I won't let go." The young girl's eyes brimmed with a layer of watery mist, like brimming spring water. The ends of her eyes were moist, and she hugged him in resignation, as if, with eyes only for him. Shinichi remembered that Xiaojin had once said that the year she was dumped in the countryside, she went to work in the farmland and ended up having her calf dead-ended by a large snake, biting out 2 bloody holes. Crimson blood flowed slowly down his calf. It was the next-door uncle who saw it and rushed over to chop off that snake with an axe, sending Xiaojin to the hospital and saving her life. When Shinichi heard about this, his heart clenched suddenly and he couldn't help but ask, "Did it hurt?" Tiny Jojin leaned against him, hugging her knees tightly, tilting her head with a bitter smile, her whole being calm and sober. "It hurts," she mumbled lostly. How can it not hurt? Whenever he recalled this incident, Shinichi found it somewhat difficult to breathe, and his heart felt like it was pressing down on a Tarzan, unable to catch his breath at all. If she hurts, he hurts. Shinichi held down her back waist with one hand to prevent her from slipping. Xiaojin obediently lay on his shoulder, her snow-white arms encircling his neck, withholding her breath. "Shinichi, hurry up." Shinichi picked up the branch with his other hand and tried to get rid of the snake. It would have been so easy and effortless, but with Jojin hanging onto him, like a koala hug, it became extremely difficult to move. The point is, Jojin also locks him in a chokehold and is almost about to strangle him alive. It's just too close, so close that Shinichi could even feel the roundness of the young girl's body, gently trembling in front of his chest. Shinichi's ears began to burn, secretly climbing a scarlet color. It's like having several Mentos dropped into a Coke bottle and instantly spewing out tons of gas. His eyes seared and rolled. The knot in his throat slid up and down. His breathing gradually became ragged, his voice low and hoarse. "Jojin, don't you move." He was stiff, unable to move, and even his ability to think was declining as his brain was in a state of disarray. Xiaojin whimpered in his ear, red-eyed, her eyes filling with a wet, pathetic mist in moments. I didn't move. Her voice trembled slightly, soft and sweet, as if she'd rolled in a honeypot. Jojin is going crazy. Shinichi was going even more crazy. Where was he to take such a shock? Every word, every tremor of Xiaojin's turned into a bullet that precisely sniped him in the heart. He took a deep breath, clearly enduring to the limit, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. Good girl, just relax. I'm going to get choked by you. The neck was stuck so hard that it was unusually difficult to even breathe. Today he was handed over to the warm, soft arms of Jojin. Xiaojin froze for 2 seconds, slightly relaxing her force, holding back her sobs and whispering in his ear. Oh, sorry. She was going to break down. She felt like she was really going to see the tits. At that particular moment, the little green snake on the ground was pushed by a branch, silently looking at the two people who were in love with each other, and instantly became unhappy. It made a sudden, chilling hissing sound. The sound was like long fingernails scraping hard against a blackboard, and Xiaojin shivered, her scalp tingling as she lowered her head and buried it in Shinichi's right shoulder. She hugged him while whispering and trembling softly, Shinichi, Shinichi, because she subconsciously felt it. Shinichi is the safest and most reliable existence. Quite the opposite. Shinichi felt that his current self was more frightening, terrifying, and dangerous than some little green snake. Green snakes are non-venomous, harmless, docile and do not bite, and with his toxicity and vicious character, he just might become an animal and eat Xiaojin alive. Especially now, with Jojin calling his name over and over again, it was foul to the core. The breath belonging to a young girl lingered in the ears, warm and sweet, and little by little it gently swung into the ears. Hearts were shouting crispy. Shinichi clenched his teeth tightly, and the blood in his body flowed backwards, bubbling and rolling like boiling water. He held back, forcing down the evil thoughts in his mind, and got the snake down the slope without mercy. Snake? Jojin lifted her head obediently after hearing no movement. Got rid of it? Shinichi's earlobes were red and dripping blood, and he patted her back while carefully putting her down, pretending to be calm. Well, it's gone. Xiaojin's eyes were resigned and pitiful, like a small moose frozen in place after a panic attack. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly came back to her senses. The fresh, light scent lingered on the tip of her nose, and the testosterone hit her with a strong, rolling scent of aggression. Only then did she realize how offensive she had just been, how close she had been to Shinichi. He even almost strangled Shinichi alive. Jojin's heart was beating so fast and so furiously in her chest that the sound was deafening. Probably, scared by snakes, Shinichi's throat was dry, and inexplicably a hot flame flared up in his heart. I had no choice but to unscrew the cap of a mineral water bottle and finish the bottle in 2 or 3 tries. His neck was getting a little red too, and he was burning and rolling as if he would burn the next second. After calming down for a few moments, Shinichi carefully observed the surrounding area and confirmed that there were no other snakes or bugs before taking off his punching jacket and unfolding it to lay it flat on the grass. Sit down. He looked lazily over at Jojin, keeping his own distance and sitting casually on the grass next to him. Jojin rubbed her eyes, detaching herself from the panic and fear she had just experienced, and gasped softly. She sat on Shinichi's jacket, her hands clasping her knees and shrinking into a small ball, only sitting on a third of the jacket. Nice and formal. Xiaojin patted the empty seat beside him, pupils clear as crystal, looking at him seriously said, "Why don't you come over and sit with us?" Shinichi frowned slightly, struggling extremely hard inwardly, and didn't move a muscle in place. He was actually intentionally pulling away, intentionally wanting to get away from her for fear that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. It's so torturous to hold back. A voice in Shinichi's brain desperately tried to stop him from saying, "Don't go over there, stay away from her." But in the end, he was physically honest enough to move over and lean in with Jojin, snuggling intimately. A breeze blew slowly, blowing away the layer of charming and hazy ambiguity, but also blew away the two people's panic and helplessness. However, the touch of the young girl sticking up was deeply burned into Shinichi's mind. She's really, really soft. Chapter 35, Sunset. His romance. It didn't take long for the setting sun to gradually begin sinking downward as if it were a large golden bead. The sky was gradually dyed with layers of golden red. The sun is setting. Shinichi unpacked the earphone box, connected the Bluetooth, handed it to Xiaojin, and asked carelessly, "Listen to songs?" "Aha!" Xiaojin, who loved listening to songs, nodded and took out one earphone and put it in her left ear. Shinichi, on the other hand, plugged in his right ear and lazily asked her what she wanted to hear. Jojin silently padded over to him, almost right next to him, and casually clicked on a song on the charts. "Call You Tonight." In the next second, a relaxing and pleasant intro plays, passing through one's eardrums and hitting the deepest and softest places of the heart, stirring up fine ripples. It's like springtime on a dead tree, or the warmth of the winter sun. The stars must be aligned tonight. I believe this has to have a meaning. I believe this has to have a meaning. With the beautiful melody of the music, Xiaojun was instantly comfortable all over. Time seemed to freeze, and the world was left with just the two of them, quietly enjoying the sunset amidst the mountains of flowers. She looked up at the sky, her eyes slowly widening, her lips unconsciously curling up gently as she breathed in comfortably. So this is what Shinichi calls a secret that he shares only with her. Jojin couldn't help but leap up inside, even she didn't know why, as if every minute and every second of staying beside Shinichi will feel wonderful and comforting. The sky is rendered in a magnificent and spectacular orange-red color, and the streamers are colorful and romantic. The setting sun forms a poem, the evening sun paints a painting, and the whole sky becomes warm. It's really pretty. All the beautiful scene is reflected in the bottom of Xiaojun's eyes. She is full of excitement, cannot blink, take out the phone to take pictures, deeply record this moment. Shinichi's entire body leaned back, his gaze unconsciously falling on Xiaojun. The young girl smiled from the bottom of her heart, revealing two delicate little pear swirls, and her eyes were clear and sparkling, like a flower waiting to bloom. A golden butterfly danced and landed on Xiaojun's shoulder, stopping for her for a brief moment before flying off into the distance. Even the butterflies and the sunset favored her. Shinichi's heart thumped, as if there was some kind of sentiment spreading and boiling all over his body. His eyes were hot and his voice was low. Indeed, it's beautiful. The gentle, gorgeous light enveloped the duo in a romantic way. Xiaojun unknowingly and inexplicably leaned on Shinichi's shoulder without even realizing it. It just felt, well, cozy and reliable, like leaning on a giant pillow. Shinichi's body suddenly tightened, his blood froze, and his body stiffened. In the next second, Xiaojun snapped out of her senses, and as if she had been electrocuted, she immediately straightened her back and sat upright. How? Unconsciously leaning on Shinichi again. At his side, the man seemed to let out a low chuckle, the sound of laughter slowly vibrating out of his chest. Why don't you lean in? Xiaojun did not dare to turn back, her ears slowly colored red by the evening sun, pointing to the motorcycle not far away, half joking. I'm leaning on you, so your girlfriend won't be jealous, will she? After saying that, Xiaojun always felt like she teared up with that. While pretending to be calm on the surface, the villain inside was already scratching and twisting and crawling like crazy. Want to cover your face? Who knew that the next second, Shinichi took the initiative to come over, his shoulders gently rubbing against the fabric of her clothes, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Then I'll lean on you. It's a lean, but it's just a sticker, and he sounded like he was pouting. Xiaojun's eyes were a bit dull, and it took her a long time to accept this fact, murmuring softly, the setting sun was infinite, as if someone had broken the sunset and smeared the layers of interlocking clouds with a bright orange-red color. Xiaojun gradually ignored the embarrassment she had just experienced and raised her cell phone to take a serious shot, looking up to the sky with bright eyes. Without realizing it, she was flanked by the same blazing, sincere eyes that were watching her. In this place at this time, and I feel safe when I look in your eyes. I feel like I know you from another life. The music was ringing in our ears, and with the soft melody, the sun sank completely, and the curtain gradually fell on the grand romance. It's getting dark. Everything is like a gorgeous, ethereal dream that will eventually be buried in the river of time. But fortunately, Xiaojun looked down at the dozens of photos taken on her cell phone, a few of which also happened to capture Shinichi's hand. She curled her lip involuntarily. Luckily, she took all these wonderful views and captured them on film. Will remain forever, frozen in this second. After watching the sunset with Shinichi, it was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening when he arrived at the box. The boys had been waiting for a long time, ambushing the doorway waiting for their chance. As soon as Shinichi entered the door, there was a loud bang and countless small ribbons exploded above his head. The boys' joyful voices spilled out from inside. Oh ho ho ho! A warm welcome to our big birthday boy, Shi-chan. Happy Posad. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it, but I was sneak attacked by me today. Shinichi. Actually, I had already guessed it. At this time, a green-colored ribbon happened to hang above Shinichi's head, as if hinting at something in the underworld. The whole room burst out laughing like thunder. Jojin followed him, staring at the bit of green on his head and blinking. After a moment, she still couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and reach out to take down the piece of green-colored ribbon, smoothing out Shinichi's broken hair in the process. There's a small handful of hair that's sticking up. It seems like, when she jumped on Shinichi and panicked before, she casually grabbed it into this ghostly appearance. When she thought of the terrible position she was in, Xiaojun's heart inexplicably beat a little faster. The boys have begun to send gifts. What co-branded sweatshirts, baseball caps, keyboards, Lego, all kinds of gifts dislike in Shinichi's face. Thanks a lot. Shinichi looked at them seriously, taking these gifts and their goodness deep into his heart. It's still touching and heartwarming to meet these heartless douchebags. It's his good fortune. Wait, Niu Yifeng suddenly shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He poked his head out and jerked it over, reaching out to gently take the scarf around Shinichi's neck. This is a nice scarf. It looks so cool and feels good. Where did you buy it, Chico? 3, 2, 1. On the link. When she heard the keyword scarf, Xiaojin immediately looked up. Her face tightened, and her fingers unconsciously tightened. Her eyelashes involuntarily trembled gently, her whole heart in her throat. Next to Zhang Yu lightly laughed, began to damage his friend. People with cool parents wear what is cool. You get the same style also cannot wear this effect. Niao Weifeng was furious. I'm just asking. Shinichi lightly patted away Niao Weifeng's paw that was resting on the scarf, his voice compelling, slowly lengthening his tail. This scarf. It's. The crowd perked up their ears and were close to his mouth. Jojen's breath stopped for a brief second. Yes, SH. What? Why don't you just say it? Xiaojin's entire heart was lifted high and hung in midair. Anticipation, nervousness, uneasiness, all sorts of complex emotions caught together, eroding every drop of blood. Suddenly, Shinichi turned back if he felt something, and his line of sight happened to meet Xiaojin's gaze. His eyes were hot, and buried in his ink pupils was an entire scorching sunset, intense and brilliant, carrying the ultimate attraction. Jojen was in a trance for a moment. The corners of the man's mouth slowly curled up, as if he were joking carelessly, but more like he was responding to her through jokes and seriousness. This scarf, it's globally orphaned and priceless. Chapter 36, Open your mouth and eat the candy. In the midst of the noisy box, Shinichi's voice clearly reached Xiaojin's ears, word for word. It was obviously just normal volume, but in Xiaojin's ears, it was like shouting into a loudspeaker. Each word was like a stone that hit the surface of the lake, sending wave after wave. Priceless, priceless. Will her gifts, her thoughts, be treated as precious by others as well? The boys are once again in yo-yo-yo mode. Xiaojin froze in place, her ears inexplicably a little hot, her fingertips slightly clenched. Shinichi withdrew his blatant, passionate gaze and casually pulled out a chair for her. Sit down. When everyone returned to their seats, Xiaojin took out a pretty little beige bag from her canvas bag and stuffed it into Shinichi's arms, her voice soft. It's the third birthday present. The first was headphones, the second was a scarf, and this third, a cranberry cookie she had baked. In fact, Xiaojin didn't know why she had prepared so much by heart, but it is, want to give Shinichi. Shinichi reached out and cupped the beautifully wrapped bag, his dark eyes staring at her, his chest gradually burning. Jojen, I love it. Special favorite. However, Shinichi hadn't been happy for long before he saw Xiaojin continue to pound away from her bag, pulling out 8 or 9 small bags and distributing them to everyone present. The young girl's eyes were bright, her smile was sweet and cute, and her tone was sincere, saying things like it was nice to meet you all and don't mind the cookies she made. The brothers were giddy, each one squeezing their bags tightly and patting their chests. How could it be too much? Come on, it's really super cool to make your own stuff. Okay, don't worry Joe, I'll eat it all. Not a single cookie crumb left. Little sister Joe is just handy. The last time Dinyo made a flavored chocolate, I don't even want to talk about it. No one will not like a kind and gentle girl. And Xiaojin is also the little plum that Shinichi attaches importance to, so they naturally release infinite good feelings. The crowd started to get rowdy again, and Shinichi hung his head to look at the bag in his own hand, and then look at the identical bag in the hands of others. His throat inexplicably a little blocked, his eyes gradually dimmed and he leaned back in his chair, silently clenching his fists and dropping his eyes, his voice sour. Oh, so it's not just for me alone, the other sisters have it. The tone is almost exactly like Lindayu's. Even, there was a hint of aggravation mixed in. Like a puppy, it is full of joy and jumps when it sees its favorite owner throw it a bone. As a result, he turned his head and suddenly realized that his owner was throwing bones to other puppies as well. And he wasn't the only one. The puppy's wagging up tail immediately dropped, drooping his head and standing lost. Xiaojin's eyelids suddenly jumped, wondering if she was too good at brainstorming. She was sitting right next to Shinichi, and immediately turned her head to look at him, whispering super quietly, you're not like theirs. Moreover, she had made it specifically for Shinichi, and as for his friends, it was just in passing. At those words, Shinichi's throat knots rolled slightly, and a warm current surged into the blood veins of his entire body. Everyone unwrapped the bags and it was all square cookies. The only cookie was Shinichi's, which was in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Not only is it more substantial, it looks bigger, prettier and more refined with lots of extra little ingredients. And, in fact, only the bag that Shinichi had, tied with a pink lace bow. He froze in place somewhat disoriented. Niao Weifeng was a bit unconvinced and stretched out his evil claws. Give me a taste of this piece in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Shinichi steeply slapped his hand away, extremely protective of food. No, this is mine, Niao Weifeng reasoned. but we're different from yours. Shinichi suddenly raised his lips, a few moments of complacency showing in his eyes, his tone lazy. Yeah, we're different. Crowd. How inexplicably a bit underpowered. The waiter began to serve the dishes, and one by one, they were all still Xiaojin's favorite dishes. Crystal shrimp, Buddha jumps over the wall, sweet lotus root with rock sugar and glutinous rice, fried milk. Xiaojin's eyes lit up and she lowered her head to eat in small bites. The crowd also began to frantically show off their rice. Shinichi was a bit distracted, his gaze frequently falling on Xiaojin. The young girl's lips were slightly open, always eating a small bite, cherry lips brimming with a layer of waterlight, as full and delicate as flower petals. Shinichi's throat was inexplicably dry, his breathing was ragged, and only one thought remained in his chaotic brain. She looks, well pro. Shinichi couldn't help but recall the way Xiaojin had taken the initiative to hug in front of him on the mountaintop, constantly rubbing around, obviously through several layers of clothing, but still could feel her roundness, her softness. The sweet scent of the young girl lingered around, and she mouthed his name over and over again, her eyes moist and clean, her voice and body shaking softly. Hold on tight. At the end of the day, Shinichi is also a vigorous man. That kind of situation, it is impossible that he will not be moved, more likely to have no reaction. Shinichu. The sound of reality pulled back thoughts abruptly. He met Xiaojin's pure and flawless eyes, inexplicably a bit of a thief, and asked in a mute voice, "What's wrong?" Xiaojin raised the coconut juice and clinked glasses with him. Her eyes smiled and curved like the bright moon. "It's okay, clink one. I don't know what he's gawking at. His ears are red, so I just wanted to call out to him." After dinner, the crowd hiccuped and walked to a karaoke bar booked on the roof to sing. Pushing open box 1110, it was spacious and cozy, with 3 large sofas surrounding a table with several microphones on it. A boy flung himself onto the couch and excitedly rummaged through his backpack. "I even brought my truth or dare deck, so will you all play?" The crowd suddenly all turned their attention to Xiaojin, as if the whole room was waiting for her response, with several pairs of eyes staring over. Xiaojin's breath stuttered slightly and she nodded gently. "Play. Sister Joe, are you sure? We're playing a big game, and if we lose, we'll have to drink perverted bitter melon juice. It's so bitter." Xiaojin tensed her little face, thinking for a moment before nodding her head seriously. "I play." She also wants to join them and wants to play the game with Shinichi. Besides, even if you lose, it's just drinking bitter melon juice. It's not poison. She is. No fear. However, when the waiter brought up a bottle of green, dark bitter melon juice of death, Xiaojin's tight little face gradually crumbled. This wouldn't be bitter melon juice with dark tidbits, would it? Zhang Yu patiently explains. The specialty of this store is the dark bitter gourd juice, with Chinese herbs. In short, it's good for the body and beauty. It's just particularly hard to drink. It's also considered a signature, because the flavor is so unique. Sales are higher than any other drink. Zhou Jin is pretty unique. The boys began pouring dark bittersweet juice into small cups, wailing exaggeratedly as they did so. Zhoujin rubbed some of the juice on her fingertips, and she couldn't help but move closer for a sniff. It has a light fragrance. The flavor shouldn't be too bad, right? Zhoujin hung her head with some curiosity and licked gently. In the next moment, the bitter taste hit the taste buds deeply, 100 times worse than the bitterest Chinese medicine, spreading over every taste bud. Help! It's really bitter and hard to drink. Xiaojin wanted to cry, her brows furrowing in aggravation. She hated the taste of bitterness itself, and now she couldn't wait to cut out her tongue. At that exact moment, a lemon-sweet candy with a half-torn package came to her mouth, like mineral water in the desert, with the ultimate attraction. Shinichi sat beside her at some point and raised his hand to feed her, his voice compelling. "Open your mouth and eat the candy." Chapter 37. The ideal type, beautiful person with sweet voice. Without giving it much thought, Zhoujin immediately lowered her head and took in the lemon candy. The honey is sweet and sour and the bitterness instantly dissipates in a big way. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered thank you. The game starts with the crowd sitting around on a couch and spinning around with a drink bottle. The first round draw was Zhang Yu. He decisively chose the dare and drew a card, his face instantly frozen and his voice trembling. "Please sing the full version of Learn to Catcall." He held up the frames, looked at the green, bitter melon juice, and finally took a deep breath and raised the microphone to sing as if he were dying. Meow meow meow. The face was expressionless and lifeless, as if it was going to the guillotine to die the next second. He now had the exact same expression as Squidward in the cartoon, and was even on the verge of crying tears as he sang. The whole room burst out laughing like thunder. In the second round, the bottle stops slowly and happens to point at Shinichi. Sincerely, he casually drew a card, glanced at it, and displayed it in the center of the table. Xiaojin silently followed the crowd over to see what the sign clearly read. "What's your ideal type?" The crowd began to cajole. "Oh, is it this exciting and powerful right at the beginning? Chico, You can't talk about motorcycles. Jojin couldn't stop her heart from rising and falling, her fingertips clenching the fabric of her skirt as she pricked up her ears to listen. Immediately afterward, she reacted. Why was she so nervous and uneasy in her heart when she had a good reason to be? In the next second, Shinichi's voice was as low as wine, with a few moments of love, drifting leisurely over from his side. There is no ideal type. As long as I like it, then everything about her will be my ideal type. Jojin wrote it down word for word. As long as you like it, it's the ideal type. She sat on the couch, absent-mindedly sipping her orange juice, one small sip at a time. The crowd, however, was clearly not eating it up. Zhang Yu was a bit unconvinced. Brother Qi, you can't do this. Saying it is the same as not saying it. That's right, it's not farting with your pants down. Come on, just think of 2 words. For example, I like the term bright and beautiful. Niu Weifeng disliked the microphone to Shinichi's face, almost drilling into his brain to answer for him. Xiaojin's face didn't change, her eyes were full of calm, and she looked as if she didn't care in the slightest, but she surreptitiously pricked up her ears. This time Shinichi's voice was amplified bit by bit in his ears through the microphone. My ideal type. Ah, that would be. I don't know if it was an illusion, but in Xiaojin's afterglow, she appeared to see Shinichi glancing at her faintly. Shinichi held up the microphone, his lips lightly hooked, 1 word at a time, kind and sweet and beautiful. The whole room of boys' eyes surprised. The line of sight once again brushed together focused on Xiaojin body, meaningfully while sound, powerful, exciting. It's so close to reading out someone's ID number, isn't it? As a result, Shinichi swept away a warning look, signaling them not to make a fuss or scare the others, and the crowd was immediately silenced. When she heard Shinichi's voice, Xiaojin's hand holding the juice shook violently, panicked and almost unable to hold the cup, her mind in chaos. Is she kind? Is she sweet? Is she pretty enough? Does she sound sweet enough? Nope. Why is she thinking about this in the right place? Xiaojin hung her head to hide her weakness and just silently sipped her juice and watched the show, like an outsider. As it turned out, coincidentally, the next round turned to her. Would be quite a coincidence. Truthfully, Jojin drew a card, her cheeks gradually starting to burn. Do you have a favorite right now? P.S. The kind that wants to become a lover. The kind of like that wants to be a lover. Xiaojin subconsciously looked at Shinichi, and when she met his dark eyes, she immediately retracted her eyes as if she had been electrocuted. Xiaojin pursed her lips, reached out and touched her nose, her eyes glancing about. No. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, there really isn't? Xiaojin tensed her little face and thought seriously for a long time, but she wasn't sure what her heart was really thinking. Not sure. Look again. In the end, after thinking for a long time, nothing came out. Xiaojin tilted her small face up, unable to cry, so she had to be honest. No I guess. When she finished, she held up a finger and swore, her eyes full of sincerity. There are no absolute boundaries between likes and dislikes, per se. The crowd didn't intend to continue to flirt or make things difficult, but only looked at Shinichi with extreme regret. Their eyes seemed to say, good brother, there's still work to be done. The lights in the KTV were a bit dim, and half of Shinichi's face was hidden in the shadows, blurring. He lowered his head and bit into a pentagram cookie, narrowing his bleary eyes in silence, his emotions mixed, unsure of what he was thinking. The 4th round drew a boy. Dare, which reads, please show your browser search history and history. The boy erupted into a sharp popping sound. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned off the phone and decisively lifted a glass of dark bitter melon juice and drank it down. What's the difference between running around naked if you put out your browsing history and history? After drinking it, he coughed so violently that his whole face choked red, wildly flaunting a bottle of Nongfu Shanquan. His expression twisted in pain to the point of contortion, and he shed tears. Brothers, I'll do it. Over. Perverted adventure includes, but is not limited to, finding a random passerby, crying and saying, long time no see, waiting in front of the restroom, smiling at passersby and saying, welcome. After several rounds, many of the boys had downed a glass of dark bitter gourd juice, had put on their pain masks, and were furiously drying out their mineral ice water. The next round of bottles slowly stopped in front of Shinichi. Dare. He looked up at Zhang Yu, his eyes obscure and deep. Zhang Yu held the mirror frame, secretly compared to an okay gesture. I understand expression. The pupils of Shinichi's eyes were dark and deep, stretching out his bony fingers and decisively flipping over the bottom card. The corners of his lips slowly lifted in an arc. Xiaojin followed suit and lowered her head over to the card, her eyes widening like a curious little animal as she looked at the words on the card. Pick anyone in the room and hold their face for 1 minute. Cupping face kills? She slowly opened her watery, misty eyes. Shinichi's eyes swept over everyone present. and finally settled on her face impartially. What? Xiaojun's heart was alarmed, inexplicably having a bad feeling, her fingertips gently trembling with anticipation and fear. Her heart stopped for a moment, and she gathered her breath, shaking her head slightly. Don't pick her. But on the contrary, Shinichi leaned down close to her, his eyes meaningful, his teasing voice slowly rang out, his tone carrying a few hints of seriousness. Jojin, may I? Chapter 38 Heartwarming, Face Killing. Ha! Xiaojun slowly widened her eyes, somewhat in disbelief of her own ears, and sat in place in a daze, her index finger pointing at herself. What? Who? Shinichi lowered his head a little closer again, obscure emotions swirling in the bottom of his eyes, and repeated the question in a muffled voice. Is it okay? Xiaojun's mind went blank, Shinichi's voice lingering in her ears over and over again. This guy is kinda polite for miles. She was compelled to nod her head in confusion, and when she reacted, she shook her head gently and murmured, let's just forget about it. But before the words were finished, Shinichi suddenly spoke softly, his tone carrying a few points of sourness and loss, like a drenched big dog. Xiaojun, today is my birthday. At those words, Xiaojun suddenly went soft and was taken to death. Right, who let Shinichi is today's birthday boy? Is should spoil him, treat him better. She simply couldn't say no, and a slight chant spilled from her throat as she said slowly, it's okay. By the time she reacted, she had already been pulled into a corner by Shinichi. What? Shinichi leaned against the corner of the wall and slowly hooked his lips facing her. That way they can't see your face, only mine. Xiaojun lowered her head, her eyelashes fanned out in small increments, and murmured, is it too late for me to back out now? Shinichi gently yet forcefully held down her hand, intense aggression flowing from the bottom of his eyes, and refused in a deep voice, it's too late. The two stood facing each other in the corner. Xiaojun turned her back to the boys, but she always felt that her back was focused on countless curious gazes, like a thorn in her back. They shouldn't get the wrong idea, should they? I don't think so. It's just a game. It's just a touch of the face. They had a great time just now. They were all crying and cuddling and making love to each other so they wouldn't have to drink the bitter gourd juice. They were close to sticking their mouths to each other. Jojin, focus. Shinichi tapped Xiaojun's forehead. The room is a little hot. Shinichi has long taken off the scarf, tugged the collar, beautiful collarbone hidden, very sophisticated and sexy. Jojin withdrew her eyes silently. Aha! Shinichi unconsciously approached her, and although he always kept a normal distance, he was a bit closer than usual. In the next second, his burning palm covered Xiaojun's face, tightly closed, cupping her small face, his rough fingertips gently rubbing it. Hold your face in one hand. It was only a very light contact, but the hot touch instantly flowed through his body like an electric current, and Xiaojun instantly exploded and shuddered. She'd finally realized what it meant to be killed in the face, and now she was about to be killed in the face. She even forgot to breathe and subconsciously shrank backward. Shinichi, however, seemed like he had been planning this for a long time and was extremely familiar with her every move, immediately reaching out his other hand to clasp the back of her head. Good girl, don't move. 1 minute, soon. The voice carried a tantalizing attraction. Fluffy, accompanied by warm breath drilled into the ears together. Too deadly. Xiaojun had no way to retreat, so she could only reach out her hand and shallowly grab Shinichi's clothes. It was as if she was stuck inside a swamp, with countless vines tightly wrapped around her, watching herself drown bit by bit, completely unable to break free. Nor do they want to break free. She nodded stiffly, her voice quivering a little. Yes, oh. She reassured herself inwardly and silently. 1 minute. That's only 60 seconds. Soon. The boys watched the scene from the couch, looking at each other with I get it, we all get it expressions. In front of Shinichi, Xiaojun was simply a tiny one. Zhangyu pinches his watch and starts timing. 1 minute to start. Both sides must look at each other to complete the dare. Xiaojun raised her head and looked into Shinichi's obsidian eyes. His Danfang eyes were deep and godly, extremely aggressive, like a carefully carved work of art, inexplicably exuding a very dangerous aura. It's as if you're not careful, you'll fall in completely and never come out again. The two men looked at each other in all directions. The right side of Jojin's face was cupped as if a flame was raging on her face, making it hard to ignore. So hot. He's really hot. The touch on the right half of his cheek instantly spread to all his limbs, even as every drop of blood became hot. Xiaojun gently trembled eyelashes, breathing gradually disorganized, hated to bury his face into the ground, more and more hanging head. She didn't know that she was like a good little bunny now, held in her hands, tilting her head up, her eyes bright and full of dependence and trust, not realizing the danger in the slightest. It's too pure. Shinichi's eyes slowly traveled downward, resting on her lips, young girl cherry lips full, brimming with a layer of crystal water light, just like a full petal. Eyelashes are like butterfly wings, fluttering and flickering. Her face was small and soft, like a sheet of cloud, as if the slightest pressure would leave red marks. If pinched hard enough, she would, I think, cry. The nasty thought passed by in a flash. Shinichi's complexion darkened by a few points. The raised knots in his throat rolled visibly. His breathing was rough, and the roots of his ears began to burn. The young girl's wet eyes even had his reflection in them, very clearly. This scene, so that Shinichi's whole body cells screaming, boiling, more excited, but also more difficult to restrain. Zhangyu coughed lightly. Both of you. There are still 30 seconds left. Xiaojun was about to lose her grip. Her legs were inexplicably weak, her bones were crunching, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Unscientific. How come there's still half a minute left? She was like a quail, lowering her head little by little, not daring to look Shinichi in the eye at all. But on the contrary, Shinichi's hand holding her face was slightly hard, forcing her to raise her head, her voice slightly hoarse. Look at me and take it easy. Shinichi was too tall, and even though he was leaning down slightly at the moment, Xiaojun still had to tilt her head up in order to meet his hot line of sight. In the dim light, the man's half-hard face fell into shadow with the ultimate wildness. Sexual tension drawn full. Good lust. Xiaojun's heart suddenly missed a beat and she breathed carefully, the right half of her face numb from being cupped. Obviously the distance between the two was normal, but she always felt that the space was narrow and she seemed to be deeply wrapped in Shinichi's aura. It wasn't like this before. Before, she dared to blatantly lock eyes with Shinichi, even sticking closer to him, and nothing would be out of place. But now, why would? The brain gradually lacked some oxygen, and Xiaojun slowly lost the ability to think, making it difficult to distinguish. For a moment, it was as if the world was left with just the two of them, and it was awfully quiet. She faintly heard the sound of her heart beating so forcefully and deafeningly that she couldn't tell whose heartbeat it really was. A touch of pink secretly crept onto Xiaojun's cheeks, and she couldn't help but gasp softly as her eyes gradually brimmed with a layer of watery light. This minute, it's not right. Why is it so long? Zhangyu looks at the 3 minutes and 01 seconds on his cell phone's timer and opens his eyes. 1 minute 2. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Shinichi lowered his hand that was holding her face and hung it down at his side, unable to resist gently rubbing it twice. Xiaojun was just about to run away when her legs went numb and she went completely limp. Her whole body was uncontrollably pounced on Shinichi, her nose hitting the front of his solid chest, painful and sour. Shinichi reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, patiently helping her up, smoothly rubbing the top of her furry head, his voice steady and strong. Stand firm. As he lowered his hand, Shinichi couldn't help but twist his fingertips. I'm sorry. Feeling unsteady on her feet at all, Jojin drifted almost all the way to the restroom and rinsed her face with cold water. The icy cold water dispelled the burning heat at once and gradually calmed him down. Jojin took a deep breath and looked up into the mirror, frozen in surprise. The right side of her face, so pink and red. Xiaojun broke down and covered her face, smothering herself for a while, feeling her powerful heartbeat, trying to get all this charming ambiguity out of her. But the more you try to forget, the more impressed you are. Shinichi, he is also too foul on the basis of his birthday. Chapter 39 Giving Carrots to the Bunny. Shinichi wasn't much better. He looked at himself in the mirror, full of diffidence and calmness under his eyes, but the tips of his ears were red and dripping with blood, and his neck was gradually starting to turn pink. A moment later, he took a deep breath and forced down the fire of desire in his heart. The field is still playing hot, and one of the boys draws the wallop to any of the people in the room. He swept around and sighed helplessly. Nyo, let's do it. As soon as the words fell, Nyo Yifeng immediately covered his crotch, staring wide-eyed in horror and shivering. Asterisk. You're not plotting against me too, are you? Crush on me? The boy stormed out. Bull asterisk. I'm a straight man, do you understand? Eventually he cried and drank a glass of dark bittersweet juice, so bitter that his whole face crumpled into a ball and he lay rolling around on the floor with a roar of rage. Whoever invented this drink is a real talent. After a few rounds, there was only one last cup of dark bitter gourd juice left on the field, and drinking it meant the game was over. Xiaojun was completely absorbed in their happy atmosphere and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, her eyes shining brightly. As a result, the next second, the mouth of the drink bottle was pointed precisely at her. Jojin stopped laughing at once, fearing that she had drawn some strange dare. She simply kept it conservative and spoke warmly, sincerely, drawing the card. She looked at the words on it and froze, her fingertips stalling slightly as the smile curving at the corners of her mouth faded. Have you ever had a crush? If so, can you elaborate? Xiaojun lowered her eyes, her fingertips slowly tightening as she calmly pursed her lips. There is. She had a crush. From 2 or 3 years ago, she began to like Ji Xian, holding a heart to follow him, even from a secret love to an explicit love. Ji Xian always gave her a little bit of special treatment to make her feel different. and made her feel that the other person seemed to have some interest in her, so she always chased after him with great expectations. He seemed to enjoy her chasing him, not refusing, but not agreeing either, and would allow those around him to mock her. Thinking of the bits and pieces that had been there, Xiaojun's heart truly ached. It's not that I can't let go, it's that I'm unworthy and heartbroken for myself. Xiaojun's eyes dimmed for a moment and slowly closed, becoming bright when she opened them again. Her voice was sweet and warm. Sorry about that, I'll take the last one. The so-called dark bitter gourd juice is no more bitter than the pain of her one-sided relationship, not to mention the pain of her humble past life. More than 2 years, and 7 years in a previous life. The boys also vaguely knew that Xiaojun had once chased Ji Xian, or rather, there wouldn't be anyone in the capital university who didn't know about it, and the forums were abuzz with it. Damn it, they wouldn't happen to poke at Zhou's heartbreak, would they? They're not human. The brothers looked at each other in disbelief, and after a pause, they opened their mouths to stop them. That's right, the newbie protection period. Don't drink it, it's bitter. Let's hurry to the next round. Besides, after receiving the cookies that the little girl had worked so hard to bake, how could they really let her drink such a bitter stuff? Xiaojun quickly recovered and shook her head with a smile, pretending to be light-hearted and said, "It's okay, it was supposed to be her drink, and she didn't want to break the rules, let alone spoil everyone's fun." Xiaojun reached out her hand, and just as her fingertips touched the glass, a bony finger appeared in front of him, snatching the cup away. Xiaojun froze and turned her head. Shinichi tilted his head, did not hesitate to pick up the cup of dark bitter melon juice, a mouthful of boredom. Thin lips open and close, eyes are even more inky and thick. Under the dim warm light, the lines on the side of his face were superior, the contours hard and smooth, and the raised throat knot was like a work of art, sliding between the slender neck, carrying the ultimate attraction. Hormones exploded all over him. Shinichi finished his drink in one gulp and put down the glass. Nothing much in the way of emotional ups and downs. His tone lazy. I'll drink for her. Like treating a small, insignificant thing. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if there was a cluster of fireworks that exploded in Xiaojun's head with splendor and splendor. It's beautiful and radiant. The boys gave a meaningful smile. Oh. Xiaojun blinked and hastily unwrapped an orange-flavored hard candy from the table and shoved it into Shinichi's hand. She hung her head silently. Her heart clogged for some reason. Hurry up! Eat cake! Karaoke! The boys cheered. The cake was ordered by Shinichi a long time ago and was quickly brought in by the waiter. Huge double-layer tiramisu cake. On that cake, there was a soft and cuddly white rabbit happily leaning against a miniature motorcycle. A motorcycle made of chocolate, as well as a white rabbit made of marshmallows, close together, intimate and snug. Xiaojun's heart suddenly pounded, and a guess slowly surfaced in her mind. The boys who had just finished their bitter melon juice couldn't wait to eat something sweet, so they couldn't wait to get their hands on a handful and shove it in their mouths, but they refrained hard enough to play a happy birthday song on the karaoke screen, not forgetting to light a golden candle. Along with the sound of happy birthday, Shinichi also went through the process and closed his eyes to make a wish. He never believed in wishing for anything, but he still prayed over and over again. Amidst the noise and confusion, he could clearly hear Xiaojun's warm and sweet voice, word for word, gently pounding against his eardrums. She said, "Shinichi, I wish you happiness every day." Who dash? Shinichi opened his eyes, gently blew out the candles, and began to cut the cake. The crowd came together with bated breath. Xiaojun sat quietly next to him, not tilting her head as she pondered what Shinichi's wish would be. As she drifted off, a small plate of delicate cake had been handed to her. This is the first piece of cake that Shinichi cut down, and specially scooped up the soft white rabbit and placed it on top of the tiramisu. He leaned over slightly and deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a voice that only 2 people could hear. "This little bunny is you." The hot breath with the light scent of grass quickly wrapped around Xiaojun's entire body. "Thanks." She reached for the cake, her ears inexplicably burning, her mind a mess. Xiaojun looked down, looking at the bunny, which was white and soft, and had a sweet, sweet smile. So cute. Xiaojun's eyes lit up with stars and she smiled along with them. Then very cruelly, he eats the bunny's head in an owie bite, leaving only the headless body. Shinichi was dividing the cake for the others, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on Xiaojun, and he had mixed feelings inside. She is a bunny who has been abandoned by her mother, so she has learned to be obedient and understanding, humble and pleasing, clumsily holding a cherished carrot for someone else in the hope of receiving a sincere response. Others, however, stomped on the bunny's carrot and crushed her heart without mercy. She just sat in the corner, hungry and alone, hanging her head and talking to herself. Am I unworthy? Is there something about me that isn't good enough? In fact, she's not slow. On the contrary, she's especially sensitive and can sense when people are nice to her, special to her, and emotional. But having been lied to, She won't believe it so easily and subconsciously has to avoid it, even deny herself. Shinichu's heart was a soft mess. He lowered his eyes to the cake he was holding, his long, raven-feathered lashes casting a shadow as he reached up and rubbed his brow. It's okay, it's a long time coming. He would give the bunny more and more carrots. Chapter 40, Singing Love You for Him. After dividing the cake, start the karaoke session. The boys were raging, ordering old classic songs that are mandatory for middle-aged and older people. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Cry, cry. Nyoe Feng raised the microphone and sang with deep emotion. Friends for life, those days are no more. The singing was ghostly and pentatonic. There is no skill, no emotion, and the output is all by roar. Until later they were plugging their ears, feeling like they were about to explode. Really hard to listen to. Can't stand it. Going crazy. I don't know who suddenly mentioned, hey, by the way, does Sister Joe want to sing? Freshman just enrolled in the meeting. Xiaojun stood on the stage singing, directly brushed screen campus forums, and since then anyone who knows the College of Fine Arts has a super good singing elementary school girl. In an instant, all eyes were once again neatly focused on Xiaojun. Xiaojun ate slowly and had just finished stuffing a bite of tiramisu cake when she was suddenly queued up and raised her head in confusion. She blinked her pretty eyes, her long, slender lashes fluttering, and nodded her head in warm agreement. It's okay. She took one of the microphones and turned her head to look at Shinichu, tilting her head slightly to ask, what do you want to hear? After all, the birthday girl is the biggest. She's just congratulating her on her birthday. Definitely not just wanting to sing to Shinichi. Well, definitely not. Shinichu stared equally deeply into her eyes. Mutely, after a long period of silence, the knot in his throat rolled, not hiding the scorching heat under his eyes. His voice low. Love you. Xiaojun's brain went down, struggling to digest in the face of these two sudden words. She couldn't help but feel her heart flutter lightly. Shinichi leaned on the back of the sofa, converging the thick piece of the bottom of the eyes, sitting in a wantonly diffuse posture, repeating the question. Sing love you, will you? Jojin responded immediately, nodding her head and letting out a soft The boys immediately cut the song and perked up their ears to listen. The Wang Xinling version of Love You, a light-hearted accompaniment plays, and the melody is like a clear spring flowing down the river, gently tapping the heart. Jojin gets emotionally involved, singing softly into the microphone with a sweet voice. She has a really nice voice, no pretense of being deliberate, it's all genuine emotion. The sweet voice is amplified through the microphone, and little by little it lingers in the ear, as if it has been dipped in honey, blooming quietly in the softest place of the heart. Shinichi's breathing gradually sank, his deep gaze falling on Xiaojun's face, his eyes burning with admiration and a hint of lust. When the young girl smiled, her almond eyes hid billions of stars and sparkled. The corners of her mouth were slightly curled up, and her pear swirls bloomed. Every move has the ultimate appeal. Jojin may not realize that as she sings, it's like a pearl refracting a brilliant luster. It's the prettiest, nicest view in the whole world. She really underestimated herself. Shinichi's fingers tightened slightly. His chest rose and fell uncontrollably, and a thin layer of red brimmed between his neck. The entire box seemed to be bubbling with pink love bubbles, instantly becoming cozy and comfortable. In your heart, am I the one? Xiaojun sang earnestly into the microphone and couldn't help but look back at Shinichi during this line. In the next second, she happened to meet Shinichi's deep and compelling eyes. The man's eyes were like swirls, drawing one in with meaningful emotions. Jojin's singing voice shook slightly. She immediately retracted her gaze and averted her eyes. After the song, the crowd felt their ears crunching away, like they were lying on a soft cloud. I've been uplifted. It's true that she has a beautiful voice. The crowd was surprised and opened their mouths. Asterisk 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 so good? Deeply hidden ah. No, no, no. Sister Joe, you must sing more songs. You can't give the microphone to those male duck voices' hands. Xiaojun silently put down the microphone and smiled warmly, a little less embarrassed by the compliment. The crowd sang until almost 10:30 p.m. Before they were ready to call it a night and take a group photo before leaving. Nyoe Feng called the waiter to help take pictures and huddled on the sofa with gusto. Come on, eggplant. Upon hearing about the group photo, Xiaojun's eyelashes fluttered gently, her fingertips suddenly became stiff, and she pursed her lips silently. She doesn't like group photos. The family photos always had her brother in the very center, her mom and stepdad on either side, and she was always framed at the very edge, not even in her shadow. There's no sign of her in the photo album on mom's nightstand, because she doesn't matter. She's the extra one in the family. Out of nowhere, Xiaojun remembered last year, when she gave Ji Xian his birthday, it was also at a KTV. All those games they were playing, rolling dice, drinking, whatever. Xiaojun didn't know how to do them and couldn't understand them, so she could only sing silently from the sidelines. In the end, Yuan Jian offered to take a group photo, and Ji Xian was rightfully in the center, surrounded by several boys. Xiaojun just sat silently at the very edge. In that most inconspicuous corner, the whole person confined and quiet. Later, Ji Xian those friends send dynamic, but also deliberately cut her off. There have been many memories that flash by with a hint of sourness, drowning one slowly, gasping for air. Xiaojun rubbed her eyes, feeling a little sleepy, and subconsciously ducked to the side. Suddenly, a large, warm hand gripped her wrist and pulled her gently. Where to? Shinichi's vision was deep. His deep eyes carried a bit of seriousness, patting the position on his side and slowly hooking his lips. Come here. When he smiled, the tear mole under his right eye was especially eye-catching, teasing and compelling. Why hadn't I realized before that he was so good-looking and flirtatious? Xiaojun was momentarily overwhelmed by beauty and was pulled right into the center of the room in a confused manner. Or, the C-suite. Why it's like it's her birthday. A subtle emotion welled up inside Jojun. She moved her but in a small increment and reached out to shallowly grab Shinichi's clothes. Come over here a bit. Shinichi gave a careless "oh." His hot body sat over, almost close to her. Xiaojun didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. Stretching out her scissor hand then yay and looking into the camera, her eyes shining brightly. The waiters zigzagged and did their best to pose in the most professional way possible, aiming a wild shot at the crowd. The boys, on the other hand, were taking pictures while making fun of themselves, and were very pleased with the pictures they were taking. Zhang Yu was about to send a friend circle when he suddenly scratched his head and asked, Xiaojun, let's just post the original picture. Do you need to pee picture? My sister, when she posts to her friends, she has to pee, otherwise she won't even be allowed to post. Xiaojun didn't really care about that. Her voice was fluffy. It's okay, just send it. As soon as the words fell, the circle of friends was immediately screened by these photos, with all kinds of non-mainstream copy. Xiaojun, who usually hardly ever posts to her friends, couldn't help but post one today to keep up with everyone else's pace. There's no accompanying text, just a very simple few original pictures. There's a sunset, a cake, and a group photo. In the group photo, she and Shinichi were sitting in the center, and smiles bloomed on the faces of the group, which were happy from the bottom of their hearts. In a trance, the hot and reckless sunset of the afternoon seemed to still loom over the tip of her heart now, dispelling the darkness little by little. She thought quietly that she should never forget this day. On the way back to school, the evening breeze picked up and a group of people walked slowly. The boys hooked up and walked in front, while Xiaojun and Shinichi walked at the end of the crowd. The night melted, and the dark night sky was filled with bright stars, as if flowing with the Milky Way. It's a beautiful night tonight. Xiaojun looked up at the bright moon and couldn't help but curl her lips in emotion. Unbeknownst to him, there was exactly one hot line of sight falling on the body. Shinichi followed her gaze and also looked up at the moon, memorizing all the sights deep into his heart. Well, it's beautiful. His birthday wish this year is, crush comes true. Chapter 41, 2 Scarves. He's jealous. The boys' WeChat list is almost always a large number of college classmates, and the circle of friends photos are passed around to Ji Xian's friends. In the early hours of the morning, they immediately forwarded it to Ji Xian. Photos apparently in the KTV, half bright and half dark light. The girl smiled sweet as honey. A beige dress, long dress, warm and gentle, pure desire sense simply full. She sat almost at the very center, in the middle of a group of boys. Even, she and the boy next to her, close together. It was tight and unusually intimate. The young girl's sincere and bright smile was like a sharp blade, stabbing hard into both eyes. Ji Xian's fingertips that pinched the cell phone suddenly froze. His face instantly solidified. His face was like an ice sculpture, and the pupils of his light teal eyes became more and more stern. The group chat was hot. I inquired. It's Shinichi's birthday reunion. It's all men. Only Xiaojun is a woman. She doesn't come to Ji Xiao's birthday, but she is very attentive to other men's birthdays. At this time, a sensible and sober boy suddenly spoke. I feel like she should really give up. The last time we went to KTV, she sat on the far side, and was cut off by you guys. If it were me, I would have gotten angry, but she's the only one with a good temper. When this text came out, there was a silence in the small group and no one spoke. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingertips clenched hard, and even breathing was suddenly a bit difficult. Giving up? Outside the window was a thick, silent night with a biting cold wind and a quiet drop in temperature. Rumble. The evening suddenly kicked off with a fierce wind and rain, a huge roll of thunder, and the raindrops smashed against the windows without mercy. Fierce and sharp. WeChat popped up the message again. Yuan Jian deliberately instigated. Shut up. If she didn't like it, how could she send a hand-woven scarf? This time, it's clear that you're deliberately trying to show us. Ji Xian wrinkled his brow and let out a slow breath. Yes, Jojun was fighting him. She wanted to make him bow down first. That must be it. Ji Envy was incomparably certain. Early the next morning, at the end of fall, there was a sudden downpour last night, and along with it a sudden drop in temperature. which caused students to change into thicker clothes. Ji Xian wore a scarf on a rare occasion, which instantly caused many girls' hearts to flutter. He was exquisitely perfect looking in his own right, cool and detached, with cold white skin that was even more reserved when he wore a light brown scarf. Someone on the forums has already PO'd the photo. Man, does this guy even look this good in a scarf? Hot. One floor, this is still the first time Ji Xiao wore a scarf to school, right? I'm sure the handsome guy looks good in a sack. Second floor, next door Post Information College of Chinichi also unprecedentedly wear a scarf. Who understand? Two people discuss? Third floor, that or QYC looks cooler. I'll get someone to ask for a link. At this moment, a short-haired girl stood in place, rubbing her eyes and staring incredulously at her cell phone screen. The girl on the side was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that the scarf you gave Ji Xian before? The short-haired woman nodded. Yeah, I seem to have forgotten to sign my name at the time. $9 9 pack. I just shoved it in my hand and thought for sure it would be thrown away. She did like Ji Xian's face before, but now that she's moved on and likes someone else, just pretend she didn't see it. Maybe rich people are so used to the big exquisite brands that they want to try the cheap rough stuff? In the meantime, the few boys surrounding Ji Xian's body had their pupils quake, revealing disbelief as they stood in shock. They didn't even think that Ji Xiao would actually wear the scarf that Xiaojin had given him? Crazy. This ing look on the poor quality cannot 9 yuan 9 it. Give them as a rag are too much good? They had countless words they wanted to ask, but when they met Ji Xian's cool gaze, they immediately closed their mouths, not daring to ask a single word more. Yuan Jian silently clenched his fists, and out of nowhere, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the door. His eyes flickered and he suddenly opened his mouth, pulling up his volume and laughing. Ahem, Ji Xiao, Xiaojin hand-knitted scarf for you is quite good. I do not know how much thought, but also special in the birthday this day to send you, to please you. Ji Xian indifferently lifted his eyelids, as if he heard the words he wanted to hear, before he faintly answered. The words fell outside the restroom. Shinichu's footsteps lurched and his body suddenly stiffened. Zhou hand-knitted you a scarf, and specialize in sending you, on your birthday. Each word seemed to be a sharp blade, poking his heart thousands and thousands of times, dripping with blood and stinging with pain. Bitterness spreads inch by inch through the heart. Shinichu was stunned in place, silently hanging his head to look at his dark gray scarf in silence. He clenched his fingers hard, trying to push down the sourness that kept rolling around inside his chest, but he could never do it. Outside the window of the rain suddenly big up. The whole school is covered in a dense downpour. Rain splash splash, ice cold smashed into the heart. It wasn't that he didn't know that Zhou just thought of herself as the brother she grew up with. It wasn't that he didn't know how much Xiaojin used to like Ji Xian. In the past, Xiaojin would always peek at Ji Xian from time to time with her chin propped up, would take the initiative to ask Ji Xian to teach her math problems, would give Ji Xian strawberry yogurt and various snacks, and would follow Ji Xian around, full of joy and anticipation. He knew all of this, knew it all, but what was the use of knowing? He was in no position to ask, much less be jealous. Shinichu rolled the knot in his throat twice, hung his eyes full of despondency, and lifted his feet to leave. Images of yesterday afternoon inexplicably came to mind. The breeze is loving and gentle, and butterflies dance among the flowers on the hills. The young girl, full of laughter, put the scarf on him, her eyes all starry. Still remembering the rainy day before, Xiaojin drooped her head, dropped tears from her red eyes, and muttered commiseratingly, I don't like Ji Xian anymore. Every image is vivid in my mind. Shinichu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Xiaojin looks meek and sheepish, but is actually a girl with a very firm and determined heart, the most precious and brightest jewel. By her nature, she would never go back to giving Ji Xian anything. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here, and he would sidestep and ask for clarification, because of the understanding. So believe. Chapter 42, he's waiting for Pearl's heart to move. Rain pattered outside the window, weaving a hazy rain mist, and even the air became humid. Zhou third period in the afternoon is a university-wide elective course, Research and Analysis of International Financial Topics, which is assigned for the second half of the semester and was taught for the first time today. She was the one who grabbed it when she first started school so that she could have classes with Ji Xian. Zhou sighed silently and stomped to class at the right time. Big classroom, 100 people, almost all have come. Ji Xian and the rest of his party sat in the first row, deliberately leaving an extra empty seat. The moment Xiaojin stepped through the door, all of their eyes focused on her, wanting to stare through her. Ji Xian faintly lifted his eyelids, trying to see some expression on the young girl's face, but no, nothing. Xiaojin didn't even look at him, calmly sitting in the corner of the last row, excessively quiet. It's like they don't care anymore. Ji Xian's eyes instantly froze, his jawline tightened, and a piece of his heart was suddenly empty. The electives were watered down and most people were on their phones. The girl next to Jojin had been playing doujinshi for an entire class. Between classes, the teacher took a slow sip from her water glass, stood at the podium and said, "The final will be graded as an essay, with specific requirements posted in Study Pass. In groups of 2, everyone teams up on their own and fills out the form when confirmed." As soon as the words fell, many girls looked at Ji-Hsian like wolves and tigers, and the bold ones had already made up their lipstick, took the initiative, and politely asked each other if they had a partner. Ji-Hsian was expressionless and didn't even raise his head. Yes, getting answers, the girls left the room with regret. A few minutes passed, and the air around Ji-Hsian became colder and colder, almost freezing. Yuan Jian gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, Xiaojun will definitely come over to find you to team up later." At those words, Ji-Hsian's expression finally improved a few points, but after waiting for half a day and not waiting for Xiaojun's figure, Ji-Hsian's patience gradually disappeared. At the sight of Xiaojun smiling and questioning the girl beside her, Ji-Hsian couldn't sit still at all and suddenly stood up. Jojin was talking to the girl from the medical school next to her, and the next second, a long figure gradually zoomed in, as if it was as cold as snow-covered white, walking step by step. Xiaojun inexplicably had a bad feeling and raised her head slightly. Ji-Hsian stopped right next to her table, very, very close, and his cool and austere aura instantly enveloped her. In full view of everyone, his glazed shallow pupils always stared earnestly at Xiaojun, silent in place, not saying a word. What it means is self-evident. The students all stretched their necks to eat the melon and instantly exploded. Ji-Hsian was the most famous and popular person in the school, and no one didn't recognize the student council president who came from a wealthy family. And Xiaojun's fondness for Ji-Hsian was also something that almost everyone in the school knew. She had been following Ji-Hsian every day since the beginning of the school year, just like a little follower. There are countless girls who like Ji-Hsian, but what kind of person is Ji-Hsian? It was the moon in the sky, the young master of the top mansion, an existence that ordinary people could not pluck off in a lifetime. But this time, it was actually Ji-Hsian who took the initiative to find Xiaojun to team up. How is this possible? Ji-Hsian stood in front of her, his complexion light, and a touch of unknown emotion flowed out of those beautiful peach blossom eyes. He reached up and deliberately straightened the light brown scarf around his neck. One word at a time. "Follow me, team up." Xiaojun, however, leaned back slightly, no ripples in her eyes, and without much hesitation she shook her head, softly refusing. "No." Her voice was soft and calm, but every word was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. "She doesn't want to." "No? How is that possible?" Everyone froze in place, itching to plop down beside them and eat their melon like crazy. "Holy, this is too powerful." As soon as the words fell, Ji-Hsian violently pressed a step forward, his detached demeanor suddenly cracking open a seam. He sank down, as if he had heard some great joke, his voice growing colder and colder. "What did you say?" Xiaojun didn't move to pull away. The white light enveloped her face, reflecting the snow-white delicate skin. She repeated, word for word and seriously, "I don't want to." After saying that, she averted her gaze, not bothering to look at Ji-Hsian's expression again. The students next to him were full of surprise, and in the next second, they steeply felt the atmosphere freeze. Only Ji-Hsian stood stiffly in place, his entire face almost cracking, so heavy that he could almost drip ink. The jaws of those around them dropped. Xiaojun rejected Ji-Hsian. She even said no twice. "Too damn good." Ding a few times as the school bell rings. Ji-Hsian sneered, reserved and composed, oppressive, dropping a sentence before leaving. "Jojin, there's a limit to my patience." He returned to his seat with a sullen face, cold and full of hostility and detachment, as if there were a dark and gloomy cloud hanging over his face. Ji and these friends looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing intense shock in each other's gazes. Xiaojun, the one who followed Ji-Hsian every day, actually rejected Ji-Hsian? How can it be? Xiaojun obviously likes Ji-Hsian so much, and even studied hard for Ji-Hsian to get into Beijing University. Isn't she afraid to play it off? Ji-Hsian sat in his seat, half of his face hidden in the darkness, his complexion growing more and more grim, as if it were a torrential downpour in the middle of winter mixed with ice slivers, making one shudder. He seems to be really close to breaking, like the calm before the storm. At this time, a boy next to him carefully said, Ji Xiao, don't be angry yet." Ji-Hsian stared at him coolly, a strong sense of warning flowing from the bottom of his eyes. The boy was sweating. Okay, you're not mad. I'm the one who's mad. I'm the one who's mad." He went on to say, "This girl, she's a bit of a prude, not easy to coax." A moment later, the boy met Ji-Hsian's puzzled gaze and scratched his head as he continued, "That's right, ordering her to form a team in a cold, hard tone, then she'll definitely resist. Gotta coax, smile. Upon hearing this, Ji-Hsian fell into deep thought. a few moments of faltering and struggling showing in his eyes. But after a few moments, he remained stubborn, his gaze indifferent, his tone icy pit uncertain. No, she likes me, she'll definitely be back. It was the light brown scarf that gave him enough of a boost. Xiaojun's heart and eyes are all him, even if the temper is still care about him, or would not secretly stuff scarves in his school bag. She cares about him, cares about his birthday, and wants him to just take the initiative to coax it. Ji Xian became more and more certain of his suspicions. Beside him, the corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like he'd just been talking to a cow. Even the boys who had been betting that Zhou Jin would come back were getting a little wobbly. Ji Xian, isn't that a bit too confident? Moreover, they always feel that Ji Xian's confidence and calmness will completely collapse at any time. Male dormitory 307. Niu Yifeng bounced around with his cell phone in his hand, briskly coming up beside Qinichi, pretending to be a mystery. Wow, Qi, I just ate a super powerful big melon in the campus forum. Do you want it? He said, stuffing a handful of tomato-flavored chips into his mouth beautifully, his expression smug. Qinichi looked sickly, knocking on the code, fingertips flying down on the keyboard, making a pop 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 sound. He didn't move a muscle and said succinctly, not available. Qinichi had never paid much attention to the forums and was too lazy to eat any gossip, but Niu Yifeng's words attracted the other two boys in the dormitory, begging him to speak quickly and not to fart with his pants down. Niu Yifeng once again cheaply went over, lying on Qinichi's ear, gently asked, really not interested? Qinichi didn't even blink. Get lost. Niu Yifeng let out a long sigh and shook his head. Alright, then I won't talk to you. When he finished speaking, he muttered intentionally and conspiratorially, it still seems to have something to do with our little sister Xiao Xiao. Next, Qinichi's fingers tapping on the code suddenly paused. His lethargy instantly dissipated, and he suddenly raised his head and reached out to hold down Niu Yifeng's shoulders with a serious expression. Say, the reaction is very fast, like a ING radar. As soon as he heard the word Zhou Jane, instant alarm bells rang. Niu Yifeng shook his leg and pretended to be surprised. Yeah, what? Didn't you tell me to get lost? Qinichi gritted his teeth. Dinner, I'll reimburse you. Good. Only then did Niu Yifeng turn back and speak in a colorful manner. There was just a finance elective class that both Sister Qiao and Ji Xian took. The teacher requires a final paper in groups of 2 and free teaming. As a result, no one expected that Ji Xian would actually take the initiative to walk over and invite Sister Qiao in public. As soon as the words fell, Qinichi's eyes darkened. It was as if his heart had been seized hard, and a strong wave of unknown emotions rolled through his chest, making it difficult to even breathe. Even he didn't realize that his fingertips under the table were clenched slightly, hard enough to turn white. And then what? Qinichi's voice was calm, but if you listened carefully, you could feel a hint of trembling, completely different from his usual wanton and lazy state. Niu Yifeng didn't hear it, and continued to gush. Colorful, but our Qiao sister is super strong. Directly rejected him 2 times. I heard that Ji Xian's face was so dark that it was about to drip ink. Ha 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 ha. Every word Niu Yifeng said was clear to the ears. Qinichi closed his eyes and slowly exhaled, detaching himself from his tight state and leaning his entire body against the back of the chair. He raised his hand and pressed down on his brow bone, his eyelashes trembling lightly like raven feathers, his whole face half lit, half dark. The boulder hanging high in his heart then fell. Niu Yifeng bared his big teeth. How's it going, brothers? Is it cool? Qinichi did not listen to the latter words, and the noisy conversations of his roommates faded away in his ears, as if they were cut off from him into 2 worlds. His eyes drooped slightly as he pulled the journal that had been with him for years out of the drawer and flipped to the first page. Notebook paper has been somewhat yellowed. I do not know how many wind, rain, snow, days and nights, leaving many traces of age. The line of handwriting was also slightly blurred, but the writing was neat and sharp, as if it were a raging fire, permanently branded on the paper. I'm waiting for the pearl to move. Chapter 43, Shura. Ji Xian breaks defense. The next second, ding sound. The phone received from Xiaojun WeChat message. After scanning the message, Qinichi quickly put away the diary, casually grabbed a jacket, draped it over his body, and hurriedly rushed outside the dormitory. Niu Yifeng froze in the wind he set off, the chips almost poking into the man. No, brother, where are you going in such a hurry? The rain was getting heavier and the window was hazy. The sound of clattering rain could be clearly heard through the glass, dull and powerful. Xiaojun's mood was finally a few points better after she finished sending a message to Qinichi. After hearing Ji Xian's sentence, my patience has its limits, she only felt puzzled and really wanted to pick his brain and ask him about it. Are you okay? Xiaojun sat still and raised her hand to rub her eyes. It seems that there are some things that should be said clearly, so as to avoid further entanglement. The 4th period bell rings. Xiaojun teamed up with a girl she didn't know next to her and added WeChat to each other before filling out the form with her school number, class name. One after another, The students went to the cafeteria and dormitory. The classroom was instantly empty. Even Yuan Jian and the others were driven away by Ji Xian. There are only two left. Jojin slowly packed her backpack and was caught off guard when a shadow slammed down on her. Lifting her head, Ji Xian was indeed standing in front of her. The man towered over her, his face cool and detached, staring at her intently as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. Jojin zipped up her backpack. Something wrong? Ji Xian's jawline was angular, and his eyelashes seemed to be covered in a layer of snow frost, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. He stared at her, his voice clear and relentless, and questioned, word for word, "You spent yesterday on another man's birthday." It's an affirmative sentence, not a question. Jojin was about to talk to him when she calmly tilted her head. So what? Does it matter to you? Inexplicably, she recalled that she had been surrounded by Ji Xian and the others on the hallway earlier. At that time they questioned her as to why she suddenly pulled the plug. She had no way to retreat and tried to slip out, but she was caught by Ji Xian's death grip on her wrist, which also strangled a faint red mark. At that time, Ji Xian remained indifferent, looking at her as if he was looking at all his possessions. But who was he to question it? At those words, Ji Xian's expression was icy cold, his eyes instantly covered in biting frost. He justified it as if he had heard a funny joke, and his voice sank a little. Nothing to do with me? Jojin took a deep breath and nodded decisively. Right, Ji Xian, I don't like you anymore, she stated calmly, no ripples in her eyes, even a feeling of relief from the deep sea. After so many years of obsession, it's really not that hard to let go. With her persistence day in and day out, her passion year after year, how could Ji Xian not know that she liked him? He had always enjoyed being pursued by her. He would decisively reject the advances of others, but never her. It was because of this specialness that she had been enthusiastic, but those memories of her past life were like a tub of cold, stinging ice water that poured her from head to toe. Really? Cool. As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian suddenly froze, his breathing slightly stagnant as he struggled to comprehend the words, even doubting his ears a little. Don't like it? An indescribable taste instantly welled up in his chest, densely permeating and wantonly rolling over, as if blocking something, and even his breath briefly froze. It was an emotion he had never felt before. After a few seconds, Ji Xian quickly came back to his senses and regained his composure and calmness. No way. If you don't like it, why would you deliberately give him a hand-knitted scarf on his birthday? Ji Xian's cold eyes were dark, his tone confident and certain. You lied to me. Obviously said that she only liked him and would always like him. She must be lying to him. But Jojin didn't look like she was lying at all. She raised her clear eyes and stared squarely at him, her tone serious. I didn't lie to you. I hope that in the future you and your friends will stay away from me in the future and not pester me. She paused and added, it's annoying. Obnoxious? Ji Xian's thin lips pursed and his face became increasingly cold and ugly. These two words were like sharp blades, sticking deep into the most vulnerable part of his heart, slowly shedding countless drops of blood. Again, it was as if bullets were fired towards the vase, shattering it in a moment of disarray. Ji Xian's breath around him was instantly cold, a storm brewing under his eyes as he sank his face and approached her step by step. In the next second, Xiaozhen's eyes suddenly refracted a delighted light, bright and shiny, and her whole person came alive. She jogged over towards the classroom door, her footsteps light. You're finally here. Ji Xian stiffened and turned his head. Qin Ichu stood right in the doorway, oppressive, staring at him grimly, stern as a knife, sharp and dangerous. But when he lowered his eyes to look at Xiaozhen, Qin Ichi's gaze became gentle again. Let's go. The scene in front of him deeply stimulated Ji Xian's eyes. His brain tumbled with raging emotions, brewing waves of shock as low pressure enveloped his entire body. After a long time, Ji Xian let out a cold laugh, his tone calm to the extreme, and gently called her name, Xiaozhen. He rarely actually pronounced Zhou Jin's name, but as soon as he made a sound, as soon as he hooked his finger, or even sometimes just to look, Zhou would instantly appear beside him with expectant stars in her eyes. It seemed like it would never go away. However, as the words fell, Xiaozhen walked even faster, almost sticking close to Qin Ichi and hiding behind him, like a small animal that has found its backing to hide from other beasts of prey. Ji Xian's cool and ascetic demeanor cracked completely in that instant, his feet sinking as if filled with cold lead. He watched the scene in front of him in a daze, as if a piece of his heart was empty, deeply impacting the concepts he had grown up with. Qin Ichu felt the young girl leaning around him, his body suddenly stiffened, and hot lava erupted from the bottom of his heart. The knot in his throat rolled as he took Zhou hand and lifted his foot to leave. Watching the two of them leave close together, Ji Xian had never imagined that his emotional ups and downs would be so great. Thunk a few times, his knuckles rapping on the desk, he squeezed the word out coldly from between his teeth. Condescending. Zhou, don't you dare go with him, and don't ever come back. Chapter 44. The corners of your mouth are harder to press than AKs. Ji Xian stood still, every word covered in icy coldness, his tone carrying an oppressive warning, certain and confident. In high school, he just casually mentioned, "You're pretty close to that Shinichi." The next day, Xiaojun started to stay away from Shinichi, fearing that he would misunderstand. How could such a person be really cruel to leave? Either way, Ji Xian is 100% sure that Xiaojun won't follow Shinichi. But right now, Xiaojun was always leaning against Shinichi's side, her footsteps not even pausing for a moment. She turned her back on him, as if she hadn't heard him, and walked to the stairway, her figure getting smaller and smaller. It's as if they've really made up their minds about something. Ji Xian froze in place, his face suddenly changing, and a trace of panic quickly surged in his heart. The hand at his side clenched hard, his voice like ice, and he drew up the volume. "Joujin, come here." Ji Xian tried to restrain himself as usual, tried to maintain a perfectly decent image, but his delicate face couldn't control the grimace. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. Xiaojun's figure also completely disappeared into the rain. The entire school building was empty. Ji Xian took a step back and slowly closed his eyes. He could even hear his disordered breathing. I don't know how much time passed before he opened his eyes and returned to his initial breezy demeanor. It's okay. Xiaojun doesn't like Shinichi. She just thinks of him as her brother. Ji Xian said this to himself over and over again, brainwashing himself over and over again, and in his heart he became more and more certain. Xiaojun is trying to irritate him, specially looking for her bamboo horse, deliberately acting this out in front of him. Yes, that must be it. The sky was overcast, accompanied by the sound of falling raindrops, the air swooned with humidity, and the barometric pressure was sultry. Xiaojun tilted her head to look at Shinichi and asked softly, "What are you looking for me for?" It was Shinichi who said there was something he wanted to find her, so she sent a message saying, "Why don't we just have dinner together?" It was also because she knew that Shinichi would come that she could speak clearly with Ji Xian alone without any worries, lest she be blocked by that group again. In the rain, Shinichi held a large black umbrella and shoved the bag he was carrying into her arms. Lazily, "Came to give you something." Xiaojun looked down into the bag. Her clear eyes slowly widened, the bottom of her eyes shocked and delighted. "How did you know I wanted this?" There were her favorite snowmobiles, and a bunny doll that was only particularly hot lately. She's super into it, but it's really hard to grab. Her fingertips burned a little as she squeezed the bag, blinking in bewilderment. "Thanks, but what's with all the sudden? Giving me these?" Shinichi looked like he had expected her to ask this. His tone was lazy. "Oh, the lottery draw. I'm a guy and I don't like this kind of thing." He paused, turned his head to look at the school building not far away, and asked in a pretense of carelessness, "I kinda like the scarf you gave me. Have you given it to anyone else?" I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Xiaojun always felt that his tone was a bit hard, and it didn't match at all with his own rambunctious appearance. She looked at him sideways. The man's body was erect, light and darkness intertwined in his hard, handsome face, and his short, dark hair glowed with a fascinating color. Around his neck was the dark gray scarf she had given him, which matched his temperament exceptionally well, appearing both mature and stable, but also with a bit of arrogance and unruly. Xiaojun nodded and said truthfully, "Yes, I've also knitted for my roommate. She simply loves to do crafts, and every time she knits a scarf or bakes, she can be quiet and comfortable." Shinichi was silent and didn't say anything. The dark clouds completely blocked out the light of the sun and sank slowly with a few depressing drops. Bean-sized raindrops hit the umbrella with a dull, powerful sound. After a few seconds, his voice became a little muffled. "To other boys?" Xiaojun didn't expect him to ask this and shook her head obediently. Full of honesty, "No, except for you." As the words fell, stars slowly lit up in the pupils of Shinichi's eyes, swirling with fine light, and his eyes became gentle. Xiaojun sounded puzzled and tilted her face. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, just asking." Shinichi held the umbrella with one hand and put one hand in his pocket, his tone light. He lowered his head as if nothing had happened, trying to suppress the wildly upturned corners of his lips. However, the corners of his mouth still seemed to be somewhat unable to resist turning upwards, and it was even harder to suppress than AK. Shinichi had to bury the lower half of his face in the scarf to secretly hide the emotions he couldn't disguise. It's still raining in the sky, but his heart had cleared. The two of them went out to eat dinner out of school, and Joujin ordered scrambled eggs with a glass of orange juice. There weren't many people in the store, and most of the students chose to pack their bags and take them away. The owner's wife immediately brought up the hot and fragrant meal. Shinichi handed her chopsticks and a spoon, and took off his scarf while he ate, and before long, he suddenly made a sound. "Do you want to go to the hot springs?" Joujin, caught off guard by the fall of the words, she was a bit confused and slowly opened her eyes wide, even doubting her ears as the whole thing nearly choked on the orange juice. "Spa?" She had brushed up on a couple of bloggers' videos the other day and casually mentioned that she wanted to go to a hot spring, and she did want to experience it, but if she soaked with Shinichi, wouldn't that be? Xiaojun's small face abruptly turned red, her heart fluttered wildly, and she even forgot to chew her rice. Wouldn't we see him show his abs? Xiaojun remembered certain charming images from her previous life, the fingertips pinching the cup tightened unconsciously, a little distracted, and a little vain, her cheeks slowly crawling with pink mist. How does she become like this? Full of throat abs? She is really bad. Seeing her delayed response, Shinichi pupils showed complex emotions, put down the chopsticks, staring at her seriously. Do not want to go? Xiaojun returned to her senses, looking down and strategically drinking her orange juice, her sweet voice slightly trembling. Is it the group's reunion activity? With those friends of his? Is it the same as the last time in the karaoke? However, in the next second, Shinichi rolled the knot in his throat, his voice low and magnetic, as if carrying some highly attractive magic, gently lingering in Xiaojun's ears and echoing in his brain. No one else. Jojun. It's just me and you. Chapter 45, Jojun, his white swan. What? Shinichi invited you to a hot spring alone? In the dormitory, Shun Lulu sat up in shock from her dying sickness and erupted into a chirp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's going on a date with you, isn't he? Jojun quietly laid out the covers, placed the bunny doll next to her pillow, and murmured softly, that's not really a date. Shun Lulu justified, TV dramas are not also acted. The main man and woman dating hot springs when the hot springs, surrounded by floating pink love bubbles, the two people logically heart, and finally crazy boo-boo. Stop. With a thin blush coloring her cheeks, Jojun drew the bed curtains and silently smothered herself with the covers for a while. Yunyu was more serious. I remember the capital's newly opened at Hot Springs Resort praise quite a lot. And self-help. Anyway, my friends went to say yes. The only drawback is too expensive. Huge ing expensive. So you promised? Lights out at 11 o'clock. Jojun laid down on the bed, poked her head out, rubbed her cheek against the bunny doll's head affectionately, and let out a soft promise. Shinichi said it was a raffle in the fleet, and he drew 2 hot spring tickets and a one-night hotel and buffet package. Aunt Sheen wasn't available, so he asked her to go with him. He even said lazily at the time, if you don't go, then this drawn ticket will have to be voided. Xiaojun was full of abs and throat knots, and was abducted in a haphazard manner. Hearing these words, Chen Meixiang's hands shook and her eyeliner flew up to her eyebrows. As a woman who had been cheated on by a scumbag, she was now super wary of men. Chen Meixiang tone a little worried. How always feel you were set up. Hotel is to open 2 rooms, right? He won't do anything inappropriate to you, right? Jojun yawned and dutifully responded. Aha, it's 2 rooms. After a pause, she added softly, her tone taking on a bit of seriousness. Shinichi is very nice, and I grew up together, so he definitely won't let me be bullied. Chen Meixiang wiped off her eyeliner and sked twice, suddenly getting high on CP's candy. Okay, that's the start of the guard up. These 3 people in the dormitory looked at each other with meaningful smiles. What kind of sweepstakes is that? Who would believe it? Only Jojun is so easily fooled and trusts people so easily. Sweepstakes brother. He's really super hobbyist, isn't he? Winter is creeping in and the weather is turning cold in December. Winter hot springs are good for blood circulation, can drive away the cold and fitness, eliminate fatigue, improve the quality of sleep and relieve emotional stress. Xiaojun waited and waited for this day. The excitement in my heart was so hard to suppress that I even walked briskly. I don't know if it was because of the first experience of soaking in a hot spring or something else. The resort hotel is simple and elegant, surrounded by verdant trees and rockeries, lush and picturesque. The natural hot springs are misty, hot and clear, with a light fragrance in the air. After the buffet, Jojun digested for a while before going to change into her bathing suit, pure white swimsuit with lace strapping design, surrounded by a layer of thin translucent veil. Fairy tale, very, very conservative. It's a bathing suit she bought 3 years ago. However, when she finished dressing and looked in the mirror, she realized that her bust was more than 3 years ago. Xiaojun froze and silently covered her face, suddenly regretting it somewhat. Slightly tight on the bust side. Should have bought a new one if I had known. I don't know if it's an illusion. It always feels like other people's eyes are intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards her. And even she wonders if she's wearing the wrong thing somewhere. After cleaning up in the mirror, as soon as she lifted the curtain, she saw a slender and upright figure. The man's broken hair in front of his forehead hangs over his brow bone. His eyes are deep, and his whole face is extremely aggressive. She was in a white bathrobe revealing half of her collarbone, lined with asceticism, and the whole person was tinted with an evil aura. Shinichi had long been standing not far away waiting for her. He raised his eyes slightly, his breathing steepening and thickening under his eyes. The young girl's skin was delicate and flawless, so white that it shook her eyes, and her legs were slender and carried the ultimate attraction. Wear conservative. A lot of fabric. Is the extent of the ordinary dress, but it is this conservative, but seems more pure and moving. In particular, her beautiful eyes, clear and ignorant, glowed with a radiant luster and smiled, makes you want to bully hard. Not 2 seconds later, Shinichi lowered his eyelashes and averted his eyes, not quite naturally tightening his fingers. Xiaojin walked up to him, her tone a little less confident, and asked weakly, "Is it weird that I'm dressed like this? Is it weird?" There were a lot of people peeking at her just now. Is there something wrong somewhere? Not surprisingly, Shinichi paused, his voice a little dry, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. "It's pretty." "Really?" Jojin raised quizzical eyes. She always felt that Shinichi seemed to have a layer of filters on her, complimenting her no matter what, just like she also mindlessly complimented her roommate's good looks every day. Shinichi rubbed his eyebrows, his complexion carrying a bit of seriousness, and lowered his voice. "You want the truth?" Jojin's heart skipped a beat and she nodded, looking up at him with a clear, good-natured softness. In the next second, Shinichi slightly hooked his lips, smiled a little bad, reached out to rub her head, and also rubbed a few strands of soft hair. "Jojin, be confident. Do you know what you look like right now?" Xiaojin was already used to being rubbed, and obediently stood still, not hiding, allowing him to be reckless. At that, she tilted her little face up, inexplicably a little nervous. Like what? The heart seemed to be hanging to the highest place, quietly waiting for his sentence. Shinichi sighed and slowly leaned down. That handsome face kept enlarging, his obsidian eyes almost on the verge of being level with Xiaojin's, his pupils dark and deep, still containing her white figure. There's a gentle aggression. Xiaojin stood still, her fingertips unconsciously clenched, even subconsciously holding her breath, and the heartbeat is getting faster. Shinichi always kept his distance, very restrained, and dropped a few words earnestly in her ear. In that instant, the surrounding wigwams and green leaves gradually vaporized, and even the dense water mist on the hot springs was suspended, and the whole world quieted down. Xiaojin's eyes were left with only Shinichi alone, and his wildly desirous low magnetic voice lingered in her ears. He said, like a white swan. Chapter 46 Shinichi, help me. A very nice white swan, but there are many who covet her. Shinichi walked to the side of the hot spring and leisurely untied his white bathrobe. The pupils of his eyes swirled with complex sentiments, as if he was seeing the most beautiful scenery, and the corners of his lips slowly hooked up. So, he's going to protect her. Xiaojin froze in place, the words lingering in her ears for a long time, unable to dissipate. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly and her heart beat frantically for a long time before she breathed softly. I really didn't expect that Shinichi would actually say that. The two have a lot of common friends. They have said, Shinichi is righteous, especially reliable, and good to friends, but he is toxic, a little fierce, and does not seem to get along. But Xiaojin never thought he was venomous, let alone mean. He was obviously very, very nice. It would encourage her, support her, comfort her, and clearly have the gentlest bones. When they heard her words, their mutual friends were shocked with a look of "you're blind." Jen, the Shinichi you're talking about, is that the Shinichi we know? So Chia has two faces? You're making a difference. It wasn't until Shinichi unzipped his bathrobe that Xiaojin detached herself from her memories, her eyes falling on his eye-catching upper body. The man reveals smooth and tight muscle lines, grooves and furrows, and the mermaid line is even more superior sex, like a carefully sculpted work of art, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, sexy and wildly desirable, androgynous. The impact is extremely powerful. Jojin's breathing paused briefly, and she couldn't help but mentally count 6 pieces, with 6-pack abs. It's still pink there and just, like, adorable. Moving her eyes further down, she caught sight of the man's black pantyhose fork, and after a few seconds, Jojin suddenly looked down and away, a blush creeping up to the base of her ears. Goodwill, especially after Shinichi went into the water. The water droplets flowed from his collarbone to his pectoral muscles before disappearing into the water. Xiaojin, come here. Shinichi leaned over the edge slowly, imploring. His eyes became more astringent as he softly pronounced her name, like a silent seduction, a silent invitation. Jojin slapped her face in an effort to wake up and took a step down into the hot tub, moving extra far away from him. Other people were kind enough to bring her to the hot springs, but all she could think about was other people's bodies. It's outrageous. How can she be like this? Xiaojin breathed deeply, and when she went under the water, the moist and warm current wrapped her deeply, and all at once it was as if all the cells in her body were activated. Tiredness and anxiety all melt away in the steaming hot springs. Xiaojin squinted her eyes cozily and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's so comfortable. Hate to die in it. The temperature was slightly hot, and the heat steamed her face. Her snow-white skin gushed a layer of powder. Even her voice was sweeter and softer than usual. Xiaojun raised her eyes to him, and the two of them were caught off guard as their eyes collided. In that moment, it was as if they were the only two people left in the world, igniting a pretty spark. In the evening, romantic starlights were lit up around them, and the yellow glow enveloped the water, sparkling and also falling gently and lovingly on Xiaojun. Romance promotes the heartbeat little by little. Xiaojun paused for a few seconds, not quite naturally averting her eyes and taking small steps to the side, moving further and further away from him. The water rippled. Before he could take a few steps, Shinichi suddenly flicked his eyelids and tugged at the corner of his lips. "What are you doing so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you?" Xiaojun was poked and prodded, and was a little too weak to look up at him. After a long time, she nodded her head and carefully responded, "Men and women. Gotta get away from him," or she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to get her hands on him. At those words, Shinichi's eyes deepened, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. He lazily spat out the word, "Okay." The heart is a little not very good, depressed as if there is a ball of cotton blocked in the chest. Even breathing is a little difficult. Shinichi turned around, his back to her, not knowing what he was thinking. Steam hung in the air, and the spring water felt like it was alive, penetrating the skin little by little. The spa has different temperature zones and the VIP tickets are private, so no strangers will bother you. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sound of rushing water suddenly resounded behind them. The young girl gently poked his back with her index finger, her voice as melodious as a nightingale. "Shinichi." The cool evening breeze brushed against my cheeks, carrying with it the slightest hint of sweet floral scent. Hearing the sound, Shinichi turned back to look at her, his nose humming softly. Only Jojin's other hand was seen covering her right shoulder, pinching two lace bindings, a thin mist of water rippling in her eyes. "Straps are loose, help me." Her long, thick eyelashes flapped slowly, and her voice trembled a little, with a bit of aggression. Shinichi lowered his eyes falling on her. The swimsuit is designed with two straps on the left and right, strapless sleeves, and if one of the bows is loosened, it almost reveals a large portion of the knots in Shinichi's throat rolled up and down, and his eyes contain tidal surges of obscurity. Swimsuit outside the layer of white tulle floating in the water. Hazy, hidden, more people heart itch. On the contrary, Xiaojun's current expression was like a pitiful little rabbit saying to the big bad wolf who wanted to eat her in one bite, "Can you help me? It's killing me." For a long time, Shinichi lowered his voice, a light laugh overflowing from the depths of his throat. "Didn't someone just say that men and women are not related?" Jojin. Her eyes slowly widened, her clear fawn eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Aggrieved, she scrunched her neck and spoke numbly. "So is it too late for me to take that back?" Shinichi's heart instantly collapsed, wanting to reach out and rub her head. Lightly walked to Xiaojun, pinched the two white lace straps. A large area of snow-white skin came into view, like flawless jade, deeply stimulating the eyeballs, causing Shinichi's fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. The young girl's knitted brows and smile, every move, are all reflected in the pupils of Shinichi's eyes, deeply imprinted in the mind. "It's beautiful." Xiaojun faced him, not noticing his abnormality, and reminded him softly, "Just tie a bow casually." Shinichi leaned down slightly. "Good." The night was getting darker and the sky was dotted with bright stars. Under the gentle moonlight, a man and a woman soaking in the hot springs, foggy, and the surrounding scenery constitutes a romantic painting. Xiaojun always felt that the man's burning breath sprayed on her neck with a gradual air of aggression that burned all the way up, making it hard to ignore. "It's so itchy in my neck." I don't know if it was because of the rising temperature of the hot springs, but her whole body slowly burned and her heart gradually rolled. Xiaojun couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Shinichi, and the man lowered his head slightly, keeping a suitable distance as he patiently and intently tied the straps for her, as if he was doing a high math problem. His fingers were beautiful too, bony and long and clean, the veins on his arms vaguely raised, the sexual tension pulled full, everything around them vapors, as if some sentiment is festering in the air for a fraction of a second. It was clearly just a matter of seconds, but Xiaojun felt as if a century had passed. It's like slow motion in a movie, frame by frame, slowed down many times, but each image is memorable. His deep eyes, high nose, perfect throat, and, well, sexy clavicle. Xiaojun pursed her lips, as if there was a deer banging around in her heart. Shinichi slightly lowered his eyes and quickly tied a perfect bow for her, not touching her in the slightest. He took a step back and pushed down the heat in his heart, his voice a little muffled. "Tie it." Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled up at him, revealing two pearly swirls. "Thank you." After soaking in the hot springs, Xiaojun's whole body was warm, and her heart seemed to be filled with happy fulfillment. As night approached, she came ashore wrapped in a thick white bathrobe and went to the nearby buffet table to get some dessert to eat. Shinichi, on the other hand, followed closely beside her. When she picks a piece, Shinichi follows her and eats it, tasting the same desserts as her and listening to her say which one is delicious and which one is mediocre. Then silently make a mental note of it. From a distance, the two were almost pressed together, almost like a small, intimate couple. This scene was taken in by several people not far away. A boy stared in amazement and hurriedly took out his cell phone, taking pictures and sending them to Ji Xian. Holy, isn't that Xiaojun and Qin? They actually came to the hot springs alone? Yuan Jian similarly soaked in the spring, looking over at the young girl's slender calves, snow-white skin, and, well, the way she smiled. His eyes deepened, his throat went a little dry, and he cursed in a low voice. Asterisk. It's still true. Inside the top mansion, under the expensive European chandelier, a faint white light enveloped the teenager. His figure was clear and clean, his side face lines were clear and superior, his skin was cold and white, and his front was expressionless as he made a PPT. After a long time, Ji Xian slid his cell phone and was caught off guard to see a message from WeChat. In that instant, his movements stopped abruptly, and he tapped the photograph incredulously. The figures of a man and a woman suddenly crashed into the bottom of the eye. The atmosphere was harmonious and cordial. The young girl's eyes were squinting with a smile. Extraordinarily sweet, the boy also looked at her with the same hooked lips, ambiguous and hazy. Xiaojun and Qin. It's like a couple that likes each other. Pop. The phone slammed heavily on the desktop. Relentlessly. Ji Xian instantly turned frosty as a fierce wind and rain rippled across his face. For a while his head was dizzy and his heart was heavy, as if it were filled with lead, leaving him breathless. Xiaojun and Qin went to an amusement park and a KTV for their birthdays. He even went to a hot spring alone with Qin. Ji Xian's consistently cold and arrogant demeanor abruptly surged with exhaustion, and cracks appeared in perfection. The heart seemed to be poked densely and violently by millions of silver needles, completely unable to breathe. He was in a trance for a moment, always feeling as if he had invariably lost something most precious. It took a long time before he could force down the bitterness in his heart. Impossible. When Ji Xian raised his head again, a light of certainty and confidence shone in his eyes. How can Xiaojun really choose Qin? Chapter 47, He's her knight. The night melts. At the spa, the waiter thoughtfully handed over a drink, one of the girl's favorites these days, with a very low alcohol content, a very special flavor, and an even more special name. It's called a heartbeat signal. Thanks. Jojin took the drink bottle and stuck a long straw in it and drank. It's tart, sweet, a little boozy, and instantly addictive. The moon is bright in the sky. The moonlight is spread on the green stone path, like a light veil, soft and quiet. After soaking in the hot springs, Xiaojun's entire body was warm, and she wrapped herself in her bathrobe, her eyes squinting cozily. Bones are crisping up. Qin stood right beside her, his beautiful throat knot sliding up and down with the ultimate compulsion. Xiaojun's head was groggy, her eyes gradually became disoriented, and a layer of pink color surged uncontrollably on her cheeks. I don't know why, she now suddenly wants to touch Qin abs and throat knot. Xiaojun was in a trance, feeling like there were two little people fighting madly in her head, and she couldn't be persuaded. One of the little men, all yellow, covered his face and screamed, "No, no, no, how could I think that? It's so rude." Ooh. The other little man grunted softly. Anyway, Qin is my future husband. What's wrong with touching him? It's not like I'm going to lose a piece of meat, so go up and pounce on him and nibble him. I'll nibble and nibble and nibble. And then, as if he could see that she was out of sorts, Qin suddenly leaned down in front of her, carrying a light fragrance if nothing else. His voice was magnetic in its laziness, and it swung into his ears in a crunchy way. What's wrong with you? The teenager's profile was clearly defined, and those obsidian eyes grew deeper and deeper, more compelling and fascinating than usual. Xiaojun looked at the ever-enlarging handsome face in front of her and immediately took a step back in fear. Stammering, "It's okay. I'm going to use the restroom." Dizzy, she drifted all the way to the next bathroom and ruthlessly flushed her face with cold water. Is it possible that you're bubbling up and your brain is bubbling up? Xiaojun exhaled softly and raised her eyes to look at herself in the mirror, her cheeks unusually pink, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. I'm dizzy. Is it because it's been soaking for too long? Xiaojun breathed deeply and walked out of the restroom, and in the next instant, a dark shadow scurried out of the corner, and the heavy fabric suddenly blocked her mouth and nose. Xiaojun's hands were clipped back to her back as she was roughly dragged all the way to the direction of the hotel. She had trouble breaking free of her bonds and kept making weak whimpering noises, her eyes filled with terror and panic. That glass of wine is definitely not low. The cloth covered his mouth and nose, and the feeling of suffocation instantly swept through his body. Xiaojun was dizzy and struggled, using only the last vestige of sanity left, her nails digging into the man's arm in a deadly grip, scratching out a bloody trail directly. Hiss! The man sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed under his breath as he threw her to the ground in pain. Xiaojun, don't you know what you're doing? Bang! Xiaojun was thrown against the wall, and it was only then that she got a good look at the person who had taken her by force, slowly widening her eyes. Yuan Jian, how is he? During the struggle, Xiaojun's wrapped bathrobe completely fell off, revealing a pure white bathing suit with snow-white skin that shook people's eyes. Yuan Jian's eyes deepened, forcefully covered her mouth, lowered his head to her ear, and spoke in a gloomy tone. Ji Xian, he doesn't like you. A dead face paralyzer, dead ice cube. Worth your liking? Xiaojun, you do my woman, marry me in the future, and don't need to go to any Thai university, honestly at home to give me a few sons. Lousy guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. Xiaojun was completely powerless, drunk, and her mind was a blank. His fondness is to constantly discredit and rumor-monger, inexplicably hit her with a basketball, and force it against her will? There was no surveillance around, and Xiaojun was so groggy that she couldn't even hold her eyelids together strongly enough, and she had no strength in her body. Knowing full well how drunk she was, she didn't hesitate to bite her lip, forcing herself back to sobriety as the taste of blood and pain spread. Waiting for the other party to relax his guard, Xiaojun kicked him violently in his vitals and moved cleanly, slipping out quickly like a rabbit. As she cried, she shouted, "Qin!" Before the words were finished, the next second, the familiar figure appeared in front of him. Qin Ichu rushed over against the light, like an impenetrable mountain with a clear and sharp outline. Half of it glittered and half of it was hidden in the gloom. Even everything around him was making way for him. In that moment, Xiaojun finally couldn't help but shed a tear, holding back her headache and choking softly. Qin Ichi, what a coincidence. It's always a coincidence. The moment she was in danger, he was immediately in front of her eyes, just like a knight, always watching over her silently, never going away. Xiaojun was pressed into his warm embrace, her heart instantly filled with a sense of security, and she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I'm coming. Qin Ichi reached out and gently caressed her back, his fingertips trembling, his voice sinking. Good girl, wait for me for a while. Chapter 48. Drunken Jenny calls out husband. Jojin was dizzy, her eyes closing uncontrollably. Only faintly did he hear the sound of a fight, as if something was being held down and slammed hard against the wall. Immediately came Yuan Jian miserable screams. Qin Ichi was simply having trouble controlling his violence, and the moment he thought of all the shady things Xiaojun had almost suffered, all of his bloodthirsty thoughts were instantly aroused, and the blood in his entire body was burning and screaming madly. Thud a few times, he held down Yuan Jian's head and slammed it hard against the wall, making a crisp sound. Ah! Yuan Jian knelt on the ground in a sorry state, his forehead almost bleeding from the knock, and begged frantically for mercy. His face was covered in nosebleeds and tears, and his eyes were full of panic as he held up his hands in a sign of surrender. If he really touched Xiaojun, then Qin Ichi, the mad dog, would definitely die with him. Bang! You want to die? Qin Ichi's entire person was vicious and well-behaved, like a sharp knife that would stab deep into the heart at any time. His hands were bruised and he tried to hold back his emotions, eventually closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, a boy, dazed and holding his cell phone, slipped quietly from behind a tree. The boy sighs as he slips away and sends Ji Xian the video he just recorded of Yuan Jian and Xiaojun, especially with those bombastic statements. Ji Xian, he's a dead-face paralyzer and ice cube. Is he worth your liking? Honestly, stay home and give me a few big fat boys, and I'll make sure you have a lifetime of honor and wealth. Didn't Yuan Jian hate Xiaojun the most, mocking people for being poor every day? But it turned out that he actually had a crush on her? What's more, he dared to call Ji Xiao paralyzed. Crazy. The boys looked like badgers scurrying through a melon field, so shocked they were about to be struck by lightning. He thought, Yuan Jian today, how strange. Eyes glued to Xiaojun body like, followed over to take a look. Really damn, directly shocked the whole family. Hotel, 11:30 p.m. The dark night engulfed the sky, the moonlight was glistening, and the countless stars were converging together in a brilliant glow. Jojin was high on booze and was drunk and unconscious. She opened her eyes in a daze. She was lying in a large soft bed, the covers covered so tightly that not a single seam remained. A moment later, a familiar voice slowly entered his ears with a loving gentleness that was extremely mismatched with his low, slightly menacing voice. Awake? Qin Ichi moved a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at her without blinking, not knowing how long he had been guarding the side. Xiaojun opened her eyes, fawn eyes just like black grapes, brimming with a layer of wet watery mist, and looked at his face with the same seriousness. Jojin nodded, nice and quiet, like a beautiful, delicate doll. Qin Ichi also did not say anything, quietly staring at her. The two people just dry staring wide-eyed. Silence filled the entire room. Jojin blinked her watery, misty eyes and patted over slightly to look at him curiously. The man in front of her looked as if he was a little bit fierce, but especially wild and compulsive, as if he had some kind of magic. sucking her over bit by bit. The man wore a plain black body shirt with an unruly neckline that vaguely revealed his sexy collarbone. After a long time, Xiaojun blinked and tilted up her small face, reached out and gently grabbed the fabric of his clothes, carefully opening her mouth. To hug. Her words were a little slurred, and the man didn't respond, freezing for a moment, snorting a soft grunt. Xiaojun strained her face, thinking hard for a moment, her eyes hollow. Can you hug me? Shinichu heard it clearly this time. He rolled the knot in his throat and leaned forward, taking her gently into his arms, his movements careful and gentle. Xiaojun sat on the bed and dutifully buried her head in front of his chest, her eyes curved in two playful pear swirls peeking out from her lips. Here you go. It was warm and cozy in his arms, and the light scent of grass from his body was spread all around him, and his breath rolled in as if she had become part of his body. I really like to hold him. Xiaojun wrapped her hands around his waist with difficulty, rubbing lightly in his arms and occasionally arching her head against him, like a little animal that's being pampered. Shinichi lowered his head and wrapped his arms around the young girl in his arms, gradually realizing that the position was too ambiguous before slowly releasing her. Unable to hold back his voice, Jojin, do you know who I am? Xiaojun sat on the large bed, shaking. At the words, she was filled with bewilderment, dropping her mesmerized eyes and cocking her head without a word. Shinichu's eyes paused on her for a long time, and finally his eyes dimmed, his eyelashes covering the loss that kept rolling under his eyes. It was like eating a very sour and bitter orange, with the sourness and astringency constantly spreading in the mouth and flowing through the bloodstream. Sure enough, the drunken bunny didn't remember him at all. Suddenly, Xiaojun somewhat clumsily grabbed him by the shirt, her tone a bit anxious, and stammered, I know. Shinichu's eyes lit up slightly with a weak light, gently holding her hand. Then who am I? His eyelashes fluttered like raven feathers and his heart beat wildly and uncontrollably. Drunken Xiaojun was a bit dopey, her cheeks flushed pink from her intoxication and her voice sweet and soft. It's my husband. Too innocent, too melodious. Obviously it was just a stone that fell in the lake of the heart, but it set off a shocking wave. Shinichi's breathing suddenly stopped, his heartbeat suddenly missed a beat, as if the entire world was frozen in this moment. After a long time, he finally heard his own voice over the sound of his violent and powerful heartbeat. What? Xiaojun's white cheeks were colored with a pink haze, and the whole person looked at him in a daze, stretching out her glistening white index finger and pointing it at his face in a single word. Shinichu, she asked weakly as she took a small breath and lowered her hand, looking a little apprehensive. Why, aren't you my husband? The girl's eyes were red and brimming with a layer of water. As aggravating as it had to be, it was as if tears would fall out of his eyes the next second. Shinichu stared at the little drunkard in front of him. She was pitiful and had a lost look. In the middle of the day, he breathed heavily and let out a slow receiving an affirmative reply. Xiaojun was like a bunny that had picked up a carrot, smiling happily and contentedly, her eyes blossoming with beautifully bright stars. Husband, her voice was soft and honeyed, her eyes full of anticipation. So, I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 49, Good night, I love you. A secret. Shinichi sank his eyes, frantically restraining the fire of desire in his heart. His voice had little rise and fall. You say. Instead, Jojin squirmed twice on the bed to express her anger, her head bobbing twice, sulking. Then come over here a little bit. Let's sneak, quietly. Don't let anyone here to mess with. There was obviously no one else in the room, but Shinichi still lowered his head and leaned down to get in front of her, accompanying this childish little bunny to play the game. Immediately after, hearing her sweet soft voice, the girl lowered her voice and said arrogantly, Shinichi, we were together in our past lives. We were husband and wife, with a marriage license. It's in red. Together, couple, marriage. Every word caused Shinichi's heartstrings to fluctuate, his entire body's blood to flow in reverse, his heartbeat as frenzied and boiling as a beating drum, and it took a long time for him to return to his original state. After the surprise, he hung his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that he was making a fool of himself. What past life? Xiaojun was drunk and confused, and talked about what was there and what wasn't. Cute and cuddly, no head. Shinichi sighed, his lips unconsciously slowly curling up. Even if it was just a dream of Xiaojun's, he was happy and joyful. However, not knowing what came to mind, Xiaojun's mood abruptly shifted to low, gripping the small quilt hard, her voice getting smaller and smaller, an aggrieved whimper spilling out from her lips in a low murmur. But after we got married, you were bad, always bullying me, pinching me, bumping into me, always making me cry, with crystal and teardrops hanging on her eyelashes. Xiaojun sniffled and complained in a disgruntled manner, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. Shinichi's entire body suddenly stiffened as he looked at her aggrieved and pitiful appearance. In his nightmare-like childhood, his scummy biological father was always slapping him, kicking him, and threatening him with a kitchen knife. The worst time the leg was broken outright. The mother, also covered in bloody wounds, knelt on the floor and cried and pleaded, her voice trembling, "Don't hit me, please, hit me, don't hit Xiaoqi." Even though that scum was dead, the haze that had once hung over Shinichi still hadn't dissipated. Shinichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, burying all the hurt he had once felt. He was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly, his tone somewhat serious. "How could I possibly bully you, Xiaojin? How could I possibly bully you?" Seeing that Shinichi was dead set against admitting it, Xiaojin became even more sad and angry, glaring at him with milky ferocity. "One word at a time. You clearly have." There was clearly bullying her. Xiaojin's long and thick eyelashes kept fluttering lightly, and her face became even more pink. The unpleasant images from his previous life drilled into his mind like crazy. The Shinichi in there, mature and stable, exudes a unique charm, like a towering Tarzan, with eyes as hot as fire, to eat her alive. Every time, he would hold her down and bully her in various places in the house, gently coaxing her and pampering her, but his actions were fierce and vicious, not gentle at all, not at all. At the thought of bits and pieces of those, Jojin's whole body exploded, silently clenching her fists and reaching out to point at his face. "Shinichi, you're the big bad guy." Her exasperated look was adorable, her eyebrows furrowed and her whole little face more lively and animated. You can't help but want to pinch and squeeze hard. A dull chuckle escaped from the depths of Shinichi's chest, and he let out a soft in response to her words. As a direct agreement, the faint odor of wine lingered in the air, along with the sweet scent of a young girl. Suddenly, Xiaojin's little head arched toward him, not knowing what kind of calculating beads he was playing, and pointed at himself, saying seriously, I'm a little badass. I'm going to bully you now." She thought she was putting harsh words, very fierce and vicious, but to Shinichi's ears, the voice was good and sweet, like a soft feather, scratching the tip of the ear one after another. Shinichi lazily leaned back in his chair and looked at her, a light laugh spilling out from deep within his chest with a hint of curiosity. "Oh, and how is the little devil going to bully me?" The little man on the bed blinked and cocked his head in serious thought for a moment, harboring slyness and bad intentions. "Come over here first, come over here." It's all written on her face. Shinichi felt that he shouldn't have gone over there, but his body was honest and didn't listen to his brain at all, as if it was being controlled by the young girl's voice, and he couldn't help but lean toward her and bow his head obediently. Xiaojin blinked her wet eyes and squeezed his side. "Then be good later. Don't move." Shinichi's eyes were as dark as ink, nodding his head to agree with her, his voice low and hoarse. "Good, he's well behaved." Xiaojin stretched out her paw from the comforter, her face full of curiosity, and little by little she came closer and closer to Shinichi. Her eyes landed on the raised knot of her throat, sensual, wild with desire, and her fingertips couldn't resist touching it lightly, rubbing up hot sparks. "I've been wanting to touch it for a long time. I finally got what I wanted." Xiaojin's glistening white index finger rubbed against the knot of the man's throat, poking it lightly over and over again in novelty, as if she had found some unexceptional and rare treasure, and kept testing it, like a clingy kitten. With her movements, the taut strings in Shinichi's mind suddenly snapped, and his sanity abruptly collapsed into ruins. He was so dry, he forced down the fire of lust in his belly, and he couldn't help the knot in his throat from rolling up and down. Even Jojin's fingertips rose and fell with it. She froze, her eyes brightened, and she smiled dutifully. "Good Maru." Shinichi stared straight at her, his gaze deep, his breathing gradually becoming ragged. It was as if there was a seed in my heart that quickly took root, broke through the ground, grew into a tall, lush tree, and produced countless beautiful flowers that held significant weight in my heart. "Okay, drunk Jojin, not only is she a little badass, she's also a little horny. Kind of bad, but bad in a cute way. Especially with her current drunken look. Innocent, white and pink, like a full peach that would explode with juice in one bite." Shinichi held back until the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled, and finally gently moved away from Xiaojin's hand and pulled away. Jojin hadn't had much fun yet, and her fingertips paused in midair, withdrawing her hand in aggravation. A tide of sadness welled up in his heart and his eyes grew moist. "Why don't you let her touch it? Is it because you don't like her?" Shinichi was so overwhelmed by the cuteness that he almost forgot about the main event for a while. He fished the white nightgown out of Jojin's bag and threw it over her. "Dress yourself, can you?" The nightgown coincidentally landed on Jojin's head, covering her entire head. She froze for 2 seconds, slowly reached down and took it off, nodding like an obedient good boy. Shinichi turned away and waited a few minutes before he walked over to Xiaojin with a cup of warm honey water, making sure she was dressed. The young girl sat on the bed, a white nightgown lending an even softer look to her face as she raised her hand for a compliment. Shinichi's gaze landed on her, and he couldn't help but spill out a helpless muffled laugh. "Okay, where is where? It's just worn backwards and forwards." "Drink," he said patiently, shoving the cup into Xiaojun's hand. Drink and go to sleep. The honey water relieves the discomfort of alcohol, reduces headaches, and is sweet enough for her to enjoy. Xiaojun hung her head, obediently held up the cup and finished it, her heart suddenly warm, lying in bed, all comfortable. Really sweet ah. Jojun rubbed her sore eyes and yawned. In fact, she had been a little sleepy for a long time, but she didn't want to go to bed, and even more so, she couldn't afford to go to sleep. Xiaojun lay on her side on the bed, facing Shinichi, torn between half a dozen words, wanted to say it, but was afraid to. After a long while had passed, Shinichi, as if reading her every move, finally couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to say?" Want to say something. There were so many things she wanted to say to Shinichi, so many questions she wanted to ask him. Xiaojun's eyes were disoriented, the whole person was in a daze, and the bottom line was that she asked in a small voice, "Shinichi, do you like me?" Countless images flooded through his mind, played over frame after frame like a movie in slow motion. Rubbing her legs on the teaching stairs, princess hugs in a scary haunted house, sitting together at the top of a mountain and watching the sunset, holding her face in the eyes at a KTV. From early childhood, to adulthood, from past lives, to this one, Xiaojun could feel Shinichi's kindness to her, could feel his heat, feel the little bits and pieces of him that melted into his actions. But this kind of good, whether it is to the family, or to like the person, she deserves this good. Xiaojun carefully raised her eyes and bit her lip, staring expectantly and nervously at Shinichi's expression. But after waiting for a long time, he remained silent, as if he was struggling desperately to endure something. He doesn't talk. The room suddenly fell into an eerie, terrifying silence. As time passed by, Xiaojun's eyes gradually burned, a touch of panic and helplessness welling up under her eyes as she choked. Why don't you answer me? Would he leave her and forsake her like the others? Shinichi did not move and clenched his fists, fingertips so hard that a layer of white, hard to suppress the spreading bitterness in the bottom of his heart. He suddenly wanted to tell her all the secrets he had buried in his heart in this very moment, to tell her the whole story of a decade of sour crushes. Yeah, tell her everything. But will Xiaojun remember this when she wakes up when she's drunk? Would she deliberately alienate him if she knew these thoughts of his? There was a boy in junior high school who was lively and cheerful and played well with Xiaojun. Ever since he confessed his love to Xiaojun, Xiaojun began to distance herself from him and gradually lost contact with him. Shinichi was in a trance, and in that instant violently thought about many things. Eventually, gradually, he lost the battle and hung his head helplessly. Because of Ji Xian, he had once been alienated by Xiaojun as well, and could only watch as Xiaojun moved away from him little by little, so he didn't dare to bet. Xiaojun shrank under the covers and looked at him with red eyes, a damp mist brewing in her eyes as she clutched the covers in a death grip and murmured softly, "Shinichi, don't you like me? Even just a little bit? Just a little bit?" She didn't ask for much, just a little would be enough. Jojun pursed her lips helplessly and stared at him tearfully. In the end, Shinichi only took a deep breath as complex emotions welled up in his heart. "It's late, get an early night." He stood up, his voice, which he was trying so hard to keep hidden, a little low. "Jojun, good night, I love you." Chapter 50, Sleeping with Jenny. At those words, Xiaojun's nose turned sour and she huddled under the covers, forcing tears to well up in her eyes. She could hear that Shinichi was deliberately avoiding her question. In an instant, all sorts of sadness and loss intertwined together, becoming a huge net that surged up from the sky and swallowed her up bit by bit. Xiaojun didn't know why she was suddenly empty in her heart, and it was even hard to get some breath. So, Shinichi really just treats her as a sister, and he really doesn't like her. Shinichi turned around and headed for the hotel room next door, and when his back was turned to the young girl, there were more than a few moments of despondency and demoralization in his eyes. But in the next instant, his wrist was suddenly pulled tightly by a small, soft and delicate hand. His form was stunned, and he slowly turned back. Xiaojun didn't know what horrible thing to think of. Her face was pale, and she grabbed his wrist in a death grip. Even if she tried her best to hold back, her voice still trembled softly, and her eyes were full of panic. "Shinichi, do you not want me to?" She felt that once Shinichi left, he would never come back. The young girl looked at him tearfully, her fawn-like eyes showing some concern, as if she thought of him as her only saving grace. But her face grew whiter and whiter, her eyes festered a little, and her whole being fell into a swamp of extreme anxiety and alarm. Jojun was clearly not in the right state, as if she was irritated by something. Shinichi took an arrow step over and sat on the edge of the bed, coaxing gently in a low voice. "How could I possibly leave you behind?" He sighed tersely and lifted his hand, his rough fingertips rubbing gently over her small, pinkish-white face as he wiped away her tears. "Don't cry. Drunken Jojin is really crybaby." Tears fell one by one, like frozen ice crystals, as if they didn't need money. How much aggravation has she built up in her heart? At those words, Xiaojun tilted her head very nicely, holding back her tears and trying to hide them. I won't cry, so don't go away, okay? But she looked even more aggravated as her eyes held a pool of water. And when she blinked, several small pearls fell violently. Her fingertips gripped Shinichi's clothes to death, not letting him go. And the more she cried, the more ferocious she became. Tears cannot be wiped away, as if they can drip into the heart of Shinichi, cold and icy, stabbing him again and again. Shinichi reached out and rubbed her head. I'm not leaving, I'll stay here with you, okay? I don't know how long it took to coax him to make sure he wouldn't leave without her, but Jojin gradually recovered, and her grip on his fingers removed its strength. When you're drunk, emotions come in inexplicable ways and go even more inexplicably. Half a day passed and finally the little drunk was put to rest. Xiaojin nodded and said pitifully, "You're not allowed to lie to me." Shinichi tucked her in and followed her words. Well, lying is for puppies. Jojin blinked her eyes and pursed her lips in serious thought, her small face taut. She felt that Shinichi was already a big dog, but she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart when she heard such a promise. It's as if there's a budding peach blossom, quietly blooming in my mind, dainty and colorful, embellishing the oil painting that is spring. Suddenly not upset, like a small animal, Jojin moved and arched to the side, leaving an oversized spot on the bed. Those drunken, flooded eyes were clear and good-natured, and his tone was innocent. Then you'll sleep here with me tonight. I don't know if it was because she had been drinking honey water, but her voice was sweet and laced with honey. Time suddenly stood still. Shinichi's brain was a bit confused. Boom, a loud sound, such as a thunderbolt suddenly struck the top of his head. It was half a day late. Xiaojin shook his hand, full of sincerity and said, "You said that you would not leave me alone. Hurry up and drill in. I have covered you with heat." There was only one bed, so of course they had to sleep together. She had thought of it all. She would hug Shinichi to sleep at night, just like the little bear dolls at home, always hugging intimately and never separating. However, Shinichi's hardened face was cloudy and steeply gloomy. No, very dryly. Refused. Xiaojin froze for 2 seconds, somewhat incredulous, her eyes instantly becoming wet, murmuring, "How did you lie?" She buried her face in the covers and let out a sad whimper. Shinichi desperately suppressed the lust and evil thoughts within him, lifting a corner of the quilt and looking at the young girl's aggrieved and soft little face. His heart was instantly poked and prodded softly. He leaned back in the chair beside the bed, his eyelashes hidden to the point of fluttering lightly, and spoke in a muffled voice. "I'll just sit here and sleep with you, okay?" Xiaojin lay on the bed, wiped away her tears, and raised her head in a daze, looking at him with round eyes. After half a day of agonizing, Xiaojin finally moved next to him and nodded. Good. Shinichi went to turn off the lights, leaving only a very weak warm light. The whole room slowly filled with a cozy atmosphere. The warm yellow light reflected on him, outlining the contours of his well-defined features, which were even more gentle and affectionate than usual. He sat on the stool next to the bed, his voice steady but with an extra touch of doting. "Sleep, I'll watch over you." Xiaojin lay back on the soft pillows and rubbed her eyes, her voice small and a little shaky. "Then you can't suddenly walk away while I'm asleep." Shinichi let out a soft "I'm not leaving." Receiving an affirmative answer, Xiaojin was like a small child who had picked up candy, happily closing her eyes and saying sweetly, "Good night then." Late in the morning, all is quiet. Yuan Jian was drunk, his bones were broken from the beating, his face was covered in nosebleeds, and he was grimacing. But before he could take 2 steps, there was a bang. A fist slammed into the bridge of his nose without a hint of mercy, and even before he could react, he kicked him in the knee. There were several clicks and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The drilling pain penetrated deep into his bones, and a hot blood gushed out of Yuan Jian's nose, forcing him to kneel on the ground and break into a fit of rage. Who is it? He looked up angrily, and in the next second, his face suddenly stiffened and his blood froze. Shock, fear, regret, complex emotions spread throughout his body. A touch of handsome and long figure stood in front of him. The young man's icy cold expression exudes harshness and shadowy, usually detached and indifferent eyes, but in this night is red and scary. Ji Xian stared at him from above, chilling, and slowly squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. Word by word, "You're going to force her?" The rules of the Ji family were strict, never requiring the successor to maintain perfection, not letting emotions be seen, and not showing his joy or anger. He also never had an ice-cold look, only tonight, full of anger. Those eyes looked like they were stained with countless drops of blood. Yuan Jian suddenly stiffened and tried to dodge back, but Ji Xian grabbed him by the collar in death. His voice icy cold. "Speak." Chapter 51, Jojin. "I want you." Yuan Jian had already had some wine and was drunk, spitting out all the words in his heart. "Why? It's not like you promised her or cared about her anyway, but I'm willing to give her a name. What's wrong with giving me some fun? Play." Ji Xian's heart suddenly ached, and a wave of fear surged through him. He reached out and pinched Yu Wenjian's neck, his 5 fingers closing and clenching tightly, as if he really moved to strangle him alive. Ji Xian's fists clenched, punching hard toward Yu Wenjian's face with punch after punch, his voice cold and piercing. "I'll talk to uncle and tell you to get the hell out of the country." He had to admit that Ji Xian was now incredibly glad that she was okay. Otherwise Yu Wenjian would never just roll out of the country. Yu Wenjian could barely breathe as he was being pinched, and his entire body was overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. The bones in his whole body almost fell apart, and he died of pain, falling to the ground, his face covered in blood. More than 10 years of holding back and stifling, mixed with a high concentration of alcohol, suddenly erupted at this moment. Yu Wenjian simply broke down and suddenly revealed a weird smile on the ground with a piercing sound. "Ji Xian, you're just emotionally challenged. You're a ing. You're the one who acquiesced in our mocking and belittling Jojen. And you're the one who dangled Jojen and refused to respond. Ha, what kind of deep love are you pretending to have now?" When the words fell, Ji Xian was like falling into an ice cellar, the expression on his face completely frozen. Yes, his attitude determines the attitude of those around him. He acquiesces to those around him belittling and mocking Xiaojun, and even observes Xiaojun's expression from on high, watching her with his own eyes as she loses, saddens, and humbles herself. But no matter what, Jojen would always run after him with love. Because of his fear of loss and deception, he had to make sure, had to verify countless times that Xiaojun truly liked him, and that's why he repeatedly turned his cold face to her. But it's like, he never really considered Jojen's feelings. Will Jojen be saddened by the mockery? Will she deplete her confidence and enthusiasm? Will she crouch in a corner alone and secretly shed tears? He really never had KO concerns and never cared. Yu Wenjian laughed extraordinarily maniacally, hissing word for word in his extremely poor mental state. "Ever since you were little, you've had to have everyone surrounding you and holding you up. But look back. You don't have any real friends around you at all. No one will be sincere to you. If it wasn't for the Ji family's young master's identity, who the hell would want to grip you?" The silence of the dark night, even the rustling sound of the cold wind blowing through was extraordinarily obvious, cold and piercing. Yu Wenjian's words were extraordinarily loud and piercing, as if holding a loudspeaker in his ears that kept amplifying and drilling madly into his mind. Ji Xian closed his slightly reddened eyes as his face sank, his countenance growing cold. "Xiaojun, she likes me. She's sincere." Yu Wenjian, however, had already seen through it and sneered. "So what? But she doesn't want you now," Ji Xian immediately retorted in a cold voice, his tone stubborn. "Impossible. He's the only one who doesn't want Xiaojun. How could Xiaojun not want him?" An inexplicable sourness suddenly surged inside Ji Xian. He walked alone on the road, his back swallowed bit by the dark ink-like night, like a 10,000-year-old snow mountain. In the cold wind, the shadow lengthened little by little, looking incredibly lonely and forlorn. Hiss! Ji Xian's head became more and more painful. He sucked in a breath of cool air, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and leaned helplessly against the wall, his face pale. For a moment the sky spun. The memories of his past life drilled into his mind frantically, eroding his brain inch by inch. Xiaojun followed him for 7 years. Even when Ji's was hit by a major blow and on the verge of bankruptcy, she did not leave, always full of expectation to accompany him. The images flashed through the brain like a slow movie, stopping abruptly, wondering what comes after. Was this a part of his memories from his past life? Ji Xian's eyes held a few moments of incredulity as his vision returned to clarity. Out of nowhere, his icy face gradually melted, and the original worry and panic slowly dissipated. In his previous life, Xiaojun followed him for so many years, full of his heart and eyes. How could he leave casually? The moonlight was cold, Ji Xian's thin lips were pursed, and layers of haze were brewing under his eyes. He assured me that this was the last test, the last trial. As long as Xiaojun is willing to come back obediently, willing to take the initiative to bow down and admit her fault, he will forgive her and promise her. 1:30 in the morning. Jojen dreams again of being thrown out into the country as a child and being put in a small dark room by her grandmother. Her eyes snapped open and she inhaled deeply, but still in a daze. The wine hadn't fully sobered up. She had a splitting headache and subconsciously turned her head to her side. Chin-Ichu, that stool, however, was empty. There was no Chin-Ichu at all. Jojen stiffened, her whole body frozen in place. He still sneaks away while she's asleep. In an instant, a gush of bitterness tumbled up in her chest, and within her entire heart was sore and numb, and a feeling of powerlessness surged through her, making her gasp for air. Liar! Xiaojun's eyes were moist, her nose was sore, and tears slipped indisputably from the corners of her eyes. It was as if the only support had collapsed. She covered her face in despair and couldn't help but choke. Chin-Ichi, why don't you want me to? Why? Suddenly, a low growl erupted violently from the bathroom. Jojen, Don't cry. I'm not dead yet. Shinichu's voice came through a door. Jojin's crying suddenly paused, her whole body confused, and she hiccuped unawares. She stayed where she was for a long time, following the sound. She was in a daze, wrapped up in the quilt and tried to crawl over, only to fall to the ground with a thud, and his head hit the nightstand hard. It hurts. Holding back her tears, Jojin moved little by little to the bathroom door, sat up on her knees, and reached out to take hold of the doorknob. Click! The door unlocked and opened right up. Jojin froze for 2 seconds, thinking hard before poking her head inside curiously. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Shinichi was so scared that he immediately raised his pants, his ears suddenly bursting red with annoyance. Jojin, what are you doing? And Jojin sat on her knees in the doorway, her pajamas on backwards, her hair a little disheveled, 2 or 3 stray strands of hair sticking to her face as she cocked her head at him. The young girl's cheeks were pink and white, and there were still 2 lines of tears, and the crystalline teardrops slid down to her chin like pearls with broken strings. Shinichi froze. The heart plummeted, a throbbing pain that wanted to rip it out and tell her to stop crying. Jojin responded slowly, blinking twice. I came to see you. A drunken Jojin is clearly unreasonable and not in her right mind. Shinichi choked and paused, not knowing what to say back. As it turns out, boys should always lock their doors and always protect themselves when they are out and about as well. After washing his hands, Shinichi went up to pick up Xiaojin and tucked her back under the covers with a sullen face. No more crying. He sat in the chair next to the bed, rubbing his fingertips over Jojin's face to wipe away her tears, his tone a little fierce. Xiaojin grabbed his other hand tightly. Don't cry. I won't cry. Don't be angry. Shinichu's throat rolled. I'm not angry. He ghostly lifted his index finger and poked the young girl in the face, sinking it deep. Xiaojin's face was white and delicate, soft, like a slice of cotton candy. Can't get tired of poking and prodding. Shinichi took a deep breath and immediately retracted his hand, his neck burning a little. Xiaojin shrank under the covers, her eyelashes constantly fluttering lightly. Shinichi, I thought, you don't want me either, because none of them want me. Her head was a mess, and some bad memories surfaced steeply. I've been, it seems, a less fortunate person. She hung her eyes, a little lost, and repeated woodenly, they, all of them, don't want me. Xiaojin smothered her head in the quilt, a thick ball of cotton clogging her heart, making it hard to breathe. Why? She felt so sad. Jojin secretly wiped tears from her eyes and rolled over, intending to go back to sleep. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, Xiaojin vaguely heard Shinichi's voice, and through the covers, it sounded a little less than real. He said, I want you. Chapter 52 Xiaojin plays a hooligan. At noon, the sunlight is like a golden tassel, falling through a layer of curtains with specks of light, forming a natural painting. Jojin rubbed against the pillow and opened her eyes sleepily. The memories of last night came flooding back like a tidal wave. She remembers going to the hot springs with Shinichi and almost being bullied by Yuan Jian, who rushed over in time to carry her to the hotel. And then it cuts out. Can't remember anything. Jojin sank into the large, soft bed, still outside of her condition, and rolled over leisurely onto her back. In the next second, her eyes went round and her whole body sat up abruptly, blinking in shock. Not her. Why is there a man sitting next to her bed? Shinichi was sitting on the chair next to the bed, staring at her with a diffident expression, his dark eyes deep. Awake? Are you hungry? On the bedside table sat the soy milk and buns that had been purchased, probably too early in the day, and had gotten a little cold. Xiaojin froze, as if she had seen a ghost, clutching the covers and shrinking back. No, you, why are you here? She hurriedly looked down at her body and breathed a long sigh of relief. It wasn't naked. She was wearing a nightgown. No, who dressed her? And why was it on backwards? What really happened last night? Shinichi took in all her shocked emotions, pursed his lips and spoke out faintly. Don't you remember anything from last night? The little crybaby who begged him to sleep with him last night, who pulled his finger last night and refused to let him go. By morning, someone had forgotten all about it and couldn't wait to retreat 100,000 80,000 meters away. Indeed, a little badass. Xiaojin blinked and looked at him suspiciously, full of confusion. Did I do something? Shinichi had long thought of this layer, lowered his head to reveal a gangly smile, and took out his cell phone to open a recording. It was all the soft, sweet voice of Jojin when she was drunk. Shinichi, can you hug me? Want to touch the throat? Come here a little. Oh, Shinichi, don't go. Don't go. Okay, get under the covers. I'm warming you up. End of recording. Jojin, W. Her pupils clenched suddenly, her scalp nearly exploding as she couldn't believe her ears. Jojin pointed to herself incredulously, her voice soft and constantly trembling. Me? Shinichi nodded his head in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow as he asked rhetorically. And what else? He had only released a small portion of the more normal ones, the ones that were even more explosive and shocking. He hadn't even dared to release them to Xiaojun for fear that she would be so ashamed that she would run her head into the ground. Xiaojun's glistening white face gradually turned pink, collapsed and covered her face, murmuring softly, "Impossible. How could this happen?" She volunteered to beg Ichi to stay? She asked to touch someone's body? She even asked him to get under the covers? Gosh, how did this happen? When she was drunk, she was actually horny and playing tricks on Ichi, like a shrunken turtle. Xiaojun cupped the covers and shivered in the corner, apologizing in a low voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm all drunk. I can't think at all. I don't remember anything. Don't you think too much?" Xiaojun thought for a moment and added in a whisper, "Ichi, don't worry, you're still innocent." "Ichi?" Xiaojun rubbed her eyes and looked at him with a face full of sincerity. She remembers almost nothing, but actually, there is that little bit that still slightly rings a bell. For example, when she asked Ichi if he liked her even a little bit, Ichi didn't say anything, and wordlessly evaded. Another example is when she said that no one else wanted her. Ichi said, "I want you," vaguely. It didn't sound real, and Xiaojun didn't know if it was her own hallucination, a dream, or real words coming out of Ichi's mouth. Instead, she felt that her heart was really much more solid. Ichi looked at the young girl's appearance as she cowered in the corner, as well as her reddened ears, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he lowered his head. "Come on, that's starting to skim off the top." Luckily it was just a matter of sitting with Xiaojun for the night. If he had actually gotten under the covers, he would have been woken up by Xiaojun's slap. Ichi took a deep breath and rolled his throat. "Wash up first, I bought you breakfast." "Oh, good." Xiaojun stared at a bit of pink on the knot of his throat and nodded frostily. There was a sudden flash of light in her mind, but she didn't have time to catch the tail end of that light. Did you touch the knot in Ichi's throat? And did she touch anything else? After washing up, Xiaojun took the soy milk, wanting to cry, her voice like a mosquito screaming. "I didn't do anything more outrageous last night, I don't suppose?" Ichi lazily leaned on the back of the chair, his tone meaningful. "You guess." Xiaojun. Returning to the school dormitory from the resort hotel, Xiaojun was all weak and bad, with a small person inside scratching her ears frantically. However, the school rumor is that Yu Wenjian suddenly dropped out of school. I don't know what the reason is. I heard that it also transferred to a foreign country, and will definitely not return in the short term. Everyone was in pain for a while, and there were many people who had long looked at him with displeasure. Xiaojun breathed a silent sigh of relief. The roommates on the side had glowing eyes, eating melons with curious expressions on their faces. They could be happy to hear about Xiaojun and Ichi's sweet little routine. Chen Meishan propped up her chin, eyes full of stars. "So you mistakenly drank high concentration of alcohol, after getting drunk, begged Ichi to stay and sleep with you." Shang Lulu took a bite of the melon and came over. "Oh, so isn't this about the same as you two sleeping together?" Xiaojun's small face turned red, itching to bury itself in the ground, and she retorted softly, "No, he just sat next to me, and besides, he's not the type to take advantage of a situation." Yo, 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 yo. Shang Lulu is full of kowtow to me, showing her aunt's smile and analyzing rationally and boldly. "Xiaojun, he definitely likes you. Maybe he's had a crush on you for years, and you, definitely heartbroken. The authorities are in the dark, but the onlookers know better." Master Shang, could see clearly. Chen Meixiang and Yin Yu also nodded their heads in succession as the three military masters all came to the same conclusion. Xiaojun surprised round eyes, heart like a drum, brewing for a long time, but did not utter a word, only gently shook his head. How is it possible that Ichi has a crush on her? What does she have that makes her worthy of anyone's favorite or crush? Xiaojun's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she slumped over the table, trying to work on calming down, but she heard it clearly, and those three words from Ichi constantly lingered in her mind. "I want you." Xiaojun's heart pounded wildly, as if a seed, a small, vibrant life, was buried deep within, and now the seed is uncontrollably taking root and breaking through the ground, the pulse sounding sharp and strong. Chapter 53, Christmas Eve. Lucky Apple. Day by day, the day of the spa was getting further and further away. Ichi always feel unreal. That night the hazy ambiguity, that sentence of sincere husband, as if he was just a big dream. It's an illusion, it's nothingness, it's something that simply doesn't exist. Only when he clicked on the recording and Xiaojun's sweet voice rang out did his heart gradually become steady. It's cold in the winter, but whenever Ichi tied that dark gray scarf, he felt, again, as if this winter was warm again. The cell phone recording still played Zhou Jin's voice from that night. dripping with a strong sense of grievance, stifling sobs and muttering to herself, "Shin Ichu, I seem to have been, all along, a less fortunate person." At those words, he paused suddenly in his movements. Late at night, a cold wind blew outside the window and the leaves rustled. Shin Ichi hung his head, sitting at his desk, writing in his book, stroke by stroke, conscientiously writing. On December 24th, Christmas Eve as winter descended, the bitter cold wind kept blowing on the skin, and even the sunshine percolated with a slight coolness. It fell on a Friday, and the atmosphere in the school grew stronger. Giving apples on Christmas Eve day is always a great way to express friendship or even a sour crush. For example, Key Envy's desk is already full of apples and love letters from the girls. His face was grim, his thin lips pursed into a straight line, reserved and detached, and his whole body had extremely low air pressure. Even the few boys around him shuddered, confused as to what this young master was angry about again. It was a long time before they realized. No apples from Jojin. For the first 2 years, Xiaojin would always carefully prepare apples and greeting cards to send to Jixian, and it was as if the eyes were lit with starlight. Looking up at him expectantly and carefully, he returned or threw away the things that other people gave him, but only took in Xiaojin's. Just that act alone made Xiaojin happy and pleased. Just a little bit of good would be enough for her. Someone like that really just suddenly goes away? The boys were afraid to speak. One quail-like, Jixian could barely maintain his calm and perfect face. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of gift he'd given then. He didn't send anything. It's not just Jojin. It's like he's never given anyone a gift before, and rightfully enjoys it all. Enjoys Jojin's giving, even those 7 years in a previous life. Jixian squeezed a diamond necklace in his hand, inexplicable uneasiness welling up inside, his fingertips exerting themselves until they turned white. This necklace is a one-of-a-kind, top luxury, customized model with diamond pearl white swans, worth millions of dollars. It means pure white love. As long as Jojin was willing to bow down to him, as long as Jojin was willing to come back of her own accord, he would give it to her and give a response. Yeah, this is the last try. As long as Jojin is willing to turn around. May, waiting and waiting, Ji Xian waited for the cold wind of biting loneliness, but never waited for Xiaojin's apple and blessing. Noon, Xiaojin returned to her dormitory after training, still wearing her thick beige down jacket and white plush scarf. Ever since she passed the online audition for the first Singing Moon singing competition, she's been training every day in the music classroom to prepare for tomorrow's preliminary round. 3 rounds in all live. The sisters in the dormitory were sincerely happy for her, and started to stuff her hands with small cookies and candies, and even specialties brought from their hometowns. Jen, charge me, kill the final. Chen Meixian raised her chin. When you show off your singing voice, we will furiously brush 666 in the live broadcast. If someone dares to talk about you, my mother will directly backhand a report to get him dead. That's right, our Jen is the best. After hearing this, Xiaojin was so moved that she flung herself into their arms and choked. Thank you, it's good to have you guys. That's nice. She was pitched a lemon-flavored bubblegum, which she dutifully held in her mouth. It's tart and sweet and fills your mouth with a light, refreshing flavor. But Jojin always felt as if something was still missing. She put one hand on her cheek and pursed her lips in depression. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've run into a certain man named Chin in school these days. If only he could have appeared in front of her right away. In the next second, a WeChat tone came from his cell phone unexpectedly. I'm downstairs in your dorm room. The message from Chin Ichu crashed into the bottom of his eyes. Jojin's heart skipped a beat. She froze, her breath stuttering as she grabbed a small gift box on the table and hurried out the door. Inexplicably, anticipation, nervousness, happiness, these wonderful emotions enveloped her heart, wrapping her tightly in them like colorful sugar paper, even making her steps much lighter. The man is standing not far away, a black down jacket. The body is straight and slender, eyebrows and eyes cold. The outline is clear, the whole person and evil and wanton. Xiaojin walked next to him, and the hot breath she exhaled gradually turned into a hazy white mist that slowly dissipated into the air. Her tone held a happiness that even she didn't notice. What brings you here? Shin Ichi inserted one hand into the pocket of his down jacket. Not salty, just happened to be passing by. I haven't seen you in a long time and thought I'd come and see you. Xiaojin gave him the apple gift box, her eyes shining brightly as she curved her lips at him and smiled up, rippling 2 shallow pear swirls of genuine blessing. Shin Ichu, eat this apple and you will be safe and well forever. This was something she had prepared for Chin Ichi a long time ago. Motorcycle racing is a very dangerous competitive sport, and as Chin Ichi trains almost every day, she hopes more than anything that Chin Ichi will be safe and successful, followed by winning the glory. Life first, race second. Jojin had somewhat forgotten from which Christmas Eve they had started giving each other apples. Shin Ichu, however, remembers it clearly. It was 9 years ago that winter. In elementary school, when the class had a small activity of giving each other apples. One student didn't show up that day with a fever, resulting in an odd class size and one extra person. And he was the extra man. Everyone exchanged apples and cards but him. He was the only one, and no one would give him an apple or write him a card. At that time he had the worst grades, was mean-looking, withdrawn and non-verbal, and there were rumors that he loved to fight, with his arms bruised and purple, and was definitely a bad student in every sense of the word, and everyone stayed away from him. That day, little Shinichi just stared at them silently without speaking, his gaze fiercely silent in place. It didn't matter, he kept saying to himself in his mind. It wasn't like he cared about that anyway. Yeah, don't care. That winter seemed extraordinarily cold, and the wind that blew head-on was harsh, as if a small knife was scraping against his face. Until Jojin rushed over from the other classes and squarely shoved a bunch of Christmas Eve and Christmas presents into his arms, smiling up at him brightly and sunnily. At that time, Shinichi realized that he actually cared to death. The memories that were made weren't very good, but thankfully, a wonderful person was always there for them. So many days, so many years. Shinichi's lips slowly curled up, similarly taking out an elk-wrapped red apple from behind him, his voice low and hoarse, coaxing a child. Eat this lucky apple and you'll have good luck. Believe it or not? Jojin took the apple and looked down at the lifelike moose, hesitant to speak. After a long time, she tilted her small face up suspiciously and blinked sincerely. Shinichi, do I look that good to cheat? Upon hearing this, Shinichi stifled a laugh and couldn't help but reach out, landing on the top of her soft, fluffy hair and gently rubbing her head. No kidding, it's true. Chapter 54, His Little Elk Jen. Xiaojin returned to the dormitory with the apple in her hand, a smile rippling across her lips, her eyes sprinkled with sweet, radiant starlight. As soon as she opened the door, the three military advisors stood solemnly in front of her, scrutinizing her with a critical eye. Jojin, halt! Xiaojin immediately stood obediently, blinking her watery eyes, her voice warm and soft. What's wrong? SGT. Yunyu was the first to ask. What did you just do? Xiaojin was inexplicably a little weak, paused, and said softly, I throw the garbage. She was telling the truth, and on her way downstairs, she did stop by to carry the bag of garbage by the door and throw it away. Chen Mei Xiang on the side was so angry that her teeth itched. The three of us saw it from the balcony. Shinichi, he touched your head. This dog man actually made a move on her Jen. Damn it to hell. Chen Mei Xiang's eyes were extremely stern, as if she really wanted to rush to knife Shinichi, and Xiaojin silently shrunk her neck. Not that she thought it was all that strange. Shinichi loved to rub her head when she was a child, and she had long since gotten used to it. After washing the apples, Jojin sat down in a chair and gave an honest account of everything. After listening to her words, Chen Meixian was very sober. Men's mouths can be powerful, but also beautifully called what lucky apples. Eat it will have good luck? I don't believe it. What a lie. Shang Lulu, on the other hand, covered her little pink heart, blinked her starry eyes, and wailed, asterisk. Jen, you two are too sweet to sprinkle sugar. It's more real than the CP pear I'm high on. Xiaojin was nibbling on a red apple, and when she was flirted with like this, her fingertips tightened slightly, and her face gradually rolled up, a myriad of complex emotions welling up inside. Yunyu saw the needle in the eye. So the apple he sent is sweet or not? Jojin dropped her eyelashes and said softly yet seriously, it's pretty sweet. The apples are big, red, crisp, juicy and really sweet. After eating the apple, Jojin began to organize her things. The box of mousse wrapping suddenly dropped a small black greeting card with sharp, dragon-like handwriting. Would you like to go somewhere with me tonight? Jojin froze, her eyes lighting up slightly as her heart suddenly missed a beat. She picked up the card and looked at it over and over again. Accompany him. Where to go? Shinichi obviously had many opportunities to say it, but he preferred to use the form of writing it on a greeting card. A more formal look. Jojin's curiosity was piqued, and she thought about the words all afternoon, and messaged to ask. But Shinichi was very bad. His mouth was very tight, and he held back and didn't tell her. Damn it! She was tickled a little inside like a kitten had scratched her several times, expectant and nervous. The winter evenings fell sooner than usual, and by 5 o'clock it was dark and the evening breeze percolated with a slight chill. Xiaojin, dressed in a beige down jacket and carrying a satchel on her back, took the subway and was taken all the way to the newly opened business district in the center of the city by Shinichi. Christmas Eve was bustling today with old people and children, and lots of cosplayers collecting stamps for pictures. Suspended in the air were giant nets woven with thick ropes and hung with a starlight that swayed gently in the cold wind and shone with a dazzling golden light. A huge Christmas tree stands in the center, adorned with colorful jewels and a splash of color to add a few nice hazy touches. Picturesque and extraordinarily romantic. Many couples stood in front of the Christmas tree hugging each other and pouring out their love. Xiaojun tilted her head slightly and looked at the scene, her eyes also reflecting the golden starlight and glowing. It's really pretty. She hadn't been paying much attention to that lately, and hadn't realized that there was a new shopping mall here, let alone that it would be such a fantastic event. Presumably it was just opened and coincided with Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, so it was organized in such a grand manner to generate traffic. Jojin. The man's low magnetic voice fell slowly. Jojin looked up at him. Ha! Shinichi took out 2 small moose hair cards from his pocket and leaned down slightly towards her, his voice slightly lazy. Everyone else has them, so I'll put them on you too? Jojin blinked, looking down at the 2 little antlers one moment, then raising her head to look around. Indeed, almost all of the girls around here were wearing moose hairpins, which were cute and pretty, but this one in Shinichi's hand is a little different, with a small golden bell. Looks more delicate and beautiful. Jojin nodded, unable to resist asking, where did you get that? Shinichi also does not look like we'll engage in this kind of stuff or rather, he just does not look like a romantic person. Sure enough, he blurted out, it was a gift with the purchase of an apple. Jojin. Oh, turns out it was a gift. Shinichi was tall and took a step closer, enveloping her in a single moment, reaching out to put elk hairpins on both sides of her. As the distance between the two of them slowly drew closer, the faint grassy scent of Shinichi's body hit her, and his hot breath landed on her body. Jojin was a little less natural, her heartbeat slowing for half a beat, then racing. The whole body's senses seemed to be invaded by the man in front of her, and a thread of it seeped into her heart, especially under the diffuse starlight. Shinichi's side face is also covered with a layer of hazy warm light, and the tear mole under his eyes is particularly bewitching and eye-catching. The air rendered a heart-warming atmosphere. Hazy, 2 people's posture ambiguous and intimate, indescribably loving and provocative. Xiaojun lowered her head slightly, and when she leaned in, she even restrained her breathing slightly, not daring to gasp for air. The whole thing was crisping up. Okay. Shinichi's voice sounded above his head as he took a step back, gradually pulling away. Jojin finally let out a breath, shaking her head, and could still hear the crisp tinkle sound. Shinichi looked at the little elk in front of him, eyes darkly smiling, inadvertently revealing the other 2 hair cards in his hand. Xiaojun noticed it at once, her tone justified. You have to wear it with me too. Shinichi raised his eyes slightly, the corner of his lips curving up. Why? Jojin suddenly choked. She didn't know why, but she wanted Shinichi to accompany her. It's as if wearing the same hairpin proves to others that they are together. For example, many couples on the side of the road, wearing the same type of clothes, or wearing the same necklace or bracelet, secretly showing love. There's a very subtle feeling in there. Xiaojun was still thinking about how to answer, when in the next second, Shinichi squatted in front of her, the knot in his throat rolling gently. Then you help me put it on. Is that okay? As before, helping him with his scarf. He was a very large one even when he was crouching, and his eyes were extraordinarily hot, as if leaping from a single flame, so compelling that it's hard to resist. One can't help but want to get a little bit closer, a little bit more. Xiaojun's body reacted one step faster than her brain and subconsciously took the hair card. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Shinichi, I remember you hated it when people touched your head in hair. A cold wind blew by, and the man's fine ink hair hung down in front of his hard brow bone. His eyelashes were like raven feathers lightly trembling. His nose was high and straight, and his chin was hidden in a dark gray scarf. In front of the romantic Christmas tree, Xiaojun heard Shinichi's voice, Jojin, you're no one else. As the words fell, Xiaojun's fingertips paused for a moment, and a few strands of dark hair blew in the wind. Every word echoed clearly in my ears, drifting inch by inch into my heart. Steadying her not-so-quiet heart, she reached down and put on his hairpin, carefully and thoughtfully. After putting it on, Xiaojun looked at the large moose in front of her and couldn't help but leap up in her heart. There! Now they're 2 of a kind. Perhaps it was the festive atmosphere, and Jojin was getting more and more relaxed in the expectant and happy atmosphere of the passers-by. She bought 2 cups of espresso cocoa and handed one to Shinichi, clinking glasses with him. The mellow flavor spreads on the tongue at once, warm as spring, and the whole person comes alive instantly. The 2 gradually approached the gaming area, which was full of Lego, blind boxes and other novelties, with a bit more young people. Shinichi led her to the doll machine and suddenly stopped, faintly asking, do you want to play catching dolls? The huge crane machine looks like a magic box in a fairy tale world, with a wide range of dolls in the window, many of which are limited edition, the kind you can't buy, and must be caught. It's got a faulty hook. Wah! Jojin was also eager to experience the fun of catching a doll, and was eager to catch the flower-hugging bear in the very center. Really want to, but looking around at the sad little children, she beat a retreat, withdrawing her thoughts and shaking her head silently. Forget it, I'm not very good. It wasn't like she hadn't tried. but every time she couldn't catch it. It was always so close. It's like how Poundland is always a cutaway. The loss of blood, coupled with the fact that at that time she was already in a bad mood, on the verge of collapse, 3 times could not catch one, so that she almost fell in tears in front of the crane machine. There was another time when she caught a doll. It was with Shinichi. She still didn't catch it, but Shinichi did and gave her one of the dolls, but she was still a little lost. Catching it yourself, and having it given to you by someone else, is ultimately different. After all that, she never touched a crane machine again. Xiaojin sighed and was just about to leave when she saw that Shinichi had already exchanged 10 gold coins and walked over to her side with a small basket. Shinichi's deep, dark eyes stared at her, slightly bent over, his tone diffident and uninhibited, carrying the ultimate attraction. Jojin, how do you know if it works unless you try? Chapter 55, half of my luck, half of yours. As the words fell, Shinichi took the lead in casting a gold coin, holding the joystick to maneuver the hook claw with one hand, looking lazy and uninhibited as he pressed the button. The hooked claws slowly descended, capturing a puppy doll with precision. Watching the puppy doll being hoisted up by the hook, Jojin felt as if her heart was also being grabbed and lifted high into the air bit by bit. She gathered her breath slightly, and couldn't help but become nervous, not daring to let out a breath. The kid buddies on the sidelines, also wide-eyed with curiosity, cast eager glances, touching and clenching their fists as if that would fuel the hook. It's still a little bit short. Xiaojin had been unable to hold back her happiness. However, in the next second, the corners of her curled-up mouth suddenly disappeared. The doll suddenly fell, just centimeters from the exit, and failed. Shinichi out. Yet he didn't react much, as if it was an expected end. The 4 small children next to him had expressions of regret. Xiaojin came over and softly consoled. It's already great. Try again. Maybe you'll win. The distance instantly closed, and Xiaojin's small porcelain white face suddenly enlarged, her eyes full of anticipation, her cherry pink lips budding. It's more tantalizing and desirable than all the dolls in the crane machine combined. Shinichi's deep line of sight landed on her full, soft lips, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he immediately moved his eyes away, the ink color within his pupils tumbling. He tried again with the coin, yet 3 whole times, failing again and again, each time coming up just a little short. Just one thing, when it counts, the hooks always come loose, as if they've come to life. Xiaojin felt sorry for him and pursed her lips to comfort him. The kids next to me looked straight up and shook their heads, lost in thought as if to say, older brother, you look very good, but in reality you can't do it at all. Shinichi stabilized his emotions and slipped a gold coin into Xiaojin's hand, looking sideways at her seriously. You try. Xiaojin subconsciously politely refused, but I have a bad hand. It's better if you do it. Shinichi lowered his head and smothered a laugh. As you can see, all 4 rounds were blanks, and my hand should have been worse. Xiaojin had to put in her gold coins and harden her heart. Even someone as powerful as Shinichi, Jojin hardly expected anything, but maneuvered the hook and claw with all seriousness, aimed it at the butter bear in the center, and nervously pressed the red button. The hooked paw firmly grasps the bear and rises into the air. The most exciting and nerve-wracking part of playing the crane machine is just in the blink of an eye. The fingertips at Jojin's side clenched slightly, as if doing so would make the hooked claws tighter as well. The next second, there was a clunk. Jojin blinked, a little confused, and unbelievably removed this creamy bear clutching a flower from underneath. The real plush touch spreads over the skin, as if dispelling the gloom of the past in an instant. Xiaojin hugged it tightly. Her eyes instantly became bright, and she smiled like an orchid blooming and a butterfly dancing lightly. Shinichi, I really caught it? Jesus. The kid next to me instantly perked up, wide-eyed. Wow, you can really catch it. Even the kid next door cried with gluttony. Shinichi half leaned in front of the crane machine, his long legs slightly folded, his silhouette distinct and clear, obviously wearing the most ordinary black down jacket, but exudes a mature and calm atmosphere, demonic and compulsion, but wearing 2 bell antlers, inexplicably out of place. He looked youthful and wanton and spirited. He couldn't help but curl his lips after Jojin and quip, well, that's impressive. Jojin hugged the bear with delight, her heart beating faster. It was the first doll she had ever caught on her own, and it meant something different, as if he didn't believe in evil. Shinichi tried several times, but either he didn't hook it at all, or he grabbed it halfway, and the hook claws suddenly came loose. None of it worked. Out. The children looked on dryly, tilting their heads innocently. Brother, you have to cheer up, are not as good as your girlfriend. Shinichi looked at a few brats and didn't deny it, only gently smiled and lazily answered. Well, it's true that this sister is better, so she has to come. When Xiaojin heard the word sister, her chest burned slightly, and she shoved another gold coin into her hand. This is the last gold coin. It's hard not to get a little stressed out with multiple people watching. Xiaojun took a deep breath and wiggled the joystick, aiming for the brown puppy that Shinichi had grabbed earlier, and after making sure it was in the right place, she pressed the button with all seriousness. The expression was serious, as if he was working on a paper in an exam room. She didn't know that when she was seriously grabbing the doll, Shinichi was also looking at her seriously. See the hook and claw firmly grasp the dog, little by little to lift off, and finally clunk a steady landing in the import and export place. Surprisingly, I caught it again. The kid buddy next to me clapped his hands like crazy. 666. Sis is awesome. Jojin immediately crouched down and picked up the puppy doll from the exit hole, almost jumping up and down with her entire body. Shinichi, look, I caught it again. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that every time it was her turn. The hooked claws were especially forceful and strong, and wouldn't let go easily. Jojin felt horribly strong right now. She had a proud expression that begged to be quoted, like a happy little moose, with two pair swirls that were more dazzling than the stars in the sky. Shinichi's heart felt like it had been lightly scratched by a feather a few times. A soft mess. It's just catching a doll. She's just so happy and so easily satisfied. At this moment, Shinichi suddenly felt that everything he had done was worth it. There was a bright smile all over his brow and a fine glint under his eyes. Jojin, you're lucky. It's the people who are most deserving of the luck that comes their way. Xiaojun looked at the two dolls in her hand. One was her favorite creamy bear, and the other was a brown puppy that Shinichi had failed to catch several times. After a total of 10 catches, Shinichi failed 8 times while she succeeded twice. Simply an unlucky man. A lucky man. Xiaojun pursed her lips and, with hardly any hesitation, immediately shoved the puppy into Shinichi's arms. Winking at him, Shinichi took the puppy doll and smoothly ruah twice, wagging the puppy's tail. In this hustle and bustle of the gaming area, against this noisy and chaotic backdrop, he could clearly hear Xiaojun's sweet voice. Each word turned into a hammer, hitting his heart hard and deafeningly, one after the other. Shinichi. The young girl raised her face and said with a dimpled smile, half of my luck, half of yours. Chapter 56 Luck and Favoritism. The streets were bustling, the lights were bright and busy, and the piano tones of Christmas melodies echoed in the air. Too good to be true, obviously surrounded by clamor and noise, but Shinichi gradually cannot hear the surrounding sounds, only feel, is really too quiet. Quiet enough that the only thing left to say is that, half of my luck, half of yours. In an instant, an indescribable sentiment kept taking root and spreading wildly, almost firmly occupying Shinichi's heart and about to break through his chest. When Jojin caught the doll, she didn't hesitate to share it with him, as if she were offering her baby. At that moment, it was as if a ray of gentle sunlight shone on her face, and the young girl's flawless skin was bright and delicate with a few shades of pink. Just looking at each other for a second, you can't help but fall in and willingly indulge. The knots in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled a little too much to suppress. He averted his eyes and slowly tightened his arms around the puppy doll. Jojin, come with me. Without asking why, Xiaojun nodded and followed him obediently all the way. Follow her navigation. Cutting through the crowd, the two stopped in front of a newly opened toy mall, but the crowd was like a tidal wave, could not get in at all. Very crowded, extremely easy to be broken up. Suddenly a little boy in front of us fell to the ground, screaming in pain. When Xiaojun pulled the boy up and looked up again, she couldn't find the familiar figure of Shinichi. What about? Xiaojun stood in place, tiptoeing, looking around, but how to find it could not be found. There was a sudden panic in his heart. She was so big that Shinichi went where? The next second, a warm touch spread on his wrist, crunching into his skin and penetrating his limbs. I'm here. Shinichi's voice was low, gently holding her wrist and leading her all the way forward. Under the warm light, the man's originally untamed figure gradually transitioned to softness, and the mint fragrance slowly melted into the air. He was tall and opened up a path at once. The small patch of skin where the two touched was literally on the verge of bursting into flames, so hot that it was hard to ignore. Xiaojun's eyes slowly fell on her right wrist, staring at Shinichi's hand as her heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. His palms were wide and warm, well-boned, with veins raised and pronounced, hormonal, and a small black mole on the back of his hand. It seems very secure. Again, it seems extraordinarily dangerous. In a flash, Xiaojun closed her eyes powerlessly, and the charming images of her past life flooded into her mind uncontrollably. Since the marriage, Shinichi's beast attribute has completely exploded, and the wolf dog attribute has been completely exposed. He could easily hold her wrists down with one hand and raise them high above her head. As a top racer who did a lot of physical training every day, he was frighteningly strong and couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Shinichi held her waist with his other hand, his raven-feathered eyelashes drooping as he lay on her shoulder like a puppy, his voice sullen and low magnetic. Jen, coax me. Xiaojun was pressed forcefully against the wall, panting softly, a few moments of bewilderment passing through her eyes as she patiently smoothed his hair. What again? This dog thing? Are already 25 years old man. Why still need to coax like a little kid? The words came out in a sour, conspiratorial tone. You're working as a flight instructor in Youth 101, and every day there are 100 little green teas dancing around you, flirting with you, and one mouthful of MS. Jinjin, sister Xiao Xiao. The more the man spoke the more he became aggravated, but the force of his hand was not reduced at all. Firmly she pressed down her wrist. The feeling of pressure was extremely strong. The air was vaguely sour with the smell of vinegar. Xiaojun was pressed against the wall, unable to move, and her cheeks were tinted with a blush. This variety show was picked up directly by the company for her, seeing as her slot just happened to be empty, and purposely shoehorned into the hottest boy group talent show of the moment, which will only benefit her career, and it's also just a flight phase, not a resident mentor. Xiaojun sighed silently inwardly and moved closer to Shinichi, giving him a sloppy peck on the lips. But you're all I have, and you're all I need. But the man in front of him was obviously not so easy to coax, not as easily satisfied as he used to be. He grunted in displeasure. Oh, Xiaojun couldn't see him unhappy, and immediately buried her face in front of his chest, unable to resist asking in a warm voice, and how else do you want to coax it? Just as she said it, however, she felt as if she had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, after the man heard these words, the ink color under his eyes suddenly thickened, the large palm slowly stroked over her back, and the hand holding her down gradually tightened. The pure white silk nightgown she was wearing was also gently lifted upwards. Little by little, Shinichi came closer to her and attacked her, his voice carrying a meaningful tone. What do you think? The constant roll of aggression under his eyes cried out with all the energy of an exuberant man. That time, Xiaojun coaxed someone for a whole night. Her voice was a bit muffled, before she barely managed to coax the person. By the latter part of the night, her eyes were glistening with wet water, her red lips were pouting, and she held back her sobs and begged, "Don't." The memories of the madness continue to blur and fade away with it. The mall was particularly busy on Christmas Eve, with people coming and going in front of Game City. If anything, the piano music pulled back Jojun's thoughts. She was held by Shinichi's wrist and slowly came back to her senses, her ears immediately bursting red, and her entire being was instantly bad. It was as if there were two flames on his face, burning uncontrollably and flushing red to the naked eye. Help! Coax a hair Xiaojun's face was full of bemusement, pursed her lips, and kind of wanted to cover her face and cry. These messed up memories. Can you please stop attacking her? Ooh, is she some kind of a... When Shinichi stopped, she immediately drew her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, her face full of discomfort. Xiaojun didn't dare to meet his eyes at all, so she could bury her head in the ground and move a step to the side in fear, trying to get away from this dangerous, hateful and annoying man. But I don't know why, but my own heart is beating faster and I can't control it at all. Almost the first second Xiaojun drew her hand out, Shinichi immediately noticed her shift in mood. It was also noted that she didn't move to the side, some overwhelming fear showing in her eyes. Are you afraid of him? Shinichi's movements paused for a moment, his expression slightly dazed. He lowered his eyes and withdrew his hand silently, suppressing the emotions that continued to rise and fall in his heart. It's like a rock in your throat, sour and stuck in your throat. A moment later, he regained his composure and asked in a calm tone, "Want to draw a prize?" Jojun was drawn to attention and looked up to smooth her eyes. This is a new opening event where you can get a chance to win an offline raffle by scanning, logging in, liking and following the public number. Xiaojun didn't really want to get into all this. It was more of a hassle, and the bottom line was that she was unlucky and had never won a lottery. But the store's wide array of limited edition, exquisite gifts made her heart skip a beat. Xiaojun nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a flower-armed big brother next to him erupted into a sharp popping sound, so full of surprise and joy that he was almost on the verge of jumping up. Everyone around him looked over at the sound and stared at him expectantly. However, in the next second, the flower-armed big brother collapsed, his face full of helplessness. I didn't draw anything. Jojin. Crowd. That's not farting with your pants down. Shinichi took the lead in scanning the code, and after 2 or 3 minutes of operation, he chose a red packet at random from the red packets in the hands of the staff. Xiaojun poked her head out and cautiously went over to look, but it turned out that the note inside the red envelope was blank. Sadly, it didn't win. Xiaojun was a little lost, not expecting much to like the public video, and looked at a few red envelopes in the hands of the clerk's aunt, and was quite torn inwardly. The sales clerk aunt also smiled and looked at her and Shinichi. Little girl, quickly smoke one. Xiaojun nodded, taking a red packet in her hand and slowly opening the note inside. First prize. 3 big words appeared in front of his eyes, like a cluster of fireworks that instantly blossomed in his mind. Dazzlingly colorful. Jojun was confused and stayed where she was, checking back and forth several times. Her fingertips trembled slightly, somewhat in disbelief at this sudden stroke of good fortune. On the back of the flipped paper was a line in English with strong, flowing handwriting. One day, luck and preference will come rushing towards you. Favoritism and luck will come flying at you one day. Chapter 57. A meteor falls into his eyes. Xiaojun stared back and forth at the English hyphenated letters on the paper with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it looks a bit like Shinichi's handwriting. Until she handed the note to the clerk's aunt, Xiaojun was still giddy, feeling like she had been hit by a surprise of stars in the sky, her whole being in a trance, welling up with emotions that were not quite real. It wasn't until the prize was tucked into her arms that she snapped back to her senses, gazing at the delicate and precious gift in her hands. Disney co-branded Crystal Ball Octavo. The crystal ball looked like an exquisitely pure pearl, crystal clear and glittering in the faint light, with countless flakes of snow slowly falling inside. In the center is a castle engraved with intricate and gorgeous patterns. Just twist the bottom of the spinning bar. The beautiful princess in front of the castle will dance with the light and soothing music. The entire crystal ball octave box is large and heavy. You can't even hold it with one hand. You need to hold the transparent box with both hands. Xiaojun could no longer take her eyes off of it, captivated and awed, as if holding the world's most precious treasure. The people around her surrounded her with envious faces, letting out a stunning exclamation. Wow! Awesome! It really can be drawn. Is the little girl so lucky? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This limited co-branded model is super hot. The official website seems to be selling it for $1,314. The symbolism is very romantic. 10. Xiaojun stepped out of the crowd, her eyes slightly curved up, her eyes glittering with glittering starlight, her whole person bright and delicate, like she had eaten the world's sweetest honey. Shinichi, look, I actually got it. That lucky apple really works. Shinichi stayed close to her, looking at the young girl's surprised expression. A warm current gradually surged in his heart, spreading to all his limbs. When she's happy, he's somehow happy too. Shinichi slightly curled his lips and let out a light hum. Satisfied, Xiaojun accompanied him through the mall, carefully holding the box all the way. She felt as if she was about to sprout a pair of wings and fly little by little. As well, the lucky and favored note was folded with care and tucked carefully into her pocket. It wasn't until years later that Jojin truly understood, there is no Santa Claus in the world, but favor and good fortune on Christmas Eve will be wrapped up as a gift and secretly given to you by someone who loves you. Twilight fell. The long inky night was vast and infinite, dotted with dense stars, and everything returned to silence. The bright moon and the street lamp together gave off an ethereal and hazy light that enveloped the two men. As the cold wind blew by, Xiaojun scrunched her neck tightly, her whole little face going numb with cold. In the next second, a few girls walking in a group in front of them suddenly got excited and pointed to the sky in shock. Ah, geez. Look at that, you guys. Is that a shooting star? Jojin looked up after them, but after half a day of searching, she saw nothing. The sky is black and there is nothing in it. The other girl was full of confusion. Whoops, where is it? Why didn't I find it? You're not messing with me, are you? I'm not fooling you. But there really was just another ing1. The girl immediately and excitedly pulled out her cell phone to take a picture. Jojin dutifully lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the entire sky. Suddenly, the inky sky shone with a bright pink trailing light that cut through the galaxy of the night sky in a flash. Is this pink meteor? Xiaojun felt like she was dreaming and couldn't help but murmur. Oh my god, what day is today? Again, I caught 2 dolls in a row, drew a crystal ball octave, and even witnessed a shooting star pass by. Today is simply her lucky day, isn't it? Shinichi stood beside her, also craning his neck to look up at the sky, enjoying the same beautiful scenery as Xiaojun. Neither expected that the real miracle was just beginning. A grand meteor shower slowly unveiled, countless meteors depicting graceful arcs, diamond-like, dazzling and brilliant, like an arrow poised to fire. Friction air burns, converging into thousands of silver light, making people fall at a glance. Those girls in the front were so excited they were about to jump up and down and couldn't speak at all. Jojin was also rare and quiet. She had never seen a shooting star in person, let alone a meteor shower. She hastily raised her cell phone to record video, wanting to capture the grand scene. Recordable video is far less shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. This is a romantic poem given to them on Christmas Eve. A bright picture painted for them by the vast universe. She thought that she should never forget this lucky day and would remember it fondly for the rest of her life. Xiaojun suddenly thought of something and patted Shinichi's shoulder. Shinichi, hurry up and make a wish. There's an old legend about meteors, and if you make a sincere wish on them, it's likely to come true. Okay, make a wish together. Shinichi pressed against her shoulder, his lips curved up without any trace, and followed her by closing his eyes and making a wish as well. Meteor showers, produced by the friction of cosmic dust against the Earth's atmosphere, heat and burn themselves until they are completely burned out. We're all materialists, and in theory, it's completely useless to wish for something like that. But people live for just a few moments. They can't be reasonable all the time. Moments later, the two wishes traveled together across the sky along with a meteor shower that passed through the universe and landed in a corner no one knew existed. I hope that tomorrow I race well and can bravely stand on the stage and shine, closer and closer to my dream. Hopefully she can shine like a shooting star, but never fall. After making a wish, Xiaojun slowly opened her eyes, long and thick eyelashes like butterfly wings, gently fluttering. She couldn't tell what emotions were going through her mind, as if a small flower was gradually blooming, adding a dash of intense, stunning color. Xiaojun quietly opened her eyes and peeked at Qin. In the next second, she was caught off guard and crashed into the bottom of Qin's dark and deep pupils, and her four eyes were opposite each other, tantalizing her heartstrings. Zhojun's heart stopped briefly. Maybe it's the shock of nature felt, maybe it's the overly excited and happy day, maybe it's but she didn't immediately bow her head as she usually did. This time, it was as if their eyes exchanged something, and neither of them looked away. The man hung his head slightly, his eyes were burning, his breathing was deep, the broken hair in front of his forehead was swaying gently, and the minty scent of his body was also filling the tip of Xiaojun's nose with the wind. Xiaojun didn't even dare to take a big breath, only collecting her breath and looking at him quietly and seriously. She actually liked Qin eyes, especially the tear mole dotted under his right eye, Danfeng eyes deep like a pool, the end of the eyes slightly upturned, through the demon and arrogant strength. At first glance, some fierce, some vicious, as if to say get out of the way. With you are not familiar with you owe the old man 5 million, but through the exterior, when you really step into him, you realize that his eyes are like obsidian rinsed in clear water, very deep and gentle. In that instant, the bright and colorful meteor shower in the sky was reduced to his companion, his backdrop. Zhojun paused for a moment, a wave of panic welling up inside her, because she seemed to see, there is a shining bright meteor, fell into the deep love of the eyes of Qin. Chapter 58, First Stage Diamonds. The following day was Saturday, Christmas Day. It's also the preliminary round of the first Star and Moon Cup singing audition. At 6 p.m. sharp on the opera stage, the live broadcast is in full swing. Qin stood at the most forward position on the second floor, half leaning against the railing, slightly bowing his body with a wanton and uninhibited demeanor. He was dressed in a black punching bag, vaguely revealing a smooth, untamed jawline, slightly hanging his head. His gaze faintly swept over the contestants underneath with little emotional ups and downs. The competition was held formally, with a bright and spacious stage and glittering lights. The contestants are all vegetarians, facing such a big stage, and the judges' cold and examining eyesight, all open mic. It is inevitable that they will be nervous, and it is difficult to play the real strength. Held halfway through the evening at 8 p.m., both the judges and the audience are getting a little tired of it. In the next second, the lights shone on the center of the stage, refracting a silver light that spilled into Qin eyes. The man's originally festering gaze finally came into focus at that moment, and his heart beat as frantically as a drum. Found it, his princess, the on-stage host calmly introduced. No, 99, Zhou Jin, performing the song Diamonds by Rihanna. In the live camera image, the young girl is wearing a black bustier dress, Hepburn style, and the hem of the dress is embellished with a fine diamond, just like countless stars in the night sky. It was as if the daughter of the stars had come from the deep darkness of the night. Her hair was up and she wore a rhinestone crown, but her whole body was understated and introspective, as if she was a little less afraid to look directly at the camera. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream paused for a few seconds before starting to frantically take screenshots. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She's ing veiled, right? She actually looks so good under the desktop light? Good drift stuffed baby. Underscore, what's with the sudden motherhood overflow woohoo? Hissing, hissing, hissing. Two eyes are so big, is it safe to say? Drooling, kissing, angel's face, devil's body. Sister, I want to bury it. Shine bright like a diamond. When the first second of music started, Zhojun slowly raised the microphone, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth to sing in the center of the large stage. In a flash, the surroundings were extremely quiet, leaving only the pure water-like voice of the young girl, filling the air and washing and purifying the mind. Shine bright like a diamond. As soon as she opened her mouth, all eyes and lights focused on her. Zhojun was undoubtedly nervous, or she wouldn't have closed her eyes, and the fingertips of her other hand curled slightly, seeping a thin sweat. But when her eyes were closed and it was dark in front of her, Qin figure kept popping up in her mind, surfacing with his steady, strong hands and those dark, deep eyes. Thinking about this, Zhojun seemed, again, less nervous. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. The clean and powerful voice blends with the accompaniment. enveloping the softest of hearts, as if crossing the romantic winter of snow, through the dreamy spring of blossoming flowers, and arriving at the vastness of the sparkling starry sky. Groundhog squeals emanated from the live feed. Ah, she's really cute and adorable. Her voice is especially clean and not at all pretentious. It's over. I'm in love. Help. This is one of my favorite songs. Just for that. Mei Bao. I'm going to pick you hard. Jen Jen is brave to fly. Lulu, Xiang Xiang and you will always be with her. Rose, love. Diamonds is a song that Joe Jean has been listening to since a few years ago and has heard a million times. Encourage people to recognize their self-worth, affirm themselves, and cherish themselves, to believe that they are capable of shining, to walk bravely, and to no longer fear the long dark night. She had trained countless times and sung countless times, and obviously there was nothing wrong with the state details, but it always seemed like something was missing. Her instructor said it was because she didn't fully understand the song and was missing the soul, so how could she not sing the free-spirited emotion that the original singer was trying to convey? She was also a little discouraged for a while, until the big, amazing meteor shower last night. I don't know if it's because of the success of the wish, her state of mind, a sea change, palms rise to the universe, as we moonshine and Molly. You and I have been drowning in dreams, feel the warmth we'll never die, love is so hot we'll never die. Xiaojun was bathed in bright lights, and in this moment, it was as if she really understood what it meant to enjoy the stage. She raised her head, slowly opened her eyes, and saw the expressionless judges, the countless spectators holding up their cell phones, and the camera lenses in all directions, all turned into a meteor and slipped into the night sky. The world seemed to freeze at that moment and time stood still. But there's another one. Xiaojun unexpectedly met Jin Yichei's hot, fire-like sight with growing confidence. You're a shooting star I see. A vision of ecstasy. When you hold me I'm alive. The young girl's sweet singing voice lingered in everyone's ears, penetrating through the eardrums and hitting the depths of the soul. Countless people under the stage stared deeply at the stage, and even their breaths were slightly restrained, their bodies flowing freely. It's a very comforting sound, as if every pore in the body is unclogged. And unbelievably, the young girl on stage looks pretty and cute, but brings more power to the table. A progressive, gentle and innocent force. Warm and firm, eye to eye so alive. So shine bright tonight you and I. The camera closes in and dislikes her face. Hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room then realized that a water-drop diamond was pasted under her eyes. Like tears, refracting a fine light. Like a princess in an octave box, all glowing. Jojin is getting more and more into the songs, enjoying the stage, and her emotions are getting fuller and more infectious. The number of people in the official live broadcast room continued to rise, and countless pop-ups poured out frantically. My goodness, aha! I declare this the best sound I've heard all night. Tears, oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh so nasty and so bleachy. I'm ready with a colorful sack to steal her away. He. Lights out, the female guest of honor. It's the flavor of first love. Maybao was a little nervous at first, I guess, but it turned out to be more and more powerful the more I sang. Who understands? It's as if I'm the one who found the pearl on the seashore. OMG. It feels like Jinjin is in the nurturing department, and the star flavor is so strong. I'm betting that she'll make it to the finals. She'll get a ranking, and she'll definitely explode in the future. Theater, second floor. Shinichu's gaze was deeply branded on Xiaojun, his black pupils reflecting different colors and flashing out stars. The knot in his throat rolled and his lips curved if anything. What the bunny may not realize is that in this moment, she really did it. As she sings, as dazzling, stunning, and radiant as a diamond. Chapter 59, The Black Knight Rose. The stage ended and Jojin slowly lowered the microphone, her heart pounding. The soles of his feet felt like cotton, and a sense of relief that he had just run 800 meters welled up. The singing slowly stopped, yet the crowd was still engrossed in the starry sky they had just seen for a long time. The pop-up screen directly exploded. Explosion. Explode. Good. Listen. Amos 99. This kind of gentle sense of power. Who can understand me? Really good like. Don't go. Honey, don't go. Leave a WeChat. Kisses. I want to see my beautiful goose in the finals. Villa, live off screen. The man's eyes rested on the center of the stage and the camera. His eyes growing cooler and cooler, revealing elusive and complex emotions. Ji Xian's thin lips pursed, his onion-white fingertips unconsciously curled up, tightly clutching the white swan necklace in his hand. He remembers that in his previous life, he was against Xiaojun's career, disapproving of Xiaojun's outward appearance, singing and mixing with the entertainment industry. How can Ji's future wife be a little singer? So he was secretly suppressing Xiaojun, but it was just a matter of his words. He could easily break her wings and trap her firmly. Anyway, just having him in her world was enough. His friends will also taunt Xiaojin not self-importance. Delusional. Over time, she stood on stage, as if more and more lack of confidence, more and more no bottom, career all the way downhill, and even have a tendency to depression. The two had a cold war over it, but every time, it was Jojin who took the initiative to put her foot down and dutifully ran over to coax him, as if she put him first in her heart. Just smile slightly at her and she won't be angry. It's very coaxing. Yeah, she obviously loved him so much in her previous life, so dead set on it. How could it be easy to leave in this life? The glittering figure of the young girl on the stage was burned deeply into his mind, and Ji Xian felt like a volcano that was about to erupt, ready to go out of control at any moment. This feeling of being out of control, this out of control emotion that he had never felt before, made him very, very upset. After finishing the stage, Xiaojin walked those few steps off the stage. Even her legs were a little weak, and suddenly for a moment she wanted to cry. I can't believe I finished singing it myself. Really, it's just like singing. Everything is like a dream. The results of the tournament advancement would come out later, but right now, it was as if she had something in her heart. Xiaojin slightly lowered her head, looked at this Diamond Hepburn-style black dress on herself, and pursed her lips. This is still her special money to rent it. Even the crown on her head is $9 packages, and the diamonds are all fake diamonds. If she can take the top place, she can get a high prize money, and then the burden on her own shoulders can be smaller, and she can also reward herself with a beautiful dress. When I opened my phone, countless messages popped up frantically from the dormitory group. Lulu, asterisk 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 Jen you're awesome. Huge ing awesome. I'm going crazy. Shady crawling, twisting and growling under the covers. Yunyu, voice 60 foot. Chen Mei Xiang, Jen. You're going to burst into flames. Do you have any idea how good you were just now? Ah, how beautiful. Drool. JPG. Yunyu, I've just sent hundreds of pop-ups and have become your loyal water army. Xiaojin's heart was soft, and she replied with seriousness. She began to watch the live replay, observing her every move just now, her eyes gradually dilating, with more than a few moments of incredulity in the bottom of her eyes. That girl on the stage, is it really her? Xiaojin opened her mouth slightly, as if through the screen, she saw another side of herself. Even she was surprised and amazed. That confident young girl, is she? Even she didn't know how it was that she was able to accurately meet Shinichi's line of sight on stage. From a sea of people, it was hot and tangled and hard to separate in the air. Repeatedly watching the video before Jojin retrieved her phone in a panic, subconsciously looking up toward the second floor. As she swept over the faces, Xiaojin's eyes grew sore from looking at them, and she still hadn't found Shinichi's silhouette. Strange, it was clearly there just now. Jojin. In the next instant, a familiar voice sounded behind her, and along with it, the faint scent of grass and flowers filled the air around her. Xiaojin immediately turned around, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. It was as if Shinichi would always be silently by her side whether she could find him or not. Caught off guard, a bouquet of black roses was held out in front of her, beautiful and richly scented. It was as if even romance ran toward her without hesitation. Jojin froze and looked up blankly. Shinichi's posture is long and lean. The black punching jacket sets off his more and more stable and powerful. His eyebrows are deep, his face is clearly defined, and his hormones are almost ready to overflow. He held up the flower with one hand, his veins bulging, his head hanging slightly, his voice as thick and low as a cello. Congratulations, the stage was perfect. Xiaojin's breath stopped for a brief moment, unable to tell whether it was joy or surprise, or whether it was because of his approval or the flowers. Her brain suddenly went down and she froze. Why are you suddenly ready to spend? Shinichi stared at her, uncomfortably averting his eyes, his tone somewhat careless. Oh, it was on sale at the florist and came with it. When he finished, he added lazily, look, they all have it. As Xiaojin looked down the line, many of the other contestants were surrounded by people, some parents, some partners, and some friends, all sending bouquets of flowers to encourage them. The flower seller next door is probably laughing his ass off. Xiaojin hesitated to take the flowers, always feeling as if she didn't deserve such a surprise. It was like a pie falling from the sky, sweet and savory, smashing precisely into her hand, but she didn't dare to eat it. And, the Black Knight's flower language is loyal and genuine and unique. Shinichi's throat was dry and he slowly uttered, don't you like it? Jojin snapped back to her senses, her mouth getting a head start on her brain, and blurted out, love it, how can you not like it? She took the exquisite bouquet of flowers, seriously and once again repeated softly, Shinichi, I like it, very much. A large bouquet of Black Knight roses was in her arms, the black and white contrasting and oozing a great sense of class wrapped in black floral paper. It's like an ink painting, and one can get lost in its charm. More to the point, It went surprisingly well with her black dress, almost as if it had been carefully chosen that way. Xiaojun looked down slightly, noticed an English greeting card in the bouquet, and suddenly froze. "Let me be your shelter. Let me be your safe haven." But, again, it can be translated romantically. "Let me guard you." Chapter 60, Growing Up Eating Kawaii. Seeing this line of English, in a split second, Xiaojun froze, her breathing was disturbed, and her heart stuttered. "Let me watch over you. This should come with this bouquet inside. Yes, it must be." Shinichi himself said that he bought this casually when he saw it on sale at the flower store, so surely he wouldn't have given it so much thought, right? Jojin breathed a slow sigh of relief, but couldn't help fantasizing. What if it was specially prepared by him, or a card he picked out himself? Xiaojun quietly pursed her lips, and in her mind she carefully leapt up, like a little hamster stealing a snack. She hugged the flowers with contentment and her eyes lit up with sparkling stars. This bouquet of black night roses is beautiful, regal and mysterious, like a quiet bloom in the abyss, with a premium romantic vibe pulling it all together. People always have a sense of comparison, and Xiaojun had a little bit of that in her heart. She looked left and right at the flowers in other people's hands, then down at the ones in her own arms, and couldn't help but have her lips curved up, her heart feeling like it was dipped in honey. She just felt that the bouquet of flowers sent by Shinichi was the prettiest and best looking in the whole place. Jojin took out her cell phone and was about to take a picture. Take a picture of this bouquet of flowers, and the greeting card on the flowers. Wanted to record these beauties permanently and forever, the same as last night's meteor shower, so that when she was old she could also recall them bit by bit. Just as she was thinking so beautifully, suddenly, Shinichi walked up to her, his eyes deep. "I'll shoot it for you." Almost subconsciously, Xiaojun said yes, but then regretted it. She likes to take pictures of things and scenery, but not of herself, and there are literally very few selfies in her album. But then she thought to herself, with all the effort put into dressing up today, and with such beautiful flowers, she really should have taken a picture as a souvenir. Without waiting for Xiaojun to get ready, Shinichi had already taken a step back and raised his cell phone to aim at her. And the man even crouches down to find an angle. The poses for taking pictures of other people are simply not standardized. He lifted his chin, his facial contours distinct and clear, his deep black eyes narrowed slightly, and his cell phone tilted gently. Under the floating light, gloom shrouded half of his face, and the teenager's handsome face was colored with a layer of evil. Shinichi looked extremely serious and patient. Xiaojun froze, holding the flowers, making raw scissor hands and smiling towards the camera. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly. "Yes, change the action." Jojin's smile slowly froze on her face as her brain raced. "Help!" She also seems to only know how to scissor her hands, and racking her brain she can't think of any other moves. With a sudden jerk of her head, Jojin reached out her index finger and poked it on her right cheek, blinking her watery, misty eyes. "What about this? Would that be weird?" At those words, Shinichi stared intently at the cell phone screen image, his line of sight falling on Xiaojun's cheeks, and his breathing gradually became ragged. The young girl was elegant in a sheath black dress and black velvet gloves, but she stretched out her index finger dully and poked it until it was deep in her soft white little face, her eyes crystallized and watery and naive. Shinichi's sight was firmly attracted, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think that the little rabbit grew up on cute multi, right? Why else would it be so cute? He hadn't been able to resist poking Jojin lightly in the face the last time she'd been drunk. "It's very soft and creamy, like cotton candy." Shinichi's gaze slowly moved downward, only to see the young girl's black dress slimming down, outlining her undulating curves. Xiaojun's white swan neck and collarbone burst into view, as well as her snow-like. The sense of contrast is strong. Up close, it's more impactful and eye-stimulating than viewing it from a distance from the second floor. In just a few seconds, Shinichi's abdomen heated up and violently averted his gaze, a layer of scarlet gradually creeping up on the tips of his ears. The knots in his throat rolled up and down and his voice was low. "No surprise, it's fine." Completely oblivious to his abnormality, Xiaojun spun around and muttered, "What other moves?" Shinichi changed the angle to shoot the side face. "No need to deliberately pose your movements. Just look down at the flowers." Xiaojun obediently did as she was told, clasping the flowers with both hands and hanging her head slightly, pretending as if she was smelling them. When she wasn't looking directly into the lens of her cell phone, she was looking quite relaxed, with a bit of coziness and ease. Shinichi took a total of 10 photos, almost always looking for the best shooting angle, and the photos came out with a strong sense of atmosphere in just the right proportions, especially that last one, the pose with the head hanging down looking at the flowers. Xiaojun looked at a picture of herself, her eyes shining brightly as she nodded her head to show that she was very satisfied. "Shinichi, you're really too good, aren't you? The shots look great." Hearing the compliment, Shinichi pretended to be cold, but his spine could not help but straighten up, proudly lifting his chin. Suddenly, a young couple next to them started arguing. Big brother, your shooting is too perfunctory. My face is crooked. Are you shooting seriously or not? Every time I ask you to take a picture you are so impatient. Boys full of speechless. Tone contains anger, but you look like this and then how to shoot is also ugly, okay? Think face crooked, how to go to plastic surgery you, God gold. I am too lazy to argue with you. The female angry face is red, lifting the hem of the skirt to go furiously. The boy scolded her for being unreasonable and didn't go up to chase after her. Snorted coldly and lifted his foot to leave in the opposite direction. After witnessing everything, Xiaojun silently looked at the perfect photo on her phone, her eyelashes twitching slightly. Shinichi will definitely be a very competent boyfriend in the future, right? Will offer to take lots and lots of pretty pictures of his girlfriend like he just did. Will patiently instruct poses, and won't get mad at the girl at all. But the thought that if he does talk about a girlfriend in the future, Xiaojun's heart was inexplicably a little blocked, like it was stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to breathe. It was also like taking a bite of a very sour, very tart orange, so sour that tears were falling out of her eyes. She froze, afraid to even think about why she was feeling such strange, strong emotions. Jojin hastily slapped her cheeks in an effort to clear her head. It was only after watching the last few of the contestants perform that the preliminary rounds in the region were officially over, and it would be some time before the results were known. Xiaojun put on her white down jacket, wrapped her scarf around it, and went back with Shinichi. Christmas Eve is bright with colorful neon signs and Christmas theme song music playing in stores big and small all around. The sky was dotted with stars, twinkling wildly in the low-hanging night. Xiaojun held the flowers, smelling the faint fragrance of flowers along the way, and her mood followed the pleasant and relaxed. She couldn't help but say again, "Thank you." Shinichi turned his head and lazily said, "Thanks for what?" Xiaojun looked up at him and smiled. "Thank you for the flowers." Of course. Thanks to Shinichi for accompanying her to the competition, giving her flowers, and taking pictures of her. More thanks to Shinichi appeared in her life. Xiaojun silently thought in her heart that when Shinichi won a prize for riding a motorcycle in the future, she would also carefully select the most beautiful flowers to give him. Still thinking about what color flower to give to Shinichi in the future. All the way. Suddenly, Shinichi frowned slightly and guarded her warily. Jojin, full of confusion, probed silently. Only a white figure was standing in place under the cool streetlight not far away. Ji Xian is staring at them with a sullen face and eyes full of cold ice. Chapter 61 Love Enemies Confront Each Other. Ji Xian stood under the cold white street lamp, still wearing that brown scarf. His pupils were detached, and his vision was colder than the cold wind that blew through. His fingertips clenched unconsciously, not expecting at all that Xiaojun would let another man would accompany him to the game. Wasn't Jojin after him? Then why chase after it and have an affair with another man? Ji Xian stood still and didn't move, sulking, waiting for Xiaojun to take the initiative to go over and coax him. But Xiaojun stood behind Shinichi and hesitated to walk out, unwilling to see him. Just like that day, even when he said, "Xiaojun, if you dare to go with Shinichi, don't ever come back," she didn't even turn around. Ji Xian's face was getting worse and worse. Shinichi stood in the middle of the two, frowning slightly, his low voice carrying aggression. Something wrong? There was more than a little wariness and disgust in his eyes. Ji Xian squeezed the gift bag containing the necklace tightly, ignoring him completely, his voice growing cold. "Jojin, come here." This was the first time he had condescended to take the initiative to run to Xiaojun outside of the school, and Xiaojun should have been overjoyed. Obviously, in the past, in his previous life, he only had to say come here, just wave his hand, and Xiaojun would immediately appear in front of him. But now, Jojin didn't want to come over at all. She hugged the flowers tightly and looked bland, shaking her head no. "I've said many times that I don't want to see you again." As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian maintained his face almost on the verge of collapsing, but still with a cold and arrogant air. He questioned word by word, "Then why did you send me the scarf?" "Scarf?" I don't know if it was because the weather was so cold, but the tip of Xiaojun's nose was freezing red, and she sniffled, her face full of bewilderment. "When did I give you a scarf?" There was a rumbling sound, like a thunderclap. Ji Xian's perfectly handsome face seemed to suddenly crack open a slit as he took a step back incredulously, each word as if it had been squeezed out from between his teeth. "This scarf, it's not from you?" Xiaojun looked at the brown scarf around his neck, a little rough and crooked, obviously handwoven by someone else, and out of place with the expensive, high-fashion designer labels he wore all over his body. Xiaojun suddenly felt that this person was quite ridiculous. Unfortunately, belatedly deep love. It's cheaper than grass. Obviously, in her previous life, after she gave Ji Xian the scarf, she never saw him wear it, nor did she hear a single compliment from him. Still wondering in the back of my mind if he doesn't like it, if he thinks it's too cheap. He just loves it when people hold, cajole, and actively chase after him, taking everything for granted. Those sour aches and pains can never be eradicated. Xiaojun lowered her eyes, her tone calm, and shook her head. No, Ji Xian, you don't deserve someone else's heart. Her voice passed through the cold wind, as if it was cloaked in a layer of frost, incomparably sharp and piercing, ruthlessly stabbing at Ji Xian's bloody heart. Ji Xian's eyes were stunned. A ray of light suddenly dimmed down in his light-colored pupils, and his perfectly decent complexion was almost about to shatter into powder. In his mind, he kept muttering impossible. However, on the side, Shinichi was in a happy mood. His lips slowly curved up, feeling warmer and more comfortable all over. Shinichi turned and lowered his head, looking at Xiaojun. If you don't want to see him, you can go back first. I'll come over later. The voice carried an element of valor. It was as if even if the sky was falling, he was there to hold it together. Jojin hesitated for a moment and nodded her head and smiled. Okay, wow. I'll meet you at the subway station then. As she walked around the road, she turned back to look worriedly at Shinichi, her figure gradually disappearing into the thick night color. Shinichi turned around and faced Ji Xian squarely. The original gentleness in his eyes disappeared and the bottom of his eyes were filled with harshness. The two men, of similar height, stood in place in a silent confrontation, a storm brewing under their eyes, tumbling with overwhelming emotions. I soar. Both men found the other incredibly obtrusive. Seeing Ji Xian raise his foot to follow him over, Shinichi blocked his path. Ji Xian lifted his chin and finally looked at Shinichi squarely, his tone without the slightest bit of temperature, as if he was looking at a dead thing. A crush is just a crush. Who and what right does she have to appear in front of him? He sneered and questioned in a single word. What's it to you? Shinichi looked calm, reaching out to raise the scarf in his neck. His tone was lazy and arrogant, full of aggression. Just this scarf of mine, hand-knitted by Jojin. An odor of smoke continued to permeate and spread around the two. Ji Xian stared firmly at his gray scarf, his fingertips hard enough to turn white. He took a deep breath and tried to maintain decency. No way. What Xiaojun said was just gas. Besides, Shinichi said that the one he had was Xiaojun's. Who knows if this dead green tea's words are true or not? Ji Xian's face was crusted with frost, and his eyes were like sharp blades, unreservedly uncovering his bloody scars. So what? You like her? You have a crush on her, but she's never just thought of you as a brother. She wouldn't even like you. And me? I don't even have to do anything for her to stick her nose in and please me. Ji Xian sneered and stared at him, suddenly smiling coldly and revealing a look of pity. Shinichi, you're pathetic. After saying that, Ji Xian left with a sullen face and threw the gift box directly into the trash. He had always been a good camouflage, an unusually emotionally stable person under the strict demands of his childhood. For the first time, his moods rose and fell so violently, and for the first time, a sense of powerlessness and panic welled up in him. Ji Xian had thought he had the upper hand and was still the flawless superior, but it wasn't until he passed a store mirror that he realized how out of shape he was. Red blood welled up in Shinichi's eyes as he stood rigidly in place, feeling for the first time that he was at a disadvantage. She just thinks of you as a brother. She wouldn't even like you. Word for word, the feeling of powerlessness instantly spread to all the limbs and bones, deeply absorbed like a swamp, difficult to resist and break free. Once upon a time, he had heard it. When I was a freshman in high school, a girl asked Xiaojun, "Hey, what's your relationship with Shinichi? It feels like you two were especially close when school started." Xiaojun thought seriously and spoke in a calm tone. Sort of a bamboo horse I grew up with. The girl came over to me. Is it really just a brother? You really don't think that way about him at all? Jojin said aha very softly. The girl was shocked and delighted. Too good. Shinichi, he's totally my type Can you help me deliver a love letter to him, please? Jin. In the gentle breeze, the sycamore leaves rustled, and Xiaojun's voice came with them. Shinichi was right behind the standing tree, carrying the cupcake in his hand, stiff and unable to speak as if a stone was stuck in his throat. The heart seems to be firmly clenched by a big hand. Dense pain, so that people cannot breathe. A crush is a hidden, restrained look, a careful trial and error, a soldier's journey alone. His crush is one that gives nothing and asks for nothing in return, so there's nothing to pity at all. Deep in the night, the bone-chilling coldness attacked the whole body. Every gust of wind is like having countless knives mercilessly scraped on the face. The heart is going to freeze and crack. Shinichi hailed and walked in the direction of the subway station, his shadow pulled lonely and forlorn by the streetlights. The body felt like lead, and every step felt incredibly heavy. It's a long road, it seems, but he's willing to spend the rest of his life walking. Chapter 62 First Snow, Romantic Little Snow Bunny. When Xiaojun returned to her dorm, she was kissed and hugged and lifted high by her roommates in a frenzy of forced love. She was a little less than flattered by the compliment and ran off to the shower with a red face. By the time she came out, the WeChat group chat had exploded with 99+ messages, startling her. Yoi Feng? Sister Chow, You actually sneaked into the competition behind our backs. Zhang Yu, what contest? I'm out. The campus forums are exploding. You deadbeat. I'm going. That's great. Bring us along next time. We'll make sure you get the most cheers. At Chi. Well. You eat alone. Go see for yourself without us, right? Aggrieved. JPG. Xiaojin froze for a moment, turning over the message again and again, a bubbling warmth welling up in her heart. It's like, they're also friends who genuinely support her behind the scenes. Xiaojin couldn't help but curl her lips and replied seriously that she would definitely invite everyone along if she was lucky enough to make it to the second round. After replying to the message, she put the black night roses in a fine vase and arranged them in the prettiest way possible. The thought that it was Qin who sent the flowers caused layers of subtle ripples to rise in her, and her mood couldn't help but change for the better. Yenyu beside her narrowed her eyes slightly. This bouquet of flowers is quite nice. From Qin? Poked and prodded. Jojin blinked and bowed her head slightly, full of honest retelling. After hearing her words, Shang Lulu flashed a look that saw through everything. Yo, he's the one who prepared it on purpose. Right, and what with the florist discount and buying it on the fly? On the fly my ass. He must have bought it especially for you. Okay. Chen Meixiang smiled. Or the Black Knight Rose. He's not trying to guard you, is he? Xiaojin pursed her lips, looked at the card that reads, "Let me guard you," and carefully clipped it into the diary. The tips of his ears became inexplicably hot. In the next second, Chen Meixiang's eyes lit up and she suddenly came over to Xiaojin. By the way, Jinjin, do you know what was different about yourself when you came in just now? Xiaojin inexplicably had a bad feeling and looked up blankly, her voice warm and soft as she asked, "What's different?" Chen Meixiang raised her eyebrows and hugged her, covered in pink love bubbles. "It feels like I've been dipped in a honey pot of love. It's so sweet, ah little Jinjin. Who is it that carries flowers into the dormitory with bright eyes, who stares at the roses and giggles? She won't tell us." Jojin, her eyes slowly widened, somewhat incredulously, and her whole body exploded. Really? It's that obvious. The weather in December is getting colder and colder, with dark clouds, cold winds, and the breath that comes out of your mouth condenses into a layer of white mist. But unfortunately, there has been no snow in the capital. Xiaojin hadn't seen Qin at school for the past few days. She rested her hands on her cheeks and stared at the roses, an indescribable feeling inexplicably welling up in her heart. New Year's Day holiday. On December 31st, Xiaojin put on plush gloves, wrapped into a big white bear, and went home with Qin. The high-speed train was an hour and a half long, and it was almost 6 p.m. when I left the station. On the road, Qin stuck one hand in the pocket of his down jacket, his chin buried in the scarf, his voice steady and low. "Are you coming tonight too? My mom's not home." Xiaojin pushed her suitcase with one hand, looked up at him, and silently lowered her head again. It always felt weird to say that, as if the two of them were secretly doing 18 forbidden things behind their backs. In the past, every New Year's Eve and every New Year's Day, she was alone, so she would run next door to Qin house to watch TV together, and span year after year with him, as if it had become a convention. Xiaojin nodded obediently. "Of course I'll come." The two walked side by side, with hardly anyone around. The streetlight slowly came on, flooding them with a hazy white light that gently enveloped them. Jojin pulled out her headphone case and asked, "Listening to a song?" At this moment, she suddenly wanted to listen to it with Qin, and even she didn't know why she felt such an urge. Qin took out an earphone and stuffed it in his right ear. Aha! Jojin plays a Korean song that has been on a single loop many times in her collection, Angel. As the musical intro plays, an extremely strong sense of fatalism comes over you, as if it's all clear. It was as if the two were cut off from the world around them, and at this moment, only the two of them were left. "You're walking towards me like this, as if I were the sun. I just stare at you, you just stare at me." When the lyrics happened to stop at these two lines, Xiaojin subconsciously looked up and her gaze quietly fell on Qin. Unexpectedly, Qin also happened to look at her with his eyes downcast, and his eyes collided in that instant. Those deep eyes refracted a fine light. The two were so close that it was as if even their warm breaths were entwined. She could even count Qin well-defined eyelashes, and the tear mole under the man's right eye was even more deeply demonic, impacting her eyes straight away. Jojin wonders if, as her roommate says, a million pink love bubbles popped up, but she knew that in this moment, it was as if her eyes were glued and she couldn't take them away. In the next second, a small piece of snowflakes slowly drifted down from the sky, crystal white, like a light feather, landing on Qin forehead on the fine short hair. Everything looks like it's from a movie in slow motion. In a flash, Time was pressed to pause and the world was left with just the two of them. Jojin's eyes widened as she stared incredulously into the sky. Snowflakes flying in the sky, fluttering, rustling down, embellishing the quiet long winter days, like a grain of salt, like a goose feather, like a willow. Picturesque. Xiaojin smiled excitedly, her eyes curved into a crescent shape, the snowy landscape reflected in her eyes, and shallow pear swirls rippled around her lips. Shin Ichu, look, it's snowing, it's finally snowing. This is the first snowfall of the winter, the first snowfall of the year. Xiaojin stretched out her hand, and the snowflakes landed on the furry glove like a beautifully carved artifact, eventually melting little by little. Shin Ichi looked at her sideways, infected by her smile and eyes, and couldn't help but hook his lips. Well, it's very pretty. The music continued to loop in the headphones. You will always be you're my angel, you're the one who melted my heart. The pupils of Shin Ichi's eyes were dark with a slight depth. He saw a snowflake, silently drifting down to the tip of Xiaojin's tiny nose, melting little by little, and it was as if something inside him became searingly hot and melted along with it. Xiaojin took out her cell phone to take pictures, carefully recording the first snowfall, and her eyes lit up. The first snow symbolizes the feelings of first love, and it is rumored that if you watch it with your beloved during the first snowfall, the two will be happy together forever. There is also a saying that the person you meet during the first snowfall is likely to be your true love/tennis. I love you. You. When the music happened to be placed on this line, Jojin's heart suddenly beat violently, as if it was revealing something. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress the panic in her heartbeat. I don't know if it's because of this first snow, because of the romantic music, or because of something else. The snow got heavier and heavier, and by the time it was after 9 o'clock in the evening, a snowy white carpet had formed on the ground, so that you would sink into it if you stepped on it. Half-brother Jiang Hao was so excited that for an hour, the language composition only wrote a title and had to drag Xiaojin out to play in the snow. He blinked his eyes and pleaded, could you quickly accompany me to go out and play for a while? I'm so bored in Bordeaux. Xiaojin put down her pen and straightened up her test paper. You only scored 38 on your last math test, and mom agrees to let you go out and play? Jiang Hao is now in the 4th grade of elementary school. His grades are poor, he is naughty, he doesn't like to do his homework, and he is always called by his parents. But so what? Mom just loves him and spoils him and treats him like a baby. Jojin's eyes dimmed for a moment. She had envied and been jealous, but was now long numb. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously. Agreed. Mom is packing her bags, and I'll have to go to my grandparents' house later, as usual, for 2 days. Those were Jiang Hao's own grandparents, not related to Xiaojin, and almost every year on New Year's Day, they left Xiaojin home alone. Without another word, she looked out the window at the snow and murmured softly, fine, go out for a while. She wanted to play in the snow too. Jiang Hao rattled his inner abacus beads, his eyes filled with worship and admiration as he excitedly asked, can you get Chia to come out and play with us? I almost beat him last time. Xiaojin. It turns out that this guy just wants to play with Shin Ichi, and this almost winning is more than 1 billion points, isn't it? It was amazing to say that Shin Ichi had always been the perfect male god in Jiang Hao's heart, and he didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he had given him. Xiaojin gave him a sidelong glance, then lowered her head to send a message to Shin Ichi, come out to play in the snow? Almost immediately after sending it, the other party instantly replied in seconds, good. Jiang Hao immediately scurried around in excitement, his eyebrows flying up as he bounced and ran downstairs. After Xiaojin slowly changed her shoes and went downstairs, Shin Ichi had already been waiting in the snow. The impact of the heavy white snow falling on his shoulders was striking in contrast to the black down jacket. Inexplicably there is a very heartwarming and romantic atmosphere, like laying a layer of beautiful filters. Even the strands of his hair have become gentle. Jiang Hao flung himself into the snow and sat down gleefully to pinch the little snowman. There is not a lot of snow, only a thin layer. Big snowman certainly cannot build up, but pinch some small snowballs can still be. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Hao had already pinched out an ugly little wangbang, holding his arm high and full of pride. Look at it. Xiaojin crouched on the ground and didn't rest her hand, pinching the snow while looking down with her eyes. Jiang Hao happily lifted up the wangba, and suddenly, his hand shook, and the pinched snow instantly scattered all over the ground, leaving only bits and pieces of the wangba's corpse. He froze for a few seconds, staring dumbfounded at the body on the ground, and broke down and cried, oh whoa, my turtle is broken. Seeing him cry more and more miserably, Xiaojin laughed more and more. Suddenly, there was a darkness before her eyes and shadows loomed overhead. A long figure stood in front of her, blocking her view. Shin Ichi squatted down in front of her, as if hiding something behind him, and lowered his voice. Jojin, reach out. Jojin immediately stopped what she was doing in her hands and, without asking why, dutifully held out her hand and merged her hands together. The next second, a lifelike snow bunny, sitting obediently in the palm of her hand. Chapter 63, Secrets in the Snow and Moonlight. The moment his fingertips touched each other, the burning body heat was transmitted, as if a piece of gentle white feather swept by. The tip of his heart tickled. Everything is so unexpected. Xiaojun's breathing stagnated slightly, her eyes instantly lit up, staring at the little snow bunny in her hand, a large sea of rosy flowers steeply blooming in her heart. Gosh, it's really cute. Love it so much, love it. Oh, v greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Xiaojun carefully held the snow bunny and gently touched it with her fingers. Her whole heart melted with cuteness. She couldn't help but have a few moments of surprise well up in her eyes. The little snow bunnies are exquisitely pinched and adorable, and you can tell at a glance how much care and attention has gone into them. Ichi also looks like careless laziness, as if this little rabbit is he casually pinched out. Xiaojun inwardly thumped. A thought flashed violently. Is he really a genius? I don't know if it's because it's too cold, but the tips of Ichi's ears are vaguely pink. On the side, Jiang Hao recovered from the grief of the broken bastard, secretly needed several small snowballs, and when Ichi was not paying attention, he swung his hand violently and smashed it on him, bombarding him with wild explosions. There was even a snowball that hit Zhoujun on the side of the head with pinpoint accuracy. Before Xiaojun could react, her forehead went cold and white snow fell all over her thick, curly eyelashes. She was stoned out of her mind, rubbing her eyes and looking up blankly. Immediately after, Ichi casually grabbed a few handfuls of snow and accurately smashed it on Jiang Hao's face. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Within a few blows, he was too weak to fight back. After a one-sided easy crush, Jiang Hao's entire body was lifted up in the air, chicken-like, his short legs flopping wildly in the air, humbly begging for mercy. Brother. Ooh, I was wrong, brother. Don't hit me. Ichi lightly laughed and knocked him on the head. Oh, what's wrong? Jiang Hao hastily reached out to cover his head, aggrieved, his voice like a mosquito's. Big brother, I shouldn't have sneaked up on you. Ichi cast a sidelong glance at him. You shouldn't bash your sister. Jiang Hao, wanting to cry, thought seriously for a while, sneaked to Ichi's ear and whispered, oh, can't bully your future wife, right? Ichi moved with a start, his eyes staring deeply at him. After a long time, Ichi released him from mid-air, reaching out to casually rub Jiang Hao's hair, a light laugh spilling from his lips. Didn't admit it, but didn't deny it either. Cold wind blowing, gently spread the clouds, revealing the silver-white moonlight, reflecting on the rustling snow particles, gentle and loving, the color of snow against the color of the moon. Full of the world is gilded with a layer of hazy light. Jiang Hao later followed his parents to his grandparents' house for New Year's Eve, and for a while, only Xiaojun and Ichi were left in the snow. Zhoujun settled the little snow bunny, and covered it with a few leaves, bidding it a reluctant inner farewell. Bunny, I will always remember you. It was cold, and the tip of Joaquin's nose was freezing red. She let out a breath, feeling herself shivering as she was encased in ice crystals, and turned her head to ask, it's cold, why don't we go back? Ichi didn't know what he was doing, half crouching in the snow for a moment before standing up. Xiaojun seemed to have seen him stretch out his index finger and write something in the snow, and just as she wanted to move over to look, she was firmly blocked by Ichi's figure. A grain of snow fell on Ichi's eyelashes, and he raised his eyes, his vision deep. Well, go back. Xiaojun didn't think much about it, and hurriedly hugged her body tightly and walked back. Her whole body was freezing into a small snowman, and she just wanted to quickly soak in a comfortable hot bath. Ichi, on the other hand, followed her, his hands in his pockets, his eyes dark, unable to resist looking back at the clearing from earlier. He secretly hid a secret under the gentle moonlight and in the romantic first snowfall. The line that was written was, QYCQZ. Chapter 64, Leaning on Each Other. Happy New Year's Eve. Xiaojun went home and soaked in a hot bath. Every cell in her body was warm and cozy. Taking a bath in the winter is simply one of the most blissful things you can do. After applying the jasmine lightly scented body lotion, she also purposely put on a mask, because later on, she will go to Ichi's house to cross the new year. No, she wasn't messing with this because of Ichi. It's not. Zhoujun finished blow-drying her hair and slowed to a quiet moment, going to the kitchen to muck about for a while, making a tiny Oreo cake. She remembers that Ichi just loves Oreo flavors. With everything done, Xiaojun carries the cupcakes to Ichi's house and prepares to spend the New Year's Eve with just the two of them. Almost 10 o'clock in the evening, the New Year's Eve party of the major TV stations has begun, and the hosts in the TV set are full of smiles. Zhoujun sank into the soft gray couch and yawned lazily, as if she were in her own home, if not more so. The hot air conditioner was on in the room, blowing out warmth, but Ichi still covered her with a small blanket and sat beside her, quietly watching TV with her. The two weren't too close, and there was even room for another person to sit between them. Meanwhile, on the TV screen, The idol group is performing a new song on stage, brightly lit and glowing. It seems to be a new boy group that came out of this year's draft, with a total of 10 people and all types of male lovebirds, high cold ascetic type, youthful milk dog type, warm and gentle as jade type, demonic and flirtatious type, calm and overbearing type. Ah! The fans at the bottom screamed and growled as they frantically waved their lighted signs. The next moment, at the height of the music, the 10 male lovebirds suddenly lifted up their white shirts, revealing their sexy abs towards the camera while making handsome wave and top crotch moves. Shinichi. He didn't follow the entertainment industry and wasn't too interested in celebrities, and only looked slightly sideways at Xiaojun. However, Xiaojun seemed to be watching intently, not moving a muscle, not even blinking. Shinichi secretly gritted his teeth, contemplating for a moment. He reached over and cut a small piece of Oreo cake, handing it to Jojin and interrupting her concentration. Eat! Xiaojun immediately came back to her senses and took the cake, and her eyes didn't fall on the TV anymore, dropping her eyes and concentrating on eating the cake. Only then did Shinichi lean back on the back of the sofa chair with satisfaction. The male group's performance ended quickly, and the next program was classic singers singing old favorites. Jojin had to admit that the 10 male lovebirds just now did have great bodies, but she paid little attention to them. Her mind instead flooded with the superior figure of Shinichi, not to mention the fact that my father is sitting right next to her, less than a meter away. Help! Is it possible that she's really a colorist? The more Xiaojun thought about it, the worse it got, and she looked down and ate her cake in silence to hide the swirling that rose and fell in her heart. Outside the window foggy, snowflakes fluttered like kneaded white clouds, eventually sinking into the inky night. The New Year's Eve party was a bit boring, and by 11 p.m., Xiaojun was already drowsy, her eyelids as heavy as iron. Sleepy, so sleepy, it won't hold up. She was drowsy, her consciousness fading, dropping her head slowly to the right. Shinichi turned his head sideways and looked at Xiaojun's drowsy appearance, his body grabbing a reaction before his brain. Bit by bit, he moved over, almost sticking close to her, but always leaving a gap, until Jojin's head rested on his left shoulder. It was as if time stood still at that moment, leaving only Xiaojun's even and slight breathing, amplified in her ears. Shinichi turned down the volume of the TV, and the room slowly fell into silence. The New Year's Eve party held no appeal for him. Shinichi only slightly lowered his head, staring at the young girl on his side with downcast eyes, the light of his eyes obscure and unknown. Jojin was quiet and gently leaning against him, very well behaved, her cheeks white and delicate, her thick lashes slightly curled, her nostrils steady. The fragrance of jasmine is faintly pervasive, light and serene. She should have just gotten out of the bath and was wearing a beige nightgown with an already somewhat wide neckline that was askew to one side. Shinichi's eyes rolled over with hot flames, his breathing gradually roughened, and the knot in his throat couldn't stop sliding. From his point of view, he could easily see the young girl in front of a large snow-white soft round, like a full peach, pretty and tantalizing. Unintentionally bumping into this scene, Shinichi's whole body suddenly stiffened, and almost as if fleeing, he quickly averted his eyes, suppressing the madness and burning heat within him. Should have respected girls, should have forgotten this, but after a quick glance, the images came like a tidal wave, drowning one completely, and like a slow movie, they were projected frame by frame and looped in one's mind, like vines growing wildly. There was no way to stop it. Shinichi's heart was pounding as if it was about to break out of his cavity. On the contrary, Xiaojun also took the initiative to approach him, her soft body almost pressing against his arm, softly wooing. Oh, Shinichi, wake up? Shinichi slightly hung his head. However, the young girl's eyes were closed and she was still in a deep sleep. She looked like she had managed some kind of nightmare, her eyelashes fluttering gently, her eyebrows furrowing slightly, her voice resigned and pitiful. No, I don't want to. Shinichi's shoulder supported her head. His expression was grave, and he comforted her in a low voice. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm afraid. Jojin's cheeks colored a light pink. She sounded even more pitiful, as if she had been wronged, and murmured softly, it's too thick. Shinichi? The bottom of his eyes were slightly incredulous, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift in an obscure direction, along with his body being unbearably hot. No way. Xiaojun is so pure. How could he dream of this kind of thing? It must be that he thought wrongly. Shinichi slowly exhaled, seeing that Xiaojun was about to awaken. He thought for a moment before gradually closing his eyes. The New Year's Eve party program on TV cuts to one after another, and now it's a singing session with 3 or 4 popular actresses holding hands. Jojin jolted awake. She suddenly opened her eyes. Something seemed to be right next to her, and when she looked back, Shinichi was sitting next to her. I don't think they were this close before. Xiaojun reflexively moved to the side. Her breathing was disorganized. Her brain was a mess, and she stretched out her hands to silently cover her face. She dreamed again of those images from her previous life with Shinichi. Ooh, really, so shy. Luckily, Shinichi shouldn't have dreamed about it, or else it would have been too embarrassing. Jojin, giddy, turned her head to survey him quietly. Shinichi's eyes were closed. His head sank slightly toward her. His breathing was even, as if he had already fallen asleep. When he closed his eyes, his body was less of that untamed and untrained hostility, and he looked more and more lonely and despondent, like a big, abandoned, pathetic dog. Xiaojin froze, and even she herself didn't know why. Her body was out of control, ghostly, and she silently sat back down where she had been just a moment ago, sticking close to him, taking the initiative. She used her own shoulder to prop up Shinichi's head that was about to tilt down. The teenager stiffened, and after a moment, exhaled a steady breath. It wasn't until Shinichi's hot breath drifted in and sprayed over his ear and neck, tingling and spreading throughout his body, that Xiaojin abruptly came to her senses. No, what the hell is she doing? But it's too late to leave now. It'll wake him up, right? Xiaojin pursed her lips, bearing a weight she shouldn't have to bear, and in no time at all, her entire right arm was going numb, but she didn't dare move. Don't dare move at all. Jojin looked steadfastly at the television set, upright and serious, with eyes that rivaled those of a party member. However, the party on TV, she froze and didn't watch any of it, her head full of chaos. She naturally did not notice that Shinichi slowly hooked his lips in the dark, until the crackling fireworks sounded outside. Shinichi opened his eyes and sat up straight. Jojin looked up at him while rubbing her sore shoulders. The TV New Year's Eve party is in the final countdown, and all the guests take the stage in unison. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Shinichi's voice rang in her ears. Happy New Year. Jojin's heart thumped and she curled her lips into a smile. Well, Happy New Year's Day. Snowflakes flying, fireworks blooming. The atmosphere in the cozy cabin is ambiguous and charming. Winter, it seems, can be warm. Hearing the commotion outside the window, Xiaojin obediently lay down on the windowsill and excitedly pointed at the fireworks in the air. Shinichi, look! The young girl's eyes reflected the sparkling fireworks. Shinichi stood right beside her, reaching out to rub her head, his voice low. Well, see, the fireworks are so brilliant and colorful that they almost turn the night into day, and the sound of crackling is deafening. Jojin's heart was beating wildly. Every year in the future, she has to cross over with Shinichi. Chapter 65, Broken Mirror Cracked, Not Reunited. This winter seems to be exceptionally cold and silent, without a trace of life. The villa was dead, without the warm atmosphere of the New Year's Eve of ordinary people. In sharp contrast to the colorful fireworks outside the window, the man at the desk had a grim, chilly face. Ji Xian had long ago found out that the scarf was not sent by Xiaojin at all. Not her, not at all. But it clearly wasn't like that in a previous life. Obviously, in the past, he didn't have to do anything, just stand in place, and Xiaojin would come towards him with starry eyes, offering all kinds of gifts prepared with all her heart. It was Xiaojin who changed her heart first, saying that she would try to chase him and that she would only like him. For a moment, it seemed as if there was some emotion that was draining away, bit by bit, completely out of his control, and he had always refused to admit it. To face it, Ji Xian's throat was dry, his face expressionless. He looked up, looking out the window at the rustling snow. The blood in his body was about to freeze. It was difficult to move. What's like? As he drifted off, it occurred to him abruptly that Xiaojin seemed to like snow. In his past life, he remembered that the two had a cold war over mixing in the entertainment industry. Is it hard for him not to want Jojin to be out in the open, surrounding herself only with him? The cold war did not last long, and it was still Xiaojin who was the first to bow her head and took the initiative to run to him, with eyes full of anticipation inviting him to go skiing in Switzerland together, and he refused without hesitation, his tone cold and detached. No go. Ji is in the most critical year. He cannot take time away. Besides, he also wants to let Xiaojin learn a lesson. Do not fool around in the future. It also wanted to make sure that Jojin would never get angry, that Jojin would never leave and would always love him unconditionally, by overdoing it again and again, by coldly rejecting him. Even every time he rejected Xiaojin and saw the emotion of despondency and sadness in Xiaojin's eyes, he would feel great pleasure and thrill because he was valued and cared for by Xiaojin. In relationships, he thinks he's always been in the dominant position, but he didn't expect that after the rejection, Jojin would actually go to Switzerland alone, and get knocked down so hard by someone else at a ski resort that she almost breaks a bone. Since then, it seemed as if more and more disappointment had built up in her eyes, thick and deep, but with nowhere to vent it. Ji Xian sank his face, staring at a snowflake with paranoia and certainty. He was sure that Jojin had been waiting for him in her heart. Right, as long as he took the initiative, just a little bit, Xiaojin would follow with eyes full of joy, just like in his previous life. The big deal about the regrets of skiing in a previous life is just to make up for it in this life. It's not too late. It's definitely too late. With the bitterly cold winds, the short New Year's Day holiday passed quickly. As soon as finals week rolls around, college students are honestly having a major meltdown. Shang Lulu broke down in the dormitory and yelled, "This goddamned higher math. I can't even understand the topic." Kneel down and begged the teacher to fish for me. If he fishes for me, then he's my god. Chen Meixiang is frantically brushing the Mao generalization question bank, and the whole person is going off the rails and gnashing her teeth. I've skipped 2 classes this semester, and it just so happens that I've been caught both times. And who the hell has me cracking up? Skip class for a while. End of semester crematorium. Xiaojun has always been a serious reviewer, and after finishing the exam, she began to organize her luggage, pushing her suitcase, and walked out of the school door side by side with Shinichi. I was just about to take out my headphones when suddenly, a delicate and expensive ticket fell out of the compartment of my backpack. Stunned for a moment, Jojin picked it up off the floor for a closer look. SVIP couples package ticket for Zermatt Ski Resort, Switzerland. Joe Jane? Moving down the line of sight, the signature is a very simple 2 letters, JX, G Envy. Xiaojun was too familiar with his initials, and had secretly written his name countless times with sourness and anticipation, carefully writing his name stroke by stroke. But now she only felt horrified and numb. She looked to the side of the road if she felt something. Not far away happened to be parked a black luxury car. The window slowly dropped, revealing a handsome face. Ji Xian stared firmly at her, his light pupil-colored peach blossom eyes clear and translucent, and his entire being looked like it had been dipped in moonlight, calling out his emotions. The moment she met her eyes, Xiaojun subconsciously leaned toward Shinichi's side, her body suddenly stiffening. She vaguely recalled her previous life, when she took the initiative to bow her head and wanted to go skiing in Switzerland with Ji Xian. But, inexplicably, those sournesses from her previous life seemed to be able to travel through time and space and pass on to her now. The loss and aggravation continued to spread, spreading icily to all her limbs, dousing bit by bit the passion that she had willingly burned up. Was that, like, an emotion from her past life? A cold wind whipped across her face and Jojin just stiffened in place. Shinichi looked at her with downcast eyes, and then stared at the ticket in her hand, the fingertips at his side slowly clenching. The moment he saw Xiaojun lock eyes with Ji Xian, he instantly tightened up, his veins rippled, and his entire heart was in his throat. Jojin. Shinichi couldn't help but call her name. His throat was dry and his voice was low and hoarse. He was about to say something, and after a long pause of deliberation, he said, "We were just about to ask you to go skiing with us. Only, it was to an ordinary ski resort in China, not as spectacular as Zermatt in Switzerland, not to mention not being able to pack the whole ski area." A strong sense of inferiority complex and cold wind wrapped around the heart together, like a tide, almost completely drowning Shinichi, without a single chance to breathe, like a drowning person who was difficult to struggle. It was as if there was a huge hard rock in front of his chest, and his body was under heavy pressure. Not far away, inside the low-key luxury limousine, a few of the boys were also sitting in Ji Xian's car, and they were staring at Xiaojun's every word and action. Will Jojin say yes? Why do I feel like it's unlikely? That's a definite yes. The pack agrees, old man. At this time, a relatively sober boy carefully opened his mouth. But not only did they pull the black on us, but they also purposely skimmed off the relationship. And last time the elective course was clearly rejected. Ji Xiao, isn't it not good for us to continue to be so entangled? The words just fell. The next boy snorted, "You know what the hell? She did not want to go skiing in the past, how to pretend to be reserved." This time Ji Xiao took the initiative to invite. "If she really do not come, I chopped off the head to give you as a soccer ball kick." At those words, Ji Xian's face eased up a lot, and his mind could not help but conjure up Xiaojun's face full of anticipation and joy. A few people glanced down, only to see the chilly wind blowing Jojin's crushed hair, and she seemed to be smiling softly as she held the tickets in her hand. Ji Xian's eyes lit up with a flash of color, and his lips curved up involuntarily. The next instant, however, Xiaojun did not hesitate to tear the ticket in half, fold it together, and then tear it again until a complete ticket was reduced to pieces, and she threw it into the roadside trash can. The action was a snap, and there was no delay at all, full of calm and sobriety, as if he was just tearing a napkin instead of a lavish package ticket. Inside the car, a group of people froze completely, slowly staring. Xiaojun turned around without looking back, her expression calm, a sneer raised on her lips. If she was in her previous life, she would have been happy when she saw the ski ticket from Ji Xian, but not anymore. It's as if a person who has traveled a long way out of the desert and back to the city will never again crave water the way he did in the desert. Xiaojun admitted that she was tempted and wanted to travel to Switzerland and all the wonderful places in the world, but she would, in the future, rely on her own abilities to make it happen. Broken mirrors don't come back together. Just as torn tickets don't come back as brand new, the wind is getting colder, dark clouds are looming, and a small shower of sleet is falling from the gray sky, like silver white velvet, gently hitting the leaves, making a rustling sound. Very light rain and snow. One umbrella is enough for two people. Shinichi opened the large black umbrella, covering the two men's heads, and slowly swept his eyes over that trash can. Suddenly, Xiaojun gently tugged on his sleeve. Shinichi turned his head and looked into her pretty, bright eyes. Xiaojun walked beside him, pursed her lips, and summoned up the courage to say, "Winter vacation. Accompany me to go skiing." She looked down at the tips of her shoes and said, word for word, "Seriously, Shinichi, I want to be with you. May I?" Chapter 66. Xiaojun doesn't chase him. Rain pattered down on the umbrella, and the sound gradually became louder and louder, so much so that Shinichi could no longer distinguish between the sound of rain and the sound of his heartbeat. "Shinichi, I want to be with you. Is that okay?" Each word struck his heart deeply, rippling in circles and finally converging into an unknown emotion inside his body that screamed and boiled wildly. Shinichi's arm holding the umbrella stiffened, his eyes fell on the young girl's eyes, and even his breathing stopped briefly. The whole world was suddenly quiet. "May I?" How could he refuse? In the midst of this rain shower, he heard his own voice. "Then make a date for winter vacation, Jojin, and we'll go skiing together." Jojin nodded expectantly. "Aha!" Shinichi took in her reaction, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but slowly turn upwards, his entire being enlightened. He couldn't help but exclaim that it was a beautiful day. The harmonious figures of a man and a woman gradually disappeared into the intersection. Inside the limousine, however, the atmosphere dropped to freezing. Ji Xian's blood almost froze all over his body, and his entire face was about to completely fall apart. Xiaojun tore apart as if it wasn't the tickets, but his heart, like a sharp blade, relentlessly stabbing it repeatedly and viciously until it was dripping with blood. An uncontrollable soreness flooded his chest, spreading little by little throughout his body. Ji Xian's glazed, clear and cold eyes were flushed with a slight red color at this moment, tinted with gloomy paranoia and a few moments of bewilderment. How could Jojin reject him? How could she tear it up? A wave of panic came crashing down on his face. Ji Xian's chest cavity was turned inside out, and his entire body seemed as if it would completely shatter in the next second. So gloomy that it was somewhat frightening. Recently he had been dreaming frequently about a part of his memories from his previous life. Was it this hard back then, when Xiaojun was rejected by him? The other boys were also dumbfounded, especially one of them. 2 minutes ago, he even threatened that if Xiaojun really does not come, "I will cut off my head and kick it as a soccer ball." Punch in the face. It was so in your face that your cheeks were burning. The boy froze for 10 seconds or so, and it took him half a second to react, clutching his head in disbelief. "I didn't see it wrong, did I? Xiaojun, she's for real this time. Not trying to catch up, not trying to refuse. She's really not chasing." Another boy next to him couldn't stand it. Isn't it obvious enough that the other girl rejected it? Seeing that Ji Xian's face was not right, someone quickly rounded up the scene. Cough cough. "The women chasing after our Ji Xiao have been lined up from here to France, and she's the only one who's missing? If you don't like her, you don't like her. What is she?" Xiaojun. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, Ji Xian pinched his collar with one hand, veins rippling on his cold white arm. Ji Xian spat out a few words icily. "No, she likes me." Ji Xian's tone was insistent. His cool eyesight shot across his face, chills spreading and a fierce wind and rain set off on his face. In those 7 years of his previous life, Xiaojun had followed him every step of the way, no matter how cynical or sarcastic he was. Ji Xian doesn't know what happened in his previous life, but he's sure that Xiaojun won't marry him and won't be able to leave him. In a past life and in this life, it will never leave. Thinking of this, Ji Xian stabilized his mind and took a deep breath. He braced himself for certainty, but his face was horribly scary, and his light-colored eyes, which were originally glassy and delicate, unexpectedly welled up with a few red bloodshot filaments as he stubbornly repeated, "She likes me." I don't know if he's talking to someone else or to himself. The sober boy just couldn't see him like this and couldn't help but speak up. "But, it's not eternal. I used to love skateboarding to the point of insanity, as all of you know, but I stopped liking it a long time ago now." The implication is that Jojin doesn't like him either. As the words fell, Ji Xian's chest rose and fell violently, and his fingertips vaguely trembled. Yet he still said in an icy calm, "No, you guys don't know Jojin. She doesn't give up easily." The boys were silent in place, looking at each other, all seeing surprise and shock in each other's eyes. When did Ji Xian become like this? Calm and crazy? Does he know he's fooling himself or not? Rain and snow through the car window, one by one smashed on Ji Xian's face, like a pot of ice water poured from head to tail, mercilessly mocking. He froze for a long time, silently raised the car window. His whole face was ugly to the extreme. His face was like frost, and his body radiated a cold and chilly atmosphere. The old driver in the front row, who had been eating melon for most of the day, was freezing and silently turned up the temperature in the car. He looked through the rearview mirror, pondered for half a day, and spoke carefully. Ji Xiao, returning to the old mansion now? After all, the young master had gone against the norm today and specifically asked him to stop here and wait for someone. In the next second, Ji Xian raised his head in a ghostly manner, his eyes staring at him with icy coldness as he squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. What do you say? The driver was silent for a moment. Yes, young master. Good heavens, save the battered workers. Serving the frozen young master is really, money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. The driver sweats, drives in silence, raises his fender, and can't help but analyze it internally. Having been together for more than 10 years, he profoundly knew that the young master had always controlled his emotions well. Although the young master usually had such a high-strung look, he seemed like he didn't care about anything and was indifferent, making it impossible to see through. Only today, it was like the calm before the storm. The young master was like a fragile bubble, pretending to be strong and cold. All it takes is one more poke to completely break the defense and go completely insane. Winter break officially begins in January. Not long after, Xiaojun received a good news. The singing preliminary round successfully passed, issued a bonus, and qualified to enter the second round. The moment she received the official text message, Xiaojun felt like she had been hit with a surprise box and rolled around on her bed, subconsciously sending the good news to Qin-ichi. The next second, Weebly taps, pats me on the head and says, awesome, I'll stay with you in the second race. 2. Jojin paused, reading the message over and over and over again, inexplicably feel that pat, as if Qin-ichi really reached out and rubbed her head. Very spoiled, very spoiled. Nope, what the hell was she brainstorming about? Xiaojun held her cell phone, her heart racing, as if there was a little man inside who couldn't help but throw a set of punches into the air, as if he had really been patted by Qin-ichi. His heart, like a ping-pong ball, turned upside down in his chest, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. I don't know when she has become looking forward to every message from Qin-ichi. February 2nd was Niu Yifeng's birthday, and the group planned to leave on a trip that day for 2 days and 1 night to celebrate him. In the group, Niu Yifeng cried out in pain, "Woo, brothers, I'm really touched. I love you guys." Tears? Someone immediately replied, "Don't love me. It's disgusting. Qin-ichi, this birthday matches you quite well. It's quite too." Niu Yifeng, at Xiaojun. Xiao Mei, look at him. He's openly bullying me. You have to do something for me. The other boys also ate her, saying that only she can cure Qin-ichi. Xiaojun held her cell phone, a subtle emotion welling up in her heart. How can she cure Qin-ichi? Finally, she posted a random cute emoji to appease. There were 8 people who went to the skiing group: Qin-ichi, Xiaojun, Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu's sister Zhang Ning. The rest, some with internships and some with family emergencies, have expressed their regrets and hugged and cried in the group. Jojin started looking forward to the trip early, constantly stuffing her suitcase with essentials, searching online for tips and booking tickets. That's the skiing she's been longing for, or skiing with Qin-ichi. Xiaojun's whole day is filled with Qin-ichi, skiing, Qin-ichi, skiing, Qin-ichi. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and silently buried her face into the pillow to hide the thin blush that was staining her cheeks. Goddamn Qin-ichi. In the end secretly gave her what kind of mesmerizing soup. Chapter 67, Fresh Clothes, Couple's Clothes. February 2nd, Celluloid City. As soon as the high-speed train, all around are posted with ancient city publicity photos, as well as Luo City welcome you, a few big words. The tourist atmosphere directly full. The day had finally come, and just as we arrived at the station, a group of people wailed with excitement. First thing you do when traveling, go to your hotel and drop off your luggage. Xiaojun and Zhang Yu's sister Zhang Ning share a room. I already knew that there is a third-grade little sister to follow along. Xiaojun specially prepared some beautiful hair cards, cute dolls and small cookies, all arranged. Zhang Ning was instantly captured and didn't hesitate to hug Xiaojun and bar a kiss on her face. Sister, I love you. Oh. She was tiny, bouncing all the way around, carrying a pony poly book bag, her whole body practically glued to Jojin. She says sister with a sweet voice. Qin-ichi's gaze leisurely fell on the two, his hands in his pockets for a long time before he averted his gaze. Niu Yifeng's heart was adorable by his little sister, and half-jokingly said, "Hey yo, brother octopus, if only you were as cute as your sister. If you were a girl, I would definitely marry you." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and stared at him. "Oh, today is your birthday. Don't bother with you." The first stop of the trip is the ancient city. Almost every 3 people on the street there is one wearing hanbok. As if really into the history, the rich cultural atmosphere comes. After the crowd ate local hot pot, They went to a pre-booked hanbok store for a makeover. Xiaojun chose a red hanbok embroidered with small golden koi. When the makeup artist lady applied her makeup, Xiaojun specifically emphasized that she didn't need to use Netflix makeup, and that light makeup would be fine. The young lady made an okay gesture, applied foundation and concealer for her dark circles, drew a red lotus flower inlay on her forehead with a pen, embellished it with a small pearl, and finally applied a vermilion lip glaze. Xiaojun pursed her lips and checked repeatedly in front of the mirror, as if seeing a different version of herself. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of Chinichu would wear. Zhang Ning, on the other hand, changed into a green hanbok, with 2 small pills on her head. She was full of excitement, shaking her head, flicking the tassels on her walking stick, and jumping all the way. Really love hanbok. Her face was childish and full of innocence. Xiaojun, draped in a thick red warm cloak, led Zhang Ning, looking around in the crowd. Niu Feng was the first to pop out, dressed in a golden dragon robe, proudly sticking out his chest. No, I'm coming. He patted his chest and laughed. I am the emperor today. Xiaojun blinked, pointed not far away, and said silently, the emperor is rotten. Niu Feng turned his head, and sure enough, a large group of men chose dragon robes, and these emperors stood together, looked at him, and gave him a thumbs up. Recognition from the emperor, Niu Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu wears a black guard outfit with a sword prop. When he heard Niu Feng say that he was going to make him a personal guard, he immediately drew his sword and was about to use up power. Xiaojun took a look at the two of them and couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes, asking curiously, where's Chinichi? What is he wearing? He's the last one to go in from us. Zhang Yu smiled at her, his tone meaningful. You'll find out later. It always felt like there was something in the words, and Zhojun was practically scratching her head internally. In the next second, a red figure suddenly broke into view, and Xiaojun's pupils couldn't help but tighten. Chinichi was dressed in a red general's ancient costume, with golden auspicious clouds embroidered on the cuffs, and the whole person was like a cluster of sizzling flames, more like a scorching sun. The bright red color creates a strong visual impact and is stunning. The man walked step by step in front of her, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, nose straight, hands lazily hugging the chest, seemingly smiling, will be full of untamed and untamed show, simply spirited, freshly dressed teenage generals, as if they had walked out of an ancient painting. He was slender and his voice was low. How was it? Was it okay? Under Chinichi's burning gaze, Xiaojun even slowed her breathing to a halt and blurted out, okay, more than a line. Chinichi, he's good, too good, as far as I can remember. It's the first time he's worn such a flamboyant big red, and the fit is 100%. It was as if there was a little man in Zhojun's mind, roaring wildly without control. Help! Pop the lights! Heartthrob! Blow out the lights! Clanging against the wall, next to Zhang Ning, his eyes lit up with a wow sound, clapping his hands and saying, Big brother Qi and sister Jinjin are wearing a couple's outfit. The words were followed by a leisurely drift of intriguing sights from the boys. Zhojun slowly snapped out a question mark. She froze for a few seconds, looking up at Chinichu and staring down at her clothes. Is surprisingly irrefutable, and at first glance it does look like a couple's costume. Even Chinichi had a koi-scented capsule around her waist, identical to the small koi on her clothes. Xiaojun's mind wandered along the way, deliberately walking at the end of the line, quietly holding up her cell phone and pointing the camera at Chinichi. Inexplicably, suddenly, uncontrollably, wanted to take a picture of this handsome look of him and set it as the background of the WeChat chat with him. Xiaojun took a deep breath, her surface calm and calm, her heart like water, but in reality, even her hands were trembling slightly. It's hard not to be a little nervous the first time you do this. Pressing the shoot button, Zhojun quietly looked down at her phone and tapped it to see the first photo. It turned out to be a very blurry shot because of shaky hands, not even a tenth as good as he looks in person. Entering the scenic area, Xiaojun quietly followed him, pretending to be calm, while a few of the boys were playfully playing around. They found the right moment to take several shots from the side with their cell phones held up, but the moment she pressed the button to take the picture, I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but she had a feeling that, as if inadvertently, Chinichi looked back at her, the corners of his lips lightly hooked, inexplicably carrying compulsion and favor. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Xiaojun was a thief and immediately put away her cell phone, her chest pounding and uncomfortable. She wondered if she was being too fearful, looking up again at Chinichi's lazy appearance. Xiaojun was relieved, thinking that she should not have been discovered. There are really a lot of travelers around. She opened the album only to find that there is an old man who mistakenly entered the camera, full of confusion, completely blocking Chinichi. Not a single hair was photographed. Xiaojun continued to flip back and gradually became mesmerized by what she was reading. There's one that's barely good enough for a chat background. Teenage posture upright, spirited, Eyebrows show a few points of wild and unruly. Hormone overflow screen came to the face. He was dressed in red. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. And even the tear mole under his eyes was even more compellingly demonic and provocative than usual. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Jojin with precision. The phone was gently jerked away, the screen still resting right on that photo. Let's see. How's the shot? I don't know when. Shinichi has already got unknowingly stood in front of her. The distance suddenly close, wafting a faint mint grass fragrance. He didn't fumble with his phone, only looked down at the surreptitious photo, a muffled laugh rolling out of the depths of his chest, his voice low. It's okay. Just a little mushy. Winky face. Oops, caught in the act. Xiaojin's eyes widened and she froze in place, her cheeks creeping red for a long time before she lowered her head. God forbid. The sneak peek was still seen by the person in question. Jojin was so embarrassed now that she wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground. She mumbled, I'm a snapshot, and the photos that come out without thinking are the most natural. Xiaojin's eyes darted about, subconsciously touching her nose, pretending to be calm. Definitely not a sneak peek. Out of weakness, she pulled up her volume and repeated it again. Absolutely not. It's almost as if the word thief is etched on his face. A few moments of helplessness colored the bottom of Shinichi's eyes, and a light laugh overflowed from the depths of his chest as he complied with her words. Well, I know it's not. He stifled a chuckle and didn't poke her, only lifting his hand to brush the yellow leaves off her head, his fingertips touching her hair and rubbing her head in passing. Who made her so cute even lying? Chapter 68, Interlocking Fingers, Looking at Each Other. The group walks to the scenic famous hit point. The historic city wall is dominated by a dark reddish-brown color, with countless lanterns hanging in the air, filling the air with the atmosphere of ancient times. Little Miss Zhang Ning took the initiative to raise her hand to help Xiaojin and Shinichi take a picture, saying that they were of the same color and had to come together to take one today. Xiaojin was worried that there were no cracks in the ground to burrow into when her attention was diverted and she hurriedly stood under the city wall. Shinichi leisurely lifted his feet to follow her, sticking behind her like a tail. Suddenly, Zhang Ning crosses her arms and orders in a milky voice, "Hold hands. Hurry up. A young couple should hold hands." Zhen Zhen gave her so many snacks and dolls, she had to give a good helping hand. Jojin, who was about to compare scissors, holding hands? Zhang Ning even winked at her with a I'm helping you look. Jojin, no, I don't get it. I don't want to get it at all. At that moment, the hand hanging down at his side felt a warmth, like an electric current, instantly spreading to all his limbs. It was Shinichu's hand that gently touched her. Xiaojin's whole body was cramped and stiff, did not withdraw her hand, only stood nervously in place, as if torn, and as if expecting something. Noticing that the young girl had no intention of avoiding or resisting, Shinichi only passed through her fingers and gently held her hand, the corners of his lips gently curling up. The two just interlocked their fingers. Flop flop, tentative, cautious, nervous with anticipation. Jojin's breath stopped briefly, feeling the violent heartbeat in her chest, and gently returned his grip. Shinichi received a response and gradually tightened his force, his fingertips pressing against hers, like they were talking silently through their fingers about some secret. There were so many people around, but only the two of them knew. Zhang Ning held his cell phone and took pictures of them from different angles. Suddenly, Shinichi slightly sidled his head, his breath warm. Xiaojin. Hearing her name, Xiaojin reflexively turned her head immediately and looked up at him. The two men locked eyes the moment the camera button was pressed. Shinichi smiled lazily. It's nothing. At that moment, Zhang Ning waved at them. The shot is ready. She lifted her chin proudly and gloated toward the group of boys behind her. How about it, brothers? I'm awesome. The boys nodded their heads and gave a thumbs up towards little Ning Ning. That's a nice assist. Nice work. In the cell phone screen, bright lanterns gently fall a layer of warm light. A man and a woman standing in front of the ancient city wall, both wearing red Chinese dress. Eyes meet, fingers interlocked, condensed into a heartwarming ancient scroll. It's like having a pink ambiguous filter. A boy said sourly. Yo yo yo. I said how to eat propped up. So there is a big pile of dog food here. This is not even together yet. Not even a single word. It is so sweet. After they are together, that's not going to be good. They'll have to stick together every day. Another person immediately picked up. I bet that sister Qiao and brother Qi can definitely make it this year. Otherwise, I'll just pull a big one in front of the school. The crowd laughed out loud and afterwards found a random enthusiastic passerby aunt to help with the group photo. Niu Yifeng, as today's birthday boy, rightfully stood in the C position. Coupled with his golden-colored dragon robe, his aura was directly pulled full. Just finished shooting. There are already boys sent to the circle of friends, but also specially change of positioning to pretend that the text is Airborne Celluloid City. Teeth bared. The beginning of a beautiful trip. Yay. The crowds at the fair are separated and meet again at the point. Xiaojin and Shinichi, two people, act together. In the sight of the ring, Xiaojin's eyes were deeply attracted. Completely cannot walk. Especially at this moment is the big brother who is lassoing. Thief fierce, all of a sudden lasso a large pile of souvenirs. The owner's teeth were chattering. Watching others succeed, Xiaojin jumped at the chance to try. And more crucially, she took one look at the folding fan at the far end. Shinichi, I want to play this. Aha. Shinichi followed her like a little tail. Jojin said she'd do it and paid to take 10 laps. As she stood at the starting point, she realized sadly that the folding fan was really far away. But she didn't want anything else but that one. At this moment, Niu Feng and the other two boys also happened to be passing by and were watching from the side, cheering her on. Xiaojin took a deep breath and threw circles towards the folding fan, with the result that, without exception, the first few ended disastrously. On the seventh one, it's just a little bit closer. Jojin's heart broke. The boss, however, was happy, baring his big teeth and looking at Xiaojin with a grin. He loves tourists like this, vegetable and fun-loving. Dead set. Jojin gave up on herself and simply threw one in her hand. Who said that the next second, the silver ring was firmly set into the boss's neck? Jojin stared incredulously. The smile on the boss's face instantly froze. Niu Feng immediately roared with excitement, grabbing the clothes of the boy next to him. Hey yo, I'm going. Xiaomei Asuma, actually set to the hidden models. The owner's face stinks even more and he silently takes down the silver ring. Jojin, is a big compliment. When she wanted to throw the circle again, Shinichi walked to her side and bent down slightly. Want a fan? I'll help you. Xiaojin's fingertips clenched unconsciously, gently shaking her head, her voice clear and sweet. I want to do it myself. If you can't win the set, you can only say that you don't have a destiny with this folding fan. But the big deal is to spend more money to buy one. Swore to lasso and still missed the next one. Niu Feng held his forehead inside, persuading her to set a close. Ceramic cups, a bomb or something. At least we'll not return empty-handed. Xiaojin pursed her lips, still throwing circles towards the farthest folding fan. Before they could even react, someone was already shouting awesome. The golden circle is accurately set in. The boss was also very happy to hand her the folding fan. Congratulations to this beauty. This is the hardest set to win. Xiaojin was a little incredulous. A shooting star crossed the bottom of her eyes, bright and shiny, holding the folding fan and smiling. Brilliant and bright. Maybe, there really is still a bit of luck in the air? Shinichi walked at his side. His eyes fell on her red lips, slightly raised his eyebrows, his voice low, just like that? A fan, like a baby. Jojin, well, it's kind of amazing to be drawn in at first glance. She wore light makeup today, and the flower inlays on her forehead made her even more delicate and bright, like a pearl that has been whisked away from the dust, radiating its original radiant color. And the usual pure and gentle appearance is completely different, now more stunning, like the most beautiful of the sky of the reddish haze. Shinichi gradually looked a little mesmerized. The next instant, the folding fan was unexpectedly stuffed into his arms. He didn't react, and then he saw Xiaojin's slightly reddened ears, and heard Xiaojin's sweet and pleasant voice in the weak wind. For you. After saying that, Xiaojin pretended to be calm and looked around, deliberately pulling away to hide her nervousness. That folding fan was painted with the ancient city, a small poem in gold regular script. It was dyed in thick ink and outlined in light colors, classical to the core. On the back are 4 large words, wantonly splendid. Shinichi was stunned in place, looking at Xiaojin's red-hot back, his heartbeat thumping. Chapter 69, Shinichi shot her in the heart. The Luo City scenic area was crowded with people, and Xiaojin accompanied Shinichi to go archery after strolling around for a while. The rules are simple. Shoot to the bullseye, score is the highest. The more outside the score is gradually reduced. A total of 10 arrows. The final total score can be exchanged for different levels of gifts. The first few passerby boys held their foreheads inside, tired of redeeming only a few small pendants. After Shinichi paid, he stepped forward and pulled the bowstring full, aiming at the center of the target. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, sharp as an eagle. Xiaojin watched the battle from the sidelines, her fists clenched, silently cheering him on. He was seen raising his arm, putting the arrow on the bowstring and aiming at the target with an extremely standard posture. But his demeanor was lazy and careless, and his flamboyant red clothes added a bit of wanton dashing. Rather, it is like an ancient casual and uninhibited knight-errant, whose every move unintentionally stirs up the heart. Shoo! The arrow quickly cut through the air like silver lightning. 8 rings. The people around them stared in disbelief. However, Shinichi frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the bow and arrow, his sight deep. It's been quite a while since I played and my hands are a bit raw, not to mention the bow and arrow. A bit of a problem. He repeated, pulling back the bowstring, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he shot out quickly and accurately. an arrow quickly nailing itself to the target. 9 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. The more she saw of the back, the more round-eyed Jojin became. Help! Shinichi, he's really gifted. So good at shooting. The surrounding people were dumbstruck, and Nyoifeng and Zhang Ning were shocked beside them. Xiaojin blinked her eyes and tilted her little face up, a proud light smile on her lips. Shinichi, you're so awesome. When did you know this? The young girl's face was full of sincerity and adoration. Her voice was soft and gentle. Every word seemed to be dipped in sugar water, with a hook to hook him away. The words awesome clunked into his heart, and Shinichi looked sideways, toward the smiling Xiaojin, as his chest gradually became burning hot. It was like a volcano erupting and gushing out hot lava. He coughed low and said absently, used to play it on fleet reunions. It's not really that great, is it? But on the contrary, Xiaojin's eyes were full of him. At this time, the boss on the side also faintly showed a smile, but his heart gradually collapsed. Ah, this kid, not to deliberately play handsome posing for the camera. He is really 2 brushes. Loss. There's one last arrow left. Shinichi didn't rush to shoot out. Instead he lazily put down his bow and asked her with a slightly lowered head, do you want to try? Xiaojin pursed her lips and gently shook her head. I don't know this. The game is based on points for gifts. 10 rings is 10 points. The higher the accumulated points, the higher the value of what can be exchanged. If she was off target, wouldn't she lose all these 10 points? She didn't want to drag Shinichi down. The sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds and sprinkled on the hard contours of Shinichi's face. He had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and those dark, deep eyes held a bit of favor. I'll teach you. Perhaps the sunlight was too harsh, and the man's stunning red color crashed into Xiaojin's eyes, causing her to nod furtively and subconsciously walk over to his side. Xiaojin took the heavy bow and arrow and turned around, her back almost to him, a sudden surge of nervousness welling up inside her, until the faint scent of grass, if any, from Shinichi's body enveloped her, embracing her from behind and leaning down to hold her hands. The distance between the two of them was infinitely close, and even Shinichi's hot breath slowly fell on the root of her ear, lightly scratching it like a feather. It was as if he wanted to melt her into him and never part. Xiaojin's nerves tightened, her entire body suddenly stiffened, even her breathing quietly restrained. Help! The brain seems to be dying again. Xiaojin! Shinichi's low mellow, wildly desirable voice fell slowly, lingering in her ears. Don't be nervous, relax. Xiaojin felt like she was going to be intoxicated by him, and even her voice trembled slightly. Her hands were held by Shinichi as she slowly drew her bow and aimed it at the red center. For some reason, her heart was beating faster and faster, and she didn't care about shooting arrows. All her attention was on the man behind her. The two of them were actually at a normal distance, not completely pressed together, but Xiaojin's hands and back were abnormally hot, and her entire body was immobilized, making it difficult for her to move. Hot, too hot. Xiaojin's eyelashes fluttered gently, and a layer of pink crept up to the base of her ears. She heard a clear, strong heartbeat. Pop! In the next instant, the arrow in his hand quickly rushed out, transforming into a silver swimming dragon and striking the red center with precision. Jojin felt her heart skip a steep beat as well. Asterisk. Nyoifeng clenched his fists and yelled, his eyes full of excitement. Brother Chi, awesome! Can you teach me too? I only have 5 rings at most. Shinichi raised his eyes and smiled, telling him to get lost. Nyoifeng, darn it, I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. The boss next to him was also silently drawing circles, really convinced this little couple. Archery so awesome even if, actually ing stuffed him with dog food to eat. It wasn't until Shinichi pulled away, went to redeem his prize, and detached himself from that ambiguous scent if any, that Xiaojin gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Zhang Ning's little girl grabbed the hem of her skirt and innocently raised her cell phone with a face that begged to be quoted. Sister, look, I just took a picture of you guys shooting arrows together. Oh, Jojin, I really thank you. She took the phone and stared down at the photo, her eyes slowly dilating and tinted with a few moments of incredulity. The angle of the shooting was tricky. Obviously the two were separated by a certain distance, but in the photo, Shinichi was almost tightly behind her, holding her down in his arms. The man's eyes are extremely aggressive, the posture is especially ambiguous, and the sexual tension is simply pulled full, and her expression, white face is dyed with a light pink color, her eyes are wet, and the end of her eyes are rippling with a thin layer of red, a pitiful look of being bullied. Xiaojin looked dazed with questions. No, what's going on here and here and here? Why was she like drugged then? Suddenly, the shadow of the man loomed overhead. Xiaojin immediately turned off her cell phone, pretending as if nothing had happened, and raised her eyes sheepishly. How? What's wrong? Shinichi stood in front of her, naturally pulling up her hand and stuffing the lantern handle into her palm, his voice low and his tone serious. A return gift of the folding fan. Jojin, I hope the koi will bring you good luck. It was a koi handheld lantern that he had redeemed. A red koi carp leaped on the lotus flower lantern. The traditional craftsmanship was exquisite, beautiful and lifelike, like a cluster of dancing flames. It is also the prettiest and most elaborate of all the redemption gifts. Xiaojin came back to his senses, froze and carried the koi lantern against the bottom of Qin-Ichi's pair of bottomless pupils, inexplicably surging with complex emotions. The bustling streets, the lively scenic area, her eyes only left in front of a person, ears only Qin-Ichi's low compelling voice. At that moment, Xiaojin suddenly realized that her heart was actually the real bullseye, and Qin-Ichi, who had long ago shot her with precision. Chapter 70, Skiing for Two, Romantic Winter Day. In the evening, the crowd ate a local specialty hot pot and secretly ordered a super large cake for Niu Weifeng to wish him a happy birthday on February 2nd. The moment Qin-Ichi pulled out the cake from behind him, Niu Weifeng was instantly moved to tears, and the kid next door also cried with gluttony. Xiaojin's birthday gift was a pair of sunglasses and a thermos cup, while Qin-Ichi gave him a gaming chair and sent it directly to his home. Niu Weifeng wailed, locking one hand tightly around Qin-Ichi's neck, while the other hand falsely embraced Xiaojin. Ooh, so touched. I love you guys. The moon is like silver, and the tourist attractions are even better at night, when the lights are dimmed and 10,000 lights are reflected on the lake, shining brighter than the stars in the sky. Xiaojin was lying on the bridge blowing the evening breeze, carrying a koi lantern and looking at the distant beauty, her lips slightly curved, her eyes reflecting the bright stars. She really loved and enjoyed this trip, at ease, comfortable, happy, heartfelt. After another attraction, the group returned to the hotel exhausted. The number of WeChat steps at least tens of thousands of steps. Xiaojin had just come out after blow-drying her hair when she saw Zhang Ning lying on the bed watching TV. The TV is still playing idol dramas. After the hero and heroine establish their relationship, they go out on a date together, and the hero is shooting arrows and catching dolls to make the heroine happy. And finally the two of them listen to a song together in the snow, hold each other's fingers, and look at each other fondly. Jojin, no, big sis, why does the plot of this TV show look familiar? Zhang Ning drank yogurt while silently spitting. Idol dramas are too cliched nowadays. I feel like the hero and heroine somehow fell in love and somehow got together. It's not even as sweet as you and Chi. Xiaojin's ear tips were slightly pink, and she retorted in a small voice, where am I sweet with him? Zhang Ning justified, it's just sweet the eyes are so drawn out, and the eyes are all about each other, that any dog passing by has to take a bite. If you don't believe me, go look at the photos. Ning blinked her starry eyes and propped her chin up, her face full of anticipation, as if she was already brainstorming about them entering the wedding hall. Xiaojin, in a rare moment of silence, returned to her own bed, clicked on the group photo, and flipped to the photo of her and Qin-Ichi holding hands and looking at each other in front of the ancient city. Jojin's breath hitched slightly. Goodness, the way she was looking at Qin-Ichi in the photo. Why was she like a nymphomaniac? Xiaojin blushed and silently saved the picture, setting it as the chat background image. She couldn't help but glance through the records in passing, sliding upward bit by bit to review their little moments. Pearl, quickly, open, door. I bought you some super delicious chestnuts downstairs. I also stopped by to pick up some food for you. Pearl, computer grade test passed. Thank you Mr. Qin for teaching me. I'll treat you to dinner next time. The greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Bunny bounce. JPG, pats me on the head and says, great. It's because you're already smart. Pearl, so nervous. I'm about to stand on stage and perform live. Ooh, what to do? I'll stay with you. As well as having nightmares after playing the haunted house. The two of them were linked for hours. It's too much to turn over. Obviously it is a very beautiful chat record. Obviously it will make people feel warm. But Xiaojin flipped through it. Her eyes inexplicably burned. The tip of her nose was sour, and her chest was stuffy. How is he so nice? Everyone says he is fierce, not to be messed with, a look of ode and crazy, but he is obviously the most gentle and delicate. Every time she received a message from Qin-Ichi, she would always be unable to stop herself from being happy, unable to stop herself from leaping, and silently reciting it several times inside her heart. Qin-Ichi also almost always replied in seconds. On the occasional few occasions when something didn't check his cell phone and he didn't reply in time, Jojin held her phone with anticipation and waited for a message from him. Everything responds, every sentence echoes. Jojin turned off her cell phone and breathed deeply. The seed that originally took root in the heart, without realizing it, has grown into a huge tree with dense, lush leaves, and even long-established roots. Each heartbeat was like a green leaf floating on the surface of a lake, creating ripple after ripple. Luochang Ski Resort is one of the most famous ski resorts in China, and every year many travelers come to visit the resort. Early the next morning, the crowd put on their ski suits, took the gondola up the snowy mountain, and rushed into the embrace of the snow. Jojin's most anticipated skiing. Standing on the top of the snowy mountains, looking down, as if the whole world is covered with snow, there is an indescribable shock, as if they have become much smaller. One by one, the skiers slid downward, free shuttle soaring, raising layers of white snow, sliding out of the beautiful curve. Xiaojun tied a cute and playful low double ponytail, a pink ski suit, plush bunny helmet, but also put on knee pads, goggles, wrapped up tight, the whole thing all the way to jump. The next second, she was tapped twice on the head. Xiaojun immediately turned her head and glared at the culprit, her voice a little aggravated. What are you filming me for? Qin Ichu stood right behind her, all in black and gray, wearing goggles and 2 wolf ears on his helmet, adding a few points of arrogance to his calm demeanor. At that time, Qin Ichi asked her to help choose a ski suit, and she didn't hesitate to choose Big Bad Wolf. It was a perfect fit for his broad shoulders and narrow waist and superior form. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly, and his low voice slowly drifted in his ears. Seeing how cute you are, I can't help but want a pat. The sudden straight ball caught Jojin off guard. She pursed her lips, unwilling to show weakness, stood on her tiptoes, reached out and patted Qin Ichi's helmet, her voice sweet. Then you're cute too. The boys on the sidelines were sour, patting each other frantically on the tops of their heads in indebted tones. Yo, you're also cute. Qin Ichi immediately gave them a glare. The gentleness and favor in his eyes instantly disappeared, turning mean and misanthropic. It's like 2 extremes from earlier. Boys, has been honest and begged to be spared. As the skiing begins, the crowd spreads out to have fun, while Zhang Ning follows Zhang Yu to the safer and smoother children's area. While Xiaojun was still figuring out how to skate, Qin Ichi had already taken the lead and rushed down to try it first for them. A boy at the top chanted, slow down, don't fall. But Qin Ichi seems to be very athletic. He trains to ride a motorcycle, day and night to do waist and abdominal exercises to build up his physical strength, and his body core strength is extremely strong. Obviously he was also a novice skier for the first time, but he came and went on the slopes with ease and abandon, like an eagle soaring in the sky. The same skis became different under his feet, as if they had a new life, and became one with him, skating a beautiful arc on the snowfield. The winter sunlight shone through the thin clouds and enveloped him as if his whole body was glowing and shining. Only just getting started, he was able to jump up and spin 360 degrees, handsome and wild enough, instantly attracting the attention of many girls around. Even some of the boys' attention was drawn to it. Xiaojun followed the gourd and followed Niuefeng as they learned the moves. I fantasized that I would be as cool and handsome as Qin Ichi. I don't know how much time had passed, but Xiaojun learned to move the veneer carefully, bit by bit. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Without warning, just as she moved, her whole body fell backward uncontrollably, her butt into the snow. It turns out she really doesn't have much athletic talent. When Qin Ichi came back from skating, Niuefeng threw himself into his arms in a fierce bear hug. Asterisk is awesome. Come on, give me a hug. Let me rub my talent. Qin Ichi paused and let out a low laugh. Okay, give rub, everyone gets a share. It didn't take long for another boy to get right on it, peeling Niuefeng away, saying excitedly, it's my turn, I want to rub the halo too. Me too, dilly-dally, old man, I'm going to skate so hard too. After all the boys had dipped their toes in the water and rubbed their halos in the air, only Jojin was left. She stood obediently, watching the boys laugh and tease in peace, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Suddenly, a long figure broke into view. Qin Ichi walked to her, slightly opening his arms, his voice low. Jojin, come to rub it in? Chapter 71, I want to see the beauty of the world with you. Xiaojun froze for a few seconds, unable to use her body at all. Standing stiffly in place, she nodded her head and let out a soft Qin Ichi got a response and stepped forward, not waiting for her to react. He had already leaned over and embraced her in his arms, like treating the most precious jewel with care. Xiaojun's face was buried in front of his chest, her brain was down for 2 seconds, and even she couldn't control her hands, and took the initiative to encircle his strong, lean and powerful waist. Holding him was extra cozy and secure. She had thought she was just going to hug for a few seconds like the other boys, but when she tried to let go, her back was firmly locked by strong arms. Qin Ichi was still holding her tightly and hadn't let go. Suddenly, Xiaojun tensed up, a panicked deer running through her heart, banging all over the walls of her heart. Luckily, the boys were all bossy and thick and were so focused on studying their skis that they didn't even notice the 2 men in the corner in a deep embrace. Moreover, there was a huge difference in their stature, and in contrast to Qin Ichi's tallness, Xiaojun appeared more and more petite and was tightly blocked. Xiaojun collected her breath, not daring to move a muscle, feeling his burning chest and warm voice. Qin Ichi, you're awesome, he's really good at what he does. As soon as the words fell, Shin Ichi's eyes became obscure and thick, and a muffled grunt spilled out from the depths of his throat, hitting Xiaojun straight in the heart. Voice good lust. The man's hot breath drifted as much as it could in her ears, accompanied by the clean, crisp scent of grass, feathery, scratching lightly one after another, itchy and tingly. Xiaojun's eyes and eyelashes fluttered lightly, her heart arrhythmia. Her legs were soft and limp, afraid of collapsing, so she had to hug Shin Ichi even harder. Fallen into it, unable to pull out of it, she closed her eyes in agony, her cheeks burning and her heart nearly racing out of her body. Help! All signs point to this. It looks like she's really done for. Jojin just buried her head and stayed in his arms. Shin Ichi's chest was burning, the flame spreading to all his limbs, his whole body burning up. The knots in his throat rolled up and down, his eyelashes drooping slightly as he stared deeply at the little girl in his arms. The young girl was wearing a pink bunny ski suit. The whole person was like a white snowball. The white face was also tinted with layers of light red. Well behaved. A sudden evil impulse surged through Shin Ichi's heart. Want to rub her, want to pinch her, more want to bully her hard. I don't know how much time passed, but Shin Ichi completely suppressed his evil thoughts and pulled away with restraint. Hold it. He looked calm and collected, and turned around leisurely, with a diffident and lazy look. In fact, they are trying to hide their sensitive ears and deafening heartbeats, to hold you in the open. I hugged everyone. The two pulled away, and Xiaojun had just breathed a sigh of relief when Shin Ichi suddenly extended his hand towards her. Come, I'll take you skating with me. Jojin looked up, her breath stopping for a moment. In her previous life, when she went skiing alone, she fell and sprained her foot so badly that she's still a little scared. The slopes of the snowpark here are still relatively steep, in case of an accident. However, with Shin Ichi around, it was as if her entire body was wrapped in a strong sense of security, and even the hint of fear and worry disappeared. Xiaojun reached out and put her hand on his, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating. Good. The sun shone through the clouds and blanketed the snowfield with star diamond spots of light. Xiaojun and Shin Ichi faced each other and held hands as they slowly slid down the hill, dancing with the snow, partnering in silent harmony, like a pair of fluttering butterflies, galloping across the snowy landscape. Not far away, Zhang Ning raised his cell phone and took pictures of the two of them to record a video. In the screen, a pink and a gray, the little rabbit and the big bad wolf. God, this fatalism is simply, ambiguous atmosphere is too strong. What a match! She wanted to hold their heads together and kiss them furiously. Zhang Ning got high, bared his teeth and laughed, only to lose his center of gravity and fall violently onto the snow. Ow! She yelled in aggravation. Zhang Yu helplessly picks her up. I told you earlier that you're not allowed to play with your cell phone while skiing. A cold wind was blowing a strand of hair in his face. Xiaojun held Shin Ichi's hand tightly and looked down the mountain, her whole heart rising and falling with it. It always felt like a waltz instead of skiing. Shin Ichi slowly accelerated and looked at her, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. Relax. This speed. Still comfortable? Jojin nodded, her eyes twinkling with a strange light. Well, it's okay. Everything was surreal, like in a dream, and a subtle wave of emotions welled up in his heart. It seems like it would be nice to stay in this moment forever. Jojin was no longer nervous or fearful and gradually became aroused, revealing two pearly nests. Simply indulge in it. Indulge in this grand winter date with skiing. The two figures cut through the whistling cold wind, and also cut through the silver snowfield, leaving a perfect trail. This winter day seems to be extraordinarily romantic. Finally, a group of people in a circle, in the ski resort photo card, to the free and unrestrained wind, but also to the hot and flamboyant youth. At the end of the trip, when everyone is going back to take the high-speed train, it is like being suddenly pulled back to the ordinary reality, and they all have a huge withdrawal reaction, creating a strong sense of disparity. The boys cried out in pain. Ow, I feel like I just got here. Why do I have to go back? I don't. Deduct one back to day one. Woo hoo hoo. Cool, had a damn good time. Guys, keep it up next time. Jojin sat obediently and quietly, smiling and nodding only in agreement with their words. Suddenly, Shin Ichi looked at her sideways, his eyes dark and deep, and called out her name, Xiaojun. Jojin looked up at him as well. The high-speed train moved smoothly and quickly on the track. In relative silence, under the image of the receding landscape outside the window, Shin Ichi quietly, tentatively, gently touched her index finger. Come with me to see the sea during summer vacation. Shin Ichi's diary of a crush. Xiaojun, I want to see the snow with you, the mountains and the sea together, the sunrise and the sunset, the shooting stars and the aurora borealis. I want to see all the romantic and beautiful sceneries in this world with you. Chapter 72. Cute Chin puppy drunkenly begging to be fed. Inside the top mansion. Mr. Key, these are the photos you asked for. Ji Xian hadn't had a good night's sleep for more than 10 consecutive days, and the dark circles under his eyes were getting worse, and his mental state was extremely poor. He braced his features and zoomed in on the photo with a sullen face. A man and a woman sliding down the white ski slopes hand in hand, with intimate postures and a romantic atmosphere. Tourist attractions. The two wearing couples hanbok stroll lanterns, look at each other and smile, like a hot love lovers. Boo! Ji Xian suddenly broke the pen in his hand, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His spine stiffened and his eyes were wide open. He stared dead at the screen of his cell phone, at the person in the picture. His chest instantly turned over. His heart was like a knife, and his eyes gradually reddened, the jealousy almost drowning him completely. The image of Jojin tearing up the tickets not too long ago was fresh in my mind. At this moment, the bright smile of the young girl in the photo turned into a sharp blade, deeply piercing Ji Xian's eyes. A stroke cut open his self-deceiving thoughts. How? Ji Xian's blood flowed backwards. His throat was dry, and his light-colored pupils held a few moments of bewilderment as he muttered to himself incredulously. How could she go skiing with another boy? The self-confidence erected high and his heart collapsed and instantly disintegrated. With the sky spinning around him, Ji Xian fell backward helplessly. It seemed like a voice in his head, from far, far away, telling him to bow down, to plead, to never regret. The two boys beside him were quick to hold him steady, and couldn't help but say the words buried inside for a long time. Ji Xiao, I think, Xiaojin really won't be coming back, and she's pretty good now. Yes, I also feel, especially Yuan Jian, before every day in her face to taunt her. If I were to change, I would have run away. Ji Xiao, if you really like her, you have to say it. In the next second, Ji Xian suddenly turned back, fiercely grabbed him by the collar, staring at him icily, his lips pale. I like her? Ha, obviously she likes me. She's the one chasing me. Ji Xian violently pushed him away, striding forward, but his back was lonely and broken, as if he would completely collapse in the next second. Boys, brother, you're not sick in the head. He had long seen that Ji Xian liked Xiaojin to the bone, otherwise how could he have acquiesced to Xiaojin following him? But this frozen brother has an emotional disorder, likes the wrong way, dead won't admit, must cold others, test others, always want to let Xiaojin take the initiative to coax him. This is going to be a ing crematorium. Wouldn't it be nice to bow down, admit your mistake and fall in love earlier? He refuses to admit his mistake. What kind of person is he? He deserves not to have a wife. As the Chinese New Year descends, red lanterns can be seen everywhere on the streets, and every household puts up window decorations and door couplets, making it lively and cozy. But Xiaojin stayed home alone throughout the spring festival. She finished showering and blow-drying her hair, half looking at her cell phone, which was also on silent mode. It was a cold February day, and at 11 o'clock in the evening it suddenly began to rain heavily, and the rain grew so heavy that it wove a curtain of rain and beat on the leaves. Suddenly, a few sharp knocks on the door came out of nowhere. Xiaojin was filled with doubt and silently walked over, and through the cat's eye, she saw that Niu Yifeng was disliking the doorway and shouting, Sister Zhou, Xie is drunk, help him. Drunk? Xiaojin immediately opened the door and poked her head out, her face colored by a point of tension. 4 or 5 familiar boys stood in front of her house, looking like what should I do and help me, and seeing her was like seeing a lifesaver. In the center of the crowd, Shinichi hung his head low, the ink hair in front of his forehead blocking his expression, so he couldn't see his face, and half of his body was reduced to dim shadows. He was dressed in a black down jacket, his entire body almost leaning on Zhang Yu, shrouded in a slightly drunken aura. Seemingly already drunk, Zhang Yu carried one of his arms, full of seriousness, and said solemnly, Shinichi, he's somehow drunk. Xiaojin, we've unanimously decided to hand him over to you. Xiaojin nodded, thought for a moment, then shook her head, a hint of bewilderment surfacing under her eyes. Why give it to her? Shinichi usually doesn't drink, so why did he suddenly drink so much and get drunk like this? He's not going to get drunk, is he? Jojin couldn't help but step forward and close the door, the smell of alcohol wafting faintly through the air lingering on the tip of her nose. It's not a very strong and pungent kind of thing, instead it's light and kind of nice. Xiaojin's eyes were blank. Is he really drunk? The boys nodded frantically. Of course I'm drunk. The drunken kind. You can do anything to him. Before she could react, Shinichi was suddenly pushed away by Zhang Yu, and his whole body hit the wall with a thud, shaking as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. Xiaojin's nerves were tense, and almost subconsciously, she stepped forward to stabilize him. Half of the man's body weight was pressed against her, and his head was buried in her shoulder, a soft gasp still escaping his lips. So heavy, why is it as heavy as a cow? Xiaojin put her hands against the front of his chest to hold him upright, the whole thing wanting to cry and urging softly against the Tarzan-like pressure. Don't you guys just stand there, hurry up and carry him in. The next second, however, the boys took off in a huff, yelling as they sprinted away. No, we have something urgent to do. so we'll go first. Sister Joe, please. Xiaojun was dumbfounded, froze for 2 seconds, and busily said, no, you guys don't go yet. As the words left their mouths, the boys ran even faster, practically taking off in place. I'm in a real hurry. My house seems to be on fire. Slipping away. I really have something going on too. I suddenly remembered that my dog hasn't eaten yet. I have to feed him dog food or he'll starve to death. Sister Xiao Xiao, please. The figures of several people quickly disappeared, as fast as a gust of wind, all at once, as if they had never come. Xiaojun stood frozen in place, her almond eyes slowly rounded, full of incredulity. Ha? Oh, what's with this crowd? It's a little too unreliable. Xiaojun's shoulders were a little tingly, and when she looked sideways at the teenager on top of her, her heart instantly turned soft and began to ache. Surprisingly, no one was even willing to stay and help him. Xiaojun sighed and gently called out to him, Jin-ichi, how are you? Yet the man said nothing, leaning over her in silence as if she were the only one for him. Jojen pursed her lips. Aunt Chin is still working the night shift, and it's winter, or a rainy night, so she can't leave him alone as a drunk. Taking a deep breath and making up her mind, Jojen reached into his jacket pocket a couple of times and found only her cell phone and tissues, not her house keys. Could the key be in his pants pocket? Xiaojun's heart thumped faster, and as if she were dying, she groped into his pants pocket. The surrounding area fell into silence, and a needle could be heard. Inside the building, the sound-activated lights suddenly went out. It was so steeply dark before his eyes that he couldn't see anything. The senses are enlarging bit by bit, and the heartbeat is getting faster with it. Jojen was still fumbling in his pockets, and a little person inside was anxious. Suddenly, Jin-ichi's figure stiffened violently, a muffled hum spilling out from the depths of his throat, and his breathing became ragged. The hot breath landed on the nape of Xiaojun's neck in large pieces, along with the hormones of the man's body, lingering for a long time, scalding her to shrink her neck. Xiaojun's legs were flaccid for a moment, and she even forgot to breathe, her mind going blank. Help! How can this man be so provocative even when he's drunk, or invisibly provocative? Xiaojun coughed softly, and the voice-activated lights came on again, the white light reflecting on the two of them as well as on Jin-ichi's smooth jawline. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and with her eyes closed, she quickly pulled out a key to open the door and forced Jin-ichi inside, but he was just a bit heavy, and it took all of Jojen's strength to hold him down on the couch. Closing the door, she turned on the light and changed her slippers, and also squatted down to change Jin-ichi's shoes, murmuring softly, Jin-ichi, I really owe you, but it was also owed to him willingly. Xiaojun's eyelashes continued to flutter lightly as the images from the last hot spring slowly flooded through her mind. That night when she was drunk, she started to play drunk and pestered Jin-ichi to sleep with her. Jin-ichi, you promised to accompany me, don't leave me behind. Jin-ichi, come over here, come over here. Well, let me touch it. Thinking about these embarrassing memories, Jojen opened her eyes in great pain, wishing she could burrow into the ground. As expected, the boomerang eventually landed on himself. Jojen gasped and walked very familiarly into the kitchen to make a glass of honey lemonade to take the edge off his drink. Seeing Jin-ichi lying eastward on the sofa, Xiaojun pulled him upright and sat beside him. Drink! The words fell. Jin-ichi froze and raised his eyes, the original pair of sharp and deep phoenix eyes, more than a touch of confusion and helplessness. Long and thick eyelashes such as butterfly wings continued to quiver lightly. A little bit of raindrops were still dripping on his face, and the rain fell down his broken hair on his forehead and slid across his face. The whole thing looked like a poor puppy abandoned by its owner in the rain, wagging its tail twice toward her, sincere and confused, begging humbly online to be taken in. Xiaojun had never seen Jin-ichi like this before. She was stunned, slowly staring, a strange emotion welling up in her heart. It was almost impossible to believe that what was in front of him was Jin-ichi himself. He's so cute. Xiaojun suddenly remembered what Arms Master Shang Lulu had said. When you think a cool, handsome, mean guy is suddenly cute, it means, you're going to be screwed. Completely screwed. Ah, how it's all over. In favor of this time, Sheen Puppy's eyes were slightly red, his voice was low and hoarse, and his tone was tinted with a few points of aggression and bewilderment. Can you feed me? Chapter 73. Her. Like, Jin-ichi. The pouring rain outside the window was like thin silver threads, dropping in torrents, and the raindrops slammed against the glass with a dull thud. Without any hesitation, Xiaojun subconsciously agreed. Yes, after all, she really couldn't do anything about him. Xiaojun went to the kitchen to get a spoon, served a spoonful of honey water, leaned over and fed it to his mouth, her voice unconsciously gentle, lightly coaxing. Good boy, open your mouth. It's like coaxing kindergartners. She was wearing a beige one-piece nightgown, and as she leaned over to feed her water, she inadvertently revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin without even realizing that. Didn't realize how tempting she was. doesn't realize he's a white rabbit being targeted by the big bad wolf. Along with that, the faint scent of jasmine body wash wafted out from her. A hint of it, refreshing her heart and lungs. The aggression in Shinichi's eyes disappeared in an instant, and the light of his eyes became deep and thick. The color of ink turned over. Very aggressive. The knot in his throat slid up and down and the roots of his ears grew hotter as his eyes lingered on Xiaojun's collar for 2 seconds. Shinichi immediately lowered his eyes and obediently opened his mouth. Jojun coaxed him to drink spoonful after spoonful of water. Her eyes lit up with a little starlight, and she couldn't help but raise her lips in a smile. Drunken Shinichi, he's really so good. Especially innocent. Especially cute. Who the hell thinks he's mean looking? After feeding him a cup of honey water, Xiaojun also used a towel to wipe away the raindrops on his face, meticulously and gently, as if she was wiping some precious porcelain. Suddenly, Xiaojun blinked and moved closer to him, staring at Shinichi's ear. Ha, your ears are so red. Seeing her leaning deeper, the snow-white skin bulging in front of her chest shook her eyes, which was extremely impactful, and Shinichi's ears reddened even more obviously, like she had discovered a new continent. Xiaojun went straight for it, pinching his earlobe, her eyes full of curiosity and innocence. Shinichi's ears twitched, slightly averting his head, a large pink blush spreading across his neck and cheeks as he muffled in a deep voice, "Don't touch me." Although he spoke in a hushed voice, the tone, rather, sounded like he was pandering to her. Xiaojun watched the skin at the base of his ears and neck turn red, becoming more and more certain that he was definitely drunk. It's only when you're drunk that you get red in the face. Xiaojun tentatively stretched out her glistening white index finger and waved it in front of his eyes, pointing at herself and asking in a small voice with pursed lips, "Shinichi, who am I?" Only to see Shinichi tilted his head, eyes half open, raven-feathered long eyelashes, convergence of the emotions under the eyes, a lethargic vigor, calling people to guess. After a long time, he didn't say anything. Xiaojun thought better of it. The current Shinichi probably didn't even know who he was, so how could he recognize her? And so on. So, then wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? Two little people popped into his brain. Demon Gen, with a sinister smile. Quickly strip him clean. Touch him where you need to while he's unconscious. It's not like he knows anyway. Next to her, Angel Gen's eyes widened and her little face turned yellow. But that's not right, QWQ. No, Shirbari. You're bad. You're not right. Xiaojun was startled by her own evil thoughts. Her glistening white earlobes tinted pink, and her cheeks gradually burned. How? She silently clenched her fists and shook her head violently, hanging her head in self-loathing. Since when has she been so greedy for Shinichi? Jojun rubbed her temples in pain and began to go right up to him and strip him of his clothes. The air conditioner was on in the house, blowing out a gust of warm air. Xiaojun helped him take off his down jacket, thinking to tuck him under the covers later so he wouldn't catch a cold. At this time, Shinichi hung his head in a daze and closed his eyes shallowly, as if murmuring in a dream. Cuddles. The voice was dark, low and loving. Xiaojun's fingertips tightened slightly, and almost in a flash, even her breath briefly froze. Hug. Xiaojun hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, her small face taut with serious thought. After a long time, she gathered her courage, moved over little by little, and opened her arms. Hold him gently, like hugging the big dog dolls in the house. Xiaojun lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him at all, only carefully burying her face in his shoulder, not even understanding why she was doing this, just holding him greedily. Shinichi was all drunk. She was just fulfilling this small request of his. I don't think it counts as eating his tofu, blah 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 blah. The man's body suddenly stiffened, his breathing became ragged, and his thin lips lightly opened, spitting out 2 words indistinctly. Jojun leaned against his shoulder, finally hearing what he was saying completely. So it's not cuddle, it's baby. Xiaojun's eyes widened and she looked up sharply, immediately scattering her hands, extremely embarrassed and awkward inside, rubbing her nose sheepishly. Help. Halfway through the day, he wasn't even trying to hug her, he was just babbling in a delirious state of mind. It's all just her making a fool of herself. Jojun reached up and slapped her face. Completely awake, her sanity gradually returning, she tugged up one of Shinichi's arms, wrapped it around her neck, and escorted him into the bedroom. The man's arm was heavy and heavy, as present as a hot potato. Jojun clenched her teeth, intending to run away as soon as she threw the delirious drunk onto the bed. Pushing open the door, Shinichi's bedroom is clean and neat, black, gray and white simple style. Indoor air is fresh and natural. The only thing that stands out is probably the nightstand. It was filled with little dolls she had once given to Shinichi, colorful, cute and playful, and out of place in the whole room. The two moved slowly to the bedroom bed. Xiaojun's entire body was focused on Shinichi, and she had just put him down when she was caught off guard and her knee hit the edge of the bed hard. Her legs weakened and her body tilted suddenly, losing her balance and falling forward uncontrollably, like a large tree that had been cut in half. it fell heavily downward. Ah! Jojin squeezed her eyes shut, too late to react. In the next second, in an extremely domineering position, she completely pressed Shinichi underneath her, the two of them sinking deep into the huge soft bed. Xiaojin's heart was about to explode and her brain went down, leaving her with only one thought, her cheek, as if attached to a soft, warm feather. The man's hot breath lingered around, swirling silkily on his skin. Xiaojin froze and opened her eyes, her pupils suddenly tightening, her face, gently pressed against Shinichu's lips. The warm and soft touch was like an electric current, instantly hitting Xiaojin and spreading to all the limbs, tingling and numbing, stimulating every nerve. That is to say, Shinichu kissed her face. Xiaojin's heart skipped a beat, then beat violently, pounding fiercely in her chest one after another, her heartbeat deafening, until, with a bang, the heart was like a firework, bright and colorful in the darkness of the night. Like a spring, she bounced up immediately and reached up to cover her right cheek. The small face burst red almost dripping blood, the young girl's clear almond eyes brimming with a layer of watery light, showing surprise and shock. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Late at night, the world is covered with a layer of hazy moonlight, rain pouring down like a waterfall, crackling on the windows. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the even breathing that amplified in his ears. Shinichu seemed to be completely asleep and didn't react. The contours of his side face were three-dimensional and handsome, his eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelashes fell in a small shadow, covering the deep and demonic tear mole. Xiaojin quickly tucked him in, turned off the lights, and fled for her life, quickly withdrawing from the battlefield and darting back to her house. Help! All along the way, she could feel her emotions clearly. It was as if there was a little moose in his heart, frantically scurrying around, hitting the walls of his heart hard, one after the other. Flop flop. It's a reaction that has never been seen before, an emotion that would never arise even in the face of Jixian. Xiaojin rushed into her bathroom, turned on the faucet with a swish, and rinsed her face with cold water. The icy cold water stimulated the skin and every nerve in the brain. After a few minutes of silence, she lifted her head again and looked critically at her sober self in the mirror, but her heart was still racing. At that moment, it seemed like Jojin could no longer deliberately lie to herself. A long time ago, a seed called secret was planted in her heart, and under the tender and careful watering of the other party, it continued to take root and grow into a lush tree, and even blossomed into beautiful flowers and sweet and sour fruits. But because she had been severely hurt by others, abandoned by people with indifference, so she always timidly avoided, has not dared to face, dare not admit, but in fact, she subconsciously knew it very, very early. She likes Shinichu, she loves Shinichu. Chapter 74, it's sweet and sour. The bedroom was plunged into darkness, and an indistinct ambiguity was growing rapidly, filling the room silently. On the soft big bed, Shinichi suddenly opened his eyes, the bottom of his eyes as dark and deep as the abyss, without half a bit of drunkenness. He lifted his hand and touched his lips lightly, freezing for a long, long time. Outside, the window of the rain finally slowed to a halt, leaving only a drizzle drip falling on the glass, smashed into the heart, constantly rippling a circle of ripples. It took a long time to settle down. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, a fine light erupted from the bottom of his eyes, and the corner of his lips curled up gently as he muttered to himself and in a low voice, "Good night, Jen." However, Jojin was restless tonight, very restless. She turned on the heat and air conditioning, her entire body huddled under the covers, her fingertips clutching the white quilt. I don't know if it was because the air conditioning was too hot or because of that unintentional kiss on the cheek, but a layer of light powder still floated up over her entire face, which couldn't be dissipated even by rinsing it with cold water. After being let down once with her heart, she began to build a high wall around her heart, unwilling to go out or let any boys in, just crouched silently in the corner of the fence. Don't want to let myself be fooled again, don't want to be so sad and upset. She really, just wanted to love herself for once. But Shinichi climbed the fence and was kind to her countless times, throwing sweet candies towards her fragile and sensitive heart again and again, day after day, year after year. Finally, her high, thick wall, so wordlessly, opened up to Shinichi. It's restrained, it's uncontrollable, as dense as raindrops, as tart and sweet as oranges, and as wild and crazy as vines. Then when did she start liking Shinichi? Jojin silently pulled the covers up over her entire head, smothering it. Exactly. From whence? It was as if a movie was playing in slow motion in the brain. Frame by frame, countless images clearly flooded into the mind and unfolded before the eyes. It was the time when the first snow fell and Shinichi held her and skied together, cutting through the whistling cold wind and skating through the romantic winter day. It was the singing competition when Shinichi gave her a bouquet of black night roses with a card that read, "Let me protect you." It was Christmas Eve. when Shinichi and her caught a doll together and drew a lottery together, and the meteor shower shone brightly and fell into his deep eyes. The hot springs drunk, Shinichi like crazy rushed over to embrace her. Sitting on the edge of the bed all night accompaniment, vaguely said I want you time. It was on his birthday, when Shinichi took her to the top of the mountain to watch the sunset, the face-cupping confrontation in the KTV, and the time he helped her drink the cup of bitter melon juice. It was the amusement park haunted house, when Shinichi held her down on the bed, and when she tripped and fell, she was picked up by Shinichi in a princess hug. Yes, it's too much. Every tiny detail, every unintentional drop, flustered her and made her heart pound, as if she were a small child stealing candy. Xiaojun kept plucking out sweet details from these fond memories, carefully and quietly taking a bite until her heart was satisfied. Really, so sweet, so sweet. The nightlight leisurely emitted a beige light, hazy, gently laying on Xiaojun's snow-white soft skin. Her eyes lit up with bright stars, and the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but bend her lips, revealing shallow pear swirls, and a small flower suddenly blossomed in her heart, as if she had eaten the world's sweetest and most delicious honey. But soon, the tip of her nose suddenly soured and she dropped her eyes in loss, a faint astringency filling her chest. She's afraid to confess. Shinichi and Ji Xian are different. She wasn't familiar with Ji Xian in the first place, which is why she mustered up the courage to approach and take the initiative to make her feelings known. But Shinichi was different. What if Shinichi just treats her as his sister and doesn't like her, and after knowing her adoring thoughts, he gets further and further away from her, avoids her and ignores her? She doesn't want to lose Shinichi. She wants to stay by Shinichi's side forever. Fear of loss makes you timid. Xiaojun hid under the covers. Her heart seemed to be firmly clutched by a hand, flooding with dense pain that left her breathless. What to do? But one's favorite is just sour and sweet. She thought again of her previous life. That memory was vague and fuzzy, and she didn't realize what she had gone through to actually be able to marry Shinichi. It's like being disconnected. So until now, she wasn't sure. The sisters in the dormitory group are all night owls and don't go to bed until at least 2 a.m. Over winter break, Jojin got up in a daze and made a video call. 3-second pickups. As soon as she heard that Xiaojun had a favorite, Yunyu immediately spoke. Don't play dumb with sis. The person you like is Shinichi, right? Chen Meishang hemmed and hawed. Wow. The CPM high-on is finally going to run in both directions. I've thought of the CP name. It's called Love is True. Xin, Jin, also, Che, Jo Jin. No, she hadn't even said it yet. Why did each and every one of these people guess it? And what the hell is this CP name? She's not even with Shinichi yet. Xiaojun quietly retreated into the comforter, her tone weak. So, warlords, what should I do now? Shang Lulu was a typical fanatical radical. Her eyes were on fire. What to do? Him, Jen, you just pounce on him and forcefully kiss him. I don't believe he will not agree with you. Punch punch punch. Xiaojun clutched the quilt tightly, her small face tinted with a layer of light pink, and a small fire inexplicably flared up inside. Had actually just pounced on him and got kissed on the cheek. However, the conservative Yunyu shook her head decisively and deliberated for a moment. I don't think so. First of all, the three of us haven't had any head-on contact with Shinichi yet. Everything is learned from Jinjin's relay. We can't blindly rush. Yunyu's tone was a bit worried. Secondly, I think we still need to be a bit more reserved, so that we don't hang on to others again like Ji Xian that ice cube face. In case we're too proactive and people don't treasure it, then what? Although all kinds of divination have figured out that Shinichi is Xiaojun's true destiny, but she is afraid that if the calculation is wrong, then it will delay Jinjin's life. Shang Lulu was also a bit convinced after hearing this. After hearing these words, the small fire that had been lit in Xiaojun's heart was instantly doused with a pot of cold water. She hung her head in frustration and rolled around on the bed, choking silently. Suddenly, Chen Meishang asked, Jinjin, when is the second round of your music coming? Jojin looked up and dutifully responded, February 14th. It happens to be Valentine's Day. Chen Meishang eyes suddenly flashed light, eyes a turn, red lips slowly hooked. I have a good way. Not only can test his heart, but also allows you to get out of the whole body, and perhaps also add ambiguous interest. Crowds of people have moved closer to the screen and perked up their ears, only to hear Chen Meishang laugh softly. That would be the gathering after the match, where you purposely pretended to be drunk to seduce. Seduce him. Chapter 75, Dangerously Rose Stage. February 14th, Valentine's Day. It was also the day of her second race. That night, all the sisters in the dormitory came, as well as a whole bunch of boys in Shinichi's group also ran to cheer her up, saying that they wanted to be her backup club. In fact, the fundamental reason is that everyone is a poor single dog. Valentine's Day is not much to do at all. Rather than watching other people in the circle of friends to show off their love, it is better to come out of the reunion to eat and see friends race. Under the focus of bright lights, the contestants took to the stage one after another to perform. After layers of screening into the second round of the contestants' more or less strength, many vegetarians' performance is very colorful. There were said to be several agency scouts on stage, and the contestants were dressed beautifully and exquisitely. 1930, front row of the theater. Nyo Feng cranes his neck to look around. Where's Joe Meyer? Where's our Joe Meyer? What is she wearing for the show? Little Miss Zhang Ning yawned and looked around. Where's Sister Jinjin? When is she coming out? I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Right in the center, Shinichi was dressed in black, looking diffident and uninhibited. His eyes were deep and mysterious. Half of his side face was hidden by the shadows, and he exuded an evil aura all over his body. Until, that is, a flash of red appeared on the stage. His eyes gradually came into focus, straightening his spine. The corners of his lips slowly curved up, and his voice unconsciously became gentle. She's coming. However, Shinichi didn't realize that just a few rows behind him, Yun Yu, Shang Lulu, and Chen Meixiang were secretly and quietly observing him with scrutiny in their gazes. Yun Yu narrowed her eyes. This Draw brother's mouth is fishing up. TSK, look at his worthlessness. Chen Meixiang nodded meaningfully. This man's performance is okay so far. When the other beauties came out, he was not even lifting his head. As soon as Jinjin came out, his eyes were looking straight. Extra points, extra points. Shen Lulu's face was filled with a stone expression. Wow, he really is super in love. Meanwhile, the host began to calmly introduce number 82, Zhou Zhen, performing the song Dangerously. Hundreds of thousands of people had flooded into the live stream, and the pop-ups were dazzling. Jen, my female internet goose, you're finally here. Hissing, twisting, creeping in the shadows, sipping and running. This is my bet. Catching up from a certain sound short video. Xiao Chao's sister is really special. Looking forward to, starry eyes. The three sisters in the dormitory are clearly divided. One person responds to the support shouts. One person holds up the cell phone to record stunning straight shots for Jinjin. And one person stares at Shinichi's every move. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and after a few moments, white light slowly shone on the young girl. A red dress set off her snow-white skin, and the hem of the dress was adorned with a dazzling array of blooming roses. Red like fire, bright, flamboyant, passionate. It was as if all other sights were instantly eclipsed by her presence. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, two bleached brood, tears. Get out of the way. I'm the first to bury my face. Finally understand what is called angel face, devil body. I died. Pure girl hot. Today on the stage, she is completely different from her usual innocent and gentle image. Like a ruddy butterfly that has broken through the cocoon in the fire, spreading her voluptuous wings and fully displaying her intense side. A group of boys were completely dumbfounded, their eyes widening. Asterisk. That's ing. That's ing Sister Joe? The Zhou Zhen that we hung out with? Someone else whispered. Yo, our Chi is really lucky. The pupils of Shinichi's eyes were dark and bottomless, and he rolled the knot in his throat, which was suddenly a little dry. The moment the piano intro started, everyone was uncharacteristically silenced. On the stage, Xiaozhen's silky ebony hair hangs down over her chest, tied with a red bow and a red rose in her ear. Without the slightest bit of vulgarity, the whole person is like an exquisite hand puppet, advanced and bright. She slowly opened her eyes and chanted into the microphone. This is gonna hurt. Wishful love only tortures itself, but I blame myself first. Open up and kneel. The voice is as clear as a dewdrop, and like a gurgling stream, it penetrates the heart little by little and purifies the filth. The tones were heavenly and straight from the heart, and the audience just felt an overwhelming sense of joyful healing. In the climax, a cluster of flames ignites in the background and burns uncontrollably. Xiaozhen unconsciously clenched her fists, her voice rendered full of emotion. I loved you dangerously, more than the air that I breathe. Even with the understanding that at this speed we will crash, I don't care if it destroys me. The moment Zhou happened to look at the camera, it seemed as if her whole body was glowing, like she was releasing a passionate and brilliant flame. The live broadcast screen was filled with and roses. WOC. This transcription is simply superb. It's not broken at all. Loud and clear. I lick. Rose, objectively speaking, she's really good. The voice is soulful but powerful. And my god, I don't know how to describe it. Tears, road to fan. She must be able to enter the final. Do you want to consider debuting? Sister, I'll be your old fan. Xiaozhen gripped the microphone tightly and began to enjoy the stage, her heavenly voice seeming to merge with the melody. Almost at that instant, she looked up right at Shinichi, colliding and intertwining with his line of sight. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be left with just the two of them looking at each other. The music almost pauses for 0.5 seconds, a moment in which all the emotions, in this moment, reach their peak. I love you, I love you, I love you, I loved you dangerously. With the camera in her face, 4 consecutive progressive high notes soar with ease. It's like she has some kind of magic power to make music penetrate the heart and reach the softest places. Over and over again the sublimity of the layers pulls it all together. The whole person seemed to be a shooting star that had fallen to earth. Rubbing sparks, bright and hot. Beneath the thorns, roses grow wild and express intense love without reservation. The audience was no longer able to make any reaction but to stare blankly at the red figure blooming on the stage. It feels like ears and body are going to separate. Netizens can feel the shock and awe of the scene just through the screen, and have keyed in. My mom my BAS. I regret not being there. Tears, Rose has become a spirit. Oh, she really sings well. I love it, I love it. I found Treasure Girl. She's the glittering jewel. Catching up from the last Diamond stage. My sister has really improved a lot, and she's even more perfect. And she's a foster family. I loved you dangerously. Until the last note of the song fell. The whole audience was still immersed in the world they had just seen. In the first row, the 10 serious judges finally nodded, their expressions easing. They looked at each other, and they all saw a tiny glint of recognition in each other's eyes. Zhang Ning excitedly raised her cell phone and recorded a stunning straight shot, itching to stand up and bounce in place. Help! Sister Jane is so awesome. Shinichi, however, only felt that his whole body was hot, as if every cell in his body was boiling and bubbling and screaming like crazy. Suddenly, Nyoifeg urgently slammed him on the shoulder, and it took several times to call him back to his senses. Brother Chi, Shinichi was interrupted unexpectedly, slightly frowned, and extended his index finger to make a shhh sound, gesture him to settle down and not make a fuss. However, Nyoifeng's voice came into his ears, penetrating a few anxious. No, Shinichi, you have a ing nosebleed. Chapter 76, More Than Roses. He says, nosebleed? Shinichi lifted his hand and placed it between his nose, and sure enough, he encountered a warm touch that was even sliding downwards in a steady stream. The fingers were stained with red blood, contrasting with the white skin, extremely eye-catching and harsh. Shinichi, a rare silence. The next few boys all looked dumbfounded, dazed, eyes full of shock and surprise. The misanthropic bigot Shinichi, the living king of hell who rejected people from 1,000 miles away, and now just glancing at Xiaozhen from afar. He had a wild nosebleed? The boys looked at each other, and after 2 seconds, they burst out laughing. On the contrary, they couldn't be too loud, so they had to hold back their laughter. Even as their stomachs ached, their expressions completely twisted, and they whispered soft consolations. Put, Chico, you, ha ha ha, why don't you go to the restroom and wash up? Later on, when Sister Joe comes, if she sees you, po ha 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 ha, I'm going to ing laugh my ass off. Chico, you know, we don't usually laugh at you unless we can't help it. Shinichi stood up to go to the restroom, and a slash of his eyes went over, scaring people into immediate silence. A few people sneaked behind the back of the cricket Shinichi, the first time so openly ridicule him. Asterisk ha 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 brother Chi, he's finished, he's completely planted. Who would have thought that emotionally it's actually him being taken hard? It's hard to judge. I wish him success. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 scouts behind them were also keeping an eye on Shinichu's every move. Shang Lulu's eyes widened. Holy, he got a ing nosebleed. Jinjin sang and gave him a good time, didn't she? Chen Meishan gritted her teeth and gave him a new title, Dark Sharp Brother. Meanwhile, the singing ended and Jojin lifted the hem of her red dress and slowly walked off the stage on low heels. She hadn't even been this nervous during the show, and now her heart was thumping so wildly that her fingertips were trembling a little. It's exciting. This time it was her best play. The 4 consecutive I love you transitions and high notes are easy to sing, but only if you have the determination and courage to interpret them perfectly. Xiaozhen looked into the distance and saw Nyoifeng and Zhang Ning waving excitedly towards her, so she smiled sweetly towards them, but there was no Shinichi there. Xiaozhen's mood suddenly slumped, the corners of her lips drooping slightly, her entire shoulders drooping. Strange, where is he? Unconsciously, Shinichi's every move had been able to manipulate all her emotions. After Shinichi got drunk that day, the 2 of them didn't see each other for more than a week. It's really only been a few days, but people are always greedy. Xiaozhen thought, if only I could see him every moment, how wonderful it would be. In the next instant, the familiar figure suddenly appeared in Xiaozhen's line of sight, not far away. Shinichi stood in the corner and watched her, leaning against the wall, his long legs slightly folded, full of youthfulness, and an indescribable fatal temptation. He seemed to be smiling, hooking his hand towards Xiaozhen. His dark and deep Danfeng eyes were staring earnestly at her, half of his side face hidden under the warm orange light. Inexplicably a touch of tenderness flowed. The corners of Xiaozhen's originally drooping lips immediately curved up, and she walked towards him with light steps. The light in the corner of the turnstile was a little dim. No one was there. It was quiet and cool. The audience was watching the stage intently, and no one even noticed the two of them. Jojin moved to his side, blinked once, and cautiously opened her mouth to ask, "How about I? Today?" She was dressed in a bright red dress, and the rose in her ear made her even more bright and delicate. No makeup, but snow-white skin, fawn-like eyes fluttering, cherry-colored lips still vaguely brimming with a layer of watery light. Shinichi stared intently at her pink lips, his vision briefly frozen for a few seconds, his voice a little muffled. "Want the truth?" Xiaojin's sideways fists clenched, her small face tightening as she tensed up inexplicably. "Aha, to hear the truth." Upon hearing this, Shinichi slowly raised his lips and couldn't help but reach out, setting the red rose by her ear straight while responding earnestly with a low mellow voice, more moving than a rose. Today, Jojin was brighter and more passionate than the reddest rose in the world. She probably didn't realize that the moment she stood on stage and sang, everyone's ears perked up and their eyes went wide. She probably doesn't realize how beautiful and wonderful she is right now, so wonderful that it gives people the urge and evil thoughts to hold her against the wall and bully her hard. The words "more than a rose" crashed into Jojin's heart with a splash, ripple after ripple after ripple for a long time. On the contrary, at this time, Shinichi was still slightly lowering his head, helping her organize the red roses around her ears, looking casual and diffident. His fingertips were long and bony, always inadvertently brushing against her earlobes and hair with a searing warmth that invaded her skin in wisps. Xiaojin's earlobes gradually drifted pink, her eyes darting about unnaturally as she whispered, "Oh." She suddenly kind of wanted to run away and be a cowardly deserter. Since dreaming of those charming images with Shinichi in her previous life, or rather, since clarifying her own feelings, she seemed a little afraid to look directly into Shinichi's eyes, afraid that her face would turn red into a tomato, afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on and pounce on him, and even more afraid that he would never care about her again after her little mind was completely exposed. Jojin was a little lost in thought. In the next second, Shinichi lightly called her name. His compelling voice swept into her ears along with the hot air. "A little gift, by the way," he continued to add carelessly. "Just, randomly." Jojin snapped back to her senses and looked down at his feet. A superbly oversized white bag that could probably hold several of her heads. Jojin froze in place, looking dumbfounded. "Is this small gift? Small? Obviously such a big pile." Shinichi lifted the bag and casually flipped through it a few times, lazily raising his eyelids. "Just ordering food. It happened to be on sale, and I accidentally bought more than I needed. Strawberry macaroon, milk-covered shuffle, chocolate dream dragon pie, Oreo semi-ripe cheese, taro cheese dough, Napoleon lasagna, and it's all her favorite food. All of it." Xiaojin looked completely dumbfounded, her eyes widened even more, murmuring softly, "So much? I can't even eat it all by myself." Looking at Xiaojin's dopey and happy little expression, Shinichi's heart sweetened. A delightful smile rippled under his eyes, and he was tempted to reach out and pinch Jojin's cheeks, wanting to rub her round and flat or pinch her hard enough to get water out of her. This time Shinichi really didn't lie. He did accidentally buy too much. It was just going to be 2 or 3 cupcakes to bring to Jojin. But when Xiaojin went downstairs to take out the garbage 2 days ago, Shinichi happened to look through the window and saw that she had lost weight again. At that time, when Shinichi thought about it, he threw a bunch of delicious food into the basket, and by the time he reacted, the money had already been paid out. It's helpless. As soon as he saw something delicious, good-looking, or fun, he couldn't control his hands at all, and wanted to hold them all in front of Xiaojin and coax her to be happy. Chapter 77, I'm treating you like a princess. Xiaojin looked at such a large pile of desserts and was somewhat flattered, blinking her eyes for a long time. It was like a surprise had fallen from the sky, hitting her head so hard it made her see stars in front of her eyes. In the past, Shinichi also often bought her snacks, a whole lot of them, but she always felt that it was different now. Everything feels different because you like it. At this time, Shinichi raised his eyebrows carelessly, his dark eyes pressed down a few points of obscurity, staring at her with a smile or not. Don't like it? Xiaojin shook her head repeatedly, a little anxious, and retorted offhandedly, I like it sure like it. She spoke in a nebulous tone and muttered in a small voice, but, Shinichi, are you treating me like a pig? Even if you eat one a day, you have to gain several pounds a month, and where she can eat that much? Pig? Shinichi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated her words. After a long time, he snorted, Xiaojin, you really can't tell, can you? See what? As soon as she saw him, Xiaojin's reaction steeply slowed down a few beats. Somewhat unable to understand his words, Jojin shook her head honestly and tilted her head to look at him, a few flashes of confusion in her eyes. Shinichi sighed helplessly and tersely, looking into her innocent eyes, leaning down slightly towards her and half-jokingly saying, where am I treating you like a pig? I'm clearly His voice suddenly paused, adding a bit of seriousness to his tone. Treating you like a princess. The man deliberately lowered his voice, which was wild and lustful, like a cello playing in a low, mellow, dull voice. Every word slammed hard into the softest place in Xiaojin's heart, making her body go limp. The theater stage had changed to the next act, and while the stage shone with bright, glittering spotlights, the light around the corner was somewhat dim. The different intensities of light seemed to isolate the two of them from the entire world. Off the top of my head, the stage performer was singing a love song, sweet and honeyed. Xiaojin stood still, gradually losing her ability to think, and froze as she watched Qin rolling knot in his throat. Did she hear right? Qin treats her like a princess? The little moose in Xiaojin's heart went crazy, almost on the verge of bursting out of her body and beating violently. From a very young age, she knew that she was not a fairy tale princess. She was just a grain of dust. It's very ordinary and mundane. She'd be an NPC in a novel, a minor character in a TV series. In short, certainly not a radiant heroine. How can anyone genuinely treat her like a princess when she's so ordinary? Xiaojin didn't know if he was joking or not, only lowered his head. Half a day couldn't hold a word, so he whispered back a universal phrase. Thanks, thank him, he's so nice. Xiaojin's fingertips curled and she wanted to cover her heart and run away quickly, but she couldn't move at all right now. In the next second, a small black gift box suddenly crashed into the line of sight. That gift box was also tied with a pink bow, delicate and high class. Qin put down the large bag and cupped the box in one hand and shook it lightly in front of her. His tone justified. Well, how can our princess not have a necklace? He opened the box and to his surprise there was actually a pearl necklace lying inside. A white pearl is round, full and crystal clear, reflecting a light color in the weak light, just like the stars flowing in the Milky Way. It's beautiful, it's classy, it's exquisite. Turns out that was the real little gift he had prepared, not the big pile of food. Xiaojin's heart missed a beat, her breathing stuttered slightly, and her mind was a mess. The sight was deeply attracted by the pearl necklace and could not move a little. She really had the illusion now that she couldn't be the heroine in a romance novel. Damn, she's a narcissist. It was a really subtle feeling that made her whole body relax and grow wings, as if she was going to fly up to the sky and be shoulder to shoulder with the sun in the next second. Xiaojin really didn't wear a necklace today, and the neck was very plain. She took the gift box for a good half day and puffed out her face. Well, you put it on for me. She took another cautious glance at Qin and tentatively inquired, is that okay? Qin dark eyes slightly lit up with luster, as if hiding hooks. His eyebrows curved, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Of course. He removed the pearl necklace and naturally stepped forward, encircling Xiaojin's neck. The distance between them suddenly closed, and the crisp, minty scent of the man's body, along with the hot, burning scent of his breath hit his face. From a distance, it looked as if Qin had taken the initiative to reach out and hold her tightly in his arms. The man's handsome face was steeply enlarged, and his thin lips were getting closer and closer to Xiaojin's ear. He undid the necklace clasp and carefully lifted Xiaojin's hair around her neck, and his fingertips inevitably rubbed against the snow-white skin, causing a shiver to run through the young girl. Xiaojin, she stiffened, scalded and scrunched her neck, even holding her breath, not daring to gasp. Help! She suddenly regretted a little. Why did she let Qin put the necklace on her? Sooner or later, she was going to drown in this warm embrace of Qin, unable to break free in any way. Even she didn't want to break free, just want to stay like this, always so close to him. The surrounding area was very quiet, so quiet that Xiaojin could hear the sound of her own pounding heartbeat. Caught off guard, a footstep sounded. Xiaojin's ears immediately perked up. Being a thief, she prodded softly, her tone panicked. There's someone. Qin looked at her with downcast eyes. The young girl's eyelashes were thick and curled, butterfly wing-like, constantly trembling lightly, revealing some uneasiness and nervousness. Each blink swept and tickled the tip of his heart. Xiaojin probably didn't know that a pink blush was creeping up the tips of her ears now, even spreading inch by inch to her neck. Simply adorable. The sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. She bit her lip, tugged at Qin sleeve, and repeated a low murmur. Someone's coming. Panicked. The same way you'd panic if you were about to be caught by the teacher by taking a cheat sheet for a test. Qin justified and laughed. What are you afraid of? We didn't do anything unseemly. Despite his words, his eyes moved slightly, and he turned his body sideways, using his tall figure to cage her firmly in the corner, almost blocking her in the corner, leaning down a few inches closer, blocking her from anyone's view. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer, and the distance between the two of them continued to close, almost to the point of being close to each other. Xiaojin leaned her back against the cold tiled wall, her fingertips tugging shallowly at Qin sleeve, her entire concentration taut as she tilted her small face up to look into his eyes. His dark and deep eyes were staring at her for an instant, and the tear mole under his eyes was compelling and lustful. carrying the ultimate attraction. Xiaozhen's heartbeat missed a beat, and even breathing became difficult. A moment later, she could clearly feel that Shinichi's line of sight slowly shifted downward, and finally, that hot gaze landed precisely on her lips. Chapter 78, Qin's double standard moment. Feeling Shinichi's burning and extremely aggressive line of sight, Xiaozhen's entire body was not well. Her snow-white face instantly swirled with a flash of pink, and the tips of her ears were so red that they were about to drip blood. The next second, two little girls walked over to him arm in arm. One of the girls poked her head out. "Holy, where's the restroom? I remember it being here." The person next to her quickly pulled her back. "The toilet is in the other direction." "Right, you a street idiot, do not walk over. Quickly go. Can't you see the young couple kissing here?" After saying that, the two girls immediately ran away. The exchange wasn't loud, but Jojen heard it loud and clear. Her body was pressed against the corner, trapped in Shinichu's arms, and a big question mark rose above her head. Kiss? Where's kiss? She and Shinichi are honest and clean, okay? Wave after wave of rolling breath enveloped the body, and Xiaozhen came back to his senses and suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be innocent either. For example, at this moment, Shinichi almost held her down in the corner, bent down low, put the necklace on for her. His head was almost buried in her shoulder. If you look at it from a distance, it really isn't that far removed from wall-to-wall kissing, or the thieving bossy kind. Xiaozhen's breathing was a mess and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She pursed her lips in panic and looked up slightly. Just see Shinichi is serious, full of righteousness, as if the next second will be enlisted in the army, hand-tearing the ghosts, to protect the country. Jojin, an inexplicable feeling of frustration and loss welled up in the bottom of his heart, as if there was a ball of cotton clogging his chest. Sour. It turned out that with this kind of interaction, this kind of proximity, since the beginning, she was the only one whose heart was racing. She was the only one who had a crazy brainstorm. She was the only one who was soldiering on. Shinichi actually did not react at all, not even a tiny bit. Xiaozhen's voice was muffled and she urged in a low voice, "Hurry up." The young girl's voice was sweet, and a little shaky in this awful ambiguous position. Aha! The knot in Shinichu's throat rolled. It was really dimly lit, and that necklace clasp was very small and thin, not easy to fasten. As his thoughts wandered, Shinichi's hand shook and unexpectedly pulled a piece of her hair. Oh! A soft cry spilled from Xiaozhen's lips, and she reached up against his body, scratching gently like a kitten's paw. "It hurts. Shinichu, be gentle," especially her fawn eyes, watery and wet, clear and clean, without the slightest impurity, a look of pity. Shinichi's surface was serious, but in reality, his chest was rolling and his breathing was stagnant. "I'm sorry." The more innocent and pure she was, the more she believed in him and trusted him, the more Shinichi felt that he was not a person. It's the beast. It just so happens that his last name is Qin, so he can just change his name to Qin Beast. Shinichu clasped the necklace with difficulty and pulled away, slowly exhaling a mouthful of hot air and looking at her with downcast eyes. In that string of pearl necklace embellishment, the young girl neckline more and more snow-white, such as a well-drawn oil painting, gentle and moving. Shinichi's line of sight shifted downward. From his angle, unintentionally, he could catch a glimpse of a large portion of the girl's snow-white spring light, as well as the two soft masses that were slightly bulging. He stiffened suddenly. His heart skipped a beat. Beige with lace and embellished with a small pale pink bow. Shinichi hastily averted his gaze, but the scene grew wildly like a vine, leaving its imprint on his mind unchecked. Every cell in his body boiled up and rushed up to his head with heat. He pulled away again, his voice a little muffled. "Wear it." Xiaozhen didn't notice his abnormality, still immersed in joy, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a light smile. "I'm so happy. I'm 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 so happy." Hey, she also has a small gift for Shinichu, but don't give it to him until you get home. After the game, a group of people went to a barbecue for a potluck reunion and said they were going to get drunk. It was a chilly February day, and Xiaozhen wrapped up in a thick white down coat, the whole thing like a ball of dough, and formally introduced a few of her roommates to the boys. Chen Meixiang and Shang Lulu were both social cows, typical of the self-acquainted, quickly mixing and mingling with them. Yunyu, on the other hand, was a social fiarfuli person, hanging her head and silently drying her rice. The waiter quickly brought up a tray of beer. The three sisters immediately gave Xiaozhen a wink. Xiaozhen nodded solemnly, a small flame of fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. She didn't forget the main task of the day: drink a little bit of wine, get slightly drunk, pretend to be drunk, and then frantically test and seduce Shinichi. As the saying goes, the wine is strong. Jen, punch the duck. The restaurant was new, a self-service barbecue outside, and the crowd was gathered in a circle, facing the cold winds blowing in the night. The barbecue grill and charcoal fire were already prepared. Shinichi controlled the fire with a skillful technique and focused eyes, looking very reliable. The meat on the grill is moist and evenly heated. The flames swayed recklessly, and the orange-red firelight coated half of his side face, lining his features and silhouette more and more deep and hard, exuding a mysterious and deep aura. Good lust. Xiaojun stared at the knot in his throat rolling up and down, suddenly feeling a little hungry, and couldn't help but swallow quietly. It didn't take long for Shinichi to brush the meat skewers with a layer of sweet and spicy sauce and, naturally, shove them into Xiaojun's hands. Lamb kebabs, try them. He dropped his eyes and eyelashes, his tone careless, as if it were just some trivial matter. The three scout sisters in the dormitory snapped their heads up as if they had radar on them, looking at each other and blinking frantically. Not bad. This kind of small details are taken care of. Plus points. So sweet he really super love. Stoned me. Xiaojun lowered her head to finish tasting a bite, chewed, and immediately smiled lightly at him. Her eyes lit up with bright stars, as if they were brilliant pearls. Yummy. It was as if everything fit in those clear, beautiful eyes, and yet it was as if he was the only one. Shinichi, you're awesome. The young girl's voice is pure and unadulterated, as soft as water, like a quietly blooming camellia, emitting a faint fragrance. Shinichi, by the way, the phrase so awesome got him into a frenzy and he started baking something for Jojin. Grilled chicken wings, grilled fish and tofu, grilled corn, grilled duck sausage, grilled pancetta. He was so skillful that everything he roasted was fragrant and crispy, and every inch of meat exuded the ultimate temptation, making people salivate. Niu Feng looked at the charred lamb skewer in his hand, then looked at the perfect skewer in Shinichi's hand, and smelled it and went over. He clipped his voice and whined, "Chia is so good. I want to eat your baked ones too." Shinichi's movements in his hand didn't stop, fatally casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone cold. "You don't have any hands yourself?" Chapter 79, she's going to seduce him while she's drunk. The tone was cold and hard, fierce and tugging, the polar opposite of the gentle and doting tone when facing Xiaojun. Niu Feng, oh, it's not good enough for him. He's making a difference, isn't he? Okay. Wrong payment, exactly. The boys looked at each other and squeezed their eyebrows, sending silent messages. My ass. Chico's actually a top-notch relationship brain. This brother pack of face changers. He's really super in love with it and I'm crying my eyes out. We have so many brothers. In his eyes is probably not compared to Xiao Xiao sisters a hair. Right. Hanging heart finally broke. Wish him success. Served. A few of us out of the reunion is not because we do not want to spend Valentine's Day alone. Why is there also dog food here? Collapse. A group of bachelors angrily raised their bottles of wine and tons of binge drinking. There was only one small child in the whole room, Zhang Ning, and she could only drink Coke with her eyes. The guys were all self-involved and started playing number bombs, Wolfsbane, and various other trivia games, with the loser being penalized with a drink. A meal filled with laughter. It was just too good of an atmosphere. It was easy to fit in. Even Yun Yu, who was a social terrorist-type person, was thoroughly having a good time. The game went round after round, and Jojin drank not only beer, but glass after glass of sweet and sour fruit wine. She was a little groggy, feeling almost slightly drunk, and if she drank any more, she'd be really drunk. But on the contrary, every time it was her turn to lose. Shang Lulu also drank her head off and kept pestering her to drink with her. Even Chen Meixiang, who had the best alcohol consumption beside her, went to her head and muttered in a daze, "This fruit wine, it's damn deadly. At first sip it doesn't seem to feel like much, but over time the alcohol really comes on. It's toxic." Yun Yu's brows furrowed, sensing something bad. She hurriedly grabbed Xiaojun's arm. Jinjin, are you drunk? But you can't get drunk. You have to stay sober. Xiaojun was in a trance for a moment, slowly turned her head, looked at her seriously, curved her lips and smiled. I'm not drunk. Oh. She was very good and drank very little when she said she couldn't get drunk. I just drank 1 billion of them. Yun Yu was a bit unconvinced and stretched out 4 fingers. Jinjin, how many is this? Jojin's eyes lit up and her tone was very confident. Hey, I know, it's rabbit, too. As soon as the words fell, Yun Yu's face stiffened. It's over. This one isn't acting or pretending to be drunk. This one is really drunk. She hurriedly tugged at Chen Meixiang's clothes, a little anxious, and whispered, what should we do? There's a change of plan. Our Jinjin seems to be really drunk. Chen Meixiang burped unhurriedly. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Just listen to me. Yun Yu seriously came over. In the next second, Chen Meixiang's voice suddenly grew loud and slammed the table. Everyone listen to me. The bigger the fish, the bigger the thorns, the bigger the thorns, the less the meat, the smaller the fish. So the bigger the fish, the smaller the fish. Got it? The boys froze, stroked their chins and thought carefully for a moment, and spoke up. Yeah, oh, You've got a point there, hey. So smart. Zhang Ning. Why are all the older siblings stupid? Yoon Yu. It's really over. This one also fell down. Turning her head again, Shang Lulu was singing into the bottle with the boys. The wind is howling, the horse is neighing. Yoon Yu. All out. None of them reliable. Had she known, she should have had her fortune told before coming out. Before he could finish, Shinichi immediately reached out and covered his mouth, blocking all his words, but Jojin still heard a little bit of it, and came over in bewilderment. Ah, what did he say? Shinichi covered Nyoifeng's mouth while saying carelessly, "It's nothing, he's crazy about alcohol, just ignore him." Jojin. Wow. It was almost 11 o'clock at night and the reunion was in its final stages. Xiaojin leaned against Shinichi in a daze and tried to take a sip, but he reached out and stopped her. "Stop drinking, you're drunk." At those words, Xiaojin immediately retracted her hand and said okay seriously. Drunken Jojin was quiet and still. Nothing like the singing and dancing lunatics. Shinichi's heart was sweetened. The crowd began to get up and pack up their things, and Shinichi didn't forget to ask a few sober boys to give Xiaojin's roommates a ride home. In the middle of the night, it was still important for the girls to be safe, especially since they were still Jojin's best friends. "See you guys at the start of school." The boys waved while giving him an okay sign to reassure him. The crowd went back to their own homes, and the original warm and noisy atmosphere dissipated all of a sudden, leaving only the icy cold wind whistling in the ears. The night was low, fine stars spread across the sky, and countless sparkles converged. The two had a quiet ride home. Xiaojin took small steps beside Shinichi, trying to muster up the courage to slowly extend her hand towards him. Out of nowhere, Shinichi seemed to glance down at her, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Xiaojin immediately retracted her hand in fear, lowered her head, and looked around as if nothing had happened. The leaves around the trees were rustling in the wind. It wasn't until they crossed a street that Xiaojin gathered her courage once again. She quietly and carefully poked Shinichi's hand gently with her index finger, but he didn't seem to react. Jojin hung her head a little in discouragement, rekindling her fight and reaching out to poke him. In the next second, Shinichi suddenly held her hand, his voice low. "Good boy. Stop it." The man's palms were wide and warm, as if transmitting some searing sentiment through his skin, invisibly drawing the two of them closer together. "It's still 10-fingered. Xiaojin's heart raced and she suddenly stopped and stood still. She's the one who didn't make a scene. She's trying very hard, obviously. I was able to hold his hand as I wished, but why? Was it still sour in my chest? As soon as the wine hit her head, Xiaojin was suddenly a little aggravated, but she didn't understand why she was so aggravated. It's inexplicable. Shinichi's grip on her hand gradually tightened and became tighter, lowering his eyes to look at her and coaxing in a low voice. "What's wrong?" At this moment, all is quiet. A street lamp radiates a soft warm light, quietly dispersing the darkness, and lengthening the shadows of the two people infinitely. Xiaojin still stood still, her eyes wet, her voice trembling lightly as she stammered. I don't want to go, don't want to be separated from him." If she arrived home, she was left alone in the house again, cold and quiet. Moreover, when she arrived home, she could no longer accompany Shinichi, so she wanted to go slower and slower, even if she could spend a few more seconds with him. Chapter 80. Can you take me in for the night? The moonlight hazily pierced through the clouds and poured out 10,000 strands of silver light, gently enveloping the two of them. Shinichi still simply thought that she just didn't want to walk, and after staring at her for a long time, he suddenly let go of his hand and consciously squatted in front of her. "Come up here. I'll carry you." Xiaojin froze for a moment, dazed and confused, her pale, flawless skin haloed with a light pink that spread all the way down her neck. Obviously drunk, but with a hint of sobriety. Simply adorable. Shinichi's throat was suddenly a little dry, and he looked at her for an instant, his eyes deep and obscure. "I wish I could abduct her and take her home." After a few moments, Xiaojin finally reacted and obediently walked over to him, lying on his back and gently hooking her hands around his neck. His back was broad, hard, warm, and reassuringly reliable. Xiaojin wrapped her legs consciously around his waist, sticking to him like an octopus, and said, word for word and politely, "Thank you, Shinichi, you're so nice." After thinking about it, Jojin decided it wasn't enough and gave him a thumbs up, repeating it like a personal machine. "You are a great man." Shinichi bumped her up a bit and carried her on his back as he continued to walk forward, gently kindly smiling, little drunk, and oddly polite. But before long, Xiaojin suddenly pointed at herself, her voice weakening, "But I'm not good." Shinichi couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm just bad. I'm very bad." Xiaojin silently buried her head in Shinichi's shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she frantically fought with her morals inside. She's really bad, because not only is she trying to seduce him while she's drunk, she's plotting against him, she's even craving his body. The night was hazy, and the sky looked like a brilliant and radiant painting, glittering with a single crystal. Xiaojun lay on Shinichi's warm and reliable back the whole way, wrapping her arms around his neck like a small animal. She buried herself a little greedily in his shoulder, whispering his name over and over again. Shinichu. The man responded to her patiently, his voice low and magnetic, with a lazy, gangly energy. Shinichu. Aha. Hearing the response, Xiaojun pursed her lips, her heart so happy that it bubbled up with pink love bubbles, and she unconsciously wrapped her arms tighter. She rubbed his neck affectionately and came to his right ear, her voice sweet and soft. Shinichi. I am. He responded earnestly to each of her recitations. Inside the dimly lit hallway, the warm orange light overhead slowly brightened with the sound of footsteps, spreading gently and lovingly over the two of them. Home. It's so fast. How time flies. It was a long time before Jojen loosened her grip fondly and stood smoothly on the ground. As soon as she left his warm and familiar back, Xiaojun's heart was suddenly empty. Perhaps because it was too cold outside, the tip of her nose was frozen a little red, and her eyes were rippling with hazy drunkenness. Shinichi squeezed her hand and coaxed her in a warm low voice. Good night, little friend. Wait. Xiaojun sniffled and called out to him with some urgency. She quickly unzipped her small backpack. Shinichu, I have a small gift for you as well. She squatted on the ground, picking her way through half a day, and finally rummaged through her bag to find a red rose. It is a handmade micro-crocheted wineglass-shaped rose, with every stitch and thread of the positive red petals delicately and exquisitely woven, like a carefully sculpted work of art. It looks elegant and warm in soft light. Xiaojun curved her lips and smiled shallowly, offering a treasure, raising this red rose towards him, even automatically dubbing, dang for you. She followed the video blogger's example and knitted for a long time, making many roses, but they were ugly, and this was the prettiest one. The moment Xiaojun raised the rose, Shinichi suddenly froze in place, his mind instantly losing its calm. He even wondered if he was drunk too. It was all like a vain dream, like stepping on a soft cloud, and if you didn't pay attention, you would plummet to a low point and hurt like hell. Jojen shook the red rose in her hand, recalling his thoughts. Shinichi pinched his fingers hard before realizing that the scene in front of him was all true. It was as if a spring breeze had flowed through my heart, blowing up flowers all over the mountains. He rolled the knot in his throat and reached for it. As a result, in the next second, Xiaojun suddenly retracted her hand, unwilling to give it to him again. Shinichi inexplicably laughed, tilting his head to look at her, even coaxing. Didn't you say you were going to give it to me? Xiaojun clutched the stems of the roses, not even daring to look directly into his eyes, her tone carrying a slight tension, and said in a nebulous voice, take this flower. Then, you are my person. The words inexplicably hid a loving ambiguity. On Valentine's Day, a permanent red rose shows that there is only the other person in your heart, and that you wish to have a passionate and grand love affair with them. This phrase, or what Chen Meixiang taught her to say, said that she would definitely be able to tease him, fish for him, and test him. Xiaojun's small face tightened, her eyes averted, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Xiaojun. Shinichi gently pronounced her name, his narrow, dark eyes carrying a few hints of meaning. She slowly lifted her little face. Shinichi bent his knees and squatted down to be at eye level with her, rubbing her head while receiving the roses, his compelling voice dripping with seriousness. I'm supposed to be your guy. Jojen responded for a few seconds, her brain suddenly going down in blank. It didn't take long for Xiaojun's white face to swoon with a layer of pink haze, and the roots of her ears were slowly burning, fire-like. She seemed to be ruffled by the backlash. Crap. Where are the military advisors? The military advisors are not there. What to do next? What the hell to do? Xiaojun quickly reddened and buried her head, frantically thinking of a countermeasure, her eyes flickering as she rattled her little calculations in her mind. After a long time, she quietly hid a wry smile and pretended to rummage through her bag. Looking for what? Shinichi asked. Xiaojun was sluggish for 2 seconds and raised her head pitifully, her eyes red, her thick and slender eyelashes trembling as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Shinichi, I don't seem to have my house key with me. Upon hearing this, Shinichi helped her to rummage through her bag, and even the pockets of her clothes were all scrutinized. There really isn't. Xiaojun squatted on the ground, drawing circles with her index finger, looking anxious and aggrieved, and mumbling in a low voice, what to do? I can't sleep on the main street. It's so cold outside. I'm so scared. Shinichi just wanted to say something, but in the next second, Xiaojun reached out and gently grabbed the corner of his coat. The young girl was like a helpless little animal. Her wet eyes seemed to have only him in them, as if she had been wronged by the heavens, and her voice trembled softly. Shinichi, can you take me in for the night? The words just fell. Boom sound. Shinichi's head as if exploded a loud thunder. Reason exploded to pieces. the heart that was hanging in the air, finally burst. Chapter 81, Shinichi. I want to take a bath. In the end, Xiaojin entered Shinichi's house as she wished. It was as if she had returned to her happy old haunts, and her whole being cheered up to the naked eye, and her eyes, which had been drooping, brightened and enlarged all at once. Shinichi still has her exclusive pink cotton mop at home. Jojin changed her shoes in a daze, quietly praising herself in her mind for being so great and smart. The house key, in fact, had long been secreted up her sleeve. That way, you can stay with Shinichi all night long. But thinking about it, Xiaojin was again a little weak and guilty, and a sour astringency rolled over in her chest, inexplicably wanting to cry. It's bad when she does that. She's a person who will do anything to like it, and it's not good at all. But she didn't know that Shinichi had already taken in all her emotions. The drunken bunny was so happy that he was bouncing around at one point, and so aggravated that he was on the verge of crying at another. Okay, that's pretty fickle. Shinichi coaxed her all the way into the bedroom, not forgetting to pour a cup of honey water to calm her down. The bedroom is bright and clean, with a minimalist design in black, white and gray, and pictures of top foreign racers. The only thing that stood out was the nightstand, which was decorated with all sorts of girly, cute dolls. This is all from Jojin before. Shinichi tucked the knitted roses seriously into the arms of one of the bear dolls, giving the bear a pat on the head in passing as if he were patting Xiaojin on the head. Xiaojin watched him place the roses while holding the cup and drinking the honey water, the sweetness in her heart spreading and fermenting. She immediately sat on the edge of the bed and carefully asked, Shinichi, am I sleeping here tonight? Shinichi picked up the remote control panel to turn on the heating and air conditioning. Lightly tone lazy, just as long as you don't mind. When the time comes, he sleeps on the living room couch or goes in his mom's room. Xiaojin, however, still thought that Shinichi was going to sleep in this bed with her, and once again a sweet spring breeze welled up in her heart, as if her entire body was trapped in a huge soft cotton candy. Wouldn't that be a good way to cuddle and sleep all night? Yeah, she smiled lightly, two small pear swirls rippling across her lips. Happy. Shinichi took off his down jacket, took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower, urging Xiaojin to sit obediently on the bed and not to move around. This time he didn't forget to lock the bathroom door. Saves a certain little drunk from having to crawl over and open the door to peek at him again. Turn on the shower in the bathroom. The sound of pattering water, hazy water mist in the air. I don't know whether it's because the weather is too cold, or because of a little drunkenness. Through the mirror, Shinichi can clearly see that the roots of his ears and neck have long climbed a touch of scarlet. To hell with. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night and the air conditioner was blowing a gust of warm air. Jojin had to take off her white down jacket with the red dress from the competition still on underneath. As soon as Shinichi came out, he saw this bright and flamboyant scene. The young girl's drunken eyes were mesmerized and her cheeks were slightly pink, like a delicate rose with a hint of charm. The intense red dress contrasts extremely well with the snow-white skin. On this night, bloom only for him, Jojin had finished her honey water and was sitting very nicely and quietly, like a pretty doll, raising her eyes slowly, her voice very soft. I'm going to take a shower too. Shinichi grunted lightly and suddenly laughed. You still want to take a bath when you're drunk like this? What if you drown? Xiaojin deflated, a little angry, her eyes reddened, and weakly retorted. I'm not drunk. Tempers flared. Shinichi sat next to her and sank into the bed, patiently coaxing her. Well, you're not drunk. Xiaojin hung her head, somewhat stubbornly muttering to herself. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. I'm going to take a shower. I'm just going to take a shower. Later, it's going to sleep on Shinichi's bed. It must be washed and clean, not dirty to lie in. Otherwise, she was afraid that Shinichi would be unhappy. This bath, Xiaojin had to take today. She was angry and aggravated, and even gave an inch, and in her voice. I still have to wear your pajamas. Seeing that Shinichi didn't say anything, Xiaojin was a bit anxious. Her eyes gradually reddened and a mist of water brewed in her eyes. I want to wear it, can't I? Crystallized tears seemed like they would fall the next second. Where could Shinichi top that? Not to mention pajamas. Even if it's a star in the sky, I'll try to pick it and give it to her. Shinichi took a deep breath, turned around and rummaged through his clothes from the closet, taking out a thin men's white shirt, and a pair of pants. Brand new. He hasn't worn it. He shoved it into Xiaojin's hand, the knot in his throat rolling lightly. These two, okay? Xiaojin's tears that were about to fall a moment ago shrunk back in a flash. Her fingertips gripped her shirt harder, her eyes curving into a smile as she nodded politely. That's fine. Thank you. Great guy. Thoroughly satisfied, Jojin bounced around clutching her clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. 10 minutes passed. She washed and hurriedly ran out of the bathroom, quietly probing, with a few moments of bewilderment under her eyes. Shinichi, I can't find the hairdryer. Shinichi raised his eyes, and in the next second, he completely froze. The men's white shirt was so big that it looked like a nightgown on Jojin, even a little too thin and a little see-through. In favor of her also open neckline, vaguely revealing a beautiful collarbone, breasts bulging, underneath the legs straight and slender, white straight shaking people's eyes, clean, pure, yet with a touch of seduction. Shinichi's ears exploded red, and his body was filled with blood. Only after a long time of being stunned did he find his voice. You don't wear pants? Xiaojun blinked her clear, penetrating eyes and nodded seriously. Well, your pants are too long for me. The more innocent and pure she is, the more her eyes are full of trust, the more Shinichi feels like a perverted beast. What is it about him that makes him seem like such a nice guy? Shinichi's dark eyes rolled up with obscure and unknown emotions, and after a moment of silence, he went to the bathroom to help her find a hairdryer. Half of Jojin's long hair was wet and half was dry. Shinichi's dark eyes narrowed slightly. You washed your hair? Xiaojun shook her head. Nope. As the words fell, Shinichi probably knew what was going on. I guess the little drunk was confused and flicked the switch to use the handheld shower, and somehow managed to tune it to the overhead fixed shower, and got drenched headfirst in a haphazard manner. Miserable. Shinichi sighed, holding a hairdryer, his voice slightly hoarse. Come here, I'll help you blow. Xiaojun was fleshy and happy, her little face pink and her eyes bright. She obediently came over. Thank you. Shinichi stood right behind her, leaning down slightly, holding the hairdryer in one hand and arranging her hair with the other. His tone languid. You're welcome. Fingers weaved through her hair, gently ruffling the tangled strands and caressing the top of her hair. Inside the bathroom, the water misted heavily and the air was a little humid. The constant buzzing of the hairdryer masked the deafening heartbeat. The two were facing the mirror in the bathroom and could see each other's expressions clearly through it. In the next second, Xiaojun suddenly turned around and faced Shinichi, hugging him tightly, her arms circling his waist. Shinichi's breath stuttered slightly. Xiaojun endeavored to stand on her tiptoes and came up to murmur in his ear, her voice all the more seductive for being slightly drunk. Not only did I wear your clothes, I used your body wash. Shinichi turned off the hairdryer in time to hear her words, and stared at her with downcast eyes, the bottom of his pupils tumbling with loving and deep feelings. Xiaojun dropped her head and buried herself in front of him, nuzzling tighter, like a scared kitten, but willing to rub up against him affectionately, earnestly and good-naturedly. So now, I'm yours too. Chapter 82. Blow-drying Xiaojun's hair. The bathroom suddenly fell silent. The moist vapor continued to be dense, and the ambiguous breaths of the two men were silently entwined. Xiaojun still hugged Shinichi, obediently pressing against his burning chest, coveting every second of contact with him. She didn't know how to tease him, much less seduce him, and racked her brain to come up with a way to do it. She just wanted to tell him what was in her heart. That's all. Xiaojun didn't know that this purely heartfelt statement of hers was like a passionate fire that completely ignited Shinichi's sanity. A tidal wave brewed in the man's eyes, setting off a shock wave, and his breathing grew heavier. Jojin wore his clothes, used his body wash, and was tainted with the exact same scent as him. And to say, she's his? Through the mirror in front of him, Shinichi could clearly see his own emotionally charged appearance. The eyes were misty and tinted with a color of lust, a far cry from his usual self. He took a deep breath. Think Jojin is drunk, so drunk and disoriented that she can't even tell the numbers apart. But then she seemed to retain so much of her sanity, as if she still had a few moments of clarity. So, Jojin, isn't there a little bit of a crush on him? Realizing this, Shinichi's heart beat faster and faster. Dong 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 dong, sound deafening. The heart is almost about to penetrate through the chest, directly out. To hide his heartbeat, he turned the hair dryer back on for her hair. The two were in a face-to-face position, almost tightly packed. As Xiaojun clung to him, even the moist air became more and more ambiguous and charming. A droplet of water dripped from her hair, sliding from her pale neck all the way to her collarbone, crystal clear, before slowly disappearing deeper. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled, and his vision abruptly became thick. Jojin was too hot to blow-dry her hair, and the two buttons on her shirt collar were left untied and unreservedly open. From her point of view, it might feel normal, but from the height of Shinichi this overlooking, you can easily see two groups of snow-white soft. It was even a vacuum, somewhat distorted by the tight squeeze in front of him. The scene in front of me was extremely impactful, converging into a huge current that deeply stimulated the brain and every nerve in the body. Shinichi hastily moved his eyes away, his body boiling with hot blood and completely red warm. In the past, just slightly touching Xiaojun's hand, just unintentionally normal physical contact, his heart raced, his whole body tingled, and his love was hard to control, not to mention being so intimately plastered. It didn't take long for Shinichi to gradually feel the abnormal changes in his body, which he simply couldn't control. Shinichi didn't move to take a step back, gradually pulling away a bit. Xiaojun was a bit bewildered, and hastily stepped forward to hug him tightly. sticking to him as if he were on top of him. It's like a coating of sweet, silky syrup that can't be separated. Like a small animal, his eyes were innocent and pure, trusting and dependent on him. Shinichu's reaction was getting bigger and bigger. Unable to control the fire of desire, his voice couldn't help but become low and dark, suppressed to the extreme. Jojin, be good and don't stick so close. As soon as the words fell, Xiaojin suddenly raised her head and tilted her small face to look at him, her eyes instantly red and full of aggression. Why? Why did Shinichu stay away from her? She just wanted to hug him. She just liked him. An overwhelming acidity rushed to the tip of her nose and eyes, consuming her like a tidal wave. Jojin was a little angry. She didn't want to listen to him at all right now, and she wasn't happy at all. Shinichu hates it. Xiaojin huffed and puffed, arching her head over Shinichi and hitting his chest hard. After frantically venting, she reached out and hugged him even more and more tightly. No matter what, we're going to post it. Just stick it. This time, however, she suddenly froze. It's not right. Jojin paused and silently looked down as if searching for something. Shinichu finally finished blow-drying her hair, put down the hairdryer and asked, "What's wrong?" Jojin crouched on the floor, drunken and confused, sniffing the tip of her red nose and murmuring in a low voice. In the next second, Shinichi stiffened. He wanted to say something, holding back until the veins at the corners of his forehead were rippling, a hot flame in his belly spreading almost to his limbs, his whole body rolling. Can't wait to be in the bathroom and take Jojin hard. Xiaojin squatted on the ground and scrutinized the ground for half a day, but did not find the large stone just now. But with the crouching position, the neckline of her shirt opened wider, and her delicate white porcelain-like skin was hidden. It's pure and lustful, like you could pinch the juice. When she raised her head, she froze again, her face full of surprise. Shinichi. The man's ears popped red and his mind went blank. Ha! Immediately afterward, Xiaojin's anxious and worried voice came to his ears. You have a nosebleed. Shinichi was silent for a moment, his dark Danfang eyes slightly raised. Then he saw crimson blood slowly dripping downward from the mirror. Jojin tilted her little face up. Are you okay? It's fine, Shinichu explained in a serious manner. It's just a bit on fire. Xiaojin would believe it, and when she obediently left the bathroom, Shinichu quickly took a cold shower. He's really going crazy. It's late at night and it's almost past 0. Xiaojin happily shrank under Shinichu's covers, her fingertips gently clutching the quilt as she waited nervously. In fact, she was very sleepy, but she still braced her eyelids and tried to stay awake, her eyes glaring like brass bells. Finally, Shinichi finished washing and came out, casually wiping the water droplets in front of his forehead. I'll sleep outside. Remember to call me if something happens. As the words fell, Xiaojin's face changed, her eyes widening incredulously, her tone surprised. Aren't you going to sleep with me, Shinichu? When did he say that? Don't start rumors. Seeing that Shinichu was about to leave, Xiaojin's heart sank bit by bit, and her face grew paler and paler. Turns out, he hadn't planned on sleeping with her at all. The previous joy and happiness, the sweetness that was like falling into cotton candy, now seems to have all turned into broken bubbles, gradually dissipating, creating a huge sense of disparity. In its place, there was an endless amount of sourness. She fought back a choked sob and grabbed his shirt in a panic. No, you can't go. I'm scared. I'm afraid to sleep in your room alone. Don't go. Spend more time with her. Xiaojin was really on the verge of crying this time, looking at him prayerfully and choking on her tears. I don't sleep alone. I'm really scared. Shinichu, you can't leave. You absolutely can't leave. Otherwise, I'll never ignore you again. Speaking, suddenly, as if she thought of something bad, her face turned pale and she obediently closed her mouth, shrunk under the quilt, and didn't make a sound to retain Shinichi, like a wilted little flower. A sudden silence fell over the bedroom. What's wrong? Shinichi asked her through the covers, as if he was coaxing a small child. Jojin smothered the covers over her head and curled her whole body into a ball without speaking. She felt like she was playing a bit of a little game, and felt irrational. No one likes a no-nonsense person. Jojin didn't want to be hated by him, but in the next second, Shinichi seemed to sigh, and his compelling and sexy voice passed through the covers and into her ears. Okay, I'm not leaving. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the small mass under the covers suddenly moved. Xiaojin immediately lifted the covers and was overjoyed. Really? Shinichu nodded. Well, I'll sleep on the floor. With that, he turned around and took the mat and quilt out of the cupboard and spread them out on the empty space next to the bed. Jojin's rabbit ears drooped again, her mood going up and down like a roller coaster. It's not comfortable to sleep on the floor. Her little face was buried in the covers, her voice muffled, resigned and good-naturedly soft. Why don't you want to sleep with me? I'm good. I won't move around. I won't make noise, and I won't grab your covers. I swear. Shinichu took another pillow and threw it on the mattress. Half the side of his face was hidden in the shadows in the warm light of the bedroom, his voice unsalted. I just like to sleep on the floor. Xiaojun wanted to say something, and after a long time, she bowed her head in compromise and muffled an "oh." Sounds a little unhappy. Shinichi took her sad little emotions in his eyes, wordlessly pursed his lips and silently turned off the lights. The room was plunged into darkness, and even the last glimmer of light faded away. The moon outside the window also quietly hides in the black clouds, covering the loving and gentle silver glow. Shinichi lay on the spread mattress, drooping his eyes, and coaxed in a warm voice, "Good night." Jojin ignored him, thinking she hadn't heard him. Shinichi's throat rolled lightly as he repeated, "Good night, princess." But Jojin still ignored him. Shinichi's face stiffened slightly, his throat dry and vaguely flustered. The whole heart felt like it had fallen into a deep, bottomless whirlpool, dropping down little by little, feeling the dark, damp, depressing dreariness of the surroundings, inexplicably recalling the last time Xiaoshan Hot Springs drunk. Early the next morning, this little nymph flipped out, clutching the quilt to the corner to hide him, shivering, full of wariness. Shinichi sighed. Where is he not willing to sleep with her? He was scared. I was afraid that after sleeping with her, I would be beastly and impulsive and do nasty things to her. I'm afraid that after lying together in this bed, the next day will scare Xiaoshan away completely, and maybe I'll even get 2 slaps. He was afraid that she would be embarrassed and ashamed, that she would be sad, that she would not be able to accept it, and even more afraid that she would turn away from him and never ignore him again. Xiaoshan was not happy, but in his heart, he was not happy either. Sour and swollen emotions like a tidal wave, overwhelmingly surging towards him, bit by bit engulfing his limbs, slowly flooding his mouth and nose, and even breathing felt heartbreaking. Suddenly, there was a loud thud in the silent night, shattering all peace. It looks like something fell. Before Shinichi could react, Xiaojun rolled nimbly into his arms, lying intimately on top of him through a layer of covers. She looked like she had made some big decision. With a sobbing voice, her voice trembling softly with aggravation, I'm going to sleep on the floor with you. Surrounded by darkness, Shinichi's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat as he struggled to digest her words. In the next second, Xiaojun groped with her senses, cupped his face in her hands with precision, and lowered her head closer to him, quickly kissing him on the right side of his face. Boo! Chapter 83. Do you like me? Lips and faces pressed together, breaths entwined, heartbeats resonating. The young girl's lips were light and warm with a sweet scent, like a shy bunny kissing him quietly and running away with a peck. With a bit of youth and ignorance, the soft touch on his face was like a pure white, flawless feather, itchy and soft. It didn't take long for the feather to ignite into a hot, fiery flame, deeply branding his cheek. Shinichi froze for half a beat, his heart about to explode, and in an instant all the bones in his body crisped up. Knock 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 knock. His heartbeat was deafening and he hurriedly sat up and turned on the light. Harsh white lights came on, illuminating the entire bedroom, causing one to squint to adjust to the brightness. As he did, Jojin sat on her knees on top of him, clinging to each other through a layer of covers. Shinichi inhaled deeply to calm his mind, but his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the hot blood inside his skull was boiling, almost about to explode. It's not a dream. Jojin literally kissed him on the face while she was drunk. The culprit was still blinking blankly, not feeling the least bit at fault, even staring at him justifiably, full of arrogance, as if it were written, "Just kiss." How? Shinichi reached out and pinched her face, forcibly suppressing the monstrous emotions in his heart, deliberately asking in a joking tone, "Do you like me?" Late at night, there was silence outside the window, and the bedroom was quiet as a pin drop. The ambiguous and charming atmosphere spread unchecked, filling the entire room soundlessly. Xiaojun's white, soft face was gently pinched by him, like a ball that could be kneaded around. Her eyelashes drooped slightly and her brows furrowed in serious thought. She likes Shinichi, very much, very much. It's a little secret, but the darn Shinichi actually doesn't want to sleep with her. She suddenly didn't like him anymore. Xiaojun was vindictive, very vindictive, and she opened her mouth in exasperation, just about to say she didn't like it. And yet, I'm afraid he'll be upset, that he'll be sad. Hesitating for a moment, Xiaojun lifted her white fingers, carefully gestured, and said tentatively, a little bit like, I'm afraid he's too proud, so only a little bit. The words just fell. Shinichi's head boom exploded a thunderbolt. The heart was completely pierced by Xiaojun. The mind repeatedly looped the sentence. Those sour emotions from earlier instantly dissipated and turned into a honey-like sweetness. And Xiaojun was already so sleepy that even her eyelids were fighting and she couldn't keep her eyes open. She yawned, not caring what she liked or didn't like, and just buried her head under his covers. Her voice sweet. Shhhh. I'm going to sleep. Shinichi, however, was still frozen in place. By the time he came back to his senses, Jojin was asleep. she lay obediently beside him, shrinking into a small ball that took up very little space. As she slept, she let out steady breaths, her sleeping face peaceful, her eyelashes like a small fan. The whole person was shrouded in gentleness and serenity. It was as if sleeping with him was a peaceful and wonderful thing. But Shinichi knew that the ground was not at all comfortable to sleep on. When Xiaojin gradually fell asleep, Shinichi quietly picked her up, carefully placed her on the soft bed, and tucked her in. The man sat on the edge of the bed, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up as he gently straightened the broken hair on the young girl's forehead, his voice low and gentle. I like you too. Lots and lots of points like you. He thought that perhaps he had actually waited until the pearl's heart was in the right place. It's also time to prepare for confession. Chapter 84, The end of a crush is at hand. Outside the window it was quiet and deep. The loving moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, and the room was a little dimly lit with a small lamp on. The only sounds were the faint breeze from the heater and air conditioner, and the even, gentle breathing of the young girl. Every breath she took was like a spring breeze blowing through a sea of flowers, pink and white petals dancing. Shinichi was in a state of confusion, filled with cheek kisses, and a little bit of crush. Is the adoration hidden in the shadows? Is not see the light of day? Careful he walked alone on the dark and cold road, not knowing where it led, not knowing where it ended, not knowing how long he would have to walk, only knowing that he must keep going, until just now, a fresh, fragrant spring breeze blew over, and a warm ray of light came up to illuminate the path in front of her. The dark, damp, dreary and depressing scent gradually changed to a rich, fragrant and refreshing scent. It's as if the end of the road of crushes is just around the corner. Even just a little bit of liking can bring him great courage. Obviously, he had been able to hold out for all those years of waiting. But now, after being actively kissed on the face, it seemed like he really kind of couldn't wait. Shinichi did not have the slightest sleepiness. He slightly drooped his eyes. His expression was serious and grave. And he opened his cell phone to create a new group chat. WeChat read, "Do me a favor." Some of the boys in the group had fallen asleep drunk, while others were still awake. And as soon as they saw the red envelope, their sleepy eyes instantly widened. The whole group sobered up. Short Oilchi brother, you are really, we are all brothers. There are any favor must help. How to send red packets? What kind of relationship do we have? Do we need to use money to measure it? That's just insulting. But the two boys just finished the moving and emotional words, immediately grabbed the red packets, fearing that a second slower will be finished. In the next instant, the group suddenly exploded. Asterisk. Such a big red packet. Righteous Father, you are my righteous Father. At chi. I grabbed 188 pieces. Living Father. There are gold coins. You are really exploding. I'm so touched. Tears. Chico is the male of males. The man of men. Wealthy. Too damn thick. The thickest man in the world. Tell me, what kind of favor is it that you have to build a special little group for? I'll take care of it. Late at night, Shinichi was unusually calm and collected at the moment. He was just typing on the screen, but it seemed like he was using all the strength in his body. I'm going to confess to Jojin. A formal confession of love should start with a bouquet of flowers and a like. But a flippant I like you and a bouquet of ordinary flowers were not enough for him. Not nearly enough. He doesn't want to leave any regrets. He wants to prepare a most romantic, beautiful and passionate confession for his princess. Maybe, it takes that little bit of time and opportunity. Noon. Golden sunlight shines through the cracks in the curtains, haloing the entire bedroom. Jojin lay on the large soft bed, wrapped tightly in the small comforter, curled up slightly, and her hair scattered casually around the pillow. She slept for a long time this time, and it was a particularly sweet sleep, all through the night. When she opened her eyes sleepily, the strange and familiar room came into view, startling her. Jojin, isn't this Shinichi's room? She seemed to realize something and blushed, sitting up with a jerk, looking down at her white shirt, and the covers on her body, her pupils quaking. Isn't this Shinichi's bed? In a flash, memories of last night's messy night flooded his brain. Take this bouquet and you're mine. Shinichi, can you please take me in for the night? I'm going to take a shower. I'm just going to take a shower. Not only did I wear your clothes, I also used your body wash. I don't want to sleep alone. Shinichi, you can't leave. Oh, a little bit like that. Clear images burned into the brain of not only a tight embrace in the bathroom, but a kiss on the cheek on the mattress, and so on. Kiss? She kissed Shinichi while she was drunk? She forcibly kissed her favorite? Xiaojin's eyes suddenly widened, pupils suddenly tightened, heart plopping wildly, sitting on the bed in a daze for a long time, eyes lost in thought. Dull. JPG. The next second, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. The man was half leaning against the doorframe, in a dark pajama suit with an open neckline, inexplicably revealing a wickedly compelling aura. Awake? I got lunch. Come get some later. The tone was sparse, still in a lazy tone, without the slightest hint of embarrassment or abnormality, as if everything that happened last night was a dream. Xiaojun froze for 2 seconds, violently pulling the quilt up to cover herself, her whole body shrinking under the quilt, like an ostrich buried in the ground. No, big brother, now what is the problem of lunch or not lunch? It is the two of them last night so ambiguous intimate. He actually have the leisure to eat? Eat the wool. Xiaojun hid under the covers, her face abruptly rolling, as if a deer was screaming and growling and hissing and twisting inside. Why is she so enthusiastic and proactive when she's drunk? Can you share a little bit of courage and confidence with her now? Shinichi seemed to let out a light laugh, and through the covers, his low mellow voice slowly came out. Don't worry, I slept on the floor last night, not with you. We're still clean. Joe Jane? No. What did he say? How did it sound? Instead of getting darker and darker, Jojin cried out and plugged her ears, so ashamed she wanted to die. What to do? What to do? The CPU is dry burning. Where is the Master-at-Arms? Where is the Master-at-Arms? Come and save her. After all the mental build-up under the covers, she finally slowly lifted the covers, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Inwardly, he kept reassuring himself. Anyway, at least it kissed him. Not a bad wave. In the bathroom, Shinichi prepared a disposable toothbrush and washcloth for her. Jojin brushed her teeth while furrowing her brow to think of a response, intending to pretend she didn't remember anything. Well, she's smart. After washing her face, Xiaojun took a deep breath and sat down at the dining table in a pretense of relaxation, raising a sweet smile at him. Hi, good morning. Shinichi sat across from her, lightly his eyes constantly hovering over her face, faintly said, It's noon, Jojin. Oh, lunch was bought from one of her favorite siumai restaurants, asparagus and fresh pork siumai, and a bowl of green bean soup. Jojin happened to be very hungry and took small bites of food, her stomach warming and instantly comfortable. Shinichi sat across from her and used his chopsticks to hold a siumai. The man's movements were casual and uninhibited, with an air of calm and reliability, and a casual gesture was enough to tantalize the heart. Jojin stared at him quietly as she ate her yakitori. Her gaze slowly fell on the right side of Shinichi's face, and a sudden wave of weakness surged through her. Is that where you kissed last night? Xiaojun reddened her ears and immediately lowered her head, her heart beating like a drum. She suddenly felt like a loss again. A big loss. If I had known, I should have kissed him on the mouth and touched his abs too. That's really earning awe. As if sensing something, Shinichi leaned back in his chair and asked absently, By the way, last night, before the words were finished, however, Xiaojun, as if she had installed radar, immediately interrupted him anxiously, speaking quickly and loudly. I don't remember anything from last night. Chapter 85, The only one who's firm is you. After Xiaojun finished, she realized that her reaction was too intense and too here and now, also known as no fighting. She coughed lightly and feigned calm as she took a sip of her green bean soup, strategically lowering her head to eat. The corners of Shinichi's mouth rippled up in an arc, like a smile or not, with a loose accent. Oh, he slowly came over, one hand propped up on his chin. Those dark, deep Danfang eyes seemed to be able to see everything. Really? Nothing? Xiaojun took another sip of the green bean soup and nodded, her voice clear and sweet. Aha, I'm completely out of it after I got drunk. Thank you for taking care of me. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the hand cupping the spoon was trembling gently, betraying her without mercy. Shinichi's eyes landed precisely on her fingertips. His eyes were ghostly, his sword brows lightly raised, and a dull, low laugh rolled out from the depths of his chest. Always feeling like she was going to reveal herself next, Jojin decided to take the initiative and throw the question back. Testing the waters. NEI. I didn't do anything really outrageous last night, I don't think. Xiaojun blinked her pretty eyes, full of sincerity and innocence. Wasn't it? Hugging his bed, shirt, shower gel. Wasn't it just a hug and a kiss? It's normal, right? Not too much. Ha ha. Shinichi dipped the roasted wheat in vinegar while staring at her. You want to know? Jojin nodded stiffly. Anyway, no matter what he said, she rolled her eyes. To ask is to be drunk and stupid, delirious and unable to distinguish between humans and animals. As a result, the next second, Shinichi took out his cell phone. It just so happens that I have recorded. Do you want to hear it? Xiaojun's eyes slowly widened with shock. No, why is this guy such a dog? Who is a good person recording every day? Xiaojun finished the last mouthful of soup and hurriedly got up. No my house key was found. I have to hurry home. Xiaojun was red-faced and just wanted to run away in a hurry. If she stayed like this any longer, her heart wouldn't be able to take it. She hurriedly gathered and packed her things, picking up her backpack and changing her shoes. Suddenly, Shinichi grabbed her wrist from behind. Xiaojun. As he moved, Xiaojun met his dark eyes and froze out. The distance between the two was very close. This time Ichi put away his laziness. His tone carried a bit of seriousness. Next week is my car race. You'll come, right? Xiaojun responded, nodding her head as a matter of course and smiling brightly at him. Of course I'll come. Ichi had accompanied her so many times, and of course she was more than willing to cheer him on. She also wanted him to stand on the podium and shine, and she wished him the best of luck and success in his future endeavors. Upon hearing this, Ichi reached out and rubbed her head, his eyes carrying a bit of seriousness, his tone solemn. Yes, you must come. Xiaojun jogged back to her empty home and rolled numbly all the way back to her bedroom, her heart racing as she hurriedly turned on her cell phone. The dorm group Week of Madness 4 has completely exploded with 99 plus messages. Zhou Jin has been at numerous times. Yunyu, Pearl, how's it going? At Pearl. Chen Mei Xiang, dead girl, sleeping so soundly? At Pearl. Shang Lulu, I'm in a hurry. Obviously I'm not the heroine. Why am I in such a hurry? Good collapse. Chen Mei Xiang, oh, that beast won't really eat you, my poor little Jinjin. Tears, even in between at her. Chen Mei Xiang gave Ichi countless titles, including but not limited to, Motorcycle Brother, Rainy Brother, Discount Brother, Sweepstakes Brother, Shuweni Brother, Shun Luo Brother, Dark Sharp Brother, Bamboo Horse Brother. Zhoujin sat cross-legged on her cot and described last night in general terms. Even her fingertips were shaking slightly as she typed. There was nervousness, amazement, shyness, surprise, as if all kinds of emotions came up overwhelmingly and filled the whole heart. Shun Lulu exploded when she heard it, popping up her voice, ********. Are you so wild drunk? Invisible ruffled burst. And it's all like this. He still insisted on sleeping on the floor. It can't be no, right? After hearing this, Xiaojun weakly retorted, actually, I feel that he is quite good. Those ambiguous memories from her previous life. When it came to that kind of thing, Ichi was always swimming, energetic, and alive. Even if Ichi had been restrained enough, she still felt that she was about to go to heaven. Zhoujin covered her rolling face, so shy. At this point, Yunyu earnestly typed, actually, I think that this kind of man is only reliable enough and worthy of being entrusted with his life. If a man takes advantage of your drunkenness and keeps making teasing and ambiguous gestures towards you, then I think he has no respect for you at all, and you can basically pass him off as well. Yunyu's words were unanimously recognized by the sisters. Chen Meixian, at Pearl, Xiao Jinjin, you don't know when other beauties come on stage and sing, Brother Moto doesn't even raise his head, but when you come on stage, his eyes light up. The eyes of the beloved are the eighth ocean. He seems to be very determined in his eyes, determined only by you. The eyes of the masses are sharp, the authorities are confused, the onlooker is clear. Ichi's seems to have been very obvious, like a cluster of hot flames burning brightly, so obvious that the three of them could feel it deeply in the minutiae from just one side. Maybe some scumbags are used to pretending, but every little detail of Ichi is hard to pretend. It's every tender, doting look, every blatant favoritism. Inside the bedroom, Xiaojun put down her cell phone and stared at the white ceiling, exhaling and inhaling in an effort to calm her mind. The mind is full of Ichi's face, with his loose and unruly look, his untamed look, his serious and focused look, his cocked mouth and light smile. Xiaojun silently clutched the quilt, her heart beating faster and faster and faster, the tip of her nose slowly souring up with a little bit of small aggravation. She's pretty firmly in love with him, too, loved it so much that she couldn't hold it in or pretend anymore. Every moment she wanted to stick with him, every moment she wanted to hold him. Such emotions grew wildly and unchecked like vines, firmly entangling her heart. A silence fell over the room. I don't know how much time had passed before Zhoujin finally took a deep breath and picked up her phone again to send a message. You said, if I confess to him, will it work? Chapter 86. Zhoujin is the cute quack monster. Ichi participated in a domestic open motorcycle competition, which had a higher gold content than the previous competitions he had participated in, and was also the official starting point of his career. He looks confident and strong enough, but the closer we get to the date of the race, the more difficult it is for Zhoujin to sleep at night. Always do horrible nightmares, like falling into the abyss. There is a silver needle poking her heart, scaring her sweaty, creepy. A series of 3 or 4 days have not slept a good night. She woke up in shock, her eyes red and her pillow all wet, but she couldn't remember anything. It was as if there were ghosts haunting my body, and my spirits were particularly bad all day long. Her roommates reassured her that she was being overly nervous and wishy-washy. Xiaojun always felt uneasy in her heart, so she asked the girls to go hiking together. Shengxian Temple in Baigu Mountain, the temple for marriage and peace, are very spiritual, only 2 people at a time, and the more sincere heart, the more effective. A group of 4 people came to the foot of the mountain and climbed up little by little with devotion. Shang Lulu happened to be in physiological period, grasping a long wooden stick in her hand. The more she climbed, the more it hurt. I'm so damn convinced. Looking at a small mountain from afar, but how do you climb up and suddenly become so high? And it is said that Baiwu Mountain has 1,314 steps. Romantic Lu. I do not know whether it is true or not. Yunyu gasped as she walked. This has only climbed a third of the way. I haven't exercised for a long time. Later I want to take a break. I'm so tired. Xiaojun clenched her fists and softly cheered them on. Cheer up everyone. We'll go eat hot pot after the climb. Amazed face. The mountains were rugged, and a few people were in a fairly pleasant mood as they took one step deeper into the forest, with the sounds of birdsong and gurgling water ringing in their ears. However, in the next second, there was a loud bang. Everyone who was climbing the mountain stopped in their tracks in unison, and their faces suddenly changed, as if the pause button had been pressed. Chen Meishan looked up at the sky in horror. No, God, it can't be what I think it is. As soon as the words fell, the rain came down like a waterfall, crackling hard on the leaves. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the whole mountain was covered in a curtain of pouring rain, becoming blurred. Everyone's expression cracked completely. Shang Lulu had a look of a dog in the sun. Holy, the weather forecast is clearly a sunny day. They are still specially picked today to climb, because today is not only forecast to be a sunny day, but also the auspicious day. The result of this mess out of death? Chen Meixiang was so angry that she pointed her index finger at the sky and cursed. What the hell? Why are you suddenly pouring rain? Are you looking at me like I'm not happy? Give me %# caret and asterisk. You. Oh, I would have known that even if a trigram and then go out. Luckily, they had brought their umbrellas with them, originally intended to be used for shade, but never thought it would come in handy by mistake. A few of the big old passers-by around them didn't have umbrellas and cursed as they walked back through the rain. Most people chose to go downhill. Shang Lulu had a stomachache during her physiological period. Yunyu was already physically weak, and Chen Meishan was furious and jumped to her feet. None of them seemed too eager to climb down either, but because of her, they just kept gritting their teeth and holding on, not saying anything. Xiaojun stood in place, her head hanging slightly, her heart a little bit unfavorable, her fingertips holding the umbrella handle unconsciously clenched hard, tangled for a long time, pursed her lips, and said softly, "It's raining too much. Why don't you guys go back first? No need to accompany me. Thank you." Yunyu raised her head, vaguely worried. Do you really still want to climb? We can come out another day, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The rain was getting heavier and the trail became wet and slippery under the torrential downpour, making it easy to fall. Even the air was dull and depressing, burning and irritating. Xiaojun shook her head and said somewhat stubbornly, "I want to climb up the mountain." She had frequent nightmares in the past few days. She couldn't recall what she dreamed about, but it seemed to be related to Chin Ichu. She always had a bad feeling about it, as if there was a voice deep in her head telling her that she must do something about it. That's why she came to Mount Baigu, to ask for a peace talisman for him. Tomorrow is Chinichi's match, only today is free. Xiaojun was not very happy, inexplicably a little depressed, and a little sad. Her mood is heavy as the dark clouds in the sky. Why? It's raining today. The roommates hesitated for a moment before leaving, and told her to be safe and not to be a hero. Xiaojun let out a soft hum and nodded, walking upwards alone with her umbrella. The rain was like dense arrows shooting at the ground, splashing out countless splashes. Even with the umbrella, Xiaojun's pant legs, shoes, and shoulders were all much drenched. 1,314 steps. Xiaojun climbed the mountain while thinking about Qin Ichi's appearance, remembering him as a child covered in injuries, the misanthropic and cold man in middle school, a hot and dazzling man on the racetrack, and the doting and affectionate man while skiing. His various looks had taken over Jojun's heart. Thinking about it, I don't know how long or how much time had passed, and when I climbed to the top of the mountain, the rainstorm finally got a little lighter. Obviously usually climb the 6th floor of the dormitory are exhausted, but this time climbing, Xiaojun feel as if it is not so difficult, not so tormented. Bit by bit, it's creeping up. The surrounding wishing tree is filled with red silk, wooden plaques and bells, which make a clear sound under the rainstorm. Xiaojun gasped, full of devotion and sincerity, and went to each temple to pay her respects, finally begging for a peace talisman each for herself and Qin Ichi at the temple. May he live a safe and prosperous life. The torrential rain washed the entire Changxian temple, making the temple even more sacred. The moment she grabbed the peace sign, Xiaojun finally breathed a sigh of relief. So many days of panic and fear seemed to be dissipating. In the evening, it didn't rain in the capital. Qin Ichi's door was knocked twice, and when he opened it, he saw a wet white rabbit standing right in front of his house. Xiaojun raised the peace talisman in her hand towards him, curving her pretty eyes and smiling sweetly and lightly. For you, like offering him the carrots he worked so hard to grow. Shinichi paused for a moment, unable to say what he felt in his heart, as if a volcano was erupting in gushing hot magma inside his chest. Thanks. He took the peace talisman, the corners of his lips unconsciously curling up as he stared earnestly at Xiaojun, his voice low and magnetic. You have to come to the game tomorrow. Xiaojun's wet eyes were clean and clear, full of his reflection. Then you must also promise me to be peaceful. She bowed her head, her cheeks slightly pink, and said, a little squirmily, no matter what place you take, I think you're the best one. Really? As the words fell, the knots in Shinichi's throat rolled gently, his eyes dark and deep. Those two words again, awesome. When he hit the bullseye in the scenic area, Xiaojun said he was so good. After skiing at the ski resort, Xiaojun complimented him on his so good, and even when he just grilled a skewer for her, she would smile and praise him for being so good. Isn't Jojun just a cute little quack? Shinichi really couldn't hold back and reached out to rub her head again. Okay, I promise you that I will be safe. Xiaojun blinked her bright eyes and stuck out her little thumb. Then let's pull the hook. Pulling the hook like when I was a kid. Well, pull the hook. Shinichi didn't feel childish either. Instead he seriously wrapped his hands around her little thumb and coaxed her in a warm voice. Xiaojun was satisfied. Her heart was sweet, and she lifted her chin and said, lying is for puppies. The moment the two thumbs were pressed together, it was as if some contract had been invisibly signed. Chapter 87, He will be safe and sound. On the day of the race, Xiaojun changed into a light brown padded dress, and even specially looking for online novice tutorials to put on a makeup, eyeshadow, blush, lip glaze. She found the hardest step to be applying the false eyelashes, which was particularly hard to stick on in a more natural way. The race was lively and cluttered, and as it was about to begin, a group of people sat in the audience, nervously looking down the driveway. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Xiaojun always feels that the boys are weird today, usually a big goofball. Now it was as if the collective was hiding something important from her. Even her eyes weren't quite right. Xiaojun carried a heavy bag, tangled for a long time, finally could not hold back, and took the initiative to come over and ask in a small voice, is the makeup on my face weird? Ha? Niu Feng was filled with confusion, frowning as he stared at her, and only after a long time did he ask, you're wearing makeup? The lip glaze that Zhou wears is a cherry pink color, a lighter, not very red kind of color. Niu Feng really didn't see that she was wearing makeup. A wave of frustration inexplicably welled up in Zhou and she muttered, can't you tell? The boy next to him hurriedly consoled, I can see that I can see. The thief is good looking, especially good looking, not strange at all, are enough to fascinate Qi. Zhou, then why do you all have weird eyes? Even Zhang Ning, the third grade little sister, stared at her with an expectant face. It's not right, it's very wrong. At the same time, the electronic screens on the track switched to the drivers, instantly causing a huge wave of screams. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at us Chico. Handsome. I don't know which boy suddenly shouted. Zhou lifted her head to look up. Inside the big screen, the man is dressed in black and red racing suit. Head to shoulder ratio is extremely superior. The pair of slightly narrow phoenix eyes, surging out of a touch of handsome air, right under the eye of a tear mole is more demonic compulsion. Straight hook hearts. At that moment, it was as if he was a male protagonist who had stepped out of a manga. Hotter and brighter than the sun, simply hormonal and aggressive. Zhou's heart instantly filled with honey. Her liking was like a bottle of soda after it had been shaken hard, bubbling up and almost on the verge of bursting through her body and overflowing completely. A few beautiful sisters next to her eyes lit up with excitement, hissing and hissing as they raised their cell phones to take wild pictures. Help! Look that no. One writer how so handsome. I'm going to curb Oh my god. My friend found out that he is still a male university? Handsome male college student. I'll give him my life. Zhou's little face went yellow. The beautiful sisters next to me were still covering their mouths, saying things like strong energy, endurance, core stability. The more Xiaojun listened, the hotter her ears became, her head getting lower and lower, and her cheeks gradually swooning with a thin red color. No, it's all what and what. On the track, the drivers were ready to go, and the atmosphere of the spectators was high and loud cheering. Niu Feng hurriedly covered his little heart. Help! I'm so nervous. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, patted him on the shoulder and spoke. It's okay, we have to believe in Brother Qi. Xiaojun lowered her eyes and murmured in a low voice. Well, Qin Ichu, he'll definitely be able to. I don't know if I'm comforting others or myself. Xiaojun kept repeating that it would be fine, and that Qin Ichu would be safe and well. After all, that is the future of the world's top strength racing driver, is the so-called racetrack hunting king existence. Boom went the gun. The black and white board flag swung down violently. and the game was officially underway. The rider plummeted out like lightning, the roaring engine sound stirring and powerful and loud, smoke spreading through the air. The atmosphere in the audience instantly ignited. Watching in the electronic screen is completely different from the feeling in the audience at the scene, which is more shocking and exciting. Jojin's eyes glazed over as she looked at the figure of racer number 1 on the screen. In his red and black racing suit, it was like a cluster of hot flames roaring all the way up the hill, blazing and boiling, wild enough to be wild enough to explode like cells all over your body. The tires scuffed on the road course, and in the corners, his body was almost on the ground, and his knees nearly rubbed the ground, and the tires looked like sharp blades, drifting dangerously all the way. Xiaojin's insides abruptly tightened, pursing her lips, feeling the air around her screaming, boiling, and tearing wildly. The boys next to me screamed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Help! My heart is beating out of my chest. Xiaojin couldn't speak at all, even holding her breath, not daring to gasp. The heart was instantly in my throat, and I watched every curve with fear. On the screen, the hot figure was like a beast that had been unleashed, suddenly bursting out with amazing power, drifting perfectly to overtake and become number 1, far ahead of the pack. Jojin breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. However, at the next corner, Shinichi was overtaken by the No. 6 driver behind him, and fell a short distance behind. The breath that Xiaojin had just loosened suddenly returned, the corners of her mouth downward, her whole body on edge, her heart puffing and beating wildly, her fingertips vaguely trembling. However, on the second lap, Shinichi once again overtook, and the deafening roar seemed to completely ignite the air. Xiaojin curled her lips again and smiled, her mood going up and down like a roller coaster. The people around them began to cheer beautifully. However, as the camera switched to a close-up of car number 6, Jojin suddenly froze. Her face was instantly pale and her lips trembled constantly. In a flash of lightning, it was as if she was back in that horrible, frightening nightmare, falling into a bottomless cliff, her heart being viciously stabbed with blood by countless needles. It hurts so much. Niu Yifeng saw that she was not in the right state and hurriedly inquired, Sister Chow, what's wrong with you? If you feel nervous, just close your eyes first. It's fine, haha. The words were soothing, but Niu Yifeng's thighs were also trembling. I'm fine. I just haven't slept well lately. Xiaojin came back to her senses and clutched the peace talisman in her hand. She and Shinichi both have a peace talisman. Shinichi also promised her last night, must be sure to be safe. Lying will become a puppy. At those words, Niu Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look up at the match, cheering and shouting. The last lap, and the most intense stage. All the spectators were pumped up and screaming like crazy. At the corner, the No. 6 driver caught up with Shinichi, almost neck and neck, close to each other, almost about to touch each other. The struggle was extremely fierce. The entire audience was filled with tension. Niu Yifeng was even more nervous to the point that his forehead was sweating and his muscles were tense. The next moment, however, there was a sudden thud in his ear. He turned his head to look and his face suddenly changed. Xiaojin unexpectedly fell straight to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with you? Jojin, don't you scare me. The boys erupted in sharp pops. Quick, quick, quick. Joe's fainted. Chapter 88 Confession. I like you. The race continues on the winding course. No. 1 Shinichi and No. 6 driver were almost neck and neck. The competition was extremely fierce and brutal, pursuing the ultimate speed. The last couple of corners saw both men pressing the corners at the same time and flying close to the ground. The corners are all a test of the rider's strength and guts, and the pressurized corners are undoubtedly the most thrilling part of the race. The whole place was boiling like a volcano erupting. The crowd was waving small flags in their hands. The commentator's tone was high, and the atmosphere was already at its peak. Inside the screen, the number 6 driver is on the inside lap of the turn, infinitely close to the ground. Suddenly, like a boat under a raging wind on the waves, he lost control to the point of sliding out sideways. Driver No. 6 completely lost control of his car and crashed straight into Shinichi, who was driving alongside him on the outer ring. Bang! A deafening crash suddenly sounded. The two made blinding arcs around the track, spinning and rolling and sparking, falling off the track in unison. Metal clashed harshly as smoke and sparks spread. Shinichi fell off the bike. A crash is simply a fatal blow to the race, virtually eliminating any chance of a prize, and may even strike an indelible fear into the rider. This shocking and horrifying scene deeply stimulated the eyeballs, and the whole room was suddenly silenced by pressing the pause button. At that moment, the entire world was twisting and distorting, transforming into a bottomless abyss that devoured the body bit by bit. Surrounded by cold and despair, completely unable to move or speak, all that was left was a drilling pain, as if there was a silver needle poking hard into the heart. and the pain felt like a violent hailstorm hitting every nerve. It was clearly agreed that it would be peaceful. Why are you cheating? Don't. No. Jojin awoke with a start, snapping her eyes open and screaming as she sat up violently from the couch. Her entire body seemed to be torn by a huge force. Her face was pale, her body shivered continuously, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out from her forehead. Heartburn. It really hurts so much. Jojin, how are you? A familiar and urgent voice rang in his ears. Xiaojin slowly came back to her senses, reacting half a beat slower, raising her eyes, suddenly confused in place, surrounded by unfamiliar restrooms, and Qin Ichu, just sitting beside her intact. He was still in his red and black racing suit, still looking spirited and untamed. The only difference was that there was something extra in his neck. That's a gold medal. You. Xiaojin's nostrils flared as emotions flooded her heart and her eyes instantly reddened. Panicked, she subconsciously grabbed Qin Ichi's hand and choked. You're okay? Qin Ichi held her hand while shaking the golden trophy beside him. Jojin, I took the title. The moment he stood on the podium, he kept thinking that Jojin would surely see him, too, after receiving the trophy. However, he receives the news that Jojin has fainted and practically runs all the way there. In that moment, his whole body was going crazy, feeling 10,000 times more nervous than he was racing. The heart was pounding so hard it was practically bursting through his chest. The doctor on the scene didn't check anything out and just said that Xiaojin would be fine after some rest. He then breathed a sigh of relief and Princess carried Xiaojin all the way to the restroom. She seemed to be in pain and upset when she fainted, but no matter how much he called her, she couldn't wake up. Jojin stared at the trophy for a long time, gripping his hand tighter and whimpering in a small voice. I want to see the live replay. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her whole body still in a state of extreme fear. Qin Ichi let out a soft hum and held the phone in front of her, dragging the progress bar. Jojin stared at the screen for an instant. At the critical moment of the last lap, the No. 6 driver next to Qin Ichi lost control and fell out of the track. Fortunately, Qin Ichi was a little bit faster and was not affected, and crossed the finish line straight away. Later, he stood on the podium, his posture erect, holding the champion's trophy, his whole face half lit, half dark, seeping out a lot of sweat, his lips slightly gasping for air, his hormone secretion bursting. The whole crowd cheered and boiled. Even the brilliant sunlight favors him and embraces him, like a golden waterfall, all enveloped in the side of his face, glittering, radiant. End of playback. Xiaojin held more tears in her eyes, her lips pale. This number 6 fell off the bike. Qin Ichi's voice was steady. Yes, almost knocked me over. Later on, the medics also found out that he was high on banned substances. He should be officially banned for 3 to 5 years. After hearing this, the tip of Xiaojin's nose became even more acidic, as if she had eaten the most acidic orange in the world. The astringency could not be suppressed. It turns out that the nightmares that did it all these days, it turns out that the horrible moments just now, are all memories of past lives. She always fainted uncontrollably whenever she remembered those memories. In his previous life, Qin Ichi was seriously injured in a car accident in this game, and it was also the first setback in his career. But in this life, not only did he come out flat, he even won the title. Both of them kept their promise. She came to see Qin Ichi compete, and Qin Ichi was safe and well. No one has broken last night's promise of pulling a hook and turning into a puppy. Jojin tried to keep her eyes open, bracing herself to keep the tears from falling as she kept talking to herself. Be happy, laugh, not cry. It was obviously a happy and beautiful outcome, but she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Heartbroken for Qin Ichi in his previous life. She'll be sad when he gets hurt too. Xiaojin hung her head, her eyes red, her emotions somewhat uncontrollable, overwhelmingly surging to her heart. In the next second, Qin Ichi took off the gold medal and put it into her neck, and also reached out to pinch her cheeks, coaxing her in a doting manner. Good girl, here's the gold medal. Don't cry, okay? As he spoke, the tearful mole under his eye swayed with him, deep and compelling, as if hiding a hook. Xiaojin had been forcibly holding back her tears, and after some gentle coaxing from Qin Ichi, she finally couldn't help herself and snapped down. Crystal and teardrops fled from her eyes, one by one, fighting to be the first to escape. People are like this. When facing the storm, will always try to hold back, even if the grievances of the heavens will be gritted teeth. But once you hear words of comfort, it is easy to get emotional and sob uncontrollably. The more Qin Ichi comforted and coaxed her, the more Xiaojin's tears fell. Watching her cry stoically, Qin Ichi didn't know why she was so upset, and a heartache gradually welled up inside her, and her heart was pumping along with it. He leaned in close to Jojin, rubbing his fingertips gently over the young girl's small face to wipe away her tears. Thinking carefully for a moment, Qin Ichi asked with a serious expression, "Did those boys bully you? Or did they say something to you?" Xiaojin buried her head low and rubbed her own eyes, her sobs breaking. "No, they're fine. No one bullies me. Suddenly, the door to the lounge was opened with one hand. Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu. A group of boys crowded in, staring dumbfounded at Xiaojun, who was wiping her tears. Niu Yifeng blurted out, "Holy, brother Qi, why are you bullying sister Qiao?" Zhang Yu slapped his ass violently and lowered his voice. "Shut up, size cute. Can't you see he's coaxing?" Niu Yifeng immediately reacted, placing the white backpack in his hand on the chair next to him. This is Sister Qiao's bag. We'll go first, huh? Cheers." With those words, the group of people left again in a hurry, not forgetting to close the door. They went to a nearby clearing and squatted down to play poker while exchanging worried tones. "Do you guys think Qi's confession will work today? And will our sister Qiao say yes to him? Crying so hard. You couldn't have just rejected it, could you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they fail, then I'll never believe in love again," and run naked through the schoolyard. Inside the quiet lounge, Shinichi picked up the bag and put it next to Xiaojun, casually asking, "It's a bit heavy. What's in it?" Xiaojun immediately reached out and covered her backpack tightly, a resigned look that she just didn't want to tell him. Shinichi didn't ask too many questions and sat next to her, rubbing her head as he usually did. "Jojin, what's the matter? Can you tell me about it?" He also wanted to help Jojin share some of it. Sadness, aggravation, pain, sourness, any emotion will do. Xiaojun rubbed her eyes and gave him a cautious look, her sobbing voice trembling. "I just had a dream." She was still organizing her language, thinking about how to phrase it, but she didn't expect Shinichi to get it in one go. He coaxed warmly, "Nightmares is it? Dreams of me falling off my bike? Or me getting run over dash?" Xiaojun immediately reached out and covered his mouth, her tone anxious. "Don't you say it, it's unlucky. Looks like a good guess." Shinichi removed her hand while taking out the peace talisman, his tone serious. "Don't be afraid. I'm not alive? When you fainted earlier, I made a point of having someone else get your roommate's contact information. Your roommate said that you've been having nightmares and trouble sleeping lately. She also said that yesterday you went to climb Baigu Mountain, but it rained heavily in the middle of the climb. Everyone else came back, but you still gritted your teeth and insisted on climbing up 1,314 steps, and you begged this peace sign for me." Shinichi held up the peace talisman, and his eyes gradually haloed a layer of red, staring at her for an instant. "I was really close to getting hit just now, so when I got out of the car I wondered if it had blessed me." As soon as the words fell, Xiaojun's slightly stabilized emotions from a moment ago came surging back up in a frenzy. Her brain was blank. She didn't care about anything. She hugged Shinichi's waist tightly one by one. Her small face was buried in his arms, and her tears all fell on his racing suit. But that dream, it was real. It was real. It's his past life. He had fallen off his bike in a previous life and must have been sad and despondent. Those real pains all hit Jojin's heart with precision. "It hurts. It hurts." It was like finally finding an outlet for all the aggravation and panic that had been going on for so many days lately. Jojin buried her head and whimpered, crying even harder, tears falling one by one. "Shinichi, I am so afraid that you will fall, afraid that something will happen to you. I really don't want you to feel bad. Shinichi, I wash." Jojin's voice was getting smaller, breaking, the last sentence not quite audible. Wash what?" Shinichi reached out and patted her back, holding her down tightly in his arms as if he were coaxing a small child. He was still trying to figure out what he could do to comfort her, what he could do to coax the bunny in his arms to be happier. Who knew that in the next second, Xiaojun suddenly raised her head and said with all the courage in her body while dropping tears in aggravation, "I love you." Chapter 89, Xiaojun is the bravest princess. Perhaps it was the tears that took away Xiaojun's cowardice and fear, and she said the 4 words that had been building up in her heart for so long, almost loudly and bravely, like a bottle of Coke that's been shaken hard a million times. If she doesn't confess, she's really going to pop. The lounge was silent. Jojin suddenly regretted it. Her ideal confession would have been romantic, a shy and reserved way of saying she liked it in a pretty dress and perfect makeup. It's the breeze gently blowing the hair, surrounded by beautiful flowers. Everything is beautiful and dreamy, instead of the way it is now. Now that she was in tears, she definitely looked ugly, and she was still hugging Shinichi like a psychopath and wouldn't let go. At the thought of this, Jojin cried even harder. There are confession words she prepared last night all night. What stars are moon ah, the sea ah, snowflake ah. In short, especially romantic and beautiful. But now her mind was blank, and she had forgotten all the confessions she knew so well. Can only repeat over and over again like Shinichi, really good like him. Shinichi was shocked in place, his ears like a thunderclap, his thoughts instantly frozen. His soul, in this moment, was completely shaken, completely rolled up, and did not react for a long time. I don't know how much time passed before he gradually heard his own voice. "Jojin, I dash." Xiaojun immediately blocked his mouth with her hand, crying with tears on her face. No, You shut up. I'll go first. Jojin hastily unzipped her backpack and pulled a motorcycle helmet made of Legos out of it. Red and black. Very large. As big as a normal race helmet. And even has the letters QYC. She spelled it out for a long time. Jojin gathered her courage. This is my confession gift to you to celebrate your race. Under the slightly dim light, Shinichi stared at her with his head hung down, a strange luster rippling in his dark and deep pupils. The knot in his throat rolled. Just as he opened his mouth. However, Jojin once again quickly covered his mouth and pulled up the volume. Don't you worry, I have more. Probably overly nervous and panicked. Even her hands were now shaking and her voice was constantly shaking. Jojin wiped her eyes as she pulled her baby out of her backpack. A fountain pen, an obsidian bracelet, and a medal of honor. Shinichi opened his mouth and Xiaojin covered it again and again and again. Hold on, you're the last one. Xiaojin pulled out a pink love letter, her fingers trembling as she shoved it into Shinichi's hands, her entire little face almost suffocating red. The young girl's eyes shone brightly, loaded with radiant galaxies, as if she were offering her heart out. Shinichi, but this time, it was Shinichi's turn to interrupt her, pressing her head into his arms and holding her tightly, saying in a sultry and doting manner, Jojin, stop stealing my lines. At those words, Xiaojin froze in his arms for a moment and stayed obediently, aggravated to the point of no longer speaking. God knows how nervous and scared she is right now, afraid that Shinichi won't say yes to her, afraid that her love won't be reciprocated. Her heart was about to burst. Shinichi hugged her tightly, the knots in his throat rolling up and down, and his eyes burning a little, as if a hot flame was burning in his eyes, his true feelings rolling. I like you, longer and longer than you've ever liked me, Jojin. Today is the confession I've been planning for a long time. On a romantic mountain. He had many gifts for Jojin and the most romantic and passionate confessions. I was going to reveal it when I got there, but I didn't realize that you would say those 4 words before me. He also didn't expect that Xiaojin would suddenly faint and cry so hard. He was even more surprised that his princess, as it turned out, was braver than he was. Chapter 90, I want to be your boyfriend. The knight always follows, guards and silently adores the princess. I never imagined that the timid princess would one day lift her skirt and take the first step towards him with courage and determination. Shinichi slightly lowered his head and tightly hugged the young girl in his arms, as if he had gotten the whole world. His gaze was burning and rolling, dots of broken streams of light floating in his dark Danfang eyes. Now he couldn't tell what was going on inside him. He felt that the blood in his body was flowing backwards and his heart was exploding in splendor, and any description of words would pale in comparison and be unable to express the emotions he was feeling at this moment. I can't believe this is reality. Xiaojin was still buried in his arms crying. After hearing these words, she rubbed her eyes hard, her eyes clear and lucid, as if the first snow had melted. Shinichi said he liked it, and he liked her. He really promised. Jojin froze, looked up, inhaled deeply from the tip of her nose, and choked out, "You're going to confess to me today, too? What a coincidence." Shinichi smiled and pinched her face, painfully picking up a tissue to wipe her tears and coax her, "Because our hearts are in the right place. A long time ago, Xiaojin loved and wanted those gold medals," pointing at the pictures and saying to him, "Brother Qi, if you get a medal in the future, you must give it to me to wear." Okay, after all these years, he still remembers, always remember. So he had long thought that when he got the gold medal, he would confess his love for Jojin. Hilltop. The afterglow of the setting sun stains the whole sky, the shy pink color keeps spreading, and the clouds seem to be covered with romantic cherry blossoms. It's the pink evening sun. Xiaojin looked up at the sky, and her eyes, which had just been crying, immediately became bright. It was like a scene from her dream. She was held by Shinichi's hand as she walked step by step up to the top of the gentle hill. Between the vast expanse of mountains and fields, the breeze blew across the mountains and raised the sea of flowers into layers of waves. A bunch of fancy golden balloons in front of her instantly caught her attention. The balloons are pretty cute, heart-shaped, and even have a pair of little pure white wings, and underneath lay the delicate gift box, and a bouquet of flowers. It's the first confession gift. Shinichi had already changed into his black regular clothes, and he greeted the gentle evening breeze from the mountaintop, his broken hair on his forehead being gently blown up. Jojin looked up, and not far away floated the same pretty balloons, stretching out of sight. Surprised, she pointed to the balloons not far away. "Are those all confession gifts too?" Shinichi let out a soft and squeezed her hand. "Xiaojin, open your present." Together with his heart, let's unwrap it little by little. Xiaojin squatted down, her eyes full of anticipation and happiness, and she couldn't wait to open the golden gift box. On top of the gift box, there was a bouquet of golden coast roses. The inner petals are bright and eye-catching golden yellow, while the edges of the petals seem to be orange-red after the fire. "It means that you don't need to chase the sun," You are the brightest and most radiant being. Xiaojin's fingertips lurched as she picked up a black envelope underneath the flowers and slowly opened it at Shinichi's gesture. The gold-colored fountain pen lettering is strong and flamboyant. Xiaojin, you always seem to be less confident, always feeling ordinary and plain. But in my eyes, you've always been a unique, sparkling princess who shines brighter than the sun. Almost in a flash, Xiaojin's breathing stopped for a split second, and her entire body was pressed into pause. Each word seemed to have a tremendous impact, hitting her heart tip after tip, hard. And the gift box contained is a piece of golden princess dress. On the hem of the satin glistening luster, patterns complex and exquisite. Each lace are carefully cut general. It's like Princess Belle's dress. Xiaojin's nose turned sour and her eyes reddened. Shinichi took her hand and walked to the next gift, saying as he walked, "There's no rush to take these. I'll have someone send them along to your home." He thought of everything. It was thoughtful and detailed. Jojin stopped in front of the light pink bunny balloon where a bouquet of cappuccinos, a low-saturation creamy pink with a gentle coffee color on the outer rim, lay. Cappuccino flower language is romantic. Unexpected love. Xiaojin unwrapped the rice pornography book next to the flowers and stared at the familiar script, her eyes turning redder. You've always seemed like a little bunny, sometimes so happy you hop around, and sometimes so sad that you hang down your bunny ears and cry secretly. That's why I always love to rub your head. By the way, I have lots and lots of carrots. Good little rabbit, come with me. The gift was a gold bracelet with a pendant in the shape of a tiny carrot, which was especially cute. The third confession gift, surrounded by ocean-like sky blue balloons, was crystal clear. A bouquet of crushed ice blue roses lie quietly on the gift box, mysterious and elegant. Gradient blue petals cascade like romantic ocean waves. The floral quote for the crushed ice blue rose reads, "Hope for you is a starry night." The gift was a shell-like white backpack that delicately mimicked the shape and texture of seaside shells and was embellished with round, full pearls. In the envelope, Shinichi complimented her on her beautiful and lovely looks, on her gentle and kind character, on her good singing, and on her sunny smile. Obviously it is a love letter, but Shinichi did not say he liked it, but praised her from beginning to end, almost like a qua monster. As she read the last paragraph of the love letter, Xiaojin's fingertips involuntarily tightened. "You're the brightest, most brilliant pearl." These are the words that had appeared in the dream of my previous life. So, it was him who said it. Xiaojin's hands were gently trembling as she opened her gifts, the whole person burying her head, trying her best to hold back, and then later a bouquet of Ecuadorian black roses, signifying that even the devil is willing to have you. The gift was a bottle of paper stars. Compared to the delicate and beautiful love letters before, this envelope was very old, even just a rough piece of draft paper. The handwriting is also a bit childish and ugly, but it is written carefully, stroke by stroke. Jen, thank you for the paper stars. In fact, I gave you that paper star yesterday to hide a secret. Written I like you, but you never found out, and I never dared to tell you. It was written to her by Shinichi when she was a child. The tip of Xiaojin's nose became even more acidic, and her heart felt as if it was being gripped hard by a hand, and she couldn't catch her breath. So he had liked her since so long ago? But the taste of a crush is really bitter. The pink evening sunlight is gentle and loving. The sea of flowers churns with warm fragrance, and different balloons and rose bouquets weave a romantic atmosphere. Xiaojin held back her tears, her hands shaking so badly that she couldn't even walk. She had lost count of the number of bunches of roses and gifts she had received, and her whole being was on the verge of honey sweetening and crying. Obviously happy, but more heartbreaking for him. The last gift is topped with intense and unrestrained red roses, unreservedly expressing deep love to her. The love letter has only 3 words, "I love you," but it's like it's been written 1,000 times. The gift box was opened, but it was empty. In the next second, a low, husky voice rang out from his side, "This gift is myself." Shinichi cupped her face and bent down slightly. "Jojin, I want to be your boyfriend," he asked seriously. "Will you stay with me?" Chapter 91 Xiao Shirjin. I want to kiss you. The pink evening sun is like the delicate petals of a flower at the dawn of the morning, and as the sun slowly sinks, the pink becomes more and more intense and picturesque. The sea of flowers tumbled with the wind, and against the gorgeous and romantic background, Xiaojin's eyes were left with the reflection of a single person. Shinichi carefully cupped her face and lowered his head, treating her like a treasure, asking her if she would like to be together. Xiaojin's eyes were so red that she couldn't believe what her ears were hearing and what she was seeing in front of her eyes. So many beautiful balloons, roses, love letters and gifts. Such a warm and grand confession. It takes lots and lots of patience and likability. No one ever said that she was a one-of-a-kind princess, a kind and loving bunny, a sparkling pearl. So she's not humble dust. So, she was also a being worthy of being crushed on, cherished, and loved in the palm of her hand. The tears that Xiaojin had been holding back all the way were completely uncontrollable, snapping down, and her entire little face was completely suffocated in red. Really? Why is this guy being so affectionate? She'll really cry to death. Jojin was completely speechless, only nodding her head vigorously and very, very vigorously to show that she was willing, very willing. She liked him to death, too, love it so much, would love to post with him, wanted to post with my boyfriend. Xiaojin buried her head into his arms, her hands voluntarily circling his waist and hugging him tightly, choking on a broken sob. To be together. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, and while hugging her hard, he coaxed her comfortingly. Well, forever together. To be together for the rest of my life. To never be separated for all eternity. His silent crush for years, finally, glimpses the light of day. Under the gentle evening sun, the two embraced each other ambiguously. Even the balloons and flowers swaying in the wind around them were celebrating and cheering for them. They and nature form a harmonious and romantic painting. However, not far away, several heads peeked out furtively from behind a tree. Jiang Ning's eyes were full of stars and she couldn't help but clap her hands. Sister Jinjin and big brother Qi are really together. The boys scrambled and hid behind the trees to keep a secret eye on the situation, feeling it again and again. I told you it would work. They're really perfect for each other. I could tell they liked each other. Our misanthropic cool-tugging big devil king Shinichi finally succeeded in marrying out. Sprinkle flowers. Gee, it's hard to see my relationship brain going again. It's hard to end it if you don't get married. I want the main table. On the other side, it wasn't as if Shinichi hadn't noticed the group of douchebags. He kept patting Xiaojin's back to coax her until he was well and truly coaxed, and then he took her hand. Go home, girlfriend. He beckoned for the boys to help carry the gifts, as well as some balloons and roses that he couldn't hold. The boys bared their teeth and laughed. Hey, we were promised to be treated to spicy crawfish if we succeeded. Jiang Ning held up the bunny balloon while drooling. Wow, I want one too. Shinichi's heart and eyes were full of his girlfriend at the moment, and he only nodded lightly at their words. Eat up, big greedy boys. Hearing that there were crayfish to eat, a group of people were immediately happy to move things. Congratulations, Sister Qiao and Brother Qi are going to be together for 100 years. Niu Feng's eyes were filled with emotion as he shouted. Be happy, Sister Qiao. If Brother Qi he bullies you, remember to tell us. Shinichi glared at him, and the other party immediately scowled and ran after the large group. Xiaojin kept her head down, not forgetting to tell the nervously waiting military officers the results of her confession in a roughly brief manner. The dormitory group instantly exploded. Chen Meixiang, ********. This kind of man actually exists? Top sci-fi. Unbelievable. Sunglasses tearing up. Yunyu, it's simply a two-way run. I told you he's the one. You two are a perfect match. Shine Lulu, talk about one of these in this life. This life talk about one of these. Talk about one of these in this lifetime. Frantic, angry. After replying to the message, Xiaojin put down her cell phone and looked at the large pile of balloons and roses in front of her and fretted. After thinking it over, she couldn't really pile it up at home, so she planned to give the balloons and roses to passers-by, thinking of passing on the happiness and goodness. Shinichi, of course, listened to her, tugging a large pile of balloons along the way, while Xiaojin held roses, and the two of them walked back shoulder to shoulder. There happened to be a lot of kids when we passed a park, especially some little girls, received cute balloons and beautiful roses, the whole happy to jump up and down. Sweet mouth. Thank you brother and sister, may you always be happy and blessed. Sister, you look even better than this bouquet of pink roses. The pair also met a roadside cleaner's aunt who was full of disbelief when the other received red roses. After a brief explanation, her eyes moistened a bit. Thanks, little girl. An old gray-haired couple walks up to them arm in arm, cute as a baby when they get their balloons. It was getting dark, and the balloons and roses were soon divided. Received many smiles and well wishes from many different strangers. Jojin was a little tired from crying earlier and tired from walking, but with the evening breeze blowing, her lips still curved in a gentle arc, her eyes closed in cozy enjoyment. Suddenly, Shinichi squatted in front of her, his ears slightly red. Come up, boyfriend, carry you home. Xiaojin's face heated up at the sound of it, and her body snatched a step ahead of her brain and went over to lie on his back, wrapping her arms around the man's neck, wanting to be close to him every now and then. So warm, so cozy, so like. Through the quiet path, the street lamp gave off a loving and gentle light, lengthening the shadows of the two. All that was left was the sound of each other's powerful heartbeats. Xiaojin still couldn't believe it, still felt insecure that Shinichi was actually really with her. She rested on Shinichi's right shoulder and called out to him as she always did, but this time it wasn't his full name. It was, boyfriend. Shinichi's ears crisped up as he listened, being fished into a warped mouth. Ha! Xiaojin called even sweeter. Boyfriend. The corner of Shinichi's mouth unconsciously curled higher. Aha! Xiaojin rubbed against him intimately like a small animal, her voice getting sweeter and sweeter. "Who's my boyfriend?" Shinichi confidently returned in seconds. The corners of his mouth had been shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and he tried to hold back a triumphant grin, but was completely unable to suppress it. The heart is secretly happy, and has been completely happy to fly. It was only when she reached the dimly lit hallway that Shinichi put her down, his eyes deep and obscure. "Xiao Xiuzhen." Jojin looked up at him innocently, through the faint light. In the next second, the man leaned over and cupped her face, his palm incomparably hot, his voice dark and compelling. Word for word, "I want to kiss you." The ambiguous and charming atmosphere fermented uncontrollably in the air, and the surrounding area was silent and peaceful. He asked, "Will you kiss me?" Chapter 92, First Kiss. She blushes cutely. The air in the hallway was a bit humid, and the dim warm light created a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. Only the side of the man's face could be vaguely seen, and it was difficult to make out his hot eyes. There was a constant spread of charming sentiment in the air, a hint of it festering. The words "I want to kiss you" kept ringing in Jojin's ears. Her heart rhythm was suddenly out of balance, and her whole body was about to be deprived of oxygen, somewhat at a loss for words. So soon, it was clear that Shinichi was already very gentle and cherished her, and would always ask her if she was willing first, but she could still strongly feel the other party's heat and aggression. It was as if she was going to be swallowed alive. Xiaozhen's face became hotter, and her mind suddenly flooded with jumbled images. The first time was the day when Shinichi was drunk. She helped this big drunk to the bed, and she ended up knocking her own knee on the edge of the bed, accidentally holding him down, and her face was pressed against his lips. The second time was the day after the barbecue. She tried to seduce him by pretending to be drunk, but in the end, she was so drunk that she not only justifiably got into his quilt, but also forcibly kissed him on the right side of his face, as well as all sorts of ambiguous entanglements and blushing images from previous lives. Jojin is dead in the water. She tried to force her composure, but her racing heartbeat and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her mercilessly. What to do? She's not even really ready yet, and her eyes are swollen from crying earlier. I don't know if her makeup is smudged or not. It's definitely not pretty or pretty anyway. At the thought of kissing Shinichi, the deer in her heart clanked and her legs went limp. Carrot. Without realizing it, Xiaozhen had her back against the wall, with no way to retreat. Shinichi holds her face with one hand. The other palm seems to be holding her waist thoughtfully, but in fact it is gently and forcefully holding her down, afraid that she will sneak away. Want it or not? The man's voice was tinted with a rich color of lust, and his vocal line was seductive and landed precisely on one's heart. Xiaozhen's ears rolled back and she nodded her head a little like a human machine, her nose quivering softly. Hearing the young girl's trembling and lukewarm response, Shinichi sighed and pulled away, pinching her face and coaxing, "Xiao Xiuzhen, it's okay if you're not too willing. Don't force it. I won't be angry at all. Do you know that?" He hoped that Jojin was agreeing because she liked him and wanted to kiss him, not because she was trying to accommodate him and satisfy him. It was their first kiss. He had planned to take a few days, let Jojin slow down for a few days, and then bring it up further, but he really couldn't help it at all now. It's his bad. It's his haste. After pinching her cheeks, Shinichi smoothly took her small hand. Let's go home." With his voice, the sound-activated lights in the hallway suddenly came on, a gentle warm yellow color, the light illuminating everything in front of him. The loving ambiguity that had been lingering around was also dispersed by the light. He pulled Xiaozhen, but he didn't realize that Xiaozhen still stood still and refused to move. She clutched Shinichi's fingers, hung her head, a little aggrieved. "I didn't force it. How could she not?" Xiaozhen once again summoned up her courage, her voice sweet and soft but firm. "Shinichi, I want to kiss you too. A long time ago I wanted to kiss him, nibble him, touch his abs, and cuddle with him in bed." But Xiaozhen knew that she would only get high, and if she really wanted to do this with Shinichi, she would be like a shrunken little turtle, and only when you're drunk, you're a little more daring. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinichi suddenly froze, his footsteps lurching. The lights in the hallway went out again. Xiaozhen couldn't see his expression, her heart beating faster and faster, so nervous that it was a little difficult to even breathe. Suddenly, the man's arm fiercely wrapped around her waist, the distance suddenly forced close. The action is extremely strong, exudes a few points of oppression. In the darkness, Xiaozhen could feel Shinichi lowering his head. In the next second, warm lips pressed up, like a soft feather caressing over, instantly provoking the whole body to tremble. The taut strings in Jojin's brain snapped. Shinichi's movements were strong, but the kiss was gentle, like kissing the most precious and favorite jewelry. Well, Xiaozhen completely lost her ability to think, subconsciously reached up and wrapped her arms around his shoulders and neck, and even had to tilt her head up to meet him. Shinichi kissed with a blazing heat, with inexhaustible love and affection. Sensing the young girl's obedience, he deepened his force little by little, crushing her lips slightly harder. Jojin was moved by the kiss, her eyes wet and her ears burning. She felt like she was drowning in this gentle lava of his, her whole being becoming strangely flaccid. What to do? I feel like I'm going to lose my footing. At this particular moment, Shinichi seemed to be able to read her thoroughly, and the arm around her waist tightened with force, lending her strength while pulling her closer. It's almost snug and tight. The man's hot breath pressed down on her in a blanket, tangling with her constantly. The ambiguous sounds amplified little by little in the silence and humidity. Xiaojun couldn't think at all, only clinging hard to his neck and filling her head. Love him so much, really love him. I don't know how long it took, but Shinichi was finally willing to let her go, and even gave her a peck before he was willing to gradually pull away. Sweet. Kissing Jojin felt really sweet, like savoring a piece of strawberry cupcake. This first kiss, the two just pressed their lips together, feeling each other's softness. There was no other excesses. The voice-activated lights came on with the sound of his voice, spreading over both of them once again. Xiaojun's fair face rippled with a pink haze, her eyes flooded with a layer of misty watery light. Her long slender eyelashes trembled continuously, and her lips gasped softly, a look of being bullied hard. Shinichi looked down at her, the knots in his throat rolling up and down, a hot flame igniting in his belly. He had been so gentle and restrained, and Xiaojun had this unbearable look on her face. She was still holding her breath the whole time she kissed, and she was afraid to breathe. Next time he goes a little too far. Is he going to kiss Jojin so hard she can't breathe? Shinichi leaned over and smiled as he pinched Xiaojun's face. The face is so red. Xiaojun was kissed in a not-so-good way, biting her lip and burying her face into his arms so that he wouldn't see her expression, ending her voice. Don't you talk about me. Shinichi hugged her, breathing a little heavily. His heart was sweetened. He thought Xiaojun was cute when she smiled, always revealing two small pear swirls, and her eyes looked like they had bright stars, shining brightly. Xiaojun was also cute when she cried, tears falling down drop by drop, as if she had been wronged by the heavens, stoically choking and pitiful. Xiaojun blushed even more adorably, and would be too embarrassed to look him straight in the eye, overwhelmed, head bowed and buried in his arms, like a shy little moose. Even she's cute when she doesn't have an expression. Anyway, she's cute no matter what. Chapter 93, how can she turn her head and like someone else? Those friends of Shinichi's had already placed gift boxes of all sizes in front of Xiaojun's house, even piling them up into an exquisite little gold mountain. Xiaojun split many trips before carrying all the gift boxes home and piling them up all over the room, her whole face as red as if she had boiled. She lay back on the bed and took a deep breath, reminiscing about the first kiss she'd just had. It was like a damp and gentle spring rain, silky and moisturizing to a parched heart. Xiaojun silently yanked the covers over her head, smothering her entire body in them. He's really good at kissing. Xiaojun couldn't help but roll around on the bed, and while rolling around, she reopened one of the love letters Shinichi had given her and looked at it seriously, like finding very sweet honey inside a love letter. Xiaojun's body was so warm that her eyes couldn't help but curve into the shape of a crescent moon. She closed one of the black and gold love letters and placed it on her chest, staring up at the white ceiling for a long time. Even if you've already flipped through it a million times, it still exists in your heart. The night was thick, and the moonlight outside the window spread gently and lovingly on the ground. Chris, good night, girlfriend. Jojin huddled under the covers, holding her cell phone as she replied sweetly. Good night, Moon. Seeing the message, Shinichi smiled a little and quickly sent out a friend circle for the official announcement of the relationship. The text is quite simply a red heart, and a burning one at that. And the accompanying picture was taken by Nyoifeng lying on his back in the grass and stealing a shot of the gentle, romantic mountaintop, where the two are holding each other tightly. Shinichi even changed the background of his friend's circle, as if he was itching to tell the world that Xiaojun was his girlfriend. Give all the blatant favoritism you can. The boys in the group came to praise and support. Shinichi's socialization is also considered wide. Not only is the red man of the College of Information Technology, but also the school basketball team. WeChat lists many boys from the same school. A rumor spreads, and within a few days, the romance is like a fire that slowly burns away. Upper Circle Banquet. In the inner hall of the banquet, there were streams of color and gold. Under the bright lights, there was an air of cooperation and competition, and a subtle atmosphere of undercurrents. Ji Xian was suited and booted, a glass of red wine cupped in his hand, his demeanor fluid and perfectly detached at all times. Only the fade auburn under his eyes looked a little haggard and pale, and his mental state was extremely worrisome. The boy next to him paused for a moment, obviously a little surprised by his state, and froze out. Ji Xiao, you haven't rested well lately? It looks as if it's fragile and ready to collapse. Ji Xian sat in the center of the sofa and steeply sank his face. He's been busy, so busy that he's almost out of time to even take a basic break. It wasn't as if he didn't call Jojin with an unfamiliar number, but Jojin seemed to have changed her cell phone number and couldn't get through. There were constant voices in his head telling him to hurry up and bow down, telling him not to regret it, telling him to reach out to her, but his pride and precious time would not allow it, and he had been constantly reassuring himself that Jojin must still have him in her heart. Suddenly, a boy held up his cell phone. Jojin's actually in love? As soon as the words fell, Ji-Hsien froze and raised his head. The layer of impenetrable frost in his eyes seemed to be instantly shattered by the sudden news. He was stunned in place, his eyes full of disbelief, as if he had heard some great joke, and then he coldly spat out a few words from between his teeth. Jojin, in love? Ji-Hsien forced himself to be calm, yet the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground unexpectedly, and his face became uncontrollably green and black. The miserable waiter immediately came over to clean up the floor, wailing and cursing internally. The boy nodded his head, hating to tell all the news he knew. Yes, Xiaojin and Shinichi together, just a few days ago, but also sent a circle of friends official announcement it. Each word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it smashed into the heart like hail, completely breaking down the defenses in Ji-Hsien's heart and stabbing out unspeakable pain. Ji-Hsien's face stiffened. The body that had been deliberately maintained and held strong for so many days was completely shattered by these words, and all reason and calmness fell apart at this moment. As if all his strength had been drained from his body, he sat helplessly on the VIP sofa, murmuring softly like a dying moth constantly struggling. How could it be? How could Xiaojin turn her head and choose someone else? How could she leave him behind? The boys immediately kept contacting other people, and soon asked for screenshots of Shinichi's friend circle. However, before he could zoom in on the picture to take a closer look, it was violently snatched away by Ji-Hsien. The photo frames a romantic and heartwarming scene, with pink evening sunshine pouring out softly, a man and a woman holding each other tightly, surrounded by balloons and roses. No doubt it's the confessional scene. Romantic photos are like sharp blades that cut into Ji-Hsien's eyes without mercy, and his heart seems to grow thorns, growing wildly inch by inch, producing intense cramps. He watched as his eyes cracked and reddened, his fingertips gripping his cell phone turning white as his mind continued to shake. The truth is also clear and obvious. It's just that he's never been able to believe it. It's just that he's never been able to admit it. It's actually all clues. It's all gradual. Xiaojin and Shinichi go to amusement parks, soak in hot springs together, and even go skiing together. They have a process together. But back then, he was confident and sure of himself, not bothering to bow down at all, and even testing Jojin. These are all things that never happened in the past life. All different from the past life. Why was it off track? And why did Jojin suddenly stop chasing after it in this life? Ji-Hsien's mind was a mess. Niso stood up. His tone was extremely serious and earnest, deliberately hiding his inner panic, and said icily, "No, I'm going to find her." As soon as the words fell, the crowd looked at Ji-Hsien dumbfounded and looked at each other again, their eyes full of shock and surprise. No way. This mansion feast is important to Ji. How can we just say we're leaving? The other sober boy next to him frowned tightly and couldn't help but speak up in warning. Ji Xiao, she already has a boyfriend. This is still interfering to go to others. Is not it just knowing 3 is 3? Ji-Hsien's face was icy cold. His face was chilly, and he gradually lost his sanity, even if it's really her boyfriend. What's wrong with it? It's just a relationship. Can't we break up? Yeah, break up. If only he would take the initiative to go to her. If only he would take the initiative to give a low nod to retain. A boy suddenly stood up to stop him. No, 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 Ji Xiao, wake up, Mrs. Ji, she won't let you go, Pa dash. Ji-Hsien was unforgiving, opening his hand with one hand, his eyes burning with insane rage. Get lost, don't stop me. He didn't know if he was speaking to them, or to himself, or if he was hiding his inner weakness and panic, repeating word for word, I'm going to get her. Chapter 94, Ji-Hsien, stop deceiving yourself and others. Everyone thought Ji-Hsien was crazy, completely crazy. Even those boys who were originally certain that Xiaojin would definitely come back. They all felt that Ji-Hsien's current mental state was very worrisome. It's completely self-defeating. Wasn't Jojin's rejection obvious enough? It started with refusing to join Ji-Hsien during dinner. His tone calm and serious. I won't be joining you guys from now on. Everyone was unimpressed then, shaming her and belittling her as usual. During the basketball game, Xiaojin didn't even look at them, and even gave Shinichi water to drink. Full of Shinichi. If at this point, it's lust, it's small talk, it's mind tricks. Then, on Ji-Hsien's birthday, Xiaojin didn't poke around like she had in previous years, but instead just blacked out all of their contact information. At school, when they cornered Jojin and questioned why she had pulled the plug, she was guarded and firm. I told you, I'm not involved with you guys anymore. In fact, at this point, it's gradually getting out of control. They could also sense that Ji Xian was starting to get anxious. When the school was open for elective classes, he changed his iceberg style of rejecting people and took the initiative to come forward to be teamed up with Xiaojun. However, Xiaojun refused without hesitation, eyes full of indifference, repeating earnestly word for word, "I'm not willing." Later, Ji Xian even took the initiative in the open and gave Xiaojun a package ticket for two for skiing in Zermatt, Switzerland. But Xiaojun tore up and threw into the trash can little by little in front of their faces. Isn't that obvious enough? Isn't it decisive enough? Jojin had disliked him long ago and had long ago made up her mind not to have him. The boys, remembering the warning Mrs. G had given them, passed a look at each other again, nodded, and immediately pounced on him to stop him, crying out in pain, "Ji Xiao, you really don't go. What kind of woman do you want to have? No, Xiaojun gone, just go. Yes, don't fool yourself. Wake up, please, my ancestor." No matter how much they tried to retain him, Ji Xian still had red eyes, his chest heaving violently as he fiercely shook off their hands, his tone unusually cold, "Get out, all of you." His lips pursed into a straight line without any curvature, and he exuded an unquestionable coldness. Self-deception? No way. In those dreams in his previous life, Xiaojun held a true heart behind him for 7 years. 7 whole years. And that was just the small part of the dream. Maybe in the previous life, Xiaojun had followed him for more than 10 years, or even a lifetime. These things were unknown to all of them, and he alone knew them. So it's them who don't get it. It's them who don't understand how he can fool himself. Ji Xian's face clouded over, and he left the banquet hall in big strides, his pace sharp and fast, determined to find Xiaojun. The big deal is that he lowered his stance a bit to get Jojin back on his side. He would promise her that he would agree to be with her, that he would never again deliberately irritate her, test her, or cold shoulder her as he had done before. Yeah, just do that. Ji Envy comforted himself as he sprinted away. He rushed out of the banquet hall, a cold aura emanating from his body as he walked faster and faster. Suddenly, he stiffened and stopped. A dozen or so bodyguards surrounded him with expressionless faces, while Mrs. G stood in front of him, graceful and elegant, in a dignified and exquisite dark red cheongsam, approaching step by step. She was elegant, but her eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth, as if she were scrutinizing a tool. "What do you want to leave early for?" Not the usual mother's concern and worry for her son, her tone was full of thorns and sarcasm. Ji Xian clenched his fists, his voice sinking slightly. "I have personal matters." Pop. In the next second, a fiery slap slammed into his face with a crisp slap. The red fingerprints burned into the haggard face, growing clearer. Mother Ji let out a light laugh, her face full of mockery, her tone cold and insulting. "Losing your mind like this for a woman? What does Ji Xian look like now? Haggard and tired, eyes festering and lifeless, all day long, soulful and crazy. Once upon a time, he was always lonely and high-strung, joyful and unruffled, doing everything with ease. Rubbish, I raised you for nothing." The harsh words were like a basin of ice water poured from head to tail, completely dousing the anger in his heart. Cold, so cold. It was only after a long time that Ji Xian suddenly came back to his senses. He moved his lips, his throat dry. "I know." The body turned like a robot, lifted its feet mechanically, and rejoined the party, its back slumped and despondent, as cold and numb as his life has been for the past 20 years. At the beginning of March, the snow and ice melt, the weather gradually warms up, slowly pulling the prelude to the recovery of everything. The start of the school year at Kyoto University. Students are carrying large bags and pushing suitcases back to school one after another. It was hard to wait until school started, and Ji Xian finally had the time to go back to Xiaojun. It wasn't until the time when the effort was taken to have someone look for her that it suddenly dawned on them that they didn't really cross paths or run into each other that easily. He used to find it easy to run into Jojin, whether it was in high school, or those 2 or 3 months when he first entered college. It seemed like he saw her all the time, and saw her with starry eyes. She was like a little animal that crept up behind him, that he couldn't shake, that he could see and always saw when he turned around. But now, if he hadn't deliberately checked his class schedule and been able to look at her from afar, he would no longer be able to reach her, no longer be able to find her. The boy next to him was full of difficulties and embarrassed. "Ji Xiao, this, Mrs. G1T let us help you find her." "I really don't dare. Last time I don't know who tipped off. I was called and warned. Besides, Xiaojun she has a boyfriend. There are a lot of girls chasing you in this school. Just look at them. Ha ha." The boy began to change the subject, a million straw horses running through his mind. People's young couples just got on, sweet as can be, sticking together all day long as if they were going to the cafeteria together, going to the library together, attending events together. What's wrong with Ji Xian that he has to break up his family? The boy surreptitiously raised his head to observe Ji Xian's reaction. The other ignored it, like the calm before the storm. his face expressionless and his tone insistent. So what if Xiaojun is with Qin Yiche now? They were childhood sweethearts. If they liked each other, they would have gotten together long ago. Why did they have to wait until now? What appears to be talking to others is actually self-brainwashing. Ji Xian said more and more confidently, more and more vigorously, reasoned and very sure, because her true heart is not at all in Qin Yiche's. A romance without love is not destined to last long. They will break up sooner or later. Do you understand? Boys. 6. Undeterred, Ji Xian clenched his fists and walked alone towards the girls' dormitory, wanting to take his chances. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening, and the night was low, with dull stars hanging high in the sky. Around the sycamore tree leaves continued to emit rustling sound. The roadside lit up by the weak light. Will be his lonely figure infinitely elongated. He suddenly paused in his tracks, in front of the front door of the dormitory. Xiaojun was dressed in a beige nightgown and seemed to be waiting for something, her eyes full of anticipation. Ji Xian's eyes moved slightly. Surprise and dismay showed in the bottom of his eyes, and he hurriedly raised his feet to walk over. However, in the next instant, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Only a long figure lurched out and darted down another path, unbridled, flamboyant and passionate. Shinichi carried a dessert bag in his hand and tucked it into Xiaojun's arms with a smile on his brow. He seemed to have some kind of ADHD, rubbing Jojen's head one moment, pinching her face the next, and pulling on her little hand the next, the corners of his mouth quirking in a way that couldn't be suppressed. The two spoke intimately, as if even the air around them had become loving and ambiguous, and little by little they kept drawing in. The night is like ink. The campus street lamps are lit up one after another, with warmth and romance, enveloping them, forming a harmonious picture. And Qi Envy stood not far away, behind a bulletin board, in a shadowy place where the light didn't reach, like a shadowy, peeping mouse. It was as if they were separated into two very different worlds. Ji Xian looked unbelievably at the scene in front of him, his eyes inexplicably becoming hot, his lips gradually becoming pale and powerless, and his chest rising and falling violently. Not far away, Xiaojun pinched her dessert gift bag, hesitated for a moment, puffed up her little face, and looked quietly east. After making sure there was no one around, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, taking the initiative to kiss Qin Ichi's face. In a flash, Ji Xian froze in place, his eyes scarlet, and a boom sounded in his ears. Chapter 95 Ji Xian, Xiaojun is my girlfriend. After Xiaojun quickly stole a kiss on Qin Ichi's face, her ears turned slightly red and she immediately covered her face and fled. Qin Ichi, however, was still standing in place and giggling. All of this turned into a cold and piercing ice pick, ruthlessly smashing into Ji Xian's most fragile heart, instantly shattering the confidence and certainty he had brainwashed out of him for so many days. He was most familiar with Zhou Jin's expression like this. The young girl smiled coquettishly, fawn eyes like watery glass, crystal clear, like the first snow melting under the blazing sun, not mixed with any trace of impurities, refractive fine light. It's vivid, pure and genuine. Once upon a time Jojen had always smiled at him like that. When you like someone, you can't hide the bright stars in your eyes. But how could she look like that to someone else? She even offered to kiss someone else. Ji Xian unconsciously took a step back, his legs as heavy as lead. It was as if there was a sharp knife saw in his chest, pulling back and forth slowly and repeatedly in his lungs, each pull producing a sharp cramping pain that made even breathing feel like tearing his lungs apart. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The night was quiet, and the sound of footsteps slowly amplified in his ears. Qin Ichi walked towards him step by step, his voice not salty. I wonder how much longer some people want to spy on other people's girlfriends? Xiaojun didn't notice him, but Qin Ichi had seen him long ago. Hearing the words spying on other people's girlfriends, Ji Xian was so angry that he was about to go crazy, and the pain inside his heart completely tore his sanity apart, forcing him to take a sharp step forward and stare at Qin Ichi dead in the face. It was you. What did you use to trick her into coming to you? You stay away from her. It was clear that Jojen was his person, and it was clear that Jojen only liked him. It must be that Qin Ichi, this green tea, has used some means to make trouble and sow discord. As the words fell, Qin Ichi similarly stared at him, becoming dangerous within the dark pupils of his eyes. He suddenly remembered the scene of the last confrontation in the snow. At that time, Ji Xian was in a lofty position, sneering at him in a cold voice. You like her? You have a crush on her, but she's never seen you as anything more than a brother. She wouldn't even like you. That day, Ji Xian even showed a look of pity. Qin Ichi, you're so pathetic. And now, the identities are completely reversed. It's clear who has the upper hand and who is brainlessly insane. Qin Ichi stuck his hands in his pockets diffidently, a smile still rippling around his mouth as he sneered with a light laugh. You told me to stay away from her? As if he had heard some joke, his eyes scrutinized Ji Xian. Xiaojun is my girlfriend. You are rushing up to present yourself as a junior in front of the main palace? The street lamp reflected in the side of his face, half bright and half dark, looking more and more evil and arrogant. Girlfriend, main house, mistress, one word stuck madly into the heart, cut mercilessly on the tip of the heart, and madly spiked out crimson blood. Ji Xian had difficulty breathing, his eyes were scarlet, and his strength was drained from his body, like an ancient castle that had collapsed with a bang. Insisting on holding on strongly, Jojin is with you on purpose to piss me off and irritate me, and as long as I'm willing to bow down to her, do you think you can still be her boyfriend? The more he spoke, the more vigorously he spoke. The fingers on his side were vaguely trembling, and he gritted his teeth in death, and said icily, word by word, the person she likes is clearly me. It's me. She's been running after me for so many years. Shinichi, you know best in your heart. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi suddenly rushed up and grabbed him by the collar, his face fierce and appalling, his voice violent. So you knew, too, that she'd been chasing you for years, but what did you do to her? After saying these words, Shinichi's eyes reddened slightly. How did Ji Xian treat Xiaojin? How did he treat that girl who was full of expectations? It was allowing the boys around her to mock her, degrade her, and bully her. It was purposely cold and ignoring her, yet still giving her hope to hang on to her over and over again. Shinichi's brain was in a bit of a trance, violently recalling some images from high school. At that time, Xiaojin was wearing a blue and white school uniform, still wearing a high ponytail, pure and sweet. A young girl's heart can't always be hidden, and her fondness for Ji Xian is practically written on her face. It was a basketball game, and Ji Xian was in his senior year, while he and Xiaojin were both in their sophomore year. He didn't meet Ji Xian face to face, but he stayed nearby to watch the game, ready to take the field. It was at this point that Xiaojin appeared, hard at work carrying water for Ji Xian and the others, and would sweetly raise a smile. Ji Xian took the water with no expression on his face, and the few fox friends next to him also took the water and drank it without saying a word of thanks, as if it was something Jojin was supposed to do. And at that moment, he was sitting silently in the middle of nowhere, watching it all. He heard the boy's tone of disdain until Jojin lost her way and left. I can't imagine that this free labor force is quite powerful, looking skinny and small and able to carry so much water. She doesn't think that by doing this, we're willing to take her along for the ride, does she? Laughing my ass off, don't even look at what you are, worthy? At that time, Ji Xian was clearly sitting next to him, and clearly heard every word, but this person said nothing, stopped nothing, and allowed others to ridicule wantonly. He sat in the back, listening to it and getting so mad that he wanted to kill everyone. Then later, after his basketball game, he finally found Zhou Jin in the corner of the playground. Under the hot sun, the young girl just sat on the ground holding her knees, lost and alone, tired and breathless. He took a deep breath, turned his head and ran to get a cup of her favorite milk tea, and hurried back again, pretending to carelessly shield her from the sun. Jojin, are you stupid? Stupid or not, all of them are bullying you. Thinking of these, Shinichi's eyes became redder in a circle, and he deadlocked Ji Xian's collar, his tone unusually gloomy. But if you had been just a little bit more forthcoming, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But you gave me this chance. Ji Xian lost all his strength, his sanity nearly collapsed, and his face turned pale in a flash. Shinichi once again added, you don't deserve Xiaojin. She stopped liking you a long time ago. After saying these words, Shinichi violently let go of him and took a step away, his eyes red and scary. He kept reassuring himself that it was okay, since no one else can give Xiaojin these good, then he'll double and redouble it for her. Chapter 96, Shinichi, I'm counting on you. Ji Xian collapsed helplessly to the ground, feeling that his heart was firmly clutched by a huge hand, impermeable, as if all the strength in his body had been viciously drained. His eyes were dull, his throat was dry, and the last strings in his head went boom. Those words of Shinichi lingered in his ears over and over again. Jojin is my girlfriend, but if you had been a little more forthcoming, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But you gave me this chance, associated with the more than 2 years in this life, as well as the entire 7 years in his previous life. Ji Xian's face became increasingly pale, without a trace of blood. Yes, for so many years, but if he had turned back earlier, but if he had been nice to Xiaojin earlier, but if he hadn't been so cold to Xiaojin, how could Shinichi have had a chance? At that time, Xiaojin was full of him, only like him, even far away from Shinichi. Xiaojin ran towards him, endeavoring to take 99 steps. He only needed to take one more step towards Xiaojin, but he just stood still and didn't move. No one is going to be proactive forever. Ji Xian froze in place, the look of Xiaojin's smiling brow always floating in his mind, as if holding the sweetest honey in the world towards him, warm as spring. After a long time, he finally broke down and covered his face, sitting on the floor helpless and alone. Complex emotions surged overwhelmingly in his chest. Sour, remorse, guilt, pain, torment, all intertwined, like an invisible chain, tightly locked him. Ji Xian hung his head and kept talking to himself, his voice dry. I'm going to find Zhou Jin. I'm going to talk to her. She's so soft-hearted. She'll definitely agree. Saturday. Shinichi asked Xiaojin to go out with him, just waiting for Xiaojin. Shinichi turned on the automatic sticker function, his shoulder next to hers, and also slipped her a small bouquet of delicate and beautiful white eustoma flowers. It means, unchanging love only for you. I'm wary of the world, but in your presence, I'd like to take down all my defenses and hold you tight. Xiaojin took the flowers in surprise, her eyes brightening and curving into a light smile. It's beautiful. Every time they met, or even just went to eat a meal together, Shinichi would send her a small gift for meeting. Sometimes it's a box of chocolates, sometimes it's a small bouquet of flowers, or maybe it's a cute little pendant. You can't even pile it up at home or in your dorm room. It's like the surprise gift function is automatically triggered when you see him. Xiaojin's eyes were full of happiness, but soon, she hung her head slightly, also feeling that she should have prepared a meet and greet gift as well. Shinichi saw through her thoughts with a glance and naturally took her hand, interlocking her fingers. As for me, I'm in charge of preparing a gift for Xiao Xiaojin. He turned his head, his voice careless, but he said the most heartwarming things. And you, on the other hand, are responsible for happily receiving small gifts, and that's enough. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaojin pursed her lips, her fingertips holding the bouquet unconsciously tightened, and her heart beat faster without control. The little moose inside had gotten so excited that it was spinning and bouncing in place, surrounded by pink love bubbles. The date was at Yusha Mountain, and the two of them traveled all the way on the high-speed train for more than 40 minutes. At the foot of the mountain, the greenery is so lush that it looks like a vibrant landscape picture in front of you. Xiaojin tilted her little face up to look at the pleasant scenery and asked, "Why are you suddenly coming to climb the mountain?" The spring sun shone on Shinichi's face, casting a faint glow over him and outlining his hard, three-dimensional features. He turned his head and said, "Earlier, you climbed Mount Baigua and asked for a peace talisman for me. I then thought that I would have to take you climbing it once as well." At that time, Xiaojin fainted, and Shinichi contacted her roommates and received a message from them. Jen hasn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days, and yesterday she looked really tired and worn out. Yet she still insisted on going up there in the torrential rain to ask for a peace talisman for you. Everyone else was walking back, she was the only one climbing up. Thinking about these words, Shinichi's heart ached once again. He didn't know what kind of mood Xiaojin was in that day, slowly climbing up one step at a time, holding an umbrella. Obviously a girl who was exhausted and dying from running 800 meters, obviously looking fragile and winded, but she is also so strong and determined, so brave and independent at heart. Shinichi paused and continued to add, "Moreover, it is said that couples who climb this mountain together are able to last forever. The mountains are also very scenic, with orchids in bloom, giving off an ethereal scent. There are also purple clouds surrounding the mountain in the evening, which will be beautiful and romantic. Girls should like it." That's why he wanted to take Jojin to see it with him. Jojin dutifully, letting him hold her hand. "Even if we don't climb, we'll be able to do this for a long time." She also told him all of Yun Yu's divination results, saying that they would be together in their past lives, in this life, and for all eternity, and would not be separated. Shinichu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" Xiaojin's tone was tinged with a bit of pride, and her voice was sweet. "Yeah, she even figured out that we were destined and made for each other." Shinichi listened. The corners of his lips curled higher and higher, couldn't help but quietly block his mouth with his hand, his voice low, deliberately trailing off. "Really?" Jojin frowned, nodded her head vigorously, and said gravely, "It's true, true, true. She's very accurate in divination." Shinichi pursed his lips restrainedly, his heart snickering, and again and again and again, secretly happy. "Oh." Xiaojin wanted to say something. I don't know how much time passed before he made up his mind and suddenly pinched his index finger and came to whisper in his ear, "Shinichi, I'm stuck on you, the kind that I can't get rid of no matter how hard I try." Her voice was pleasant and soft, as sweet as honey, like a breeze on a budding flower. After hearing these words, Shinichi completely froze, as if his heart had been gently teased. A tingling current flowed through his entire body. The whole thing is slowly red warming up. On Saturday, the scene was crowded, and most of them were couples, in pursuit of the so-called long-lasting. Xiaojin went to use the restroom next to the scenic spot, and when she came back, she saw Shinichi holding up a sugar painting in one hand. "Eat up, bunny." Shinichi patted her head. It was a bunny-shaped sugar painting that was so lifelike and alive that it was especially adorable. Xiaojin's eyes lit up and she tasted up with satisfaction. Her feet were much lighter, and she made up her mind silently. She also had to be twice as nice to Shinichi. After slowly eating the sugar paintings, when she was about to go up the mountain, Shinichi suddenly squatted in front of her. "Come up." I'll carry you. Even when he was crouched down, he was a big one and his back looked secure. Xiaojun froze, her eyes widened and a hint of surprise flashed under her eyes. You're going to carry me up the mountain on your back? Shinichi let out a soft Rightfully so, I have a mission tonight, so I can't let you get exhausted. Jojin blinked blankly. What mission? In the next second, Shinichi squatted and stared at her sideways, his dark eyes deep, a bad smile on his lips, and his voice tinted with a heavy color of lust. Tonight, teach you to kiss. Chapter 97, Girlfriend, a Reward. As Xiaojun lay on Shinichi's back, her mind was filled with the words, tonight, teach you to kiss. She silently hung her head and buried it into Shinichi's right shoulder, her voice a little muffled. Didn't we kiss it? The time in the building. It was their first kiss, but from then on, Shinichi turned into a woodpecker, often lowering his head to peck at her lips and cheeks, and after every peck, he would pinch her face while complimenting her how cute she is. Bad. Shinichi stood up straight, pawed twice, and carried her step by step upwards. That's just sticking together, not really kissing. It's good to say it early so she can be prepared. The young girl behind him fell silent, only burying herself in his shoulder without speaking, her arms around his neck slowly tightening. That's the default. Shinichi was in quite a good mood, his footsteps getting faster and faster, his body always remaining steady. Even if he couldn't see her expression with Xiaojun's back turned, Shinichi could imagine the slight blush on her cheeks. After a long time, the very soft voice of a young girl finally came to her ears. Whoops, it's a good boy. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled and his breathing became ragged. I'm afraid that if she really swallowed this bunny alive one day, she would only say worriedly, don't choke on it. Halfway up, you can see down to the lush trees, with the sunlight spilling tiny specks through the complex branches. Towering mountains rise and fall in the distance, and babbling brooks flow in the near distance, painting a light in chic ink painting. A lot of strangers looked at the two of them along the way, because climbing on your back is just too conspicuous. Xiaojun was lying on Shinichi's back and could feel the gazes of many couples falling on her. There was a beautiful sister next to her who was full of envy and turned her head and said to the boy next to her, look at her boyfriend. The boy was sweating profusely, with a bitter face, wanting to cry. Wife, you don't want your husband to break his leg at a young age, do you? Oh. The steps up the hill were not very steep and the going was smooth. Jojin mentally overreacted and poked him in the face with her index finger. Shinichi, are you tired? Put me down. Tired? Shinichi didn't even bring a pause in his steps, as if he had heard some joke, and let out a light laugh. You underestimate your boyfriend. I'm more than capable of carrying you on my back for 3 or 4 round trips. Don't worry, the usual physical training is much more tiring than this. And he loved carrying Jojin. There is a sense of fulfillment in being relied upon and needed. Xiaojun was just about to say something when Shinichi spoke again. Besides, isn't it fair and reasonable that you carry the bag and I carry you? Jojin? She reburied her head. Okay, it's not like I haven't witnessed the man's physical prowess. Very strong. Exceptionally strong. Since junior high school, every sports meeting, Shinichi can always bag the major awards. Long distance running first place. Long jump high jump first place. As if doing everything is first place. The most impressive time was a relay run, where he ran last and went from fourth in the team to first against all odds, and the whole crowd cheered. The man was alive and well even after the 1,000 meter physical test. Thinking about it, Xiaojun's mind was in disarray, suddenly surging with a strong sense of crisis. Then if she is held down in bed by Shinichi in the future, won't she help? Nearly climbing to the top of the mountain, Shinichi said cheekily, if my girlfriend feels sorry for me, can I get a little reward? Jojin wrapped her arms around his neck and winked. Small rewards, she quietly observed left and right, and when not much attention was paid to the two of them, she suddenly came up and quietly kissed the root of Shinichi's right ear. After thinking about it, she decided it wasn't enough, so she moved in for another kiss, wringing out a very soft boink and asked, reward, may I? Shinichi's footsteps stuttered slightly, a soft hum of great desire rolling out from the depths of his chest. He seemed so lazy and self-centered, but the roots of his ears popped red to the flesh, almost red enough to drip blood. Xiaojun's eyes lit up as if she had found something amusing. Shinichi, your ears are so red. Shinichi, Jojin continued to observe, and the right one is much redder than the left. The pro is the right ear root. Shinichi ascended to the top of the mountain, sighed, and finally admitted it. Because it likes you. Love hearing Jojin's voice, love hearing her sing, and love hearing her whimper in bits and pieces. So it will be read to her, but only to her. In the afternoon the air on the summit was fresh and the mind was refreshed as if it had been cleansed. The two worshipped the temple together, and also hung prayer cards on the old-time marriage tree, where one person wrote half a sentence to make it complete. I wish I had years to look back. and I'd like to spend them together with deep love. A breeze blew through the branches and the wooden signs of prayers and red silks danced among the branches. As the fine specks of light fell upon them, they appeared even more mysteriously dazzling, and the red silk, like a burning flame, continued to waver. Under the tree, Xiaojin held Shinichi's hand, and unprecedented satisfaction and happiness surged in her heart. The heart was sweet, sweet, a million times sweeter than the bunny candy picture she had just eaten. After a full afternoon of touring, Jojin had worked up a thin sweat and had just returned to the B&B after dinner, so she went to the bathroom to take a shower. The B&B is booked in a large double-bedded room, and the whole room exudes a light, romantic atmosphere. Xiaojin closed her eyes, her heart racing and thumping at the thought of actually kissing Shinichi later. Coming out of the bathroom, she wore a white nightgown and moved in small steps next to Shinichi. Sitting on the soft sofa, her whole body constrained, Shinichi smiled and rubbed her head, patting her back. Good girl, relax, it's not that fast. His voice was dark as he added, later, I'll make you comfortable. Jojin always had a feeling that his words weren't quite right. Shinichi pointed to the cupcakes and milk tea on the table. You eat first, I'm going to take a shower. It looked like the man wanted to enjoy the night and savor her. Xiaojin bowed her head and ate the strawberry cupcake, sucking on a mouthful of pearl milk tea, feeling that every second was torture. The heart is expectant and nervous. Finally, Shinichi came out wearing a dark-colored pajamas. The neckline was slightly open, the collarbone was hidden, which emphasized his wildness and aggressiveness. His eyes were deep and dark, uninhibited and lazy, his lips rippled with a smile-like arc, and his entire person exuded a dangerous aura, like a wolf in the desert. Jojin instinctively leaned back. As a result, in the next second, Shinichi came over, reached out and scooped her into his rolling arms, asking in a low voice, ready? Chapter 98, I like you the most. The lighting in the room is a little dim, the warm light is hazy, flowing out of a loving ambiguity. Xiaojin was scooped up into the man's arms, feeling as if the other man was itching to rub her hard into his body. She catapulted herself into his arms and gave a deathly hum to signal her readiness. Shinichi was amused by her cute appearance. The ink color within his phoenix eyes rolled over, his voice transmitting a bit of lethargy. Watch a movie first. It's a long night. Gotta take it slow. He sat down on the couch, holding Jojin in one arm while he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. There is no hesitation. Directly search for a love anime movie. Island Country. Scale is slightly so big. One look at it and you're already prepared for what you're going to watch tonight. Jojin nodded her head in a little peck. Yeah, she loves watching anime. The movie starts with her being held a little hard and trying to move to the side. As a result, just after moving a little bit, Shinichi once again fetched her back, adjusted the comfortable position, and also covered her with a small blanket. Good girl, stay in my arms and watch. The beige couch was soft, and the two of them sank almost deeply into it. A familiar and distinctive light scent lingered around them, somewhat overbearingly engulfing the person in his arms bit by bit. Xiaojin sat between his thighs, her back against his chest, the sudden ambiguous position causing her heart to pound wildly. The movie's hero and heroine are childhood friends, two children who grew up together and know each other best in existence. At first neither the hero nor the heroine realizes that they like each other. After seeing the other person in contact with other members of the opposite sex, their hearts will inexplicably feel annoyed and unhappy, and a sense of crisis immediately springs up. It was only after realizing that they liked it that both parties began to carefully test the waters. From poking fingers, to interlocking fingers, to a flirty hug, the portrayal is vivid and subtle. Xiaojin watched gradually mesmerized, motionless, full of high look, lips gently curved up, not the least bit aware of the danger approaching. Shinichi had already seen it once in advance, and his gaze fell as far as it could go on the body of the young girl in his arms, his chin resting on the nape of her neck. Can vaguely smell her faint fragrance, like after the rain gardenia bloom is pure and quiet. She was wearing a pure white nightgown with a loose neckline, and she also offered him those two snow-white softness without reservation. Like a shelled lychee, it makes you want to pounce on it and take a bite. It was also shaped just enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Shinichi's eyelashes slightly drooped, his breath gradually scalded up. His sanity was burning. As night falls and the movie's soundtrack slowly diminishes, the anime hero lightly bites the heroine's ear. Naiju, I like you. This Japanese phrase inexplicably carries a heartfelt atmosphere. Finally waited for the protagonist confession. Xiaojin excited hate to jump up, heart-crackling firecrackers. It's so sweet. In the next second, a hot, wet, soft touch suddenly came to his ear. Shinichi also gently bit the root of her right ear, in almost the same position as in the movie. Xiaojin stiffened, her brain momentarily chaotic. That's when he felt a hot breath spraying on his neck, tickling the tip of his heart, and the whole thing was immobilized. Behind her, Shinichi's arms tightened around her waist, holding her down deeply in his arms and resting greedily on the nape of her neck. He was so hot, so rolling. The teenager's fondness was firm and passionate, like erupting lava. Xiaojun's ears slowly warmed up, feeling like a small dollop of butter that gradually melted in his arms. She was so hot that she couldn't even watch the movie. Her hand propped up on Shinichi's thigh, her eyes narrowing slightly, her voice trembling. Shinichi finally loosened his lips and reached out to pinch her earlobe. It's red to the point of dripping blood. Not only were her ears red, but a nice light pink slowly swirled around her neck. Shinichi was in a comfortable mood. His voice was wild and lustful, with an indescribable compulsion, and his tail end still had a smile on it. Jojin, it looks like your ears like me too. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaojun's whole body completely crisped off, completely melting into him. She really didn't expect that Shinichi would actually be so good at flirting. He looked straight and straightforward, almost like a wolf who didn't care about relationships, wouldn't listen to his girlfriend, and wouldn't lower his head for anyone. But in reality, he's romantic and flirtatious, so how can he be so foul? In the movie, the hero and heroine have hugged and kissed deeply. Xiaojun was ruffled by Shinichi and couldn't even look in, only nodding her head and mumbling, well, it wasn't just her two ears that liked him, her whole being liked him. Suddenly, Shinichi sidled over, his arm veins rippling as he clutched her waist tightly and directly lifted her up and spun her in a half circle. Have the young girl sit face to face, on her knees, on her lap. Say it again. Shinichi's rough, burning palm pressed down on her waist, transferring his body heat through the thin layer of pajamas. Again he loves to listen. Jojin didn't say anything this time. Instead, she cupped his face, closed her eyes, and initiated a kiss on his lips. Her kisses were light and soft, feather falling with care and nervousness, like green fruit. It didn't take long for Jojin to slowly open her eyes and pull away, her index finger poking him precisely where his chest was in front of his heart. Her voice sweet. Shinichi, you're my favorite. Loved his gentle pampering, his flamboyant warmth, every aspect of him. As the words fell, the man's dark eyes were dangerously intense, carrying an extremely strong aggression, and he suddenly lowered his head, dropping overwhelming kisses. He wrapped one hand around Jojin's waist and clasped the back of her head with the other, making it impossible for her to move. Jojin climbed helplessly onto his shoulders with her hands, tilting her head slightly to meet the other man's kiss, her eyes narrowing. In front of him, Shinichi was like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to take the bait, always skillful, first deep and gentle, then gradually becoming fierce and eager. Jojin said, a soft murmur spilling from her lips as she was kissed out of her mind. Shinichi kissed deeper and deeper, holding Xiaojun tightly in his arms while directly prying open her lips and teeth, coming in to sweep all. Abandoning the previous composure and restraint, he reveals his original out of control and madness. It's outrageous. While intertwined, Xiaojun's heart was in turmoil. The only taut strings in her brain were broken, a little lacking in oxygen, completely unable to think. Even she couldn't believe that she was making that strange noise, and I don't know if it was her voice that acted as a catalyst, but Shinichi attacked even more fiercely as if he was motivated. Xiaojun stifled a grunt and kind of wanted to lean back, but the back of her head was clasped tighter by Shinichi and kissed even more fiercely. There's absolutely no going back. Really, no way. It was as if one was a helpless, pathetic little fish waiting for the other to ferry in oxygen. Xiaojun's body was burning hot, finally losing her strength and surrendering, completely softening on his lap and letting Shinichi frantically invade. It was as if my lips were burning. In his ears was the sound of Shinichi's breathing, the sound of kissing, and the faint sound of the movie. And the ambiguity kept spreading around. Everything is subtle to the core. Finally, in a daze, not knowing how long had passed, Shinichi was willing to let her go a little, with a heavy color of lust under his eyes. Jen, do you like it when I kiss you like this? Chapter 99, I'm cool. The anime movie had ended its run, and in the blink of an eye, the room was silent, amplifying the two men's gasps ever more audibly. The dim warm light shines hazily on Xiaojun's face, adding a few points of ambiguity. A reddish haze floated across her pale face, her cherry-pink lips brimming with a layer of watery light, as if a delicate blossoming flower was holding up the morning dew, and a gasp of air still escaped her lips. The long, silky hair hung dutifully over her chest, but there were still a few strands of it in disarray, clueless and adorable. Shinichi couldn't help but curl his lips, pinching her waist with one hand and cupping her small face with the other, his rough thumbs pressing on her soft lips and twisting them. It was wet to the touch and stained with some watery light. He pinched Jojin's face in passing, repeating the question, do you like it, when I kiss you like this? Xiaojun breathed in fresh air, and her whole body finally came back to her senses, seriously reminiscing about the kiss she had just received. Do you like it? It's actually like, at least you can feel the other person's hot, raging love during a deep kiss and can't wait to drown in it and never come out again. Xiaojun climbed on Qin Yichie's shoulders with both hands, nodded her head very softly, and after a pause, said in a resigned manner, "But I'm a little out of breath." Qin Yichie comforted her with a bad smile. "Of course you can't breathe when you hold your breath. It's okay, let's try it a few more times. We'll always get good at it." After saying that, before Xiaojun could say anything, Qin Yichie once again lowered his head to contain her red lips that were dripping with desire. Probably because of the affirmation of Xiaojun's like, Qin Yichie was even more restless this time. He pressed his palm down on Xiaojun's back waist, rubbing it gently through a thin layer of nightgown with a hint of seduction. Well, not. Xiaojun is the most afraid of itching. At the moment the waist is itchy, lips aggrieved whimpering, but all the tiny whimpers were swallowed whole by Qin Yichie. His fingertips were still scraping against Xiaojun's waist. The itch spread across her skin, feather-light scratching like, tingling and numbing, causing Xiaojun to involuntarily shiver softly. Even with each scrape, Xiaojun shuddered lightly. Xiaojun is really itchy. Her brain is blank, but she is completely helpless. Her body is even more involuntarily turned into a puddle of water. Seeing that she was a bit out of breath, Qin Yichie fondly stopped, the knots of his throat rolling slightly, his voice low and hoarse. "Good boy, change your breath." Finally waiting for the halfway break, Xiaojun gasped for breath while burying herself into his shoulder and stifling her words. "Qin Yichie, stop tickling me." Qin Yichie patted her back and coaxed her gently in a warm voice. "Okay, no scratching." After resting for a moment midway, Qin Yichie directly pressed Xiaojun into the sofa, grabbing both of Xiaojun's slender wrists with one hand and holding them high and straight above her head. He leaned down slowly and methodically, dropping soft kisses before gradually unveiling the original face. Like a hungry, vicious wolf, constantly drawing nourishment from the young girl's mouth. Greedy and cunning, his bad nature was completely exposed. Xiaojun was pinned down on the couch and kissed hard, with his hard, hot body still in front of her. It was like being thrown into a furnace, body temperature rising, every cell in the body about to boil. I could even feel Qin Yichie's steady and powerful heartbeat, pounding, 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 and I couldn't tell the difference. Xiaojun's eyes were smoldering pink and she squinted slightly, trying hard to enjoy it. However, but how long? She was transformed into a small boat on the surface of the sea, by the Qin Yichie surging love completely overturned. There was a clock hanging on the wall, and the minute hand kept turning above the clock face, going round and round. After Qin Yichie tasted it, he raised his head as he wished, his lips were equally panting, extraordinarily sexy and seductive. Satisfaction, still shallowly pressed against it, he cupped Xiaojun's chin and asked, "Well, still like it?" Xiaojun's cheeks were so pink and the ends of her eyes were a little moist. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering softly, her neck and ears reddening even more as she threw the question back in a whisper. "What about you? How are you feeling?" Qin Yichie's chest continued to rise and fall, hooking his lips, his voice extremely compelling. "I'm cool, it's just going to be awesome." Hearing such a response, Xiaojun silently covered her hot face, and only after a long time did she ask what was in her heart. "Why are you such a good kisser?" It was obvious that this was the first time they had both kissed like this, so how come he was so comfortable with it? Xiaojun suddenly thought of something, raised her eyes alertly, and questioned in a low voice, "Qin Yichie, did you secretly practice?" Qin Yichie laughed in anger and leaned down to press down. "Besides you, who else can I practice with? He's obviously." It's unschooling. The moment he kissed Xiaojun, it was as if he had been opened up to the two chakras. A little goes a long way, and his mind was filled with thoughts of drawing wildly. Qin Yichie tasted the most delicious dessert under the sky and was in a happy mood. Picking up Xiaojun in a princess hug and carrying her directly to the large bedroom bed, he patiently laid out the covers for Xiaojun, squeezed her little hand, and said, "I'm going to take another shower." Xiaojun looked up blankly. Quickly, she realized something, paused, and snapped, burying the lower half of her face in the covers. "Oh." Qin Yichie walked into the bathroom again and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at himself in the mirror. It was unfamiliar, the ears were popping, and his body looked like it was in a honey pot, stained with her scent, her flavor, so soft and so sweet and savory, can't seem to get enough kisses. Qin Yichie dropped his obscure black eyes, glanced down at himself, and silently turned on the cold water faucet. The night was as dark as ink, the stars were sparse, even the moon was firmly blocked by dark clouds, and everything was serene and harmonious. Xiaojun was so tired and sleepy today that she was about to fall asleep when Qin Yichie came out of the bathroom and scooped her up into his arms. On the large soft bed, Xiaojun weakly wooed to express her displeasure. Qin Yichie turned off all the lights, suddenly plunged into darkness before his eyes, and leaned in close next to her and said, "Good night, Xiaojun." Xiaojun was in the position of having her back to him, buried under the covers, and let out a soft Her voice slurred. Good night, Qin Shaoqi. The silence around them was awesome, as if the whole world had fallen asleep, but Shinichi was so excited that he couldn't sleep. It was the first time the two had slept in the same bed, and it was as if even their souls had become closer. It wasn't long, however, before Qiaojin suddenly moved to the side, and he frowned, immediately posting himself alertly. Jojin moved back up to the edge of the bed as he continued to follow her and wrap his arms around her, so much so that at the end Jojin almost fell out of bed. She helplessly turned around and poked Shinichi's face, like coaxing a child. We hooked fingers, but a little farther away. Okay, I have a little hot. Mainly, Shinichi was just too hot, like a scorching hot sun, and once she got close to him, Xiaojin felt like she was about to evaporate. Hearing this, the corners of Shinichi's mouth went down in aggravation, and he silently stepped back, leaving a gap for her. Under the covers, the two of them hooked their index fingers in such a childish manner. Little by little, time passed, and Shinichi could feel that Xiaojin was passing out even breaths, completely asleep. The sleeping Jojin was also very good, like a little animal, rolled over and came closer to him little by little, and had to go into his arms. It was as if he was his own warm little nest, especially cute. The corners of Shinichi's mouth finally slowly rose upwards as he reached out and gently wrapped her into his arms, like a giant shell that holds the pearl inside itself. Chapter 100. Don't you just like me? This night Jojin slept extraordinarily warm and peaceful. When he returned to the dormitory after parting with Shinichi briefly, 3 gazes instantly hovered over his face, with scrutiny and examination. Xiaojin's scalp tingled at the stare and blinked. What's wrong? Chen Meishan came closer to look at her and narrowed her eyes. Oh, it seems like you two kissed intensely last night. Xiaojin stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth sheepishly, and asked in a small voice, you can even tell this? Yunyu beside her couldn't help but laugh. Jinjin, she's scamming you. Chen Meishan returned to her seat and crossed her legs. Actually it's not obvious, but your swirling sweet expression has betrayed everything. Little Jinjin, you've fallen into the river of true love. Jojin, okay. Shang Lulu was full of curiosity, without a trace of malice, simply puzzled. So how does kissing feel exactly? Is it cool? Xiaojin silently covered her slightly reddened cheeks. It's okay. Shinichi said he's quite cool. Chen Mei Xiang on the side gritted her teeth as she listened. Damn it, dark sharp brother. Let him get his kicks in the open. Jojin removed her hands from her face and slumped down on her desk, remembering carefully. All the images from last night were so clear. Every action and every word of Shinichi could stir up her originally calm heart lake. It turned out that a deep kiss like that could really bring two people closer together, and she was on the verge of melting under Shinichi's hot body heat. She loved it too. Later, Shinichi went to take a cold shower because he had a reaction to her, and it was normal for him to do so at his bloodthirsty age. But she could feel that her body was also reacting a little bit to Shinichi. For the next few days in a row, Shinichi was busy preparing for some computer-related competitions. The two saw each other slightly less often, but the frequency of video calls increased significantly, with a video call always coming every 2 days. Shinichi enjoyed looking at her and listening to her voice. Just seeing her makes me happy. Even in the middle of the night, he always dreamed of the two of them sharing the same bed, dreaming that Xiaojin took the initiative to sit on him, boldly touching his abs while timidly saying with a red face, Shinichi, I want to. However, waking up from a dream creates a huge sense of discrepancy with reality. Shinichi felt that since the night of climbing the mountain, he was like a big pervert, all day full of wanting to kiss her, can't read the questions, can't swipe the cell phone, and even the meal has no taste. Every night I can dream of sleeping with my fragrant, soft girlfriend in my arms, only to wake up with an empty bed and nothing. There was also always the sound of a few smelly boys in the dormitory snoring away. It's like playing music, or a trio ensemble. His whole body was depressed. So much I want to cuddle up with Jen again, but he was afraid that his girlfriend would think he was too perverted, so he never said anything and planned to find a suitable opportunity. At 10:30 p.m., he finally didn't resist making the video call from his dorm bed. Xiaojin had just finished blow-drying her hair, put on her wireless headphones, and pressed connect, when she heard Shinichi's very lustful voice. I missed you so much. At just 4 words, Jojin's ears went all flaky and she nodded her head gently and said nicely, me too. Shinichi half leaned on the cushion. His lips rippled with a smile. His love was undisguised, open and passionate, and he said bluntly, thinking of you every moment, wanted to squeeze her, hug her, kiss her. In his cell phone screen, Xiaojin occupied the large screen. She had just gotten out of the shower. Her face was slightly pink, her eyelashes were wet, and her beautiful eyes were slightly curved and tinted with a sweet smile. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, silently adding in his heart, he still wanted to bully her. He wears wireless headphones, but he still hears a few of his roommates' words when he speaks out. The dormitory singles were envious and flirting. Men in love are so scary. Their voices are softer. Brother, Colonel Change, right? Yo, why is someone sticking to his girlfriend again? Aren't you afraid of being disliked? Shinichi laughed and told them to get lost. Xiaojin also vaguely heard his roommate's words, and after a pause, read his name, Shinichi. Shinichi looked at her seriously through the screen. Jojin leaned over the table and laughed softly, her eyes full of light. I like it when you cling to me, and it doesn't bother me at all because I want to cling to you too. The young girl's soft and pleasant voice into the ears. Shinichi listened to the heartbeat accelerated. Even breathing became much thicker, full of flames burning. His throat became even drier, and it was not until the lights went out at 11 o'clock that he reluctantly said goodnight. In late March, spring is in the air. Pink petals gently fall with the wind on the campus, and the air is filled with the faint scent of grass. After Xiaojin collected all the class participation papers and put them on the teacher's desk, it was already dinner time, and there was almost no one in this school building. However, she hadn't been gone for long when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps coming from behind her and her wrist was clutched with a firm grip. Hiss! She sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain, turned around and raised her eyes to look, and was met with a pair of cool and shallow pupils. Familiar and strange. The man was dressed in a clean white shirt. His skin was cold and white. His broken hair moved slightly in front of his forehead, and his eyes rippled with brimming broken light. It's Key Envy. However, the GCN at this moment was completely different from before. Once upon a time, he was always perfect and proper, always reserved and arrogant and rejecting, and now, his eyes were red and bloodshot, a thick auburn haloed under them, and his lips were a little pale. The appearance was haggard, as if he had suffered some major blow. GCN excitedly grabbed her hand, his voice thick with anticipation. Xiaojin, I finally have a chance to talk to you alone. Jojin froze. It had been so long since she had seen him that she had even forgotten about the man. After removing that filter, Xiaojin suddenly realized that GCN wasn't actually that good-looking or attractive to her. She frowned slightly at the tight grip on her wrist and struggled to get away from him. Let go of me. She was full of wariness and alertness, and immediately picked up her cell phone, wanting to find Shinichi. But GCN grabbed her hands before her and was forced to pull her to a small classroom nearby. With a bang, GCN closed the door, almost cornering her. GCN looked at her steadily, as if his eyes were full of her, and his tone was a bit anxious. Jojin, didn't you like me before? I promise you. Really? He locked his hands in a deathlock on Xiaojin's hands, gasping for air at the side of his mouth, and stared earnestly at Xiaojin with what looked like a faint flame burning in the bottom of his eyes. Yes, he has lowered his posture like this to find Xiaojin. Xiaojin is so soft-hearted. We'll definitely agree, we'll definitely go back to the old way. Yet Jojin found it absurd and ridiculous. The man really is not very sane, is he? Blinded by confidence, Xiaojin looked at the camera in the empty classroom, expecting that GCN wouldn't dare to really do anything to her, and her whole body gradually calmed down. GCN, I've said many times that I stopped liking you a long time ago. Stop pestering me, it's really disgusting. GCN, however, seemed to deliberately pretend that he didn't understand her words, holding her hand even harder, reddening his eyes, and pressing a little closer to her. Stop it, Jojin. Be good and be my girlfriend. He even made an effort to curl his lips into a smile, trying to look sunny and warm, but it came off a little creepy. As his aura gradually enveloped his body, Xiaojin tried even more to get rid of him, only to be gripped even tighter, so she had to press herself against the cold wall and shake her head. I like Shinichi, only him, and he's my boyfriend now. Xiaojin stared earnestly into his eyes, word by word, her tone calm. GCN, it's impossible for us. Give up. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What's broken doesn't come back. Mirrors are like that, and so are human emotions. Xiaojin's voice was calm but powerful. Each word was like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into GCN's fragile heart, stabbing so bloody that he couldn't breathe at all. GCN took a step back in a daze, his mind echoing that sentence, I like Shinichi, only like him, suddenly felt a pain that tore his heart and lungs. It was as if the only warm rays of sunlight in his world had all dissipated as well, leaving only cold and darkness. Why? Ji Xianke muttered to himself as he hung his head incredulously. It's one thing to hear someone say it, it's another to hear her admit to liking other guys in person. How could she possibly like someone else, when she actually does like someone else? Ji Xian's entire body stiffened, all the demeanor he had maintained shattering in an instant, his eyes suddenly turning scarlet, his voice dry and questioning. Don't you just like me? Chapter 101 Ji Xian, you're bullying me too. Xiaojin felt that this person was really unreasonable and was about to open her mouth when he abruptly interrupted. What can Shinichi give you? I can give you everything. Ji Xian's consistently cool voice became hoarse, his eyes flushed an unwilling red, almost on the verge of storming out. Jewelry? Diamonds? Bags and lipsticks? Or any cake and milk tea? I can give you better. His fingers clenched tighter and tighter, as if he was trying to grab a lifesaver. Xiaojun, come back to me. Whatever you want. But Xiaojun's eyes were unusually calm. Without a trace of emotion said, no, you can't give it. Blatant favoritism, pure passionate fondness, and respectful understanding and support. These were things that Ji Xian would never understand. As if he thought of something, Ji Xian reared his head and stared into her eyes in an effort to retain them. You don't like those boys around me, do you? They're always sneering at you. I swear I'll never let them bully you again. Will you come back? I promise they dash. Ji Xian, you really are hypocritical. Xiaojun suddenly interrupted him. Ji Xian's voice suddenly stopped and he froze as he looked at her. The only thing left in the empty classroom was Xiaojun's reasoned voice, which was calm, but word for word. You obviously hear them every time they demean me and Yin and Yang me, but you pretend you don't hear them and never stop them. And not once or twice, but countless times. Zhoujin stared hard into his light-colored pupils, as if mercilessly torturing his soul. Because you're indulging them. In fact, you're bullying me. Or maybe you're the one who bullied me the most. Always bullying her over and over again as she was full of him. But Shinichi was never like that. Shinichi's friends always treated her with respect and warmth. And as long as they stayed by Shinichi's side, no one dared to say a bad word about her. And no one dared to touch a single strand of her hair. Thinking about this, Xiaojun's insides were soft and her eyes were a little moist. I hadn't seen sunlight before, so I thought it was normal to be that dark. How can you want to go back in time when you really have the hot warm sun now? Ji Xian's ears buzzed. His brain was in chaos. His chest felt like it was viciously pressed against a huge stone, and his entire body became heavy and exhausted. He saw that Xiaojun's beautiful eyes had a little more disgust and mockery in them. Not at all like before when they were full of stars and fondness. Ji Xian didn't even dare to look directly into her clear eyes. His grip on her hand loosened, his voice stuttering with a touch of bitterness. Zhoujin, I'm not bullying you. I'm just a test to see if you'll ever leave. Just to make sure that no matter what comes your way, you'll be determined to burn for me. But no flame will never die, and even the hottest heart can get cold. Xiaojun broke his hand with all her might. I'll marry Shinichi in the future, and I'll be with him forever. Ji Xian, stop having unrealistic fantasies. I won't turn back. You deserve all of this. You deserve it. Inside the empty classroom, Xiaojun's voice echoed in Ji Xian's ears over and over again, completely shattering his long-woven dream, especially the line, I will marry Shinichi. Married? Ji Xian's pupils suddenly tightened, bewilderment and confusion showing in his scarlet eyes. They got married. Why is it so familiar? As if some memory came flooding back uncontrollably. In a split second, a suffocating pain surged through his internal organs, and all the strength in his body disappeared. Ji Xian was dizzy and collapsed in the empty space next to him in exhaustion, hurting like crazy. Xiaojun took advantage of his collapse and hurriedly opened the classroom door and ran, without looking back, to the bathroom of another school building to wash her hands. Wash all the places where Ji Xian has touched her. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she opened her cell phone, and the next second, 2 messages jumped into her eyes. Just ordered you milk tea takeout. After 10 minutes, she patted me on the head. What are you doing? I missed you. Xiaojun hesitated for a moment, a little afraid that he would worry. After thinking about it, he still didn't intend to hide it, and told him about things in general. Just after sending the message, Shinichi instantly returned in seconds, and his urgency could be seen between the lines. Where are you now? I'm coming for you. Inside the classroom, Ji Xian lost his strength and lay on the floor. The partial memories of his past life were like a tidal wave, overwhelmingly drowning him. It was something he hadn't dreamed of, and it was 7 years after Zhoujin had liked him. After getting together with Xiaojun, he still enjoys Xiaojun's initiative from on high, and also allows those around him to taunt her and even secretly strike at her career. Convinced that Xiaojun would not leave, he would always feel pleasure and satisfaction from being valued whenever he saw Xiaojun's disappointed and despondent eyes. That is, until he is pressured by his mother to temporarily miss Zhoujin's birthday concert to pick up other women back home. Don't be ridiculous, Joanne. Zhoujin liked him so much that she was never angry with him, but when he looked at his phone again, he saw the breakup message. He didn't bother, just sneered. Break up? How could Zhoujin really break up with him? He was confident and certain, all but assured that Zhoujin would not leave, would bow down and voluntarily admit her mistake as she had done before. However, this time, he waited and waited and waited for a long time. Half a year later, what he waited for was the hot search for Xiaojun's marriage. #Zhoujin. Shinichi announced their marriage. #explosion. #top racer versus top stream diva. #change in each ACP so sweet. #explosion. Chapter 102. He really regrets it. The remaining images from his previous life also flashed through Ji Xian's brain one by one. constantly stimulating every nerve of his. There's the man who stares at their wedding photo, incredulous. There was the man who hastily came to the door begging for peace and struggling to stay. And the man who broke down on a stormy night and regretted it for the rest of his life. Memories dispersed, Ji-Xian lay alone and helpless on the classroom floor. His sanity instantly collapsed. His heart seemed to have been plucked out with force, and the cramping pain spread to all his limbs and bones in an instant. They got married. Out of nowhere, an unspoken emotion lodged in his throat, preventing him from gasping for air, making it difficult to even breathe. Before, he always dreamed that in his previous life, Xiaojun had chased him for 7 years with a heart, so he took it for granted that Xiaojun would never leave him. He was complacent and emboldened then, and even still exalted and intoxicated, weaving magnificent dreams. However, this remaining memory is like a silver needle quenched with poison, mercilessly poking through this dream, poking through all the lies of his self-confidence, and even poking hard at the softest place in his heart until it is full of holes. Ji-Xian sat on the ground at a loss for words, his eyes so red that they looked like they were going to seep blood. It turns out that, whether in his past life or in this life, Xiaojun didn't want him. At the same time, Qin-Ichi rushed out of the dormitory almost instantly, his eyes full of worry and heartache. I'm afraid that Joujun will be sad, that she'll be upset, and that she'll be scared. Niu Yifeng didn't realize that something had happened to Xiaojun and wailed bitterly towards the door. Hey, 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 no, brother Wild King ranked to play half of it. I'm this to advance to the tournament. Qin-Ichi flew down the stairs without looking back, video calling with Xiaojun along the way. Only after confirming that she was not in the least bit alright did Qin-Ichi slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's good to be okay, but his pace didn't slow down at all, and it didn't take him long to sprint to the farthest school building. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Qin-Ichi raised his head alertly, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously. Ji-Xian was standing on the stairs, staring at him with beady eyes, oozing monstrous jealousy and hatred. Silent hallways, silent brewing up a bloody storm, instantly ignited both sides of reason. Qin-Ichi was furious when he remembered Xiaojun's comment about being grabbed by Ji-Xian, and every cell of his body boiled over. He rushed up the stairs in 2 or 3 arrow steps and ruthlessly grabbed Ji-Xian by the collar of his shirt, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. Pestering my girlfriend to stay with you. Do you think I'm dead? Try forcing her one more time. But this sentence did not know which sensitive nerve of Ji-Xian was poked, and his reason kept screaming, decisively reaching out and forcefully strangling Qin-Ichi's neck. Obviously you're the one who took her from me. A past life has been snatched away. If it wasn't for Qin-Ichi, how could Xiaojun leave him? Ji-Xian had also systematically trained in fighting since childhood, instantly swinging his fist to smash Qin-Ichi's face. The other party looks like he doesn't care about it, and after taking a hard punch, he decisively strikes out, slamming his head hard against the wall with fast, accurate and ruthless movements. There was a dull thud, accompanied by the clicking sound of bones breaking. Ji-Xian's brain was in chaos. Qin-Ichi once again slammed his head against the wall. His body was about to be overwhelmed by hostility. His voice was unusually vicious and appalling. His words were heartbreaking. It seems you still won't admit it. You still don't realize your own fault and always want to blame someone else. Ji-Xian, it was you who pushed her away with your own hands. It was you who didn't cherish it. It was you who committed the crime. Half of Qin-Ichi's face was hidden in the shadows, so angry that his fists were vaguely trembling, and his entire body was in a state of stress. These words violently tore open Ji Envy's bloody scars, mercilessly exposing the truth. Like sharp, pointed blades, they churned through his body with abandon, and his internal organs shattered into pieces of debris. It hurts to choke. Ji-Xian's face turned pale as he listened, and a fine cold sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. His aura instantly weakened, his eyes lost focus for a moment, and after half a day's thought, he couldn't even say a word to retort. It was like falling into a freezing cellar. Yes, he pushed that light away with his own hands. As Ji-Xian froze, his opponent struck out sharply, smashing his face, hitting him straight in the vitals with a dull sound. The pain spread quickly throughout the face, like there were flames raging. Ji-Xian subconsciously stepped back, until when he stepped on the empty steps, he suddenly exerted his full strength and grabbed Qin-Ichi's arm with a death grip. Boom! There was a loud bang. Both rolled down the stairs at the same time, hitting their heads hard on the ground. It was nearing the time of the evening class, and already 1 or 2 students had come early to take the last row of seats. The passing female student, clutching her book and in a daze, was just about to go up the stairs when 2 men suddenly rolled down on her face. She jumped away with a sharp pop. Oh, my God, I'm walking on a good road, and I can't believe that 2 men are smashing down on me. Xiaojun followed the sound and rushed over to see just such a gruesome scene. She sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of worry and heartache, and hurried over. Ji-Xian similarly collapsed to the ground, still holding on to a glimmer of hope as Xiaojun ran towards him, slowly extending his hand towards her. He couldn't help but expect that if he was hurt, would Xiaojun be heartbroken? Even a hint of heartache would be nice, but Xiaojun's eyes were full of another person. Ji Xian watched as she helped Shinichi up, and heard Xiaojun's voice quiver with worry as she asked, Shinichi, how are you? Are you alright? Shinichi, on the other hand, leaned on her shoulder and comforted, don't worry, I'm fine. The two figures were so harmonious, so distant, staring at the backs of the two leaving. Ji Xian's outstretched hand finally hung feebly on the ground, his eyes reddening as tears slowly flickered at the bottom of his eyes. Xiaojun. His throat was bitter, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, and he struggled to open his mouth, calling out Xiaojun's name in a muffled voice over and over again. Instead of turning back, the other man took hold of the other man heartily. At that moment, Ji Xian's spiritual pillar suddenly collapsed, and his body, which had fallen to the ground, trembled slightly, his eyes blurring. Many images of previous experiences suddenly came to mind. The one who sang in the practice room during the high school festival, the one who happily said thank you, senior when she asked him for math advice, the one who carefully followed him when he went to the kiosk to buy something, the one who was nervous and expectant when she gave him his birthday present, and the one who was nervous and embarrassed when she was being treated badly by his friends. Bitter tears slowly gushed out, falling silently down the corners of Ji Xian's eyes. He really regretted it. Chapter 103, I can fulfill a condition for you. Toward evening, the sun slowly sinks, and the entire sky is drenched in an orange-yellow halo, hazy and mysterious, depicting a magnificent oil painting. A gentle spring breeze blew a few pink petals down. Shinichi sat on a bench on a remote path, his long eyelashes slightly drooping to cover the emotions under his eyes, like a child who has done something wrong. Xiaojun, meanwhile, stood in front of him, carefully cupping his face and staring intently at a bag on his forehead. An indescribable heartache rolled over and over inside Xiaojun's chest, spreading silently to all her limbs. She pursed her lips and asked softly, it's swollen, do you hurt? Shinichi hummed lightly, his tone careless, it's just a small injury, it doesn't hurt at all. But he couldn't help but hiss when Xiaojun touched it gently. Knew he had a stiff upper lip. Xiaojun sighed softly and took out a tissue from her pocket, gently wiping the dust off his forehead before leaning down slightly and tenderly dropping a kiss. She said how the other party suddenly did not return after chatting on WeChat before, but it turned out to be fighting with Ji Xian. Or did she rush into a fight because she was being bullied? The more Xiaojun thought about it, the less she felt in her heart, biting her lip, and her eyes gradually burned a little. Shinichi sat in the chair in silence for a moment, gently pulling up her hand, his voice a little muffled. Did he just grab your wrist? Xiaojun dutifully nodded. Well, but I've cleaned up. Shinichi didn't say anything. His warm palm stroked her wrist one after another, a few moments of heartache flowing from his eyes. Xiaojun looked at him fixedly, and could feel that Shinichi was not in a very good mood. The corners of this man's mouth were down, his eyes were downcast, and a layer of depression seemed to hang over his body. Xiaojun volunteered to come forward and hug him. Shinichi was sitting on the bench, while she would be a bit taller than him when she stood in front of him. It was almost as if they were holding him in their arms, gentle and soothing, their voices sweet as water. Xin Shaoqi, don't be upset, look, the evening sun is beautiful today. Upon hearing this, Shinichi's eyes moved slightly as he stretched out his arms around Xiaojun, his entire body silently buried in front of her. He wasn't unhappy, he was just heartbroken that Xiaojun was always being pestered by others and worried if she would feel insecure. There was also some backlash, feeling as if I hadn't protected her. Roadside rows of balsam camphor trees with the wind issued a rustle sound, upright and lush. The air is also filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. Remote paths, silence all around, not a soul in sight. Xiaojun hugged him tightly and rubbed his head like a child. Think hard and think about what you can do to cheer him up. After a few moments, Xiaojun's eyes lit up and she lowered her head slightly, gently pulling his ear. Shinichi, I can fulfill one of your conditions, okay? Shinichi buried himself in front of her, his voice brightening up all of a sudden. Really? On what terms? Xiaojun hugged tighter and nodded her head vigorously. But don't go too far. Oh, the right to explain his mind. Shinichi fell into a soft cloud before he suddenly realized that his face was buried in, hugging his fragrant and soft wife. His ears almost immediately burst red and his breathing was ragged. Even his throat was a little dry, and it seemed as if something in the underworld had ignited and intensified. The unpleasantness from earlier instantly dissipated into thin air, and all he could think of was to kiss her hard and bully her. Paranoid that Xiaojun hadn't realized it yet, she simply and sweetly asked, thinking about it, what do you want? Shinichi's eyes were obscure, and he rolled the knot in his throat. I'll save it first, okay? Xiaojun felt that his mood had significantly changed for the better, and couldn't help but curl her lips and smile lightly. Yes, it's valid for a month. The sunset was getting prettier and prettier. the sky gradually turning orange-red, warm and open. Shinichi thought for a moment. Countless color scraps flashed in his mind, and began to sell his misery. Jojin, I'm being bullied. In the next second, Jojin's eyes snapped open and she pulled away to ask, who bullied you? It was rather like rushing up to fight for him. Shinichi laughed inwardly, but was serious on the surface. My roommate bullied me. All three of them. At that, Jojin breathed a sigh of relief and reached up to pinch his face, smiling dotingly. Your roommate still bullies you. Ha, I'm lucky I didn't get bullied by you. Shinichi aggravated. The three of them snore at night and it's very noisy. I haven't had a good night's sleep for many days in a row. He tilted his head up and looked blearily at Jojin, like a poor puppy wagging its tail at her. Really? I'm just trying to get a good night's sleep. How could Xiaojin bear to see him like this? And then looking at him with a noticeably large bag on top of his forehead, he became even more distressed. This is for her to fight to bulge the bag from so high up the stairs head to the ground fall. Cannot hurt it. Her heart instantly softened into a peace, and she warmly and gently coaxed. Then today, I'll accompany you out to stay for the night? Today happens to be Friday and I don't have class tomorrow. Shinichi pursed his lips, deliberately hung his head, and couldn't help but reveal a triumphant and evil smile where Xiaojin couldn't see it. Good. The white rabbit is trapped. The two strolled through the campus hand in hand, taking in the soft evening breeze as they walked unhurriedly in the direction of their dormitory. Xiaojin was escorted all the way to the downstairs of the women's dormitory by Shinichi before the two of them parted ways briefly. She ran upstairs to briefly pack and gather her things, and upon polite questioning from her roommate, briefly recounted what she had just experienced. Shang Lulu almost vomited blood as she listened, and her entire body went berserk. No, does this G guy not understand human language? What a belated deep love is cheaper than grass. I really want to punch him. Yunyu's voice was calm and steady. You guys don't worry. I divined 2 days ago. His future seems to be pretty bad, especially watery anyway. Shenmei Xiang was even more furious and rolled her eyes, giving Ji Xian countless nicknames in a fit of rage, including but not limited to Brother Fridge, Brother Ice, Brother Frost, Brother Dumb, Brother Broken Defense, Brother Regret, Brother Shady Mouse. Looking at Xiaojin's appearance as she packed her pajamas, Yunyu casually asked, Jinjin, going out to live with your boyfriend again? Jojin folded her pajamas and put them in a small bag while she brought her ID. Well, his roommate snores and hasn't been sleeping well lately, so I went to keep him company. It's just plain tucked in and talking. Chen Meixiang choked. Actually, I feel that he is quite dark. In short, you be careful. Xiaojin nodded and said an okay, carrying her bag out the door. Bye. The roommates similarly waved at her. By the time she went downstairs, Shinichi had already packed his things and was standing at the door waiting for her. Xiaojin walked over with light footsteps and tilted her little face up. How did you get there so fast? The thought of being with him that long later made me happy. Very happy. Shinichi took her hand, and also stuffed several wine heart chocolates into her pocket, still in the shape of pink hearts, a new product that had recently hit the shelves. Xiaojin's eyes shone brightly, and she smiled as if she was holding a bright fine light, and 2 pair swirls bloomed out. Thank you, boyfriend. Shinichi paused. You're welcome. All the way there he was thinking about how he would kiss her later, how he would make good use of that offer. But seeing Xiaojin smiling so sweetly and trusting him, a strong sense of guilt suddenly welled up inside him, because it should make her cry at night. The two went to the hotel and inserted their room cards to enter the door. Xiaojin just wanted to say something, and in the next second, her waist was suddenly wrapped around. Click, closed the door. A heavenly whirlwind of hot breath enveloped her body, and she was impatiently held down against the door panel by Shinichi. Even the lights in the room hadn't been turned on yet, and it was pitch black all around. Shinichi's compelling voice fell on her ears. Jojin, I wanted to kiss you all the way. Chapter 104, Wanting a girlfriend is driving me crazy. In the dim and ambiguous interior, Jojin looked like she had fallen into a tender trap. The backpacks all fell to the floor, and she was held down forcefully by Shinichi in front of the door panel, unable to move. The man's hard silhouette blurred in the shadows. His eyes burned, and the air was filled with unspeakable affection as he practically came up to speak at the side of Jojin's neck. Said he wanted to kiss her like crazy. Each word carries an intoxicating magic that promotes a racing heartbeat. Trapped between Shinichi and the door panel, Xiaojin could feel his ever-leaning, burning chest closing in. Well, just out of breath, her lips were immediately kissed, hot and familiar breath instantly invading in. Shinichi propped one hand on the door and lifted Xiaojin's chin with the other, somewhat forcefully causing her to tilt her head back and endure his attack. Xiaojin's mind went blank, and she subconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Noticing that the young girl took the initiative to cooperate, Shinichi's vision became even more thick and obscure, and he was simply unable to restrain himself. This time the kiss was even more urgent and raging than the last, as if a storm had suddenly risen from the sea. He pried his lips open and couldn't wait to suck and plunder Jojin's sweetness, leaving no corner untouched, as if patrolling territory, pressing down on her while kissing her passionately. These days Shinichi really wanted to go crazy, wanted to forcefully hold her down and kiss her, wanted to intimately hold her to sleep, and wanted to be more aggressive. Thinking of her in my waking hours and in my dreams, Shinichi kept suppressing the thoughts in his mind and kept scolding himself for being a pervert. But as soon as he saw Xiaojin, he went crazy, and his self-control instantly shattered into powder, unable to control a bit at all. But on the contrary, the young girl in his arms was so good and soft, so pure, smiling lightly and gently soothing him, and saying that she could fulfill one of his conditions. He then wanted to bully her even more. Human desire is like a bottomless pit that can never be satisfied. The lingering, loving sound amplified in the quiet space, like the release of long-hidden, thick emotions, fermenting in the air in wisps and strands. Xiaojin was kissed with such intent and ulceration that a pitiful whimper spilled from her lips. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Her body had become a little strange, always tingling and going soft without realizing it. Shinichi tightened his arm around her waist, pulling them closer together and kissing her more deeply. Jojin could barely catch her breath, her head a little dizzy from the kiss, even her eyes were a little moist, and she was afraid she would fall, so she had to hug him hard and tightly, as if she were grasping the only straw that saved her life, submissively catering to him. What to do? It felt like I was drowning in a gentle, rolling whirlpool. It didn't take long before Xiaojin was blushing, her eyelashes were constantly fluttering gently, and her entire body was tinged with Shinichi's flavor and scent. The body temperature keeps rising and the heart rate keeps getting out of balance. It wasn't until he was almost out of breath that Shinichi loosely released her. Lowering his head, he pecked a mouthful of her soft cheeks, his eyes focused and affectionate. So like Jen, Xiaojin was finally able to breathe fresh air and her chest continued to rise and fall as her entire body came to life. Her cheeks rolled and she buried her head in front of Shinichi's shoulder, muffling her voice. Well, I like you too. Xiaojin wrapped her arms around his waist, and when she buried her face, she looked like a small animal dependent on him. Shinichi's heart softened, rubbed her head and asked, "Can you stand this kind of kiss?" Xiaojin froze for a moment, thinking hard before nodding slightly. It's okay. Although she always felt that Shinichi was too violent and that she was about to drown when she kissed him, she could strongly feel the other party's hot and raging love, and she seemed to be willing to sink. It's like that. Seeing the young girl nod her head, Shinichi's mood cheered up, and a warm current surged within his chest, spreading to all his limbs and bones. He inserted the rune card and turned on the warm-colored lights. By the way, have you slept well lately? Jojin, it's pretty good. Ever since she fell in love with Shinichi, she was very happy every day. Perhaps because Shinichi gave her enough security, the quality of her sleep improved a lot at once, and she stayed up all night without any dreams. Shinichi's aggravated voice fell from the top of his head. But I can't sleep well. You were there in the dream, but you weren't there when I woke up. Xiaojin lifted his head heartily, reached out to pinch his face, and smiled brightly. That's why I came to stay with you tonight. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, and his heart was indescribably sweet. He carried the person in his arms to the bed. Be good. Wait for a while. I'll take a shower first. The kiss was just a little too hot. Got to lower the fire. When he came out of the cold water after rinsing, Jojin dutifully took her pajamas and went in to wash them. The sound of water clattering through the glass, bit by bit, drilled into Shinichi's ears, as if vaguely tugging at his heartstrings. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally waited for Jojin to run out, and saw her crouch down to stuff something into her small backpack. The young girl had changed into a snow-white nightgown with a small bath towel around her shoulders, and her long black hair was like satin, hanging wet over the towel, like an angel that has descended into the world, snow-white and flawless, radiating the most innocent and beautiful light. The knots in Shinichi's throat rolled up and down, and his breathing began to be disorganized as he stood behind her. Let me blow you. As soon as the words fell, Xiaojin's eyes widened slightly and she happily jumped into Shinichi's arms, standing on her tiptoes and kissing a mouthful of the right side of his face, her voice soft. You're so nice. The ink rolled under Shinichi's eyes as he carried her along to the bathroom, closed the door, and plugged in the hairdryer. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. He's good? It's not good to wait. The two faced the mirror, and he stood just behind Jojin, flicking the switch and the hair dryer buzzed. Shinichi's fingertips ruffled Xiaojin's hair, blowing it up patiently from root to tip, combing her hair every now and then. The bathroom was watery and a little humid. The air also smells of body wash and shampoo, both fruity and refreshingly floral. Xiaojin didn't really like blow-drying her hair. It was a bit of a hassle and her hands would get sore from having to hold it up for 20 minutes. Through the mirror in front of her, she could see Shinichi's face. The man's bone phase is extremely superior. The broken hair in front of his forehead hangs messily on his brow bone. His phoenix eyes are deep, and his lips are also curved up in a wanton and uninhibited arc. He was dressed in a thin black pajamas. 2 buttons on the collar were not fastened, and when the knot in his throat slid up and down, he looked more and more evil and demonic. Jojin's eyes lingered on the knot of his throat for a moment before she slowly lowered her head. Shinichi's eyes looked earnestly at the hair, but his afterglow had long since taken in Xiaojin's small movements. The curve of his lips deepened, and the fingertips that stroked his hair were gentle and strong, like they were lightly touching a soft, delicate feather, making sure that his hair was evenly heated. In almost 20 minutes, the young girl's seaweed-like hair became tousled and silky. Shinichi rubbed her head. All right. The sound of the hair dryer faded as he unplugged it and put it in the cabinet. Xiaojin took a look in the mirror and just turned around, and in the next second, strong arms slammed around her waist. Her entire body was picked up with one hand and sat firmly on the sink. She shrunk her neck, subconsciously climbed on Shinichi's shoulder and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Without waiting for her to react, Shinichi had already gotten in front of her, that handsome face constantly enlarging, his voice lazy and seductive, smiling in a meaningful way. "What for? Doing something serious with my girlfriend?" Of course. Chapter 105. Staring at him is even more adorable. The bathroom was bright and spacious, with moist air and a faint scent. Just after the words "doing something serious with my girlfriend" were said, Shinichi kissed him again. The two were now flush, making it easy for him to stand between Jojin's legs, holding Jojin's waist steady with one hand and cupping Jojin's face with the other. Xiaojin sat on the cold sink surface, her back against the mirror. Very cold, but in front of her was Shinichi's burning hot rolling embrace. One cold and one hot. She felt like she was caught in an ice and fire situation. Not to mention the fact that the light was now bright and blinding, more exciting than just leaning against the door panel. Only this time, Shinichi kissed carefully. It was gentle and intimate. It wasn't mean at all. It was like calming her down. Jojin adapted quickly and enjoyed it, wrapping her arms around his neck and giving a slow response. But even with such a gentle kiss, after a long time, she was still a bit overwhelmed and gradually leaned helplessly in front of the mirror. Shinichi kissed her cherry lips, then raised his head and kissed the corners of her mouth, her chin, and even her neck and collarbone. Xiaojin was a little tickled. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she abruptly looked away. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her ears burned up as she weakly called out his name, Shinichi. But Shinichi didn't stop, burying himself in the middle of her neck, getting more and more excessive, and exhaling hot breath. Jojin felt like her entire body was going to burn and couldn't help but let out a very soft gasp. Shinichi dropped one gentle kiss, as if he was carefully testing it out, and only later did he slowly intensify it, like warm water boiling a frog, a little bit of probing her bottom line. "Shinichi, said Xiaojin, her cheeks about to burn to the point of smoking, her voice becoming extraordinarily sweet. "I'm a little itchy." Shinichi shackled her wrists while lowering his head to kiss her, increasing his force. "What about this?" The man's voice carried a touch of compulsion and sensuality, like a siren stalking her. Xiaojin's voice trembled lightly. "A little better." Actually, it still tickled a little, but Xiaojin didn't refuse, and her heart was still vaguely expectant and nervous. She simply had no way to refuse Shinichi. "It's a good thing I'm sitting on the sink, or I'd probably be unsteady again." It was as if the places Shinichi kissed all the way seemed to be on fire. Extraordinarily hot. Jojin really can't stand it anymore. Shinichi's breath, lips, embrace, everything was enough to make her sink. The palm around his waist was also like a flame, moving upward little by little through the thin layer of pajamas, but stopping abruptly when it was about to touch the softness. Shinichi lowered himself to her ear and politely inquired, "May I touch?" Xiaojin's brain had long since fallen into a state of chaos, and her breathing stopped slightly as she struggled to understand what he meant by that. She raised her clear eyes and sounded like a kitten. What?" Looking at the young girl's well-behaved and trusting demeanor, Shinichi felt more and more that he was not human, kind of wanting to let her go and simply cover up and talk tonight and just simply hold her. But at that exact moment, a crystal droplet of water slowly slid down from her collarbone and didn't enter the collar, and the snow-white skin deeply stimulated his brain. Shinichi's sanity shattered into pieces in an instant, and finally, he still wasn't going to let her go, and he got close to Xiaojin's ear, whispering a few words. The next second, Jojin's face became redder almost to the naked eye, and her neck was a blush. Xiaojin quietly raised her eyes to look at him, and when she happened to meet his gaze, she quickly lowered her head and said in a jarring voice, "Yes." The heart inside Shinichi's chest was beating frantically, and the sound was deafening. He simply loved Xiaojin's blushing and shy look, and his palm became more and more reckless. It was getting dark, but the two people in the room didn't even realize it. Jojin was suffering a little bit every second. The whole thing was like a piece of butter that was about to melt. It was only after a long time that Shinichi was satisfied and let go. carrying Xiaojun down. He lowered his head slightly so that the right side of his face was pressed against Zhoujin's, rubbing his cheek. I love it. His Qiao Shizhen. His face is soft when he pinches it, and his lips are soft when he kisses them, and rubs them. Xiaojun's feet dipped into the floor tiles and were a little numb, so she couldn't stand at all, so she had to try to hold on to Qin. She had been mentally tense a moment ago, and thinking it was finally over. She slowly loosened up, but at that moment, Qin suddenly held her down in his arms and faced the mirror. With her back against his chest, Zhoujin could see herself in the mirror just as well. Her own pajamas were a bit disheveled, and the pink haze that had long since dawned on her face was becoming more and more pronounced. There was some moisture in her eyes, and even her lips were glistening with a layer of brimming water. This is actually her. Qin was no better behind her. A ragged breath escaped his lips. His ears were especially red, and his chest rose and fell slightly. If the usual Qin was a misanthropic face, then the way he looked now was as if he had forgiven the entire world. He wrapped his arm around Zhoujin's waist hard enough to prevent her from standing up, like he was trying to rub her into his body. Zhoujin, you have feelings for me. Zhoujin froze, meeting his eyes in the mirror, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Qin leaned over and continued to whisper in her ear. Are you a little hard to bear right now? I can help you. His voice was even lower than it had been during the day, like it was hiding a hook, and it was extremely attractive. Xiaojun always felt that it wasn't something good. Her brain snapped to alertness and she hurriedly spoke. No, I didn't. She felt she was overreacting and added weakly. Qin, it's a bit late, I want to go to bed. But Qin pinched the flesh on her face, the corner of his lips curling more and more. No feeling? Really? Lying turns into a little pig. Xiaojun's ears turned even redder and she didn't say anything. The air was watery and moist. Qin rode the wave of victory. Didn't my girlfriend say she'd fulfill one of my conditions? I'll use it now. Xiaojun felt like she had dug herself a hole and silently glared at him. But I also said not to go too far, and the final interpretation is mine. Qin looked at her glaring appearance in the mirror. Is even cuter. Xiaojun glared before lowering her head again. Go ahead. I'll consider it at my discretion and try to agree. Qin heart completely softened into a piece as he hugged Xiaojun, his tone somewhat serious. Jen, I want to help you. I promise to make you comfortable. Chapter 106. Are you satisfied with your boyfriend? Inside the bathroom, Xiaojun was being held down by Qin arm around her waist, the two of them facing the mirror. Xiaojun saw a very intense color from the bottom of his eyes and was scalded, shrinking her neck as she asked softly, how can you help me? Qin lowered his head to say a few words in her ear, and the crispy breath instantly wrapped around her whole body, causing a shudder like a supercharge. Xiaojun froze, looking down at Qin hand, the ends of her eyes all gradually turning red. His fingers were long and clean, his bones wild, the backs of his hands veined and tense, but the thought of his hands, Zhoujin's head was dropping lower and lower, her breath uneven, and she didn't even dare to look up at her hickey-covered self in the mirror. In favor of this time, Qin also gently kissed the root of her ear, and the hand around her waist kept tightening, pulling the distance even closer. Little by little, she was compelled. Don't be afraid, trust me. Xiaojun's ears instantly exploded, her mind scrambled, and she covered her face with her hands. After a long time, it finally nodded in agreement. She couldn't tell what she felt inside. It was clearly her who had proposed to fulfill Qin conditions, but Qin was thinking of fulfilling her. Zhoujin's heart felt like it was stuffed with sweet candy and like she was tasting rich, silky hot chocolate. Seeing her nod, Qin smile deepened and he picked her up, carefully placing her on the edge of the bed. Xiaojun didn't even dare to take a big breath. Her head tilted as she made a small request. Qin, turn off some lights. I like it darker. She doesn't like it too bright. It's better to be dark. Qin walked to turn off the lights, leaving only a faint warm light not far away, and the whole bedroom became ambiguous. He took out disinfectant wipes from his bag and carefully wiped his hands to ensure cleanliness and hygiene. Zhoujin raised her eyes and watched nervously as he wiped his hands. The man was long, with a superior side face and deep eyes under his lashes, where gentleness and affection overshadowed the original arrogance. A black pajamas. Looks very sexy ascetic. Qin finished wiping his hands and walked to her, slowly lifting up her nightgown while soothing the softness in front of her body. Like me? He lowered his head and kissed Zhoujin's lips passionately, gently yet dominantly, like a constantly burning fire. Xiaojun trembled lightly, her hands clenching Qin clothes, feeling her tailbone crisp up. She opened her lips with difficulty. Like it. It was nearing 0 hour and the night was melting. Inside the room, the curtains blocked out the hazy, loving moonlight, and a slight gasp lingered in the air. Qin went to the bathroom to rinse cold water. The bathroom gave off a faint light shining on the side of Zhoujin's face. She lay under the covers, her lips red as vile flowers, gasping for air at her lips, and with crystalline teardrops on her eyelashes. Just now, One could clearly feel the roughness of Shinichi's fingers, as well as the coldness of his hands after wiping them with the wet wipes. He also kept warmly telling her to relax and to stop crying, constantly complimenting her on how good she is, how well she gasps, and how she reacts in a particularly adorable way. Xiaojun's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but bury her face into the comforter, her entire body completely red warm. Soon, she heard Shinichi's footsteps coming out of the bathroom. Shinichi lifted the covers and sat her on the bed in his arms, feeding her some chocolate and mineral water, his voice low. Is the girlfriend satisfied with my service? White chocolate in the shape of a love heart with a hint of wine inside and a tart strawberry flavor. Xiaojun sipped her water and nearly choked it out, nodding her head in a small voice. Satisfied. It's really, kind of an amazing feeling. She was comfortable, but she also really couldn't take it anymore. Can't stand Shinichi. Xiaojun was afraid that Shinichi would say something shameful again, so she hurriedly pulled away from the topic, pretending to yawn and tugging on his sleeve. I'm sleepy. Go to bed soon. How could Shinichi not see her small mind? He only pinched her cheeks. As you command. After brushing her teeth, Xiaojun pounced onto the large soft bed and rolled into Shinichi's arms like a cat, rubbing his chin affectionately. Good night, boyfriend. The lights in the room were all turned off, plunging the room into total darkness. Shinichi wrapped his arms around her tightly, like he was holding his most precious and favorite treasure, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up gently. Finally a good night's sleep after so many days, dreaming of her and waking up to her. Chapter 107, Princess Tri's birthday. March 30th is Jo Jin's birthday. On Saturday, which also happens to be the day of the music finals, compared to the nervousness and apprehension on the day of the preliminary round, Xiaojun now has a little more confidence and courage visible to the naked eye, because she had sung to Shinichi many times, and Shinichi had complimented her many times. When you are deeply loved, you are not afraid of anything. The night of the finals was a starry one. In the evening, the audience entered the arena one by one, expectant and nervous. Many of them had picked players and the rest were neutral passers-by. Previously, the preliminary 2 rounds were divided into multiple districts, so it was nowhere near as atmospheric, spacious and bright as this grand final stage. The competition was also calculated according to the judges' scores and online voting, with a total of 40 PKs. At 1800 hours, the finals broadcast officially began, and the hosts quickly began to warm up the arena as it gradually got hotter. The audience at the bottom cheered loudly, especially some of the more famous bloggers, and fans began to raise their signs in support. There was one heat wave of frenzy after another on stage. On a distant seat, Shang Lulu cried and growled. Jinjin actually did make it to the finals. What to do? I'm so nervous. Chen Meishan fiercely pressed down on Rinzhong. Stop it. I'm nervous too. And just now, Jinjin drew the penultimate 3rd appearance. We're going to be nervous until 8 or 9 o'clock. Yunyu silently comforted them. It's fine. Trust Jinjin. I've done the math. The big event is wonderful. Nervous and tense, the 3 sisters cast their eyes on Shinichi in front of them, observing him gloomily. This happened to be a beautiful sister singing opera cadences in Chinese dress, winning countless applause and cheers, and the sound of solidarity was deafening. Shinichi didn't raise his head much, only staring silently at the screen of his cell phone, sending a message to Xiaojun. Suddenly, Niu Weifeng poked his shoulder. Shinichi was still rippling with smiles when he sent the message, and when he looked up the smile instantly disappeared and his complexion faded. What's the matter with you? Niu Weifeng looked left and right, and came up to his ear to whisper. It's just that, we as a group are united in wanting to warn you. Reminder of what? Niu Weifeng said as he threw a pack of napkins at him. Don't get a nosebleed later. Shinichi, roll. At 8 o'clock, a golden-colored figure appeared on the stage, instantly attracting Shinichi's full attention. Jo Jin, number 37, performing the song Try by Colby Calais. Applause. Millions of people had flooded into the live room, and the pop-ups were slowly getting hot. Asterisk. As soon as I came in, it was my favorite English song. This is my girl Goose. Jenny, excited, tears. Oh, my God, it's beautiful. From the preliminary round of the game on the good feeling, I hope that the road baby can be more supportive of our sister Xiao Xiao. Probe. Xiaojun stood right under the spotlight, wearing the golden princess dress that Shinichi had given her earlier, flowing and glittering with a dazzling golden aura. Seaweed-like black hair hung down over her chest, as fresh and pure as an angel's. The arena was bigger this time, and there were so many spectators that it looked like densely packed ants. She couldn't find her companions at all, and she couldn't find Shinichi at all. In his mind suddenly remembered the previous mountaintop confession. Shinichi gave her golden coast roses. It means that you don't need to chase the sun. You are the most shining being. In his love letter, he wrote, Xiaojun, you always seem to be less confident, always feeling ordinary and plain. But in my eyes, You've always been the unique, sparkling princess who shines brighter than the sun. Jojin walked on the open stage, taking each step with aplomb. The light slowly came on and she raised the microphone, smiling lightly as she looked directly into the camera. Do you like you? Do you like yourself? You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all away. You don't have to be a people pleaser. No reservations. When he opens his mouth to sing, it is as if time has stood still, and his clear voice is like the first ray of sunshine in the morning sun, penetrating through the haze and dust, and shining in the softest place of one's heart. For the final she didn't choose a strong melodic song. Instead she chose a quiet song. The combination of tenderness and power, emotion and skill, weaves a feast for the ears. The eyes of the judges at the bottom brightened slightly, compelled to notice the talented young girl on stage. Shin Ichu, on the other hand, looked mesmerized. Try expresses that girls don't need to change themselves to suit others. Please like the pure, real self. The lyrics probably mean, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to try to fit in. You just have to be brave. The lyrics aren't really easy to sing. With her delicate, smooth voice lingering in her ears, her pitch and technique especially perfect, and her emotions on display, it's clean and flawless, and to say it's heavenly would be an understatement. On the big screen, Xiaojin's eyes looked like they were hiding billions of stars, and she couldn't see the slightest bit of panic, like he was talking very calmly to someone off-screen. For a certain moment, it was as if she was literally glowing, and one could not take one's eyes off her at all. Perhaps it is too true. Already many sensual girls silently read eyes. Me, joy, happy, she, SOS. This is also too much progress than the first game. Right. Inexplicably have a sense of fulfillment of raising a daughter who can understand. It's so easy to fall in love. Is this the gift? Is too strong? Blast me. Objectively speaking, the full open mic stage, so far listening to her is the most stable, very smooth and coherent, and did not intentionally show off skills. Listen to the really especially comfortable sucks face. It's got to be number one, or I'll suspect an inside job. Many people are vertically in the pit within the millions of live streams. When the last tone fell, Xiaojin smiled lightly, blossoming into two pair swirls. The audience was immersed in the music for a long time, constantly waving the glow sticks in their hands, and the applause and cheers intertwined to haunt the whole arena. A few of the boys shouted frantically, and the three sisters in the dormitory screamed at the top of their lungs. Shang Lulu was about to be moved to tears. I think Xinjin sang the best. It can't be that I'm wearing a filter, right? Chen Meixian waved a glowstick while saying, compared to those who are out of tune, our Xinjin is much better. She is not nervous at all. Have you noticed? Xiaojin lifted her skirt and got off the stage. And not more than 10 minutes later, the last two contestants also entered the stage, and the organizers were continuously counting the votes. First the online votes were tallied and then folded according to the judges' scores. After waiting for a long time, the host finally came on stage and announced, after many months and regions of selection, it's the moment to finally reveal the answers. The screen will display the scores and names of the top 10. Applause for them. The online voting is actually a very small percentage, and most of it still depends on the judges' scores. The screen slowly lit up and the presenter read along with it, in a rousing tone. 10th place, Prince Han. Score 88. 4. Congratulations. Xiaojin and the other contestants sat in the first row in front of them and saw that they were only ranked 18 in the online voting, and they never heard the host read their names. She didn't feel too bad about it though. After all, it was the best she'd ever played and she had no regrets. She silently looked at the two messages sent by Chinichi. Princess, you sing the best. Come home with me tonight. Xiaojin's face slowly burned, inexplicably recalling some charming and ambiguous images. Until the next second, when she seemed to hear her name. The host's voice was extremely loud. First place, Zhou Jane. Score 95. 5. Congratulations to the winner. The whole place boiled over like boiling water. Xiaojin froze, a bit unable to believe her ears, because the score of her online voting is actually not very high. And how could? I didn't realize the judges' scores were given that high. The camera presents her dopey reaction on the big screen. The young girl looked up in confusion, her eyes blank and surprised, even as her cell phone slid to the floor, like a baby moose that got into the race by mistake. The live viewers were all planning to paddle away when they saw this scene, and then jerked back, frantically posting pop-ups. Emoji. So cute, my baby. Can you make a debut? I really want to be her fan QWQ. I want to pinch her cheeks. They must be so soft. Ha 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 ha, this reaction. Can't act it out. It looks like it's real. No insider. Why are we Ruwashi in third place? It's not fair. Anger. Upstairs fans are okay. Your blogger was shaking in the middle of one sentence. I heard it in both ears. If it wasn't for the high fan vote, I don't think it would have even made it to the top 5. JoJo deserves it. She's my favorite singer. Meanwhile, off stage, The three sisters cried tears of joy, and the boys wowed. Asterisk 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 Joe is awesome. It's 0.1 points ahead of second. It's so Mrs. God. My heart is beating out of my chest. The prize for first place is generous. Xiaojun had been in a state of shock. It wasn't until she finished the interview and changed her clothes on her way to a late-night snack that she abruptly came back to her senses, hugging Qin-Ichi's waist tightly and tilting her small face up. Am I really that good? Qin-Ichi stared at his girlfriend who had a long reflex arc thief in his arms, sneaked a kiss, and directly picked her up and spun her around, his lips lifting up in a smile. Yeah, our Joe little Jane took first place, kissing and hugging and lifting high. The weightlessness came suddenly, and Xiaojun exclaimed, reddening her ears, You put me down. The boys followed the two like a zombie, and when they saw the two showing love, they just closed their eyes in agony, wishing they could poke themselves blind. Convinced. Spreading dog food every day. Chapter 108. I hope Qin Shaoqi is happy every day. The evening was a little cooler, the sky was overcast, and suddenly it started to rain. The rain poured down, the whole city was shrouded under a curtain of rain, and the sound of pattering water came to his ears. A group of people with umbrellas went next door to the barbecue restaurant to celebrate Jojin's birthday and to congratulate her on her first place. The store is filled with the aroma of grilled meat. With warm lighting, the whole person feels warm and pleasant. After Qin-Ichi tied Xiaojun's apron, he mixed the soul dipping sauce according to Xiaojun's taste, and also grilled a lot of pancetta, fatty bull's gold mushrooms, chicken breasts, and black pepper steaks, and put them into her bowl one by one. Xiaojun's eyes shone brightly as she smiled and complimented him on the exceptionally good baking. And under the table, kept poking at his leg with her index finger. Qin-Ichi answered without changing his face, but his hands were roasting even more vigorously, wishing to roast the boys present into it as well. There wasn't much in his own bowl, it all went to Jojin. The three sisters in the dormitory next to them took in Qin-Ichi's movements, and a few of them exchanged glances to pass on the message. Not bad, give him points. Cack. To be honest, the meat roasted by Brother Worthless does smell good. Jojin looked at the small mountain of bowls, her mouth slightly open, and poked him in the waist under the table, saying quietly, It's okay, I can't eat so much, my boyfriend eat more too. Niu Yifeng, who happened to be next to him, heard it, and rubbed his hands together as he hammed and hawed towards Qin-Ichi. I can eat it. Qin-Ichi raised his eyes lightly and met Niu Yifeng's expectant and greedy expression, so he put a piece of charred meat into his bowl, very generously. Mumble, eat, Cow Yifeng. May I ask what? Am I some kind of very cheap cow? A few boys next to him opened a few cans of beer and drank them while staring wordlessly at Qin-Ichi. In fact, in the beginning that time, they had imagined what it would be like for Qin-Ichi, the misanthrope, to fall in love, should belong to his more drag, the upper hand kind, will not coax the girl, or do not care to coax the girl, only waiting for the girl to take the initiative to come over to please him happy. Combined with his gangly good looks, he looks a little scummy, like a wannabe love interest and talking about a cheerleader with so many girlfriends. Yet the reality, spoiled and coaxed, thieves no romance, but also take the initiative to come over to kiss and hug and lift high, like a sticky spirit. When Xiaomei praises him, he is like a cow that wants to plow 2 acres of land. If the two of them get married in the future, I guess Xiaojun only needs to say one sentence so great, and Qin-Ichi will willingly do the laundry and cook, and even enjoy it. The boys looked at each other. No wonder this guy has a wife. The group began to eat barbecue and play a game. This time turtle soup, a kind of intellectual game of deduction of events. The questioner throws out the hook of suspense, which is the noodle of the soup. The player can ask questions. The questioner can only answer yes, no, irrelevant, and finally the player needs to deduce the whole picture of the event. That is, the soup base. There's a horror version and a funny version. At first the boys said a couple of funny versions that made the whole room laugh, followed by a very classic horror version. A girl sleeping in the dormitory heard the sound of the window opening and thumping downstairs at night, and was so scared that she hid under the bed, only to die immediately the next day. Why? Xiaojun shivered, subconsciously wrapping her arms around Qin-Ichi and weakly raising her hand to ask the question. Killed by someone? Boy, no. Jojin continued to press. Suicide? Boy, neither. The crowd was confused and full of questions. Qin-Ichi asked lightly. Scared to death? Yes. Did something get into her dorm room? Yes. Is that a live one? No. Jojin was confused and completely clueless. The other boys racked their brains and couldn't guess. Qin-Ichi combined with the soup noodle clues. Open window downstairs bang, slowly mapped out, and finally came to a conclusion step by step. The corner of his mouth gently curled up, because someone downstairs jumped to their death and turned into a ghost and went upstairs. The jump was head down, and she floated in upside down after turning into a ghost. The girl hiding under the bed happened to see the ghost's upside-down head at first glance, so she was scared to death straight away. Shang Lulu reacted with goosebumps and a frantic growl. Aha, don't play with it, don't play with it. Eat your meat. I'm going to be scared to death too. How can I stay alone in the dormitory from now on? Chen Meixian was already breaking out in a cold sweat and wanted to die. Order a ghost-repelling charm tonight and stick it on your dorm room door later. Zhang Ning listened to her brother from start to finish, plugging her ears and not listening to anything. Xiao Zhen, on the other hand, felt a chill from her feet to her head, hearing that she was about to explode. Her entire body was practically glued to Shinichi. The boy was still scratching his head in bewilderment. Ah, actually this one isn't really scary, is it? I have a couple more scary ones. Will you all play them? As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaozhen shook her head in a hurry and stumbled over the words, wanting to cry. No, 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 I'm home alone tonight, so don't you dare say it. Good and bad. It really kills a little girl who was afraid of ghosts, plus being home alone in the middle of the night with the possibility of thunderstorms. Buff is simply stacked. In the next second, a compelling voice slowly swung into his ears. Sleep with me at night, it's my duty to protect the princess. Shinichi deliberately lowered his voice, using a volume that only two people could hear, and his tone still carried a few hints of seriousness. He quietly wrapped his arm around Zhoujen's waist and stared straight into her eyes. Xiaozhen silently glanced up at him, bumping into his dark, deep eyes, torn for a moment, but at the thought of a ghost floating in backwards in the middle of the night, Xiaozhen had to nod her head stiffly. Aha! Shinichi gave her a roasted pancetta, and where she couldn't see it, the curve of his lips deepened. He thinks he's a lot scarier than some ghost floating upside down. The dinner proceeded to a close, and at the end Zhoujen began to divide the birthday cake. After Shinichi put on Xiaozhen's golden cardboard birthday crown and lit the heart-shaped candles, Xiaozhen slowly closed her eyes, her face full of sincerity and devotion. A blessing came to his ears, with the hilarious voices of the boys. Happy birthday, Ajo's sister. There was the happy, warm voice of her roommate. Happy 19th birthday, Zhen Zhen. There was also Shinichi's heart-stopping low mellow voice. Happy birthday, princess. After making her wish, Xiaozhen opened her eyes and blew out the candles and began to take a knife to cut the cake. The birthday cake was extra large and filled with an adorable buttercream frosted critter, one corresponding to each person. She cuts the first piece of cake and distributes it to Shinichi, and digs him a little gray wolf. Chen Meixiang received her favorite little fox. Yunyu's counterpart was a little white sheep. Shang Lulu had her own little penguin, and Zhang Ning was full of excitement holding a kitten. As for the boys, anything from a cow to an octopus to a pig, everything was warm and beautiful, a small part of a grand youth, fiery and heartfelt. Even years later when the congregation is reunited again, they will still recall bits and pieces of the present. Zhoujen's birthday wish was simple. I hope Qin Shaoqi is happy every day. I hope everyone is happy every day too. Chapter 109 Ji Xian. You're cheap. At 10 o'clock in the evening the rain was pouring down, and the whole world became dull and depressing. Lightning streaked across the sky like a sharp blade, and a few moments later there was a deafening rumble of thunder. A few people were happy to go back to their own homes after parting, and edited many friend circles. Shinichi held up a large umbrella and walked back with his arm around Xiaozhen's waist, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, his voice magnetic and nice. You're really sleeping at my place tonight? As soon as the words fell, there was another clap of thunder, even more violent than before, like it was going to shatter the entire sky. Staring Xiaozhen, she got a little creeped out at the thought of ghosts floating upside down, sniffling and sounding aggravated. Of course it's true. Don't you welcome me? The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled slightly, trying to suppress the frantically rising corners of his lips as he wrapped his arms around her more tightly and leaned down to smooch her on the left side of her face. A warm welcome. I can't wait to get a sack and stuff you right into my house every day. I can't wait to cuddle and sleep with you every day, and to hold you down and kiss you hard every day. Xiaozhen rubbed the left side of her face. Pervert, how do you sneak up on people? She wasn't prepared for this at all. She was still thinking about ghosts, and this person just suddenly rushed up to give her a kiss, almost scaring her to death. As the words fell, Shinichi suddenly gave her another peck on the cheek, justifying it. What's wrong with stealing a kiss from my girlfriend? Xiaozhen muttered disgruntledly. Like a mosquito. Last time her neck, collarbone, and even her breasts were full of red marks, which were very striking and eye-catching, and only subsided in the past 2 days. Luckily her roommate hadn't found out, or she'd have been so embarrassed she'd have drilled into the ground. Xiaozhen feigned anger and glared at him. Shinichi, however, felt that she was simply adorable and reached out to pinch her face, his mood becoming even more pleasant. Before he fell in love, he liked Xiaozhen to the bone, and now that he's in love, he doesn't feel tired of it at all, but likes Xiaozhen even more. Every day there's a little bit more to like. The color of the night was like a piece of thick ink, and the street lamps gave off a faint white light. which appeared even weaker under the torrential rain. The whole city was shrouded in rain. The two of them walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, and suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind them, as if they had found some kind of treasure. Jojin, Jojin. Shinichi turned around. The smile under his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by vigilance and disgust. Xiaojin also stopped in her tracks and subconsciously turned around, her eyes showing inexplicable emotions. Ji Xian was standing in front of him with his umbrella, his lips white, his eyes dark, his entire spirit exhausted, as if he would completely collapse in the next second. His demeanor was irrelevant to the former high ridge flower. Now he was completely out of shape, without the slightest hint of perfect decency, and not only was his face haggard and tired, but his eyes were all ghastly red and bloodshot, as if they were about to drip blood. The high cool reserve that had been maintained for years shattered in an instant. Wolverine. But when he stared at Xiaojin, a bright light suddenly lit up under his eyes. Xiaojin subconsciously took Shinichi's arm and shrank towards his warm embrace. Shinichi patted her back to soothe her while uttering a warning. I didn't beat you up last time? Ji Xian did not care about his sarcasm, could not listen to anything, full of heart and eyes only Xiaojin, even could not blink his eyelids, as if completely bewitched. He gripped a bag tightly in both hands and hastily unzipped it as if offering his heart, his husky voice trembling lightly. Xiaojin, I know it's your birthday today, and I've prepared a lot of birthday gifts for you. Diamonds, jewelry, pearls. The bag reveals a variety of necklaces, crowns and other jewelry, refracting a bright and glittering luster, shining with a fascinating light. Just a glance will know that the value is not expensive. Ji Xian held his backpack as if he was grasping some kind of life-saving straw and raised his head hopefully. However, in the next instant, his entire body stiffened in place. Xiaojin's eyes rippled without a single rise or fall. She just watched him perform quietly, as if she were watching someone indifferent. Ji Xian's ears buzzed, and he was afraid that even if he pulled out his heart at this moment, Xiaojin wouldn't be the slightest bit moved. A myriad of things were churning inside his chest, stirring him up so much that he could hardly even speak or breathe, his eyes scarlet and his tone humble. Jen, don't you like them? Haven't you always loved these things? But Jojin still swept him calmly without speaking, as if she were watching a strange animal show. In that split second, Ji Xian's eyes suddenly moistened and his eyes blurred. He thought of his past self and his former life. It seemed that no matter what kind of expectant and nervous eyes Xiaojin looked at him with, he always had a cold look on his face, no expression or emotion, and he always didn't say anything, and always had to be coaxed and cajoled by her. So this is what it's like to have your heart in your mouth? The boomerang stuck hard on the body, as if there were countless sharp shards cutting hard on the heart, deep into the bone marrow, and even every breath could be felt as a strong piercing pain that hurt like hell. Ji Xian was completely flustered, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling as he stubbornly said, then like this, I'll buy you back whatever you like or fancy, okay? The rain pounded hard on the umbrellas with a dull sound, and also exploded in a splash on the ground in a stirring melody. Xiaojin looked at his carefully curt, groveling appearance, his eyes flat as water, without any ripples. So it's not like Ji Xian didn't know that March 30th was her birthday. Xiaojin held Shinichi's arm tightly, her voice smooth, stating word for word, it's cheap. As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian looked even more flustered and was stabbed back a step. No. He hastily pulled out a pigeon blood ruby bracelet and murmured under his breath, how can it be cheap? It's $3 million at a charity auction dash. You're the one who's cheap. Jojin interrupted him with a voice. Ji Xian was visibly stunned and looked up blankly, the last taut string of his brain snapping suddenly. He was completely taut, his eyes completely bloodshot, begging for mercy, stammering and choking like a small child who has made a mistake. Jinjin, I am sincere now, can you forgive me? Forgive me, I won't let others bully you anymore. In the past it was really my fault, now it's my turn to chase you. You give me another chance. Chapter 110, Regret. But it's too late. Ji Xian's fingers began to tremble violently, and even his breathing began to be disorganized, his voice hoarse and bitter. Jojin, I regret it. I've always liked you in my heart. He practically dropped all pride and pretense, revealing his truest and most humble state to Xiaojin, longing for her to accept such a self. Ji Xian's throat was dry, as if he was drowning in a whirlpool of pitch black, unable to speak, only desperate to grasp the only light, reaching out his hand toward Xiaojin. The next moment, there was a bang. He was heavily hammered in the face without any defense, and his whole body was like a kite with broken strings, falling directly backward and violently splashing a fierce splash on the ground. The umbrella was knocked aside and the bag hit the ground hard, even dropping out a lot of precious jewelry. Shinichi didn't know when he rushed to him, didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, pinched his neck hard with one hand, and hammered at his abdomen precisely with the other hand. Fast, accurate and ruthless, practically wanting to kill him alive. Ji Xian's bones clicked and clacked, his internal organs cracked in pain, His expression twisted from the pain, and both his physiology and psychology were severely destroyed. Shinichi's eyes were full of hostility as he grabbed him by the collar and knocked his head hard on the ground, sneering in a cold voice. If she really liked Xiaojin, she wouldn't have watched her being bullied, wouldn't have touched her despite her wishes, wouldn't have chosen to intervene and ruin her happiness, and wouldn't have stalked her and harassed her time and time again and left her in fear. Compared to Ji Xian, whose eyes were reddened and his defense was broken to the extreme, Shinichi was full of calm, revealing the bloody truth word by word. It's always been you that you like. Who are you pretending to be affectionate for? Selfishness, indifference and hypocrisy. Shinichi stared at Ji Xian's wretched face, his eyes ruthless and indifferent, like he was condescendingly looking at a clown who couldn't get on the stage. The rainstorm grew heavier and pounded hard on the two men. The rain was too loud, and Xiaojin stood at the edge with her umbrella, unable to hear the conversation between the two, her eyes full of anxiety and heartache. Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded, cutting through the dullness of the sky and deafening the ears. Ji Xian's eyes widened in anger, his throat welled up with the salty taste of blood, and his brain went into a trance for a moment. He hadn't slept in many days, and his body was so tired and worn out that it felt like the streetlights around him were deflating. Since birth, he was like a machine that was programmed to do things and had to follow instructions to the letter. What are his goals? What are his beliefs? What are the hobbies? No, it's a blank slate, all nothing. He just knows that everything should be done perfectly, just as long as the same instructions are accepted and followed carefully. But then what? Finish these and then what? Continue key and then what? What should he do? He doesn't even have friends. He was lonely and despondent, and desperately needed a group of people to hold him, the only way to make him feel that he was a living human being. And how could he not know that the group of people actually did not really mean him at all? He knows all about being masculine, being duplicitous, and doing one thing in front of his face and another behind his back. But so what? Until Jojen came along. How could he not like Jojen? Ji Xian couldn't tolerate it and lay down on the ground and pinched Shinichi's neck with all his might. Shinichi, however, as if he did not feel, thin lips pursed, only cold and mercilessly picked him up, and then smashed his head once and for all on the ground, splashing a layer of water with a faint color of blood. I don't know how much time had passed, but Ji Xian was powerless and completely collapsed on the ground. The rain washed over his face, and Ji Xian watched as Xiaojin held an umbrella for Shinichi. The scene was like a sharp blade stabbing him deeply in the eyes, cutting all over his body. Xiaojin, Ji Xian whimpered with difficulty. Even his soul was struggling in pain, praying for her to have mercy on him and feel sorry for him. Xiaojin only slightly lowered her head and faintly looked at him for a few seconds, her eyes detached and indifferent, as if she was looking at someone who had nothing to do with her, and her tone was calm. Stop looking for me. From now on, I don't know you. The voice was as light as a feather, but every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nailed hard to the heart. In the young girl's beautiful, clear eyes, there was no longer any of the previous fondness or anticipation, not even sarcasm or disgust. Ji Xian's face stiffened and his pupils suddenly tightened. It was as if his heart had been firmly clenched by a big hand, seeping out drops of sour and painful liquid, slowly and mercilessly devouring his entire being. He was about to go mad with impatience, and a rush of blood instantly welled up in his throat as he struggled to his knees on the floor, shouting in a mute voice, "No, don't, Josen, you hate me or not, don't forget me, don't be so expressionless, don't do this to him." Ji Xian knelt on the ground and watched with his own eyes as Xiaojin turned around, watched as she took Shinichi's hand and walked inside, watched as the two of them were extraordinarily harmoniously matched under the streetlights. Puff dash, as if all his strength had been removed, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in dirty standing water. The torrential rain completely blurred Ji Xian's eyes as he repeated his murmur in despair and brokenness. Don't forget me. The sweet moments of the past keep coming back to mind, remembering the way Xiaojin smiled up at him and filled her eyes with him, remembering the way Xiaojin sneaked a look at him and lowered her head and blushed when she was discovered, remembering the way Xiaojin gave him things and said she only liked him. These memories are like fireworks, bright and sparkling, but fleeting, a stark contrast to the cold, harsh, stormy nights of today. The raindrops on his face seemed to mock him mercilessly. The water on the road became deeper and deeper, and Ji Xian was drowned little by little, closing his eyes in pain. It's like he's been hiding in a closed, dark little room, expecting someone to actually walk in. Many wanted to try to open the door, but they were only there for the treasure inside, and it didn't last long before they showed themselves and slowly walked away. Jojen appeared just then, summoning up the courage to knock on his door, knocking over and over again, but he hesitated to open the door, verifying Xiaojin's sincerity countless times, trying to confirm with indifference that Xiaojin really wanted to come in. He is emboldened and superior. Later, the person knocking on the door became disheartened and turned away, when he realized his mistake and rushed out to stay. It's too late for everything. he drove her away himself. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps gradually approaching. The driver, holding an umbrella and full of surprise, ran over in a panic and tried to help him up. "Hey, young master, I've finally found you. Why are you here? Madam is waiting." Ji Xian, ears buzzing, cannot hear any sound, heart completely cold. His face was a mess of indistinguishable rain or tears or blood. His eyes festered hollowly, and he finally lowered his head, covering his face in bewilderment and helplessness. Tears of remorse slowly spilled out of his fingers, and Ji Envy suppressed whimpering, crying uncontrollably in the torrential rain. Chapter 111. Shinichi is so jealous that he goes crazy. After Xiaojun went home and packed up a little, she quickly ran to Shinichi's bedroom, but she was in a bit of a bad mood the whole way. Shinichi finished his shower and changed into dark pajamas, staring at her for 2 or 3 seconds, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. Xiaojun's mood changes were actually not obvious, but Shinichi could always feel them keenly, such as at this moment. She was in a bit of a low mood. It can't be that you're feeling sorry for Ji Xian, can it? When I think of this, Shinichi is angry. That dead mistress pretended to be vulnerable and pitiful in the rainstorm, and also sent so many things, lowly and humble to please. But after a few moments of serious thought, Shinichi felt otherwise. She wouldn't lose her mind over Ji Xian, but inexplicably, a wave of jealousy still welled up in his chest, souring and stimulating every nerve of Shinichi. He took a deep breath and came back to his senses, pretending to walk up carelessly, pinching Xiaojun's face and coaxing warmly. "Not happy, birthday boy?" Suddenly, Xiaojun opened her arms and wrapped them around his waist, burying her face in his arms. Shinichi's chest warmed, dotingly rubbing her head. "What's wrong?" The little girl in her arms had been silent for a long time past, her voice muffled and her tone tinged with a bit of heartache. "He hit you." Shinichi smiled indifferently, raising his eyebrows slightly, and was even a bit smug. "He hit me just once, but I punched him countless times. I earned it." Jojin listened silently to what he said and held him tighter. She just thought about it. Think about it. If Shinichi had once pursued 2 or 3 years of the girl, suddenly one day, the girl regretted, in front of her face of the real girlfriend, pleading with Shinichi in the together. Gosh, it's just horrible. Xiaojun's little face crumpled into a ball, her eyes got hot all of a sudden, and she even breathed a little. If that's the case, she's going to feel angry, she's going to be jealous, and she's going to be very, very insecure. So now, will Shinichi also be angry and sad? Xiaojun was internally entangled for a long time, raised her head, and earnestly called out his name, Shinichi. Xiaojun's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she asked softly, "Will you be jealous?" Shinichi's figure suddenly stiffened, paused, evading the question, and the corners of his lips pulled up a smirk. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Jojin lowered her head again, arching her head against him, and soliloquized, saying the words clearly, word for word. "Don't worry, I really don't have a single bit of feelings for Ji Xian right now." Whether she liked or loathed it, it was all gone. Her little world had completely excluded Ji Xian. The young girl's sweet and gentle voice fell into Shinichi's ears. He was stunned, his whole being enlightened. Jojin's little loss turned out to be a fear that he would be nervous and jealous. At that moment, the little man in his arms suddenly stood on tiptoe, stole a kiss on his lips, and raised his hand to swear. "Shinichi, I've decided that you're the one, and I'll like you alone from now on. No one can abduct me." Jojin's mood changed for the better with the naked eye after she got the words out of her mouth. Her eyes were clear and sincere, bright as if they were studded with fresh winter snow, clean and giving him enough security. The bedroom was bright and spacious, with fresh air and a faint scent of grass. Xiaojun wanted to say something else, but in the next second, the man suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, holding her strongly and holding her down firmly in the corner. Shinichi clasped the back of her head with one hand and pinched her waist with the other, and couldn't wait to kiss her, gentle and fiery. It was only after a moment that Shinichi slowly loosened his lips, the ink color under his eyes rolling over, his voice gradually sinking. "I will." Jojin tilted her head in bewilderment. Shinichi stared at her delicate red lips and couldn't help but reach out and twist them, saying seriously, "I'd be jealous." "Really?" Jojin cocked her head and stared at him curiously. In that moment, Shinichi wanted to tell her the emotions buried deep inside his heart, wanted to tell her all about his sour experience. His eyes reddened slightly and he closed them, a few dryness welling up in his throat. "Jojin, you don't know." She didn't know that when she used to sneak a look at Ji Xian, he was also sneaking a look at her. She also didn't know that when she was silently pursuing Ji Xian, he was also silently crushing on her inside. Xiaojun angrily punched him in the abs and complained a bit accusingly, "Why are you talking in half?" In the next instant, Shinichi fiercely pinched her waist, holding her down deeply in his arms as the distance suddenly shrunk. Xiaojun buried herself into his arms again, reaching out to hug his waist, and like a kitten, she rubbed against his chest intimately. "You say it." Hormones run rampant in a quiet, small space. A moment later, Shinichi leaned down to her ear, the knot in his throat rolling slightly, and said in a single word, "Jen, you don't know, every time I used to see you smile at GCN-. I'm all jealous to the point of insanity. Crazy enough to want to just snatch you up and hold you in my arms and kiss you hard while threatening you not to like anyone else." A low, mellow voice fell into his ears with a strong sense of wildness and possessiveness. Xiaojin's brain went blank as she listened. Suddenly, Shinichi tightly hooped her waist, violently carried her to the soft big bed and fiercely pressed down. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and bit down on Xiaojin's red lips that brimmed with watery light, easily prying them open. This time the kiss was even more ferocious and hot than earlier, itching to swallow her alive. Shinichi just wanted to kiss closer and closer, desperate to be closer to her. Xiaojin was pressed on the bed, unable to move, her eyes instantly dense with a layer of water mist. It dawned on her that Shinichi had given a whole bunch of gifts when he confessed, including a bottle of paper stars. 2 days ago she packed her things and tentatively unwrapped the star bottle and looked at it. That is the childhood Shinichi folded want to give her. A total of 99. Each star is handwritten with different words of love. "I like you, but I was afraid you wouldn't like me and never dared tell you. If there is a chance in the future, I must give you the star bottle myself. I hope you are always happy, always blessed, and always get perfect scores on your tests. I swear I'll always be there for you." The handwriting was not as open and flowing as it is now, but it was crooked and even said to be a bit ugly. But stroke by stroke, attitude by attitude, and word by word, I mean it. Shinichi had liked her so much since he was so young, but at the beginning of high school, she develops feelings for Ji-Sien, fearing that he will misunderstand her, and she deliberately distances herself from him and stays away from him. What was on his mind at that time? When she delivered things to Ji-Sien and chased after him, he looked careless on the surface, but what was in his heart? A secret love. It's very, very bitter. Xiaojin corner of the eye noiselessly slipped down a drop of crystal and teardrops, took the initiative to reach out and surrounded Shinichi's neck. Little by little enthusiastic response to him. Chapter 112, Birthday Girl, open your present. Inside the bedroom, the curtains were half covered, and the light was soft and loving. The ambiguities in the air intertwined into a net that enveloped the two of them. There was still a torrential downpour outside the house, and the raindrops kept pounding on the windows with a dull thud. The man's hot, moist breath hit his face, his kisses more raging than the howling wind and rain outside, eager and out of control, with no semblance of retreat. A soft whimper spilled from Jojin's lips as she was pinned to the bed, instinctively hooking her arms around him. His face was dizzily pink, and his eyes were so dense with watery mist that he couldn't breathe at all. The lips, the tip of the tongue, the roots of the ears, all rolled up, and the head gradually faded. Xiaojin felt like she was drowning in Shinichi's hot arms again, swampy, and once she got stuck, she could never get out. It didn't take long to kiss, and through the thin fabric, she suddenly felt a change in Shinichi. After realizing what it was, Xiaojin's body instantly went limp, her mind went blank, and her eyelashes involuntarily trembled. Shinichi slowly opened his eyes, the bottom of his pupils obscure and unknown, fondly releasing Xiaojin's red lips and pulling away. Xiaojin's face was getting redder and redder, and her voice was getting lighter and lighter. "Shinichi, how can a kiss be?" Shinichi stared at her seriously, a faint smile coloring the bottom of his eyes, his voice compelling, word for word, "Because more than my heart loves you, my body likes you too." In the next second, he suddenly took Xiaojin's hand. Jojin's heart raced and she just felt something cold on her hand. She glanced sideways to see a ring in her left middle finger, glowing with a layer of silver. A ring on the middle finger of the left hand indicates a passionate love affair. Xiaojin's eyes tilted up and immediately took it off to observe it carefully. The ring was delicate and detailed. The inner ring was also engraved with Shinichi's initials, QYC. "I have one too." Matching. Shinichi took out another ring with an almost identical appearance and put it on his finger. The only difference is that the inner circle is engraved with Jojin's initials. "Shinichi, the name of the ring is, in your name." The two rings seemed to be a meditative proof of a beautiful love. After Xiaojin she reattached the ring. She touched Shinichi's ring with her own, making a clear and pleasant sound. She couldn't help but curl her lips, revealing two pearly swirls and a cheerful voice. "Is it a birthday present? I love it." Seeing her happy demeanor, Shinichi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as well. "It's not a birthday present. It's just something I've been wanting to give you for a long time and it just happened to be today. As for the birthday present, I'll go get it for you." Xiaojin sat on the edge of the bed, only to see Shinichi push a supersized gift box from outside, as if it could fit her in. Unwrap the box and inside is a small, beautifully wrapped gift box in a variety of colors and sizes. Xiaojin's eyes slid round, looking dazzled, her tone shocked. "There are so many? And each gift box is labeled with a number, from 1 to 19. As if anticipating something, Jojin said, yes, a gift for ages 1 through 19? Shinichi nodded lightly. Aha! Xiaojin's heart instantly flowed through a warm current, and her voice trembled. But, you used to give me a birthday present every year. Why all the fuss? Why all the seriousness and care? Do you really want to move her to death and cry? Shinichi, however, shook his head and stared into her eyes. The meaning is different. Now it's for you in the name of your boyfriend. He spoke in a loose tone, rubbing Jojin's head in the process. This way of doing birthday presents is hot on the internet. It's a bit old-fashioned and corny, but I see everyone else has it, so you have to have it too. Birthday boy, open your present. Each word was like a stone hitting the lake of the heart, sending ripples in circles. Xiaojin resisted the urge to open the red gift box for 1-year-olds, which was a koi peace button bracelet. The vivacity of red koi and the calmness of white jade collide skillfully, signifying good luck, peace and prosperity. Shinichi rippled with laughter, and the tear mole under his eye followed and swayed gently. Jen is just a lucky little koi. At those words, Xiaojin paused, her heart suddenly missing a beat. It was as if there was a ball of cotton stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything at all. Truly, for the first time, she has been called blessed. The 5-year-old's gift box was sky blue and a wind chime stood out. The wind chime suspends a blue crystal butterfly with crystalline, lifelike wings and an enchanting sheen. When you pick it up, the ringing is crisp and pleasant, as if the whole string of wind chimes has come to life. He said, if you bloom, butterflies will come. Xiaojin's eyelashes fluttered gently, hiding the emotions under her eyes. She proceeded to unwrap her 12th birthday present like she was opening a blind box, nervous and surprised. Inside the box was a hairpin and wooden comb that gave off an ethereal fragrance. The ancient token of love symbolizes long-lasting love and the wish to grow old together and be together for a lifetime. Shinichi hooked his lips. Remember? It was 5th grade in elementary school, and you had long hair that was about to reach your waist. As a result, that boy in your back seat had a cheap hand, took scissors to you in class and cut a strand, and also refused to admit his fault, with an extremely arrogant attitude. When I found out about it, I rushed up and beat him like crazy, and in the end, I was told by the teacher to make amends and apologize to my parents. Xiaojin's eyes burned instantly, tears adorning the bottom of her eyes. I remember. She remembers it all. As she opened the remaining several birthday presents, Jojin's eyes grew watery and blurry. There are couples' shoes and clothes, beautiful flowers, cosmetics and perfumes. It turns out that there really are people who will spoil her like a princess and will do everything they can to make her happy. Xiaojin sniffled and flung herself into Shinichi's arms, burying her small face into his chest and secretly wiping her tears on his pajamas, choking back sobs. Thank you. I enjoyed. Gift man. Shinichi smiled and rubbed her head. I'll move the boxes to your house tomorrow. You go take a shower first. By the way, I've got pajamas and a bath towel for you, too. Jojin nodded with red eyes and turned to the bathroom to shower, marveling at his meticulousness. How can you not be impressed when faced with a man like this? But after the hot shower, when Jojin picked up her pajamas and took a closer look, her heart completely died. She stared incredulously, her ears so red they were about to burn. No, why do these pajamas look like a bikini swimsuit? The fabric was of good quality, but pitifully small, surrounded by a layer of pale pink tulle that could easily be lifted up and show skin. Jojin gritted her teeth and changed into her pajamas. Comfortable, yes, but what's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? It's almost as if it exists specifically for the purpose of between men and women. Xiaojin's face was on the verge of burning to the point of smoking as she opened a crack in the door. Shinichi, why did you prepare this kind of pajamas for me? Chapter 113, Ensuring My Birthday Girl's Satisfaction. Jojin opened a crack in the door, but hid herself in the doorway, bashful, which expected Shinichi to directly push open the door, gently and domineeringly scooped her into his arms, his voice low and hoarse. Uncomfortable wearing it? Or you don't like the style? Isn't it pretty? Jojin was defenseless as he scooped her up into the king-sized bed, even bouncing up twice from the overly softness of the bed. She struggled to sit up and went straight to her hands, covering his eyes with precision. You're not allowed to look. Xiaojin gritted her teeth in anger. The bad guys. This man just did it on purpose, and it must have been a long time in the making. Shinichi, however, curved his lips slightly, and did not bother to grab her hand, and he allowed her to cover his eyes, the slack pulling full. Why don't you let me see? Where are you that I haven't touched? As the words fell, Xiaojin choked and tried to retort something, but it seemed like she couldn't really think of a reason. She hung her head slightly and pursed her lips. Mostly, this dress is just too astringent and burnt. Nope, can't even say it's a dress. Suddenly, Shinichi's muffled laughter came from his ears, like a sound that rolled out from the depths of his throat. Extremely seductive. Jojin's eyes snapped up and looked at him warily. Shinichi was still covered by her eyes, his lips raised in a smirking bad smile. reaching out to unbutton his pajamas. To be fair, I'll be honest with you too, is that okay? The man's bony fingers undid a button and removed his black pajamas, revealing his sexy collarbone and abs, and even being able to vaguely see the beautiful mermaid line. The shape and color of the muscles were perfect, the line smooth and superior, without the slightest excess, simply impeccable, robust and powerful. With a full sexual tension pull, Jojin froze for 2 seconds, her right hand covering his eyes freezing slightly. In the next second, the man, as if keenly aware of her hesitation, grabbed her wrist and pressed her hand firmly against his abs. The burning touch passed little by little with his fingertips, spreading to all his limbs. Xiaojin's heart were scalded a brain down. Froze. You, what are you doing? Shinichi lightly raised his sword eyebrows, his eyes compelling, living like a demonic spirit, and even slowly came closer to her. What? Don't you like it? When he said this, Shinichi inexplicably had some bottom. It's not so much narcissism as it is. At the hot spring, Xiaojin's eyes were glowing as she stared at his abs, and when she was drunk, she kept wanting to touch his abs, and commiserating when she didn't. He saw it all. Now that there were no more hands blocking his vision, Shinichi was also able to thoroughly see Xiaojin's full appearance. Pale pink tulle gently fluttering, the curves of the young girl half hidden and half visible. The waist is slender and soft, and the skin is even more white jade flawless, pure and desirous, like the petals of a flower in its first blossom in spring. You can't help but want to pick them. Sure enough, it suits her. Shinichi grabbed her hand and moved it slowly over his abs. Late at night at 23:30, a torrential downpour crackles against the window, and the air carries a bit of humidity and sultriness. I don't know how long had passed before Shinichi slightly tilted his head and asked with a gangly smile, "How does it feel?" Jojin was in a dilemma, completely unable to resist his strong compulsion and on the verge of losing her mind. She stiffly digressed, "Shinichi, you're so flirty." Shinichi stared at her, slowly loosening his palm and asking seriously, "So, to be fair, isn't it my turn to touch now?" Xiaojin raised her head in confusion, her hand still resting on his abs, and when she was caught off guard, she was once again pressed into the king-sized bed by Shinichi. Shinichi grabbed both of her wrists with one hand and held them high above her head, forcing her to move. Jojin's heart rhythm was so completely out of whack that she forgot to even breathe. In favor of this, the man's hot breath fell and sprayed on the neck, and came to her ear and said, "It's your birthday, I can help." Little by little he coaxed her, gradually, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to fall into his net. Xiaojin reacted for a long time before murmuring softly, "No, I don't have to." "No?" Shinichi's other hand wrapped around her hair, his voice compelling to the extreme, "Really? But your body is also saying it likes me." When Xiaojin heard this, her whole body was wrapped in tingling hormones, and her breathing was completely disorganized. Shinichi pursued the attack and pinched her cheeks. "Cheating is going to turn you into a little pig." Xiaojin's ears were red to the point of dripping blood, silently averting her face and stumbling over the question. "So, is it still like last time?" Recalling Shinichi's rough fingers, Xiaojin felt her legs burning and shaking. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but the deer inside her clunked and grew more and more confused. She wanted to bury herself in the dirt, and she wanted to shrink down and bury herself under the covers, not wanting anyone to find her. Under Shinichi's straightforward and intense gaze, Xiaojin quietly moved to the side, when suddenly, Shinichi firmly clasped her waist and stared intently into her eyes. "But this time, it's going to help you in a different way. My birthday girl is guaranteed to be satisfied." Jojin had a bad feeling. "What method?" Shinichi leaned down slightly and uttered a few words in her ear. In the next second, Xiaojin's pupils suddenly tightened, staring at his lips incredulously. The man's lips were sensual, and when he kissed they were fierce, sharp and wild. Xiaojin involuntarily shrank back. Don't you mind?" As the words fell, the ink rolled in the pupils of Shinichi's eyes, dragging her towards his arms, the tails of his eyes stained with a layer of demonic lust. "I'd love to." Late at night, the room was dim and charming, and the hot breath continued to spread and spread. The taut strings in Xiaojin's mind snapped with a bang, and her whole body trembled lightly. A blush crawled across her face, and sobs continued to spill from her lips, until Shinichi straightened up and asked her if she liked it. Xiaojin silently pulled the quilt over her face, like a small turtle that had shrunk into its shell. Like. Shinichi's heart was adorable, tidied up his things, and once again went to the bathroom to take a cold shower and rinse his mouth in the meantime. After a long time in the bathroom, he changed into his pajamas and came out to turn off the light. The room fell into pitch blackness, and the sound of each other's breathing became more pronounced. After saying goodnight to each other, Shinichi still sleeps with his arms around her as usual, intimate and close. But this night, Xiaojin couldn't sleep late, carefully tossing and turning, her mind filled with the images from earlier. Help! She really was completely overwhelmed and totally aroused. Late at night, Shinichi seemed to be completely asleep. Jojin, torn for a long time, rolled into his arms, stole a kiss on the left side of his face, and whispered, "I love you. Much love, much love." With that said, Jojin closed her eyes in contentment and fell into a sweet dream long afterward. But she didn't know that the moment she fell asleep, Shinichi's eyes abruptly opened. The man wrapped his arms around her and dropped a soft, sincere kiss on her forehead. "Sweetie, I love you too." Chapter 114. You just want to eat my tofu. The first half of Jojin's freshman year went by very quickly. Not only did she get several certificates, play in quite a few tournaments, but she also participated in a lot of volunteer activities, which was very fulfilling. And almost every moment of the day, he was glued to Shinichi. It is said that there is a law of 3 months in love. The limit of a couple's love period is 3 months, and not long after that, it will return to the flat. But Xiaojin seemed to like Shinichi more than ever, and couldn't get tired of it. Shinichi is the same. Every day as long as you cannot see Xiaojin is uncomfortable. As the last of the spring rains fall, summer creeps in, and cicadas chirp in the shade of the lush trees. June 30th, the end of final exams, was Jojin's long-awaited trip to the beach. After the guys went skiing in Celluloid over winter break, they made plans to take a summer trip to the beach. Seeing the blue sea and blowing the sea breeze with friends in summer is undoubtedly youthful and enthusiastic. Early in the morning, Xiaojin followed Shinichi out the door after packing her bags at home. Shinichi picked up her suitcase and transformed into a kiss-stealing fiend as soon as he saw her. Jojin had evolved to the point where she could reach out and gag him with the precision of a glare alone. Ranting, "No kissing." On the quiet path, the leaves of the balsam fir tree slowly drifted down and landed precisely on top of Shinichi's head. Shinichi was a little aggravated after being ferociously finished, his throat dry. "Why?" Jojin silently brushed the leaves away for him, pausing to explain the explanation in a small voice. "I'm wearing a light layer of makeup today, and if you kiss it, you'll be kissing foundation and loose powder, and it'll probably smudge." She has also been working very hard to learn makeup from Master Chen Mei Xiang. "I want to look beautiful in front of Shinichi." Shinichi stared earnestly at her face for a long time before encouragingly saying, "It's beautiful." But really, he didn't really see that Jojin was wearing makeup. She seemed to usually look like this, with pale skin and pink lips, and big, especially cute eyes. Shinichi carried suitcases in both hands, and he couldn't kiss his face, so he was a little bit lost, and inwardly, he silently played a calculator. When you stay in the hotel at night, you must kiss back. Kiss enough, kiss her breathless, petulant, begging for mercy before you can. The group met at the high-speed train station, and as soon as they met, a few of the boys were jumping up and down with excitement and the road was hot with activity. On the high-speed train, a group of people were full of anticipation and excitement. Xiaojin sat in the center of the 3 rows of seats. Shinichi leaned against the aisle, and Zhang Ning's little sister sat on the other side of Xiaojin. She seemed to be particularly fond of clinging to Xiaojin, pulling her little hand along the way and calling her sister affectionately. All of Xiaojin's attention is sucked away by Zhang Ning, who not only takes pictures with her using jitterbug effects, but also records simple gesture dance videos. Shinichi had been staring at the two of them for a long time, and silently moved over and pressed himself intimately against Xiaojin's shoulder, squeezing into her cell phone screen. In the next second, 2 cat ears suddenly sprouted from his head on the screen. His cheeks were pink blush makeup, and he even had fake eyelash effects. Xiaojin's eyes lit up as she stared straight at him on the screen, curling her lips and quipping, "Shinichi, you're so cute." Shinichi couldn't bear to look at it and silently retreated back. In the back row, Niu Weifeng sked twice and touched Zhang Yu on the shoulder. "Is this thing your sister or Xiaojin's sister? She doesn't seem to know you well at all." Zhang Yu turned his head and said with a leathery smile, "Eat your bananas honestly, like a monkey from a May mountain. You have ADHD. Niu Weifeng was completely anxious. It was a 3 to 4 hour high-speed train ride to Q. Zhang Ning was tired of playing and leaned on Xiaojin to sleep, while Xiaojin was also sleepy and collapsed on Shinichi's shoulder. "I probably didn't sleep well last night because I was so excited by the anticipation, and I'm sleeping especially well now." Shinichi loved the feeling of being relied on and needed, slightly hooking his lips and gently leaning on her head. After more than 3 hours, the group finally got off the station and took a cab to the hotel. Everyone lived on the same floor, with Xiaojin and Shinichi sharing a room. The most special, it's the romantic version of the double queen room that's hard to grab. With an oceanic theme, the king-size bed is in the shape of a seashell, white and soft, and a small movie can be projected directly in front of the bed. The ceilings are a healing creamy blue color, and the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows next to it also offer views of the vast expanse of the ocean. The mood opened up. Xiaojin ran over with gusto, flung herself onto the bed and bounced twice, looking out the window and unable to stop her pretty eyes from curving up. "Shinichi, I like it here so much." The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled, and his heart gradually began to melt again. Xiaojun always seems to give high emotional value to people around her. She will always say, "It's awesome, I like it so much," and often patiently consoles and encourages her friends, and her smile is always very sincere, like a healing angel doll, full of you. Shinichu's lips curved up in the same arc as he packed out the swimsuits and other things while organizing the two of them's suitcases. A long time ago, he had fantasized about a scenario where he would go to see the ocean with Jojin and stay in an ocean-themed couples hotel together. Will also hold Jojin down in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and kiss her while looking at the ocean. Jojin changed into her swimsuit and came out of the bathroom and started applying sunscreen. The sun is very strong in the summer season, and it's not a big deal for people to get a tan, but they are afraid of sunburning their skin. Suddenly, Shinichi directly took the sunscreen and squeezed 2 pumps in his hand. "Here, let me help you apply it." Xiaojun looked up and snapped into his hot and deep Danfang eyes, like he was going to eat them the next second. In the man's eyes was an unabashedly intense color of lust. Xiaojun silently took a small step back, her eyes clear and clean, and spoke out weakly, "Are you that kind?" Shinichi wrapped his other arm around her waist and forcefully scooped her into his arms, his eyes somewhat innocent. "What else? What bad thoughts could I have?" Xiaojun felt that this person was so thick-skinned that he was talking nonsense with his eyes open, and huffed, "You just want to eat my tofu." When the words fell, Shinichi raised his eyebrows. His tone was meaningful. His voice was low and hoarse. "You can also eat my tofu. Touch me anywhere you want. My whole heart, my whole body, all of it belongs faithfully to my girlfriend." Jojin didn't really want to talk to him and inclined her head in acquiescence. A smile rippled under Shinichi's eyes as he applied sunscreen to her body and his eyes fell on her swimsuit. It was a bright gold swimsuit with small daisy lace accents, revealing the young girl's slim, soft waist and exceptionally pale skin. "It's really like white tofu. Want to take a nibble?" Shinichi slowly applied sunscreen on her, not sparing any corner. It starts with the neck, arms, and back, and then gradually moves to the waist. Xiaojun narrowed her eyes slightly. Those 2 palms around her waist were extraordinarily hot, and also happened to rub on the most sensitive place on her waist, causing a tingly current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly as she raised her head and glared angrily at Shinichi. "One word at a time. Be honest." As the words fell, Shinichi nodded in resignation and patiently applied sunscreen to her legs. After applying it to Xiaojun's entire body, Shinichi once again scooped the person back into his arms and hugged her tightly, leaning down close to her and asking in a low voice, "Is the boyfriend's sunscreen application service satisfactory?" Chapter 115, Azure Sea, Golden Beach. Xiaojun was buried in his arms, her ears slightly reddening as she listened to Shinichi ask if she was satisfied with her service. "This guy is really..." Jojin tussled for a long time, nodding her head in small increments. Shinichi hugged her tightly while coaxing her softly, "A tip if you're satisfied?" Xiaojun tilted her head and pointed at him, her voice sweet and soft, "You're shameless." But looking at the other party's eager and resigned gaze, Xiaojun still couldn't help but soften her heart and slightly stood on her tiptoes to kiss a mouthful of his lips. "Boo." Satisfied, Shinichi collected his aggression, lifted her high, and took the elevator downstairs to meet the others. It was afternoon after dinner and the guys couldn't wait to fly down to the beach. Niu Feng dashed over, pulling the other 2 boys with him, like a wild horse out of control, yelling, "I want to play in the sand, swim, and surf." The boy exclaims as he runs, "Me too, I've waited for this day like a flower, and this is my spiritual support for finals week." Another person next to me crumbles, "What are you doing bringing this up when you're out traveling for a good reason?" My python seems to be really hanging up. Oh, I hope the teacher can get the usual points. The afternoon sun was hot and dazzling, shining directly on the sea and laying down a brilliant light. The surface of the sea was sparkling and magnificent, and there was the occasional crash of the waves against the reef. It's a weekday and not a lot of people are traveling. Xiaojun and Shinichi interlocked their fingers and strolled on the fine soft sandy beach, slowly approaching the sea. The sandy beach is fine and soft, like golden satin, and it's very comfortable to step on. Jojin felt like every step was not quite real. The blue ocean, the golden sandy beaches, and the company of your loved ones, all factors that promote her heart rate. Xiaojun turned her head sideways and surreptitiously raised her eyes to Shinichi. The man was wearing only his swim trunks, a large portion of his superior wildly desirable body exposed to the sun. The broken hair on his forehead blew slightly, and his features were portrayed by the sunlight to be more and more handsome, adding a bit of free and uninhibited atmosphere. In the next second, he suddenly turned his head and met Xiaojun's line of sight with precision. "What's wrong?" Xiaojun silently withdrew her gaze and turned to face the sea, letting the wet and salty sea breeze blow on her face. "Shinichi, I really like looking at the sea." She curled her lips and said, "To see the ocean with you." As the 2 words fell into his ears, Shinichi gave a start, and his heart exploded with countless sweet candies as if he had been shot with a precise arrow. "I enjoyed it too. With you." The corners of his lips couldn't restrain themselves from curling up, and inexplicably he remembered a time when he had written similar words in his crush diary. Xiaojun, I want to watch the snow with you, watch the mountains and the sea together, watch the sunrise and sunset, watch the shooting stars and the aurora borealis. I want to see all the romantic and beautiful landscapes in this world with you. All those once sour and bitter emotions have now turned into happy bubbles and gradually dissipated. His eyes were full of Jojin. The young girl was wearing 2 fishbone braids, and had 2 golden ribbons tied on, braided together with her hair in a chic and beautiful way. The whole thing was golden and dazzling. The whole thing was glowing. Shinichi was burning inside and couldn't help but softly call out to her. Jinjin. Shinichi's grip with her tightened and he said in a single word. You are my little sun. It was a little sun-like presence that descended warmly on his heart, dispelling those dark, painful glooms. Xiaojun was silent for a moment and shook her head decisively. I'm not, she said seriously. Shinichi, you're my sun. If one were to use a metaphor to describe Shinichi, it would be the hot blazing sun, a flamboyant and dazzling existence. It's a flame that appears after she's been through a failed relationship and is disillusioned, and keeps roaring for her. She could always feel the other person's hot temperature in the smallest details, melting her heart little by little. Shinichi paused, not expecting her to actually answer like this, just said a couple of words. Suddenly, Zhang Ning, wearing a pink bathing suit, ran over. She couldn't wait to drag the 2 of them to the beach for a photo. Come on and take a picture. You 2 are the only ones missing. The boys also got an awesome-looking older woman to take a picture of them. Auntie with cool sunglasses, steady horse stance, put out a very professional posture, and loudly commanded, come, handsome ladies look at the camera Lu. The boys were moved to tears, hearing someone call them handsome for the first time. Shinichi held Xiaojun's hand and hooked his lips lazily towards the camera. Xiaojun leaned on his shoulder and raised her scissor hand sweetly. Inside the photo, a group of people stepping on the soft sandy beach with their backs to the living blue ocean is so vivid and free. The photo is frozen in that moment. Summer and the sea, the sun and the waves, but all are reduced to a backdrop for the youth of the teenagers, depicting a vivid painting. After taking a group photo, the group began to move apart, waiting for sunset to join together to feed the seagulls on the boat. Zhang Ning clung to Xiaojun as she piled up sand on the beach, holding a prop with a serious expression. Sister Jen, I'm going to build SpongeBob's pineapple house this time. Jojin silently encouraged her. It didn't take long for Niu Feng next door to finish playing in the sand and bared his teeth. Brothers, take a look. I built a luxury toilet. Everyone looked up and there was an uncharacteristic 2 minutes of silence. Not, are you sick? You're here to take a, aren't you? You have to ruin the mood. Fork it out. Xiaojun also began to pile up sand, her eyes slowly falling on Shinichi, who was not far away. He went to the side to buy something. However, in the next second, a beautiful and gorgeous young woman approached him and opened her cell phone seemingly to add WeChat. The woman was hot and sexy in a red bathing suit, and extraordinarily polite too. Her awesomeness could be felt from a distance. Zhang Ning immediately stood up alertly, and the pineapple house was not hitching a ride, so he hastily patted Xiaojun's shoulder, full of wariness. Xiaojun didn't react much and asked her, what's wrong? The sand isn't playing? No. Zhang Ning quietly pointed in the direction of Shinichi and the woman in red. Sister, just don't panic. Xiaojun's eyes fell on Shinichi, curling her lips slightly. It won't, because she believed in him, because Shinichi had already given her enough security. Sure enough, Shinichi revealed the ring on his own finger, politely shook his head, and left without hesitation, seemingly not even remembering the girl's face. Xiaojun's heart was sweet and she continued to lower her head and knead the sand. Not long after, Shinichi, holding 2 sea salt-flavored ice creams in one hand and a large coconut in the other, intimately came over to Xiaojun's side to post, come and try it, a new flavor. The next second, however, he saw Jojin's pile of sand. It's a 3-dimensional heart, and the heart is engraved, QICQZ. Xiaojun sat on the beach, smiling coquettishly and offering a treasure, her eyes shining brightly as she asked, look, does my pile look good? Shinichi's footsteps lurched and he suddenly froze in place, inexplicably remembering the images he once had. On New Year's Eve, December 31st of last year, he snuck a secret under the first snow and moonlight, and now, Jojin paints it on the beach and offers it to him without reservation. And how is that not destiny? Chapter 116, giving her blatant favoritism. Jojin washed her hands with seawater and took the ice cream. Sea salt flavor, light blue in color, similar to the color of the sea, tastes salty and sweet and melts in your mouth. Yummy, her eyes lit up. It was the first time she ate this flavor of ice cream. It was especially novel. You eat it quickly too. It's going to melt soon. After half a minute, hearing no response, Jojin turned her head slightly. Shinichi sat next to her on the beach, still giggling at the 3-dimensional love heart. unable to hear anything. Xiaojun poked his shoulder with her finger. Shin Xiaoqi, are you listening to me or not? This nerd. Shinichi back to God. Light him a sound. Not slow to take out his cell phone to take pictures, and then hold the coconut in front of her. Here, take a sip. Jojin looked down and bit down on the straw. The coconut water had a refreshing and delicate flavor, especially perfect for sipping on the beach on a hot summer day. After eating the ice cream, she helped Zhang Ning build SpongeBob's pineapple house together. The afternoon was hot. The sun was blazing and every inch of skin was wrapped in heat. Whenever Xiaojun felt thirsty, she would blink her eyes and look at Shinichi. The two could tell what the other was trying to say just by looking at each other. Shinichi thoughtfully held the coconut in front of her and carefully fed it to her, like a loyal little servant. Even after feeding Xiaojun every time, looking at Xiaojun's bright eyes, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Xiaojun nodded at him. Delicious. Shinichi, on the other hand, tasted it with the straw she had sucked through, and the corners of his lips hooked up. Quite sweet. After finally finishing building the exquisite pineapple house, Xiaojun took a glass jar and started to pick up pretty shells, intending to go home and make them into picture frames. The sun is about to fall into the horizon over the ocean. The group boarded the ship at the scheduled time and stood on the second floor of the cruise ship to watch the sunset. A visual feast is gradually unveiled as the ship moves towards the sea with the sound of humming and clattering of the sea. The blue sky gradually spreads paint and turns pinkish purple, as if blending the elegance of violets with the shyness of peach blossoms. Compared to the warm and flamboyant orange-red, the pinkish-purple sunset is more gentle and dreamy, which is mesmerizing. The passerby lady next to me looked at the gentle pink haze and exclaimed, "The remaining haze disperses into beautiful colors, and the clarified river is as quiet as a practice." Niu Yifeng, however, violently shouted, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, what an awesome sky." The contrast was particularly uncultured, and a couple of the boys next to him gently covered their mouths and snickered. Countless seagulls instantly surrounded the ship, hovering in mid-air. Shinichi was wearing one wireless headset and slipped the other into Xiaojun's ear, playing a romantic piece of pure music. Jojin tore the bread into small pieces and threw it in mid-air, where it was instantly held in the beak of a seagull. She turned back immediately, her eyes slightly curved and streaming as if they contained honey. "Shinichi, did you get the shot?" Shinichi stood at her side, his cell phone recording this vivid scene, thoroughly indulging in the young girl's smile. "Well, shoot." Video footage. The girl's yellow skirt was windblown folds, delicate and clear, hair, thin waist, long legs, beautiful and not quite real. The knit brows and smile are mesmerizing, and even this romantic evening sun can only be a match for her. Shinichi's heartbeat gradually accelerated. He often felt lucky. Lucky to have met Jojin. Lucky to be with Jojin. Lucky to be uniquely liked by Jojin. Jojin gently propped up the bun, and it wasn't long before a white seagull swept by, beaked the food with precision, and spread its wings. Jojin bounced happily, her eyes glittering. Niu Yifeng also learned her movements, but lifted half a day and no seagulls flew. Ignoring him, his arms were getting sore, and he asked with a sad face, "No, can't it be that seagulls still look at faces? Why don't they eat me?" Sad heart. Immediately afterward, a boy next to him suddenly patted his feet and flew over, opening his mouth to bite the bread in Niu Yifeng's hand. Hey, this little seagull of mine eats." Niu Yifeng stood speechless and silent for a full 2 minutes, almost spitting out his lunch. "Tada, please, can you stop grossing me out?" Vomit. The crowd laughed out loud. Surrounded by a single seagull and shrouded in a gentle purple-pink evening sun, the ship slowly cuts across the sea. The teenagers also did not forget to take a group photo, forever retaining this free and unrestrained picture, constituting a brilliant and enthusiastic youth. The sea, the beach, the shells, the evening sun, the seagulls. Each word is enough to make one's heart yearn for more. The sun slowly sets, the ship reaches the other side of the coast, and the sky darkens. Shinichu's eyes kept falling on Xiaojun, and as he watched her smile brightly, he himself involuntarily curved his lips. He couldn't resist reaching out and feeding Jojin a small piece of bread. Not quite the same as the regular bread you feed to seagulls. This one came with a creamy sandwich and was one of Jojin's favorites. Very fluffy and sweet. Xiaojun is still taking pictures of the scenery, subconsciously opened his mouth to eat, and then turned his head in hindsight. "What are you feeding me for?" "Feed the seagulls." Shinichi, however, leaned on the railing in a loose and uninhibited manner, slightly tilting his head. The contours of his features were distinct and deep, and the corners of his lips were hooked up in an arc. In an extraordinarily good mood, under the romantic evening sun, the broken hair on his forehead was slightly moved by the sea breeze. His aggressive phoenix eyes became doting and gentle, and his voice was low. "I'm not really interested in feeding the seagulls, Jojin. I just like to pitch in and feed you." After disembarking, the crowd ate a seafood buffet, all in high spirits and ambition, saying that they must eat their way back to the capital. Drinking glasses were raised, and with the clink of glasses, a cheer went up. Come on, cheers, eat more, have a nice trip, long live friendship, old-timers. As the words fell, a group of people began to frantically show off their meat, comparing who had eaten more. However, it wasn't long before Xiaojun couldn't do it anymore, leaning on Shinichi's shoulder and muttering, "My stomach is almost bursting. Delicious, but you really can't eat much of it." She hated that she only had one stomach. In contrast, Shinichi's meals were huge and he could eat like a thief. What's even more exasperating is that he can't get fat at all, and his body is simply perfect to the extreme. After dinner, the crowd took a walk to kill some food and head towards the hotel while sending friends. You also have to bring a locator mount. Shinichi also sent a rare 9-panel frame. The C position is a group photo, and a picture of 3-dimensional love sand. The remaining 7 photos are all Xiaojun. The boys were so sour that they liked and commented 99 on WeChat while shouting at him in a conspiratorial manner. Yo 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 yo. TCH, after someone falls in love. All in the circle of friends are posting girlfriends. Do not know that you think you are a girl. Except for the mandatory forwarding of school clubs and the sports department, Shinichi hardly sends out friend circles. He doesn't read his circle of friends much, and is one of those mysterious people who lie on the list. But after falling in love, he seems to have changed like a person. Hate to show every day. Personality signature WeChat background have changed. Afraid that others do not know he has a girlfriend. It simply lights up their eyes. Upon hearing this, Shinichi had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and didn't bother to jabber with them, just quietly walking leisurely down the path with Xiaojun interlocking their fingers. The sea breeze blew slowly on his face, and the street lamps shrouded a hazy light. He looked up at the bright moon and the knot in his throat rolled. Posting these friend circles is not really about showing love at all. Rather, it was because he wanted to give Xiaojun enough security, to give Xiaojun the most sincere, the most fiery, the most blatant favoritism. Chapter 117, Jenny, Princess, Sweetie, Baby. Along the way, the crowd also took a little stroll through the light show, and returned to the hotel at almost 9:30 p.m. They also buy a couple watermelons and coconuts downstairs at the hotel. Shinichi shared a large watermelon with the next room, and when Xiaojun finished her bath, he took a spoon and dug the centerpiece for her to eat. The middle piece of watermelon is always the sweetest and tastiest, and more crucially, there are no seeds. Xiaojun noticed the details of his favor and lowered her eyelashes slightly, complex emotions inexplicably welling up in her heart. It seemed like every time, Shinichi would always give her the best. Even if the two of them were lost in the desert and Shinichi only had a bottle of water, he would certainly give her all of it and would say so carelessly, "I'm just not a water person." Xiaojun pursed her lips and finally sighed, stretching out her index finger to gently poke him on the right side of his face, her voice clear and sweet. Boyfriend eats first. She wanted Shinichi to eat the centerpiece. She also had to give Shinichi all the best things, but Shinichi had to feed it to her mouth, asking with a strong and righteous attitude, "What kind of boyfriend eats the heart of a watermelon?" Jojin puffed out her face, learning from her mistakes, and glared at him in return. "So tell me, how can any girlfriend eat the heart of a watermelon?" She was dressed in a glittering white nightgown. Her eyes were clear and crystalline. Her face was dyed with a layer of light powder after just taking a bath, and her lips looked extraordinarily soft, full of innocence and good behavior. Shinichi thought she was bursting with cuteness, and when she glared, she became even more vivid and lively, like an anxious little rabbit. Shinichi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, his other hand pinching her soft face and rubbing it wantonly, his voice low and hoarse. "Xiao Shirjin, it's just a watermelon. What are you being modest with me for?" Jojin shook her head and said earnestly, "But I just want you to eat dash." Before she could finish her sentence, Shinichi suddenly took advantage of her open mouth and shoved the small piece of watermelon into her mouth. Jojin slowly glared. How can this man be like this? How dare he engage in a sneak attack? However, in the next second, Shinichi put down the spoon and forcefully wrapped his arms around her waist, his deep eyes becoming thick, a bad smile rippling under his eyes. "In that case, let's eat together." As soon as the words left his mouth, he picked up Xiaojun in a domineering manner and held her firmly down in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, locking both of her wrists in a one-handed grip. Jojin is even outside the situation. Suddenly, Shinichi did not hesitate to lower his head to kiss her, wild and hot, coming on strong, as if releasing all the previously suppressed emotions one by one. Couple theme room lit with ambiguous starlights. Even the air has become extraordinarily ambiguous and charming, slowly pulling silk. Every now and then the sound of waves lapping against the reef came from outside the window, and the atmosphere was subtle. "Well," said Xiaojun, her back against the cool, clear glass window, her eyelashes fluttering softly, her heart beating faster and faster, nervous and scared. "This window is transparent. What if someone else sees it? But it wasn't long before she was completely unable to think. Shinichi held one hand on her waist, kissing deeper and deeper, crushing out the sweet watermelon juice bit by bit, savoring it with abandon. Like a vicious wolf, it keeps seizing greedily. Rolling breath fell from the sky. Jojin had never tried a kiss like this before. Her body pressed firmly against the window by him. Even her whimpers swallowed mercilessly. Sweet watermelon juice in her mouth. Her eyes were misty and she was so swept away that even breathing became difficult. On the contrary, Shinichu's kissing skills were getting better and better, catching her and not letting go. The gentle sound of waves slowly reached her ears. Xiaojin's whole body was tingling, already thoroughly indulging in Shinichi's mouth, her brain lacking oxygen. Shinichi pressed very close, tasting the watermelon before slowly pulling back some distance, letting go of her wrist and asking with a bad smile, "Sweet? Sweet?" Xiaojin subconsciously responded, being kissed to the point of not being able to stand, his hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Just as Shinichi kissed her again, Xiaojin slightly inclined her head, her voice trembling with nervousness. "Don't! Someone will see it outside." They could vaguely make out the hotel bed when they were on the beach earlier. It's nighttime, but it's just too shameful. Suddenly, Shinichue lowered his eyes and rotated her entire body in a half circle, pressing her frontally against the floor-to-ceiling window. Shinichu lowered his head to rest on the nape of her neck and asked, "Look, is there anyone outside?" Jojin was held down against the window, and looking up, she could see white waves and a few boys strolling down the beach in groups, and it always felt as if they even looked up at her, talking and laughing. Xiaojin's heart was in her throat, thumping. She immediately turned around, almost burying her face in front of Shinichu's chest, the roots of her ears instantly turning scarlet. She panicked and murmured in a whisper, "Someone." Shinichi smiled lazily and leaned over to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. This floor-to-ceiling window is made of a special material, and right now I'm tuning it to be invisible. We can see out, but the people outside can't see us." Shinichi smiled and pinched her cheeks. "Besides, how can I really let others see my baby?" At those words, Xiaojin only relaxed, puckering her face and slapping his hand away, looking like she didn't want to care about him. Hopefully, this person is doing it on purpose. It's just bad. As soon as Shinichi came over, she turned her head away with a cold face, and even gave a light humph. Shinichi was completely anxious this time, and came to her ear to commiserate. "Jen, you're ignoring me." Xiaojin turned her head indifferently. Shinichi turned to her once again and wrapped his arms around her affectionately. "Xiao Shirjin, pay attention to me." Jojin, frantically stifling laughter in her mind, simply closed her eyes and feigned anger. "Yeah, she's pretty pissed off right now. I thought that Shinichi would stop, but I didn't expect that this person was getting more and more aggressive as if he had read her mind. Jojo? Jen, princess? Sweetie?" But no matter how much he screamed, Jojin didn't budge. Don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures." As a result, Shinichu really didn't say anything. The room was extraordinarily quiet for the past full half-minute. Xiaojin waited a little anxiously, her eyes peeking open a slit, wanting to see what the hell was going on with him right now. How come this guy stopped coaxing half the time? As a result, in the next instant, her gaze suddenly crashed into the dark and deep underbelly of Shinichi's eyes. Shinichi violently hooked his lips, suddenly sneak attack, happily pecked a mouthful of her cheeks, hugged more and more tightly, hate to rub into the blood and bones as if. The man's voice was extraordinarily compelling, seductive and haunting. "Baby, I knew you couldn't afford to be mad at me." Chapter 118. Girlfriends can check in at any time. Shinichi hugged her very tightly, one hand wrapped around her waist, one hand clasped the back of her head. How could she not struggle away? Jojin swung herself around in self-loathing and buried herself silently in his arms. The sound of the gentle lapping of the sea on the beach was faintly heard outside the window, and it was mesmerizing. It didn't take long for Jojin to feel the man's reaction keenly, and her body was stunned, her scalp tingling and her cheeks burning. "Shinichi, you pervert." At those words, Shinichi slowly let go of her and rolled the knot in his throat, his voice low. "Normal phenomenon. My body likes you so much that I can't help it once I see you." In front of Xiaojin, all his willpower and self-control all shattered into pieces. The more Xiaojin heard, the more her ears turned red and she unconsciously lowered her head. Shinichi smiled and carried her to the bed, tucking her in. "Be good. I'm going to take a cold shower." There were a lot of tours tomorrow, and he was going to leave Xiaojin alone for a while for fear that she would get tired. And it's only college. It's still young, and he doesn't plan on really touching her, because it's impossible to give up. Jojin lay on the soft shell bed, leaning back against the soft cushions and staring at him with her head cocked. Shinichi put the watermelon on the bedside table, but also afraid of her boredom, incidentally, his cell phone for her to play. The cell phone password and the payment password are both your birthday. Xiaojin held his cell phone and froze, her eyes rippling with starry laughter. "Really? You can watch everything? Shinichi packed his pajamas while raising those dark and compelling phoenix eyes, his thin lips curving up. Sure, I don't keep any secrets from my girlfriends, and my girlfriends can always offer to check in. He took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower, closing the door behind him, and in a moment there was a splash of water. Shinichi didn't know that every word of his sincere words gently struck Xiaojun's heart. Xiaojun was so aroused that her heart raced, so inexplicably happy that she was bubbling and sprouting, that she couldn't help but roll around on the bed, like a sweet-smelling little flower blooming in the heart. She pursed her lips and hastened to report to the warlords. Even on summer vacation, the dormitory group is 99+ messages every day, chatting extraordinarily energetic. As soon as Xiaojun popped up, the remaining 3 people all popped up. You knew, not. He took the initiative to give you a cell phone check? Even told you the payment password. Shang Lulu, don't believe it. This is a ING sci-fi movie, isn't it? Do such carbon-based creatures really exist? Black question mark. JPG, Chen Mei Xiang, Jen. Remember to look at his WeChat chats. Friends circle visible. Jitterbug favorites, likes and follows. Switch accounts to see if there are any trumpets. Search history and memes. After Xiaojun replied him, she curiously opened Shinichi's cell phone. She had never doubted Shinichi, or even trusted him 100%. She was simply curious about what he usually played, so that she could learn more about him. The phone wallpaper is a photo of the two confessing their love on a mountaintop, as is the lock screen. When I opened WeChat, the only thing on top was her, and the note was little boy with a red heart. At that moment, Xiaojun's heart seemed to be hit by a bang, exploding into countless bright ribbons. She slowly swiped the screen. Shinichi WeChat list a lot of people, but most of them are lying columns, usually chatting with all the boys, but also to talk about the game and so on. The most words are on the number. About her circle of friends, Shinichi each set up to be visible to all people publicly, without shielding anyone. The likes are broken 100, a string in the comments. Happy again, /Chichon. Xiaojun's eyes slightly drooped, inexplicably having the feeling that she was being held and favored, like a pearl in the palm of her hand. She pursed her lips, exited WeChat, and opened Jitterbug to look at Shinichi's favorite likes and concerns list. It's basically sports stars, motorcycle racing competitions, anime hot clips, and some emotional videos. For example, what is a good gift for your girlfriend? How to make the relationship last longer? How to be a competent boyfriend? How should I coax my girlfriend to be happy? Brushing and brushing, Xiaojun's eyes were hot, the tip of her nose was suddenly a little sour, and her heart was moistened little by little. As per the military advisors, she silently opened the Shinichi memo. There's only one meme named Joe Little Jane. Her favorite fruits are strawberries, watermelon, peaches, mildly allergic to mango and hates dragon fruit, milk tea like jasmine milk green, ice cream black tea, strawberry matcha buttermilk, less ice, 5 points of sugar, to add pearls, depending on the situation with taro puree. Physio is. Inside are recorded bits and pieces about her, even her casual comment earlier about wanting to go see a certain band in concert. He made a silent note of it. Xiaojun hung her head, as if she was wrapped in warmth. Her whole body flowed through a wave of warmth, and the tip of her heart rippled round and round. The softest part of your heart is poked with precision. At the same time, the sound of water in the bathroom slowly reached his ears. Xiaojun seemed to have a stone stuck in her throat, inexplicably remembering the 2 times Shinichi had helped her earlier. Jen, I want to help you and will make you comfortable. My birthday girl is guaranteed to be satisfied. Xiaojun covered her face, feeling it burn. The more I think about it, the less I feel in my heart. Good people should help each other. After a long time, she made up her mind and gathered her courage to walk to the bathroom and knock twice on the door. But the people inside didn't seem to hear and didn't react much. Xiaojun opened the bathroom door with a bold click. She's a cute probe with a sweet, soft voice. Shinichi, I want to help you. Inside the bathroom, Shinichi seemed to have completely failed to anticipate this scene. His body suddenly froze, surprise surging in his eyes. Through a layer of clear glass, the 2 men faced each other, staring straight into each other's eyes. Xiaojun took in his wild and lustful body. The man was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a long, straight body, as perfect as a Roman sculpture, and hormonal. Even the mermaid line dripped with drops of crystal water, slowly sliding down. The impact is extremely powerful. Xiaojun's breath froze, her brain went down, and her heart was almost ready to explode. Shinichi raised his eyebrows and turned off the faucet with interest, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked over. What did you just say? Xiaojun came back to her senses, her scalp tingling, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Nothing. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. I'm not going to help you. Ha ha. As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a loud bang and she immediately closed the door in fear. Help. It's scary. Ah ha. Although I was prepared for this, It's really. Jojin drew her legs up and was about to go under the covers. In the next instant, the bathroom door suddenly opened and a strong arm scooped her back up with ease. Late. Xiaojun only felt a spinning of the sky and was violently held down in the corner of the bathroom, her back pressed against the cold tiles. The door closed again. The bathroom water mist, the air humid, ambiguous and charming. Shinichi propped one hand on the wall, trapping Xiaojun firmly in his arms, seemingly smiling, his voice extraordinarily dark and compelling. Girlfriend trying to help me. Ha! Chapter 119, Elopement in Summer, End of Campus section. White mist constantly lingered in the bathroom, and the atmosphere was particularly ambiguous. Shinichu's eyes fell on Xiaojun, staring intently into her eyes. The little girlfriend was like a quail at the moment, cowering low in his arms. Her fawn eyes were wet and pure without a trace of impurity, and her face was like a peach, white and red, extraordinarily attractive, as if she could pinch out water. It's like you've done something wrong, you're bowing down and admitting it, and you're a little aggravated. The corner of Shinichi's lips couldn't help but curl up. Even if he stood in front of her without clothes, he didn't feel anything at all. But Jojin was about to blow up now. She was blocked in the corner, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out. She buried her head lower and lower, but when she did, she could see something she shouldn't have seen, so she closed her eyes and played dead. Whoops, she shouldn't have gotten herself killed. It didn't take long before Shinichi sighed, smiled and pinched her cheeks, coaxing her warmly. Okay, you go to bed early, I'll do it myself. His tone was serious as he slowly pulled away and opened the bathroom door for Jojin. Xiaojun looked up incredulously, looking at his eyes full of favor. The complex emotions in his heart became more and more obvious and constantly surged to his heart. Her ears grew hot as she nodded and slowly headed for the door. But the moment she was about to go out, she turned around violently, not knowing where to get the courage, suddenly rushed over to reach out and firmly pressed on Shinichi's abs. Xiaojun's eyelashes lightly trembled, and she said in a jarring voice, Shinichi, I want to help you. She carefully raised her eyes to look at Shinichi, her voice lovingly soft and a little shaky. Well, as soon as the words fell, Shinichi's breath sank violently, and his ink eyes suddenly became thick and dangerous. Two words ignited all of his sanity in an instant. He stared straight at Xiaojun. The hot flames in his abdomen could not be held down. Every drop of blood in his body was boiling and screaming. Wild and reckless, all he could think of was bullying her, possessing her, making her cry. I'm not sure if I can do it. Shinichi inhaled deeply and took Xiaojun's soft hand, like a crazy and obsessed wolf. That's what you said. Sweetie, finally got you. The night was deepening, and the bright moonlight shrouded the beach, refracting a faint, fine light. The sea quietly listens to the heart of the moon. The sea sparkles, sometimes swings a wave in response, romantic and loving. After the minute hand on the bedroom wall turned numerous revolutions, Jojin finally blushed and leaned helplessly against the tiles. It always feels like I've thrown myself into a trap and run to the wolves of my own accord. After Shinichi washed her hands, he carried her to the bed, squeezed a little hand cream, and patiently and gently applied it for her. Every now and then, he would come over and kiss her on the lips, praising her for being so good and so easy to learn. Xiaojun's ears rolled and her whole arm ached, smothering her face in the covers and murmuring softly, Shinichi, I'm sleepy. It's almost 1 o'clock and I have to get up early today to watch the sunrise, so I don't have much sleep. Shinichi finished applying hand cream to her, packed up his things, and turned off the lights. He burrowed in and wrapped his arms around Jojin's waist, still sounding a little excited. Jojin was sleepy. Ha! Under the covers, Shinichi hooked her little thumb, his voice with a smile. I just had a blast. He added, it's especially cool. Xiaojun puffed up her face and silently rolled over, turning her back to Shinichi. This bad guy, don't want to care about him. Late at night all is quiet. It wasn't long before Xiaojun was picked up by Shinichi in a daze, rubbing her bleary eyes. So sleepy. Shinichi knows that Xiaojun does not get up, but if she is woken up, she will stand by for a while. The standby state of Xiaojun looks confused and adorable. Her eyes are dull, her brain is empty, and she looks like she is out of the situation. Shinichi's heart was sweetened, and he couldn't help but peck her face, coaxing her gently. It's 3:30 a.m. It's time to get up and watch the sunrise. After half a minute, Jojin nodded dutifully like a human machine, and it was a long time before she actually woke up. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, changing her clothes and putting on her shoes, she left the room in a trance holding Shinichi's hand. Zhang Ning had gone to bed at 9 o'clock at night, and was now refreshed, bouncing, and wide-eyed, while the group of boys had all stayed up all night, and were now yawning and wilting in succession. I don't know who suddenly yelled, "Attention! Pull yourself together!" It startled everyone present. Their souls flew away, and they instantly became lucid. It was 4:40 a.m. when the crowd boarded the pre-booked hot air balloon. with nearly an hour of flight time. After the hot air balloon is ignited, the air expands by heat and becomes less dense, and the colorful hot air balloon gradually takes off and gets farther and farther away from the ground, like a colorful star rising into the sky to start a romantic journey. Everyone was experiencing it for the first time and couldn't help but roar out in excitement and rush to take video of the takeoff. A group of hipsters waiting for the sunrise. Shinichi was still interlocked with Xiaojin's fingers, and in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed as if they were forever glued together, not even more than 3 meters away. At exactly 5 a.m., the first rays of light penetrated through the clouds and lifted the curtain of darkness. A touch of red quietly leapt out, like a cluster of flames lighting up the sky, and the positive red fire clouds bloomed with brilliant and colorful light. Zhang Ning excitedly pointed to a spot and shouted, "Wow, look there! Does it look like a burning phoenix?" She finally had material for her elementary school language summer essay. The man next to him nodded his head repeatedly. "You don't say, you really don't say, it's really a bit like that." Niu Yifeng scratched his head. "Ha, why do I look like a pheasant? You dirtbag, shut up, or I'll throw you off." With the laughter of the crowd, the red sun illuminated the whole world with fervor. Xiaojin's eyes reflected this spectacular scene for a long time before she slowly spoke. "Qin Xiaoqi, Shinichi always smiled at her." Xiaojin took advantage of the others' inattention to stand on her tiptoes and quietly came up to his ear, her voice soft and firm. "From now on, I want to be with you and see all the romantic and beautiful scenery in this world, to walk with him through spring, summer, fall and winter, to pass through every corner of the world together, to become the most important people in each other's lives." Companionship is always the longest confession. The more Xiaojin thought about it, the happier she became, sweetly curving her lips and revealing 2 small pear swirls, her entire being glowing with happiness. She didn't know that as she watched the sunrise with all her heart, Shinichi's eyes gradually burned. Getting out of the hot air balloon, the crowd didn't realize that an hour could go by so fast and fly by in the blink of an eye. The group returned to the hotel after breakfast, muddled through, and fell asleep, so sleepy that they even slept in the wrong room and saw a bed and flung themselves into it. Xiaojin immediately changed into her swimsuit and was dragged by Shinichi to play on the beach. "Won't you ask them to join you?" she asked as she walked. Shinichi's eyes tailed up and his voice was lazy. "They're going to take a nap. Besides, I don't want to bring a bunch of light bulbs along." He took Jojin by the shoulders and leaned in. "So we sneaking out to play without telling them. It's bad." Greeting the morning sun, Jojin stepped lightly on the sand and slowly drew closer to the ocean. Shinichi took her to play with a tandem sea motorboat this time, renting a red one, which could be played on the sea for an hour. It was his first time, but as a professional racer, he was skilled and proficient in barely 2 strokes, and could even perform some difficult maneuvers. Xiaojin put on her life jacket and sat in Shinichi's arms, holding the handle in front of her, and said obediently, "I'm ready." The next second, there was a loud bang and the engine started. The whole motorboat like an arrow off the string rushed into the sea, all the way wildly. In the sea surface cut through a beautiful arc. Shinichi will even drift, set off layers of waves. The ocean breeze was in the air, and Jojin was nervous and excited. Wow! Water droplets in the sunlight shining exceptionally crystal and beautiful, but also splashed on the 2 hair, like bright diamonds, refracted fine light. The heartbeat and hormones were constantly and frantically stimulated, and the passion was almost on the verge of bursting out of the body. In that moment, their free souls also sped across the azure sea. Xiaojin couldn't help but say aloud, "Shinichi, you're amazing." Over the roar of the motorboat, she heard Shinichi chuckle, "Not just great on a motorcycle, but better in some ways. Jojin, you're going too fast." The golden sunlight intertwined with the blue sea, and the 2 people on the motorboat formed a moving and dazzling picture. In a place with fewer people, Shinichi slowly slowed down and came to Xiaojin's ear, his voice wanton and serious. "Jojin, run away with me. Come with me on a romantic elopement over the sea in the height of summer." At the moment, the seagulls are chirping and the sun is shining. Xiaojin turned her head and happened to meet Shinichi's obsidian-like deep black eyes. Her heartbeat suddenly missed a beat and then accelerated madly. In her youth, Shinichi was the only male protagonist, a cluster of living flame, the most dazzling and hot sun. Under the blazing summer sun, Shinichi's flamboyance and ardor will always make Xiaojin's heart pound. With the sea breeze blowing, Xiaojin did not hesitate to tilt her head and kiss the corner of his lips, her eyes containing a full smile. "Okay, let's elope." Asterisk. Campus part is over. Next chapter goes to the city. Urban, what's more important than a girlfriend on a motorcycle? Hashtag FIM Asian Motorcycle Road Championship. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag champion racer Shinichi. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag Thonic Top Alpha. Hashtag hot. 4 years later, Shinichi limit breakthrough Asian record. For the country's glory, with the strength of the top of the hot search list, instantly caused by the whole network hot discussion, attracting countless fans. CCTV live camera. The man's body is long and straight, wearing a gold medal between the neck. Profound features, phoenix eyes, deep compulsion. The whole person strong like a tuft of arrogant hot flame. When he didn't have an expression he looked a little mean and moody, as if everyone owed him $5 million, but it's even more handsome with a cold face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cheatsy brother actually broke the Asian record. Is he going to compete in the GP next? My god. Looks like a very fertile top alpha. Dad had a root. Shinichi is like a villainous boss. I want to be stepped on by him. So cool and handsome and wild, eyes misting into stars, crawling forward in a twisted fashion, grimacing, running forward, drooling, creeping in the shadows. Who knows? My circle of friends, both men and women, are crazy. Most of the male traffic in the entertainment circle have perfect upright looks, cold white skin, handsome enough, but the audience is gradually visual fatigue. And Shinichi's appearance was just right. With his healthy wheat skin color, misanthropic face, and wild look, he instantly and accurately hit the hearts of countless men, women, and children. The backstage live interview session featured reporters asking specialized questions about quite a few racing cars. The GP World Class competition in May. Your idol will also be participating. Are you confident that you will win a medal? Shinichi, yes. May I ask how you felt when you found out you broke the Asian record? Shinichi, cool. Many simple questions later, the reporter began to zoom in with a sharp tone. Today happens to be Valentine's Day, and I want to ask you if you have a wife in the future. Which is more important, your wife or your motorcycle? In the eyes of the outside world, many writers are constantly in the lace news, but only Shinichi seems to be a clear stream, as if he is not interested in the opposite sex, and his eyes are full of big motorcycles. If you didn't know better, you'd think Moto was his wife. Fans were confidently thinking off-screen, Chico's career is in full swing, and he's 100% picking the motorcycle. However, within the camera, Shinichi replied decisively, there is absolutely no comparison. He hooked his lips and smiled lightly, tugging his unrivaled gaze to become doting and gentle. My wife will always be the most important in my heart. You're kidding. A motorcycle is not as good as a nice, soft wife. The words fell silent for a few moments as reporters and netizens were in a state of shock. No, brother, are you serious? At Shinichi, why do you have to like women? Is it because we men don't smell good? Shishin previously did not say he has a girlfriend. Just we have never known who it is just. Also do not know now divided or not divided. Chico, you're losing your persona. Dog head. The interview ended, and while netizens were still speculating, a person sneaked into the hotel, and in order to escape from the paparazzi sneak peeks, she looked around and stole sense. Xiaojun had just knocked on the door of her room when, in the next instant, she was violently pulled in and held down hard against the door panel. Shinichi removed her mask and sunglasses, casually placed her bag next to her, and directly lowered his head to kiss her, urgent and fierce. He misses her. It's almost crazy to think about it. The light inside the top-floor hotel is dim and ambiguous, and the air is also faintly rippling with a faint fragrance. Especially charming. Xiaojun's back was against the door panel, with the man's burning, hard chest in front of her, forced to be trapped in the small space, unable to move at all. She was forced to tilt her head up to meet the incoming hot kiss, her eyes misty. After so many years, Shinichi's kissing skills became more and more powerful, more fluid and comfortable than before, also more badass. Shinichi clasped the back of her head with one hand, while his other hand rubbed slowly around her waist, one after another. Like a sly, ferocious wolf, he became the dominant kisser, easily stirring her into a swirling spring lake. Xiaojun's waist was puffy and itchy, her body was unsteady, her whole body was shaky. She had to wrap her arms around his neck and grab the only straw. The kiss was fiery. On the contrary, Shinichi also spilled out low gasps from time to time, a wisp of which swept into Xiaojun's ears, the sexy and seductive voice line hitting the eardrums directly. The impact was extremely strong. The room was still heated, and Xiaojun was so hot that her entire body melted like a piece of butter, completely falling into Shinichi's arms. In fact, she didn't have much self-control in front of Shinichi. Xiaojun's eyelashes lightly trembled, eyes quickly dense layer of thin water mist, the end of the eyes haloed pink. Only when she really couldn't hold on, did Shinichi let go of that big palm around his waist and straightened up slightly, his voice low. I missed you so much. After competing in her freshman year of college, Xiaojun was picked up by several media companies and eventually signed with an agency, beating out new and veteran singers on the competitive stage of inner entertainment music, topping the C-suite and becoming an overnight sensation. Other people say she is lucky, but Shinichi knows how hard she really works and how hard she works in private to deserve this burst of popularity. Recently, Xiaojun has been busy with a national tour and a nightly turnaround to record a variety show, and the two haven't seen each other for almost a month and a half. Shinichi lowered his head and buried it in her shoulder, itching to become one with her. Just now he was a wild and bad wolf, but now he's a poor puppy begging for comfort. Xiaoxin liked it so much that she pecked the base of his ear and coaxed sweetly. I also miss you. Just now on the way to watch your game live. So powerful, especially great. And heard the 2 lines of his interview. There is absolutely no comparison. My wife will always be foremost in my heart. Jojin's eyes curved up and she reached out to rub his head dotingly. Happy Valentine's Day, Xin Xiaoqi. Shinichi let out a soft and leaned down to peck her for a long time before letting her go to the bathroom to take a shower. It was only when he held her close that he could get great satisfaction inside and not be so bottomless. Jojin, comfortably soaked and wearing a very plain beige nightgown, rolled under the covers and poked a head out. Shinichi, I've prepared a Valentine's Day surprise gift for you. She blinked, her pearly whites blooming. The corner of Shinichi's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in a mute voice as he packed up his clothes, it's already a surprise for me to see you and hold you. He didn't know what kind of gift Xiaoxin had prepared, but as long as it was from Xiaoxin, no matter what it was, he would definitely like it and cherish it. The sound of water rattling in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Shinichi finished his shower and came out. Looking around, there was no one in the room. It's just a little bulge in the comforter and it's adorable. Shinichi lazily raised his eyebrows and slowly walked up to lift the comforter. However, in the next instant, his face changed slightly, and he froze in place, his brain going blank. Jojin has a Valentine's Day surprise for him. Little maid outfit. City, pretty little maid. Under the hazy warm light of the bedroom, Shinichi's deep eyes brooded tight in an instant, and reason was gradually burning, engulfing all thinking. Jojin sat obediently on her knees on the large white soft bed, dressed in a black and white color scheme maid's outfit with sheer lace trim, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She wore a maid's hair accessory and small golden bells tied around her neck, sweet and innocent to the core. Like a dazzling pearl, it glows with luster. The knots in Shinichi's throat continued to roll, his entire body's blood pulsed, and every single blood cell was screaming madly. The eyes swept over her from top to bottom. Maid, bells, super short skirts, white silk. Xiaoxin carefully raised her clear, pure eyes, nervously squeezed the hem of her skirt, and softly pronounced his name. Shinichi. She bowed her head slightly, her heart thumping faster and faster. This dress was chosen for her by her sisters, who said that it definitely suited her and would definitely seduce Shinichi. At that time, Chen Meixian's original words were, if you dress like this, you will definitely troll the corners of his mouth, and I guess you'll have to make brother Moto completely happy. Shang Lulu likewise chimed in, don't worry, if he can still put up with this, then he's not a man. Jinjin, charge. Yunyu silently went online, to be honest, you can actually hook him without doing anything. Half a minute had passed, and the deer inside Jojin had become so anxious that it was spinning in wild circles. She surreptitiously raised her eyes, glancing at the other woman's reaction, but Shinichi was as frozen in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Xiaoxin pursed her lips, not even daring to breathe, and her heart rhythm was completely disorganized. In the next second, Shinichi turned around and went back to the bathroom, hastily closing the door. The room fell into a steep silence. Xiaoxin bit her lip hard, the tip of her nose was sore, and she was inexplicably a little aggravated. It shouldn't. Shinichi does not like her like this. Impossible. In fact, inside the bathroom, Shinichi stared at himself in the mirror and sunk his face slightly, especially at the nosebleed that was flowing downward without any argument. Why are you here again? The last time he had a nosebleed was exactly 4 years ago on Valentine's Day, when Jojin, in a stunning rose-red dress, had made his blood boil by crooning dangerously on stage. He had thought that he would have grown a bit in the past 4 years, but he hadn't realized that Xiaoxin had only slightly changed her outfit, and the self-control that he was so proud of had been shattered in an instant. Shinichi washed his face with water while he couldn't help but think, was it February 14th that he had a water reversal? On the large double bed, Jojin was still reeling. After the two fall in love, they help each other out at best, and don't make any substantial progress. She knew that Shinichi was heartbroken and couldn't move her, but couldn't let Shinichi keep taking cold showers. Besides, they were married in a previous life, so what's not to like? Jojin let out a small sigh, an inexplicable surge of frustration spreading through every corner of her heart. Suddenly, there was a click and the bathroom door opened. Xiaoxin raised her head, and in a blink of an eye, a black shadow rushed in front of her with sword steps, directly pushing her down onto the bed and ruthlessly suppressing her. Before she could even react, the man's dense kisses fell, kissing her breathless. Shinichi pressed one hand on the flesh of her thigh and lightly pinched her chin with the other, his voice unusually dark and low magnetic. Trying to hook me, huh? There was still a wisp of warm air blowing in the room, accompanied by the man's hot breath and bursting hormones, which came together and wrapped Xiaoxin deeply inside. Shinichi's right hand that was pinching her chin moved slightly, flicking the bell between her neck. It dinged with a crisp ringing sound. Xiaojun was forced to lie on the bed, gently circling Shinichi's neck, her voice trembling slightly. Do you like it? Xiaojun's breathing was disorganized, a touch of light pink crawling on the roots of her ears and face at the same time, her eyes brimming with layers of watery light, charming to the core. The bottom of Shinichi's eyes were hot, and he lowered his head and lightly bit the root of her ear, breathing deeply. Joe, little Jane, I love you to death. Hearing the man's affirmative reply without hesitation, Xiaojun's hanging heart finally fell steadily and she responded obediently. I like you too, most of all. Shinichi restrained himself with all his might, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead, his hands braced on her sides, staring earnestly into her eyes. For real tonight, are you sure? Xiaojun froze and lifted her face, not expecting that after alluding to it so obviously, Shinichi would still have to respectfully question her. Her eyes burned slightly and she nodded softly, feeling as soft as a boneless body on the bed, like a piece of butter about to melt. Xiaojun's voice was sweet, and she said in a single word, I'm sure. As soon as the words fell, the flames underneath Shinichi's eyes could no longer be suppressed, and it was as if a huge explosion had occurred within his heart, with sparks spreading all over his body in a flash, deeply integrating into his bones and blood. He jerked up and dialed the hotel number. Within minutes, the hotel robot knocked on the room door and delivered a whole box of supplies. Pack of 10, extra large. A deep evil and wantonness welled up in Shinichi's phoenix eyes as he tore open the package and turned to stare at Xiaojun, like a hunter in control. Xiaojun inwardly thumped, subconsciously feeling that there was danger. At a certain moment, she really felt as if she had turned into a small rabbit that was about to be swallowed alive. She hung her head silently, not moving to take 2 steps back. Almost instantly, Shinichi pressed down, controlling both of her wrists with one hand, lifting them to the top of her head, circling her in an extremely domineering and strong position, coaxing her gently in a warm voice. Good girl, don't run away. Outside the window, the night was dark and heavy, like thick ink. The stringed moon was like a hook, and the stars flickered with a fine, bright shimmer. Everything became silent and quiet, except for the leaves of the trees, which were rustled and swayed constantly by the wind. It had gone from 12 in the morning to the latter part of the night. Xiaojun's eyes were disoriented and hard to focus, and there were still crystalline teardrops hanging from her eyelashes that were going to fall. Her eyes were misty, and broken sounds continued to spill from her lips. His head was even more of a mess, completely unable to think. She remembered in a daze that she seemed to have something very, very important to say to Shinichi, but she really forgot. Oh, the room became extraordinarily quiet. Jojun was sore and sleepy. She flopped helplessly onto the bed, relieved that she could finally sleep in peace. The sound of hissing resounded behind him again, and the plastic was mercilessly torn away. As soon as she heard the voice, Jojun especially wanted to cry. Help! What to do? She seemed to have completely underestimated Shinichi's combat prowess. Also, a professional racer who trains intensely every day has superior fitness that is no match for the average male. Ding ding! The crisp, melodious sound of bells continued to ring from the darkness of the night until the first rays of sunlight appeared. Jojun's consciousness blurred and her concentration collapsed. Vaguely, Shinichi seemed to kiss her back from behind, and his teasing voice slowly sounded, lingering in her ears. Don't cry, my heart hurts. Metro, Shinjin Ichiya official announcement of romance. In the afternoon, the warm sunlight spreads a gentle and loving light through the curtains. Xiaojun slept for a long, long time, and when she sleepily opened her eyes, her whole body was confused, dazed and bewildered. The pillow was vaguely wet, as if stained with many tears. She rolled over gently, and in the next instant a soreness surged through her body, as if she had been run over hard by a car. Hiss, that hurts. Baby, awake? The man's voice was compelling and provocative, with an insatiable tone. Shinichi put a soft cushion for her and sat on the bedside with her in his arms. Xiaojun's waist was so sore that she sucked in a breath of cold air as memories of last night's absurdity suddenly flooded her mind. Shinichi was really particularly ruthless, forcing her to cry and say she likes him and loves him and call him brother in a pathetic way. Until the latter part of the night, her voice was a little muffled, her body trembling as she crawled forward in a daze, only to be held down by the ankles, yanked back violently, and plunged into an endless abyss. Even in the bathroom at the end, she thought it was finally going to be over for good. Who knew that Shinichi even doubled down again? Can't count at all. Looking back on it now, Xiaojun was still a little out of breath, even as she felt her legs trembling. Her face burned red and she tilted her head slightly, not really wanting to pay attention to someone. It's really bad. Mouth over and over again, gentle coaxing her. But the actual action is completely different. Shinichi sat on the edge of the bed, rolled the knot in his throat, and gently took her into his arms, picking up a glass of water. Be good. Replenish some water. Jojun glanced up at him quietly. The man was wearing dark gray silk pajamas, his head hanging slightly and a smile still on his lips. The original sharpness and openness were weakened considerably. The word satisfied was written plainly on his face. It seemed to have changed from a vicious wolf with a bloody mouth to a loyal dog with a furiously wagging tail again. Thirsty, Jojin simply buried herself in his warm embrace and gently opened her mouth. Shinichi patiently fed her warm water. Jojin bit down on the straw and gulped down the water before her throat felt much more comfortable. She took a deep breath and whispered as she gently arched her head against his chest. I'm hungry. It seemed to smell vaguely of something very, very fragrant. Jojin remembers she had something to say. What was it? Never mind. I'll just fill up my stomach first. Shinichi put the water cup away. I bought you a bowl of small wontons. Brush your teeth first. With those words, he picked up Jojin and walked into the bathroom. Along the way they also passed many clothing fabrics, white silks and maids' outfits that had been ripped to shreds during the night. Jojin's ears gradually burned. In front of the bathroom mirror, she realized she was wearing a beige halter nightgown with pink marks all over her pale neck. It's like a red plum that keeps blooming in the snow. Jojin stared at him grudgingly, a silent accusation. Shinichi deliberately lowered his head, turned a blind eye, squeezed toothpaste for her, and pinched her cheeks with one hand. Open your mouth. Xiaojin dutifully opened her mouth and even made a sound effect, as if she was being pampered. Ah dash. Shinichi was adorable again, brushing her teeth in the mirror, leaning over slightly, his chin lightly pressed against her head. Brush after brush after brush, carefully and thoughtfully. Shinichi also rubbed against her affectionately from time to time, the dark underbelly of his eyes full of starry, fine light, his throat overflowing with the sound of laughter. Jojin, I'm so happy. At that, Xiaojin's mouth was full of foam and she couldn't speak. Looking at someone's blissful and soothing appearance, she felt her small waist become even more sore. After rinsing the water, Shinichi took a towel to wipe her face, and couldn't help but hug her again, nibbling on her for a while in the bathroom before giving up. Xiaojin was a little dizzy from the kiss and gently pushed him away, complaining in a small voice. Shinichi, you bit me all over my body. Are you a dog? Shinichi carried her back to the bed and smiled faintly. You scratched all over my back too. Xiaojin shook her head violently. I don't believe it. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi sharply took off his shirt and turned around, revealing a large portion of his wheat-colored back. A few red scratches were particularly conspicuous, as if they had been scratched by kittens, and even scratched blood, which was particularly horrible. Xiaojin suddenly froze, her eyelashes fluttering in surprise. Did she hit you that hard yesterday? Jojin reached out and touched it gently, asking, Are you in pain? Shinichi put on his clothes and turned to look at her. Xiaojin sat on the bed, her head hanging slightly, her eyes full of heartache and worry, like a small animal that had done something wrong, looking at him accusingly. Shinichi rubbed her head and hooked his lips. Don't worry, I don't feel any pain at all, because it's a sign of love. The more Jojin gasped, the more she trembled, the more she reached for him, the more excited he became. Shinichi sat on the edge of the bed, feeding her little ravioli bit by bit, enjoying the sense of accomplishment of feeding her. Suddenly, Jojin jerked her head up to look at him. I remember. Shinichi put down the bowl, doting under his eyes, thinking about what? Official announcement. Xiaojin hurriedly grabbed his palm. Shinichi, I want to officially declare my love with you. The words came back to Jojin with some chagrin. Whoops, how could she have forgotten something so important? She had just checked in with her agency and studio a short while ago and couldn't wait to tell Shinichi, but it didn't feel formal enough to say it in WeChat, so I thought I'd give him a super surprise when we met. Who knew that just as she entered the hotel, she was eagerly held down by Shinichi on the door and kissed furiously, kissing her so much that her brain was confused. It's his fault. It's his fault. Upon hearing this, Shinichi's heartbeat steeply missed a beat, then slowly regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, Your company agrees? And would it be detrimental to your career? Xiaojin seriously poked his face. It doesn't matter. After the national tour, I've already gained a firm foothold. Besides, my mouth is on my own face. They can't stop me if I really want to go public. And I've always wanted to tell everyone in the world that Shinichi is my boyfriend. A sweet, delicate voice swept into his ears. Shinichi only felt that his heart also accompanied her every word, beating madly and forcefully. Yesterday, Shinichi's record-breaking words were still hanging on the hot search list, and there were countless fans. The Supertalk is flooded with huge new fans. There are face value fans who send homemade wallpapers and avatars. There are career fans who list all the medals of Shinichi, and there are also passerby fans who only know how to lick the screen and save. The ratio of men to women is almost 50-50ths. Sheetsy brother, why do not send the champion to win the microblogging? Only a strip of the system comes with. Laugh it up. Bro, you're a new fan. He only logs on to Twitter once every 6 months. Yet the next second, at Shinichi, a long time in the making, a crush comes true. Love, I'll always be the princess's knight. Add Jojane. The time is stuck right at 13:14, and it even has a burning red heart added to make it stand out. The accompanying pictures are 9 group photos, including a childish photo from elementary school, a group photo from high school in blue and white uniforms, a photo of Liao Chang in red costume, and a loving back photo from a beach trip. The fan subconsciously assumed it was some kind of high fashion number, bared his big teeth, and leisurely poked into the avatar. In the next instant, the smiles on their faces gradually froze, and their eyes turned unbelievable. This daddy's actually the honored one. Meanwhile, the same is true for the millions of fans within Jo Jin's superlatives. Was beautifully enjoying the live video from the last tour, when suddenly, special care was taken to post a blog. The Pearls' eyes lit up and they happily ran off to do their data. The next moment was a collective giggle. Jo Jin went online to retweet that official announcement tweet and comment on it. I picked the hottest son ever. After the 2 tweets were posted, countless people had their brains go down and clicked on the homepage over and over again. Twitter retweets and likes and comments instantly skyrocketed, quickly topping the favorites. Hashtag Chinichi Chaojin hashtag explosion. The top of the hot search list is firmly in place. Eating passersby are full of questions. Not, who did you say was with whom? My husband and my wife made an official announcement? Horrified. Damn. It feels like people who are completely unlike each other are together in such a watery way. Jo Jin's mom Powder woke up to the sky falling and her house being burglarized. Hey double quanter fan ecstasy. Also ing childhood sweethearts. So sweet. Race car driver versus sweet female singer. The greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Planned for a long time. The crush came true. Not, brother, you damn top this faceplay crush? Shishin has a scummy, misanthropic face, but turns out to be a pure love warrior. I'm crying my eyes out. Shinichi fans are indifferent to talk about love or not. They are only concerned about whether or not he can take a medal in the next GP race. Jo Jin has always taken the power route, but with huge traffic, mostly career and mom fans, she immediately recovered from her heartbreak and chose to wish her well. Netflix, no. Why are they both kind of good at getting high? Just as the crowd was still marveling at the fact that these two would actually be together, the Chinjiniche CP superlatives just appeared before their eyes. How come so fast? The crowd took a closer look, and this super talk was still established when Jo Jin first started her career. It's almost prophetic. At the same time, Chen Meixiang had already erupted into a burst of laughter. Ha, can't believe it. Now my old lady is also a big host of super talk. Come and worship me. The dormitory trio created a hypertext consisting of N trumpets for so many years for this moment. Hashtag Chinjiniche CP supertalk hashtag explosion. After the official announcement, Xiaojin put down her phone, exhausted, her eyelids fighting like crazy. The early hours of the morning were tossed around by Chinichi, and until now, she was still so sleepy and tired, and her body was sore and had no strength. After Chinichi tucked her in, he turned off the light and lay down on her side, scooping her into his arms. Good boy, go to sleep. Under the covers, Xiaojin wrapped her arms around him and buried herself into his arms in a daze. Rubbing lightly, Xiaojin fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Her breathing was even and she slept exceptionally well, but Chinichi couldn't sleep at all. Even if he stayed up all night, he was not sleepy or tired at all, yet he was more refreshed and awake than usual. Happiness came too suddenly. They were inseparable for so many hours and even let everyone know about their romance. After all these years, it finally paid off. Shinichi carefully wrapped his arms around the girl in his arms, turning sideways to kiss her lightly on the forehead, his voice deep and loving. I love you. Metro, the concert. Little golden butterfly. Spring is here again and the willows are tender and green. March 30th, Jo Jin's 23rd birthday concert. At Xiaojin V, free new song Sizzling Heartbeat Midnight is officially online. For at Chinichi and for every cute little pearl, probe, and sincerely attached 9 square business selfie. Microblogging forward praise comments instantly skyrocketed. Happy birthday Jenny Jam. I especially love the baby, and I wish good singing and happiness every day. Kisses. Baby girl goose to her hard work mama love you. Support. Daddy fan is here. Happy birthday to your daughter. We'll wait for you at the scene. Go. There were even CP fans who were top trending. Ho ho. I can already imagine how secretly happy someone Sheen is. Mabel, you're really pampering Chico. In the evening, it was half an hour before the concert officially started. Inside the dressing room, Xiaojin's makeup was ready and she raised her eyes to look at herself in the mirror. It had been rare for her to dream about the memories of her past life in the past 2 years, but she still remembers clearly that in her past life it was after this birthday concert that it rained heavily and she was almost hit by a red car. It was Chinichi who was passing by who pounced on her and saved her. But is he really just saying by the way? There was a soft knock on the lounge door. The little assistant poked her head out. Sister Jinjin, there's still 10 minutes to go before the show starts, so you can go backstage and get ready. Good. Jo Jin nodded and picked up the customized microphone. Fans holding golden lightboards and control lights, like the morning sun first broke through the dawn, converging into a golden river of bright stars. Especially shocking, as she watched the fans come after her with heartfelt hearts and create a sea of gold for her. Jojin's eyes inexplicably rolled up. The support was even more spectacular and shocking than in her previous life, and she was more popular. Everything is getting better and better. The spotlight snapped on at 7 p.m. Sharp as the birthday concert officially began. The tens of thousands of people in the music arena had completely boiled over. Screams and cheers rose and fell, deafening, forming an impactful wave of sound that went straight to the clouds. Inside the big screen, the girl was wearing a white swan dress and a diamond crown on her head, pure and noble, reflecting fine silver light under the light. She lifted the microphone and chanted, sitting in a huge basket of flowers that fell from the sky, surrounded by brilliantly colorful flowers. The first song is Octave Box, which is also Chaojin's first album after killing it in the competitive variety show, and the cumulative sales directly broke the record of female singers in the inner entertainment, so it can be said that the debut is the top stream, sweeping all the major music charts and awards, shocking the whole network. Beautiful melodies and celestial vocals linger. As the song came to an end, she smiled brightly and sweetly toward the camera. Good evening everyone, I'm Chaojin. The first song, Octavo, is for everyone, in the hope that everyone will love and cherish themselves more. The scene screamed even louder. The online broadcasting room is also a hot mess. Ah, Mabao. Good to hear. Good to hear. The Octave is my favorite song. World's top sweet girl woohoo. What a cute little bunny twitter. Mama loves you. Mama loves you. Boo hoo hoo. Love. Jojin invited many of his circle friends and big names to the show, as well as his best friends. Chen Meixiang, Shang Lulu, and Yin Yu sat in the VVIP, and next to them were Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Ning. Chen Meixiang's makeup was about to burst into tears. Is this really our little Jinjin? It feels like it's grown quite a bit, and why are my eyes peeing? Yun Yu gave a shallow smile. Under the watering of favoritism, the flowers bloomed uncontrollably, much more confident than before. It had been said that Chinichu could greatly enhance Chaojin's career luck and vice versa, and she hadn't miscalculated. How can the support and trust of loved ones and friends not be a strength? The boys next to us were also discussing in surprise. Hey, I still remember when Xiaomei competed 4 years ago. A few of us were sitting at the bottom as well. I remember. Chico even had a nosebleed then ha 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 ha. Shinichi, dressed in black and wearing a mask and hat, sat in the center and raised his head with a sharp eye blade. Niu Yifeng immediately shut his mouth and hemmed and hawed at him. As the concert continued to progress, the atmosphere became more and more intense. Not far away, a fan frantically raised her cell phone and screamed. Yet it didn't take long for her to feel something strange about the man next to her. The man wore a white shirt, didn't carry a lighted sign or a support stick, didn't record a picture on his cell phone, didn't even cheer and scream, just quietly watched Jojin. The whole thing seemed like it had very few emotional ups and downs. It was really weird. Almost 2.5 hours into the concert came to a close. Under the glittering lights, Chaojin changed into a gilt princess gown and appeared in front of the crowd. The most striking thing was the pair of radiant golden wings on her back, like a golden butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon and glittered. The last song is the new song, Sizzling Heartbeat, for my love Chinichi, and for every fan. I hope everyone can find their true love. As soon as the words left his mouth, fans screamed hysterically and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The boys began to flirt in yo-yo-yo-yo mode again. To my love, Chinichi. The knot in Chinichi's throat rolled slightly. The roots of his ears were burning. His heart was beating violently and his voice was deafening. Flop flop. He had actually listened to the song over and over again countless times when Zero released it, but the live sound was even more shocking and touching. On stage, Jojin was bathed in golden light, every strand of her hair glowing, her voice straight from the soul. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really bursting with good sound. Strongly amenable. I wish Princess Jinjin will always be happy. Raising the department is really too much of an accomplishment. Joey's sisters give me fire around the world. Punch. Under the stage, Shinichi's chest inexplicably surged with a burst of complex and subtle emotions. A little sour. The little girl who used to sing to him alone now has tens of millions of listeners and fans and is popular all over the world. In fact, sometimes, Shinichi was possessive and wanted to hide her secretly from anyone. But then he thought, Jojin is so good. She should stand on the stage and bloom. She should be loved by countless people in the world. The concert ends at 21:30. Shinichi walked to the unoccupied lounge under the guidance of Chaojin's assistant. After greeting her fans warmly, Jojin flew in like a little elf and happily jumped into his arms. She tilted her head dutifully, those eyes shining, her tone extraordinarily excited. Shinichi, did I sing well? He has a cute little expression on his face that says praise me, praise me. Shinichi reached out and hugged her tightly, lowered his head, frantically kissed her cheeks. His mouth kept repeating like, Love it. While he gives Jojin his sizzling love, Jojin doesn't shy away from bringing him blatant favoritism. The concert ended with a huge withdrawal reaction from the fans, most of whom walked out of the music venue with tears in their eyes. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky suddenly rained down in a torrential downpour, resounding with the sound of fierce rain. It wasn't until most of the people were all gone that a man in a white shirt stood up. Ji Xian held his umbrella and walked aimlessly through the torrential rain, his eyes blank and empty. My mother died in a plane crash a few days ago, something that didn't happen in a previous life. The accident came suddenly, but he didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation, only feeling that he was finally out of control, finally free. But free? Then what? He still has nothing. In his previous life, he missed Jojin's 23rd birthday concert, which was the day Jojin broke up with him. In this life he came, and Xiaojin has long forgotten him completely. Dark clouds like a tidal wave of heavy pressure. Torrential rain mercilessly impacted the umbrella, issued a crackling sound, the earth's rapid flow of water. Ji Xian was expressionless as he held up his umbrella, his eyes slightly red. Out of nowhere, there seemed to be a familiar figure across the street that looked extraordinarily like Xiaojin. Ji Xian froze in place in a daze, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating as a great excitement and nervousness inexplicably surged. She's happy now. Can't bother her, just one more look at her from afar. Just one more look would be enough. Ji Xian couldn't control his body at all and rushed over without hesitation. Suddenly, an out-of-control red sedan rushed out of the rain and the storm, flashing blinding lights, and accelerated toward him. In that instant, it was as if even time was completely frozen. Boom! There was a loud bang. He fell to the ground defenseless, knocked down by the massive impact. Crimson blood spurted out, staining the entire white shirt in a shocking manner. The owner of the car erupted into a sharp popping sound, instantly sobered up, panicked and got out of the car, his whole body shaking with nervousness, and rushed to call 120. Thunder rolled and torrential rain fell like a whip. Ji Xian lay in the rain, his entire body's strength completely drained. His eyes were blurred, and even his consciousness gradually dissipated. Cold, so cold, it's really cold. His world was cold and barren, a dark and horrible black and white. The heavens took pity on him and shone a warm golden light on him, but he pushed her away himself. Ji Xian was engulfed by remorse bit by bit. His heart was twisting and it was difficult to struggle. He closed his eyes in agony and shed tears of despair. I'm sorry, Jojin. I was really wrong. Urban, getting down on one knee and proposing in public. May 20th, Paris, France. The official start of the World Motorcycle Championship, GP, organized by the Fédération Internationale de Motocyclisme, FIM, is one of the most important events in road racing, live and highly visible worldwide. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, Jojin sat in the audience waving a small flag. Burning inside, she kept reassuring herself that this time she had begged for a peace talisman again, so Shinichi would definitely be able to be safe and smooth. The boys next to him were also nervous, and Niu Yifeng wiped his sweat, his legs shaking. For a certain moment, it was as if Jojin was back at that tournament 4 years ago. After she fainted, she dreamed of the memory of her past life, thinking that Shinichi had fallen off the car, and was so scared that she woke up and grabbed him and cried furiously. Shinichi took off the gold medal and put it into her neck, and also reached out to pinch her cheeks, coaxing her in a doting manner. Good girl, here's the gold medal, don't cry, okay? Those wonderful memories came flooding back to her heart, like honey, sweet and silky, little by little dissolving the anxiety and worry she felt at the moment. Meanwhile, the race begins. Boom, a gunshot. The roar of the scene is deafening. Countless locomotives instantly rushed out. Countless foreigners around them were roaring madly in support of their respective idols. In the second half of the race, there were already a few drivers who had crashed and retired from the race. Riders were in a hard battle. Shinichi did not ride straight through this time as he has done in the past, but adopted a restrained driving strategy and did not show off his sharpness. The attention of the crowds in this race was focused on a few high-profile drivers, with the competition between the Spanish and Italian riders being particularly fierce. Not many foreigners seem to have noticed Shinichi, the only Chinese competitor in the race, just as spectators around the globe were placing their bets on countries like Spain, Italy, and Great Britain. The ending was unexpected, as Chinese riders blew away the competition. Just see a red and black figure overtaking two cars in a row, the first to cross the finish line, with an absolute strength of 732 seconds difference to win the world championship, for the country to win the glory. Inside the live screen was a young and unfamiliar Asian face. In a flash, the room was silent for 2 seconds before a sharp popping sound erupted. Cheatsy brother, you're ing for real, handsome, Nyogen. Shinichi was the male of males, the man of men. 2 oxen, crash, ing bet on Italy. My little money is gone. Tears, help, help, help. Who understands that my hands are shaking right now as I type? And our entire men's dormitory is ranting madly. Auntie is 60 years old and has been killing fish at the market for 40 years. My heart was already as cold as a knife. But I couldn't help but blush at the sight of my brother Chichan. Chinese. Just strong. Fire. Shinichi kills his way out of the competition with unexpected results, overturning everyone's perceptions and even defeating the idol he has believed in for years. With the golden sun shining, he took off his helmet and stood on the highest tier of the podium, wearing a heavy gold medal on his chest, and posed for a photo with the third runner-up. He was spirited as he hooked his lips in a confident smile. Hashtag Shinichuan champion hashtag explosion. Hashtag cold streak hashtag explosion. Hashtag China top 1 hashtag explosion. Shinichi not only topped the microblogging hot searches, but even reached the #1 spot in the world trends, and the extranet exploded instantly. This is definitely a scene that will go down in the history books. At the scene, Xiaojun was so happy that she was about to jump up. Her cheeks rippled with shallow pear swirls, just like a bright spring day. The boys next to him were weeping with joy, hugging and spinning in circles, roaring madly. It's going to mutate like that. Suddenly, Niu Feng put down his cell phone and his face suddenly changed. Sister Qiao, Brother Qi asked me to take you there. Come with me. Xiaojun didn't have time to think about it, and when she saw him looking nervous and flustered, she thought something had happened, and hurriedly followed his lead, her tone worried. Why? Did something happen to him? Niu Feng, in a rare moment of seriousness, said in a deep voice. Well, something happened, a big life event. Zhojin's insides tightened with apprehension. It was a smooth walk to the chamber, with countless people clogging up the front and large swaths of reporters surrounding them. Niu Feng also took off her mask and sunglasses, gently pushing her back, his tone excited. Go go go. Zhojin looked at him blankly, slowly snapping out a question mark. Out of nowhere, as if sensing something, she lifted her head straight up and looked forward. The crowd suddenly opened a path toward her. Under the cameras and lights of countless interviews, the man is still wearing a red and black color matching racing suit, with a few strands of broken hair hanging in front of his forehead, and his phoenix eyes are deep and charming, gangly and unruly, like a flame on fire. It is hormonal and exudes unspeakable charm, unbridled, frenzied, flamboyant. Xiaojun completely froze in place, her heart suddenly missing a beat, then thumping nonstop as if it would be rushing out of her body the next second, only to see Shinichi holding a bunch of huge red roses in one hand and holding a diamond ring gift box in the other. He took a step towards her, hooking his lips as he slowly walked towards her. In the blink of an eye, Xiaojun's palms were sweating, feeling that every minute and every second was like pressing the 0.5x speed button. Extraordinarily long. It's almost like a dream. The dazzling lights and countless shouting people around her gradually faded in front of her eyes, leaving only the man in front of her. Shinichi walked to her, kneeling on one knee, staring at her closely, his voice low. Zhojin, will you marry me? He holds a diamond ring and offers his heart. The diamond in the center of the ring was huge and was sparkling, brilliant and gorgeous and glittering. As the words fell, Xiaojun's eyes instantly burned and her eyes became blurry. She suddenly thought about how when she first flew to Paris, Shinichi had inadvertently shown her a video of a public proposal and asked her if she liked it. She was still jet-lagged and sleepy at that point, her eyelids fighting, and she shook her head and nodded after watching the video. Shinichi hugged her tightly and rubbed her head affectionately. It's okay, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Zhojin dutifully buried herself in his arms and murmured, I don't like it when people do that to me. It's a bit of a moral abduction, but you're the exception. I'm going to love it. After that, she didn't think much about it, so she just passed out in a daze. It turns out that all of this for the proposal was well documented, and Shinichi had asked her wishes in advance without pressuring her in public. Such ulterior motives, such consideration for her, such respect and understanding. Xiaojun's chest flowed through a gush of warmth. The tip of her nose was sore, and her eyes were instantly moist. No wonder Shinichi told her to dress up nicely in the morning. Not only was she wearing full makeup, but she was also wearing a short, white, delicate dress with her hair slightly curled and draped around her waist. The surrounding area had already been mobbed, with a large number of interviewers excitedly focusing their cameras on the duo, and even race competitors running to watch. The world's excited and thrilled eyes kissed it. A large number of foreigners shouted and cried out in excitement, although he didn't understand Shinichi's sentence in Chinese, but the action of kneeling on one knee, roses and diamond ring, even the little cutie, all knew that he was asking for marriage. The scene appeared on television sets of people all over the world under the official live camera. Xiaojun's shoulders kept gently trembling, forcing back tears, hugging the roses and sobbing, I do. In the next second, Shinichi put on a diamond ring for her and lowered his head to kiss the back of her hand preciously. The romantic proposal video instantly shocked the internet and the whole world was witnessing the love that belonged to them. Asterisk. Chico, you're a ing pure love war god. He really loves Sister Joe. I'm crying. Shin Jin cut CP fans to the old lady stand up. Where's Mrs. Come to super talk about food production. I must see the text of their motorcycle play tonight. Roaring, growling, creeping in the shadows. Woo envious. This world really is a giant tomato novel. Tears, May 20th, Paris, France, the world champion, on one knee to propose. Every word pulled out is so romantic. It's amazing. Mom, I believe in love again. Hashtag Shinichi proposed to Xiaojin. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag Qin Jinichi. Hashtag explosion. Metro, licensed. Qin Xiaoqi is licensed to work. The interview ended and Xiaojin was carried back to the hotel by Shinichi. She stared all the way at the delicate, high-class diamond ring on her finger, loving it, and the more she looked at it, the more she wanted to cry, and finally she couldn't help but shed a tear. She choked back a muffled sob. Shinichi was doubly happy, the corners of his mouth swirling with a smile. Xiaojin hung her head, silently burying her face in his arms, gently arching her head against him, murmuring, "Why are you so romantic?" Shinichi looks just straight and steel, but coaxing up a set. Every day there will be small romance and small surprise. Xiaojin felt like she was dipping into a honeypot jar whenever she was near him. Even the air around her was sweet and drawn. Every breath was like eating candy. It's really all sweet to the point of cavities. Shinichi reached out and wiped away her tears, cupping her small face, his voice doting. 4 years ago in a car race confession, I didn't expect some little crybaby to beat me to it and steal my lines. So now, no matter what, the proposal should be mine to initiate. The world always says that whoever initiates first is admitting defeat. But Shinichi had always believed that the one who took the initiative to speak first was the true warrior. At those words, the tip of Xiaojin's nose reddened, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around him, tilting her head up to kiss the knot of his sexy throat. 520 Paris, France. This century proposal hot all over the internet. The video of the million likes countless. Hundreds of millions of people marveled at the romantic love. The pure love warrior fell to the ground in response. The world champion arrogant racing driver versus the world's top stream sweet singer. CP fans carry bags to stay in the Qin Jinichi super talk. Get high on sweet sugar. Please. Both of these guys have power and look at each other with eyes that are pulling at each other. It's brilliant. // Childhood friend. Princess Knight. It's a perfect match. I'm going to eat it. I'll eat it all. The size difference is too good to get high. That is to say, Shishin looks like the core ability is particularly strong. Look. Precious baby can withstand it. Damn it. Sister Chow must sound good when she gasps. Shinichi, I hate you. Stealing my wife. Rage. Isn't the fertility rate not working? The country quickly sends me a man like Shinichi, and I'll directly have a baby with 108 treasures. A romantic proposal of the century made the two even more popular and completely out of the loop in all circles of men, women and children. Xiaojin originally wanted to spend 2 more days in Paris, but looking at Shinichi's beady-eyed, impatient little expression, she still softened and agreed to let him back to the country. Get your license. Right now. Right now. Right now. Shinichi is very justified, saying that tomorrow is 521, the auspicious day. All things are suitable, especially suitable for getting a license. Xiaojin silently ate the watermelon, even feeling that this person hated to move the civil office over and get married in a fire. The two changed their tickets to return home. On the way back to China, Shinichi was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth really went up to the sky with the airplane, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. On the romantic May 21st, the two registered their marriage between them and officially became legally married. The moment she got the red book, Xiaojin's mood was very subtle, like a soda pop popping a million tiny, dense bubbles. It was as if her relationship with Shinichi was also stamped with a small seal. The gold coat of arms on the cover of the marriage license glowed brightly, and when the document was turned over, it was a picture of the two of them smiling. Shinichi stared closely at the photo, pinched her earlobe, and whispered in a single word, "Happy wedding day, my wife." Xiaojin had checked in with the company and the team last night, and anyway, the wedding had been proposed to, so it wasn't too bad to bask in a marriage license. Shinichi finished taking photos of the two cute red books and uploaded them to Weibo and WeChat at exactly 5:21 p.m. There's no need for any more copywriting either. A picture says it all. Jojin immediately went online and retweeted it, adding several little red hearts. Hashtag Xiaojin Shinichi collaboration license marriage instantly rushed to the top of the hot search. You're so fast, buddy. You're so fast. You've just proposed and you're back home to get your license. the fastest man in the world. 521 collaterals. You too sweet death I counted. Gen baby to always be happy and happy oh. Support. Ow, this is the sweetest pair of CPs I've ever gotten high on. At Chinichi. Brother you're really super loved. It feels like Chizen is one of those people who, while coddling and coaxing, fires hard. Pants. Wear pants sisters. Little face a yellow. Brothers in the group chat also received Chinichi's big red packet and send congratulations. Xiaojin dormitory 3 sisters also want to get high crazy. Teeth to sweet off. Have said that there is a kind of married daughter feeling. The two drove all the way back to Chinichi's new home. After driving steadily to the private garage, Chinichi got out of the car and opened the passenger door for Xiaojin, directly scooping her up. Under Xiaojin's bewildered and shocked gaze, Chinichi directly shoved her into the back seat. Get in and slammed the door with a bang. Xiaojin leaned back in her chair and blinked in confusion. Suddenly, an extra strong arm appeared around her waist, bringing her whole body over. The steady crotch sat on the man's lap. Chinichi forcefully pinched her waist, his dark eyes aggressive, as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Sweetie, how about in the car? Even though it was an inquiring tone, his look and movements carried an extreme hint of coercion, possessiveness almost on the verge of overflowing, totally irresistible. The air inside the private underground garage was fresh and nice, the light dim and ambiguous. Xiaojin froze, her heartbeat accelerated, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her body subconsciously shrank backward, which expected Chinichi held down her waist, mercilessly pressed her into the rear car seat, her body tightly pressed against each other, forcing her to be unable to move. Before even waiting for her to open her mouth, she had already lowered her head and kissed her forcefully, with an extremely domineering and arrogant attitude. The kisses were fierce and hard, more wanton and violent than ever before. After the license, he barely suppressed his emotions. Well, Jojin said as she lay back in her car seat, forced to take the incoming kiss. Her sanity continued to be overwhelmed and her consciousness drifted so far away that she was cajoled into even nodding in a daze. Only when she was about to run out of breath did Chinichi manage to get up and take out a whole box of new supplies from within the car's storage compartment. The man's handsome face looked more and more dangerous in the half-light, half-dark light, as if he had locked onto his prey, and an unspeakable affection spread around him. Xiaojin's ears rolled back and she slowly closed her eyes. Sure enough, a man who has eaten meat is never insatiable. The sound of plastic tearing away rang in my ears. Chinichi leaned down to dote on her and kissed her, but his eyes could not discern any emotions and carried a strong sense of oppression and possessiveness. Call me. The taut strings of Xiaojin's brain suddenly snapped, and her sweet voice trembled slightly. Chinichi. Ha? The other man's tone was clearly disgruntled. Xiaojin's eyes misted with water, her eyes lost in thought, and broken sobs spilled from her lips. Husband. Keep screaming. Don't stop. It was only when it was very late that Chinichi picked her up head-on and took her step by step from the private underground garage to the upstairs. As he walked away, Jojin cried, walked past the living room and into the bedroom. It lasted until the middle of the night before Chinichi kissed her forehead heartily and embraced her in his arms. Good night, wife. Urban, wedding and wedding night, grand finale. The commercial value of Chinichi after winning the world championship has been riding high, not only easily appearing in the world's major fashion magazines, but also negotiating a number of top-level business cooperation. Jojin's newly released album is once again trending worldwide, with people from all over the globe going crazy on IG, Twitter and Tubes to anoint the treasured top streamer. Shinjinikut's CP Super Talk also ranked first. That marriage proposal video is even more by the disc wrapped like every fan has seen countless times over and over again. Just as CP fans were frantically spawning food in the superlatives, they learned a shocking piece of good news. The couple's wedding is set for September 9th. Fans were so excited that they went crazy posting sweepstakes tweets in unlimited circles. Even a passing dog had to stop and exclaim, Shinjin Ichie is a perfect match. Most of Jojin's OnlyFans also expressed optimism and support. The man is not only a childhood friend who grew up with Jen, but also a world champion for his country. The main thing is that Jen herself likes it, and fans have sent their blessings. Shin Ichi's fans are even less picky, really, because she looks really super loved. Brother happiness. Meanwhile, countless top luxury brands are vying to sponsor the pair. September 9th, the wedding as promised. The location of an ancient castle in Europe. Ancient mystery, gorgeous and romantic. The black and gray castle is dotted with red roses, gently swaying in the breeze, delicate and passionate as fire. As a melodious melody played inside the castle, the beautifully carved ancient door slowly opened. The eyes of the entire room fell on the doorway in unison, looking nervously and expectantly at the bride. Xiaojin wore a white wedding dress, pure and holy. The wedding gown was embroidered with intricate floral patterns in fine golden threads, which glittered under the light. The large hemline is adorned with pearls and diamonds, like a river of stars flowing in the darkness of the night. Stunningly stunning. There were exclamations of wow from the audience. and the girl's eyes were full of envy. Shinichi stood at the other end of the red carpet. The knot in his throat rolled slightly, his thin lips pursed, and his gaze fell deep on his bride. Xiaojun, wearing a crown and veil and holding flowers in her hands, her red lips pursed in a pretty smile as she took a step toward him. Like a sparkling pearl, it glows with layers of veil-like luster. Snow White, flawless, delicate and charming. It's just like the scene in the dream. Shinichi was completely disorganized. His fingertips were trembling gently, his heart exploding with tremendous power with every beat, completely uncontrollable. The two men looked at each other in all directions. When he was looking at Xiaojun, Xiaojun also looked deeply at Shinichi. She hadn't seen Shinichi wearing a suit much, and a few moments of surprise suddenly welled up under her eyes. The man was dressed in a well-tailored black haute couture suit. His body was long and straight, his features were well-defined and aesthetic, and he exuded an untamed and compelling aura. The impact is even greater when you walk up to him and see him up close. Jojin retracted her gaze, thumping her heart, her cheeks gradually burning red. After the priest read the vows, the two men sincerely exchanged vows. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the room, Shinichi put on a diamond ring for her and slowly lifted the hazy veil. Jojin, he said as he softly pronounced her name in a volume that only two people could hear. I love you. Xiaojun noticed that Shinichi's eyes were red, and the man's originally flamboyant to the point of being unbeatable Danfang eyes were flooded with a small amount of tears. Her eyelashes fluttered and she raised her eyes slightly. I love you too. In the next second, Shinichi held her face, as if holding up the most precious and favorite jewels, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Live cameras are constantly videotaping and filming. The guests screamed with excitement and kept up a constant stream of well wishes. The bridesmaids and groomsmen were on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. For the wedding dinner, Xiaojun changed into her toast dress, an aqua blue pearl fishtail dress, like a little mermaid princess swimming out of an old painting. The three marchers, as part of the bridesmaids group, sent their heartfelt wishes. Little Jinjin, if Shinichi bullies you, just tell me, I'll beat him up. Hey, we'll always be your strongest support. Ooh, you must be happy, always be happy. Chen Meixiang now realizes her dream and is a beauty blogger with millions of fans. Shang Lulu has become a top painter. Yinyu is still on the dance path and has been on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. As time passes, we all coincidentally remembered the time when we used to play and laugh in the dormitory, and inexplicably our eyes were moist. I don't know who sobbed first, and along with the other two, they instantly dropped their tears and couldn't help bawling. Xiaojun's nose was sore and she hugged them tightly. Don't cry. We agreed that we would sit together and play mahjong even when we were 70 years old. In contrast to the bridesmaids, who were moved to tears, the groomsmen bared their teeth and grinned playfully. Congratulations, our brother Qi has finally gotten married. Niu Weifeng was still silently spitting to himself. Why does brother Qi look so good in a suit and I look like a real estate agent in a suit? It's not fair. Zheng Yu stroked his chin, frowned, and said seriously, actually, you're more like an insurance seller. Ha 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 ha, cracked up laughing. Asterisk. All you up. Zhang Ning little sister has also changed from that elementary school student to a middle school student who is about to take the midterm exam, and she has grown up especially fast. Jojin affectionately booped her on the cheek and the other quickly blushed. The evening wind blew, and the stars shone brightly, bright as diamonds, densely set in the infinite sky. As the wedding beautifully came to an end, the phrase, Xiaojun Shinichi wedding, also surged onto the hot searches and world trends, making countless people around the world envious. Wedding night. The top floor of the castle. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the two figures are ambiguously entwined, with an extreme difference between male and female body types. Xiaojun's hands were firmly held down and raised above her head, her whole body pressed against the cold floor-to-ceiling window. An aqua blue high-fashion fishtail dress had been torn to shreds, most of the gown's fabric scattered on the floor, with only a small portion hanging pathetically from her body. It's better to cover up than not to cover up at all. Behind her, the man, still meticulously dressed in a black suit, tightened his grip around her slender waist, his voice compelling. Don't worry, you can't see inside from the outside. Good girl, call me. Xiaojun was soft, her eyes were dense with water mist, her voice slightly trembled. Husband, don't. Shinichi hugged her tightly from behind and rubbed her face affectionately. Look outside. Jojin gasped softly and tilted her head, looking up into the dark night sky. In the next second, the sound of bangs suddenly rang out. The night instantly bloomed a colorful fireworks. Instantaneous stream of light, converging into a brilliant picture. Jojin pressed herself against the glass, her eyes reflecting the most romantic and passionate scene. The fireworks lasted for 10 minutes and lasted until midnight the next day. Shinichi held her in his arms and rolled her over directly, his voice compelling and provocative. Newlywed gift. Like it? Like. Xiaojun eyes rippled with autumn water like ripples, reached out and circled his neck, took the initiative to tilt his head and kiss his lips. proof of like with action. She liked fireworks, but she liked Chin Ichu even more. She would forever palpitate in this flame that was uniquely hers, and forever fall into the sun that favored her. Chin Ichi similarly wrapped his arms around her and lowered his head to hold her lips, kissing her back deeply. He really, holding that brightest and most radiant pearl, also really married the girl he adored for more than 10 years. Concluded. Afterward some author shredding. Finish scattering flowers, Omega, beginning and ending with the wedding night. After writing the story, there is always a strong sense of falling empty in my heart, very reluctant to finish. But I have always thought that the love story of Xiao Xiaojun and Qin Xiaoqi is still continuing in another world, and they will still be sweet, no matter in their past lives or in this life. Before I started, I thought I would write a sweet story like the princess didn't choose to marry the prince, but turned around and married the knight. Xiaojun is always sincere and kind. Even though she has been hurt by many people, she still maintains the purest and most beautiful heart. She is best described as beautiful, kind-hearted and sweet-sounding. Qin Ichi, on the other hand, has two faces, tugging and steel-cold to others, but the moment he sees Xiaojun, he will always show his doting and gentle side. Little Bunny Carrie and the Big Bad Wolf, running in both directions for each other's salvation. Every time I write a two-person candy spot, I'm so sweet that I roll around on my bed like crazy and calm down long enough to continue coding. A list of some of the more exciting sugar spots for me. Basketball game leg rubbing, amusement park haunted house, late night continuous microphone all night, hot springs drunk, Christmas Eve favoritism and luck, New Year's Eve and the first snow, Qin Ichi pretends to be drunk and begs to be fed, Xiaojun drunkenly stays in Qin Ichi's house, and the part of mutual confession. There are just too many to know which is everyone's favorite. It wasn't just Jojun who was heartbroken. I was excited too. I'm also particularly fond of the dormitory warriors group, and the three girls are shining in their respective fields. Chico's brothers are certainly young and accomplished. Everyone will be fine. It's still true that what goes around comes around, and those who really like you will surely be respected by their friends. The first time I wrote a young adult school subject, I was always caught up in self-doubt, worrying that I wouldn't be able to write it well, plus the setting of dreaming about some of the memories of the previous life. I'm afraid that some readers who jumped through the pages won't be able to understand it. The dream is only a small part of the emotional content, maybe only 5% of all memories of the past life. Otherwise it would be a rebirth. There is a difference between the two. I was originally writing a high school campus novel, and even saved up 100,000 words for it, but the first few chapters were always not approved for review, so I had to change it to college. This also results in some plots not being shown, which kind of blows me away. However, the advantage is that the speed of traveling vehicles can be greatly increased. Not only did Brother Happiness have a blast, but I had a blast writing about it. I don't know if everyone got a kick out of it. I'd like to thank all of you for writing this postscript. I couldn't let go of Joe, I couldn't let go of Chi, and I couldn't let go of everyone else when it was over. I wasn't very confident about this one at first, but it's good to know that there are many babies who have been with me all the way and given me a lot of confidence. And I always feel like there's a group of mysterious and cold readers who hardly ever speak, but keep chasing after more, so thanks for that as well. I also love saying goodnight to everyone, and I always get so happy when I read your messages that I feel like I've fallen into a honeypot. There are so many comments that some of the treasures may not have interacted. Regardless, I wish the little angels in front of the screen a happy and stormy day. Learning work are getting better and better. Why isn't the Chinjin Iche so sweet? Please move your fingers to give the book a 5-star praise. Bow and thank you. I'll see you in the next book if it's meant to be. Tsukino Mountain Fox 2024. 8. 9. Shinichi's Past Life Crush Episode 1. It was only when the first rays of sunlight shone into his heart and dispelled the darkness that his world was gradually colored. Shinichi was beaten again. His biological father, Shin Chong, is obsequious on the outside but heavy-handed on the inside, forcing his wife, Lin Ji, to give him money to play poker. When he grabbed Lin Ji's hair, Shinichi couldn't bear it and violently rushed up to hit him, but he was held down on the ground and beaten hard. The sound of bones clicking was constant. Lin Ji crawled over with red eyes, her face full of tears, whimpering and begging, "Don't hit, I'll give you money, I'll give you, don't you hit Xiao Qi." The dark, damp room reeked of rotten stench. Later, Qin Chong was satisfied to take the money and go out. Lin Ji, on the other hand, locked herself in her room. The woman's faint cries traveled through the door into Shinichi's ears, depressing him to the point that he couldn't breathe. No one remembers that it's his 10th birthday. Shinichi took it for granted and cleaned up the broken glasses on the floor in silence, with little emotional ups and downs. The next second, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. His hand paused as he gathered up the debris and opened the door with a blank face. The girl poked her head out quietly, covering her backpack, and said softly and cheerfully, "Brother Chi, I've come to spend your birthday with you." Shinichi froze. Xiaojun was dressed in a white nightgown, like a pure white cherub, radiating light all over. Her eyes were as clear as crystal as she carefully asked, I just saw that your father has gone out. Can I come in now? Shinichi turned around and looked at the wretched and dirty living room, pursing his lips helplessly. He blocked the doorway, his voice calm, go outside. There is a lawn in the back of the neighborhood that is secluded and rarely visited. The two of them sat quietly on the grass, looking up at the bright stars in the night sky, twinkling brightly one after the other. The evening breeze ruffled Jojin's hair as she pulled a piece of buttered bread from her small bag and tucked it into his arms, smiling sweetly. Happy birthday, no cupcakes. But this bread is really super unbeatable and delicious. Shinichi turned his head to look at her. She seemed to have some kind of magic power. When she smiled, her pretty eyes were shallowly curved, and two pair swirls rippled around her lips, like blooming jasmine flowers, so that people simply couldn't take their eyes off the eyes. Shinichi's eyes lingered on her face for a long time, silently bowed his head and tore open the plastic packaging of the bread. Thank you. The moment he was about to bite down, Xiaojin suddenly grabbed his wrist and winked. Shinichi, did you make a wish? Shinichi, I have nothing to wish for. It didn't work anyway. Once he'd made a wish so many times and it didn't help at all. Doesn't matter. As the words fell out of his mouth, Jojin lost a bit of steam visible to the naked eye, and silently leaned against his side. Shinichi looked at her for a while and asked, can you sing me a birthday song? It's okay. Xiaojin was immediately energized and sang softly for him. The girl's voice is refreshing, like a gentle wind in the south of the river, clean and natural. Shinichi lowered his head and nibbled on the bread, the dense creamy sandwich melting on his tongue. The cold winter wind gradually blew away the dark clouds, revealing the stringed moon with a loving and bright silver light. For some reason, Shinichi's heart beat a few times harder. The bread is sweet, her singing voice too. 4th grade. Shinichi's grades have always been poor, not writing his homework, sleeping in class, and every time he is called upon to answer a question, he doesn't say anything, and then gets punished for standing. He wasn't very good at math, so he just got down and went to sleep, yawning and filling in a few random multiple-choice questions before closing the paper. Perfectly avoid all the right answers. 0 points. The math teacher, a middle-aged man with a short temper, directly tore up his test paper and questioned him in a cold voice. Shinichi, are you out of your mind? Do you want me to hook you up with a neurologist? You're not going home tonight until you finish revising. You hear me? Shinichi retook a blank test paper and returned to the classroom with an expressionless face. At noon that day, Xiaojin had not yet eaten to sneak over to teach him the topic. The voice of the problem is pleasant to hear, and repeatedly take apart to say many times, but also praise him to encourage him. Shinichi suddenly realized that it wasn't really that hard. Xiaojin walked to his desk to stuff a handful of sugar, said with a light smile, you do not know the question and then come to ask me. I teach you. Oh, it's lemon-flavored hard candy. Shinichi silent for a long time. Light But when he came across a question he didn't understand again, he still didn't ask Xiaojin, fearing that she would think he was stupid too. Forget it, poor is poor. No one cares about his grades anyway. Once again, on his way back to class from the office, he happened to overhear a conversation between Jojin and one of the other girls. Jinjin, why don't you stay away from that Shinichi? I see that he's especially mean, and last time he actually hit someone. I heard that his father is a domestic violence man. This stuff is hereditary, you know. Xiaojin immediately raised her head to retort, her tone firm, he wouldn't just hit anyone. There must be something wrong with the other party. The girl sighed. Anyway, you stay away from him. He's at the bottom of the list and doesn't write his homework. So who would want to play with him except you? Besides, my mom doesn't allow me to make friends with people with poor grades. Otherwise my own grades will go down. So don't play with him either. The silhouettes of the two gradually faded away, and Shinichi leaned against the corner wall, not hearing what Xiaojin replied. But in that moment, for the first time, he strongly wanted to study hard. In the future, if Xiaojin didn't know any questions, he would like to teach her. Shinichi was very good at executing. Study hard all summer and finish your homework diligently. There was a quiz at the beginning of the school year and he got a 98 in math. The moment the test papers were handed out, he couldn't help but wonder how Xiaojin would feel if she knew. Anyway, it shouldn't be as far away from him as the woman said. Jojin ran to his class again to bring him chocolates and frozen place when she saw his math paper, slowly widening her eyes. Shinichi, you're so harsh. The rest of the words have not yet spoken. The next second, the math teacher full of anger rushed in to question him. Shinichi, hurry up to admit to me, you copy who this test? The nerve of you? The class bell rang, and Jojin had to leave with her head down and her head gray. Shinichi looked at her back as she left, his throat dry as if he was blocking a ball of cotton, unable to say a word. She was supposed to misunderstand him. The students around him also immediately threw him strange glances, contemptuous, disdainful, ridiculing, disgusted. No one will believe him. Even if the truth later came out and the math teacher privately apologized to him in shame, he didn't feel like making up for it. When school was over, Shinichi just wanted to make it clear, but Xiaojin jumped ahead. Shinichi, I'm sure you couldn't have copied someone else. You're just awesome. The girl grasped his hand firmly, her eyes soft and determined. A gust of wind blew, completely stirring up the lake of the heart. Shinichi heard his clear and powerful heartbeat, deafening. Another year of birthdays. This time Shinichi had a new birthday wish. He hoped that when he grew up, he could be like a knight, always by Xiaojin's side, always guarding her. Shinichi's past life crush episode, 2. Shinichi would always subconsciously memorize her every move, her preferences and habits. She loves lemon-flavored hard candies and strawberry cupcakes. She must add pearls and milk caps to the milk tea she drinks. She likes to listen to old-fashioned pure music, and she also likes quiet and romantic English songs. She met a woman in the next class and they became very good friends. She's wearing that little aqua blue dress again today. She wore it last Tuesday too. It's beautiful. When the two of them looked at each other, Shinichi was always the first to lose the battle and silently moved his eyes away. For some reason, he just didn't dare to look directly into Jojin's eyes, and the heart is beating fast. Flop, flop. Recently the female students began to circulate paper stars. The school entrance kiosk star paper are almost sold out. When Shinichi returned to his seat, he saw a golden star on the table, three-dimensional and full, as well as a delicate little card. Happy winter solstice. I'll send you a lucky little star. A sketchy little face is drawn at the end. Shinichi instantly recognized that it was Xiaojin's handwriting, proper and beautiful, completely different from his dog-eared handwriting. He held the paper star and stared at it for most of the day before gently placing it in his pencil pouch. Suddenly there was a girl's voice from the front. Oh my god, writing love words in the paper stars? It's really romantic. As soon as the words left his mouth, strange and complex emotions instantly surged in Shinichi's heart. He silently took the star out of the pencil bag and carefully studied it as he unwrapped it, but it's empty inside. He tried to fold it back again, but he couldn't go back. It wouldn't stand up no matter how he folded it. It was deflated in. So ugly. Shinichi scratched his head in annoyance. He also secretly bought a packet at the end of the school day and went home and practiced many times by folding it slowly according to the instructions on the package. He wrote carefully in the paper star, picking the same pink color that was Jojin's favorite. I like you. Of the countless stars, it is the prettiest one. The next morning, he took it out to Jojin in a pretense of carelessness. Xiaojin's eyes lit up with surprise as she accepted it. Why are you folding this too? I love it. Shinichi ear root slightly hot. Don't head, just, casually folded. The next second, he caught a glimpse of Xiaojin pulling out a small box from her school bag, all filled with colorful paper stars. It should have been given to her by someone else, and his star of confession became the most insignificant one, drowned in it. Shinichi wanted to say something, but stopped. An inexplicable surge of acidity surged within his heart, spreading to all his limbs and bones. Shinichi couldn't say when he started to like Xiaojin. It could have been when Jojin treated his wounds. It could have been when Jojin said she wanted to marry him as a child. It could have been when Jojin taught him the subject, or it could have been when Jojin believed in him unwaveringly. It's every steady, strong heartbeat, every soldierly glance at each other. Shinichi really realized his liking because he found himself emotionally uncontrollable. When Xiaojin was happy, he would be inexplicably happy. When Xiaojin was in a low mood, he would find it unpleasant. I think about her in class, I think about her at dinner, and I think about her before I go to bed. In short, I think about her every minute of every day. Draft paper with her name written all over it. She's like a glowing little sun, like a hopping bunny, like a dazzling jewel. She's just too good and too nice, everywhere, and her whole body sparkles. When he saw Xiaojin talking to other boys, Shinichi was always unhappy in his heart. He'll be jealous. Really wanted to sneak Jojin away from anyone. She has so many friends around her, but she was the only one in his world. Both went to the same middle school. Shinichi never dare to confess. Dare not say I like you that 4 words. If he fails, if Jojin turns away from him, then he really has nothing left. He didn't dare to imagine life without Jojin. Didn't want to go back to the gray, rotten world he once lived in. He's a coward. In his second year of junior high school, after drunkenly harassing a woman and being angrily beaten up by a coalition of others, Shinshong fell into a lake while walking and drowned. Shinichi's heart was indescribably happy. It was also then that he excelled in his grades, turned his personality around, and had frequent basketball dates. Gradually, I have more and more friends around me, and I have met many good brothers who are worthy of deep friendship. He went to and from school with Jojin as usual, coveting every second of being by her side. Late one night, he dreamed of Jojin in a sexy white halter, sitting on her knees in his lap, the young girl's head cocked and her voice delicate. Shinichi, do you like me? Charming and ambiguous. When he woke up, Shinichi realized his body's abnormality and his face was slightly stiff. In those days, he didn't even dare to talk to Xiaojin. much less look directly into Xiaojun's clear and simple eyes. He knew it was wrong to think that way, but during the day, those ambiguous images drilled into his mind like crazy, spreading and spreading. He really wanted to bully her, trying to dominate her. Shinichi thought that this emotion would slowly diminish over time, but he found himself liking Jojin more each day than the day before. She's cute when she laughs, cute when she cries, and even cuter when she blushes. Shinichi always wanted to rub her head, wanted to pinch her face, wanted to press her into his arms and kiss her lips hard. Flop, flop. Shinichi's heartbeat grew louder and louder, and there was only one thought deep inside. She's so good, so cute, so like. Jojin was always popular with the boys and girls. She was pretty, good-natured, sweet-voiced, and always extra warm and soft when she stared at someone and smiled. A typical good girl, and a bit self-conscious and introverted. She would often sit quietly with her eyes downcast. A lot of guys like her type. Shinichi always sees boys confessing to her, handing her love letters and flowers. She refused politely and dryly. After the failure of confession, those boys always scratch their heads and ask, Xiaojun, can we still be friends then? Jojin, however, shook her head and stayed away from those boys from then on. Just like a stranger, a tiny bit of joy would well up inside Shinichi's chest. Joy that Xiaojun didn't like them, but he also always felt a pang of sourness. If he confesses his love to Jojin, will Jojin stay away from him as well? In fact, except for knowing each other for a longer period of time, there was actually no difference between him and those boys. In Xiaojun's eyes, right? Both got very good grades and went to the same high school, which was also the best local high school with a high acceptance rate to prestigious schools. Shinichi was often glad. He was glad that he had known her since she was a child, and I was afraid that he was the one who knew Jojin best and most intimately. Apart from Jojin herself, they are childhood friends. The bond is really too deep and deep. From the ignorant young and then youth, they have experienced too much together, is different from the existence of ordinary friends. Shinichi always felt that in Xiaojun's heart, he should be a bit special, even just a little bit. Senior year, school night. Xiaojun stood on the stage and sang, in a swan-white dress, pure white and flawless, her voice refreshing. Countless people on stage cheered. Aha, pretty girl, I feel the flavor of first love. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boy playing the piano next to Xiaojun is Ji-Xian, right? Who is Ji-Xian? He is the most famous person in the school. The whole school, most girls like him. He's the second-year senior, very handsome, cool and refined, and his grades are always at the top of the list, and he's from a family of. The surrounding voices were a bit noisy, and Shinichi didn't pay much attention to the one called What Envy. He held up his cell phone off stage to record a video for Jojin, a light smile welling up under his eyes. She sang beautifully and she smiled beautifully, like a little angel glowing all over. However, at that time, Shinichi did not know that the nightmare is quietly coming. Shinichi's past life crush episode 3. After the school festival, Shinichi was keenly aware of the changes in Xiaojun. It was as if the young girl was harboring something that was secretly hidden in her heart. The two still carry their backpacks to school and through the gates together, until one day he saw Jojin's eyes light up. The young girl's fawn eyes looked like they were sprinkled with diamonds and sparkling. He froze and followed Jojin's gaze to a nice-looking boy standing not far away, the one who played the piano at the school festival. I do not know why. Shinichi's heart suddenly thumped, surging an ominous sense of crisis. It was the first time he'd ever seen Jojin look at another boy with such eager sincerity. His sense of crisis proved to be right. At the sports meeting, Shinichi had just finished running 1,000 meters, sweating profusely, and subconsciously looking for Xiaojun's figure. However, Xiaojun's gaze stayed on Ji-Xian, her eyes shining brightly. At the end of the men's high jump event, she went up to serve water with the other girls. Ji-Xian refused all the other girls, but not her, raised his hand and picked up the bottle of mineral water, calmly said thank you. As the words fell, Xiaojun slightly lowered her head, but a touch of scarlet was faintly visible at the base of her ears. Shinichi was standing not far away to witness everything. He clenched his fingers so hard it was like he had a rock stuck in his throat. Perhaps he had just finished running 1,000 meters, and he was suddenly a little out of breath. It hurts to even breathe. Shinichi always subconsciously observed her quietly. She would carefully peek at Ji-Xian, would run with the test papers and ask Ji-Xian questions, and would prepare small gifts and snacks for him. The young girl's eyes were full of bright stars. Turns out she likes boys like that. Shinichi could only watch this happen, unable to do anything. Quietly, a seed called sourness was planted in his heart, slowly taking root and firmly wrapping itself around his entire heart, wrapped up in a vague twitch of his heart. Once again, Xiaojun went to Ji-Xian with her math papers. Shinichi found a chance to appear in front of her in feigned carelessness. Have a question you don't know? Jojin stopped and looked at him, nodding honestly. The blue and white school uniform looked great on her, clean and neat, with a high ponytail of youthful vigor. The knot in Chin Ichu's throat rolled. I'll teach you. He is now top of his grade in math, and there is almost no problem he can't do. Just like Jojin had taught him before, now it was his turn to teach Jojin. However, Xiaojin only gently shook her head and pursed her lips in a light smile. Thank you, but no need. Someone will teach me. Even her steps were light as she walked to meet Ji Xian. Chin Ichu stood in place, frozen for a long time, slow to return to his senses. Late at night, all is silent. Chin Ichu hasn't been sleeping well lately. The matter of Xiaojin liking Ji Xian gradually became well known. She always followed Ji Xian, smiling sweetly, and Ji Xian never rejected her. As a man himself, Chin Ichi could tell from the minutiae that Ji Xian also cared about Xiaojin, or else he wouldn't have allowed her to tag along. The darkened bedroom. Chin Ichi lay on the bed, still holding the bear doll that Xiaojin had given him in his arms, and reached out to rub the bear's head. He desperately tried to suppress the bitterness and jealousy that spewed up inside him, but the more he suppressed these emotions, the more they grew wild. Chin Ichu closed his eyes deeply and rolled over. Obviously said I'd grow up and marry him. Jojin. Lying is for puppies. A crush is a person soldiering, an adoration hidden in the shadows, not seeing the light of day. It's bitter, sour and astringent. Chin Ichi constantly reassures himself that there are still a few crushes in the world that come true in the end, as long as Xiaojin is happy and joyful. She had been abandoned by her relatives once as a child, and her family loved that brother even more. Yeah, as long as she's doing well. Chin Ichu lowered his eyes, his throat a little dry. He had already drawn too much warmth and strength from Jojin to have asked for more. Yet such thoughts didn't last long before they completely collapsed, for he saw Jojin crouching on the ground, bewildered and lost. The young girl silently hugged her knees and choked with her head down, like a bunny with drooping ears. She was bullied by those boys around Ji Xian. Those boys always treated Xiaojin with prejudice and ridicule, looking down on her origin, looking down on her family background, and demeaning her both explicitly and implicitly. Once Chin Ichu happened to overhear their conversation. Ha ha, she's kinda like a free babysitter. Haven't you guys noticed that every time you tease her, it's especially fun? It was clear that Ji Xian was also present, and it was clear that Ji Xian heard all the conversations word for word, but he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. He's tacitly approving of this behavior, even pushing for it in secret. Chin Ichi's veins rippled at the corners of his forehead, and he didn't move to clench his fists, his bones creaking. Sophomore. I don't know when it started, but Chin Ichi realized that he was getting farther and farther away from Xiaojin. It was obvious that the two still bought breakfast together and went to and from school together, but he just felt that there were fewer and fewer words between them. Sometimes when they walked together, he didn't know what to talk about. It's more like what's known as a walking hitch. Before they clearly had so much to say. In the middle of summer, cicadas chirped loudly, and the balsam camphor tree on the roadside outside the school had dense leaves and emitted a faint fragrance. A leaf slowly fell on Xiaojin's head as a warm breeze blew by. Chin Ichu reached out and tried to brush the leaves away for her. Xiaojin, however, suddenly took a step to the side, avoiding his hand and raising her eyes to ask, "What's wrong?" Chin Ichu's fingertips froze in midair. After a few seconds, he lowered his hand, his voice low, "It's nothing, there's a fallen leaf on your head." Jojin shook her head and reached down to pull the leaf off like nothing had happened. At that moment, Chin Ichu gradually realized, Jojin is deliberately distancing herself from him. During her senior year of high school, Jojin focused on her studies, aiming for Kyoto University. Chin Ichi would pass by class 2 almost every period after class, pretending to go to the restroom to wash his hands carelessly, but in reality, he was sneaking a look at Xiaojin through the glass window. Sometimes she's looking down at her homework, scribbling and writing. A soft halo of light colored her face as she sat quietly in her seat, her eyes focused, her glistening white fingertips gripping her pencil. Sometimes she was sharing a snack with her tablemates, her favorite lime-flavored chips, not knowing what interesting things to talk about. Her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent shape, her lips curved up in an arc, rippling with two-pair swirls. Sometimes she slept on her desk, looking tired and worn out from learning. Teenage girl sleeping face serene and peaceful, eyelashes long and thick, resting on the arm to sleep extraordinarily sweet. Chin Ichu thought he was probably crazy. He wanted to see Xiaojin every moment. He wanted to stay beside Xiaojin every second. He wanted to stick to her forever and never separate. He seems to be poisoned, and Jojin is the only antidote. Chin Ichi and his friends had a date to play basketball and went to have a barbecue afterward. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the owner quickly serves an assortment of meats. One of the boys sighed silently and said bitterly, "Harm. I confessed to my girl that I've known for 4 or 5 years and was rejected. Now I can't even be friends. She avoids me when she sees me." Suddenly, Chin Ichi's fingertips holding the drink lurched, as if something was churning uncontrollably in his chest. He tried hard to suppress the emotional ups and downs in his mind. The brother next to him rushed to comfort him, patting his shoulder. "Older brother, look at it openly, rejected we just like someone else, but I just can't get her out of my mind. I just love her ooh. As he spoke, the boy bawled his eyes out, sniffling and tearing up, causing the barbecue restaurant owner to freeze in place. The bystander stuffed pate madly into his mouth. Don't cry, can't I take you to the king today? I say you should learn from Brother Chi. There is no woman in your heart, no one to love. There is not even a girl in the game that you can play with. Chi Canyon, gaga awesome. Shinichi silently took a sip of his drink, hung his eyes, and didn't retort. It's like everyone around him thinks he won't like anyone, but he was the only one who knew. Many years ago, a sincere and kind bunny lived in his heart. Shinichi's past life crush episode 4. The high school exams are over. Shinichi went to the same university as Xiaojin as he wished. The boulder in his heart finally fell to the ground when he saw Xiaojin receive the same admission letter. Get to go to the same school as her again. They have been in school together since elementary school and have walked the school-to-home route countless times together. How is that not destiny? However, college is very different from primary and secondary school. The college campus was just too big, and the two were in different colleges, so it was usually hard to meet them. For a month after enrollment, Shinichi didn't even see Xiaojin's figure. Surrounded by strange new faces, he could no longer eat breakfast and walk home with Jojin like he used to. He could no longer pass by her class and sneak a peek at her like he used to, under the guise of going to the bathroom. The sea of people was so vast that he really, somewhat failed to find her. Shinichi looked through the chat logs from time to time. The only top, for a long time, did not sprout red dots. They hadn't talked in a long time. The last time we chatted was when we bought high-speed rail tickets to school together. Obviously, I used to be able to send dozens of messages a day, but now I haven't had a single message in dozens of days. He didn't know what he should talk to Jojin about. Invisibly, it seemed like they were really getting farther and farther apart. There were a few new restaurants in the cafeteria at noon, and Shinichi ordered a beef bibimbap and sat on an empty seat. Roommate Nyoe Thing cheaply sat across from him. Brother, there is no class this afternoon. Promise to take me on the ace of 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 the ace. Shinichi lazily answered and chucked a piece of meat. In the next second, his entire body stiffened in place. Jojin was sitting at the table diagonally across from her. She followed Ji Xian and the others to dinner, moving carefully and remaining quiet the entire time. It doesn't look comfortable or happy at all. Just as she raised her head and her eyes were about to sweep over, Shinichi immediately lowered his head. Inside the noisy cafeteria, Nyoe Feng's twittering words still lingered in his ears, but he couldn't hear anything. No appetite at all. The second encounter was half a month later. Shinichi witnessed Xiaojin holding the gift box and tucking it into Ji Xian's arms with great anticipation. Ji Xian refused the gifts from all the other girls, but only accepted hers, yet his expression remained indifferent. Peace of mind and enjoyment of it all is always the high attitude. Shinichi's eyelashes drooped slightly. His chest felt like it was clogged with a sponge soaked in water, stuffy and uncomfortable. The sky drifted a pattering drizzle. He held an umbrella. His heart seemed to be densely drenched with raindrops as well. Can't tell you what it's like. The dormitories of Kyoto University students are divided into many different campuses, and the male and female dormitories are divided more openly. Jojin followed her roommate down the rocky path. Shinichi stood still, watching her back get smaller and smaller until it disappeared before he lifted his foot and continued walking towards the bridge. He was holding an umbrella and happened to be walking behind those people from Ji Xian and heard them say, "What did you say?" Xiaojin's birthday gift to Ji Xiao was a scarf. Hand-knitted? The tone was dismissive and disgusted. Ha ha, who gives away scarves these days? How corny. And Ji Xian stood in the very center, never saying a word. Shinichi froze, as if he was pinned in place. The fingers holding the umbrella kept clenching, veins rippling on his arms. He couldn't help but picture Xiaojin's earnest knitting in his mind, and his heart abruptly ached. The raindrops falling from the sky at the moment were like densely packed silver needles, viciously stabbing at the wretched man. Shinichi can occasionally meet Xiaojin on campus, but every time, she followed beside Ji Xian, her eyes always shining brightly. She smiled so brightly and brightly, while the other person was always cold and expressionless. Then later, Shinichi saw Xiaojin crouching alone in a corner, silently burying her head. In that instant, the seed in Shinichi's heart grew and grew into a sharp thorn that stuck deep into the flesh of his heart and could never be pulled out. He was going crazy with jealousy. Countless times I wanted to rush over. Countless times I wanted to snatch Xiaojin back, hold her tightly in my arms, and threaten her that she was not allowed to like Ji Xian, not allowed to like anyone else. But, he is simply not qualified or in a position to do so. Shinichi clenched his fingers and eventually put them down feebly, his eyes inexplicably burning up. He sighed and closed his sore eyes. Stupid green plums, foolishly holding a true heart up to them. And what do they think as a result? Even if you like someone else, even if you like some other ordinary boy, why did you have to like Ji Xian? He's not good for you. The people around him are not good for you either. They're all bullying you. On his birthday, Shinichi finally waited for the news of the top. Jojin, happy birthday. For some reason, it was clear that Xiaojin had sent a message, but Shinichi still couldn't be happy. This blessing is just like the one sent by ordinary classmates. It was like they could never go back to the days when they were close as children. Shinichi lowered his eyes and placed the diary about Xiaojin on the bottom drawer. He's still waiting a long time, even if you can't wait a lifetime. At the end of the night, he wished on a candle and had 2 birthday wishes this year. I hope Jojin can be happy and joyful. I hope Jojin doesn't stay away from him again. Shinichi began to paralyze himself with training, constantly practicing racing, hoping that when he climbed to the top, Xiaojin would see him. However, the road wasn't all that great. He has some talent, but his opponents are equally talented. More than anything else, it takes effort, enough faith and courage. In one race, he was taking a corner as usual, but the driver next to him was taking a corner too low and lost control of his car and crashed straight into him. There was a loud bang. The only sound left in his ears was the ear-splitting friction between the tires and the track, with sparks flying in all directions. After rolling numerous laps, Shinichi fell hard outside the track. Watching a dozen cars behind them sprint to the finish line, he paused, as if falling into an abyss, and closed his eyes in despair. It's a very important game and he's that close. Winter to spring. Xiaojin and Jixian are together. Shinichi was eating an orange when he learned the news. He moved, looking suddenly dazed. The orange in his mouth was so sour that the astringency permeated every cell of his body and the bitterness raged and rolled around in his chest. It was like something was stuck in his throat. It's stuffy, suffocating, and you can't keep these negative emotions down. In the past, Shinichi always wished he could meet Xiaojin on campus and see her more often. But I don't want to now, because he could always see Xiaojin taking the initiative to hold Jixian's hand. Surrounded by emerald green camphor trees, the leaves swaying in the wind, the sunlight shed dappled light and shadow. A man and a woman walked shoulder to shoulder in the campus. Even the surrounding scenery was reduced to their background plate. It was not until the 2 figures in the line of sight gradually disappeared that Shinichi slowly came back to his senses. It was as if the acidity had turned into a poisonous snake that wrapped itself firmly around his heart, biting bloody, wounded holes every now and then and hurting him to the point of madness. It's obviously a hot summer day, but he was as cold as ice, and his body was piercingly cold. As the person who knew Xiaojin the best, Shinichi could understand how much she really liked Jixian. A young girl's fondness is precious and pure, full of others, but it was as if others didn't care about her heart, didn't care about her feelings. As another year passed, the smile on her face dwindled, and more than a little loss crept into the bottom of her eyes. Shinichi has nightmares from time to time. He dreamed that he was in a luxurious wedding hall. Under the bright lights, the bride was dressed in a snow-white exquisite wedding dress. The groom was wearing a valuable black suit, and the 2 of them wore diamond rings and looked at each other fondly under the gaze of the crowd. That's Xiaojin and Jixian. Shinichi froze. His brain went down and he was slow to react. He didn't manage to get up until Jojin changed into her gold toasting dress and walked up to him. Shinichi lifted his wine glass and rolled the knot in his throat. Wanting to speak, after a long time, he said with a dry throat, "Happy newlyweds." Jojin paused, blinking her bewildered, puzzled eyes as if she were looking at a complete stranger. Her tone polite. "This gentleman, may I ask if you are?" When the words fell, Shinichi's heart suddenly stabbed. He clenched his fingers hard, his voice hoarse and tired. "Xiaojin, I'm Shinichi. You don't remember me?" The other man thought hard for a moment before gently shaking his head. In a flash, Shinichi's entire body was gradually losing its strength, and the taut strings in his mind suddenly snapped. She really doesn't remember him. Boom! A muffled sound came from the dormitory, as if something heavy had hit the ground, and the piercing sound echoed through the air, cutting through the endless blackness of the night. Shinichi suddenly woke up with a start, his eyes snapping open, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and his heartbeat echoing inside his chest like a drumbeat. He rushed to open the cell phone on his pillow. 3:42 a.m. It was dark and frighteningly quiet all around him, with only the sound of his heavy breathing and his ever-beating heartbeat. Shinichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Thankfully it was just a dream, but his whole right hand is still trembling. Shinichi's past life crush episode 5. Graduated from college. In the past 2 years, Shinichi has been focusing on his racing career, training day and night, almost desperately challenging his limits. He wanted to fight for his country. He wants the world title. He wants to be at the top. He wants to be seen by Jojin. Would she bend her bright eyes and smile at him as she had done when she was a child? "Brother Chi, you're awesome." Thinking about it, Shinichi slowly lowered his eyes, a sour tide rising in his chest. "I don't think so, but at least, don't forget him." After graduation, Shinichi hadn't seen Xiaojin for a long time, and even the number of chats was pitifully low. The last time we talked was when he sent Happy New Year. After that, I couldn't find a chance to talk to her anymore. Repeatedly typing and deleting in the chat dialog box again, not knowing what to say. It turns out that there really are phases between two people. Shinichi could only follow her every move on the internet. She successfully broke into the public eye on a competitive music variety show and signed with a media company to make her debut. On the night of the finale, the number of microblog followers broke 800,000, but as early as the day she opened her personal account, Shinichi had already been silently following her. When her followers were still in the single digits, he would subconsciously save every selfie of Jojin, would carefully read every genuine tweet of Jojin, and would listen to every song she ever sang in a single song loop. It's a good thing she's successfully famous. I hope her star shines brightly. Jojin's fan base is growing, but has suffered just as many rumors and smears. Then black fans always attack her indiscriminately, denigrate her with the most vicious language in the world, ugly posthumous photos, and curse her to die in the bed of the Golden Master. The most serious rumor also made it to the top of the hot search civic list, and the comments section was openly mocking and disparaging, as if messing with someone. The black circulars of marketing numbers are flying all over the place, and even unknown passers-by are being led to stomp on them. Seeing those dark remarks, dense pain welled up in Shinichi's heart, like he had been viciously stabbed and bled by countless silver needles. It hurt so much it's suffocating. He thought that Jojin would surely see it. She must be very sad and upset. Shinichi was used to scrolling through her microblog every day. In the beginning, she was like a happy and energetic little sunshine with a myriad of daily routines to share. Sometimes it's a photo of her own face. Sometimes it's a pretty evening sun. Sometimes it's a kitten or puppy on the side of the road. She's chirpy and often replies to her fans' comments sincerely. But after being wildly taken out of context by black fans, she tweeted less and less frequently. She must have still seen it and seen the extreme comments. She was never confident enough in the first place, and lately she seemed to be getting worse. Shinichi's microblogging nickname is Waiting for a Pearl. He would always leave a message underneath to encourage her and support her, even if the odds are she won't see it. Shinichi didn't miss any of her concerts, and the same goes for today. Besides, it's her 23rd birthday. He entered early and waited. Soon a little girl came alongside and gave out little peripheral gifts to many people. Shinichi also received it, a canvas bag printed with Xiaojin's cartoon pattern, which contained a homemade small card and a standing card. He accepted the perimeter gift. Thank you. The girl looked to be a high school student, her hair tied with a golden ribbon and a golden dress. That's Jojin's backup color. Her position was right next to Shinichi, probably because it was the first time she came to see a concert. She was excited and talked especially a lot. Ugh, when did you like Sister Jo? I've loved her since the time she was on the show. I really super love her. At those words, Shinichi paused. He curved his lips and smiled lightly, his eyes rolling a little. I've liked her for a long time too. I've loved her since I was a kid. It has been, for many years, and after all these years, it's like he's long since gotten used to the sour feeling. Shinichi looked intently at Xiaojin's stage. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that today's Xiaojin wasn't quite right. The concert is over. Shinichi said happy birthday, but that blessing ended up drowning in the screams of countless fans, as it once was. The unassuming confessional paper star drowned inside the other stars. As we walked out of the arena, the sky happened to be pouring with rain. Shinichi was holding an umbrella, aimlessly driving around in the rain, with Xiaojin's octave box still playing on a loop in his headphones. In the next second, in the pouring rain, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his sight fell deeply on a person next to the road. Even though she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, Shinichi had a strong intuition. The figure resembles Jojin. Realizing this, Shinichi's heart thumped wildly. The thoughts of countless days and nights seemed to suddenly have a place to vent, and every cell burned with excitement. Excitement, nervousness, and fear. Complex emotions turned into raging waves, completely drowning him. She had no umbrella and was drenched in a torrential downpour. The next instant, a red car was speeding toward her. Even as it was gaining speed, Shinichi reacted very quickly. Without any thought, without hesitation, rushed up and ran forward holding her. The rainstorm hit the ground with a small splash. The woman's sunglasses fell to the ground, and Shinichi happened to see those familiar eyes. It's really Jojin. Surprisingly, it's really her. Xiaojin was stunned. Her voice choked. Shin-ichi. In a flash, it was as if the whole world was just the two of them. Shinichi's chest continued to rise and fall, frantically suppressing the excitement and sourness within. After a long silence, he let go, his voice husky. It's been a long time. Truly, it's been too long. Jojin nodded frostily and said the same long time no see. Shinichi picked up the black umbrella that fell on the ground and propped it over her head, pretending to be careless. I stopped by to see your concert. He heartily tilted his umbrella slightly in Jojin's direction. Happy birthday, Jojin. Ravioli store. Both were drenched and sitting facing each other. The owner enthusiastically brought up 2 bowls of hot wontons. Come on, 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 come on. There were no other customers in the store, and Xiaojin took off her mask, sniffled, and silently bowed her head to eat the ravioli. She didn't say a word, and her mood looked low and bad. Shinichi didn't know if she was still Ji Xian's girlfriend now, and he didn't deliberately ask, didn't think about interfering and destroying other people's feelings. He just settled down to eat ravioli with Jojin. Just like in the old days, they always had breakfast together too. He remembers that Xiaojin's favorites were vinegar and scallions, fried salted tofu and milky buns, and bacon pancake fruits. At that time, it was only ordinary, but now things are different. Even eating a meal together feels like a luxury, an ethereal and empty dream. After a long time, Shinichi turned around and said, "Boss, check out." Within a few days, Shinichi learns of Xiaojin and Ji Xian's breakup through a mutual friend. It was Zhou Jin who mentioned it. For some reason, the news that he had once looked forward to countless times, now that it had actually come, Shinichi did not have the slightest bit of joy or excitement. It only felt like his heart was tightly bound by chains, and he was drearily breathless. He couldn't help but wonder what Xiaojin had been going through emotionally for so many years. A bleak disappointment shrouding his entire being. She must have suffered a lot, must have shed a lot of tears in secret. Shinichi rubbed his brow, grated for a long time, and typed on his cell phone screen, "Do you know where Jojin lives now?" Shinichi's past life crush episode 6. Shinichi moved. The new home is right across the street from Jojin. On the day of the move, Xiaojin just happened to go out, and when she saw him, her eyes welled up with surprise and incredulity. "Shinichi, are you going to live here?" Shinichi pushed his suitcase while feigning surprise, his tone languid. "Aang, you live here too?" "Aha!" Jojin blinked and smiled extra sweetly. "That's too much of a coincidence." Shinichi gently hooked his lips. "It's quite a coincidence, Jojin. We're meant to be." Even if it really wasn't meant to be, he could create it with his own hands. Shinichi moved several large boxes to his new home. The box was filled with gifts that Jojin had once given him, and things that he was going to give Jojin. Over the years he still prepared birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, and New Year's gifts. For Xiaojin, unfortunately, he never had the opportunity to send it out. I don't know why. As soon as he saw those beautiful and exquisite things, he wanted to buy and give them to her. Even bought necklaces, crystal shoes, diamond rings, even if the chances of sending it out are slim. But he still had to be fully prepared for that slightest possibility. To show her gratitude to Shinichi for rushing out to save her on the day of the rainstorm, Xiaojin offers to treat him to dinner. The food was Western. Shinichi picked up his knife and fork to cut his steak and asked lightly, "By the way, are you and Ji Xian still together?" He knew the outcome, but he was paying attention to Jojin's micro-expressions. At those words, Xiaojin took a sip of orange juice without the slightest hint of despondency or sadness, her voice soft and calm. "No, it's broken up." She wasn't sad at all, but instead exuded a sense of relief. Seeing this scene, the huge stone that was pressing on Shinichi's chest then slowly fell to the ground. His appetite suddenly picked up and he ate a lot at this meal, even as his sleep quality improved dramatically that night. Since then, the two have gradually become more in touch. Shinichi chose to take the initiative. In these months, he took the initiative to take Xiaojin on a motorcycle ride, took the initiative to take her to see the sunrise and sunset, went to eat night snacks and barbecue, went to climb the mountain to see the sea, and went to escape from the secret room to go to various places, but always as a good friend. The two grew warmer and closer together. Originally estranged, always sharing interesting things about their daily lives, Shinichi saw her smile pleasantly, and his own mood inexplicably changed for the better. Even just being close to Jojin made him feel like even the air around him was sweet. The heart was pounding wildly, like little bubbles popping out of a summer drink bottle. "Actually, I'm lucky to be that close to her. Friends will be friends." On his 24th birthday, Shinichi sent a friend circle, the text roughly meaning that he was alone on his birthday. Quite a sense of loss. This circle of friends is visible to only one person. Within a few minutes, Jojin poked him for a private chat. "Let's go to the movies." Bunny probe. JPG, looking at the top 2 messages. The corner of Shinichi's mouth gently curled up. Good. A small fire burned vaguely within him. After all these months together, Jojin seemed to be more and more different to him. The girl's eyes shone brightly, as if they contained billions of bright stars when she looked at him, and within 2 seconds of meeting her eyes, she immediately lowered her head and retracted her gaze. A shocking speculation surged through Shinichi's brain. Did she like herself a little? Even just a little bit? Cinema. This recent time there is nothing newly released blockbusters. Shinichi's eyes fell on a youthful romance film. It's about a male crush. The most out of the loop is the male lead's line. My crush, when will I glimpse the light of day? Shinichi was pinned in place. The corner of his lips moved, just about to open his mouth, which unexpectedly, the next second, Xiaojin excitedly pointed at the screen. Shinichi, let's watch this anti-war movie. Shinichi, the little fire that had just started went out in a flash. It seems it was all in his own head and his own brain. Also, how could Xiaojin like him? If she really wanted to like, together for so many years, she should have liked. The two of them walked down a deserted path after watching an anti-war movie in the evening. Suddenly a group of people in masks appeared, holding up cell phones to face them. Ah, is that Jojin? Quickly, grab her and tie her up. She's changed her cell phone number. The phone doesn't even work. Excited screams and indignant curses mingled. Shinichi instantly realized that this group of people were illegitimate, extreme and deranged suitors, psychopaths, stalking, spying and harassing artists to fulfill their selfish desires. Without much thought, Shinichi directly pulled Xiaojin into his arms, fiercely picked her up, and quickly ran to the far corner. Behind the shaded tree, he held Jojin tightly in his arms and lowered his voice. Don't move. Jojin nodded as she dutifully buried herself in front of his chest, reaching around him dependently. In that instant, Shinichi's heart thumped inside his chest, and the sound was deafening. A long time passed until the voices of the group of extreme fans completely disappeared, and only then did Shinichi let go of her, his voice low and hoarse. They're gone. Have to admit it. After all these years, he still only likes Jojin. These likes did not diminish with the number of times we saw each other, nor were they washed away by the flood of time, but grew stronger. He finally hugged her, even if it's just a forced hug. On the way back, the streetlights dragged the shadows of the two men infinitely long. The night was dark and silent. Just when Shinichi thought the secret love would never see the light of day, he suddenly realized. A scarlet blush crept up Jojin's ears. Like a blushing bunny, she followed him silently, not daring to look at him directly. Xiaojin's resources have been pitifully scarce lately, and when she finally got a chance to show her face on a hit variety show and do a task with one of the male actors, she was maliciously edited. The edited video shows her as a downright bad woman who is backwards and loves to rub it in, causing the toxic only fan of that top streaming male celebrity to break out in tears. Xiaojin was again splashed with dirty water, and the black hot search soared to the top of the hot list. Shinichi opened his microblog, and underneath Xiaojin's latest selfie, it was almost all rumors and insults. The nasty comments were so bad that even he couldn't read them. Shinichi took a deep breath and sent her WeChat. Are you free? Do you want to go see the sea together? If she's sad and upset, then take a walk with her. Online opinion is still festering. On the plane to the beach, Jojin hung her head slightly and didn't say a word. Shinichi rolled the knot in his throat and only stayed quiet with her. After getting off the airplane, Shinichi was opening the map when a message popped up on Sina Weibo. Eat melon. Female singer Xiaojin frequently rubbed top stream star Liang Yanza hot. Even. He jerked his cell phone off, but Jojin had already seen it. Her face turned pale and she suddenly grabbed his hand, her tone anxious. Shinichi, listen to me. I know. Shinichi interrupted her, holding her cold hand back, warming her little by little with his own warmth. Jojin, I believe you. Even if everyone says that Xiaojin is not good, he will still not hesitate to believe in Xiaojin and stand by Xiaojin without hesitation. Just as Jojin had sworn to him. I believe in you. Shinichi had intended to accompany her for a walk, but far from underestimating the viciousness of human nature. In front of the hotel, a bunch of black fans suddenly rushed up and screamed, quickly apologize to our brother Yanzei. In the next second, a tub of clear liquid was thrown towards Xiaojin. Shinichi's body reacted first then his brain, violently sidestepping in front of Xiaojin and holding her down tightly in his arms. Wow! The cold, biting water poured down, thoroughly soaking his back. Shinichi lowered his eyes, looking at the person in his arms. The hair threads are not wet half, which slowly relaxed. She's fine. It's good that she's okay. Surrounded by a sound of shock, the hotel security personnel also immediately came out to block the black powder. Private students quickly called the police. The scene was chaotic. This went on until late at night, and the group of black fans ended up just verbally apologizing, because the splash was just plain old tap ice water. It's also fortunate that it's tap water. Shinichi took a shower and changed into his pajamas and opened the door to his hotel room to see Xiaojin standing outside with red eyes. Her eyes were moist and she lowered her head slightly, as if she had done something wrong. Shinichi's heart throbbed, pulling her in and closing the door, pretending to be relaxed as he asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaojin lowered her eyes, her voice trembling lightly. "Why did you stand in front of me just now?" If she splashed something else. 2 months ago, there was news of black fans throwing acid abroad and that artist was almost disfigured. Before she finished, Shinichi couldn't help but rub her head, his tone extremely serious. Then I'll stand in your way, too. Will always protect you. In the next second, Xiaojin's long-suppressed tears snapped and fell, pearl-like, one sliding silently across her cheeks. Shinichi raised his hand to gently wipe her tears. He knew that tonight's encounter was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Resources were intercepted. The variety show malicious editing, attacks and abuse. Fans off. These grievances, how can Xiaojin completely bear it? Shinichi sighed and held her down in his arms, patting her back, his throat dry. Don't cry. Tomorrow you'll take you to see the sea, okay? Jojin buried herself in his arms and nodded, reaching out of her own accord to wrap her arms around his waist, even rubbed his chest affectionately. In a flash, Shinichi froze, his body stiffened, and he looked incredulously at the person in his arms. After a short trip to the beach, the two returned to real life. December 31st, New Year's Eve. Shinichi took out the diamond ring velvet gift box in his pocket and looked at it for a long time. People are greedy. Originally thought it was enough just to be near her, even as a pure friend, but now he wanted more. He's too greedy. Wanted to tie Jojin to himself, always together, never apart. But counting the days, Xiaojin had liked Ji Xian for 7 years. After 7 whole years of having her heart broken, she shouldn't be too able to commit to her next relationship very quickly. The knot in Shinichi's throat rolled and he silently put the diamond ring gift box back. Keep waiting. At that moment, however, there was a sudden knock on the door. Shinichi walked to open the door, and Xiaojin was standing in the doorway, looking at him blearily. Shinichi, I want to drink. Can you stay with me? Tonight is New Year's Eve. As far as I can remember, every time there was a New Year's Eve when I was a child, everyone in Xiaojin's family would go back to their hometown for a reunion, her stepfather's hometown, leaving Xiaojin alone. In those days, Zhou Jin would run to his house every year to watch TV together, but she hasn't crossed the New Year together since she liked Ji Xian. Shinichi has a few bottles of red wine at home. He poured the wine and turned on the TV to randomly show the movie Crazy Animal City, and without bothering to ask Jojin why she suddenly wanted to drink, she stayed with her in silence. Jojin is not a very good drinker and even gets drunk when she dabbles in alcohol. She'd had a lot of drinks tonight and her eyes were red, and several times she'd peeked at him, wanting to say something, but whenever he lifted his eyes, Xiaojin scowled and shrank back, drooping her head, not daring to meet his gaze. It's as if it's secretly hiding some little secret. Shinichi clinked glasses with her and asked, "What's wrong?" The movie was loud, but Jojin was especially quiet, murmuring softly, "I'm not happy." Shinichi patiently coaxed her, "Then what can I do to make you happier?" At this moment, the movie happens to play the line that Nick the Fox said, "Okay, come here and cuddle. Wipe your tears. Why are you crying?" Xiaojin finished another glass of wine, intoxicated, her fair face haloed with a layer of pink, and said in a jar, "Shinichi, I want a hug too." She sounded aggravated, but like she was pouting, and as she spoke, she surreptitiously watched his reaction, her eyes nervous and expectant. Shinichi's heartbeat steeply missed a beat, and his rhythm was completely disorganized, back and forth to make sure those were the words that came out of Jojin's mouth. The knot in his throat rolled slightly as he stood up and wrapped his arms around the shaking Jojin, taking her gently into his arms and asking, "Does that make you feel better?" Through a thin layer of pajamas, he could even feel the arc of Xiaojin's body in front of him, close to each other, extraordinarily soft and comfortable. Shinichi's ears gradually burned with desire. "It always feels like I'm an animal taking advantage of people." Favorably, Xiaojin didn't know anything. She nodded her head a little and buried herself in his arms, her voice sweet and soft and slurred. To touch the head, Shinichi raised his hand and rubbed her head dotingly, like he was patiently smoothing the fur of a small animal, as they were when they were very, very small. Xiaojin's mood slowly changed for the better, tilting her head back to look at him, her eyes adorned with crystal and diamonds as if she only had him in her eyes. She winked and said, "And a kiss." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinichi's fingers suddenly lurched. Xiaojin couldn't wait any longer and reached out to poke him in the chest. "Come on, I want a kiss." She looked ridiculously drunk, and any number of nonsense demands popped up. Shinichi helplessly pinched her face, lowered his head, and just wanted to reason with her. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Xiaojin stood on her tiptoes and dominantly cupped his face, containing his lips, kissing him as eagerly as a small beast, with the smell of slightly red wine and the light scent of sweetness. Shinichi completely froze in place, and his entire body felt like it had been viciously nailed down. After Xiaojin packed, her eyes turned even redder and her voice choked. "Shinichi, why are you so nice?" She tried desperately to hold it back, but eventually broke down completely, sobbing profusely and clinging to his waist. "I like you. What should I do? I really like you so much." At that instant, Shinichi's eyes rolled, The barren and desolate heartland seemed to grow tender green buds and blossomed with vibrant colors. All those years of his crush, finally an echo. The next day Xiaojun woke up from Qin Ichi's bed. Last night's drunken Xiaojun particularly good. Full of I only like you. I like Qin Xiaoqi the most, but also had to sleep on his bed. Not to sleep on the aggrieved cry, forcing him to make do with a night on the sofa. Or maybe Qin Ichi didn't sleep at all. He pushed the bedroom door open lightly and leaned against the doorframe with good grace. And sure enough, he saw a confused Jojin. Her whole body is about to explode. Blushing, incoherent said, Qin Ichi, listen to my explanation. I last night, how can you be so cute? Qin Ichi's heart was sweetened. Forcing a smile, he walked to her, slightly bending down, his tone serious and grave. Jojin, I'm a very traditional and conservative man, but you took my first kiss last night. Perhaps he was too proper and serious. Xiaojun grabbed the corner of the quilt and sat on the bed burying her head, her voice trembling softly. Sorry, what about? Qin Ichi rolled the knot in his throat, his heart thumping. In the next second, he knelt down on one knee and opened the black gift box, revealing an exquisite and sparkling diamond ring. But coincidentally, I'm also particularly fond of you. So Jojin, marry me, will you? Previous life end, married honey love, pure white bunny. 1 month after the wedding. In the last few days, Qin Ichi was always haunted by nightmares, dreaming that Xiaojun and Ji Xian are in love and all he can do is watch from afar. I dreamed that Xiaojun gave Ji Xian a scarf while Ji Xian's group of friends mocked him explicitly, dreaming about crashing my car and also dreaming that Jojin doesn't even remember me. Qin Ichi woke up with a jolt and suddenly opened his eyes, fine beads of sweat seeping out from between his forehead. The whole person seems to fall into the dark endless underwater abyss, countless seawater overwhelmingly gushing into the mouth and nose, and he simply cannot move, nor can he say a word. Pain and powerlessness. The real emotions spread through all his organs, every inch of his skin and every cell aching and bitter, making him gasp for air. The dream was just, well, too real. The surroundings were silent, and Qin Ichi, by feel, took out the red marriage license from the bedside table and put it under his pillow, like some kind of protection card. It reassured him a lot. That done, he scooped the sleeping Jojin beside him into his arms and rested them against the nape of her neck, still hooking her fingers dependently, sticky with the wife. In the early hours of the morning, Jojin was awakened by the heat. She woke up in a daze, rubbing her eyes, all sweaty and feeling like she was covered in a thick fleece blanket. Qin Ichi, the bad guy, must have taken advantage of her sleep again and secretly fished her over. Jojin quietly moved her body, little by little, away from him. The truth is that Qin Ichi's body is too hot, just like a hot stove. The moment he is attached to him, he will burn up. Xiaojun didn't move for long, and suddenly, the man's breathing was disturbed. His brow was furrowed, and his eyelashes fluttered gently. It looks disturbing. Xiaojun paused and was just about to comfort him, only to have Qin Ichi's intermittent dream words ring out in the next second. "Joe little Jane, you're stupid." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaojun rounded her eyes incredulously and sat up violently in shock. No, sleep is sleep. Why the personal attacks? This stinky husband, she doesn't want it. She'll throw it in the trash tomorrow. Whoever wants it. Jojin grunted softly, silently holding a grudge. But Qin Ichi's expression became more and more unsettled, as if he was suffering great pain. His voice was low and trembling. Jojin, you're not allowed to like him. You like me. I'll be good to you. Jojin froze. Qin Ichi still murmured intermittently, his tone somewhat bewildered and confused, like a small child who was very insecure. Don't forget me. Don't. Stay away from me. In a flash, Xiaojun's eyes burned slightly and her heart instantly softened into a puddle. She pursed her lips, lowered her head and kissed Qin Ichi's forehead, and said softly, "Stupid husband, I like you so much, how can I leave you?" I don't know whether it was the effect of the kiss, or the effect of the words, but Qin Ichi gradually relaxed a bit. Jojin pecked him on the base of his ear again and lay down on her side in his arms, hugging him as tightly as she would a teddy bear. Qin Ichi unconsciously hugged her back, his breathing gradually evened out, as if he had found his most beloved treasure. Jojin buried her face into his chest and rubbed herself against his arms in small increments. Forget it, it's hot. Can't let Qin Ichi feel bad, not even in a dream. Xiaojun's recent month's schedule is particularly full. To go to North America's largest music festival, then go to various places to shoot MV, back to the country to record the sound synthesis, participate in the fashion extravaganza activities, have to be like a gyroscope non-stop turn. But she would always send messages to Qin Ichi, where she went to play, what delicious food she ate, what places were beautiful, etc. Qin Ichi always replied to her one by one, and said good night wife to her every day. Xiaojun looked at the WeChat chat logs and felt all those emotionless words come to life. Like honey, It's so sweet through the screen. Seeing that it will soon be Shinichi's birthday, she seriously thought for a long time, scratching her head and couldn't think of what to give as a gift, and couldn't help but ask the military advisor. Sisters, I feel as if he is very insecure lately and always wants to make video calls with me, and it's almost his birthday. What should I give him as a gift? Rings, belts, clothes, watches. These gifts she gave all over. Really cannot pick out better. Shang Lulu, this brother's sense of contrast is too strong, right? I can't imagine that a person like him would still lack a sense of security. The cool and scary misanthropic king on the field is a sticker monster who wants to stick to his wife every day. So who would believe it? Chen Meixiang, hey, I have a plan. It's always classic, always corny, but brother Maya will always love it and will always go to the head. Yunyu, oh ho ho, it always feels like what you say is inappropriate for children. After scrolling through the group chat messages, Xiaojun blushed and immediately turned off her phone. No, these little yellow men are too immodest in their thinking. November 9th, the day before Shinichi's birthday, Jojin happened to be busy and had a short break and said she would be home with him on his birthday, which was tomorrow. After replying to the message, Shinichi picked up his pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As the water rushed out of the shower, a sour little rain seemed to fall in his heart as well, pattering and drenching him. Whenever it's late at night and you're alone, those nightmares stab in like sharp razor blades, unrelenting. Even my breath was sour, just like it really happened. It was as if he was being pushed into a vortex, and it was difficult to struggle. Even though he realized it was a dream, he couldn't wake up. Add to that the fact that Xiaojun had flown abroad and was not around, and he was always uneasy, always afraid that he hadn't done enough, always feeling that Xiaojun would run away and not want him the next second. He seems to be poisoned, more anxious and suffering than before marriage. Shinichi turned off the shower, put on his pajamas, and opened the bathroom door. The next second, he was swooped down hard. Xiaojun, who was supposed to still be on the plane, suddenly appeared in front of him, hugging him tightly around his waist and stomach, staring at him with a light smile on her head. Hey, surprise! Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and there was only his reflection in those beautiful eyes, and him alone. Shinichi's breathing stuttered slightly, his heart thumping. The person his heart had longed for suddenly appeared in front of him, causing his brain to spin a little. After so many days of panic and frustration, I finally found a vent, the only antidote. Without much thought, he carried Xiaojun straight to the bedroom, following his instincts, holding her against the wall and lowering his head to kiss her hard on the lips, like someone who has been starving for a long time, feeding frantically and greedily. Well, Xiaojun felt her lips crushing and couldn't help but spill out a weak whimper. She had wanted to say something. Who knew that Shinichi was actually so horny that he didn't even let her finish her sentence and opened with a wild kiss. Shinichi kissed extraordinarily out of control this time, forcefully clasping the back of her head with a strong sense of pressure, as if he wanted to swallow her alive. The night outside the window was getting thicker, and the bedroom was dimly and softly lit, constantly filled with a charming atmosphere. Xiaojun's back was against the wall, and she was forced to tilt her head back to meet his raging, deep, passionate kisses, responding little by little. Counting the days, she has not been so intimate with Shinichi for almost a month. In other words, Shinichi has been alone and vegetating for a whole month. Wouldn't that be scary to eat meat? Jojin shuddered inwardly at the thought, her legs going weak from the kiss. She had to admit that even after kissing Shinichi so many times, she still fell and surrendered over and over again, couldn't resist, at all, his onslaught. Xiaojun was a little out of breath, so she could only instinctively hug Shinichi tightly, hugging him tighter and tighter, soothing him one after another. After a long time, Shinichi let go of her lips and leaned down to stare at her, his vision extraordinarily burning. Honey, why are you back early? The two were so close that Jojin's nose lingered on his faint grassy scent, wrapped in testosterone. Xiaojun wrapped her arms around his neck. Because I wanted to surprise you early. He deliberately said that Shinichi would come to pick up the plane at noon tomorrow, but he ended up appearing in front of him in the middle of the night and jumping into his arms. When the meeting comes sooner than expected, it's even more exciting. Like pie in the sky. Shinichi rolled the knot in his throat, somewhat aggrieved. His voice line was extremely compelling and seductive. Baby, I miss you. Really, especially. Jojin paused, keenly aware that today's Shinichi was a bit different from usual, more clingy and dependent on her, like a big dog abandoned by its owner. It always feels like he's especially tired right now, and it's his heart that's tired. Xiaojun looked up and cupped his face, staring at his not-so-good complexion, asking heartily, did you not sleep well again the last couple days? The man's eyes were all faintly ebony underneath, out of place in this untamed and openly handsome face. Shinichi gave a muffled His eyes were still covered in red blood, and his voice was low. I can't sleep well without you. He sounded pathetic as if he had been bullied and wronged. But who can bully him? Shinichi? Xiaojun reached out and poked his face, coaxing warmly. I was very free for a few days afterward, and I slept with you every day and I missed you so much. Even a daily video call wouldn't be enough, just to hold him for real. Xiaojun didn't know that whenever she coaxed people she was especially gentle. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, as if it hid some kind of magic that could take away all those unpleasantness at once. Shinichi mood inexplicably got up, tightly held her down in the arms, hate to rub her into his blood and bones, never to separate. Xiaojun struggled twice, and after giving herself up and letting him hold her for a while, she whispered, "You let go of me first. The stuff for you is still out there. I'll go get it, yeah." Oh. Only then did Shinichi reluctantly spread his hands. When Xiaojun came back, she tucked the flowers into Shinichi's arms. It's a bouquet of red and black gradient roses, as hot and brilliant as a flame blooming in the darkness of the night. The bouquet's card also has Jojin's handwriting on it. Shinichi, I will love you passionately and firmly forever. Shinichi hugged the flowers, staring at the golden text on the card with his eyes downcast, wanting to speak. A warm spring of water welled up in the bottom of his heart and flowed through his body, tingling and numbing. There's also a birthday cake that I made with my own hands. Xiaojun lifted the cake gift box in her hand, her pretty eyes rippling with smiles, her entire person radiating light. We'll eat when it's 0 hour. She placed the cake box on the bedside table, and deliberately used a black gift box to hide the cake's likeness, ready to be revealed at 0 hour. For a certain moment, Shinichi had the feeling that he was being held in his hands and spoiled. In fact, Xiaojun is also very spoiled him, always keenly aware of all his emotions, gentle coaxing him, as if he was the only eyes, all the good are left to him alone. Shinichi was so sweet that he couldn't breathe a little, pinched Xiaojun's cheeks and leaned down to say, Jen, what should I do? I really want to kiss you to death right now. Trying to kiss her to tears so hard she wouldn't let go of how she begged for mercy. In favor of this, Jojin bowed her head and took his hand, placing it on the belt around the waist of her brown coat. Her ears reddened and she stumbled. You can open and unwrap your presents early now. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi looked like he suddenly guessed something, and the bottom of his eyes became obscure and deep. He gently tugged at the sash around Jojin's waist and soon, the brown coat jacket was off on the floor, revealing a stunning sight. In a flash, Shinichi's heart fluttered hard. The love of my heart is standing in front of me, eyes brimming with waves, wearing pure white transparent tulle, skin as smooth as grease, waist soft and slender, like the first snow that falls on the world. It is so clean that it does not contain a single impurity, so much so that it seems like a pinch. Shinichi's breath sank slightly, his vision was firmly glued, unable to move at all, and his sanity disappeared in an instant. Xiaojun stole a glance at him and immediately retracted her gaze, her cheeks red as hell. It's a birthday present for you. Do you want it? She really couldn't think of any other gift to give, and with Shinichi's lack of security during this time, she had to listen to the bad ideas of her military advisors. And that maid outfit worked pretty well before. This time it's even more daring than that one. Jojin's heart was pounding, the little moose inside almost ready to burst out. Whether it's in terms of feelings or physical needs, it can't be all Shinichi who takes the initiative. She also has to take the initiative. In the next second, the waist was violently wrapped around. The man's warm nostrils swept overwhelmingly. His voice was dark and compelling. One word at a time. I, when, then, want. Shinichi was about to go completely insane. Every cell in his body was boiling and burning. Just as he was about to lower his head to kiss her hard, he was surprised when Xiaojun blocked his mouth with one hand. As if she suddenly remembered something, she hastily stopped him. No, you wait. The meat fed to his mouth flew away, and Shinichi hardened his lust, his gaze falling on her inch by inch. He didn't hide the blatant aggression in his eyes, his voice a little muffled. What's wrong? Only to see Jojin crouch down and take out a pair of fluffy, pure white rabbit ears from her jacket pocket and pin them between her hair. White drop-eared bunny. In a flash, Shinichi's Danfang eyes overflowed with greed and wildness, and a blazing fire bubbled up in his waist and abdomen. How can you be so cute? He couldn't hold back, and he reached down and scooped the person into his arms, lowering his head to nibble on her. Xiaojun's ears turned red. Her hands rested against the front of his chest and gently pushed him. Husband, wait a moment. Shinichi pinched her waist and buried himself in the nape of her neck, veins rippling on his arms. I can't wait. If he can tolerate this, is he still a man? Xiaojun gently shook her head, wanting to cry. It's not over yet. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. How is this dog man like this? A month without eating meat. It is starving into a zombie. Full of mine just no hugging her nibble. Jojin managed to break away from him and crouched down again, pulling something out of her jacket pocket, her eyes shining. Look, it's for you. Shinichi lowered his head, narrowed his eyes, and his eyes abruptly sank. Those are a pair of gray plush wolf ears. Married honey love, crush diary. Xiaojun picked up the wolf ear hair card and brought it to him, her tone expectant. Let me put it on for you. Shinichi hummed lightly in arrogance, but his body was self-conscious and obediently lowered his head. Jojin smoothed out his inked hair in passing and put his gray wolf ears on for him, and the next thing he knew, he heard his own disordered heartbeat. Help! It's really too adaptable. Shinichi was a very typical wolf shape, with a well-defined face and deep, sharp eyes, exuding wildness and a desire for conquest all around. He also happened to be wearing dark gray silk pajamas that vaguely revealed his collarbone, and wheat-colored healthy skin. Oh, my god! Xiaojun's heart kept swinging inside, her heart fluttering numerous times. She hugged Shinichi intimately and said softly, because it's your birthday, so, tonight, you can go a little overboard. Shinichi raised his eyebrows, his tone meaningful. Ah? Jojin nodded. Aha! She recalled a very unsettling image of Shinichi that night. The man must have had a nightmare and kept repeating, don't forget me, don't stay away from me. He was, like, in pain. So Xiaojun has been seriously thinking, is not she where to do is not good enough to make Shinichi so insecure, so afflicted. While thinking about it, before Xiaojun could react, her entire body was thrown directly onto the king-sized bed, sinking into the dark-colored sheets. Shinichi leaned down and pressed in violently, one hand landing on her waist, the other firmly pinching both of her wrists and holding them down on top of her head. Dense kisses, accompanied by searing breaths fell, wrapping her completely. Jojin's eyelashes fluttered gently as she lay limply on the bed. Shinichi kissed contentedly, held down her hands and wrists, staring straight at her, eyes deep meaning, compulsion. Good girl, play something different this time. As the words fell, Xiaojun's eyes gradually clouded over with a layer of moisture, and she suddenly regretted it. Regret letting him go overboard. It always felt like it was going to be a bad night, like I was actually going to be eaten alive by a vicious wolf. The night was dark and thick, and the stars kept twinkling. Outside the window there was silence and tranquility, with only the rustling of the leaves contrasting with the intensity inside. Shinichi is eager, hot, crazy and out of control. Ding ding dash. On November 10th at 0:00 a.m. The phone beeped. The sheets were clutched beyond recognition. Xiaojun's hair was disheveled. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of her forehead, and her voice broke. Shinichi, happy birthday, happy birthday. Unfortunately, the man was unmoved. Xiaojun completely couldn't stand it. Her eyes were wet and pitiful. Birthday cake? I'm so hungry. Eat the cake first, okay. Shinichi stared at her for a few seconds, and only after a long time did he heartily scoop her up. Xiaojun sat on the bed, her back resting against the soft cushions, almost thinking the bed had collapsed just now. She was aching without strength and her tone was resigned. I want cake. Shinichi pondered for a moment, his eyes meaningful. I'll feed you. He sat on the edge of the bed and unwrapped the black box, pulling out the strawberry Oreo cream cake. There is also a rabbit and gray wolf made of buttercream frosting on top of the cake, with a red heart chocolate in the middle of the two critters, especially delicate and lovely. This was all made by Jojin herself. How was it? Xiaojun's eyes were full of anticipation, and the words, quickly compliment me, were practically written in big letters on her face. Shinichi's eyes contained a smile, and the knot in his throat rolled lightly. This is the most beautiful cake under the sky. My wife is the best at everything she does. He placed the bouquet of red and black roses next to the cake, unlocked his cell phone to take a picture, found a good angle, and even inadvertently included the card. The card reads, I will always love you passionately and steadfastly. The corner of Shinichi's mouth unconsciously curled up, and he was satisfied to send a friend circle. Text, my wife spent her birthday with me. It didn't take 2 minutes for a whole bunch of like comments to pop up. Xiaojun slightly turned her body sideways, looking at the comments underneath his friend's circle, and her ears gradually burned. Mostly happy birthday wishes, but there's a small part. Rabbits and wolves. That's what they call it in the city. Handcuffed to death. You're a good eater. I worship you. You boy. Don't think I don't know that you purposely photographed the flowers and the card in. You're a smart boy. God damn it. How come there's a big pile of dog food again? Big brother. I'm really convinced of you. Happy birthday. I wish Chie and Xiao to be happy and in love forever and grow old. Remember to VNI 500. Other than that, this cake looks really good. Upstairs, people like Feng are drooling even after they're cured. After Xiaojun read his cell phone friend circle, she suddenly thought of something and pointed to her own cell phone. Shinichi, I'll show you my cell phone too. The password is for the wedding day. Isn't that a way to improve security a little bit? She paused and silently added, husband can check in whenever he wants. Upon hearing this, Shinichi smiled as he tidied up her messy hair, and even pinched the rabbit's ears with his hand. No need. I trust my wife. She's really good. Really good. Shinichi made a wish for himself by inserting a candle. The wish is that he and Jojin will be together for the rest of their lives and never be separated. The moment he blew out the candle, as the flame went out, all the panic and suffering Shinichi had been experiencing all these days gradually dissipated. He cut off a piece of cake and patiently shoved spoonful after spoonful into Jojin's mouth. Afraid that she would find the cream too greasy, he poured another glass of orange juice and slowly fed it to her. Shinichi couldn't say why, but he just enjoyed the process of feeding Xiaojin something. There was a great sense of satisfaction, and without realizing it, he settled for large chunks of cake. Xiaojin leaned against the bed, finally regaining a little strength, and finally get some rest. She half closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Shinichi, you eat quickly too. The cake is made with animal cream, which melts when it sits for a long time, and when it melts, it's not good." Suddenly, the creamy, dense touch landed in front of his body. Xiaojin suddenly opened her eyes wide, only to see Shinichi slowly and methodically wiping the cake. The man wearing wolf ears on his head, exuding an unruly and untamed aura, and his lips hooked up in a triumphant bad smile. In a flash, alarm bells went off in Xiaojin's head and she struggled to move to the side. Instead, he was firmly clutched by a large, warm, powerful palm and yanked back violently. Shinichi's sexy and seductive voice slowly fell from the top of his head. "Don't worry baby, I'll finish it." In front of floor-to-ceiling windows, in front of mirrors, in bathrooms, on dining tables and couches, all kinds of places in your home. Shinichi was really crazy. So over the top. So over the top. Xiaojin didn't know how long it had been, only that every second felt torturous and long. She swore that she would never make him a cake to eat again. Shinichi held her from the front and walked up the stairs from the living room. The pace was slow, very slow, each step extraordinarily long, even stopping in place for each small step up. Jojin's pure white rabbit ears wiggled with it. She circled her hands around Shinichi's neck, her eyelashes constantly trembling gently, still hanging with crystal and teardrops. It really doesn't work. Her mind went blank, her eyes lost in thought, and she sobbed weakly. "Husband, don't bully me." Shinichi's pupils were as thick as ink, and he lowered his head to bite the root of her ear, his tone serious. "Jojin, you'll never leave me, will you?" Xiaojin's cheeks were white and pink, and she couldn't help but cry. Her sweet, soft voice extraordinarily slurred. "Well, I promise, forever." After saying that, her consciousness also faded away. Afternoon, Xiaojin woke up in a daze, with not a single ounce of strength in her body. She fought back the soreness and rubbed her eyes, her otherwise clear voice a little muffled. "Thirsty." At night, I was forced to shout, "Husband, I love you. I only like you," so many times that my voice was smoking. Shinichi stood guard at the side, pouring a cup of warm water and thoughtfully helping her up to feed her. Xiaojin finished her water and suddenly felt that it was unfair. Why she woke up sore everywhere, like a fish out of the sea. But Shinichi is so happy and satisfied, and his energy is even more vigorous. Xiaojin struggled to lift the covers and saw all sorts of clear and gruesome marks on her body, becoming even more aggravated and staring grudgingly at the culprit. "Shinichi, you'll sleep on the floor starting tomorrow." Shinichi put the glass of water on the bedside table, lowered his head and wrapped his arms around her, asking in a muffled voice, "Why? Was I not trying hard enough last night?" Jojin didn't turn around and muttered disgruntledly, "Anyway, as you said before, you just like to sleep on the floor." Shinichi, he thought back carefully to when exactly he had said that. It was before they were together. Xiaojin drunkenly begged to be taken in, not only hogging his bed, but also insisting on cuddling with him. He was afraid that when Xiaojin woke up, she would run away in fear and never care about him again, and that's why he had to make the excuse that he likes to sleep on the floor. The memories of what once was turned into boomerangs, deeply rooted in the tip of the heart. Shinichi selective amnesia, shamelessly embraced the fragrant soft wife, even coaxed a mouthful of Jinjin, baby, princess, wife, good, wife, little boy wife. Xiaojin couldn't take it anymore and told him to get lost with a blushing face. Shinichi obediently rolled out and went out to get Xiaojin a ton of snacks and fresh ingredients. Jojin lay in bed for a long time before getting up to pack her bags and put everything in her suitcase away. She opened the bottom drawer of her nightstand to put it in, and suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a well-worn book next to her, because it just looked so old. The edges were a little yellowed and slightly curled, like they had been through at least a dozen years of weather, as if they would completely shatter at the slightest touch. Jojin paused, and God forbid picked up the book and carefully turned to the first page. There were only 2 lines, vague and neat. "I'm waiting for the pearl to move." Caught off guard, Xiaojin's heart trembled hard, and her fingertips tightened unconsciously. This should be Shinichi's diary. Jojin lowered her eyes, took a deep breath, and put the book back, closing the drawer as if she'd never seen it. It's always felt that it's bad behavior to peek into someone's journal, even if the other person is a close relative. Jojin lay in bed, trying so hard to forget the scene that she couldn't help rolling around, 10 minutes had passed, and she was still full of the diary, even getting more and more curious. Unable to stand it, she sent a message to ask Chinichi. There's a brown book in the nightstand drawer. Can I open it? It's okay if it's not. Bunny with a heart. JPG, the other party is in the process of typing, probably in a tangle, repeatedly typing and deleting. After a long time, Chinichi returned. Yes, if you really want to see it. Permission granted. Jojin flipped open her diary dutifully and looked at it with anticipation, quietly on the bed. I thought that Chinichi's diary would record a lot of his own trivia, or record some racing things, but no, nothing at all. All the records are about her alone and only her. Jojin, you said you'd marry me later, so I'll make sure to protect you. Today you gave me a brown bear doll and asked me if it was cute. You're actually much cuter than a doll. Dreamed about you again. It's so good that we went to the same middle school and will be able to walk with you every day. Xiaojin flipped through the pages, her fingertips trembling slightly as her mood grew heavy. So it started that long ago. So long. Jojin's eyes rolled slowly. Although it is a diary, Chinichi rarely expresses his mood, but more often records bits and pieces about her. It is interspersed with a lot of photos of her, including graduation photos, pictures posted in her circle of friends, and various photos taken of her by Chinichi. Jojin, can you not like him? They're not nice to you. They all bully you. Why did you avoid? Don't stay away from me when I was picking fallen leaves for you. Jojin, you used to be the one to teach me the questions, and now that I've learned them all, I can teach you too. But why don't you come and ask me? Every time I come near you, I need a lot of courage, but you still hide when you see me. Obviously, the words were emotionless, but in that moment, the sourness swept over me, oozing with intense emotion. Every page of Xiaojin's diary was like stirring up a patch of soil, delving into Chinichi's inner world. A shiny, hot boy like him, brash and flamboyant. Everyone thinks he's so cool that even if he likes someone else, he should have the upper hand. But his diary seems so humble and sensitive. Chinichi silently recorded everything about her, and as she liked others and focused her eyes on them, Chinichi was secretly liking her and sneaking glances at her. How did this happen? How did he do this? Jojin's eyes blurred up before her eyes. As she turned the page again and again, the tip of her nose grew more and more sore and she couldn't help choking back a sob. I'm glad I went to the same college as you again, but the school is so big that I really seem to have a bit of trouble finding you. What to do? I still like and love you. If you turn around, I'll always be there. Splat! A tear fell onto the diary, blurring the original black writing. When he confessed, Chinichi mentioned about his crush and later said that he was so jealous that he went crazy. But Xiaojin never imagined that it could be such a bittersweet favorite. It is too bitter and heavy. Xiaojin tried to calm down, but the emotions Chinichi had once felt could be conveyed through the diary. Lonely, sour, jealous, suffocating, sad. These emotions turned into seawater, drowning her little by little. Jojin didn't have the courage to read the entire diary and hastily closed the book. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck her heart so hard that it made her a little breathless. Chinichi returned home with a large pile of delicious food, and just as he opened the door, he was pounced upon. Xiaojin hugged his waist tightly, with faint traces of tears still on her face, and choked. Husband. Chinichi's throat tightened. So the things that don't see the light of day, she should have seen them all. Chinichi put down the bag and reached out to rub her head, coaxing her in a warm voice. I am. But the more he coaxed, more and more tears fell from Xiaojin's eyes, burying herself in his arms and sobbing, her voice trembling softly. Crushes are bitter. Chinichi sighed and leaned down to cup her cheeks, wiping away the tears on her face. It's not really entirely bitter. Sometimes I feel happy and lucky just to see you. The warmth and hope that Jojin brought him was much more than the sourness and pain of a crush. Late night, Chinichi coaxed the person for half a day, his voice low. Wife, do I still have to sleep on the floor? Jojin was tired of crying. Her eyes were a little swollen, and she wrapped herself tightly in the small quilt. You are allowed to sleep in the bed tonight. The words fell. Chinichi Niso into the quilt. Turn off the light. Tightly embrace her. Hate to rub her into his blood and bones. Jojin turned her back to him. Clingy bastard. Aha. Sticky monster. Aha. Chinichi moved his hands, pinching her face for a while, touching her waist for a while, and pulling her small hands for a while. Xiaojin couldn't hold back. Chinichi, do you have ADHD? As soon as the words fell, Chinichi muffled out, you dislike me. Jojin stifled a laugh and turned around, burying herself intimately in his arms. No offense. You're my favorite. Outside the window, the night is hazy. The moonlight glows with a faint silver glow, gentle and loving. Inside the house, Xiaojin tilted her head and kissed Chinichi's throat by feel. Honey love,